At the soul blessing ceremony, all the heroic souls are desperately avoiding me. My classmates mock me as the most useless heartthrob. Little do they know that I've bound the divine temple system. Inside reside hundreds of deities that even the strongest SS-level heroic souls fear. However, to receive the deity's blessing, I must kiss the school beauty for 10 seconds, or the divine system will shut down permanently. But the school beauty just received the strongest SS-level heroic soul blessing. Her father is also a master and powerful figure with S-level heroic soul blessings. In contrast, my martial arts are mediocre, and I haven't received any blessings at all. I gritted my teeth and gathered all my strength. Like a beast, I pounced on Luo Yulin. Success or failure hinges on this moment. I'm sorry, Luo Xiaohua and Gu Qingchen. Why didn't you wait for Luo Yuli to finish? A wave of scorching energy completely enveloped him. Luo Yuli's mind went blank. What was happening? She had been kissed forcefully. Luo Yuli's delicate arms flailed aimlessly as she struggled, but she couldn't exert any strength against me. With only her energy reservoir, her peak dancer strength could severely injure me with a single strike. However, due to the suddenness of the event and her recent blessings, the elemental powers within her were still chaotic. At this moment, Luo Yuli dared not act, fearing that the power she hadn't yet mastered would backfire on her. In the end, she could only lean weakly against me, allowing me to do as I pleased. At this moment, my mind was also blank. I had only one chance for 10 seconds, and it had to last the full duration. I kept repeating in my mind, exerting all my strength, fearing that Luo Yuli would break free. In her panic, Luo Yuli instinctively took a step back, lost her balance, and was pressed down onto the ground by me. On the platform, the principal's mouth fell open in astonishment. The previously noisy crowd fell into a deathly silence, as if in a morgue. Divine Peach Blossom, the Sword God trial has been passed, and is now guiding the host to the Divine Temple. The system's voice echoed in my ears. I felt as if countless crimson figures surged in my mind, completely drowning my consciousness. I released Luo Yuli and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Feeling the pressure lift, Luo Yuli frantically pushed me away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Her big eyes were filled with grievance, and after swaying a few times, she also fainted. What is going on with Ward? This is too much of a loss. My Jianqin High School has such warriors, I can't even describe it. Damn it, my goddess's first kiss is gone just like that. Gu Qingchen, I swear I'll kill you amidst the students' commotion. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens and earth, causing almost all the students to tremble in fear and instinctively want to kneel. A burly man with a head of red hair walked through the air, like a streak of lightning, hovering above Jianqin High School. His face was exceptionally dark, staring fixedly at the figure lying on the ground, like a volcano about to erupt. 10 minutes ago, he received a call from his assistant that his daughter had actually received the top SS-level blessing. He never expected that upon arriving at the scene, he would witness such a blood-boiling spectacle. Looking down at the densely packed students, Luo Tianhang's eyes flickered with cold light. In a deep voice, he declared that he, the chief administrator of Guanling City, was present. Upon investigation, this student was found to be possessed by an evil spirit, attempting to seize SS-level blessing abilities through physical contact, control and sniping on sight, awaiting consequences. Luo Tianhang drew his thunderblade and was about to strike me down. Just at this critical moment, the principal flickered and stood in front of the chief administrator. What does Principal Zhang mean by this? The chief administrator's gaze was icy as he stared at the principal, a heavy pressure radiating from him. Bearing the pressure of a master-level figure, the principal remained expressionless, calmly suggesting that the chief administrator let the children handle their own squabbles. There's no need for such a major uproar. If you really take this child away, it would ruin his life. Upon hearing the principal's words, gasps of surprise erupted from the crowd. He was the youngest chief administrator in Guangling City's history. Gu Qingchen is probably doomed. Offending such a prominent figure in public could lead to expulsion being the least of his worries. Childish antics, Luo Tianhang sneered, his aura erupting once more as he aimed to further suppress the principal. However, the principal remained unfazed, calmly stating that he had been teaching at Jianqin High School for 20 years. He also happens to be your daughter's martial arts teacher. Could you let this child off for my sake? Luo Tianhang's eyelids twitched in surprise. The principal of this small school was actually on par with him in cultivation. In other words, if the principal of Jianqin High School is determined to protect this young man, unless he and the principal come to blows and act directly in the school, it would be unlikely for him to expel me. As the chief administrator, it was clearly impossible for him to act forcefully in a school setting. Luo Tianhang took a deep breath. Since that's the case, he wouldn't hesitate to use his power to intimidate. After pondering, Luo Tianhang reined in his aura and coldly remarked, Principal Zhang, well done. I didn't expect you to be so concealed. In that case, for your sake, I could let him off the hook. But today, Jinshin High School must give my daughter Luo Yuli an explanation. Feeling the pressure ease slightly, the principal finally let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Facing the most powerful administrator in Guangling City, he was not as calm as he appeared. Luo Yuli and I are both his exceptional students. He is both a mentor and a friend to me, so he would naturally do his best to protect me. Even if they weren't related, if a student had an incident at school, it would still have a huge impact on Jinshin High School's reputation. After thinking for a moment, the principal carefully spoke. According to school regulations, I will give him a probationary sanction. This sanction will follow him for life. The principal emphasized the word life to indicate the seriousness of the issue. Probation? You mean to say that publicly insulting my daughter, Luo Tianheng's precious child, is just a probation? He sneered. Luo Tianheng shook his head and said in an undeniable tone, I demand immediate expulsion from the school. Furthermore, I want to destroy all his meridians so that he can never practice martial arts again in this lifetime. The principal's face went pale for a moment. In this martial world where the strong prevail, being unable to practice martial arts is akin to having one's life sentence pronounced, a consequence far worse than mere confinement. He remained silent for a moment, then spoke softly, suggesting that if the administrative kids were thoughtless, it might have been a momentary impulse, and according to school rules. School rules? When he publicly humiliated me as a fallen heiress, I didn't see you talking about school rules then. He scoffed and continued, moreover, let's not even talk about school rules, even the law can be disregarded with just a word from me, Luo Tianheng, within Guangling City. Principal Zhang, in 2 seconds, if I see you still standing in my way, Jinshin Middle School will lose its enrollment qualifications for next year. Losing enrollment qualifications is tantamount to sentencing this school to death. Jinshin Middle School cannot bear such a consequence. He couldn't sacrifice the future of the whole school for the sake of a favored student. The principal sighed helplessly in his heart, took a step back, and was about to step aside. But suddenly, he felt the sky grow completely dark. At some point, the scorching sun had been completely obscured, not a glimmer of light breaking through. What's going on? Luo Tianheng, who also sensed something was off, furrowed his brow and looked up at the sky. Suddenly, in the sky darkened by clouds, a humanoid creature, like ink, with an evil aura, pushed aside the clouds and emerged halfway. As its upper body emerged, countless maddening voices echoed in everyone's ears. On the playground, many students covered their ears in pain, their expressions nearly deranged. This is a heavenly wrath evil spirit. No, an evil spirit couldn't exert this kind of pressure on me. Could it be the remnant soul of an evil god? Impossible. How could such an uninvited entity appear in Guangling? Luo Tianheng's heart trembled fiercely. You must understand that to summon a heavenly wrath evil god, one must comprehend a fragment of the Dao domain in martial arts, and the martial Dao domain officially enters the 8th realm, the key to the martial god realm: sword, knife, spear, fist, and force. As long as one comprehends a fragment of the Dao domain in martial arts, they qualify to step into deeper realms and glimpse the power of the divine domain. Yet, such a fragment of the Dao domain has made countless prodigies and geniuses desire to comprehend it. Understanding the Dao rhythm is already as difficult as ascending to heaven. But let's put that aside for now. Even more terrifying is that at that moment in Daoyan City, the aura emitted by the Dao seed will attract the remnants of ancient evil gods that have fallen in this world. The remnant souls of evil gods will sense the extraordinary Dao masters and devour them. The more complex the Dao of the Dao seed, the higher the level of the evil god's remnant soul attracted, leading to countless deaths. Having one foot already in the martial god realm, the mind fell at this moment. Could it be that a powerful figure nearby is breaking through? The outstanding Dao master in the martial god realm has attracted the memories of evil gods. Luo Tianheng rapidly calculated various possibilities in his mind. Under the pressure of the evil god, even as a master, he felt an urge to flee. A distorted humanoid shape in the clouds screamed hoarsely, its head twisting 360 degrees as if searching for something. Finally, when the humanoid's head turned towards me, it let out a sinister laugh. From the pitch-black clouds emerged a giant beast covered in sores, charging towards me and Luo Yuli. Both the principal and Luo Tianheng lowered their bodies simultaneously, their expressions turning extremely grim. As a remnant soul in this world, it triggered such a terrifying phenomenon. Undoubtedly, this remnant soul was a formidable existence in life. On the blessing platform, I, who had fainted on the ground, groggily got up, my eyes still tightly shut, as if I hadn't woken up. I protected the unconscious Luo Yuli behind me and randomly picked up a peach blossom branch from the ground, pointing it at the inky humanoid in the sky. In an instant, countless storm-like sword energies gathered atop my peach blossom branch. In the divine hall, I slowly opened my eyes and looked around in a daze. What met my eyes was a profusion of peach blossoms like a spring breeze. In the center of the peach tree stood an unremarkable middle-aged man, this was the Peach Blossom Sword God, and I was somewhat surprised. Seeing me wake up, the middle-aged man smiled and gestured to me, apologizing that he owed a favor to a senior. This trial was issued on his behalf. The middle-aged man's expression was slightly awkward, as if he were trying to explain something. I nodded in a somewhat understanding manner, looking up and down at the sword god before me, and asked with some confusion, "Since you are the sword god, why haven't I seen your sword?" The middle-aged man smiled slightly and explained, "The world is not worthy of me using a sword," then broke off a peach blossom branch beside him, saying, "This is my sword." The moment he picked up the branch, the entire peach blossom forest seemed to sway as if kissed by a gentle breeze. In an instant, peach blossoms fell like a waterfall in the forest, dyeing my vision completely pink. Such a breathtaking scene left my body frozen in place. I didn't dare to move. I could sense the chilling killing intent concealed within these swirling peach blossoms. It felt as if the moment I moved, the petals carrying the sword intent would slice me into pieces. He waved his hand, and the surrounding storm-like peach blossoms suddenly shattered. At the moment they scattered, the invisible sword intent, mixed with extreme killing intent, instantly filled this space. He extended the peach blossom branch and gently pointed it towards the sky. With a single stroke, a phenomenon occurred, as if a scarlet sea of blood split open in the sky. With one sword strike, the heavens shattered. I gazed at the split sky, my mouth opening silently. From the crack in the heavens, numerous filthy and evil gazes peered out, yet they seemed to be fearful of something, not daring to take action. 1,000 years ago, during the rampant reign of gods and demons, human lives were as insignificant as grass, with life and death resting on the whim of the gods and demons. To protect the beings of this world, I once guarded the heavenly gates with a single sword, slaying 81 gods and demons. I killed so many that the gods no longer dared to open the heavenly gates or intrude upon the mortal realm. The middle-aged man set down the peach blossom branch, as if talking to himself. I trembled all over, involuntarily recalling the knowledge of this world in my mind. In the realm of Gaowu, the cultivation stages are: first ascension to the 7 seas, second ascension to martial artist, third ascension to transcendent, fourth ascension to great ascension, fifth ascension to master, sixth ascension to monkey king, seventh ascension to supreme, eighth ascension to martial god, and ninth ascension to immortal. Each ascension is further divided into 10 minor levels. Each minor level is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Today's greatest heroes are merely the 4 martial gods guarding the borders of the great Xiao nation. Yet even the martial gods have only brushed the threshold of divinity. They are not true gods. Moreover, even the renowned wise men in dire straits can only be considered half-gods, still far from true gods and demons. And this seemingly unimpressive middle-aged man before me had single-handedly slaughtered 81 true gods and demons. What terrifying power that is. Before I could collect my thoughts, the middle-aged man smiled calmly at me, saying, "Others grant power, I grant you the supreme path. This is not merely a fragment of the Tao, it is the complete path I have forged over my lifetime, yet this path is too astonishing for the world to comprehend. This may inevitably attract the whispers of evil spirits, it is strictly forbidden. The blessing is complete. You may leave at any time. Matters of the divine hall must not be divulged to outsiders." After saying this, the scene around the man dissipated like a bubble, the lush peach blossom forest appearing as an illusion. Once the peach forest completely vanished, a towering sacred palace emerged. The peach blossom sword god transformed into a ray of red light, flying into one of the 7 palaces at the very top. I was left standing alone, with a branch blooming with peach flowers scattered on the ground. I stood there in a daze for a moment before thoughtfully picking up the peach branch from the ground. "Gu Qingshan, what are you doing? Stop provoking an evil god, you're asking for death." Seeing me raise my sword, the principal looked anxious and shouted in my direction, trying to dissuade me. He couldn't understand why I, usually gentle and modest, was making such strange moves today. Next to the principal, Luo Tianheng's eyes once again flashed with killing intent. In his view, my actions could very well lead to the demise of everyone at Jianqing Middle School alongside me. "What is that thing in the sky? It feels awful. I feel like there are ants crawling all over me." Some students cried out in pain, "Gu Qingshan, you disaster. Woo, mommy, I don't want to die." Amidst the continuous wails in Jianqing Middle School, the evil god in the sky let out a sinister laugh, and the giant head made of human skulls accelerated, preparing to strike me with a heavy punch. In the next moment, I moved forward a step, and with that step, it felt as if all of heaven and earth had frozen for an instant. I wore a faint smile on my face, thinking to myself that I, Gu Qingshan, wielded a sword that could make all gods and demons bow. Holding the peach blossom branch, I thrust it fiercely towards the sky. The already hideous face of the evil god suddenly contorted, and before it could react, I shouted, "Spufja, eat this flying life." The terrifying waters of the yellow spring surged towards him, completely crushing the evil god. And it surged forward, swallowing the entire sky along with the evil god's hoarse screams. Suspended in midair, I still held the peach blossom branch pointing at the sky, wearing a faint smile. In an instant, the dark clouds in the sky shattered like black cloth, and beams of sunlight broke free from the clouds. The light poured down on me, enveloped in golden radiance. I felt like a supreme deity. Many students finally came to their senses, exclaiming, "Oh my god, this is too cool. This is like the legendary contract C. I'd believe you if you said this was the martial god of Great Xia." Amidst the students' incessant exclamations of awe, Luo Tianheng finally regained his senses, his eyes filled with a heavy shade of disbelief. That blood moon just now, and the blood sea formed by its murderous intent, as a high school student who has just entered the Sea of Tears, it was astonishing to witness such a multitude of celestial phenomena. How is this possible? At this moment, Luo Tianheng was utterly convinced that there were no powerful figures in Guangling breaking through to the martial god realm, despite the overwhelming improbabilities. But to successfully comprehend the Tao and connect with the seed? It was me, a mere boy with only the Qi-Si strength. Using the Qi-Si strength to slay the soul of a high-ranking evil god sounds impossible, but Luo Tianheng knew it was not beyond reach. When a seed breaks through the soil, it can unleash its power 100 or 1,000 times. And when a martial artist comprehends the Tao domain, at the moment the seed breaks through and sprouts, they can unleash powers that are tens of thousands or even millions of times their own. This is the power of touching the divine domain. In the thousands of years of history of the Great Xia nation, how many ruling emperors have spent decades or even centuries, only to stumble on the road to comprehension, stopping short of the divine realm? The arrow I just unleashed could create such terrifying celestial phenomena. Without a doubt, it is the ultimate path among countless Tao. The principal looked thoughtfully at the path in midair and nodded slightly, recognizing the pure and terrifying killing intent required to cultivate such a Tao. There must be mountains of corpses piled up behind this, which is something a student at the Qi-Si realm could never achieve. There can only be one possibility. What possibility? Luo Tianheng asked anxiously. The legendary divine-level blessing. The principal's eyes glinted brightly as he slowly uttered a few words. Unable to contain his smile any longer, he thought, "Gu Qingcheng, you are no ordinary prodigy, you are clearly the unparalleled talent of humanity's future. An SS-level blessed prodigy, a peerless talent who has received divine-level blessings. Surely this year, Jianqin Middle School's ranking among high schools in the Great Xia nation will rise dramatically. Divine-level blessings." Luo Tianheng's pupils widened, the anger he felt earlier completely dissipated, and he only felt a bit dazed. Divine blessings, he had only heard this term in high-level meetings. This blessing, which had only appeared in legends, had inexplicably not been seen in the Great Xia for thousands of years. Divine-level souls cannot be bound by the seeds of evil souls. They wander freely through heaven and earth, just like the remnants of evil gods. Only those with top-tier comprehension and untainted minds have the slightest chance of receiving divine blessings. How could a boy at the Qi-Si realm possibly think of this? Luo Tianheng sighed, a look of sorrow etched on his face. It seemed that my previous actions had already created enmity with this boy. I needed to find a way to mend our relationship. Even if I couldn't reconcile with this boy, I at least couldn't afford to turn him into an enemy. Being the chief executive of Guangling City, having navigated the political landscape of Great Xia for many years, he knew well how to treat a true prodigy. At this moment, I remained suspended in midair, my eyes tightly shut. After unleashing that sword strike, I felt as if all the laws of misfortune in the world had submitted at my feet. All things returned to unity, transforming into a crimson seed that merged into my Qi-Si. The originally blue Qi-Si was instantly dyed into a vast expanse of red as the Dao absorption completed. The system's voice sounded in my ear. The rewards for the Peach Blossom Sword God trial have been distributed. The Divine Hall has been officially bound. The next random selection for the Divine Trial will be in 12 hours. I harnessed the remaining Dao to walk through the air, slowly descending from above. As he fell, his gaze swept across the playground, and he was unconsciously drawn to that stunningly beautiful face. Luo Yuli lay quietly beside the tomb of the heroic souls, still breathtakingly beautiful even in her unconscious state, like a delicate porcelain doll, exuding a sense of coldness all over. He sighed inwardly, realizing that he had indeed forcefully kissed this school beauty, whose martial arts talent was as monstrous as a demon, during the ceremony of the heroic soul's blessing. Everything felt like a dream. The thought of having to give this school beauty a reasonable explanation later gave him a headache. He couldn't just say it was the system's requirement, could he? As Gu Qingchen's mind was in turmoil, he suddenly felt as if a transparent cloth had been draped over his eyes. Immediately after, he felt the world before him spinning, and the scene became increasingly blurred. It was over. His mental energy seemed to be a bit overdrawn. The consciousness in his mind rapidly dissipated, and Gu Qingchen fell beside the tomb of the heroic souls like a bird with broken wings, crashing down with a thud. Seeing this, The principal felt a tightening in his chest and hurried over to check. After thoroughly examining Gu Qingchen from head to toe, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. His life force is robust, he doesn't seem to be in any trouble. He must have fainted from overextending his mental energy while comprehending the Tao rhythm. The boy who collapsed on the playground was enveloped in a Tao rhythm composed of killing intent, still exuding a terrifying aura. Upon confirming that Gu Qingchen was fine, Luo Tianheng couldn't help but gasp. I don't know how he managed to hold on. With such a massive top-tier Tao rhythm, anyone else would have exploded and died long ago. Luo Tianheng waved his hand behind him and instructed, Secretary Fu, take him to the first martial arts hospital of Guangling for recovery and give him a full checkup. Just report my name. The first martial arts hospital of Guangling was the best hospital in Guangling City, and the costs were extremely high. Moreover, having money alone wasn't enough. To enter this top-notch medical facility, one needed solid connections. Understood. Secretary Fu nodded, extending a cloud of energy to gently lift Gu Qingchen from the ground, preparing to leave. At that moment, Luo Tianheng's eyes suddenly brightened. His peripheral vision caught sight of Luo Yuli, who was also unconscious nearby. He frowned slightly, then suddenly realized and slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten this? The conflict between him and this Gu boy originated from the fact that he had publicly kissed his daughter. Although he had a poor impression of himself, he must like his daughter, Luo Yuli. Otherwise, how could he have done such a ridiculous thing in front of him, the principal, and the entire school? With this thought, Luo Tianheng's brow furrowed again. No, if this Gu boy only liked Yuli, logically, he should have at least confessed publicly first. Such a direct kiss would only provoke his daughter's disgust. Could it be that his daughter and this Gu boy were already in that kind of relationship? With this thought, he glanced again at Gu Qingchen beside him. The boy lay quietly on the cloud of energy, with sharp eyes and star-like brows, strikingly handsome to an excessive degree. He increasingly felt that his guess was correct. Wait, Secretary Fu, take Yuli along for a checkup as well. Luo Tianheng cleared his throat twice and said to Secretary Fu, who was about to leave, Governor, I just checked. Miss Luo is only temporarily unconscious due to excessive emotional fluctuations causing a disturbance in her energy channels. There's no need to go to the hospital. Secretary Fu explained seriously. Luo Tianheng coughed again and said sternly, if I tell you to take her, then take her. Why so much nonsense? By the way, remember to place the two of them in a separate ward, the kind with adjacent beds. Secretary Fu was taken aback, as if he had just realized something. He glanced at Gu Qingchen in his hands, seeming to understand something, and nodded knowingly. Two clouds of energy, soft as cocoons, gently enveloped their bodies and rushed towards the first martial arts hospital of Guangling. In the Great Xia Kingdom, Longdu, inside a knife training room, a man wearing a scarlet mask sat on the floor, holding a rust-red long knife with both hands, his posture almost reverent. The man's eyes were tightly closed, and the surrounding killing intent was so thick it seemed to drip blood. Yet, amidst this intense killing intent, the man always felt as if something was missing. Time flew by, and after a while, the man slowly stood up from the ground, shaking his head as if somewhat disappointed. As the head of the Demon Judgment Court, his knife skills had long reached an extraordinary level. Over the years, the corpses of evil beings that had died at his hands could pile up into a great mountain. Yet even so, he still could not grasp the path of killing he yearned for. Is it wrong to prove the path through killing? I can't comprehend any of the Tao rhythm at all. The man furrowed his brows, muttering to himself in confusion. Because he could not grasp the Tao rhythm, he had been stuck at the peak of the Emperor's realm for a full 10 years. Just as he relaxed his body, planning to eat and prepare for the next round of enlightenment, the rust-red long knife in his hand suddenly trembled slightly, as if it were afraid of something. Immediately after, a blood-red moon slowly rose in the sky. The crimson moonlight fell, spreading an incredibly pure killing intent in the air, chilling to the bone. At the moment the blood moon rose, the man's body trembled slightly in fear, cold sweat pouring down his back like a waterfall. Yet his eyes shone with unprecedented excitement and exhilaration. What a strong killing intent! It's the rhythm of slaughter. Isn't this the path of killing he had longed for? The man gripped the rust-red blade, trembling as he slashed it through the air. The surrounding space immediately began to violently ripple, tearing open a spatial rift. S-class blessing, spatial transfer. Just as half of the man's body had entered the spatial rift, his body suddenly came to a halt. In his perception, the killing aura from Guangling City had inexplicably vanished. The expression on the man's face changed repeatedly, seeming hesitant, but in the end, he withdrew from the spatial rift. He possessed the extremely rare S-class blessing, spatial transfer, which allowed him to open a spatial rift for teleportation within the entire blue star planet. This was his guarantee as the head of the Demon Judgment Court to quickly reach the scene of an incident. Unfortunately, this blessing had a cooldown time of 1 day. If there were other major emergencies in the Great Xia Kingdom today, and he could not arrive on site in time to handle them, it would be troublesome. He feared those evil beings would lure him away. The man pondered for a moment, took out his phone, and dialed a number. "Hello, please give a heads up to the governor of Guangling City. I'll be inspecting Guangling City tomorrow, and by the way, find out if there are any newly promoted martial gods in Guangling City. If there are, no matter the cost, you must help me secure a chance to meet him." Guangling City. Inside the first martial arts hospital, room 504, the clash between the elements has calmed down, and all bodily indicators are very healthy. Stay for observation this afternoon, and if there are no other issues, you can be discharged tonight. Okay, thank you, doctor. Sitting on the hospital bed, Luo Yuli nodded in response. After sending the doctor away, Luo Yuli furrowed her delicate brows, rubbing her slightly aching temples. Just as she was about to recall why she was in the hospital, the door to the hospital room opened again, and a graceful figure rushed in, giving Luo Yuli a tight bear hug. "Whoa, Yuli, you finally woke up. I was so worried when I saw you faint on stage." Hearing the familiar voice, Luo Yuli's tense body suddenly relaxed. "Xiaoya, how did you get here?" "What do you mean? As your only good friend, how could I not come to see you when you're in the hospital?" Xiaoya released Luo Yuli and gently flicked her delicate nose with her finger. "So, tell me, what's going on between you and Gu Qingchen? When did you two get together? You little girl actually dared to hide it from me." "Gu Qingchen?" Luo Yuli covered her nose and momentarily froze, memories from before she fainted flooding her mind. Recalling that rough kiss, a faint blush suddenly appeared on Luo Yuli's originally pale cheeks. Seeing her best friend's strange expression, Xiaoya's eyes widened. "No way? My dear, don't tell me you and he have nothing going on." Now the whole school knows what happened at the blessing ceremony. If this gets out, our Jianxin High School's Luo de Xiaohua's reputation will be ruined. That Gu Qingchen is too despicable, doing such a thing to you in public. Xiaoya muttered indignantly. "It's fine, I don't blame him. He has helped me a lot in the past, and I'm very grateful to him. This time, he must have had his reasons." Luo Yuli shook her head, blushing as she softly retorted. "Helped you a lot? Even if he saved your life before, he shouldn't have done something like that." But just as Xiaoya was seriously analyzing, she suddenly turned cheerful. "But Gu Qingchen is indeed quite handsome, and that sword move he did today was just so cool. Thinking about it this way, I feel like it's not unacceptable. How about you just give in to him, Yuli, hee. By the way, let me show you something I secretly recorded." The principal has now completely sealed off the news about this incident. This is an exclusive video. Saying this, the talkative Xiaoya took out a tablet and placed it in front of Luo Yuli, opening a video to play. It was a shaky video recorded on a phone. In the trembling images, a boy could be seen protecting a girl behind him, holding a peach blossom branch, followed by a screen full of extraordinary phenomena. When Luo Yuli saw the scene in the video where the boy protected the girl, her beautiful eyes trembled slightly. As the boy swung his sword, everything in the world seemed to fall silent. The twisted filth in the sky exploded, and brilliant sunlight poured down on the boy, dazzling and eye-catching. "So, how about it, Xiaoyu? Isn't Gu Qingchen handsome?" "You don't know, almost all the girls in the school are his little fans." Xiaoya excitedly turned off the video and turned around, only to find Luo Yuli still staring blankly at the screen, looking lost in thought. She sighed helplessly. In her impression, due to her stunning looks and martial arts talent, Luo Yuli had countless admirers. Among them were even scions from prestigious families in Longdu, but Luo Yuli had always maintained a cold demeanor towards outsiders. Regardless of the suitors, she had politely declined all of them over the years. Xiaoya had never seen Luo Yuli like this before. She really didn't know what kind of spell that guy Gu Qingchen had cast on Luo Xiaohua. Thud. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed in the hospital room. Immediately after, a questioning male voice followed. "Hiss, my head. It hurts so much. Where am I?" Xiaoya and Luo Yuli both froze. Was there someone else in this hospital room? The next second, the white curtain beside them was pulled back, revealing another hospital bed in the room. A somewhat haggard yet handsome face was exposed to the sunlight. Just waking up, Gu Qingchen pressed his aching head, looking around in confusion until his gaze collided with Luo Yuli's. Both of them froze simultaneously. Xiaoya quietly stepped aside, a faint smile on her face, looking like a bystander enjoying the show. A hint of awkwardness spread through the air. Faced with Luo Yuli's crystal-clear eyes, Gu Qingchen felt a turmoil in his heart. Among countless questions, one crucial question emerged. How was he supposed to explain to Luo Yuli now? As a man, he he had to take responsibility for what he had done to this girl. Moreover, Gu Qingchen already had a good impression of Luo Yuli. Not only was she renowned for her stunning looks, but her personality was also soft and sweet. She would even blush when talking to him. Gu Qingchen had never understood why such a gentle girl was labeled as aloof by their classmates. Previously, the distance between them was too great, and Gu Qingchen could only suppress his feelings deep inside. But now it was different. With the awakening of the Divine Hall, Gu Qingchen was confident he could overcome any obstacles. Finally, he clenched his fist, as if making a certain decision, and spoke, Luo classmate, about what happened before, let me explain. But before Gu Qingchen could finish his sentence, I have something to do tonight, I'll leave first. Gu classmate, take care of your health. Luo Yuli's tone was a bit flustered, and the blush on her cheeks had spread to her ears. In a flurry, she got off the sickbed and dragged Xiaya away in a hurry. What does this mean? Watching the two retreating figures, Gu Qingchen scratched his head, feeling a bit bewildered. Forget it, they were in the same class. There would be plenty of opportunities to clarify things later, so Gu Qingchen didn't dwell on it too much. Feeling the lingering throbbing in his head, he fell asleep again on the sickbed. He didn't know how long it had been, but when Gu Qingchen woke up again, the sky had darkened. Confirming that his body was fine, Gu Qingchen completed the discharge procedures and headed home. The hospital was not far from Gu Qingchen's house. After crossing 4 streets, he arrived at a rundown apartment complex. Upon returning home, just as Gu Qingchen took out his keys to open the door, a green wine bottle came crashing down towards his head. Bang! Glass shards exploded like raindrops from the wall above, showering Gu Qingchen. Who dares to offend me in Daxia? Do you think I can't drown you? In the living room, a disheveled drunkard lay on the floor, his thick beard and long hair covering his eyes, with some parts even matted with dirt. If seen on the street, he would completely resemble a homeless man. At that moment, he was pouring a bottle of liquor into his mouth, making gurgling sounds. This was Gu Qingchen's father, Gu Outyan. Ever since Gu Qingchen's mother died on the battlefield, he had become a slave to alcohol. Every day he was either completely drunk or on the verge of getting drunk. Even the family's monthly living expenses relied solely on his deceased mother's pension and Gu Outyan's veteran benefits. Looking at the shards of glass scattered on the floor, Gu Qingchen skillfully picked up a nearby tool and began to clean up. Dad, didn't I tell you to drink less? How did you end up like this again? Gu Qingchen brushed the debris off his head and patiently cleaned the glass shards from the floor. Linger, my Linger, I miss you. Hick, so much. Woo woo woo. Zzz. Drunk, Gu Outyan lay on the floor, mumbling incoherently, and soon fell into a snore. Gu Qingchen sighed and habitually helped his dad lie down on the sofa in the living room, wiped his face, and then covered him with a blanket. Brother, is Dad asleep? He's already asleep, you can come out now. Who? A strikingly beautiful girl let out a long breath, peeking her delicate little head out from the bedroom. This was Gu Qingchen's younger sister, 2 years younger than him, currently a freshman at Jianxin High School. However, compared to Gu Qingchen, Gu Xiaoyu's martial arts talent could be considered astonishing. By the time she graduated from middle school, Gu Xiaoyu had already completed body tempering and reached the first level of Qi Si realm. Now, she had even climbed to the 4th rank of Qi Si realm. I don't know what got into Dad today, he came back and smashed things in the house, it scared me to death. Gu Xiaoyu complained to her brother. After all these years, you should be used to it by now. Gu Qingchen patted his sister's head, but was immediately swatted away by Gu Xiaoyu. Gu Qingchen, I told you not to touch my head, I won't grow taller. Gu Xiaoyu made a face, looking like a feisty little cat. You're still worried about not growing taller? Gu Qingchen stared at Gu Xiaoyu's long legs in disbelief. She was only a freshman, yet she was already just a head shorter than his 185 centimeters. Her tall figure paired with her pure face made her a perfect beauty. Although her upper body still seemed a bit immature, her potential for development was undeniable. By the way, brother, how was your blessing level today? Did you get AB grade? Gu Qingchen was puzzled. All the students in the senior year should have seen him slay the evil god with a single sword, so why was Gu Xiaoyu, in the same school, unaware? But he shook his head and replied, no, I failed the blessing. He clearly remembered the words left to him by the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal before leaving the Divine Hall. The matters of the Divine Hall must not be spoken of to outsiders. Sigh, some people just don't have martial arts talent, and now they can't even get a blessing. Looks like I'll have to rely on my sister from now on. Seeing her brother in a slump, Gu Xiaoyu decisively chose to mock him, but she carefully observed Gu Qingchen's expression, as if afraid he would show signs of disappointment. Then will you rely on me? Gu Qingchen smiled and leaned closer to his sister. Gu Xiaoyu was taken aback, seemingly not expecting her brother's reaction to be like this. Oh, you're so thick-skinned, if you want to rely on me, then go ahead, I never said you couldn't. Gu Xiaoyu dodged her brother's gaze, pouting angrily. Suddenly, as if remembering something, her eyes lit up as she stared at Gu Qingchen. By the way, brother, there's something else I want to ask you. Gu Xiaoyu suddenly became mischievous, wrapping an arm around Gu Qingchen's neck and giggling. I heard you forcefully kissed the school beauty Luo at the blessing ceremony this morning, is it true? If it's true, that would be so cool. Gu Xiaoyu clenched her little fists in excitement. Get lost, what's so cool about it? You're just a kid, what do you know? Remembering the scene from this morning, Gu Qingchen's face turned red, and he directly kicked Gu Xiaoyu into her room with a swift move. Brother, go for it. If Luo School Beauty really becomes my sister-in-law, I'll be so popular at school. Hee, I believe in you, you can definitely win over Luo School Beauty. Bang! The response was the heavy sound of Gu Qingchen closing the door. This little girl, day by day, not working hard on her cultivation, but eagerly gossiping more than anyone else. Gu Qingchen rubbed his forehead helplessly. After grabbing something to eat from the fridge, Gu Qingchen also closed his room door. In the living room, only Gu Outyan lay messily on the sofa. But just a while after the two returned to their rooms, the snoring in the living room suddenly stopped. A golden light silently enveloped the entire living room. Gu Outyan, who had been dozing, opened his eyes, his pupils shimmering with a sacred golden glow, no longer showing any signs of intoxication. He sat up from the sofa, staring at Gu Qingchen's bedroom, his eyes filled with lingering shock. This child Qingchen has truly gained the favor of the ancient deities. After the shock, a look of relief appeared on his face. As expected, my thoughts were correct. Only those who grow in adversity are the strongest. It seems that the plan to have him directly inherit the family business will have to be postponed. I need to be more careful in the future to avoid revealing any flaws. By the way, I need to make a trip to the Great Xia royal family tomorrow to elevate Qingchen's hidden identity level to the highest. To comprehend the ultimate Dao rhyme at 18, I can already guess the expressions of those three old bastards tomorrow. I really look forward to it. A mischievous smile flashed across Gu Outyan's face. Back in the bedroom, Gu Qingchen had just lain back down when his phone buzzed incessantly. It was a call from the principal. Xiao Gu, have you been discharged from the hospital? How are you feeling? Thank you for your concern, principal. I'm fine now. That's good to hear. You are now the hidden prodigy of Guangling City. If anything were to happen to you, I couldn't bear the responsibility. You're exaggerating, principal. I'm just an ordinary student, Gu Qingchen humbly replied. Come on, what ordinary student comprehends Dao rhyme at the Sea Realm? The principal laughed and scolded, then continued, by the way, Xiao Gu, tomorrow at noon, the head of the Demon Judgment Office will come to Guangling City for an inspection. The head of the Demon Judgment Office? Gu Qingchen was taken aback for a moment, then a look of surprise crossed his face. How could such a big shot come to a small place like Guangling? In the Great Xia, strength is paramount, and strength corresponds to the hierarchy of the Great Xia's governing system. District Governor, City Governor, Provincial Governor, 12 Land Generals, 7 Great Xia Emperors, 4 Martial Gods. Strength and power progress in layers. The Demon Judgment Office operates independently of the government system, responsible for addressing the invasion of demons from outside Blue Star. Due to its special nature, the Demon Judgment Office can even override certain laws of the Great Xia, enjoying the right to act first and report later. The 4 martial gods are rarely seen, and the actual power of the Great Xia is usually held by the council composed of the 7 emperors. The head of the Demon Judgment Office, on the other hand, possesses terrifying cultivation at the peak of the emperor's realm, with a status comparable to that of the 7 emperors. That really is a big shot, but what does it have to do with me? Gu Qingchen thought, puzzled. Of course, it has to do with you. The principal's previously relaxed tone suddenly became serious. This big shot is coming incognito. He has booked the entire Inghua building and plans to personally host a banquet for you tomorrow at noon. If you can gain the favor of this big shot, your future martial arts cultivation will be smooth sailing. The head of the Demon Judgment Office wants to see me? Gu Qingchen frowned slightly. In his view, the principal and Governor Luo would surely suppress the matter of him comprehending Dao rhyme and slaying the evil god yesterday. No matter how one looked at it, successfully comprehending Dao rhyme at 18 was simply too astonishing. Today, Gu Xiaoyu only knew that she had forcefully kissed Luo Yuli, unaware that he had slain the evil god with a single sword. This was a clear indication of that. So why would the head specifically request to see him? Just as Gu Qingchen was deep in thought, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in his ear. The Divine Hall's cooling has been completed, and a connection is being established. The next trial has automatically begun, guiding the Hall Master into the Divine Hall. A red light slowly expanded before Gu Qingchen, gradually filling his entire field of vision. Gu Qingchen immediately collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. Only the urgent hello, hello from the principal on his phone remained. When he opened his eyes again, everything was engulfed in a scarlet hue. The sky was overcast, and the ground was painted with blood. The air was thick with the stench of blood, various colors of blood splattered like paint across the uneven ground, and countless dismembered limbs lay scattered around him. Matching the hall master with a deity. Matching complete. Silver Dragon Spear God Zhao Zilong. The trial and rewards are personally issued by the deity. Zhao Zilong? The deity this time is Zhao Yun? Gu Qingchen felt a surge of joy. As a transmigrator, Gu Qingchen naturally knew how formidable Zhao Yun was in history. A red light group flew out from the distant heroic spirit hall, transforming into a humanoid figure, standing steadily before Gu Qingchen. The man had a noble appearance, handsome and imposing, clad in a majestic silver armor that shimmered in the dim light. But what shocked Gu Qingchen the most was the long spear in the man's hand. The spear was incredibly sharp with intricate patterns carved on it resembling runes, like writhing silver dragons. With every swing, one could faintly hear the terrifying roar of a dragon. The moment the man drew the spear, Gu Qingchen felt his soul tremble. Zilong greets the hall master. Zhao Yun knelt on one knee, performing a cupped fist salute. At the moment the man knelt, Gu Qingchen felt as if an invisible mountain pressed down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. There is no need for such formalities, General. Gu Qingchen forced out an awkward smile, though his knees were trembling uncontrollably. Sensing Gu Qingchen's discomfort, Zhao Zilong quickly sheathed the spear. The instant the spear disappeared, Gu Qingchen felt the pressure lift suddenly. He plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. He felt a lingering fear. This spear contained great terror. Just being in the same space as it made him feel this way. If it were used in battle, Gu Qingchen dared not imagine. A spatial collapse? That would probably be a mild consequence. Could this long spear be the reward for this trial? Gu Qingchen's gaze instantly became fervent. General Zhao, what trial have you prepared for me this time? Gu Qingchen asked impatiently. Hallmaster, please remain calm. You cannot proceed with the trial yet. Zhao Zilong replied in a calm tone. Oh, why is that? Gu Qingchen asked, puzzled. The hall master's physique is weak, and the foundation of your cultivation was destroyed in childhood. If you forcefully proceed with the trial, you will surely explode and die. Did the hall master suffer a serious injury in childhood? Zhao Yun's words suddenly pulled Gu Qingchen into memories. Back in the day, he was also one of the top talents. By the time he entered middle school, he was already at the 8th stage of body refinement. But one day, on his way home from school, he heard cries for help coming from an alley, where several individuals in strange clothing were assaulting a girl. They attempted to drag the girl into a van by the roadside. Her head was already in a sack, with only her lower body still struggling. He recognized the insignia on their clothing from television. It belonged to a cult that forcibly abducted girls as sacrifices. He intervened and saved the girl from the cultists. Outnumbered, he was beaten until he coughed up blood and fell into a coma. When he woke up again, he was already in the hospital. Although he survived by a stroke of luck, his cultivation level became extremely difficult to advance after that. It took Gu Qingchen a full 6 years to progress from the 8th stage of body refinement to the 1st stage of Qi. There is no way to doubt that something is wrong with one's body. General Zhao, do you mean? A flicker of excitement flashed in Gu Qingchen's eyes. The Lord can be here, using soul as blood and spirit as flesh, to reshape the meridians. Zhao Zilong smiled slightly, his right hand suddenly gripping the air. In an instant, countless howls filled this blood-red world. One massive monster after another rose from the ground. The monsters were nearly 3 meters tall, each with a different form. There were humanoid figures with crooked mouths and eyes, serpentine shapes twisted like intestines, and some that Gu Qingchen couldn't even begin to describe. They were simply too disgusting and bizarre. The only similarity was the same round wounds on their bodies, marks of being pierced by sharp objects. All were killed in a single blow. These are the souls of the evil spirits I killed in ancient times, still retaining a lot of ancient spiritual energy, perfect for the Lord to refine blood and flesh meridians. Zhao Zilong spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange Buddha statue with huge tentacles on its head came crashing down towards Gu Qingchen. Gu Qingchen did not dare to be negligent, and a peach blossom branch appeared in his hand. In that moment, as the peach blossom branch was in his grasp, Gu Qingchen felt as if he merged with the blood energy of this world, transforming into a sea of blood. His eyes were also dyed red with killing intent. With a single sword strike, the sea of blood formed from his killing intent instantly turned the monster before him into a puddle of black sludge. Before Gu Qingchen could react, he saw a wisp of illusory blood energy emerge from the monster's body. Like an arrow, it fiercely drilled into his own body. Immediately, a warm current wrapped around him, making him feel as if he was being cleansed by a hot spring. Then, his breath began to rise steadily. My meridians are really growing stronger. Not only that, my martial arts realm is also improving. A look of surprise flashed across Gu Qingchen's face again. At this moment, he looked at the large number of strange monsters before him, and his mindset had changed slightly. Kill! Gu Qingchen shouted loudly, carrying endless killing intent, and charged into the group of monsters. The sky was filled with the mingling of blood and flesh. In Longdu, at the training ground of the top prestigious Yin family, a young man, as sturdy as a small mountain, was lifting a huge iron block with his bare hands. The young man was wearing a school uniform, with the words Longdu University particularly prominent on his chest. In addition, there were 3 stars shining above the words Longdu University. Longdu University is one of the best schools in the Daxia Kingdom, on par with Moda University. The 3 stars also represent the identity of a student council member of Longdu University. Report, young master, there is news from Miss Luo. Speak. Upon hearing the name Miss Luo, the noise in the training ground came to an abrupt halt. The young man's eyes suddenly widened, staring at the old man before him, his eyes bursting with a crazed light. Miss Luo, at today's blessing ceremony, successfully received the SS level Imperial level spirit blessing, just like you, young master. Upon hearing this news, the young man was first taken aback, and a few seconds later, he burst into hearty laughter. Ha! SS level blessing, good. No wonder she could make me Yen Mingdang chase her for 3 whole years. Old Huang, bring me the Qi Yen sword that my father spent 100 million Daxia coins to collect a few days ago. Set off immediately. I want to personally give my Yuli this great gift to celebrate. A hint of anticipation appeared in Yen Mingdang's eyes. At this moment, he wished he could fly directly from Longdu to Guangling. Upon hearing this, old Huang's murky pupils trembled violently, and his back was instantly drenched in sweat. The Qi Yen sword was a divine weapon that the head of the Yen family had exchanged 100 million Huaxia coins for. Although it wouldn't shake the foundation of the entire Yen family, it would definitely be considered a significant loss. If it were really given to the young master as a gift, the old master would surely fly into a rage. Young master, the Crimson Flame Sword is one of the most satisfying collectibles of the master over the years. Why don't we exchange it? Before he could finish, Yen Mingdang rudely interrupted him. Exchange what? What's wrong with his son using his things to chase a girl? Moreover, apart from training, I haven't really used the family's resources in these years. That old biting should have given me gold coins long ago. Yen Mingdang looked as if it was only natural. Huang Lao wiped the sweat from his face, his expression somewhat hesitant. By the way, young master, there's something regarding Miss Luo that I'm not sure if I should mention. Speak. Yuli's matters are my matters. Yen Mingdang waved his hand grandly, a smile on his face. Miss Luo was forcibly kissed by a student at the Qi Si realm right after receiving her blessing. Okay. Wait, what did you say? Yen Mingdang's burly body suddenly stiffened, his smile freezing on his face. The goddess he had pursued for so many years was forcibly kissed? After working so hard for so many years, the goddess hadn't even properly spoken to him. After a few seconds of silence, damn! Yen Mingdang's muscles bulged like small mountains, and his fists slammed heavily into the ground. Boom! In an instant, smoke filled the air. 2 3-meter deep pits appeared on the ground. At that moment, Yen Mingdang's eyes seemed to lose their luster, his face darkening to a purple hue as he gritted his teeth and said, "Send me all the information about that incident to my phone by today. Also, buy me the earliest flight to Guangling tomorrow." Guangling City, Luo family. In the bedroom, Luo Yuli wore a purple nightgown, her delicate feet touching the cold floor. Her nearly perfect figure was fully visible. At this moment, her exquisite brows were slightly furrowed. Surrounding her were shimmering lights of various colors, dazzling and brilliant. 5 colors of light slowly rotated around Luo Yuli. SS level blessing, mastery of the primordial elements. The so-called primordial elements are the 5 elements that give rise to all things. Mastery of the primordial elements means the ability to manipulate the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It is known that elemental blessings are already rare, with almost all elemental blessings being at level A or even S. Yet, Luo Yuli received a blessing that allows her to control all 5 elements simultaneously. And this is not even the most terrifying aspect of this SS level blessing. The 5 elements generate and restrain each other, and mastering all 5 primordial elements simultaneously means that as long as she can grow smoothly, she will have no weaknesses. Moreover, she will be able to easily perceive all the flaws of her enemies, finally able to control all 5 elements at once. It was so difficult to control when she first received the blessing. Recalling the scene at the blessing ceremony, a blush crept onto Luo Yuli's face again. That soft touch was still fresh in her memory. Luo Yuli, what are you thinking? She suddenly threw herself onto the bed, covering her flushed face with the blanket, her feet flailing on the bed like a little girl. In her mind, memories kept swirling and rolling. In today's video, that boy stood firmly in front of her. His figure overlapped with that of the boy from a few years ago in the alley. Luo Yuli didn't even know why she had fled in panic today, and why she always felt too shy to speak whenever she faced him. Luo Yuli, you're about to graduate, you can't keep avoiding it. So many years have passed, you've become very strong, and now you can protect him. She clenched her small fists, a hint of determination showing in her exquisite features. Just as Luo Yuli was cheering herself on, the door to the bedroom was suddenly knocked on. Immediately, Luo Tianheng's voice came from outside. Yuli, the director of the Evil Demon Tribunal will come to Guangling for an inspection tomorrow. You can accompany me and ask him for some guidance on your martial arts training. I won't go. Upon hearing Luo Tianheng's voice, Luo Yuli's tone suddenly turned cold. Not going? Luo Tianheng sighed, his tone regretful. The director specifically invited Gu from your class. I thought you two had a good relationship. After a few seconds of silence, time and place, the voice in the bedroom remained cold but now had a hint of urgency. Tomorrow at noon, Yingyue Tower. After saying this, Luo Tianheng left with a smile. A few hours ago, he received news that the director of the Evil Demon Tribunal had a last-minute issue. His arrival in Guangling would be delayed by an hour, meaning he would arrive at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. However, he notified Luo Yuli and the principal at exactly 12 o'clock. This move of his was quite clever. Divine Hall. Countless blurred flesh and blood were scattered across this land, emitting an unbearable stench. The severed limbs of monsters were everywhere. Gu Qingchen was covered in blood, his body exhausted, yet his eyes revealed an unprecedented excitement. In the battle with the monsters, he could clearly feel his body continuously recovering. His cultivation was also increasing at a rapid pace. The concentration of spiritual energy in ancient times is indeed vastly different from now. Gu Qingchen couldn't help but exclaim. These twisted monsters were merely a wisp of soul, and the remaining spiritual energy of heaven and earth had been diluted over tens of thousands of years. But even so, the spiritual energy on these monsters far exceeded Gu Qingchen's imagination. He had slain more than 10 monsters here, and at this moment, he was feeling somewhat uncomfortable from the overflowing spiritual energy. It felt like he had reached a bottleneck. Could it be that he was about to break through to the warrior realm? But he had only just recently broken through to the Qi-Si realm. Wasn't this cultivation speed a bit too outrageous? Gu Qingchen felt a bit dazed. Outside the Divine Hall, the battle was nearing its end. When Gu Qingchen pierced through the last monster with his sword energy, Zhao Zilong, clad in silver armor, reappeared beside him and clasped his hands. Congratulations, Hall Master, for passing the first level of the Evil Demon Trial. This was only the first level? Gu Qingchen raised an eyebrow. As if sensing Gu Qingchen's confusion, Zhao Zilong explained, the Evil Demon Trial has a total of 3 levels, and each level passed will grant different rewards. When the Hall Master completely clears the first 2 levels and fully restores his meridians, I will open the 3rd level of the Evil Demon Trial for the Hall Master. This will be the true trial. The reward for the first level is the baptism of flesh and blood, refining the body, and the infusion of spiritual energy. As he spoke, Zhao Zilong placed his hand on Gu Qingchen's shoulder, and a silver light immediately enveloped Gu Qingchen. The moment the silver light descended, Gu Qingchen felt all the fatigue in his body vanish without a trace. Not only that, a terrifying energy spread through his limbs. Unlike the red spiritual energy within the monsters, the silver light passing through his body felt cool. Yet, the blood energy within Gu Qingchen was boiling. The Qi-Si, stained red with blood-like aura, spun continuously, and a mighty breath filled every part of his body. Warrior Realm, achieved. After breaking through, the silver light on Gu Qingchen did not dissipate. It continued to circulate within his body. Warrior Realm 1st grade, Warrior Realm 2nd grade, Warrior Realm 3rd grade, Warrior Realm 9th grade. Gu Qingchen's aura continued to rise steadily. Finally, he forcibly restrained it at the peak of the Warrior Realm. He was only half a step away from transcending the 3 realms. The abundant spiritual energy still surrounded Gu Qingchen. If he wanted to, he could even break through to the extraordinary realm right now. However, Gu Qingchen still suppressed this impulse. After all, breaking through 2 realms in one night. But, am I already at the peak of the martial artist realm? Gu Qingchen felt the abundant spiritual energy within him and began to doubt his life. In just one day, he had gone from entering the Qi-Si realm directly to the peak of the martial artist realm. He was almost able to leap across 2 major realms. The deities in the Divine Hall were truly terrifying. The rewards for the first level are so lavish, I wonder what the 2nd and 3rd levels will offer me. Gu Qingchen gazed in the direction Zhao Zilong had disappeared, his eyes burning with excitement. The trial time has ended. The main hall of the Divine Hall has been opened for the Hall Master, with a cooldown time of 12 hours. After the cooldown ends, the hall master can freely enter and exit the divine hall at will. The system's prompt suddenly sounded. Immediately after, Gu Qingchen felt everything in front of him spinning, a sense of dizziness flooding his brain. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his bedroom. It was already the next morning, and sunlight streamed through the window, scattering across the room. Gu Qingchen stood in front of the mirror, looking himself up and down, then tried to circulate his breath. Strange, there are no bloodstains on my clothes, and I have no wounds from fighting monsters, but my cultivation has indeed reached the peak of the martial artist realm. So, that means, only my consciousness went to the divine hall, and the rewards my consciousness received will directly reflect in the real world. Interesting, it's a bit like playing a game. Gu Qingchen nodded thoughtfully and picked up his phone beside him. He lit up the screen, revealing a sea of red dot notifications. 58 missed calls, all from the principal. Gu Qingchen was taken aback. Right, the director of the Evil Judgment Office had specially come to Guanling to invite him to dinner today. What time was it supposed to be? Gu Qingchen glanced at the top right corner of his phone and breathed a sigh of relief. It was 11 o'clock sharp. His home wasn't too far from the Inghua building. It would take at most 20 minutes to ride there. It seemed he could still make it. Gu Qingchen quickly replied to the principal's message. After washing his face briefly and changing his clothes, he hurried downstairs, finding his old bicycle that he had ridden for 3 years in the bike shed. He pedaled towards the Inghua building. 20 minutes later, a towering building appeared in Gu Qingchen's view. This was a classic ancient daxia architecture, with a decor style that exuded understated luxury. Inghua building was the most luxurious restaurant in Guanling City, well known throughout the entire Luoyang province, and had become a representative restaurant of Guanling City. Of course, its prices were also extremely high. Gu Qingchen had heard somewhere that booking the Inghua building for a day would cost nearly 1,000,000 huaxia coins. Outside the main entrance of Inghua building, countless flashy luxury cars were parked, further highlighting the restaurant's extraordinary status. Gu Qingchen parked his bicycle next to a stretched Rolls-Royce, locked it up, and walked towards the Inghua building. At the main entrance of Inghua building stood 2 female receptionists dressed in black silk kipayos. One of them appeared somewhat inexperienced, with a beautiful face that gave off an air of a refined young lady. The other was more mature, exuding a unique charm in her every move. Seeing Gu Qingchen, who rode a shabby bicycle, both receptionists exchanged glances of curiosity and confusion. This young man looked handsome but seemed no older than a high school student, and he was even riding a bicycle. He didn't seem like someone who would come to dine at Inghua building. "Sir, I'm sorry, but the Inghua building has been fully booked in advance today, and we cannot accommodate other guests." Although they were puzzled in their hearts, they still wore smiles on their faces and apologized to Gu Qingchen. They had seen too many wealthy people. Riding a bicycle didn't signify anything. She had even seen guests dining while riding electric toy cars before. "I was invited here. My name is Gu Qingchen. Could you please verify this, sisters?" Gu Qingchen wore a smile as warm as spring. A hint of suspicion flashed in the mature woman's eyes again. As far as she knew, the entire Inghua building was booked today by a figure of terrifying status. This big shot had specifically invited a mysterious person to the banquet. Even the chief executive of Guanling City was not among those invited by this big shot. How could this possibly relate to a boy who looked like he was still in high school? "All right, please wait a moment." The mature woman slightly furrowed her brows but nodded and walked into the Inghua building to call the manager. During the wait, another slightly inexperienced female receptionist occasionally stole glances at Gu Qingchen, feeling her cheeks warm. This boy was just too handsome, with an air of heroism about him. Could he be the young master of some prestigious family, given that he booked the entire Inghua building? She thought wildly in her mind. After a while, a man in a suit hurriedly walked out of the Inghua building, a smile plastered on his face. "Mr. Gu, hello, I am the manager of Inghua building, you can call me Xiao Chun. You are our esteemed guest today, the main hall is this way, please follow me." Behind him, the mature woman's smile had already begun to distort. This boy, who looked like a high school student, was indeed the esteemed guest invited by that big shot. "Mr. Gu, this is the best spot in Inghua building, please take a seat. If you need anything, feel free to call me, I won't disturb you any longer." Manager Chen bowed at a 90-degree angle and was about to retreat. "Wait, what signature dishes do you have? Just bring me some to start with." Listening to his stomach grumbling since he woke up, Gu Qingchen finally spoke. Since the blessing ceremony yesterday morning, Gu Qingchen had only eaten 2 buns last night. This morning, he had directly broken through from the Qi Si realm to the peak martial artist level. Although the broken mirror consumed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it inevitably required a lot of physical strength. In short, Gu Qingchen now felt as if he was starving. "Mr. Gu, are you sure you want the dishes served now? Manager Chen cautiously leaned down and asked respectfully. Others in Inghua building might not know, but he knew very well the identity of the person who booked the entire building today. That was the head of the evil judgment court, an existence nearly invincible in the Great Xia, second only to the four great martial gods. And the director hadn't arrived yet? This boy actually wanted to dine first? What was this boy's identity? Manager Chen kept guessing in his mind. Hurry up, I'm hungry. Gu Qingchen nodded, his expression somewhat bitter. Soon, exquisite dishes were placed one after another in front of Gu Qingchen. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, and Gu Qingchen couldn't help but swallow, picking up his chopsticks and starting to eat. Just as Gu Qingchen was enjoying his meal, a sudden commotion erupted outside Inghua building. Sir, I'm sorry, but Inghua building has been booked today. No one is allowed inside except for a few distinguished guests. Distinguished guests? Ha! What kind of distinguished guest could be more esteemed than the identity of the young master of the Yin family? Wait, sir, you can't go in. Where are the security guards? Security! The noise grew louder, and about a minute later, a burly man barged into Inghua building, disregarding the obstruction. He had a face full of flesh, but his physique was exceptionally robust, with blocky muscles clearly visible through his clothes. Behind him stood an old man with a head full of white hair and a gaunt face, exuding a terrifying aura. Mr. Yen, you have to believe me, today really won't work. I'm doing this for your own good. Manager Chen was sweating profusely, reaching out to try to block the man's advance. But the man was simply too imposing, and Manager Chen's symbolic obstruction was almost ignored. The man looked around, snorted coldly, Manager Chen, don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble for you today. I'm here to get things done. Once I'm done, I'll naturally leave. If you let me finish my work sooner, I'll leave sooner. As he spoke, the man scanned the entire moonlit pavilion, his energy sinking into his dantian, and he shouted, Gu Qingchen, get the hell out here. The roar turned into waves of sound, enveloping the entire moonlit pavilion. The chandelier above swayed precariously, and the whole building trembled slightly. Who the hell is barking, ruining my appetite? Gu Qingchen, with a piece of dompa pork in his mouth, stood up in confusion and looked down at the imposing man. Oh, so you are Gu Qingchen. Yan Mingding's gaze locked onto Gu Qingchen, a cold smile appearing on his face. Gu Qingchen frowned slightly. He had no recollection of this person. After swallowing the piece of dompa pork, Gu Qingchen spoke indifferently, no. Who do you think you are? Gu Qingchen looked up and down at the two below. The young man exuded a strong aura, seemingly having entered the extraordinary realm for some time, with obvious hostility. The old man behind him had an even more terrifying presence. I am Gu Qingchen. If you have something to say, say it. If not, get lost and don't disturb my meal. Gu Qingchen stared down impatiently. Although he was unfamiliar with the two before him, sensing their hostility, Gu Qingchen naturally wouldn't be polite. Eating? Gu Qingchen, do you know who is standing in front of you? I am Yen Mingdang from one of the top noble families in Longdu. My father is one of the 12 Earth Generals, and I am also a member of the student council at Longdu University. By the way, in case you, a country bumpkin, don't know, let me remind you that Longdu University is one of the best 2 universities in Daxia, and last year's admission line for martial artists was at the first realm. This is probably something a high school student like you, who just entered the Qi Si, wouldn't even dare to dream about. After listing a series of titles, Yan Mingdang provocatively stared at Gu Qingchen, seemingly wanting to see surprise and fear in his eyes. However, Gu Qingchen looked at Yan Mingdang with a look of disdain, spitting out a chicken bone. What does that have to do with me? Yan Mingdang was taken aback, clearly not expecting that after announcing his name, Gu Qingchen would still react this way. Usually, as long as he mentioned his Yin family's name, not to mention in this small guangling, even in the hidden dragon Longdu, he could walk with confidence. He frowned slightly, his tone suddenly becoming serious. I ask you, what did you do at the blessing ceremony yesterday? What did I do at the blessing ceremony? Gu Qingchen was stunned. I forcefully kissed Luo Yuli at the blessing ceremony. Is this person one of Luo Yuli's many pursuers? Is he here to cause me trouble because I kissed Luo Yuli? Gu Qingchen suddenly realized. He had long heard from Xiaya that a young master from a noble family in Longdu had been pestering Luo Yuli for 3 years, like a pesky dog that couldn't be shaken off. It turned out to be him. You are that pesky dog who has been bothering Luo Yuli for 3 years? This sentence seemed to hit Yan Mingdong's soft spot, and his face twisted in an instant. Pesky dog? I'll give you a chance. Take back what you just said, kneel before Yuli and admit your mistake, and I'll pretend yesterday never happened. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this Inghua tower in one piece today. At this moment, Yan Mingdang was filled with a murderous aura, like a powder keg ready to explode. Then I'll give you a chance too. Get out right now, and you can leave in one piece. Gu Qingchen replied calmly. Ha ha ha, give me a chance? With your mere Chi Si realm? Yen Mingdang laughed heartily, as if he had heard the biggest joke. Since I was born, apart from my father, no one has dared to speak to me like this. Dare to lay a hand on my goddess? If I don't break a few of your ribs today, I won't be surnamed Yen. A terrifying light erupted in Yen Mingdang's eyes, and his body began to swell. He, already tall, continued to rise, almost touching the ceiling of Ingue Tower, like a giant Buddha statue. SS level blessing, blood flesh Buddha. Legend has it that this comes from an ancient practitioner who focused on refining the body. He honed his flesh and blood to the extreme, ultimately achieving the blood flesh Buddha. With this blessing, as long as one continues to refine their body, their martial arts realm will increase with the strength of their flesh. The true terror of this SS level blessing lies in the fact that when the Blessed One steps into the martial god realm, their body will instantly become a Buddha, immortal and indestructible, reborn from blood, with a recovery ability that is terrifying. Unless all traces are instantly erased, as long as a trace of flesh and blood remains, the blood-flesh Buddha can allow the Blessed One to be reborn immediately. Yen Mingdang raised his right hand, ready to strike Gu Qingchen. Gu Qingchen calmly picked up a chopstick from the table and infused it with a trace of Tao rhythm. Just as Yen Mingdang was about to strike down, the temperature in Ingue Tower seemed to drop by dozens of degrees. Yen Mingdang's enormous palm was suddenly covered with a thick layer of frost, and in Gu Qingchen's ear, the system's prompt sounded, detected trial-related characters around the Hallmaster, Peach Blossom Sword God prompt, triggered hidden trial, kiss the school beauty Luo Yuli again, reward after completing the trial, heavenly phenomenon. The two, poised for battle, were momentarily stunned. Then, a cold voice came from the entrance of Ingue Tower. Yen Mingdang, what are you doing? Outside the tower, a graceful figure walked in with long legs. Luo Yuli was wearing an ice blue long dress today, as if she had dressed up carefully, resembling a fairy from the heavens. Her features were exquisite and perfect, her skin whiter than snow, like a flawless work of art. Yen Mingdang couldn't help but stare in a daze. However, at this moment, Luo Yuli's brows were deeply furrowed, and her gaze towards him was as cold as a winter's day. Yuli, how did you know I was here? After all these years, this is the first time you've actively sought me out. You really do still have me in your heart. Yen Mingdang came back to his senses, looking at Luo Yuli at the door, suddenly filled with excitement, his smile almost uncontrollable. Come, old Huang, bring out the big gift I prepared for Yuli. Looking at the overjoyed Yen Mingdang, old Huang helplessly nodded and took out a long box from behind him. Opening the box, a bright red sword was displayed inside. As the scarlet flame sword appeared, red flames instantly reflected on the walls, making the air in the space feel a bit scorching. This is a heavenly treasure my father spent 100 million daxia coins to acquire at the Tiandao auction house just 2 days ago. It's perfectly suited for your fire element blessing. Yen Mingdang wore a flattering smile as he presented the scarlet flame sword to Luo Yuli. This is a heavenly treasure? All the staff present in Ingue Tower widened their eyes in shock. The treasure of the heavenly stage is the highest quality treasure in the Great Xia, and due to its scarcity, the total trading volume in the entire Great Xia does not exceed 10 pieces a year. The price is extraordinarily terrifyingly high. Can the rare treasures of the heavenly stage be given away just like that? The two female receptionists at the entrance stared eagerly at the sword in Yen Mingdang's hand, their expressions filled with envy as they looked at Luo Yuli. The price of this sword is enough to buy the entire Ingue Tower. Even Gu Qingchen's eyes revealed a hint of unusual color. Can a person really be such a sycophant? Looking at the fire element heavenly stage sword in front of her, Luo Yuli's eyes flashed with a hint of disgust. Yen Mingdang, I've told you many times not to bother me. How many more times do you want me to repeat it? Saying this, she leaped and landed beside Gu Qingchen, the icy determination in her eyes melting away, replaced by a deep concern in her watery, big eyes. Gu, are you hurt? I'm fine. Gu Qingchen shook his head. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Luo Yuli's tone was filled with apology as she looked at Gu Qingchen's face, her cheeks slightly flushed as she softly said, Gu, please act as my boyfriend for a while. Feeling the warm breath brushing against his ear, Gu Qingchen felt a tingling sensation coursing through him. Acting? 2 question marks popped up over Gu Qingchen's head. Yes, this guy is very clingy, but he happens to be very powerful. For now, I'm not his match, so I need to find a way to make him leave. Please pretend to be my boyfriend and help me send him away, okay? Luo Yuli asked nervously, as if afraid Gu Qingchen would refuse her. Of course, Gu Qingchen agreed decisively. He was still considering what excuse to use to complete the trial, and unexpectedly, the reason came knocking at his door. Gu Qingchen's heart was filled with joy. Seeing Gu Qingchen nod in agreement, Luo Yuli's delicate face turned slightly red. Immediately after, Gu Qingchen felt a small hand slip into his. This small hand was cool and smooth, delicate like jade. Gu Qingchen couldn't help but extend his finger to gently scratch the palm of her hand. Watching Luo Yuli move closer to Gu Qingchen, Yan Mingdang stood frozen in place, seemingly taken aback. When he saw Luo Yuli affectionately lean close to Gu Qingchen's ear and take his hand, the expression on his face began to shift between dark and light. Yuli, what do you mean by this? Luo Yuli silently tightened her grip on Gu Qingchen's hand and spoke to Yan Mingdang. First, I've said many times not to call me Yuli and not to approach me. I don't want to see you. Second, Gu and I are in a romantic relationship. Whatever we do has nothing to do with you. Ha, Yuli, are you joking? Don't tease me. You and him are lovers? Yan Mingdang's expression was one of disdain. I've seen this kid's information. He's almost 18 but has just barely broken through to the Qi realm. A total waste. In terms of strength and family background, aside from looks, what am I not better than him? Useless Yuli, I know you're testing me, trying to make me give up, but I, Yan Mingdang, won't fall for this trick. Listening to Yan Mingdang's self-righteous words, Luo Yuli's pretty face suddenly turned cold. Gu Qingchen's eyes widened as well. Wow, this guy's imagination is too powerful. No wonder he has been harassing Luo Yuli for 3 whole years. Even Fei Yang would probably hand him a cigarette upon meeting him. Some people just won't shed tears until they see the coffin. If you don't believe it, then how about this? You will believe it now. Watch closely, I will only teach this once. Gu Qingchen chuckled lightly and firmly turned Luo Yuli's head. Under Luo Yuli's startled gaze, he slowly pressed his lips against hers. Woo woo. Luo Yuli symbolically struggled for a moment, her lake-like azure eyes misting over, and then she softly leaned against Gu Qingchen's embrace. Her face was as red as a ripe apple. The hot breath they exhaled enveloped them completely. Unlike the urgency of completing a task the first time, feeling Luo Yuli's lips, thin as cicada wings, soft and warm, Gu Qingchen couldn't help but immerse himself in it. Trial completed, rewards being distributed, heavenly and earthly phenomena, heavenly and earthly phenomena. Whenever the hall actively uses the god-slaying sword Dao, it can trigger heavenly and earthly phenomena. The trial was complete, yet Gu Qingchen still held Luo Yuli's perfect face in his hands, unwilling to let go for a long time. For some reason, he felt a strange gratitude towards this scion of a noble family. Watching this scene, Yan Mingdang staggered back several steps as if hit by cannon fire. His giant-like body quickly shrank back to its original size, sitting on the ground dejectedly like a child. He muttered repeatedly, "No, this isn't real. How could it be? No, I don't believe it. This is an illusion. An illusion." Immediately after, his breath suddenly weakened, the energy within him fluctuating like a small boat in a giant wave. A mouthful of reverse blood surged out. Behind Yan Mingdang, old Huang's murky eyes widened in shock. A regression in cultivation and a decline in energy were signs of a shattered martial heart. How could this happen? Yan Mingdang was a rare SS-level genius in the Great Xia, and the heir to the next head of the Xia family. More importantly, due to the special nature of this SS-level blessing, he had a great chance of advancing to the martial god realm. Yet now, as the head of the Xia family, who was a 12 Earth general, he was merely at the 6th realm marquis level. It could be said that Yan Mingdang was the only hope for the entire Xia family. Old Huang never expected that Yan Mingdang would have his martial heart shattered because of such a woman. His role in this was more of a protector. He thought it was just a playful scuffle among juniors, but he never anticipated such a serious consequence. A shattered martial heart leads to a heart demon taking residence, which is incurable. Once completely broken, a martial career would wither away. To heal it, one must either suppress emotions with transcendent cultivation or eliminate the heart demon. Thinking of this, a hint of ruthlessness appeared in old Huang's eyes. Since the young master's heart demon arose from those two, eliminating their lives would naturally resolve the heart demon. As for what punishment he would face afterward, it had nothing to do with the young master. Old Huang stepped out from behind Yan Mingdang, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Normally, I shouldn't interfere in matters between juniors, but for the future of the Xia family, I'm sorry, I can only do this. He slowly extended a hand, and a terrifying aura spread out. In the moon reflection tower, all the wine glasses, bottles, and porcelain shattered with a loud crash, scattering everywhere. Gu Qingchen's hair stood on end. He clearly saw that he and Luo Yuli had been locked onto by the two killing intents emanating from the old man. He suddenly shielded Luo Yuli behind him, picked up a chopstick from the table, and pointed it at the old man in front of him. God-slaying sword out, heaven and man meet death, deities fall. In an instant, the killing intent in the world seemed to surge towards him, centered around the youth. The boy's pupils turned blood red, yet his expression remained indifferent. The intent to kill was clear. The originally blazing sunlit sky seemed to be shrouded in a layer of gloom, and the surroundings became incredibly dark. A blood-red moon broke through the haze, its light streaming through the window and illuminating the boy, who appeared like a god of slaughter. The staff of the moon reflection tower trembled in the corners, watching this scene with cold sweat pouring down, as if any movement would result in being shredded by this sharp killing intent. Is it the Tao rhythm, or the ultimate path of slaughter? How could you, at just over 10 years of age, comprehend the ultimate Tao rhythm? Huang Lao's mind felt as if it had been violently shaken. He could only sense an endless chill rising from the soles of his feet, instantly enveloping his entire body. Gu Qingchen slightly raised his hand, and an immeasurable sea of scarlet blood surged forth, countless corpses of deities swaying and floating within the blood sea. At that moment, Gu Qingchen also fully understood the reward, the specific meaning of heaven and earth anomaly. Unlike last time, in the surging blood sea, the once dead deities suddenly opened their eyes, staring fixedly at Huang Lao. Guangling Airport. Director Luo, are you sure? The one who comprehended the Tao rhythm is really a senior high school student? The man, dressed simply, wore a scarlet mask on his face, and a rust-red long knife without a sheath was strapped to his back. Although his tone was flat, a hint of disbelief could still be heard. Behind him was Luo Tianheng, with his head full of red hair, as they both walked out of the airport. Director Yen, absolutely true. I was there at the scene. It was indeed the pinnacle of the path of slaughter. Director Yen nodded, but his forward motion suddenly halted. He slowly raised his head. In the sky, a scarlet blood moon had unknowingly replaced the sun, hanging above. Damn, look at the sky. Isn't it noon? Why is the moon out? Just like yesterday morning, the blood moon is not a good omen. It's been 2 days in a row now, with the blood moon hanging high. Something must be about to happen in Guangling. Looking at the scarlet crescent moon in the sky, the passers-by appeared panicked, seeming somewhat at a loss, gathering together to chatter about the blood moon. Yen Yeling stared at the crescent moon in midair, his pupils slightly trembling. This felt similar to the killing intent he sensed yesterday, but something was different. Wherever the scarlet moonlight shone, the intense killing intent seemed to come alive, sharp as a sword, making one feel suffocated. Had the boy who comprehended the path of slaughter grasped something new? His gaze turned towards the direction of the moon reflection tower. The distance beneath his feet suddenly twisted and shrank. With one step, he covered 1,000 meters. He stepped into the void, leaving Luo Tianheng, who was staring at the sky in confusion, behind, and rushed towards the moon reflection tower. Inside the moon reflection tower, Gu Qingchen held up his chopsticks, the killing intent soaring. The surging blood sea rolled beside him, and the severed heads of gods and demons floated to the surface, opening their eyes, their indifferent gazes fixed firmly on Huang Lao. These gazes pierced Huang Lao like needles, and at that moment, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Luo Yuli stared at the boy before her, who resembled a demon lord, feeling her heartstrings being plucked again and again, her heart racing. Get lost, or die. Gu Qingchen's eyes were icy at this moment, as he spoke like giving an order. Impudent! Youngster, no matter how strong your Tao rhythm is, you are merely at the martial artist realm. Do you really think I would fear you? A hint of anger appeared on Huang Lao's face as he suppressed the chill within him, and the powerful energy of the master realm suddenly erupted from his body, transforming into a massive green hand that descended upon Gu Qingchen. To comprehend the supreme Tao rhythm at such a young age, this child must not be left alive. Looking at the massive green hand pressing down on him, Gu Qingchen's gaze sharpened, his right hand slightly raised, and the vast blood sea was about to fall. Suddenly, a figure swept in with a howling wind, stepping into the moon reflection tower. Boom! The massive green hand formed by Huang Lao shattered abruptly, and he was sent flying like a bird with broken wings, crashing into countless tables and chairs in the hall, finally smashing heavily into the exquisite wall. A large amount of bricks and tiles fell, burying Huang Lao's emaciated body beneath them. The scene fell into a terrifying silence. The staff of the moon reflection tower wore dazed expressions, all staring at the collapsed wall, their faces filled with disbelief. That was a powerful being of the master realm. Did he just fly out so easily? Even Gu Qingchen didn't immediately react to what had happened. As the smoke and dust cleared, a plainly dressed man walked into the courtyard of the Manhwa tower. The man wore a scarlet mask, exuding a chilling aura. Who was he? Gu Qingchen stood with his sword drawn, warily watching the masked man, with a sea of blood surging beside him. There was no killing intent directed at him from this man, but Gu Qingchen could sense that this man was terrifyingly strong. Moreover, the aura emanating from him was on a completely different level than Huang Lao. Yen Yiling's gaze behind the mask was curiously fixed on Gu Qingchen, and under the scarlet moonlight, his body trembled slightly, uncontrollably. Beneath the turbulent sea of blood, the killing intent was calm yet surging, sharp beyond measure, as if even the very sight could be crushed. He had never encountered such a vast and magnificent Tao rhythm. Even the four great martial gods had never given him such a shocking feeling. Yeling felt as if he were at the center of the sea of blood, the surging and bizarre waves threatening to drown his insignificant self at any moment, a sense of powerlessness spreading throughout his body. Without a doubt, this was the ultimate path of slaughter. Vast ocean, sweeping across the sea. Yeling's pupils were somewhat dazed as he muttered to himself. In that moment, he felt as if he suddenly understood something. Cough cough. Who are you? Do you know what you're doing by acting like this? Helping this kid is tantamount to opposing the entire cough cough Yen family. You should think it through. From beneath the rubble, Huang Lao's horse cough could be heard. Huang Lao was bleeding from all 7 orifices, his breath weak like that of a child, in a pitiful state, his gaze filled with fear as he stared at the man. The Yen family? Truly impressive. So now a family led by a mere Earth realm can bully others? The man sneered, then continued, or is it that my title as the director no longer holds enough deterrent power? Director? What the hell? Huang Lao was momentarily dazed by the previous overwhelming aura and couldn't react. Director. It seemed there was only one evil demon tribunal in the Great Xia. Wait, the evil demon tribunal? Damn, you are Yen Yi. No, Lord Yen. Huang Lao's pupils shook, feeling dizzy. How could this terrifying figure appear here at this time? No wonder he could injure him severely with a single strike. Huang Lao hurriedly crawled on the ground like a dog, his tone panicked. Lord Yen, spare me. It was my oversight, please forgive my offense. The person before him was a peak powerhouse known for his bloodthirst, with an exceptionally strange temper. When he was in the Marquis realm, he had publicly killed 2 provincial officials due to personal grievances. Over the years, the number of lives lost at his hands was at least in the 6 figures. Thus, he was also known as the God of Slaughter. If he provoked his temper, he had no doubt that he and the young master would die at his hands. Yeling cast a cold glance at Yen Mingdang, who was slumped beside him, and snorted, "Humph. Go back and tell the royal family supporting your Yen family from behind, if it weren't for my good mood today, I would have dealt with this kid Yen Mingdang. I'll give you 10 minutes to recover your breath, then get your Yen family's young master out of my sight. Oh, and remember to compensate 10 times for all the losses of the Manhwa Tower today. If you dare to shortchange me by a single cent, I'll pay a visit to the Yen family tomorrow. Also, this sword is not bad, consider it compensation for Gu's emotional distress." Yeling slightly raised his hand, and the Qi Yen sword on the ground flew up vertically, landing in his hand. "And no problem, Lord Yen, as long as you like it." Hearing that Yeling did not intend to trouble the two of them, Huang Lao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He sat on the ground and began to recover from his severe injuries. The flame lamp beside them had unknowingly stabilized its aura, and the Dao heart was no longer shaken. This allowed Elder Huang to finally relax his worried heart. Although today's incident had caused quite a stir, fortunately, the consequences were not too severe. Of course, this was just his personal opinion. After dealing with the two, Yeling turned to look in the direction of the young man, speaking in a gentle tone. "Hello, you must be student Gu. With the college entrance examination approaching, I apologize for taking up your time to come here. Thank you for giving me this face. I am Yeling, the director of the Evil Demon Judgment Office. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Yen." Uncle Yen? Elder Huang's eyes widened in disbelief. This level of seniority was quite extraordinary. What kind of identity did this young man have to be treated so by the formidable Yeling? Yeling wore a warm smile as he greeted Gu Qingchen. "Uncle Yen, you can just call me Xiao Gu." Gu Qingchen retracted his Dao rhythm, and the surrounding anomalies dissipated as he respectfully nodded to Yeling. Yeling looked at the young man, his eyes shining with a unique brilliance. After the Dao rhythm dissipated, the young man's gaze was clear and transparent, his pupils brimming with vigor and sharpness, yet devoid of any killing intent. Generally speaking, those who are bloodthirsty are often surrounded by killing aura for years, with irritable and eccentric tempers, which is a normal phenomenon, not to mention a student who comprehends the ultimate killing Dao rhythm. Yet this young man was completely unaffected by his own killing aura. Such a transparent state of mind truly made him a natural martial arts prodigy. Yeling couldn't help but marvel inwardly. "Hello, Uncle Yen, I am Luo Yuli." Beside Gu Qingchen, Luo Yuli also greeted Yeling. "I heard your father mention you when I came here. An SS-level elemental blessing. It seems Guangling City is indeed producing talents this year. But what a coincidence, I didn't expect that this year, 2 prodigies from Guangling City would actually make a pair." Yeling smiled, looking at the two with appreciation. "Uncle Yen, we are not yet girlfriend and boyfriend." Luo Yuli stole a glance at Gu Qingchen beside her, her face flushed, feeling a bit shy as she spoke. "Oh, not yet? Then it seems I misunderstood. Xiaogu, it looks like you need to put in more effort. Yan Yeling patted Gu Qingqian's shoulder, a strange smile appearing on his face as his gaze shifted downward. Sensing Yan Yeling's gaze, the two instinctively looked down in the direction he was looking. To their surprise, their hands were tightly clasped together. Luo Yuli instinctively wanted to pull her hand back, but found that Gu Qingqian was holding her small hand firmly. She looked up in a bit of panic, only to meet Gu Qingqian's clear eyes, which were playfully blinking at her. Her stunning face instantly turned crimson, and Luo Yuli felt her heart racing wildly. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Yan. I will work hard. Gu Qingqian nodded seriously. Ha 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 ha, today's students are really interesting. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Xiaogu, I came today to discuss something serious with you. Yan Yeling laughed heartily for a moment, then his tone suddenly became somewhat serious. Uncle Yan, please go ahead. There are too many people here, and it's noisy. How about we go to my office to talk? Luo classmate can come along too. Office? Gu Qingqian was a bit taken aback. This was the director of the Evil Demon Judgment Office. His office should be in Longdu, which was not close to Guangling. Before Gu Qingqian could react, Yan Yeling had already drawn the rust-red long knife from behind him and gently waved it in the air. In an instant, a fierce wind arose. In the void, something seemed to be torn apart, creating a rift in space. The space-type blessing, one of the two rarest blessings alongside the time-type. Let's go! Yan Yeling waved to the two people, stepping into the spatial rift first. Gu Qingqian came to his senses and also took Luo Yuli's hand, following him inside. The moment they stepped into the spatial rift, Gu Qingqian felt his vision twist rapidly. The next second, he felt his feet firmly on the ground. Once the dizziness in his mind stabilized, Gu Qingqian looked around and found himself in a large office, about the size of a classroom. Surrounding him were floor-to-ceiling windows, and outside, tall buildings stood like a forest. Just a step away, he was in Longdu. Above the office, advanced mechanical instruments hung densely, occasionally flashing various colors of light. Director Yan, you're back. A beautiful woman standing behind the desk greeted Yan Yeling. She wore a white shirt and a black short skirt, a standard office attire that accentuated her curvaceous figure, exuding a blend of allure and cold elegance. She looked somewhat surprised at that moment. It was unusual for Director Yan to be accompanied by a young man and woman who looked like students. There were many confidential matters in Director Yan's office, and aside from her as the secretary, hardly anyone else had entered over the years. The girl was stunningly beautiful, her figure resembling that of a character straight out of an anime. The boy had sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes that radiated a fierce energy, as if he could slice through anything in his path. Xiao Hong, serve tea to our esteemed guests. Yan Yeling signaled to the woman. Uncle Yan, there's no need to be so polite. Just tell me what you need. I will do my best to help, Gu Qingqian said with a smile. Good, still straightforward, Xiaogu. I did come today with a request for you, but for now, it's not needed. Seeing the puzzled look on Gu Qingqian's face, Yan Yeling explained, I have been stuck at the peak of the Emperor realm for a full 10 years, struggling to comprehend the path of slaughter. Yesterday, I sensed that there was a flow of Tao rhythm in Guangling City, and it was the same path of slaughter as mine, so I asked Luo Zhijing to invite you to Yingyue Tower. After seeing the Tao rhythm you displayed today, I have gained some understanding, but the Tao rhythm on you is simply too vast, the level too high. Even just a trace of it, I still need some time to digest. I hope that after I digest this trace of Tao rhythm, you can once again show me the Tao rhythm. Bang! A crisp sound rang out as the blue and white porcelain cup in Xiao Hong's hand shattered, spilling tea all over the floor. Xiao Hong stared blankly at Gu Qingqian for a while before reacting, flustered. I'm sorry, I'll clean it up right away. Xiao Hong lowered her head to apologize and began to clean the floor. Shock filled her eyes, lingering for a long time. What was happening? This boy, who looked like just a student, had already comprehended the Tao rhythm? And this Tao rhythm was so immense that even a peak Emperor realm expert like Director Yan could not grasp it immediately and needed time to digest it. What kind of extraordinary genius was he? No, it would be better to call him a monster. Behind Gu Qingqian, Luo Yuli's mouth slightly opened, her big, watery eyes filled with surprise. Although she sensed Gu Qingqian's extraordinary nature, she did not expect it to be the supreme Tao rhythm. No problem, I'm just glad to help Uncle Yan, Gu Qingqian replied humbly with a slight smile. Good, Xiaogu, if you encounter any issues in the future, just give Uncle Yan a call, and I'll help you solve it. Yan Yeling laughed heartily, then continued, but rest assured, Uncle Yan won't take advantage of you this time. Here, take this. He took a blood-red token from his waist and tossed it to Gu Qingqian. Before Gu Qingqian could ask, Yan Yeling began to explain, in a few days, it will be the day for the Evil Judgment Court of Guangling City to recruit reserves. With this token, as long as you pass the reserve test and register your file, your position in the Evil Judgment Court will automatically be elevated to that of a steward. Steward of the Evil Judgment Court? Gu Qingchen was taken aback. Was Yan Yeling trying to pull him in completely? He lowered his head, beginning to carefully consider the pros and cons. Seeing the hesitation in Gu Qingchen's eyes, Yan Yeling said earnestly, Xiao Gu, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Our Evil Judgment Court doesn't have that many trivial matters. The Evil Judgment Court is different from other government agencies in the Great Xia Kingdom. It is a special organization independent of Great Xia law. Joining the Evil Judgment Court, those at the steward level and above will not be bound by task restrictions, and will also have the right to act first and report later in Great Xia. The stewards of the court have powers close to that of the governor of Guangling City, and they receive a considerable salary every month. What? Gu Qingchen's eyes suddenly lit up. There's a salary? If you had said so earlier, it would have been settled. His family was on the verge of poverty. In that case, I thank Uncle Yan. Gu Qingchen took the token and expressed his gratitude to Yan Yeling. With countless deities backing him now, he was confident he could take on the steward position. Good luck. By the way, once you officially become a steward, I will come to find you. At that time, I will show you the true nature of this world. The true nature of the world? What does that mean? Is the martial world he sees now not the real one? Gu Qingchen felt a sense of confusion in his mind, as if in a daze. Yan Yeling waved his hand, and a spatial rift opened in its original position. I've finished my business. If there's nothing else, you can leave. This spatial rift can transport you to any location within Guangling City. Of course, if you want to sit a little longer, I welcome that too. Gu Qingchen smiled at Luo Yuli. Xiao Yuli, see you in a couple of days. I will miss you. Noticing the change in how Gu Qingchen addressed her, Luo Yuli's eyes sparkled with joy. Although they had shared several intimate moments in the Inghua building just now, that was under the pretense of them playing lovers. She felt a bit anxious about how far their relationship had truly progressed in Gu Qingchen's heart. Okay, she nodded shyly. Then she followed Gu Qingchen and stepped into the rift. Their figures disappeared from the office. Once the spatial rift completely closed, Xiao Hong spoke with some concern. Director Yan, Gu is still a student. Directly promoting him to steward might be a bit against the rules. Every steward in the city had to go through a long period of assessment to qualify. In fact, most members of the Evil Judgment Court could spend their entire lives without reaching the steward position. The steward of Guangling City had just died in the line of duty, and almost all the captains of the court were eyeing that position. Now, appointing such a young boy as a steward of a city, although he was a genius who had comprehended the Tao rhyme, from her observation, the boy's aura was merely that of a martial artist. A steward typically corresponded to the late stage of the Great Ascension realm. It was hard to imagine how a martial artist steward could command respect. Moreover, having a student serve as a steward was unprecedented. Xiao Hong, are you underestimating his talent a bit? Yan Yeling replied calmly. The path of slaughter he possesses is vast beyond your imagination. Even the four great martial gods cannot compare. Moreover, compared to yesterday, his Tao rhyme has undergone new changes today. Compared to yesterday, has this boy comprehended a new realm? What kind of monster is this? Xiao Hong was momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say. Moreover, I never considered whether he could really handle the position of steward in Guangling City. His talent is indeed terrifying. He is a perfect unrefined gem, but even unrefined gems need to be polished. And the captains of those small teams in Guangling City have strange and explosive personalities, making them perfect sharpening stones for him. As long as he can secure the position of steward within a year, then my arrangements will be worthwhile. Yan Yiling's gaze was as deep as the sea, as if he were strategizing. Xiao Hong instinctively nodded, realizing, securing the position of steward in Guangling City within a year is quite a terrifying speed. She didn't expect Director Yan to have such plans. With this boy's talent, under the pressure, it was hard to imagine how quickly he would progress. By the way, Xiao Hong, help me open the permission system. I need to raise Gu Qingchen's identity concealment level. You know the situation in Daxia lately, it's becoming increasingly dangerous. Information about such a peerless talent must be kept completely confidential. Yan Yeling inserted his identification, and a golden stream of light appeared on the Azure screen. Welcome, esteemed S-level authority. As the director of the Demon Judgment Office, his authority was equivalent to that of the 7 great emperors, both being S-level. Apart from the 4 great martial gods, no one in Daxia had higher authority than him. Even the 7 great emperors, who held real power in Daxia, could only match his authority. Search for Gu Qingchen in Guangling City, modify his concealment authority to A level. Yan Yeling spoke into the voice input, which was the maximum authority he could mobilize as an S level. Searching, Guangling City, Gu Qingchen, modifying. Modification failed, your authority is insufficient to modify this person's concealed information. A red exclamation mark appeared at the top of the screen. Insufficient authority? The two in the office exchanged glances. Is S-level authority not enough to modify a high school student's identity information? What's going on? Why can't we find someone to fix the equipment if it's malfunctioning? Yen Yeling frowned at Xiao Hong, somewhat dissatisfied. It shouldn't be. I processed several identity documents with it this morning. Could it be that the equipment crashed? Xiao Hong pressed the restart button, puzzled. After the restart, Yen Yeling tried to modify it again using voice input. Still failed. Change to another device. Who else is in the judgment office today? Yen Yeling's brow furrowed tightly. Director Yen, it seems Elder Wang is in charge of guarding the judgment office today. As soon as Xiao Hong finished speaking, Yen Yeling shrank in size and stepped out. The next second, he appeared in front of an office on the third floor. Close to the door, he could faintly hear the sounds of a man and a woman from inside. Yen Yeling kicked the office door open. By the desk stood a middle-aged bald man with a huge black mole on his head. At that moment, a stunning woman in black stockings was being held in his arms, her clothes disheveled as he kissed her. Hearing the loud crash of the door being broken, Elder Wang, who was in the heat of the moment, trembled in shock, his blood running cold, and his previously enjoying expression instantly collapsed. The woman screamed and hurriedly grabbed a nearby piece of clothing to cover herself. Interrupted in his activities, Elder Wang's veins bulged, and he instantly became furious. Who the hell dares to barge in? Damn it, Lord Yen! Seeing the familiar scarlet mask before him, Elder Wang jumped 3 feet high, his expression changing in an instant. It's over. How did this terrifying figure come here? Where is the identity authentication device in the office? Yen Yeling did not waste words with him, speaking concisely, his murderous aura uncontrollably surging forth. Lord Yen, that way is the identity authentication area. Feeling the pressure coming from Yen Yeling, Elder Wang immediately broke into a cold sweat, his fingers trembling as he pointed behind him. Yen Yeling stepped up to the device, inserted his identification, and said loudly, "Search for Gu Qingchen in Guanling City, change his hidden permissions to level A." Beep beep. Modification failed. Your permissions are insufficient to modify Gu Qingchen's identity hidden information. Yen Yeling's face changed dramatically, he stared at the screen, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He had already switched to a different device, so why did it still fail? It was impossible for both devices to malfunction simultaneously, therefore, the seemingly impossible result must be the correct answer. A thought slowly emerged in Yen Yeling's mind. This boy's hidden permissions were very likely above his own. As the thought crossed his mind, a chill rose from the soles of Yen Yeling's feet, gradually spreading throughout his body. Behind this boy was an existence more terrifying than his own identity. The 4 great martial gods? Or that transcendent being who had disappeared from the great Xia for years? Yen Yeling felt overwhelmed by the sheer amount of information. Meanwhile, Elder Wang stood by, at a loss, staring blankly at the device controlled by Yen Yeling. The only thing left in his mind was the red prompt on the screen, beep beep. Modification failed. Your permissions are insufficient to modify Gu Qingchen's identity hidden information. I'm back. Gu Qingchen pushed open the door, and the noise of the television rushed at him from the living room. At the same time, a scarlet and dim yellow light streamed through the window, casting down on his face. Above, the dim yellow sun and the fading scarlet blood moon were merging together, resembling a bizarre yet beautiful painting. On his way home, Gu Qingchen had noticed this scene. This was the celestial phenomenon revealed by his god-slaying sword path. Yet even Gu Qingchen hadn't expected that after making a round trip between Longdu and Guanling City, the scarlet blood moon's phenomenon had not completely dissipated. Moreover, it could still coexist with the setting sun. At this moment, Gu Xiaoyu was sitting on a chair with her hands propping up her chin, her long, snow-white legs kneeling on the seat, gazing dreamily at the scene of the red moon and the blazing sun merging in the sky. Hearing her brother's return, Gu Xiaoyu excitedly waved at Gu Qingchen. "Bro, this is a once-in-a-century sight. Come quick and take a look." Gu Qingchen placed the bags in his hands on the dining table and smiled, saying, "Isn't it just the sun and the moon appearing at the same time? What's so surprising about that? Your brother brought back some delicious food today, something you've definitely never had before. Come and try it." But Gu Xiaoyu continued to gaze out the window, her eyes filled with envy as she stared at the dome above. The expert on TV just analyzed that to create such a celestial phenomenon, even a Supreme Realm expert might not be able to do it. Then she looked at the item in her hand, murmuring, "That's the Supreme Realm. If I were in the Supreme Realm, our family would definitely never lack money." Seeing Gu Xiaoyu's little money grubber demeanor, Gu Qingchen couldn't help but chuckle. When it came to the Supreme Realm, someone immediately thought of money. Yet, suddenly, Gu Qingchen felt a pang of guilt. Ever since the incident with their parents, the family's finances had been supported by him working part-time in his spare time. But after entering senior year, his time had become increasingly tight. The financial burden of the family had fallen on Gu Xiaoyu, who had just entered high school. Besides attending school every day, she also had to work part-time after classes to help with household expenses. This had significantly reduced her time for martial arts training, slowing her progress. Yet even so, she had still broken through 3 realms in her first year, advancing from the first level of Qi Si to the 4th level of Qi Si. If she were placed in a resource-rich environment, with Gu Xiaoyu's martial arts talent, she would at least be on the same level as Luo Yuli during the college entrance examination. Before awakening the Divine Spirit Hall, she indeed held her sister back. But now, she is fully confident in taking control of the future of this family. Don't worry, Xiaoyu, it's just money. Your brother can get it for you in no time. Gu Qingchen chuckled and reached out to pat Gu Xiaoyu's head again. Gu Xiaoyu skillfully dodged to the side, pouting, always bragging. Oh, really? Then take a look at this. Gu Qingchen slowly opened the paper bag he placed on the dining table, and a rich aroma immediately filled the room. Inside the paper bag, various luxurious dishes were taken out one by Gu Qingchen: sesame fish, steamed bear paw, giant lobster, giant scallops. A variety of extravagant dishes that Gu Xiaoyu had never even seen before were laid out on the table. In the center of each dish, there was a small blue moon. The moon was engraved with 3 small characters, Yingyue Tower. As a person from Guangling, Gu Xiaoyu naturally knew about Yingyue Tower. Yingyue Tower is a restaurant renowned throughout Luoyang province, famous not only for its delicious food but, more importantly, for all its ingredients, which nourish the meridians and replenish qi in blood. It is a great supplement for martial artists to maintain their health. However, Gu Xiaoyu's most profound impression of Yingyue Tower was just one word: expensive. And not just any kind of expensive. One dish inside could almost cover the family's expenses for a month. Looking at the feast from Yingyue Tower laid out before her, Gu Xiaoyu instinctively swallowed and then turned her head, cautiously asking, "Brother, you didn't use mom's pension, did you? That's our college fund." Gu Qingchen tapped Gu Xiaoyu's little head and laughed, scolding, "What are you talking about? Do you think your brother is that filial? Today, a martial arts supreme invited me to dinner, but something unexpected happened, and I couldn't eat it, so I brought it all back." Before coming home, Gu Qingchen specifically went to Yingyue Tower, telling the manager to prepare the entire menu ordered by Director Yan for lunch and then packed it to take away. Martial arts supreme? Invited you to dinner? Gu Xiaoyu stared at Gu Qingchen with a strange expression, almost writing, "Do you take me for a fool?" on her face. "Of course, your brother is quite popular now, what do you think?" "Oof, if you don't want to say, then forget it. I don't want to know anyway." Gu Xiaoyu turned her head in a huff and picked up a large piece of lobster meat to put in her mouth. As the shrimp meat entered, a rich and fresh aroma immediately surged in, bursting on Gu Xiaoyu's taste buds. Not only that, but the pure essence contained in the food also flowed into Gu Xiaoyu's body, nourishing her somewhat malnourished meridians and qi in blood. Gu Xiaoyu felt her limbs warming up, and her mind became a bit fuzzy. "Is it delicious?" Gu Qingchen squinted and smiled. Gu Xiaoyu's eyes brimmed with happy tears as she nodded vigorously, "Woo, so good." In the center of Longdu City, beneath the dome, a green high-rise building stood between heaven and earth, with a sharp tower shape at the top. It resembled a green sword that could pierce the sky. At the tip of the sword, a huge character Lu was engraved. Inside the high-rise, dozens of martial artists exuding strong auras hurriedly moved about, converging towards the conference hall at the top of the building. Tonight was the Lu family's weekly routine meeting. 10 minutes later, when the clock struck 7, dozens of Lu family managers arrived on time, and at the top of the conference hall sat a woman. This woman was extremely beautiful. The woman sat lazily in the highest chamber of the council, her legs crossed in black stockings, the elegant lines of her legs fully visible. The slit of her qipao concealed secrets at the root of her thighs, showcasing her perfect figure to the fullest. She wore a pair of white high heels, her delicate toes lightly swaying. Her flawless features bore no makeup, yet she exuded an irresistible allure. In her hand, she held a long smoking pipe from the 1980s, her luscious lips gently sucking on it. Such a stunning beauty would likely leave most men trembling at the sight. Yet, below her, hundreds of powerful warriors dared not lift their heads. This was because she was the head of the Lu family, one of the 7 emperors of the Great Xia, a peak-level supreme being, the Crimson Sky Empress, Lu Qingtian. "Let's begin the report. Focus on the key points." Lu Qingtian exhaled a puff of white smoke, her stunning visage hidden in the mist, dreamlike and hazy. A man with an exceptionally strong aura stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Report to the family head, this afternoon, a celestial phenomenon appeared over the city of Guangling in the Luoyang province. First, a blood moon hung in the sky during the day, then both the red sun and the blood moon appeared in the heavens, lasting for nearly 6 hours before dissipating. According to our intelligence department's analysis, this phenomenon contains a strong killing intent, and there is even a trace of Tao rhythm lingering." As soon as these words were spoken, whispers filled the council chamber. The appearance of a celestial phenomenon in Guangling City was something even an ordinary person who followed the news would know. However, the detection of a trace of Tao rhythm changed the nature of the matter entirely. It must be understood that anything involving Tao rhythm would implicate the martial gods. Even if it had not yet reached the martial god realm, the ability to comprehend Tao rhythm was not far from breaking through, and the martial god realm posed a threat to the Lu family. Moreover, since this Tao rhythm was related to killing intent, it was highly likely to be the aura of an alien race or demonic tribe. Even Lu Qingtian, who had been indifferent until now, raised her head, a hint of seriousness finally appearing in her eyes. "Silence, continue to speak." The Empress's calm words brought immediate quiet to the room. "Family head, during our analysis, we also discovered traces of spatial fluctuations in Guangling City. Spatial blessings combined with strong killing intent." Lu Qingtian frowned slightly, murmuring to herself, Yeling? Could it be that he has comprehended Tao rhythm and broken through to the martial god realm? It shouldn't be. The last time I saw him, I didn't sense any aura related to Tao rhythm from him. Even if he comprehended a trace of Tao rhythm, it wouldn't be possible for him to break through to the martial god realm so quickly. Also, what would he be doing in a small place like Guangling City? After pondering for a while with a furrowed brow, Lu Qingtian's confusion deepened. Just as she was about to set this matter aside, an incredible thought leaped into her mind. Could it be that another person comprehended this killing intent Tao rhythm, and that person was in Guangling City? And Yeling's journey was to seek guidance from this person? With this thought, Lu Qingtian's brow suddenly relaxed. If that were the case, then everything could make sense. Lu Zixiao, how did this year's Lu family blessing ceremony turn out? Lu Qingtian asked a middle-aged warrior below. Report to the family head, this year Lu Zongxing received an S-level spirit blessing. Aside from him, there are 3 A-level blessed individuals, and the rest are below B-level. Lu Zongxing was the strongest prodigy of the new generation in the Lu family, having already reached the peak of the warrior realm before the awakening ceremony. You take Lu Zongxing and set off for Guangling City immediately. Guangling City likely has a new martial god emerging. It would be best if he could receive guidance from the martial god. If not, there's no need to force it, but under no circumstances should we offend him. At this stage, martial arts are just beginning. If one can feel the aura of the Tao beside the martial god, the path of martial arts will naturally benefit immensely. Upon hearing this news, a middle-aged man named Zixiao suddenly changed his expression, then said seriously, "I'll take him there right now." Watching Zixiao leave the conference hall, Lu Qingtian extinguished the pipe in his hand, yawned lazily, and stood up, saying, "All right, I'm tired. Today's meeting is over." After finishing the feast and cleaning up the mess on the table, Gu Qingchen stood in the living room, feeling as if something was missing. After pondering for a moment, Gu Qingchen suddenly realized, "Damn, my dad is missing." He just realized that his drunkard father hadn't come home for 2 whole nights. Gu Qingchen felt a bit of a headache. His drunkard father often came home in a drunken stupor in the early morning, but it was rare for him not to come home at all. Could it be that he got drunk and was caught outside of Daxia? Gu Qingchen stood in the middle of the living room, struggling with his thoughts for a while, and finally made a decision. If his drunkard father still hadn't returned by tomorrow morning, he would go to the martial arts police station to report it. Having made up his mind, Gu Qingchen returned to his bedroom, lay on the bed, and calmed his mind. He was preparing to undergo the second trial of the Silver Dragon Spear God. The reward from the first trial had directly elevated him from the first level of Qi Si to the peak of the martial artist realm. He was looking forward to seeing how much his martial arts strength would increase after completing the second trial. Since leaving the Divine Hall last time, he had gained the freedom to enter and exit the Divine Hall at will. Soon, Gu Qingchen silently recited Divine Hall in his mind. In an instant, he felt his brain start to spin. As the dizziness passed, Gu Qingchen found himself standing once again on that scarlet land. The rich smell of blood once again invaded his nostrils, but this time, Gu Qingchen's brows relaxed. He didn't know if it was due to the influence of the god-slaying sword Dao or from the prolonged bloodshed during the first trial, but he felt as if he had become accustomed to this bloody atmosphere. Zhao Zilong, clad in shining silver armor, stood before him and asked with a smile, "Is the hall master ready for the second trial?" With Gu Qingchen nodding, Zhao Zilong raised the silver long spear behind him, lightly shaking the spear tip. As the tip trembled, a tremendous pressure from heaven and earth descended. The scarlet world began to rapidly collapse and shatter, turning into fragments that floated in the wind. New fragments filled this world again, as if completing a jigsaw puzzle. A light shake of the spear tip could shatter a small realm. The spatial power contained within this silver spear was truly terrifying. Gu Qingchen's heart was once again strongly shocked by this exquisite weapon. Not long ago, he had witnessed Director Yen using a blessing power related to space. Even the extremely rare S-class ability, combined with the immense strength of the Supreme Peak, could only tear a safe passage for shuttling through space. Yet this silver spear could completely collapse an entire space and even allow for its reorganization. What a terrifying power this was. Seeing the shock in Gu Qingchen's eyes, Zhao Zilong smiled broadly and said, "I might as well tell the hallmaster that after completing all 3 trials, the reward, besides my lifelong spear intent, is this long spear in my hand, which has accompanied me through countless battles. This spear is named Dragon Gallbladder, and as for its abilities, the hallmaster should have already seen part of it. Shattering space is merely a trivial matter for it." As he spoke, a small realm had been reassembled around the two of them. The ground made of blue stone was engraved with complex patterns, and various weapons such as swords, axes, and iron spears were scattered on the ground. Several massive stone pillars stood around, connected by iron chains, enclosing a space resembling a giant chessboard. This was evidently a grand training ground. I, Zhao Zilong, have trained countless soldiers in my life, and only the strongest 100 have the qualification to enter this training ground for combat and sparring. As he spoke, Zhao Zilong pointed to the periphery of the training ground, where 100 human-shaped phantoms stood. The training ground will suppress both sides' realms to the same level, allowing the hall master to hone his swordsmanship, refine his spear techniques, and strengthen his combat will. Defeating these 100 will allow you to pass the second layer of trials. After saying this, Zhao Zilong's figure transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the training ground, leaving Gu Qingchen standing dazed in this realm. 100 elite soldiers from the ancient era, the personal guards of the Silver Dragon Spear God. This difficulty is indeed too great. Gu Qingchen sighed, but soon his eyes ignited with fierce battle intent. They are just the phantoms of former warriors. What is there to fear? With this thought, Gu Qingchen stepped into the training ground. Upon entering the training hall, a shadow dressed in black cloth slowly emerged before him. On the head of the figure in black cloth was a numerical designation, 100. This should be the strength ranking of this person among the 100. Gu Qingchen let out a slight breath of relief. He thought he would have to face 100 opponents alone, but it turned out to be one-on-one. However, in this training ground, he could not use his higher-level Slaughter God Sword Dao. Gu Qingchen bent down to pick up a long sword from the ground, recalling the standard sword forms he learned at the Sword Heart Academy, and thrust the sword towards the figure in black cloth. The figure in black cloth moved with incredible speed, sidestepping and bending at a 180-degree angle to evade Gu Qingchen's second strike. Before Gu Qingchen could unleash a third strike, the figure threw a punch towards Gu Qingchen's abdomen. In that instant, Gu Qingchen felt as if his abdomen had collided with a large truck. He fell heavily outside the training ground, an indescribable pain instantly spreading throughout his body. The intense pain in his abdomen nearly made him vomit, but compared to the physical pain, Gu Qingchen was even more shocked in his heart. Clearly, the training ground had suppressed the realm of the figure in black cloth to the peak of a martial artist, yet under the same realm, he couldn't even see the opponent's punch. His punch was too fast. By the time Gu Qingchen regained his senses, he had already fallen outside the training ground. Is this ranking 100 still so strong? This is on a completely different level from the swordsmanship teachers at Sword Heart Academy. Gu Qingchen was somewhat astonished. He had a vague feeling that even if Yan Yeling entered this training ground, in terms of physical techniques, he might not necessarily gain an advantage against this figure in black cloth. But then, a wave of joy surged in Gu Qingchen's heart. In the path of martial arts, aside from realm, practical combat experience is also incredibly important. He suddenly sprang up from the ground, laughing heartily. Ah, truly worthy of the divine hall, truly worthy of the elite soldiers from ancient times, come again. Gu Qingchen felt a surge of battle intent within him and leaped back into the training ground, engaging in combat with the figure in black cloth. Above the training ground, amidst the swirling clouds, 2 figures stood in the air. One figure was clad in shining silver armor, the Silver Dragon Spear God Zhao Zilong. The other figure's face was shrouded in mist, seemingly a middle-aged man, with peach blossom petals swirling around him. The two quietly watched the somewhat slender youth below, who was repeatedly knocked out of the ring by chaotic punches, only to re-enter time and again, rising to strike with his sword. General Zhao, what do you think of this youth? the Peach Blossom Sword God asked, his face obscured by mist. Decisive in action, able to endure hardship, exceptionally talented, and particularly resilient in character. But whether his true self can enter the divine hall is still uncertain. Zhao Zilong answered quickly without hesitation. Then he paused for a moment and smiled as he asked in return, Mr. Deng, did you not recognize him before me and grant him the Dao? Shouldn't you know better than I do? The Peach Blossom Sword God smiled and answered the question that was not asked. A few days ago, I taught him the God-slaying sword technique, and he has comprehended 40% of it. 40%? Zhao Zilong fell silent for 2 seconds, then nodded and said, Indeed, he has extraordinary talent. General Zhao, would you dare to make a bet with me? What shall we bet on? Let's bet on how many days it will take for this young man to defeat his first opponent in this training ground starting today. What do I have to fear? Zhao Zilong chuckled lightly, not asking what the stakes were, and readily agreed. The loser must give the winner 3 Dao rhythm stones, and when this young man encounters a crisis, the loser must expend divine power to save him once. Deal. Zhao Zilong pondered for a moment and confidently said, I bet 10 days. These 100 men had once been his personal soldiers, and Zhao Zilong naturally knew their strength best. Each of these 100 men, upon dying in battle, could leave their soul in the tomb of heroes. Among them, the strongest could even reach the current A-level soul standard. Even the one ranked last, the black-clad soldier, possessed the strength of a B-level soul, and this young man had just entered the training ground, with almost zero practical combat experience. Moreover, the combat techniques learned in this era were rudimentary compared to those of ancient times. It should be noted that his soldiers had fought bloodily in the ancient war of the myriad races and demons. 10 days to defeat the black-clad soldier was already a high expectation for the young man. I guess it will take 3 days, the Peach Blossom Sword God said with a smile. 3 days? Zhao Zilong shook his head. Absolutely impossible. Then let us wait and see. Boom! A loud explosion interrupted the conversation between the two deities in the training ground. A figure was blasted out of the training ground, embedding itself in the stone wall, raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the shadow of the black-clad soldier embedded in the wall shattered and slowly dissipated. The shattered shadow transformed into a red light, like a meteor, drilling into Gu Qingqian's body. At this moment, Gu Qingqian knelt in the center of the training ground, drenched in blood, his body covered in shocking wounds. He had lost count of how many punches he had taken from his opponent, and by the end, the pain throughout his body began to numb. But he still seized a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, risking his life to deliver a final punch that sent the black-clad soldier flying out of the training ground. As the red light entered his body, Gu Qingqian's body trembled violently. Immediately, a warm current began to flow through Gu Qingqian's body, and the shocking wounds on him healed at a visible speed. Along with the warm current, the combat memories of the black-clad soldier surged into Gu Qingqian's mind. Fist techniques, spear techniques, combat awareness, accompanied by some fragmented memories, all flooded into Gu Qingqian's brain. An unusual sensation surged through Gu Qingqian's body. Moments later, Gu Qingqian was astonished. These combat memories of the black-clad soldier seemed to be etched into my muscle memory, which means I have now mastered all of his combat abilities. Doesn't that mean that as long as I pass the second layer of trials, I can control all the combat techniques and abilities of these 100 ancient elite soldiers? His heart ignited with passion as he circulated his body's meridians, accelerating the warm current to heal himself. 10 minutes later, Gu Qingqian exhaled a breath of turbid air, and his previously battered body had returned to its original state. His dark eyes grew even brighter as he assumed an offensive stance and said, Next. A shadow wearing a yellow headscarf walked in from outside the training ground. Marked with the number 99 on its head, holding a longbow, it seemed to be an archer. The battle was about to begin. With the complete combat techniques and experience of the black-clad soldier, Gu Qingqian immediately felt much less pressure. After being defeated 3 times by the yellow headscarf, Gu Qingqian directly severed the head of the yellow headscarf with a single sword strike. Knowledge related to archers flooded into his mind, and soon after, 99, 98, 97, 96, 95. Gu Qingqian's opponents' rankings continued to converge forward. In no time, the opponents' rankings reached 70. In the air above the training ground, the two deities exchanged glances, silent. This gamble between the deities had no winners or losers. Or rather, both sides had lost. General Zhao, it seems that your 100 elite soldiers are about to be completely devoured by this young man, the Peach Blossom Sword God spoke. Zhao Zilong remained silent, clearly not expecting things to develop this way. The apparitions in the training ground were originally meant to hone the young man's martial skills and physique. Yet this nearly inexperienced youth was able to ascend the ranks with overwhelming force within an hour. This Gu surname youth truly possessed unmatched talent. The appreciation on Zhao Zilong's face became increasingly evident. Although our wager has no winners or losers, your answer is indeed closer. After this young man passes all my trials, I may lend a hand once, to help him resolve a crisis when he needs it. With that, Zhao Zilong transformed into a rainbow and left. Only the middle-aged man remained, smiling as he watched the young man fighting fiercely below. In the Yen family's conference hall, the head of the Yen family, Yen Mietian, sat at the very top of the hall. An invisible authority permeated the air, and the immense pressure from the peak of the marquee realm made Elder Huang unable to lift his head. Below him, Yen Mingdang lay slumped on the ground like a dead dog, his breath as weak as a child's. His Dao heart shattered, his inner demon settled, and the meridians in his legs were completely destroyed. Even if he dispelled the inner demons, his path in martial arts would inevitably be affected. Are you saying that a high school student named Gu Qingchen severely injured my son to this state? Yen Nietian glared at Elder Huang, his eyes burning with rage. He was well aware of his son's strength. At the peak of the extraordinary realm, coupled with SS-level talent, it was impossible for a high school student to defeat him. Reporting to the family head that Gu Qingchen is merely at the martial artist realm, but for some reason, he has comprehended the Dao rhyme, and at a very high level. Sensing the family head's doubt, Elder Huang quickly lowered his head. The air in the conference hall fell silent for a few seconds. A martial artist comprehending Dao rhyme. Elder Huang, this joke of yours has gone a bit too far. Yen Nietian's face was filled with skepticism. I, Huang, have seen it with my own eyes. It is absolutely true. That is indeed top-tier Dao rhyme, and even accompanied by a phenomenon of heaven and earth. A phenomenon of heaven and earth? Are you saying that the blood moon in Guangling City was created by that Gu Qingchen? Yen Nietian's face trembled, various emotions flashing across his cheeks. To open the door to the martial god realm at the martial artist realm, what kind of monster is this? After a moment of thought, his hesitant expression finally solidified. In that case, since this child has become an enemy of my Yen family, he must not be allowed to live. Elder Mo Yen, I will trouble you to take this trip. As soon as Yen Nietian's words fell, a figure in a black cloak appeared beside him without anyone noticing. Just a young brat. What trouble could there be? Mo Yan's voice was hoarse, sounding like a demon from hell. Upon seeing the black cloak, Elder Huang's pupils constricted sharply, and he hurriedly said, "The family head must not. Behind that Gu Qingchen is the god of death, Yen Yeling." Hearing this, both Yen Nietian and Mo Yan's pupils shrank simultaneously. As soon as this name was mentioned, a vast sea of corpses seemed to appear before their eyes, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Yen Yeling? That brat actually managed to attach himself to such a figure. This is getting a bit troublesome. Yen Mietian frowned, lowering his head in thought. Yen Yeling was known for his decisiveness in killing and his vengeful nature, coupled with his terrifying strength and his identity as the head of the evil judgment court. Within the Great Xia, not to mention the Yen family, which is led by myself, even certain existences among the 7 emperors would not wish to provoke Yen Yeling. If one rashly made a move against that Gu Qingchen, it would undoubtedly invite the wrath of this god of death, Yen Yeling. After pondering for a moment, Yen Mietian finally let out a heavy sigh, a hint of coldness appearing between his brows. Very well, since he has Yen Yeling backing him, we naturally cannot do anything. Old Huang, you take Ming Deng down to rest. I will think of a way to deal with his inner demons later. Yes, head of the family. Hearing Yen Mietian give up, Old Huang finally relaxed his tense heart and left the hall with Yen Mingdang. Once the conference hall returned to silence, Yen Mietian suddenly knelt half down beside the elder Mo Yen, bowing his head and saying, "Please, my lord, take action and kill that Gu Qingchen, to help Mingdang restore his cultivation. As long as it helps Mingdang recover, whatever my lord wants, the Yen family will never say a single word of refusal." A shadow standing behind Yen Mietian sneered and spoke, "Dealing with a mere young lad is certainly not a problem, but he has Yen Yeling behind him. You also know how keen Yen Yeling's senses are towards us outsiders. With just the information you have provided us now, do you expect us to help you, Yen family head? Aren't you being a bit too naive?" Upon hearing the words of Mo Yen, a look of struggle appeared on Yen Mietian's face. His expression twisted continuously, and finally, he gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "My lord, an urgent notice came this morning. 3 days from now, just as the martial arts college entrance examination ends, the Great Xia will secretly hold an emergency summit. At that time, all city-level and above officials must go to Longdu to attend the meeting. Even those few martial gods will be present." Very good. Mo Yan's mouth curved into a satisfied smile. A round eyeball was thrown in front of Yen Nietian. The eyeball was covered in a purple-black evil aura, and the crimson eye was filled with blood vessels. As if alive, the pupil kept rotating. This is the reward for your information this time. It can elevate the curse on you to another level. As for Gu Qingchen, even if you don't mention it, we won't let a kid who can comprehend the Dao rhyme at the martial artist level live. In the training ground, boom! A shadow covered in copper coins flew out, crashing heavily against the stone pillar of the training ground, raising a large cloud of dust. Then the shadow's head tilted, and in an instant, it shattered. The number 4 that was atop the shadow also dissipated. Opposite him, the young man clenched his fist, muscles bulging, still maintaining a forward striking posture. Now, only 3 remain, and they have passed the second layer of the trial. Gu Qingchen let out a breath, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Since he began the second layer of the trial of the Silver Dragon Spear God Zhao Zilong, nearly a week had passed. During this week, apart from sleeping and eating, he had spent almost all his time in this training ground. After absorbing the martial skills of over 90 soldiers, Gu Qingchen felt that he was now proficient in all 18 martial arts. No matter what kind of offensive tactics his opponents employed, he could always find a flaw to exploit. Just as Gu Qingchen was about to summon the next opponent to continue the trial, he noticed his palm slowly dissipating in the air. Has my mental energy run out again? Gu Qingchen muttered to himself, and his vision began to spin. The glaring sunlight streamed in through the window, and Gu Qingchen flipped over and got up from the bed. He felt as if his entire body was filled with boiling blood, as if it were overflowing with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and if he wasn't careful, it would spill out. Gu Qingchen sensed that something was coming. So, he threw a very slow punch into the air, as if in slow motion. As he threw a punch, the originally sunny sky of Guanling City suddenly heard a thunderous boom, a deafening clap of thunder appearing out of nowhere. It startled many pedestrians on the road. This was a bolt from the blue. With the sound of thunder crashing down, the solid barrier that Gu Qingchen had firmly established over the past few days shattered with a bang, releasing the immense spiritual energy of heaven and earth that had been trapped within. The overwhelming spiritual energy surged wildly through Gu Qingchen's body, occasionally breaking through some smaller barriers ahead. Gu Qingchen trembled a few times, a look of relief and comfort appearing on his face. Transcendence achieved. The raging energy swirled around Gu Qingchen, howling and roaring, like a vortex, pulling the surrounding spiritual energy into its midst. Wrapped in the surging spiritual energy, after breaking through to transcendence, Gu Qingchen's realm continued to rise steadily. This was the remaining spiritual energy from Zhao Zilong's first trial. He had previously suppressed his strength at the peak of the martial artist realm because his meridians had just recovered and his martial foundation was unstable. He hadn't expected there to be so much left. Feeling the power in his hands, Gu Qingchen conservatively estimated that he had at least broken through to the 6th realm of transcendence. It would be best to find a place to test his realm. Just as he thought this, a message suddenly popped up on his phone's memo. Today's reminder. Today is the test for reserve members of the Demon Judgment Court. Demon Judgment Court, Guanling City Branch. This was a rather grand silver building, with the words Guanling City Demon Judgment Court shining brightly at the top. Gu Qingchen got out of the taxi and walked inside. Entering the hall of the Demon Judgment Court, the crowd was bustling back and forth, but it wasn't too crowded. Since there were many testing rooms, each line of people waiting wasn't too long, so there wasn't much of a wait. It seemed that in this peaceful era, where demons were almost extinct, entering the demon judgment work was indeed still considered a good choice in people's minds. Following the signs in the hall, Gu Qingchen arrived at the registration point. Inside the registration area, a woman was busy with her head down, sorting through a large stack of documents. "Hello, I would like a registration form for reserve members," Gu Qingchen said. The woman didn't look up, pointing in a direction with her finger, and said somewhat impatiently, "The registration form for reserve members is over there. This side is for formal members." Looking in the direction the woman pointed, Gu Qingchen was immediately stunned. At the registration form pickup area for reserve members, a group of students who looked about the same age as him were lined up in a long queue, joking and laughing. The length of the line was almost spilling out of the hall. There were just too many people. Just to pick up a registration form would take several hours. If this back and forth continued, he would probably have to wait until tonight to test. And tonight, he still planned to complete Zhao Zilong's second trial thoroughly. After thinking for a moment, Gu Qingchen smiled again and said, "Then, please give me a registration form for formal members." Hearing Gu Qingchen's words, the woman's movements paused for a moment, seemingly surprised. She raised her head, sizing Gu Qingchen up, allowing him to see her face. The woman was beautiful, around 23 or 24 years old, dressed in combat attire that accentuated her curvy figure. The moment she saw Gu Qingchen, she was taken aback, and then her eyes brightened. But soon after, she shook her head, her expression becoming somewhat serious. She raised a finger to warn Gu Qingchen, "Hey, handsome, the assessment for formal members is no joke, you need to think it through. It's not the same as for reserve members. To become a formal member of the Demon Judgment Court, not only is there a high requirement for realm, but the assessment also includes practical combat, and every year's practical session has at least a 40% to 60% casualty rate. If you're unlucky and get injured in important areas like the meridians or chi-si, it could ruin your martial arts foundation. You're so young, if you were to injure your face, no, your meridians, that would be a pity." Gu Qingchen looked at the chattering woman in front of him, feeling a bit bewildered. Why did it feel like this woman suddenly became a different person? She was even more talkative than his mother in his past life. But he still insisted, "I understand, but please give me the official martial artist registration form." "No, you didn't hear. Sir, this is the registration form for official team members." Suddenly, a strong male voice came from behind the woman, and a man walked up from behind her, pushing the white registration form in front of Gu Qingchen. "After filling out the registration form, just drop it in the collection box over there." Since the number of people taking the official team member assessment is small, the assessment time is set at 10 o'clock, conducted in trial ground No. 3. Gu Qingchen nodded, took the registration form, and turned to leave. "Lin Xiao, this is my job. What are you doing?" After Gu Qingchen left, the woman gritted her teeth, looking angrily at the man who had suddenly appeared beside her. The man had a terrifying scar on his face, as if he had been bitten by some fierce beast, yet he looked exceptionally kind. "Still working, Li Zhuomei? I see you can't move because you saw a handsome guy?" Lin Xiao teased. "You don't understand, it's not easy to see a handsome guy, of course. I don't want him to be ruined here." This year's practical assessment for official team members is personally reviewed by Captain Yen Hu. With Yen Hu's combat style, who knows how many injuries and disabilities will appear this year? Sigh. Lin Xiao sighed, "So that's why you're so brainless. This boy is obviously a high school student. A high school student who can't even pass the first hurdle of the official team member assessment, which has a realm requirement. How could he possibly enter the practical session?" Last year's official team members' realm passing line was at the 8th realm of martial artists. You should know that last year's top scorer in the college entrance examination in Guangling City was only at the 4th realm of martial artists. Even if he has the boost of an A-level blessing, a high school student can't possibly pass the 8th realm test. What if he's a once-in-a-century genius? Li Zhuomei pouted a bit in disbelief, but her voice gradually faded. Still being stubborn? No matter how talented he is, he can't be stronger than last year's top scorer, right? However, this year's practical assessment for official team members is indeed a bit dangerous. Thinking of Yen Hu's frenzied appearance during battle, Lin Xiao couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. This year's candidates for the official team member assessment are probably in for a tough time. After filling out the registration form, Gu Qingchen placed it in the registration window and casually found a spot to sit in the hall. The clock on the wall ticked away, already pointing to 9:30, with half an hour left until 10. He closed his eyes, beginning to familiarize himself with the power of the extraordinary realm. As for the assessment half an hour later, Gu Qingchen wasn't worried at all. He had already learned from the discussions of those around him that last year's recruitment line for the Evil Judgment Court's official team members was only at the 8th realm of martial artists. Moreover, if one awakened a blessing, they could compensate for the realm based on the blessing level. Among them, a C-level blessing could raise one small realm, a B-level blessing could raise 2 small realms, and an A-level blessing could raise 4 small realms. In other words, if one had an A-level blessing, even if they were only at the 4th realm of martial artists, they could still pass the first round of testing. And he had already broken through to the extraordinary realm that morning. Although he wasn't clear on the specific realm, he was definitely far beyond the passing line. As for the second round of practical assessment, Gu Qingchen felt even more relaxed. During this time, my sparring partners in actual combat have been hundreds of iron-blooded warriors from ancient times. Just as Gu Qingchen was lost in thought, a sudden uproar erupted from the crowd gathered for the reserve test. "Wow, this is too beautiful, right? Which school is this girl from? Where? Let me see. Damn, that face and those legs, I could worship her for 100 years. My dream girl has appeared. Wait for me, brothers, hold my spot, I'm going to ask for her WeChat." "You dare to ask? Just one look and she seems cold and aloof. Brother, let me get my red nose out for you first." Gu Qingchen opened his eyes with curiosity, looking towards the source of the noise. In the line for the reserve test, a familiar girl stood at the back, constantly glancing around as if searching for something. The girl wore a plain white long dress, revealing her slender and delicate calves. Her stunning face was bare, yet it surpassed all heavy makeup. Among the bustling crowd, she resembled a cold plum blossoming in the winter. It seemed as if she had her own aura, causing many boys who wanted to approach her for contact information to hesitate, but they also felt regretful about leaving, fearing ridicule from their friends. Unknowingly, a circular wall of people formed around the girl. No one dared to approach, yet no one wanted to leave. Xiao Yuli? Why is she here too? Could it be that she's looking for me? Thinking of this, a hint of surprise appeared on Gu Qingqian's face. Just as he was about to push through the crowd to greet her, a mechanical announcement sounded in his ear. The official member assessment of the Evil Judgment Office in Guangling City has officially begun. Please have those participating in the official member assessment enter the No. 3 trial ground and proceed in an orderly manner for the first round of testing. Looking at the large crowd blocking the girl, Gu Qingqian sighed helplessly. He raised his head to remember the window for Luo Yuli's test. Then he turned and walked towards the No. 3 trial ground. Gu Qingqian followed the signs above and finally stopped at the window at the entrance of the No. 3 trial ground. Excuse me, is this where the official member assessment is held? Gu Qingqian asked the staff at the window. Official member assessment? You? The staff looked at Gu Qingqian with some suspicion. After Gu Qingqian nodded, the staff continued. The testing fee for official members is 500 dasha coins. After paying, you can enter the trial ground for the first round of testing. You have to pay? Gu Qingqian was taken aback. Of course you have to pay, otherwise, everyone would come for free testing, and how would the assessment proceed smoothly? The staff looked at Gu Qingqian as if he were a fool. Since entering senior year, aside from his daily living expenses, the financial authority at home had been handed over to Gu Xiaoyu. Gu Qingqian currently had only 200 dasha coins on him. In other words, he couldn't afford the testing fee right now. Gu Qingqian pressed his forehead in distress, recalling how just a few days ago he had boasted in front of his sister that money was not an issue. He didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. It seems that after becoming a steward, I need to find an opportunity to extort a large sum from Director Yen. Gu Qingqian silently made up his mind. I'm sorry, this is my first time participating in the assessment, and I didn't know I had to pay. Gu Qingqian vaguely explained to the staff. Then he took out his phone and quickly dialed Gu Xiaoyu's number. Hello? Xiaoyu, quickly send me 500 dasha coins on WeChat, it's urgent. What's the urgent matter? It's a long story, I'll explain when I get back. After saying that, Gu Qingqian hung up before Gu Xiaoyu could ask more questions. Gu Qingqian. On the other end, seeing call ended on her phone, Gu Xiaoyu was almost going crazy. But she still picked up her phone, entered the number 500, and quickly transferred the money to her brother. After transferring the money, she pitifully opened her WeChat balance, which only had 800 dasha coins left. Besides her own living expenses, she wasn't sure if it would be enough for this month's utilities. Gu Xiaoyu felt like crying without tears. Didn't she just boast a few days ago that she could make a lot of money? It turned out to be a lie. It seemed that after the reserve test today, she would indeed have to go to the bank to check the pension left by her mother. Xiaoyu, your brother is asking you for money again? Seeing Gu Xiaoyu sighing, the girl with twin ponytails leaned over to ask. It's nothing, just the monthly living expenses. Gu Xiaoyu glanced at the girl without showing any emotion. This girl was recognized as a busybody in the class, always wanting to insert herself into others' conversations, and Gu Xiaoyu didn't have a good impression of her. I heard you say last time that your brother is about to take the college entrance exam, but it seems he just broke through to the Qi realm, right? What's the point of a waste in martial arts taking the exam? He should just go work early. You have to work 3 jobs every day to support him. With your talent, if you used the time spent working to cultivate, you'd probably be at least at the 8th or even 9th level of the Qi by now. Why give up your future for such a brother? Yeah, there were rumors recently that he even forcefully kissed the school beauty from Luoda. It really makes my teeth itch with anger. How could the school beauty be someone like him could touch? He's not worthy. Another girl who spoke was like a tank, shaking the ground as she walked. Exactly, that Gu Qingqian is really despicable. The ponytailed girl became angrier as she spoke. The two wanted to continue, but were suddenly interrupted by a furious shout. Shut up, just because I'm not talking. You two really think I don't exist, huh? My brother is not the kind of person you say he is. Gu Xiaoyu glared at the two with extreme disgust, her anger about to erupt. The two were clearly startled by her sudden rage and continued. Xiaoyu, we're saying this as friends for your own good, your brother. Friends? Gu Xiaoyu sneered. Who would be friends with a busybody like you and a fat pig? You really make me feel sick. My brother is indeed at the Qi realm, but he also meets the standard for last year's Martial Arts University undergraduate admissions. What about you two? One is at the 4th level of body refinement, and the other at the 5th level, just eating, drinking, and having fun every day. Who is the real waste here? By the way, just to remind you, I broke through to the 5th level of the Qi yesterday. You two better stay away from me in the future, or else. Gu Xiaoyu waved her fist at the two, her tone full of threat. After saying that, Gu Xiaoyu picked up her backpack and left the classroom without looking back. The ponytailed girl and the tank-like girl were left in the classroom, their faces changing colors, looking as if they had just eaten something unpleasant. After leaving the classroom, Gu Xiaoyu jogged all the way to the subway station. Today was the test day for the Evil Demon Tribunal's reserves. Originally, Gu Xiaoyu hadn't planned to participate, but after eating the nourishing food from Ingwei Tower that Gu Qingchen brought back, she had successfully broken through to the 5th level of the Qi in the past 2 days, and last year's passing line for the reserves was exactly the 5th level of the Qi. As long as she passed the reserve selection, she could receive a monthly subsidy of 1,000 dasha coins from the Evil Demon Tribunal. This was much better than working. A hint of nervousness rose in Gu Xiaoyu's heart, but recalling the conflict in the classroom just now, she sighed again, a worried expression appearing on her face. Ever since that dinner, her brother had been staying in his room and not coming out. He wasn't going to school, and it seemed he wasn't making any progress in his cultivation. No matter when she opened his bedroom door, he was always sleeping. In 3 days, the martial arts entrance exam will take place. Even if my cultivation won't improve any further, I must raise my spirit and energy. I can't afford to sleep every day. Gu Xiaoyu clenched her small fists, determined to talk to her brother tonight no matter what. Outside the 3rd trial arena, Gu Qingchen silently stared at his phone. Before long, a notification popped up. 500 dasha coins had been credited. After paying the testing fee, Gu Qingchen, guided by the staff, finally entered the trial arena. The arena wasn't large. In the center stood a machine capable of accommodating a human figure, with several suction cups attached to it. 3 staff members were continuously checking and adjusting the machine. Due to the delay caused by the payment, a long queue had already formed. As soon as Gu Qingchen entered, the gazes of several others turned toward him. Upon seeing Gu Qingchen's appearance, the people present showed varying degrees of surprise. A tattooed man standing in front scoffed and shook his head. Gu Qingchen was simply too young. No matter how you looked at it, he was just a 17 or 18-year-old boy, yet he had come to participate in the assessment for formal members. It was as if he had too much money to spend. Most people probably thought the same. Only one young man in white, who always wore a smile, nodded at him, and Gu Qingchen slightly nodded back. Standing at the end of the line, Gu Qingchen roughly counted, there were about 40 people in the queue. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the chief examiner sitting next to the machine finally spoke. Time's up, the first round of testing begins. First, I will announce the rules. The first round of testing is for martial arts realm assessment. The following are the testing requirements. Age requirement. Participants must not exceed 32 years of age. Realm requirement. No requirement. The top 10 participants in realm ranking will advance to the next round. Those who receive blessings, C-level blessings can elevate 1 small realm during comparison, B-level blessings can elevate 2 small realms, A-level blessings can elevate 4 small realms, and S-level blessings will directly advance to the next round. Now, the test begins. The first in line was a slightly plump middle-aged man. Under the staff's operation, the suction cups on the machine attached to the middle-aged man's body, and a blue light flickered. Then, a cold mechanical voice echoed in the trial arena. Tester, Wang Lu, age, 31, meets testing requirements. Test result, Martial Arts Realm, Warrior 5th Realm, Spirit Blessing Level, C Level. Comprehensive Realm, Warrior 6th Realm. Current ranking, 1st place. Upon hearing this result, the plump man nodded at the examiner and walked to the nearby rest area, letting out a sigh of relief. Last year's passing line was the Warrior 8th Realm, but the passing line fluctuates every year. If this year's competitors are not strong, then the Warrior 6th Realm might still have a chance. Next, Lu Chu Xue. The realm testing proceeded quickly, and as the results came out one after another, the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense. Time flew by, and soon only 3 people were left in the queue. At this moment, it was finally the turn of the young man in white, who always wore a smile. The white-clad youth stepped forward, and the moment the suction cups made contact with him, they emitted a golden light. Tester, Lin Tianao, age, 25, meets testing requirements. Test result, Martial Arts Realm, Extraordinary 1st Realm, Spirit Blessing Level, A Level. Comprehensive Realm, Extraordinary 5th Realm. Current ranking, 1st place. As soon as the testing voice fell, the rest area erupted in an uproar. Damn, Extraordinary Realm, A-Level Blessing. How could such a genius appear this year? I'm going to drop 11 places. I'm done 4. How do we even compete? This score is purely here to bully the weak. It's over. I've dropped a rank. I'm 9th now. Amidst the noise, the tattooed man's expression was particularly tense. his eyes even slightly bloodshot from excitement. His overall realm was martial artist level 7, ranking 10th. As long as the last two didn't exceed martial artist level 7, he would be able to enter the next round of testing. Under the anxious gazes of the crowd, the second to last person also took the test. His overall realm was only martial artist level 5. Damn, bro, you're going to the next round. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the last person left on stage, Gu Qingchen, the tattooed man was suddenly overjoyed and began to celebrate by rolling on the ground. Don't celebrate too soon. There's still someone here. Someone pointed at Gu Qingchen and reminded him. Just him? The tattooed man glanced at Gu Qingchen, scoffing disdainfully. Go back and drink some milk for a few more years before you try again. What if he's an S-level blessing? Another person jokingly reminded. Ha ha ha, S-level blessing, bro, do you even believe what you're saying? The tattooed man mocked with a smirk. Hey kid, are you an S-level blessing? Ha 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 ha. Gu Qingchen stepped forward and smiled slightly at the tattooed man. Don't worry, I don't have a blessing, but eliminating you should be enough. With that, Gu Qingchen walked towards the testing machine. The moment the suction cup made contact with Gu Qingchen, a beam of golden light even more dazzling than Lin Tian shot out from the machine. Immediately after, a cold mechanical voice echoed in the testing ground. Tester, Gu Qingchen, age, 17, meets testing requirements. Test result, martial artist realm, extraordinary level 9, soul blessing level, loading failed. Overall realm, extraordinary level 9. Current ranking, first. After the machine's announcement ended, the testing ground fell into silence. Each announcement struck the hearts of everyone present like a heavy hammer. Including the chief examiner, everyone stared at Gu Qingchen as if he were a monster. Even Gu Qingchen felt a bit surprised at this moment. He looked at his palm and clenched it as if to feel the power. He didn't expect that he had already reached extraordinary level 9. The spiritual energy of the ancient era was indeed immense. However, it seemed that the machine couldn't detect blessings above SS level. When the blessing level was too high, it would directly show loading failed. But this was also a good thing for him. After all, divine blessings were inherently beyond common sense. After a long silence in the testing ground, finally, the chief examiner was the first to come back to his senses. He took a deep breath and said with a trembling voice, "Quick, check if the machine is malfunctioning." Upon hearing this, the few people beside the chief examiner finally woke up from their daze and hurriedly began to check the machine. After a while, the staff reported with somewhat vacant expressions, "The machine is operating normally, no malfunctions." No malfunctions meant that the realm of this young man in front of them was genuine, truly extraordinary level 9. The scene immediately erupted into chaos, everyone in disarray. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Extraordinary level 9 at 17? Do those prodigies from Londu have this level? With such cultivation talent, he doesn't even have a soul blessing? Are those souls blind? Extraordinary level 9, I measure. This strength has already reached captain level, right? I thought he was just a bottom-tier cannon fodder. I should really die. My god, quick, give me my phone. I want to take a picture with him. At this moment, the tattooed man sat down on the ground, the test results of Gu Qingchen echoing repeatedly in his mind, his entire being losing color. Gu Qingchen's appearance had pushed him down to 11th place. In an instant, heaven and hell flipped, and his eyes were filled with despair. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Lin Tianeo, dressed in white, squeezed through the throng, striving to maintain a smile on his face. "Brother Gu, hello, I am Lin Tianeo." "Hello, Gu Qingchen." Gu Qingchen extended his hand and shook Lin Tianeo's, finding a favorable impression of the young man. Upon entering, only this young man in white had expressed friendliness towards him. "I knew I wasn't mistaken. The moment you walked in, I sensed that your appearance is that of a future pillar of martial arts in the Great Xia. I mean no other intention. We will be teammates working in the same unit from now on, so please take care of me." "Teammates? Are you so sure you'll pass the second round?" Gu Qingchen interjected. "Ha, geniuses of our caliber are destined to become great martial artists in the future, turning the clouds and covering the rain with a flip of the hand. How could we possibly fail such an assessment?" Lin Tianeo straightened his chest, confidence brimming in his eyes. Gu Qingchen's eyelids twitched. He felt that this youth was somewhat unusual. Beside Lin Tianeo, the chief examiner's eyes were also filled with excitement. In an instant, a rough image of this youth's future appeared in his mind. At 17, having reached the extraordinary 9th realm, he had already met the standard to become a team leader. If he successfully joined the evil demon tribunal, with his potential, his future achievements would at least be that of the governor overseeing the entire Luoyang province's evil demon tribunal. A governor emerging from Guangling City. The first round of assessments has concluded. Please, the top 10 ranked testers from the first round follow me to the second round assessment venue, the chief examiner of the first round announced, suppressing the excitement in his tone as much as possible. Leaving the testing area, it wasn't long before the 10 arrived at the next venue. It was a vast practical training ground. At this moment, beside the training ground, Li Zhuomei and Lin Xiao sat in front of a computer, messages in their group chat flying by. Lin Xiao, look, it's that handsome guy. Gazing at the team that had just entered the venue, Li Zhuomei suddenly exclaimed in delight, I told you, he really is a genius. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with surprise, clearly taken aback. This youth, he never expected to actually make it to the second round. He silently sighed in his heart. Even a boy who looked like a high school student could pass the first round selection. The selection of formal team members truly gets worse year by year. Here, old Lin, this is the assessment results for the first round contestants. Please register it. Lin Xiao took the materials, casually glanced over them, and suddenly shivered, nearly dropping the documents all over the floor. Du Xiao? Extraordinary Ninth Realm at 17? Lin Xiao's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. The materials in his hand were sorted by scores from high to low, and the first page was Gu Qingchen. What, let me see. Li Zhuomei curiously leaned over to Lin Xiao, browsed through it, and was equally dumbfounded. This handsome guy, extraordinary Ninth Realm? She looked at Gu Qingchen in disbelief. Sensing someone watching him, Gu Qingchen raised his head, waved at Li Zhuomei, and then ignored her. Seeing Gu Qingchen respond to her, Li Zhuomei felt a surge of joy, yet couldn't shake the feeling that it was somewhat unreal. It seemed she had inadvertently gotten to know a future martial arts big shot. Oh no, what wind has the Flame Tiger caught this year, insisting on selecting his own team members? She had witnessed her captain's combat methods countless times. At best, limbs would be broken, at worst, meridians would be destroyed. Would anyone from this batch truly be able to pass the second round assessment? Li Zhuomei's heart was filled with worry. Following Li Zhuomei's gaze, in the training ground stood a man with a bare upper body, muscles rippling. His torso was covered in numerous small scars. A glance was enough to tell he had been through many battles. The man carried a serrated steel knife on his back, glinting silver, with a thick and violent aura. Hearing the noise, the man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze resembling that of a ferocious beast. Upon seeing this man appear, everyone present, except for Gu Qingchen, felt a surge of ominous premonition. Is this Captain Yanhu? What is he doing in the assessment venue? Someone in the crowd quietly asked a familiar person. Before an answer could be given, he spoke. I am the chief examiner for your second round of assessments, Yanhu. At the same time, I am also your opponent for this practical test. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd became somewhat panicked. Yanhu was the strongest captain-level figure in the Evil Judgment Office of Guangling City, with martial arts prowess reaching the Great Ascension realm. Even some of the stewards were not his match. After the previous steward in Guangling City died in the line of duty, he should have been the only candidate for the next steward. For some unknown reason, the higher-ups had yet to approve it. Captain Yanhu was known for his ruthless combat methods and was easily provoked, extremely bloodthirsty. In other words, he was heavy-handed. Once blood was drawn, it could very well lead to a life-and-death struggle. How could such a person be allowed to conduct the assessment? Quiet! What are you making noise for? Yanhu roared impatiently. With this roar, the entire venue trembled, and a tremendous pressure erupted from him, pressing down heavily on everyone. Under this pressure, many testers covered their mouths and noses, feeling unable to breathe. The scene instantly fell silent. During the assessment, I will lower my realm to match yours. As long as you can withstand 5 of my moves without being defeated, you will pass the second round of the assessment. Who will be first? Except for Gu Qingchen and Lin Tianao, everyone else instinctively took a step back. Gu Qingchen was momentarily stunned, just about to speak when a voice suddenly rang out beside him. I'll go. Immediately, Lin Tianao leaped into the training ground, his fists raised in stance. Lin Tianao, extraordinary first realm, please enlighten me, Captain Yanhu. As soon as Lin Tianao finished speaking, a mechanical voice echoed in the training ground. The second round of the assessment officially begins. The battle commenced, and to everyone's surprise, Lin Tianao did not defend but instead took the initiative to attack. Captain Yanhu, be careful. Lin Tianao's eyes narrowed. After saying this, he brought his hands together, a purple light gathering in his palms, faintly flickering with electric sparks. In no time, the electric light coalesced into a streak of thunder. Without hesitation, Lin Tianao released his hands, and the thunder in his grasp vanished. The next second, accompanied by a flash of lightning, Yanhu's position in the training ground exploded. He is an elemental blessing bearer. Li Zhuomei, who was watching from the sidelines, exclaimed in surprise. Elemental blessing is the rarest type of blessing, and all elemental blessings are guaranteed to be at least A grade. Elemental blessing bearers can transform the spiritual energy of heaven and earth they gathered during martial arts training into corresponding elements and control their own elements. Moreover, as their martial arts realm increases and the spiritual energy within them grows, elemental blessing bearers become increasingly powerful. High-level wind-type ability users can summon hurricanes with a thought, destroying several cities, while high-level earth-type ability users can trigger intense earthquakes with a wave of their hand, causing continental plates to shift. It can be said that elemental blessing bearers are the mages among martial artists. Among the few martial gods of the Great Xia, the one known as Natural Disaster is an elemental blessing bearer who possesses multiple elements. It's just a pity that Captain Yenhu's favorite opponents are those who rely on long-range attacks like elemental blessing bearers. After all, he is recognized as the #1 in physical combat in the Guangling City Judgment Office. Lin Xiao sighed beside them, seemingly feeling a bit sorry for Lin Tianao. As if to confirm Lin Xiao's words, in an instant, amidst the smoke and dust stirred by the electric light, a figure flashed by like a streak of light. In the next moment, Lin Tianao's figure was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground of the training field with a loud bang. At that moment, lying on the ground, Lin Tianao felt a tearing pain in his arms, but his mind was even more shocked and confused. This man, when did he appear in front of me? He only remembered a shadow appearing before his eyes, and he instinctively raised his arm to block. If he hadn't managed to block that strike just now, his ribs would have likely been completely broken, rendering him unable to fight. TSK, I wondered why he was so arrogant, even announcing his moves beforehand. Turns out he's an elemental blessing user. Among elemental blessing users, your reaction isn't bad, but at this level, dreaming of passing the assessment is all you can do. If you don't want to die, get up quickly, the second strike is coming. Yen, whose tone was cold, and without waiting for Lin Tianao to rise, he vanished again from the training field. 5 minutes later, Lin Tianao's face was pale, swaying as he walked down from the training field, as if he might collapse at any moment. Lin, are you okay? Gu Qingchen stepped forward to support him. In the recent battle, Lin Tianao had been like a stray dog, constantly dodging and defending, completely unable to fight back. At a critical moment, he had concentrated his lightning ability in his legs and explosively increased his speed using the shockwave from the lightning's explosion. This was how he barely managed to evade Yenhu's fierce attacks. Even so, his chest still took a solid hit from Yenhu's powerful punch. Of course I'm fine. With his level, what can he do to me? Just wait until I train for a few more years, and I will definitely. Lin Tianao raised his pale cheek, but before he could finish his harsh words, he vomited a large pool of dark blood. Suddenly feeling a bit tired, Gu, I'm going to sleep for a bit. Saying this, he collapsed completely onto the ground and lost consciousness. Even at this point, still being stubborn, Gu Qingchen couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and concern, quickly calling over the medical staff nearby. The medical personnel quickly surrounded him, lifting Lin Tianao onto a stretcher for examination. Both arms are shattered, 2 ribs are broken, and there's a lot of bruising in the chest cavity, but it can still be treated, a doctor announced expressionlessly. Before long, various healing blessings flickered around Lin Tianao, treating his injuries. Yen, who scanned everyone in the audience with a cold gaze, commenting indifferently, the common weakness of elemental blessing users is their frail physicality. Once they are close, they can be easily slaughtered. This punch serves as a lesson for him. However, his adaptability is decent, and his strength is still acceptable. He passes the assessment. Who's next? As Yenhu's words fell, the testing ground fell silent. The testers exchanged glances, each wearing a helpless smile. That was a genius of the extraordinary realm with A-level blessings. Even while fully defending and dodging, he was heavily injured after just one punch. If it were them up there, wouldn't they be beaten to death? Damn, I'm not playing anymore. Who can withstand this assessment officer? One person cursed, casually throwing down the assessment card and turning to leave. I'm withdrawing from the assessment too. What the hell is this? Exactly, your tribunal really knows how to waste money. If you don't want people to pass, just say so. You wasted my 500 dasha coins. The scene erupted into chaos, with curses ringing out. Within just a few minutes, half of the testers had turned to leave. The remaining half showed signs of wavering, still holding on to a glimmer of hope, wanting to observe a bit longer. I'll go. Seeing no one else speak, Gu Qingchen leaped up and jumped into the training field. Gu Qingchen, Extraordinary Ninth Realm, Yenhu, Captain, I apologize for offending you. Oh, your Extraordinary Ninth Realm? Such a young Extraordinary Ninth Realm, a peerless talent indeed. Yenhu's indifferent gaze finally showed a noticeable fluctuation as he looked at Gu Qingchen with interest, scanning him up and down. But then he suddenly changed his tone, his eyes sharp as an eagle. However, you talents should have your arrogance and sharpness tempered. Then I would like to ask Captain Yenhu for guidance, Gu Qingchen replied. As soon as Gu Qingchen finished speaking, a mechanical voice came from the broadcast. The second round of the assessment, second match, officially begins. The assessment officially started, but the anticipated explosive battle did not occur. The two stood facing each other, Gu Qingchen's hands forming an ice shape, crossed in front of his chest. Then he simply closed his eyes. The view before him suddenly turned dark, but a broader world unfolded in Gu Qingchen's mind. The sounds of breathing, heartbeat, breathing, gasping, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, all the information from the training ground converged towards Gu Qingchen along this web of information. This was the ability of the 5th-ranked soldier of the Silver Dragon Spear God in the Divine Hall, holographic perception. Once the perception was activated, it could gather all surrounding information into the mind and analyze all possible movements of the enemy, allowing for a response. This soldier was an old blind man, yet he used this ability to make Gu Qingchen suffer greatly, taking a whole day to pass the 5th rank's trial. So after defeating him and obtaining this ability, Gu Qingchen immediately applied it in actual combat. Watching Gu Qingchen close his eyes, a murmur of discussion arose from the audience. What's going on? Closing his eyes in battle? Isn't that asking for death? I don't understand, is he asking the examiner to go easy on him? I'm really speechless. I thought this extraordinary 9th realm talent was impressive, but he just surrendered as soon as he got on stage. But contrary to everyone's expectations, the scene of the boy being instantly killed did not occur. Yenhu looked at the closed-eyed Gu Qingchen with a rare seriousness, as if pondering something, and did not make a move for a long time. 1 minute, 2 minutes, time passed quickly, yet the two remained motionless. What are these two doing? Looking at the two standing still in the venue for a long time, Li Zhuomei could no longer hide her confusion and asked Lin Xiao beside her. Lin Xiao shook his head, his brow furrowed. It should be known that Yenhu was a master of close combat, with instincts akin to a beast. Once he sensed the enemy's flaws and weaknesses, he would seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. And at this moment, the boy named Gu Qingchen was full of flaws. Lin Xiao, do you think there's a possibility that Captain Yenhu is afraid? Li Zhuomei asked weakly, as if lacking confidence in her own question. Of course not. Haven't you gone on missions with Captain Yenhu? How could you even ask such a question? Lin Xiao retorted impatiently. It should be known that for the evil beings that required a fight to the death, Captain Yenhu could kill them in a single encounter. But just as he finished speaking, he looked at the two still silently confronting each other on the stage, and a counter-question suddenly rang in his mind. Is it really impossible? Just a moment ago, didn't he also think that this boy couldn't possibly pass the first round of the assessment? Lin Xiao smiled bitterly, no longer thinking too much, and focused his attention back on the assessment. At this moment, on the training ground, Yenhu's gaze was fixed on Gu Qingchen, his mind equally filled with doubt. His blessing was an A-grade blessing, bloodthirsty instinct. After awakening the blessing, he could naturally see through the enemy's current movement's flaws. In his eyes, the boy before him was just standing there quietly, without any movement, yet his bloodthirsty instinct told him. The fighting stance of the person before him seemed casual, yet it was a perfect blend of offense and defense. No matter how he attacked, there was a way for him to respond calmly, with no weaknesses to exploit. Could it be that he assumed this position by coincidence? Isn't the first move from the examiner coming yet? In the distance, Gu Qingchen spoke lightly, his words clearly urging, "Humph, a kid playing tricks. I want to see just how capable you really are." Yenhu snorted coldly, bending down, his body forming a bow, transforming his palm into a claw, shooting towards Gu Qingchen like a bullet. But at the moment Yenhu moved, the sounds of wind, breath, and the flowing spiritual energy of the world all converged in Gu Qingchen's mind. Yenhu's speed was fast, but it was still far from fast enough. At that moment, in Gu Qingchen's vision, Yenhu appeared as if he were in slow motion, countless illusory threads spreading from him, transforming into the possible movements and trajectories of his attack. In an instant, Gu Qingchen made a judgment. Yenhu's move was aimed directly at his throat. Gu Qingchen slightly tilted his body, and as Yenhu closed in, he raised his elbow first, striking fiercely against Yenhu's jaw. Immediately after, Gu Qingchen's footwork quickly shifted, his palm pressed against the ground, his body twisting to an incredible degree, delivering a heavy kick to Yenhu's abdomen while airborne. What? Yenhu's pupils suddenly constricted. He felt two powerful forces strike his body simultaneously. Before he could even defend himself, he was kicked away. With impacts from above and below, Yenhu stumbled, barely managing to steady his footing. Shaking his slightly dizzy head, Yenhu looked in Gu Qingchen's direction. His eyes were filled with disbelief, mixed with a hint of confusion. Logically, a high school student with no combat experience shouldn't be able to keep up with his speed. Moreover, it felt as if this boy had anticipated his attack, dodging it almost perfectly. Not only that, but he even had the strength to counterattack, especially that last kick. Yenhu hadn't even seen how the boy had done it. Yenhu was still puzzled, but the sensation in his throat suddenly made him freeze. A rich metallic taste filled his mouth. He instinctively reached out to wipe it, and his pupils shrank sharply at the sight of bright red on the back of his hand. He had actually been injured during the assessment of a formal team member? The crowd below leaned forward, their eyes wide open. A single thought flashed through their minds: is this real? A monster like Yen who was actually forced to spit blood with a single hit. I'm bleeding. Ever since breaking through to the great completion stage, I haven't been injured in a long time. I almost forgot this taste, Yenhu muttered to himself. He looked at Gu Qingchen, his gaze no longer filled with disdain, but rather an unprecedented seriousness. Then, Yenhu extended his tongue, drawing the blood at the corner of his mouth back in. A rare excitement flickered in his eyes as he murmured, "You kid, interesting. Finally, someone who can play with me." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yenhu's body crouched down like a beast, a hint of crimson appearing in his pupils. The bloodthirsty instinct was fully unleashed. Yenhu's speed and strength surged to another level as he charged towards Gu Qingchen. Gu Qingchen's eyes remained tightly closed, predicting Yenhu's movements while calmly defending himself. In the Divine Hall, hundreds of ancient top-tier martial arts had completely merged into Gu Qingchen's body. In a battle of equal realms, Yenhu's proud combat skills were nothing more than a baby's babbling in front of him. The white snake spits its core, the 7 stars bloom, the 28 constellations fist. The endless ancient martial arts were seamlessly connected by Gu Qingchen, and in the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged blows dozens of times. The spectators below could no longer see the movements of the two in the training ground, only faintly catching glimpses of some residual shadows passing by. Between the two streams of light, the blood on Yenhu's body increased with each round of combat, with a new wound appearing every time they clashed. The more they fought, the more astonished and shocked Yenhu became. The martial arts used by the youth had no discernible pattern, with angles that were particularly tricky and bizarre, yet each strike was executed with perfect force and speed. Moreover, throughout the fight, this youth had not revealed even the slightest flaw. Instead, it was Yenhu who found himself utterly defenseless. This youth was hardly like a high school student who had yet to graduate. He was simply a master who had already reached the pinnacle of martial arts. To spar with such a close combat master was truly exhilarating and delightful. Yenhu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes, his pupils glowing a deep crimson. He suddenly exerted force in his fist, striking fiercely against Gu Qingchen's blocking arm. Gu Qingchen used the momentum to leap backward, increasing the distance between them once more. Rubbing his slightly numbed arm, Gu Qingchen furrowed his brow and spoke, "Captain Yenhu, restoring your cultivation without prior notice during the assessment may not be very honorable." That last punch had far exceeded the power of the extraordinary realm. If Gu Qingchen had not employed the unique force-dissipating technique from ancient times, relying solely on his extraordinary 9th realm cultivation to block it, his hands would likely have been broken by now. Martial ethics? Yenhu scoffed. Go to the battlefield and see if those remnants of the demon race will talk to you about martial ethics. Regardless, the 5-move agreement has long passed. I have already passed the assessment, Gu Qingchen stated. Yenhu let out a somewhat rogue cold laugh. Heh, are you the examiner or am I? The rules have changed. You must defeat the examiner to pass the assessment. I'm just training your ability to challenge beyond your level. Kid, aren't you quite capable? Come on, let's see if your martial arts have any effect in the face of absolute power. As he spoke, a terrifying force erupted around Yenhu, and his figure slowly rose from the ground into the air. Then, he extended a finger, provocatively beckoning Gu Qingchen below. Entering the Great Ascension realm allows one to initially harness the power of heaven and earth, flying and escaping with ease. Yenhu thought to himself, this kid's martial talent is too terrifying. If I don't suppress his arrogance now and subdue him, how will I, as his captain, keep him in check later? Looking up at the towering Yenhu, Gu Qingchen's temples throbbed slightly. This Yenhu was being utterly unreasonable. He took a deep breath and suddenly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Captain Yenhu, since you have released your cultivation, please use your full strength for your next strike. In mid-air, upon hearing this, Yenhu raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Kid, don't blame me for not warning you in advance. I am at the 8th level of the Great Ascension realm. Do you really think you can withstand my full strength strike? Gu Qingchen slightly raised his hand, and a peach blossom branch appeared in his grasp, seemingly out of nowhere. No, I'm just afraid that if I'm not careful, I might accidentally kill you, Gu Qingchen replied calmly. As soon as the words fell, an unusual atmosphere began to spread around them. In the training ground, everyone felt a chilling sensation. In an instant, a vast sword intent mixed with pure killing intent gathered on the peach blossom branch in Gu Qingchen's hand, completely enveloping the space. Gu Qingchen seemed to transform into a sword, a pure sword. Only the purest killing intent remained. It was solely to cut down everything that stood in front of the sword. What happened? Was there an earthquake? My heart is racing. Why do I feel so panicked? I don't want to stay here anymore. I want to escape. Because he had promised Director Yen to conceal Dao Yun as much as possible, this time when using the god-slaying sword technique, Gu Qingchen did not trigger any celestial phenomena. But even so, the killing intent contained within was not something low-level martial artists could withstand. Looking at Gu Qingchen standing in front of him, holding a peach blossom branch, Yen whose expression changed drastically. At that moment, his body involuntarily trembled slightly, and cold sweat had completely soaked his back. From the instant this young man picked up the peach blossom branch, Yen who sensed that his entire aura had changed. It became extremely terrifying, extremely dangerous. Examiner, does that mean I have passed my assessment now? Gu Qingchen pointed the peach blossom branch at Yen who, shaking it slowly, a vengeful smile on his face. The moment the branch was pointed at him, Yen whose gaze momentarily went blank. He seemed to see this bright smiling youth standing in a surging crimson river. And in this river, there were piles of corpses exuding an exceptionally terrifying aura, writhing as if they were about to drag him into this horrifying blood river. Of course, you passed. Yen who suddenly came to his senses, his throat bobbing, even his tone was nervously stuttering. No. Gu Qingchen shook his head, not yet. Captain Yen who just announced the rules himself. You have to defeat the examiner to pass the assessment. If you haven't even defeated the examiner, how can you say you've passed? As he spoke, Gu Qingchen lightly tapped the peach blossom branch, and a pure sword light burst forth, overwhelming sword intent crashing down. Damn it! Looking at the descending sword intent, Yen whose hair stood on end, and a massive amount of spiritual energy from the Great Ascension realm surged out, spreading throughout his body. At the same time, he tightly gripped the serrated steel knife behind him. With a fierce glare, he plunged the steel knife into his thigh and then pulled it out. A large amount of blood gushed out, splattering on the ground. A great blessing, bloodthirsty instinct. This was the second way to use the bloodthirsty instinct. At the cost of losing his own blood, he could gain a burst of damage lasting several seconds. With the strength of the Great Ascension realm, under the blessing, Yen who could unleash power nearly equivalent to that of a master. He would never use this move unless absolutely necessary. At this moment, Yen whose eyes were bloodshot, gripping the knife handle, he faced the overwhelming sword intent and slashed out a fierce knife light. But the knife light met the sword intent, only momentarily hindering its advance before being directly crushed by the overwhelming sword intent. His full force strike had no effect? Yen who stared wide-eyed in disbelief, and before he could be surprised, a chilling sword intent crushed down upon him. With a loud bang, Yen whose body was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall of the training ground. After smashing through the entire wall, he flew into another training ground. Following that, there were several bang-bang sounds before he finally stopped. The wall had several large holes, and the sound of falling debris echoed continuously. But the training ground was eerily silent. Defeat the examiner, assessment passed, please help me register. Gu Qingchen let out a long breath, took out a blood-red token from his pocket, and handed it to Lin Xiao, who was still in a daze beside him. He smiled and said, Long due, Peak Tower. Yen Yeling sat at his desk, frowning. In front of him, on the virtual AI screen, a map of the continent was displayed, and on the edges of the map, some red dots were constantly jumping on the screen. Suddenly, the office door opened with a click, and the voice of Secretary Xiao Hong came from the doorway. Director Yen, the matter you asked me to pay attention to has yielded results. Just now, the Guangling City branch reported that Gu Qingchen has indeed participated in today's test. However, he is not participating as a reserve member, but as a formal team member. Upon hearing this news, Yen Yeling felt a slight relief in his heart and murmured, It's good that he came. It's good that he came. He then raised his head, frowning slightly as he asked, But what is the situation with you? At this moment, Xiao Hong looked very hurried, her eyes filled with shock. Xiao Hong did not answer Yen Yiling's question but continued in a flustered tone. Then, in the second round of the practical assessment, he severely injured Captain Yenhu, and now Gu Qingchen has successfully taken on the role of steward for the Guangling City branch. Yen Yiling suddenly stood up from his seat, his eyes filled with astonishment. What? Yen Hu was defeated? Is this true? The news just came in, it shouldn't be false. Yen Yiling couldn't help but gasp in shock. He was most aware of Yen Hu's strength, not to mention his cultivation at the Great Ascension stage. What was even more formidable was his top-tier martial skills, a level that most high-level martial artists could only look up to. To think he was defeated just like that. Moreover, this time he did not sense the intense aura of slaughter. This meant that even if that young man used the aura, it was not complete, It was hard to imagine that under such circumstances, he could severely injure Yen-hu. Could it be that the young man who comprehended the aura at the martial artist level had made a breakthrough? After pondering for a few seconds, Yeling seemed to have made a certain decision. Xiaohong, help me get the permit for the Sky Temple. I need to go to Guangling again. Sky Temple? Xiaohong was taken aback, then quickly reacted, asking in surprise, Director, are you really going to tell him? This is a top-secret matter that only officials above the Earth general level are qualified to know. Yeling's gaze was firm. Since I promised him, I naturally have to do it. But for a teenager, won't the truth of the world be too cruel? Xiaohong's face was filled with worry. Perhaps, but this is something that such a prodigy must bear in the future. After pausing for a few seconds, Yeling suddenly said, moreover, I have a vague premonition that this secret cannot be hidden for long. It's better to let him prepare in advance. This secret cannot be hidden for long? This sentence exploded in Xiaohong's heart like thunder, causing her figure to tremble slightly, feeling dazed in her mind. Yeling picked up the crimson mask on the table and put it on, snorting coldly, otherwise, those old geezers who haven't shown their faces for decades wouldn't be so anxious to hold a secret summit. I will return to Longdu before the summit is held, so those old geezers need not worry. In the Demon Judgment Hall, the time was approaching dusk, and the orange sun dyed the hall of the Judgment Hall completely. However, the Demon Judgment Hall was still crowded, and the tests were proceeding in an orderly manner. At the entrance of the hall, a group of people gathered together, and from inside, occasional sounds of argument could be heard. Among them, Luo Yuli stood coldly at the entrance of the hall, her face seemingly frozen like a block of ice that had not melted for 1,000 years. She stood quietly among the crowd, like a solitary snow lotus, her gaze occasionally sweeping across the hall as if searching for someone. Beside her, two individuals dressed in the Judgment Hall's combat uniforms were arguing fiercely. Miss Luo, our team is the strongest team. Have you heard of our captain Yen-hu? Last year, he hunted a demon that could rival the Great Ascension stage, breaking the record for Guangling City in recent years. A woman with short red hair looked at Luo Yuli with fiery eyes. She was an SS-level elemental blesser. The woman named Hong Ying was sent by her own team to select candidates for the new recruits as a formal member of the tribunal. Beside her stood a dark-skinned man, retorting sharply, what good is it if only the captain is strong? Our team has ranked first in the city for 3 consecutive years, and we can even make it into the top 50 in the Luoyang province. Can you do that? Around the two who were arguing fiercely, more and more people gathered, curiously peering in. Does anyone know what this girl's background is? It seems like more than a dozen team members have come to invite her to join. A voice from the crowd questioned. She's the top of this year's reserves, an SS-level blessed one, and a martial arts prodigy at the extraordinary realm. Someone responded, an extraordinary one at such a young age? Truly terrifying, no wonder so many teams are inviting her. But with so many teams, doesn't she find any of them appealing? Who knows? She has rejected all of them, saying she will only join Elder Gu's team. Ha! What Elder Gu is there in Guangling City? You ask me, who should I ask? I'm here to admire a stunning beauty. Which team she joins is none of my business. Bro, wake up, but could you shift your shoulder a bit? You're blocking my view. Miss Luo, just listen to me, there really isn't a better team than ours. Hong Ying's tone had already taken on a hint of pleading. An SS-level elemental blessed one, her future achievements are limitless. If she joined their team and became familiar with her, perhaps when she became successful, she would remember their past friendship and promote him. Looking at the incessantly chattering woman before her, Luo Yuli frowned slightly, her tone becoming a bit heavier. I'll reiterate, I will only join Elder Gu's team. Aside from that, I won't join any team. Hong Ying was slightly taken aback, and then a big question mark popped up in her mind. She immediately spoke up, Elder Gu? What Elder Gu is there in the evil demon tribunal? Miss Luo, you must be mistaken. The previous elder in Guangling City has already passed away, and the position is currently vacant. Moreover, the previous elder's surname wasn't Gu. Luo Yuli shook her head, as if thinking of someone, her crescent-like bright eyes curved up, revealing a hint of a smile. No, there should be one soon. Miss Luo, I've already told you, there's no Elder Gu in Guangling City. Why won't you listen? The woman with short red hair looked anxious, feeling somewhat helpless. Suddenly, a gentle voice rang out from the crowd. Classmate Luo, I happen to have the surname Gu, fulfilling your requirement. How about joining my team? Immediately, everyone around felt a gentle sword intent, pushing the crowd aside and creating a path. A handsome young man with a slightly pale complexion smiled as he walked slowly through the parted crowd. The moment the girl saw the young man, she was momentarily stunned, and then her pupils suddenly brightened. Her exquisitely perfect cheeks seemed to thaw like ice, blooming with a radiant smile. Then, she nodded with some effort. Okay. The The moment the girl smiled, the colors of the entire hall seemed to dim. Everyone present was taken aback, stunned by her enchanting smile. Gu Qingchen walked up to Luo Yuli, standing side by side with her, gently hooking her finger. Luo Yuli's stunning cheeks instantly flushed with crimson, lowering her head, not daring to meet Gu Qingchen's gaze. Seeing Luo Yuli like this, the scene erupted in an uproar. Damn it, where did this pretty boy come from? Get away, don't touch my goddess. I warn you, if you dare to move again, I'll grab a knife right away. Don't stop me, I'm going to take this guy down. Although there was a wave of indignation on the scene, with people shouting to beat and kill Gu Qingchen, no one dared to act rashly. Just now, Gu Qingchen's sword intent, though gentle, still made many feel the murderous aura contained within. Amidst the noise of the crowd, only Hong Ying's eyes narrowed dangerously. She looked up and down at Gu Qingchen. This boy who resembled a high school student should be here to participate in the reserve selection. He indeed looked decent, but his aura was weak and insubstantial, indicating an unstable foundation in martial arts and poor talent. A typical pretty boy. With such talent, even if he passed the selection, he could at most enter the lowest insect-level team. How could someone like him take away her ladder of ascent? However, since it was confirmed that he was a successful candidate for the reserves, this matter could be handled easily. In the evil judgment court, the hierarchy is strict, and the lower ranks must absolutely obey the orders of the higher ranks. A glint flashed in her eyes as she spoke loudly. Miss Luo, have you thought it through? Joining a dragon-level team is far more promising than joining an insect-level team. Martial arts cultivation cannot tolerate even a hint of friendship mixed in. One wrong step leads to lifelong regret. Saying this, she walked to Gu Qingchen's side and patted his shoulder earnestly. Young man, sister hopes you understand, the gap between insects and dragons is like a chasm. You cannot possibly be in the same group. Now I order you, stop bothering Miss Luo. Can't you see she really wants to join our team? By the way, let me remind you, not listening to your superiors will lead to severe punishment once you join the team. Gu Qingchen's eyelid twitched. This woman not only didn't understand her own identity but also seemed a bit slow-witted. He was now a steward of Guangling, a being above tens of thousands in Guangling. Who was the superior here? Just as he was about to speak, a clear voice like a nightingale rang out beside him. Enough. Which team I join is none of your business. Hearing this blatant threat, Luo Yuli's tone suddenly turned cold. Suddenly, a breathless voice came from behind. Steward Gu, you forgot your thing. Lin Xiao was waving the blood-red token that Gu Qingchen had thrown to him earlier, frantically gesturing to Gu Qingchen. Lin Xiao, what are you doing here? Are you trying to steal someone from me too? Hong Ying glared warily at the familiar face in front of her. Lin Xiao scratched his head in confusion, saying, steal someone? What are you talking about? I'm here to deliver something to Steward Gu. Saying this, he ran to Gu Qingchen and returned the token to his hand. This action left everyone present dumbfounded, their gazes all converging on Gu Qingchen. He just referred to this boy as steward? This boy is the newly appointed steward of Guangling City? He is a steward? Hong Ying was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure, sizing up Gu Qingchen and mocking. Ha, you are a steward, then I am a governor. Besides, a steward must at least have the strength to reach the great completion stage. How could someone so young possibly be one? Moreover, our team leader Yen, who is still here, with his personality, how could he allow a high school student to sit in a position higher than his own? Hong Ying said disdainfully. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd suddenly realized. Indeed, how could there be such a young steward? Suddenly, a loud shout came from the air. Hong Ying, enough! How dare you speak recklessly about the steward in public? Team leader Yen, who was severely injured by the steward with a single sword. Do you want to end up like him? Look for yourself. What is in the steward's hand? Lin Zhao's tone turned cold, suddenly becoming authoritative, his gaze sternly fixed on Hong Ying. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd present couldn't help but gasp in shock, their gazes towards the young man filled with respect. The strongest captain, the bloodthirsty flame tiger, was severely injured by this young man with a single sword? Hong Ying was taken aback, her eyes following to Gu Qingchen, her pupils suddenly constricting. This is Director Yan's token. The young man before her was the one chosen by Director Yan. He was truly the newly appointed steward. Thinking of this, Hong Ying's face turned red and pale in turns. Remembering that she had defied the steward by skipping 2 ranks, her legs went weak, and she ended up sitting down on the ground. Steward, how do you wish to handle her? Lin Xiao asked respectfully. How to handle? I just became a steward, and I'm not too familiar with the rules here. Gu Qingchen scratched his head. But she's quite annoying, and I don't want to see her in the future. Lin Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted, walking over to kick Hong Ying. Go back and pack your things, the Flame Tiger team has removed you from the roster. you don't need to come tomorrow. Hong Ying's face instantly turned deathly pale. Gu Qingchen waved his hand without looking back. Lin Xiao, you handle it yourself, I have things to do, I'll leave first. Another sword energy fell, parting the crowd. By the time everyone regained their senses, the young man and woman had already vanished without a trace. In the territory of the Great Xia, in a desolate wilderness, a massive black castle stood abruptly. At this moment, heavy rain poured down outside, and the castle's gates were tightly shut. Countless strands of blood seeped out from beneath the castle's doors, quickly washed away by the rain. Inside the castle, a woman's piercing wail echoed. Please, please, don't kill me, I'll do anything you want. You can use me for anything, with my body, just don't kill me, anything I. This was a beautiful woman, now kneeling on the damp ground with her clothes torn, her face covered in blood, her eyes filled with terror. She didn't know why she was here. Just the scene around her had pushed her sanity to the brink of collapse. Around her, countless flesh and corpses piled up into a small mountain, unknown entrails and shattered bones littered the ground. This was a bloody hell on earth. In front of the woman stood a man in a cloak. As expected of a whore, even at a time like this, still thinking of trading her body for her life. But, do you see my body? Can it still work? The man let out a hissing laugh, pulling back half of his cloak. The woman trembled and raised her head, instantly feeling her hair stand on end, her scalp tingling. The man's body had completely rotted and stank, with numerous slimy maggots crawling through the decaying flesh, not a single piece of intact meat to be found. Despair filled the woman's eyes, her form swayed twice before she fainted in fear. Boring. The man reached out his right hand, grabbing the woman's head and lifting her up. Then, he brutally crushed her head like a balloon. With a pop, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The man tilted his head back, letting the blood pour over him, extending his long tongue to lick up the various colored substances, smacking his lips. The blood food of ordinary humans can only satisfy hunger. The real delicacy, indeed, is the blood and flesh of warriors. Mo Yen, have you had enough fun? How is your task coming along? A voice seemed to penetrate the ethereal starry sky, echoing within the castle. Lord Tianhua, the penetrating coordinates have been set up at the soul-severing mountain in Guangling City as per your instructions, and the ritual for Lord Liantian demon god has been prepared. However, Gu Qingchen's identity seems to have been classified by Yen Yeling. Even the level of Yen Nietian is insufficient to query, but others are indeed in Guangling. I have already sent 3 master-level demon cultivators to infiltrate Guangling. Even if he comprehends the Tao rhythm, he won't be able to escape. Mo Yen lowered his head, his expression suddenly becoming extremely respectful. Very well, the seeds of the great Xia martial arts should be nipped in the bud as early as possible. Leaving the evil demon tribunal, Luo Yuli and Gu Qingchen walked side by side. Golden light fell from the horizon, casting over the two of them, highlighting their almost perfect features. Newcomers on the street turned their heads, their gazes fixed on the two, not knowing whom to envy at that moment. Gu classmate, congratulations on becoming the new steward of the tribunal. Luo Yuli carefully glanced at Gu Qingchen, her face flushed, nervously speaking. The coldness from outside the tribunal was completely gone. Xiao Yuli, we've been such close friends, calling me Gu classmate feels a bit distant. Gu Qingchen joked with a smile, just call me Xiao Gu or Qingchen. Hearing Gu Qingchen's response, Luo Yuli's ears turned even redder. As classmates, that title felt too intimate. But for some reason, her heart fluttered, and she gently nodded. Gu classmate was indeed not as intimidating as she had imagined. She still remembered a few years ago, when she was about to be abducted by a cult, a boy in middle school had brandished a martial arts sword and fiercely stabbed it into the back of a cult member, his expression extremely fierce. The two walked side by side for a few more steps, and Luo Yuli hesitated before speaking again. Gu classmate, do you have time tonight? To thank you for your help last time, I want to treat you to a meal. Luo Yuli looked at the boy beside her, her eyes flickering with a hint of expectation. The school beauty Luo is treating, of course I have time. Where shall we go? Gu Qingchen's face broke into a smile. Luo Yuli pondered for a moment. It's not far from Engyue Tower. We didn't get to eat there last time, how about we go there? Sure. The two walked one in front of the other, the setting sun casting 2 uneven shadows as they moved forward together. 10 minutes later, the two were already seated in the highest position of Engyue Tower. Beside them stood Manager Chen, who appeared glamorous but was actually sweating profusely. These two were definitely not to be trifled with. Behind them was that supreme-level killing god. Esteemed guests, your dishes have been served. Please enjoy. After saying this, he quickened his pace and left as if flying. This manager has such a small heart. Gu Qingchen shook his head. Who told Uncle Yen to demolish most of Engyue Tower last time? Luo Yuli smiled gently. The atmosphere between the two began to lighten, and they started chatting casually while eating. Gu classmate, Xingchen, your aura seems weak right now, you should eat more nourishing food. Saying this, she picked up an oyster and naturally placed it onto Gu Qingchen's plate under his somewhat strange gaze. This girl really is naive. Not only did she serve herself, but she also picked something as nourishing as an oyster. Xiao Yuli, do you know what it means when a woman serves a man oysters? Gu Qingchen's eyes held a hint of teasing. I don't know. Luo Yuli looked up, her bright eyes filled with curiosity. Then come closer, and I'll tell you quietly. Warm breath brushed against her ear, and as she listened to Gu Qingchen's words, Luo Yuli's cheeks grew even hotter, red as if they might bleed. Xingchen, I didn't mean it like that. Luo Yuli's voice was as soft as a whisper, like a flustered little deer. Looking at the stunning beauty before him, Gu Qingchen felt something in his heart soften and tremble. Just kidding. Gu Qingchen squinted his eyes into a line, flicked the delicate forehead of Luo Yuli, returned to his seat, and swallowed an oyster in one bite. Instantly, a pure spiritual energy flowed down his esophagus into his body, quickly replenishing the vitality he had consumed today. Truly, it was a top-notch ingredient from the Moon Reflection Tower, Gu Qingchen sighed inwardly. However, at this moment, the pallor on his face remained unchanged. This was a side effect of using the god-slaying sword technique, primarily caused by a depletion of mental energy leading to a weak aura. Nevertheless, Gu Qingchen was not surprised. After all, the first time he used the god-slaying sword technique, he had fainted and ended up in the hospital. After all, the Dao rhythm was a power exclusive to the martial god realm. Although he had comprehended the Dao rhythm in advance, he lacked the realm to support it within his body. Being able to compensate with mental energy was already a great result. Fortunately, today he had only used a portion of the sword intent. Had he unleashed a complete manifestation of heaven and earth, he probably wouldn't have fainted, nor would he have had the strength to accompany the campus beauty Luo to eat here. Just then, a commotion came from downstairs, as if a group of martial arts students were discussing which university to attend. Xingchen, in a few days, the martial arts college entrance exam will be here. Do you have a school in mind? Luo Yuli asked casually. Not yet. What about you? I want to go to Long University. Long University? Why? Isn't Imperial University more suitable? Gu Qingchen asked, somewhat puzzled. Long University, fully known as Longdu University, is on par with Imperial University, being one of the top 2 higher education institutions in Daxia. These 2 best schools could be freely chosen by the 2 prodigies. However, the elemental system major at Imperial University is renowned across the country, being a flagship major. Luo Yuli's elemental blessing was certainly more suited for Imperial University. Luo Yuli shook her head. A few days ago, the martial god Natural Disaster called our house and said that if I choose Long University, he would personally train me. Martial god Natural Disaster? Gu Qingchen was taken aback, then recalled the knowledge from his textbooks. Natural Disaster was also an elemental blessing bearer, guarding the north near Longdu, and Xiao Yuli was an SS-level elemental blessing bearer. No wonder. After a pause, Luo Yuli seemed to be brewing something, and finally hesitantly spoke. Xingchen, you comprehended the Dao rhythm so early, you should choose Long University, right? Gu Qingchen picked up a piece of sashimi and put it in his mouth. What if I say that actually, Imperial University is more suitable for me? A hint of panic flashed across Luo Yuli's face, and without thinking, she blurted out, then I'll go with you to Imperial University. When she looked up, she saw Gu Qingchen's smile was meaningful, staring directly at her. Luo Yuli's heart raced, her face flushed, but this time, she rarely looked down to avoid it. Her gem-like bright eyes also stared intently at Gu Qingchen, with a hint of mist in them. The distance between the two was getting closer. Gu Qingchen could even feel his own strong heartbeat. A toast to freedom, a toast to death. Just then, a hurried phone ring sounded, and the two jolted awake as if from a dream. Gu Qingchen cursed inwardly, pressed the phone call button, and was about to speak rudely, but before he could open his mouth, the familiar scolding voice of the principal came from the other end. You brat, where have you been? It's been over 10 days since you came to school, and now you can't even be reached by phone. If it weren't for my contact with your sister Gu Xiaoyu, I would have thought you were dead. Gu Qingchen was taken aback, then realizing he was in the wrong, he chuckled awkwardly and said, It's the principal. I've been at home seriously preparing for the college entrance exam these days. Is there something you need from me? Of course there's something very important. This is an opportunity I've worked hard to secure for you. The principal spoke with a hint of pride. Tonight at 10, I've signed you up for a martial arts gathering. The participants are all top students from martial arts universities in Guangling City, with prominent family backgrounds, and they are your seniors. Although you have comprehended the Dao rhyme at the Qi Si realm and are a natural seed for cultivation, your martial arts cultivation is still too low. At this gathering, you can specifically ask them about the key points and difficulties of the martial arts college entrance examination, and you can also take the opportunity to meet some people, which will be beneficial for your connections in Guangling after graduation. Too low in martial arts cultivation? Gu Qingchen was taken aback. He was already at the extraordinary 9th realm. It should be noted that even the recognized martial arts genius of Guangling City, Luo Yuli, had only just entered the extraordinary realm a few days ago. But after a moment's thought, Gu Qingchen quickly realized, since awakening in the Divine Hall, he had hardly been in contact with the principal, so he naturally didn't know about his realm change. Principal, but I'm already at the extraordinary realm. What's the use of being extraordinary? This gathering can help you. Wait, what? You've entered the extraordinary realm? On the other end of the phone, the principal's voice suddenly stopped, feeling a bit dazed by his student's words. How long had it been since they last met, and this kid had jumped straight from the Qi-Si realm to the extraordinary realm? Back in the day, it took him 15 years to rise from the Qi-Si to the extraordinary realm, and this kid had comprehended the Dao Rhyme in just a few days? This young man was truly not comparable to an ordinary prodigy. After a long silence, he suddenly exhaled a deep breath, his tone serious. However, you still have to go. There will also be members of the royal family from Longdu attending this gathering. It's not that I want you to cling to them. After the college entrance examination, when you go to Longdu, it's naturally good to make some friends in advance. The royal family from Longdu? What are they doing in Guangling? Gu Qingchen was a bit puzzled. I don't know, it said they are here to look for someone. The royal family from Longdu. Gu Qingchen nodded. I understand. I won't say more. I still need to inform Luo Yuli. Remember not to be late. No need, principal, Luo is right here with me. On the other end of the phone, the principal was taken aback, then said with a hint of annoyance, good kid, you really managed to get her, huh? Such a fine girl, don't go ruining her. By the way, I've sent the gathering address to your phone. Got it, principal, you go ahead and be busy. Gu Qingchen hung up the phone and then noticed that on the other side, Luo Yuli had just hung up her call with Luo Zhizheng. Gu Qingchen, I'm sorry, I have to go home first to change clothes. A hint of guilt appeared on her face, clearly because she had invited Gu Qingchen to dinner, but now she had to leave first. It's fine, we'll see each other later. Gu Qingchen nodded, indicating his understanding. Unlike him, a solitary person, Luo Yuli was the daughter of the governor of Guangling, representing the face of the entire city. At this moment, Luo Yuli was dressed in casual attire, which was clearly not suitable for receiving guests. However, with the beauty gone, the meal seemed to lose its flavor. Looking at the half-eaten delicacies on the table, Gu Qingchen felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy. Manager Chen, bring me 2 bottles of your best wine. In Guanling City, Linhe District, inside a huge villa, a grand gathering was taking place. This was a gathering held before the martial arts college entrance examination, attended only by martial artists from powerful families in Guangling City. On the surface, it was a guise for seniors from martial arts universities to share insights about the college entrance examination. In reality, it was a networking event for the children of various families and officials, a precursor to future exchanges of interests. At this moment, the crowd's attention was focused on a young man at the center of the villa, with people continuously approaching to greet him and raise their glasses. The young man was handsome, with striking golden hair and a smile at the corner of his mouth, constantly greeting those around him. Most importantly, he wore a distinctive crown on his shoulder, a symbol that only royalty could don. Behind him stood a spirited middle-aged man, his aura deep and unfathomable. At that moment, another man in a suit raised his glass and stepped forward. Young Master Lu, I toast to you, wishing you success in your college entrance examination. If you need any help during your time in Guangling, just let me know. The man's name was Yang Shi, a sophomore at Longdu University, from a wealthy family that held various interests in Guangling, making him one of the city's top rich second-generation individuals. His main purpose for coming was to befriend the Lu family royalty from Longdu. Once he attached himself to the royal family, it would mean he could truly enter the high-end martial arts circle of Longdu. Lu Zongxing forced a smile and clinked glasses with the man, saying, Thank you, Senior Yang. I do have some matters to trouble everyone with later. The man named Zhao seemed to have received some kind of blessing, his smile growing even wider. It's just a small favor. In the future, I hope young Master Lu will take care of me in Longdu. Of course. The two chatted for a few more moments before the man reluctantly left. As soon as the man turned away, the smile on Lu Zongxing's face vanished in an instant. People from this small place don't value martial arts cultivation, all they know is to curry favor. It's truly disgusting. In such a snobbish place, how could a martial god be born? Lu Zongxing shook his head, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Don't be impetuous, don't forget the purpose of our visit. The middle-aged man glanced at Lu Zongxing and reminded him lightly, saying no more. After all, Lu Zongxing was the strongest prodigy of the Lu family in recent years, and it was only natural for a prodigy to have some pride. Moreover, Lu Zongxing had recently felt a faint breakthrough to the extraordinary realm. It should be noted that Longdu University and Emperor University, the two top martial arts universities, had an admission line that was only at the martial artist first realm, just breaking through to the martial artist second realm in sophomore year. If it weren't for important matters at hand, would I be smiling at such trash? The more Lu Zongxing spoke, the angrier he became, his gaze quickly scanning the crowd as he muttered, 3 realms of Qi, first realm of martial artist, 6 realms of Qi. All a bunch of trash, a gathering of useless people. His voice suddenly stopped. At the end of his gaze, Luo Yuli stood in a crystal gown, her stunning face calm as water, exuding an aura that kept others at bay. Lu Zongxing's expression froze for a moment, seemingly stunned. But what surprised him even more was that he could not sense the girl's realm. This meant that the girl's realm was at least on par with his own. The girl seemed to radiate a chill, yet many men still approached her with glasses in hand to greet her. Elder Zixiao, who is that girl? Lu Zongxing turned to ask. That young lady is the daughter of the ruling family of Guangling, an SS-level blessing, and a candidate from the same year as you, the first prodigy of Guangling, the middle-aged man explained. SS-level blessing? Lu Zongxing showed a look of surprise for the first time. I didn't expect that this broken place of Guangling actually has hidden talents. He then lowered his head to ponder, possessing the top-level blessing, decent martial arts cultivation, and a beauty that could topple nations. Although her family background was a bit lacking, she could still barely match up to me, Lu Zongxing. As if seeing through the young man's thoughts, Zixiao frowned slightly. That girl is rumored to be the direct disciple of the natural disaster. You'd best not have any designs on her. What does it matter? A beauty belongs to the capable. Even if it's a martial god, they can't say much. Lu Zongxing's lips curled up as he picked up the wine glass beside him and walked towards Luo Yuli. At that moment, Luo Yuli was expressionless, mechanically clinking glasses with those who greeted her. But she never drank from her glass, nor did she shake hands with others. At most, she would nod in acknowledgement. Hello, miss, I am Lu Zongxing from the Lu family of Longdu. Hearing this voice, Luo Yuli slightly raised her head. Lu Zongxing stepped forward with a confident smile, extending his hand towards Luo Yuli. I am Lu Zongxing from the Lu family of Longdu. May I ask for your esteemed name? Luo Yuli, she replied coldly and briefly. Looking at Lu Zongxing's beaming face, she felt a bit irritated. It was this guy who ruined her dinner time alone with Gu classmate. She had finally mustered the courage to invite Gu classmate out. Truly detestable. So naturally, she wouldn't give Lu Zongxing a good face. Of course, she didn't realize that apart from Gu Qingchen and her friends, she appeared distant to everyone else. As for which royal family he came from, she didn't care at all. Coming to this place was already giving face to Luo Tianheng. Seeing Luo Yuli's reaction, Lu Zongxing was not angry. As a talented individual himself, who didn't have a bit of character and temper? But after all, he grew up in a small place and hadn't seen much of the world. Now, looking at her cold demeanor, he thought that with just a little effort, he could easily win her over. Classmate Luo, you are exceptionally talented. I believe that once you enter Long University, you will become a leader in the school. This is my WeChat. When you arrive in Longdu, feel free to reach out to me if you encounter any difficulties. Saying this, Lu Zongxing took out his phone, and a 3-dimensional QR code appeared. Watching Lu Zongxing's actions, several girls participating in the gathering immediately showed envious looks. This was the contact information of a royal descendant. Obtaining this was equivalent to having 1 foot in the royal circle. No need, I am from the Elemental Blessing Department, and I study at the Imperial University, Luo Yuli replied flatly. Lu Zongxing was taken aback, clearly not expecting to be rejected. His face suddenly looked a bit awkward, but he still maintained his smile, continuing to push the QR code in front of Luo Yuli. Is that so? What a pity. But someone as talented as Miss Luo will surely come to Longdu in the future. Besides, knowing one more person is always an extra path, isn't it? Luo Yuli frowned slightly, looked up at Lu Zongxing, and said something shocking. I said no need, young Master Lu. Are you looking for a fight? As soon as she finished speaking, the air between them suddenly turned bone-chillingly cold, and tiny ice crystals began to form in the air. Lu Zongxing was stunned again, his smile collapsing, his pupils filled with disbelief. He was a royal, and this woman dared to lay hands on him? Lu Zongxing, it's time to get down to business. Elder Zixiao suddenly appeared behind Lu Zongxing, pulling him to the center of the villa where a microphone was placed. Lu Zongxing took a deep breath, glanced at Elder Zixiao, and thought to himself, this beauty has quite a fiery temperament, but I like it. Now, let's get down to business first. He cleared his throat a couple of times and spoke loudly into the microphone. please everyone, quiet down, I will take up a little of your time. The villa immediately fell silent. Actually, I came to this gathering with a request for everyone's help. Young Master Lu, please speak freely. As long as we can do it, we will definitely help. The crowd immediately responded eagerly. Then I will speak frankly. I came to Guangling this time to find a martial god and hope he can take me as a disciple to comprehend the Tao rhythm in advance. Lu Zongxing pretended to sincerely scan the crowd, observing their reactions. Martial god? Hearing these two words, everyone present was momentarily stunned, as if trying to confirm whether they had misheard. Is this the kind of person they could encounter at their level? It doesn't matter if you don't know, just go back and ask your family. If there are any clues. Bang! At that moment, the villa's main door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. Outside the villa, a young man with sharp eyes and a starry brow stumbled in, holding a bottle of fine wine, his steps unsteady. Instantly, everyone's gaze converged on the young man. He staggered, his face flushed with drunkenness, his clothes stained with a bit of blood. Although he was handsome, he looked somewhat disheveled at that moment. Seeing a drunkard burst in, the people in the villa began to whisper among themselves. Brother Wang, who is this? Do you know him? I don't know, he's a stranger, it's the first time I've seen him. He must just be a lost vagrant. Many girls' eyes sparkled, quietly rebutting, but he's so good looking, is there really a vagrant who looks this good? Yeah, he's even better looking than the stars on TV. He must just be drunk. Their conversation was interrupted by a drunkard, and a hint of anger appeared on Lu Zongxing's face. Veins bulged on his forehead as he struggled to suppress his temper, frowning as he asked Yang Shi, Senior Yang, what is this? Young Master Lu, it seems this is the martial arts prodigy recommended by the principal of Jianqi Middle School. Yang Shi nodded and bowed slightly. Martial arts prodigy? Are you sure? Lu Zongxing frowned, sensing the young man's aura was as insubstantial as floating duckweed on water. No matter how you looked at it, this couldn't possibly be the aura of a martial arts prodigy. What martial arts prodigy? Just a drunkard who stumbled in here. Lu Zongxing's face showed impatience as he signaled to Yang Shi beside him. Yang Shi immediately understood, stepping forward and shouting at the door, who let this drunkard in? This place is not for you. Get out. As he spoke, he grabbed Gu Qingchen by the collar, intending to throw him out. But as soon as he touched the drunkard's shoulder, he felt his hand caught by an immense force. The grip was so strong it felt like being clamped by iron pincers, unable to move. In surprise, Yang Shi turned his head, just in time to meet Gu Qingchen's hazy, drunken smile. The next second, Yang Shi felt his world turn upside down, followed by a sharp pain. With a loud bang, he was forcefully slammed headfirst into the villa's floor. Yang Shi's legs twitched a couple of times before going completely still, unconscious. The people present stared blankly at the scene before them, unable to comprehend what was happening. Senior Yang Shi was trying to kick the drunkard out, and then he was knocked down by this drunkard? It should be noted that Senior Yang Shi was a student at the top-tier Longdu University. While he couldn't compare to royal offspring, he was still a true prodigy. Those near the door instinctively took a few steps back, watching Gu Qingchen warily. Just as everyone was in a daze, an anxious voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Gu, how could you drink so much? Luo Yuli emerged from the crowd, helping the swaying Gu Qingchen, her expression filled with concern. Gu Qingchen blinked his hazy eyes, looking at her, reaching out to touch her cheek, and said dreamily, Xiao Yuli, you're so beautiful. Hearing this ambiguous remark, Luo Yuli's cheeks flushed bright red, and she awkwardly replied, Qingchen, there are so many people here, what are you saying? But her body honestly offered no resistance, allowing Gu Qingchen to gently caress her cheek. A few seconds later, someone suddenly exclaimed in surprise, wait, is this the young lady of the Luo family? A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and all eyes fell on the girl. It really is the young lady of the Luo family. Damn, did I see it wrong? The young lady's face is flushed? I've never seen the ice mountain of Luo show this expression. Who is this drunkard? He actually managed to win over the ice mountain. Forget about showing this kind of expression. I've never seen the ice mountain have any other expression. This trip today is worth it. I heard that someone forcefully kissed the ice mountain during the blessing ceremony. It can't be him, right? Listening to the waves of discussion coming from inside the villa, Lu Zongxing's face darkened completely. As a martial arts prodigy of the royal family, he had always been able to have whatever he wanted since he was a child. Even if he couldn't get it, as a genius, he would find a way to obtain it. As a member of the royal family, he should be above everyone else in such a small and shabby place. Everyone here should bow and scrape before him. But today, this little bastard arrived late to the gathering, interrupted his speech, and showed no respect for him, a royal prodigy. That would have been enough, but he even dared to covet the woman he had his eyes on. Since you have provoked my disgust like this, I can only let you die. Trash is indeed trash. Lu Zongxing looked at Yang Shi, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, his eyes burning with rage. He stepped forward, his voice overpowering everyone present as he shouted, "You, assassin, forcibly breaking into a private residence, attempting to attack and assassinate a member of the royal family. To assassinate a member of the royal family is a crime that deserves death. Elder Zixiao, please take action and eliminate the assassin." Assassin? Is he referring to this drunken young man? The people present exchanged glances, confused. Although this drunkard was skilled, his current state of drunkenness had nothing to do with the word assassin. Most of the people present were from powerful families in Guangling City and had some understanding of political struggles. Otherwise, they wouldn't be at this gathering. After a while, many began to realize this drunken young man was not an assassin, but his actions had undoubtedly slapped the face of this royal prodigy. And being labeled as an assassin and dying was the fate of those who defy the royal family. If the royal family wants you dead, you have no choice but to die. The royal family's actions were truly tyrannical. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Zixiao snorted coldly and glared fiercely at Lu Zongxing. At this point, it was clear that he had to take action. A sword appeared in his hand, and with a gentle shake, an invisible roar echoed. The invisible killing intent was aimed at Gu Qingchen. Luo Yuli protected Gu Qingchen, vigilantly staring at Zixiao, surrounded by the 5 elemental forces, ready to strike at any moment. But the next second, she felt a large hand pull her back. The killing intent pierced to the bone, and Gu Qingchen suddenly awakened, instinctively summoning the sword path from within. A sword was thrust out. In an instant, the world changed color, the villa's glass shattered one after another, and then the lights went out. In the darkness, everyone clearly saw the drunken young man standing with a sword, killing intent surging, a vast sea of blood churning behind him. Behind him, countless gods and demons bowed and worshipped him. In the villa, everyone looked at the illusory divine and demonic figures behind the young man, trembling in fear. Some struggled to say something but found they could not make a sound. This is the sword path? Zixiao's pupils trembled. The aura emanating from this young man was that of the Tao. How could this be possible? In that fleeting moment, countless pieces of information surged wildly in Zixiao's mind. It seemed that the Empress had only mentioned that there was indeed an extreme Tao rhythm coming from Guangling City, but it had not been fully confirmed that a martial god existed. After all, no one had ever thought that a 17 or 18-year-old boy could comprehend something as profound and unfathomable as the Tao. But now the facts are right in front of us. This boy indeed possesses the power of Tao rhyme, and just as the Empress described, it is top-tier Tao rhyme. So what now? Confusion flickered in his eyes. In a daze, he recalled the words of the Crimson Sky Empress before she left. It would be best if Lu Zongxing could receive guidance from the martial god. If not, there's no need to force it, but absolutely do not offend him. Zixiao suddenly woke up as if from a dream. A potential martial god absolutely cannot be offended. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone only saw a flash of light as Zixiao transformed, followed by a complete 180-degree turn. Then, slap! A heavy and crisp slap landed on Lu Zongxing's face. The force was so great that it spun him in the air several times before he fell to the ground. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, smearing his face. At that moment, he looked like a dead dog kicked aside. A sharp buzzing filled his ears, and his mind was in chaos. The surrounding people all gaped in disbelief at the scene before them. What was happening? The elder of the royal family slapped their own genius? Even Gu Qingchen was momentarily stunned, his sword intent dissipating as he stared blankly ahead, somewhat at a loss. After a while, Lu Zongxing struggled on the ground like a maggot, his expression one of madness. Zixiao, have you gone mad? What are you doing? Slap! Another heavy slap struck Lu Zongxing's face. Elder Zixiao raised his hand, his gaze serious as he looked at Lu Zongxing, as if telling him to shut up with his actions. Slandering the martial god seed. Do you really think you can act recklessly just because you are of royal blood? As soon as these words were spoken, countless people gasped in shock. That is the martial god. There are countless geniuses in the world, but there are only 4 martial gods in the entire Great Xia. To be personally referred to as a martial god seed by a royal elder. What exactly is this boy's identity? Lu Zongxing looked at Gu Qingchen in disbelief. A martial god seed? This breathy little brat? The one he came to apprentice under? So what? If we kill him here, my Lu family won't have to fear the threat of the martial god. At this moment, Lu Zongxing's expression was one of madness, filled with murderous intent, completely losing his rationality. A dignified royal being slapped by his own elder in front of a group of useless people. If possible, he even wanted to kill everyone who witnessed this scene today. If this boy is not eliminated, there will be no place for me, Lu Zongxing, in this world. Gu Qingchen frowned, his gaze towards Lu Zongxing becoming sharp with a hint of murderous intent spreading. Zi Zhao's expression also darkened, ready to raise his hand again. But at that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently. In an instant, an abnormal change occurred again. The five-story villa seemed to be crushed by a tremendous force, collapsing in an instant. Countless steel bars and rubble rained down on the crowd, and the ceiling crashed down with a loud bang. Just as Gu Qingchen was about to act, he felt a gentle, cool touch at his fingertips. Luo Yuli grabbed Gu Qingchen's right hand, her pupils one blue and one purple, extraordinarily enchanting. SS level blessing, mastery of the primordial elements. It was as if a barrier formed around the two of them, causing all metals and stones to automatically repel when they approached. In no time, the entire villa was completely destroyed. Half of the people were buried under the rubble, and those who managed to escape the villa were also covered in wounds, most of them losing their ability to move, lying on the ground and groaning incessantly. In midair, three figures in black cloaks walked through the air, their eyes scanning the crowd. Amidst the ruins, Gu Qingchen frowned tightly as he looked up at the three figures. From them, he sensed the same demonic aura he felt on the day of the blessing, and their ability to walk through the air indicated that they were at least in the Great Ascension realm, or even the Master realm. The cloaked figure at the forefront glanced down, finally locking his gaze on Gu Qingchen, and spoke in a detached tone, "Mo1, you go deal with that royal master over there." He pointed to Zishou beside him, and then a bloodthirsty glint appeared in his eyes. "Mo, you and I will first kill the one who just activated the sword path. Let none of the others escape. It's been a long time since I've tasted the flesh and blood of a warrior." Two murderous auras simultaneously targeted Gu Qingchen from different directions. "Gu Qingchen, die for me," the cloaked man hissed with a laugh. Gu Qingchen felt a chill run down his spine. He swung a sword aura behind him, pushing Luo Yuli back. The phantom of a peach blossom branch appeared in his hand, ready to summon his sword intent once more. At that critical moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through the surroundings. In the void, a man wearing a crimson mask slowly stepped out, sneering coldly. "Those who dare to touch my yeling really have a short memory." As the man stepped out of the void, a thick smell of blood permeated the entire area. Unlike Gu Qingchen's extreme killing intent, this was the true aura of someone who had walked out from a pile of corpses. Yeling? What's going on? Didn't Mo Yen say Yeling was in Londu? The cloaked figure immediately froze in place, his scalp tingling, a bone-chilling cold creeping in, and a sense of dread filling his heart. The name Yeling was etched deeply in the hearts of the demon clan, and anyone who had ever crossed paths with Yeling was not alive to tell the tale. In an instant, the fighting spirit of the three vanished, their breaths chaotic. "Damn you, Mo Yen, I'm going to take you down with me," one of the demon clan members roared, leaping into the air, preparing to escape amidst the chaos. "Humph, you think you can leave?" Yeling snorted coldly, extending his arm and grasping at the void. The demon master was frozen in midair, as if something had gripped his throat, his legs twitching in agony. Yeling clenched his fist gently. With a loud bang, the demon master turned into a cloud of blood mist, dissipating into the air. Throughout it all, this demon master didn't even let out a scream. Following that, Yeling extended a finger and lightly swiped in the void. Two more clouds of blood mist erupted in the air. Thus, all three demon masters were dead. Gu Qingchen couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Mastery realm, just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Yeling snorted coldly, then turned his head, a smile appearing on his face as he asked with concern, "Little Gu, are you alright?" Gu Qingchen came to his senses and shook his head. "Uncle Yen, how did you end up here?" "Of course, I came to find you. I sensed your sword intent just now and traversed the void directly. Luckily, I made it in time. These demon clans have really become increasingly rampant lately." Yeling's tone turned serious as he continued, "It seems my decision was indeed correct. I should take you to that place." Gu Qingchen's heart trembled. Is Director Yen really deciding to show him the so-called truth of the world? Just as the two were conversing, a middle-aged man's voice sounded from behind. "Zishou of the Lu family, thank you, Director Yen, for saving my life." Zishou slightly bowed to Yeling, paying his respects. At his feet lay Lu Zongxing, bloodied and looking like a dead dog. His clothes were tattered, and he bore some wounds from the earlier battle with the demon clan. Although he was also a master, the demon's attacks had been exceptionally fierce, and he could only barely defend himself. If it weren't for Yeling's arrival, he would have likely died here. "Oh right, I almost forgot about you." Yeling's tone was somewhat playful as he turned to Gu Qingchen and asked, "Little Gu, how should we deal with this royal scion from the Lu family?" Gu Qingchen glanced at Lu Zongxing, who looked like a dead dog, and without hesitation, replied coolly, "This person has ill intentions. Kill him." Daring to harbor murderous intent against oneself, even if Uncle Yen does not take action, Gu Qingchen will find an opportunity to eliminate this person himself. Master Yen, wait, although the disciples of the Lu family have acted out of line, I have already given them punishment. Upon hearing this, cold sweat streamed down Zixiao's back. This is Yen Yeling. He could truly carry out such acts as killing the royal family's prodigies. Lu Zongxing is a prodigy of the Lu family. Although I do not like him, if he dies, I will likely be blamed by the Red Sky Empress upon returning. But Yen Yeling completely ignored Zixiao and muttered to himself, in that case, I might as well help the Lu family clean up their mess. Saying this, before Zixiao could voice a protest, Yen Yeling extended his right hand once more. A tremendous pressure spread like a tide, and a look of immense terror appeared in Lu Zongxing's eyes, his voice trembling with fear. Wait, don't kill me, it was my fault before, I am willing to bow and apologize to Brother Gu. Before he could finish speaking, under Lu Zongxing's terrified gaze, his body shattered with a loud bang, blood splattering everywhere, and he died in an explosion. Only a complete head remained, its face filled with unwillingness and fear. Until death, he could not understand why he would die in such a small place as Guanling. I left you a head, consider it a favor to your Lu family. If there are any issues, let your Empress Lu Qingtian come find me directly, if she dares. Saying this, Yen Yeling drew out the rust-red long knife from behind him and slashed through the space. A deep blue spatial passage opened before the two. Yen Yeling glanced at the chaos around him and said, Elder Lu, please tidy up this mess. Little Gu, let's go. Gu Qingchen nodded, turned, and whispered a few words to Luo Yuli. After finishing his instructions, Gu Qingchen stepped into the spatial rift. His vision flipped upside down in an instant, and his mind spun in dizziness. The next second, the dizziness vanished, and Gu Qingchen found himself outside a steel palace. The entire palace was enormous, its bricks and tiles resembling scales. Even in the night, the colorful brilliance flowing on them could be seen in the moonlight. It looked like a fully armed steel behemoth. Above the palace, several large characters glowed with brilliance. Sky Temple. This is, Gu Qingchen asked in shock. This is the Sky Temple, where the most genuine secrets of the Great Xia are buried. In the Great Xia, there are no more than 30 people who know this secret and can freely enter and exit here. Gu Qingchen was somewhat astonished. Did that mean everyone else who had seen this palace would be forever trapped here? To guard this secret, they could go to such lengths. Stay close to me, there are many mechanisms and traps set by the martial gods inside. One wrong step, and it will be irretrievable. Yen Yeling walked ahead, and for some reason, Gu Qingchen felt his mood was somewhat low. The two walked side by side into the vast interior of the palace. As Gu Qingchen walked, he curiously observed everything along the way. After entering the palace's main door, the view inside was completely transformed. Rather than a palace, it resembled a highly advanced research facility. Little Gu, what do you think the situation on Blue Star should be like now? Gu Qingchen raised an eyebrow, keenly catching the implication in Yen Yiling's tone. He was asking about Blue Star, not the Great Xia. Could it be that something had happened to Blue Star? Blue Star is mainly occupied by the human races of the Great Xia, Great Ming, Great Qin, and Great Zhou, with several small countries surrounding them. Among them, the Great Xia is the most powerful of these great nations, holding a dominant position on Blue Star. Gu Qingchen answered fluently, this knowledge was learned from textbooks in martial arts. That's right, but that was actually hundreds of years ago. As for what the current situation on Blue Star is, you will know shortly. Hopefully, you can withstand it by then. As they spoke, the two arrived at the central area of the Celestial Temple. In the center stood two guardians, with a blue eyeball-shaped machine in front of them. In Gu Qingchen's perception, the auras of the two far surpassed Yan Huan were comparable to the demon clan that had just attacked him. These were two masters of the martial arts realm. It should be noted that entering the martial arts master realm qualifies one to become a provincial governor. What secret is hidden here? Gu Qingchen's doubts grew heavier in his heart. Upon seeing the familiar face of Yen Yeling, the two guardians slightly bowed to show respect. The two approached the guardians, and Yen Yeling took out an identity card and scanned it on the machine. Identity verification confirmed, Yen Yeling, position, Director of the Evil Demon Tribunal, S-level authority. The passage opened, and Yen Yeling strode forward. Just as Gu Qingchen intended to follow closely, he was stopped by the two guardians. What does this mean? Yen Yeling frowned slightly and asked first. Lord Yen, you haven't been to the Celestial Temple for a long time, and the rules for entering the central area have changed. Due to the martial gods' efforts to better protect the Celestial Pearl, the rules have been modified to only allow those with qualified identities to enter, and no one can be brought in. He is someone I, Yen Yeling, brought. If his identity cannot allow him to enter the central area, what should he do? A hint of anger flashed in Yen Yiling's eyes. The guardian on the right side and looked at Gu Qingchen with a hint of pity. We have no choice, according to the regulations, he can only stay in the Celestial Temple, unless he can obtain S-level or higher certification through his cultivation, but this. The guardian on the left glanced at Gu Qingchen and couldn't help but sigh. This boy looked only 17 or 18. Achieving the Supreme Realm to obtain S-level authority was no easy feat. Hearing the explanation from the guardians, Gu Qingchen's eyes widened. So, does this mean he was being kept inside? This is ridiculous. I will cancel this regulation within 3 months. But Xiao Gu, you go in first. The guardian on the right showed a wry smile. Director Yen, we know we can't defeat you, so please don't make it difficult for us. Gu Qingchen was also confused. His identity level was insufficient. Did that mean he had to force his way in? Who wants to fight you? I'm not so warlike as to want to oppose the entire Great Xia. Yen Yiling's tone was teasing. But how will you know if you don't try? Saying this, Yen Yiling picked up the eyeball-like machine and scanned it over Gu Qingchen's pupil. Iris verification has been activated. Identity verification confirmed. Gu Qingchen, position, confidential, SS level authority. What? SS level authority? Upon seeing the information displayed on the machine, the two guardians immediately became unsteady, nearly sitting down on the ground. They widened their eyes, speechless. This boy, SS level authority? His identity was equivalent to that of the martial god? They felt their scalps tingle. Achieving SS level blessing at such a young age, what kind of terrifying force was supporting this boy? Even Gu Qingchen was a bit bewildered, scratching his head. When did he become SS level? However, he didn't pay much attention to it, naturally attributing everything to Director Yen. So can I go in now? Gu Qingchen glanced at the two. Yes, of course, please go in. The two bowed, stammering, their waists nearly bending to 180 degrees. The two entered the core area. This was already a closed space, resembling a research institute, filled with various exquisite instruments. Yen Yiling slowly spoke, activate the celestial pearl. In an instant, the world changed dramatically. A deep blue light broke through the thick clouds, tearing apart the sky like a sharp sword, landing on the celestial pearl. Immediately, countless fish scale-like tiles of the celestial temple flipped, gathering all the light from the world into this space. A mechanical voice sounded in the ears of the two. The projection of the blue star world has been activated. A brilliant light curtain, reminiscent of a holographic projection from a past life, appeared before them. It formed a sphere, enveloping the two inside. A once blue planet slowly emerged before Gu Qingchen. This is the holographic projection of Blue Star at this very moment. Under the influence of the celestial pearl, it can detect every corner of Blue Star in real time. Xiao Gu, this is the truth of the world, Yen Yiling said in a deep voice. What is this? Gu Qingchen's pupils constricted sharply as he looked at the scene before him. In the projection of the celestial pearl, a blue planet appeared before his eyes. However, this blue planet was densely covered with black holes, like ugly sores growing on its surface. Gu Qingchen's left hand trembled as he magnified the sores on the blue planet, instantly feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. In the center of some sores stood towering black monsters, covered in purple blood, devouring their companions while also gnawing at the land of Blue Star. In the center of other sores stood giants resembling small mountains, scantily clad, wildly swinging large axes. This is the Corpse Gu tribe, one of the myriad races, which loves to gnaw at the land of every planet until it collapses. This is the Black Blood tribe, also known as the Giant tribe, said to be able to split entire mountains and seas with a single axe. With each magnification of the sores on the projection, Yen Yiling's low explanatory voice followed behind Gu Qingchen. What about Daxia? I want to see Daxia. Gu Qingchen's pupils shrank as he quickly searched the projection, a vague sense of foreboding rising in his heart. After searching for a long time, he finally discovered the continent that bore Daxia in an inconspicuous area to the south. Upon seeing Daxia, Gu Qingchen felt a buzzing in his head. The Daxia before him was hard to believe. The land that bore Daxia was pitifully small, even smaller than some of the black sores. More terrifying was that Daxia was surrounded by enemies on all sides. In the east, west, south, and north, four black sores connected end to end, forming a circle that trapped all of Daxia in the middle. At that moment, Daxia was like a prisoner, confined within this land. In such a state, Daxia could not even guarantee its own survival, let alone become the overlord of Blue Star. It was like a small boat sailing in the ocean. At any moment it could be overturned by foreign races. This is the strongest Daxia nation of the human race. How could it be? A hint of pain appeared on Gu Qingchen's face. Was the worldview he had learned since childhood just a lie? Even as a transmigrator, Gu Qingchen found it hard to accept for a moment. Meanwhile, Yen Yiling stood silently behind Gu Qingchen, watching the projection with a heavy expression. After a moment, Gu Qingchen steadied his emotions and asked, Uncle Yen, what is going on? Is everything in the news media about Daxia fake? He had never doubted the worldview of this world throughout his life. If all of this was fabricated by Daxia, it would be too seamless. No, it's real, Yen Yiling said with a hint of melancholy. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and slowly said, however, that was Daxia from 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, Daxia coexisted with several great nations like the Ming, Qin, and Zhou on Blue Star. That era is referred to as the ancient period. In ancient times, the spiritual energy of Blue Star was abundant. According to ancient records, during the most prosperous period of the Great Xia, there were actually over 100 deities, with both martial prowess and technology reaching their peak. But all the changes stemmed from the calamity of Blue Star a million years ago. For reasons unknown, from the depths of the starry sky, millions of different races of demons surged forth, all attacking Blue Star at once. The deities of Great Xia confronted the enemy in the starry sky, their might unparalleled, not knowing how many demon clans they exterminated. There was an ancient record of a sword god surrounded by peach blossoms, with unmatched killing intent, who drew his sword in the starry sky, slaying 81 demon gods of myriad races with a single strike. There was a silver-haired spear god, wielding a spear named Dragon Gallbladder, who pierced through the causal ties of myriad races, obliterating them into the void. That spear now stands at the border of Great Xia, and no one can pull it out. Listening to Yen Yiling's narration, Gu Qingchen naturally thought of the two deities in the Hall of Deities, feeling a surge of emotions in his heart, filled with ambition. Then why did Great Xia end up in its current state? Gu Qingchen asked, somewhat puzzled. Yen Yiling sighed, this goes back to the rules of heaven and earth. Under the rules of heaven and earth, deities are meant to ascend. After ascending, they enjoy a lifespan of over 10,000 years and can freely travel through the starry sky, but they must never return to their homeland. Once they return to their homeland, they violate the rules of heaven and earth, and their lifespan will be compressed to that of an ordinary person. Although the deity's might is unassailable, there are only 100 of them, which allowed some demons to take advantage of the chaos and land on the soil of Great Xia. Among them were demon gods and evil gods of the same realm as the deities. Yen Yiling took a deep drag from his cigarette, the smoke swirling, and did not continue. But at this point, Gu Qingchen could already guess the general development that followed. The deities were forced to return to their homeland, their lifespans rapidly diminishing, while the demons from the depths of the starry sky continued to pour in. The number of deities gradually decreased, making the defense of Great Xia increasingly difficult. This situation persisted for thousands of years. Yen Yiling sighed deeply, his usually fierce voice now somewhat choked. 1,000 years ago, the last deity of Great Xia sacrificed his divine position, merging his divine body into the mother river of heaven and earth. From then on, the mother river of heaven and earth gained divinity, which protected Great Xia for 1,000 years. As he spoke, Yen Yiling pulled the projection to a position where the border of Great Xia could be seen. Gu Qingchen held his breath, and indeed saw a layer of yellow light surging at the border of Great Xia, gently caressing the land like a mother. This light was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet it flowed like a long river, endless and continuous. In that moment, Gu Qingchen felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. In a daze, he suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to the projection of the mother river. It was as if he was paying homage to the deity who sacrificed for Great Xia, transforming into the mother river, and also as if he was reminiscing about the deities who fought bloodily in the starry sky, thanking them for their protection over the millennia. After bowing, Gu Qingchen suddenly felt a wave of dizziness in his mind. He seemed to sense countless streams of light converging towards him, with numerous grand visions unfolding in his mind. Among them, there was a deity striking with a sword, shattering countless stars, and a deity whose form was so large it filled an entire star system, extinguishing over 100 demon clans with a single palm. He was instantly frozen in place, his gaze fixed ahead like a puppet. Noticing that Gu Qingchen's state was somewhat off, Yen Yiling furrowed his brow, but suddenly exclaimed, "This is enlightenment? He is actually in enlightenment." Yen Yiling abruptly stood up, his pupils widening in shock. But then he quickly reacted, instinctively covering his mouth, fearing he would disturb the boy's state of enlightenment. Yet at that moment, the way he looked at Gu Qingchen was as if he were gazing at a monster. A typical 17 or 18-year-old boy, upon learning of the current predicament of the Great Xia Kingdom, would be considered fortunate if he didn't break down. Yet this boy, in such circumstances, achieved enlightenment. What a prodigy he is. Yen Yiling couldn't help but entertain a somewhat bold thought. At this age, to comprehend the essence of the Tao, and to gain insight while observing the mother river, could it be that this boy is the one who can lead Great Xia out of its suffering? Meanwhile, Gu Qingchen's consciousness had already flown back to the Divine Hall. In the city of Guangling, within a black castle, the demon Nightmare sat high upon a throne made of skeletons, covered in blood. Below him knelt 3 members of the demon race, clad in black cloaks. Lord Nightmare, just now, the 3 who went to assassinate Gu Qingchen, their demon souls have all shattered. The 3 of them have been confirmed dead. The leader spoke in a trembling voice, his head bowed, not daring to look directly at the figure on the skeletal throne. The loss of 3 master-level demon cultivators in one fell swoop was indeed a heavy blow. All dead? 3 master-level, and they couldn't kill a human high school student? The demon nightmare's voice was as cold as a needle. Sensing the anger in his words, the kneeling figures hurriedly explained, from the information transmitted back from their demon souls before they died, it seems they were about to succeed. But for some reason, Yeling suddenly left Longdu and appeared on the scene, directly killing the 3 assassins we sent. The demon nightmare slowly rose, pacing twice. That damned Yeling again. Gu Qingchen really has a charmed life. However, it will only last until the day after tomorrow. Once the emergency summit of Great Xia convenes, and Yeling leaves, I want to see who in Guangling can still protect you. Have you completed the tasks I assigned you? Reporting to you, my lord, we have already placed the penetrating coordinates at the center of the Black Tide ruins, and arrangements have been made to cut off communication and retreat. Everything is ready. We are just waiting for that group of blood food participating in the martial arts college entrance examination in Guangling to take their positions, and the plan can be initiated at any time. The demon nightmare nodded, muttering to himself, at that time, the demon god's soul will return, and the physical body will descend. This will be the beginning of the demon race's assault on Great Xia. He chuckled darkly, Gu Qingchen, no matter how monstrous your martial arts talent is, without the protection of your predecessors, you can only die here. He, who can you blame for being too brilliant, unable to even hide your light? At this moment in the divine hall, Gu Qingchen floated in midair, countless ethereal images appearing behind him, and in his pupils, a divine light seemed to burst forth. At this moment, countless magnificent visions swept through Gu Qingchen's mind, and a vast righteous energy seemed ready to erupt. He felt as if he were a deity. The entire divine hall began to tremble violently. 2 beams of light swiftly shot out from the divine hall, stopping in the clouds. The peach blossom sword god still wore a broad smile, while the silver dragon spear god showed a hint of surprise in his gaze. This boy wants to challenge multiple heroic souls of mine alone. It seemed to confirm Zhao Zilong's words. Gu Qingchen slowly raised his hand, and a training ground gradually rose from the ground. At the same time, within the training ground, several powerful ethereal images appeared one after another. Multiple auras simultaneously targeted Gu Qingchen. Gu Qingchen's eyes were cold as he calmly gazed at the powerful heroic soul's ethereal images below. Using his hand as a blade, he gently sliced towards the center of the training ground. In an instant, a fierce wind arose, as if this space had been cut apart. The training ground slowly split in half from the center, and all the heroic soul ethereal images within it also split in half. With one stroke, everything, including the training ground, was bisected. The ability to directly cut through the world. Is that deity's technique? I didn't expect that he could directly borrow the power of the former deity here while achieving enlightenment in the outside world. Zhao Zilong's eyes sparkled with wonder. At that moment, Gu Qingchen heard a familiar mechanical voice in his ear. Second layer trial passed. Second layer trial reward, Sun Will Chongyang's sacred body, immune to all types of curses. Listening to the mechanical voice, Gu Qingchen couldn't help but feel a shock. The reward for the second layer was actually a physique that was immune to curses. It should be noted that curses, similar to blessings, are a special power unique to the demon race. And now, at a time when the Great Xia was besieged by countless demons, he had actually obtained the ability to be immune to curses. As the mechanical voice faded, a gigantic sun will slowly rose above the divine hall. The sun will rose from the west, fell toward the east, and finally slowly merged into Gu Qingchen's body. As his body made contact with the sun wheel, Gu Qingchen immediately felt as if he were being melted. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within his body was being washed anew, and the originally blue spiritual energy transformed entirely into gold, then surged within his body. Gu Qingchen felt an unparalleled sense of comfort throughout his entire being. He had a vague feeling that any evil power that touched his body would instantly dissipate. After adapting for a while to the revitalized spiritual energy within him, Gu Qingchen's gaze became resolute, and he took another big step forward. With this step, the broken martial arts arena collapsed in an instant. Amidst the ruins of the arena, a path slowly emerged. At the end of the path was a large wooden door. Gu Qingchen's steps were firm as he moved forward. Above the divine hall, the 2 deities showed signs of emotion. This young man actually wanted to take advantage of his moment of enlightenment to directly pass through the 3rd layer of the trial. Zhao Zilong sighed lightly, his figure flickering. The next moment, he appeared in front of Gu Qingchen, blocking his way. Hallmaster, you cannot proceed with the 3rd layer of the trial yet. Gu Qingchen's brows furrowed in confusion. General Zhao, why is that? He felt that he was in perfect condition, his momentum at its peak. Ever since learning of the Great Xiao's prisoner-like situation, Gu Qingchen had been thinking of becoming stronger as quickly as possible. Zhao Zilong shook his head. The hallmaster has not yet met the trial conditions and cannot push open that wooden door. Saying this, he moved aside slightly, revealing the wooden door, indicating Gu Qingchen to give it a try. Gu Qingchen stepped forward, exerting force with his hand, but the wooden door remained completely unmoved. General Zhao, what is going on? Gu Qingchen asked, frowning. To his surprise, Zhao Zilong shook his head. If I tell you now, it would break the rules of the Divine Hall. Once the Hall Master meets the trial conditions, I will naturally allow you to proceed with the trial. The Hall Master only needs to know that this final trial is likely related to your life and death, so please be prepared at all times. Related to his life and death? Gu Qingchen's expression changed. He wanted to ask more, but suddenly heard a distant, ethereal call. In the next moment, his vision spun rapidly and he vanished from the Divine Hall. A moment later, in the Divine Hall, a figure filled with peach blossoms appeared beside Zhao Zilong. After a few seconds of silence, unable to contain his curiosity, he finally asked, General Zhao, what is this third trial really about? Zhao Zilong glanced at the figure beside him and said solemnly, this final trial has nothing to do with cultivation, martial skills, or strength. It is only about two words, fate. The peach blossom sword god nodded thoughtfully, exclaiming, just as I expected. Then this trial seems to not only concern the life and death of this young man, but even it may affect the current direction of the Great Xia. The world spun to a stop, and Gu Qingchen instinctively shook his head, finding himself facing the crimson mask of yeling. Before the two could speak, a golden light suddenly burst forth from Gu Qingchen's body, and streams of spiritual energy from heaven and earth began to converge towards him. An unusual glimmer appeared in Yeling's eyes. As expected, enlightenment was accompanied by a breakthrough in realm. However, it was uncertain how many realms this young man could break through in one go. When he himself broke into the extraordinary realm, he had directly advanced to the second extraordinary realm through the accumulation of martial arts. A golden sun slowly rose behind Gu Qingchen. This golden sun ascended rapidly, rising higher and higher. Yet, Yeling increasingly felt that something was amiss. Wait, something's wrong. How could there be an anomaly at the martial artist realm? The aura emanating from him did not resemble that of a peak martial artist. Yeling suddenly realized that this young man was breaking through to the Great Ascension, but the last time he saw him was less than a month ago, when he was clearly still at the peak of the martial artist realm. Now he was about to break through to the Great Ascension realm? His pupils trembled as he looked at the boy enveloped in golden light, but the next moment, he witnessed an even more shocking scene. The sun well behind Gu Qingchen continued to rise, soaring into the sky, reaching the same height as the true sun. Immediately afterward, the heat of the world was completely absorbed by this golden sun. Great Ascension Realm, achieved. The golden sun fell back into Gu Qingchen's body, and suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky. In the scorching heat of June, feather-like snowflakes began to fall from the thick clouds. June snow. Yeling stared blankly at this scene, feeling a lump in his throat, suddenly realizing that humanity had hope. The Great Ascension Realm, as the name suggests, meant that martial arts had reached a state of completeness. Once promoted to the Great Ascension Realm, one could initially harness the power of heaven and earth, flying and burrowing with ease. Upon entering the Great Ascension Realm, one could manipulate the weather and create anomalies, which was simply unfathomable. Uncle Yen, did you wake me up for something? Gu Qingchen stretched his muscles and bones, asking Yeling. This time, his mental energy had not been completely exhausted during his entry into the Divine Hall. Yeling snapped back to reality from his shock, smiled, and said somewhat irritably, of course there's something. If I hadn't woken you up, you would have missed the martial arts college entrance exam. Do you know how long you were in enlightenment? A full 3 days. What? Gu Qingchen was taken aback, somewhat caught off guard. In his perception, only a few minutes had passed. Tomorrow is the martial arts college entrance exam, and this place is not far from Guangling. If you go back now, you still have time. I won't see you off. I have to hurry to a meeting. If it weren't for you being in a state of enlightenment, I would have left long ago. No, it seems I'm already late. Yeling glanced at his watch, exhaling a breath of frustration. Little Gu, I have to go ahead. A spatial tunnel formed beneath his feet, and Yeling stepped into it, his figure disappearing, leaving Gu Qingchen alone in a daze. It seemed he was about to vanish. Uncle Yen didn't know that in Guangling City, before the martial arts college entrance exam, there had always been a tradition. That was to pay homage to the Black Tide Ruins. Those who did not pay homage to the Black Tide Ruins could not participate in the martial arts college entrance exam the next day. He sighed inwardly. Well, it was still early, and if he took the earliest flight, he might still make it. Spiritual energy gathered around him as he stepped into the air, swiftly flying towards the airport. In the Great Xia Kingdom, Leitian Province, Guangling City. Today was the day for the high school seniors of this school to visit the Black Tide ruins before the martial arts college entrance exam. Suddenly, a roar of engines echoed from the mountaintop. More than 20 school buses slowly drove up and came to a stop at the summit, with several teachers leading the students out of the buses. As soon as they got off, a wave of exclamations erupted among the students. Before them was a shattered cliff. The cliff forms a concave shape, with a slope that descends into a chasm as deep as an abyss. Surrounding the cliff, countless sharp black mountains wrap around the protruding section of the cliff, resembling the gaping maw of a demon, ready to devour this place. Black mist faintly floats around the mountain gorge. Even from several hundred meters away from the cliff's edge, one can still feel a suffocating sense of oppression. Below the cliff, countless oddly shaped and incomplete bones are buried in the ground, stacked like a thick pile of firewood. Some are human-shaped, but most of the bones are twisted and deformed, belonging to an alien race. They are covered by a thick layer of black, having been there for over 100 years, yet one can still smell a faint scent of blood lingering in the air. The ruins are still like this, indicating how brutal the war was at that time. In the very center of the abyss, a silver long spear stands straight among the bones, its intent soaring. The spear, like dancing pear blossoms, is adorned all over, resembling drifting snow. The principal, dressed in black, stepped down from the vehicle, leading the senior students to the edge of the gorge, standing with hands clasped behind his back. Visiting the Black Tide ruins is a tradition for students in Guangling City before their martial arts college entrance examination, aimed at remembering the humiliation the human race once endured. The principal gazed into the bottomless gorge, his eyes seeming to penetrate history, lost in thought. He spoke solemnly to the senior students behind him. "Classmates, this is the Black Tide ruins, one of the main attack points during the invasion of the Great Xia by various races from the starry sky, a place we should always remember. Countless heroes sacrificed themselves here for the human race, which has brought us the peace we enjoy today and the long-lasting prosperity of the Great Xia. We must always remember them." However, the students below seemed unappreciative. After the initial excitement wore off, the Black Tide ruins were just a slightly special scenic area to them. Is this it? The alien races have been silent for over 100 years since we drove them back. What waves can they still stir? I'm not targeting anyone, I'm just saying all the alien races are trash. Exactly, what's the point of always talking about this? My ears are getting calloused. Seeing the current scene, the principal sighed slightly in his heart, his gaze once again turning to the depths of the cliff, ignoring the noisy students. He focused on a silver long spear not far away, clenched his fist against his chest, and slightly bowed, as if in remembrance of something. That was something left behind by a general who sacrificed himself to protect the human race thousands of years ago. Since his death, this silver spear has been firmly nailed in the center of the Black Tide ruins like a stabilizing needle. No one, by any means, has been able to pull this divine weapon out. Decades ago, a martial god known for his unmatched strength also came here, admiring the spear's extraordinary nature. But even he could not budge this silver spear in the slightest. It stands like a loyal guardian, vowing to protect this frontier of the human race. The sound of wings whistling through the clouds announced the smooth landing of an airplane in Guangling City. Moments later, a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, dressed in white, stepped out of the airport in Guangling City. Gu Qingchen stretched lazily. He had slept particularly well on the plane. After scanning his documents and discovering that his identity information was not available for review, the airline immediately arranged a top-tier first-class cabin for Gu Qingchen and waived all flight fees. What Gu Qingchen did not expect was that this top-tier first-class cabin actually had a bed. Although he had only slept for 3 hours, he felt refreshed, shaking off the fatigue of the past few days. Black Tide ruins, right? There's still time. Let me see where it is. Gu Qingchen opened his phone to check the specific location of the Black Tide ruins in Guangling City. Guangling City is located at the border of the Great Xia Kingdom. The Black Tide ruins are also situated at the edge of Guangling City, surrounded by mountains, with treacherous terrain. Upon locating the Black Tide ruins, Gu Qingchen's spiritual energy surged within him, and he soared into the air. In the Great Ascension realm, one can walk through the skies. He quickly darted towards the designated location, the Black Tide ruins. The principal, dressed in black, quietly gazed at the silver spear embedded in the bones, his expression solemn. "Principal, can you tell me the name of the owner of this silver spear?" A cold voice suddenly asked from behind. Surprised that a student was interested, the principal turned around. Behind him stood a girl with an icy demeanor. "Oh, it's you, Yuli. Are you interested in this?" "Yes, quite interested. Do you know, principal?" The girl looked at the distant spear and asked again. "The time is too far back. I'm afraid no one knows the exact name." However, the story of its owner has been recorded since ancient times. Do you see that treacherous pass behind? The principal turned and pointed to a perilous gap in the back. He single-handedly defended the pass, using just one spear to annihilate millions of demons here. All the remains of the demons at the bottom of this cliff are his doing. Luo Yuli nodded slightly, her expression serious as she gazed at the distant spear. As a martial arts prodigy, she could vaguely sense the terror of this spear. Once one gazes at this spear, an inexplicable feeling arises. Irresistible, unyielding. Wow, that person is really amazing. Luo Yuli's best friend, Xia, jumped out from behind her with a grin, exclaiming, "Not just amazing. Forget it, you kids wouldn't understand these national grievances." The principal rubbed his forehead. "By the way, Yuli, that Gu Qingchen kid has been getting pretty close to you lately, right? You know about that, principal?" Xiaoya's mouth dropped open, her expression exaggerated. Then, with a grin, she put her arm around Luo Yuli's shoulder and answered for her. "Not just close, these two were even on a date a few days ago, and they almost..." "Xiaoya!" Luo Yuli's face flushed slightly as she softly scolded. "Ahem!" The principal coughed a couple of times, pretending he hadn't heard, and continued to ask, "Do you know where he went? I've been looking for him everywhere and haven't seen a trace." Luo Yuli nodded. "Principal, Qingchen sent me a message saying he got delayed with something and might arrive a bit late." "Oh, now it's all about Qingchen, huh? In a few days, won't you be calling him husband?" Xiaoya continued to tease from the side, but this time, both were ignored. The principal sighed, a hint of helplessness on his face. This kid, even being late for a visit to the ruins, really doesn't take the martial exam seriously. Ding, ding, ding. A solemn bell rang out, echoing throughout the vast valley. Hearing the bell, the principal waved his hand to the two. "All right, you two hurry back to the team. The worship ceremony is about to begin." Luo Yuli nodded and pulled the still joking Xiaoya towards the direction of the prodigy class. Just as they left, the principal's phone rang. A slightly anxious voice from a female teacher came through. "Principal, the signal between the Black Tide ruins and the outside world seems to have been cut off." The principal's eyes widened, and then a foolish expression appeared on his face. "Cut off? Then how are you calling me?" "No, it's that the connection between the Black Tide ruins and the outside world has been severed, but internal communication can still be maintained." The female teacher's voice sounded somewhat anxious. "The signal at the Black Tide ruins is often poor. After the worship, just take the students and leave immediately." After saying this, the principal hung up the phone. Despite this, the principal looked anxiously at the sky, which was darker than ever before. For some reason, a vague sense of foreboding lingered in his heart. Beyond the starry sky, a purple crystal floated before the nightmare, who stood with his hands behind his back. Within the purple crystal, a crimson light surged and shifted unpredictably, resembling a ghost or an evil spirit. He stood in the starry sky, facing a flowing river of yellow light, like a moving long river, and he could feel the power within it that could obliterate him. Behind the nightmare was a vast army of demons, dark and oppressive. "Lord Nightmare, all communications between the Black Tide and the outside world have been severed, and all the checkpoints for entry and exit are manned by our people. The sacrifices of 30,000 fresh warriors are also in place. The blood sacrifice ceremony can begin at any time." "Very good." The corners of the nightmare's mouth curled slightly, his words laced with an unprecedented bloodthirst and excitement. "Tender warrior flesh, I will finally be able to savor it every day from now on." He took a deep breath and then gently placed the purple crystal on the surface of the yellow river. The moment they made contact, the yellow river rapidly melted away like ice and snow. A massive void appeared before the nightmare. The surrounding yellow river seemed to sense its own shattering, and the torrents rushed in to try to fill the gap. Just as the gap was about to be repaired, a huge black beam of light suddenly rose from beneath the purple crystal, shattering the entire yellow light screen once again. At this moment, at the Black Tide ruins, tens of thousands of martial arts students in Guangling City were holding a worship ceremony. They were supposed to face the silver spear and nod slightly in respect. However, a huge clamor continuously erupted from the center of the students, as if no one cared about the ceremony. Just then, a student, terrified, pointed to the sky and shouted loudly, "What the hell is that?" In the direction he pointed, a part of the sky had lost its color. It had become as void as a black hole. What was that? Everyone immediately fell silent, frozen in place, exchanging glances. Before anyone could react, a black light flashed across the heavens and the earth. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom echoed through the world. Immediately after, a towering black beam of light shot up from the ground, carrying the power to destroy everything, piercing the sky. The entire mountain began to tremble violently. At the entrance of the Black Tide ruins, 3 students in uniforms, 2 girls and a boy, stood alongside 2 staff members in uniforms. Among the 3 students, one girl was somewhat plump while the other girl was quite pretty, deserving of the title of Little Beauty. At this moment, the three students looked anxious, constantly glancing back at the path they had come from. They were all late arrivals for the worship ceremony at the ruins for various reasons. The Black Tide ruins were surrounded by mountains, and there were only two ways to enter the center of the ruins. One was to take a bus, winding through the mountain roads for 4 hours, and the other was to take a cable car. Latecomers, according to the rules of the Black Tide ruins, could only enter the mountain gorge via the cable car. However, there was only one cable car, and it had to be filled with 4 people to depart. The boy in jeans pleaded with a nearby staff member, "Bro, can you make an exception? It's impossible for anyone else to come at this time. I'm a student from the elite class of Kwangdo High School. If I can't participate in the college entrance examination, my mom will kill me." He kept pleading, and even the staff member in the yellow clothes beside him helped the three speak. "Why not just let them in? It won't be a problem." But the staff member in black spoke firmly, "No, rules are rules. The cable car can't depart with less than 4 people. Just as the boy was about to continue begging, footsteps suddenly echoed from afar. A young man in white quickly walked in from outside the entrance. Hurry, everyone is here, let's get the cable car moving." Seeing Gu Qingshan arrive, the boy was overjoyed. The staff member in black's gaze flickered a few times, his movements slowed, but in the end, he still opened the cable car's door. The three followed Gu Qingshan into the cable car, finally letting out a sigh of relief. The door closed, and the cable car slowly headed towards the center mountain range of the Black Tide ruins. Once the cable car had moved far away, the staff member in yellow approached and patted the shoulder of the staff member in black. "Shaoli, can you be a bit less rigid in your work? You need to be flexible, let them." Suddenly, there was a squelching sound of flesh being pierced. A sharp pain shot through his chest. The staff member in yellow looked down in disbelief at his chest, where a sharp dagger was embedded, blood gushing out. At that moment, he was filled with confusion, not understanding why his colleague would suddenly attack him. "Shaoli, why are you?" Before he could finish, the staff member in black twisted the dagger, crushing his heart. He desperately spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, slowly losing his breath. The staff member in black licked the blade, snorting coldly, "There's no choice. Who told you to let my prey go? You'll have to take their place." With that, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on the face of the staff member in black. Meanwhile, in the cable car, the boy Zhang Shuai, having lost his tension, began to chat animatedly. "You have no idea, my mom brought me a dish from Manhwa Tower every day last month for my martial arts training. I'm getting a bit tired of it, but the food from Manhwa Tower is indeed good. During the month of the college entrance exam sprint, I broke through 2 realms, from the 5th level of Chi Si to the 7th level. Now, getting into a key university should be a sure thing." His words were filled with pride and boasting. His gaze occasionally lingered on the pretty girl beside him, Yin Jingyu, with a hint of greed. Listening to the boy's words, the slightly plump girl sitting next to him, named Zhang Yu, looked at him with some envy. She was still in the body tempering stage. Not to mention a key university, even getting into an ordinary undergraduate program was difficult for her. Sitting opposite Gu Qingshan, the pretty girl Yin Jingyu wore a cold expression. In her heart, she felt a bit impatient. She clearly detected the boastful tone in the boy's words. It was the kind of show-off that she hated the most. Just because he had eaten a few days of Manhwa Tower's food, he acted as if no one else could afford it. Couldn't he learn some composure from the handsome guy beside her? With that thought, Yin Jingyu secretly glanced at Gu Qingshan, who was currently resting with his eyes closed, recovering the spiritual energy lost from the long-distance travel. With sword-like eyebrows and a white robe, he resembled an unparalleled hero, or a graceful nobleman. He was simply the perfect prince in her heart. Thinking of this, Yin Jingyu couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush slightly. Seemingly sensing Yin Jingyu's gaze on Gu Qingshan, Zhang Shuai suddenly felt a bit irritated. He turned towards Gu Qingshan and asked loudly, "Hey, brother, what realm are you at now? I just managed to break through to the 7th level of Chi Si a couple of days ago, so I should be able to get into Guangda." Guangda was a key university with considerable renown in the Luoyang province. Gu Qingshan slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Zhang Shuai, and replied, "Are you talking about me? I just entered the Great Ascension realm a few days ago. As for school, I should be going to Longda." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was momentarily stunned. A few seconds later, Yin Jingyu couldn't hold back any longer and covered her mouth, laughing giggle. Of course, she couldn't believe that Gu Qingshan was already at the Great Ascension stage. She only felt that this handsome guy was mocking the obvious bag next to him. Unexpectedly, this handsome guy, who looked aloof, was quite humorous. Yin Jingyu couldn't help but deepen her fondness for Gu Qingshan a little more. At this moment, Zhang Shuai's face turned red and white, unable to speak for a while. Only Gu Qingshan was somewhat confused, not understanding why these two were reacting this way. Did they not believe him? It was also true, How could a martial arts high school student be at the Great Ascension stage? He could only helplessly explain, I really am at the Great Ascension stage. Classmate, I believe you really are at the Great Ascension stage. Yin Jingyu covered her mouth, seeing Zhang Shuai at a loss, her face filled with a happy smile. Just as Gu Qingchen wanted to explain further, his phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone, and the caller was the principal. Could it be that the principal is urging me? Gu Qingchen hesitated as he looked at the phone, but in the end, he still answered the call. As soon as he picked up the phone, the voice inside made Gu Qingchen's expression turn serious. The principal's voice was urgent, as if he was afraid of something, shouting loudly into the phone, Gu Qingchen, don't come to the Black Tide Ruins, run as far as you can, the demon clan is invading, go report to the Great Xia, find. Boom! Beep 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 beep. A loud explosion came from the other end of the phone, forcibly cutting off the call. The demon clan is invading, and the situation is extremely urgent. Gu Qingchen's expression suddenly became serious, his gaze sharp as an eagle. He didn't expect the demon clan to come so quickly. Just as he was about to get up, he sensed a huge crisis approaching along the cable car. The cable car began to shake violently. The next second, a feeling of weightlessness suddenly enveloped the 4 people in the cable car. The cable car fell from 10,000 meters high, like a swallow with broken wings. Through the glass of the cable car, everyone inside felt the world spinning. Ah! The 2 girls screamed in terror, almost piercing their eardrums. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuai's face turned pale, filled with despair. At this speed of descent, it wouldn't be long before they would turn into a puddle of flesh. Gu Qingchen frowned, his eyes quickly scanning the entrance they had come from, his pupils seemingly bursting with golden light, taking in the situation at the entrance of the ruins. In his view, the cable car's connecting cable tunnel had been cut off by someone from the other end. Sure enough, among the staff just now, there were people from the demon clan. Gu Qingchen's gaze sharpened, using his finger as a sword, he drew across. A sharp sword light flashed. The cable car was instantly sliced into 4 pieces from the inside by Gu Qingchen, and the 4 people began to free fall in the air. Gu Qingchen leaped into the air, pointing his finger to the ground. A gentle sword energy burst forth from his fingertip, slicing towards the ground. Amidst the panicked screams, the 3 people engulfed in fear were lifted by the sword intent and slowly landed at the bottom of the Black Tide Ruins. At the bottom of the valley, it was like a hell on earth, with monster corpses strewn all over, the smell of blood overwhelming. But the few who had just landed couldn't care about that anymore. They lay on the ground, gasping for breath, cold sweat completely soaking their backs. In a moment of life and death, the 3 who had landed stared blankly at Gu Qingchen, clearly still not recovered from the fear they had just experienced. Looking at the dark valley filled with corpses, they still felt a lingering fear. Are you all okay? Gu Qingchen asked. Yin Jingyu trembled as she exhaled a breath of turbid air, forcing a smile on her face. I'm fine, classmate, luckily you were here today, otherwise we would have really died here. The other 2 also came to their senses in panic and hurriedly thanked Gu Qingchen. Thanks, brother. If it weren't for your blessing, we would all be done for. Zhang Shuai's expression was a bit awkward, but after all, the other party had just saved his life, so he spoke up. At the same time, Zhang Shuai felt a bit surprised. His blessing could instantly relieve the force on the 4 people falling from 10,000 meters in the air. That must be at least a B-level blessing. It seems this young man is quite capable. His martial arts level might not be any worse than that of this genius, Zhang Shuai silently calculated. In this year's martial arts college entrance examination, this young man might just be one of his competitors. Gu Qingchen stood quietly to the side, ignoring the few people around him, a faint killing intent emanating from him. At this moment, he was gazing into the distance, at the peak of the central mountain range of the Black Tide Ruins. There, a huge black pillar of light, as dark as ink, tore through the entire sky. In the center of the light pillar was a vast mass of tiny black dots resembling human figures. What is that? Yin Jingyu, coming back to her senses, pointed at the black light pillar in the sky with a trembling voice. She had never seen such a terrifying change in the world. Some changes have occurred in the Black Tide Ruins. There has been an invasion by the Demon Clan, Gu Qingchen briefly explained to the others. Demon Clan invasion? Wasn't the Demon Clan exterminated by the Great Xia hundreds of years ago? Only a few remnants are left struggling to survive in the Great Xia. How could this happen? Zhang Shuai's eyes were filled with disbelief. Gu Qingchen sighed inwardly. He didn't know how to answer this question. If he told them the truth, they might collapse instantly. He could only change the subject. Have you all rested well? You still have things to do. You need to leave the Black Tide Ruins as quickly as possible and notify the Great Xia to send reinforcements here. Why not just make a phone call? Zhang Shuai asked, puzzled. If nothing unexpected happens, the signal here has already been blocked by the Demon Clan, Gu Qingchen explained. The signal has been blocked? The 3 hurriedly took out their phones to check, and sure enough, the signal bars had been reduced to 0. Then let's set off now. But how do we get up? We can't find the way from below, the slightly plump Zhang Yu reminded softly. It's fine, we just need to go back the way we came, Gu Qingchen said calmly. Go back the way we came? At this statement, the three were momentarily stunned. Looking at the sheer cliff towering 10,000 meters above them, they couldn't help but feel it was a bit absurd. How could we go back the way we came? Can you fly? But before they could react, they felt a mysterious sensation surge around them. Don't move around, sit tight, Gu Qingchen reminded. As he spoke, his entire body trembled, and a vast sword intent surged forth. In the shocked gazes of the three, this sword intent steadily lifted them and flew rapidly toward the entrance of the Black Tide ruins. The sound of the wind howled past their ears as the four ascended rapidly in the air. Dude, what is this? At this moment, Zhang Shuai felt his mind was in chaos. He felt his worldview was collapsing. He was being carried through the sky by this fellow student of the same level? Isn't it only the great ascension realm that can initially harness the power of heaven and earth? Recalling his previous words, Zhang Shuai felt a buzzing in his head. The two girls also looked at Gu Qingchen with suspicion, the answer on the tip of their tongues. Didn't I tell you all earlier? I really am in the great ascension realm. Gu Qingchen seemed to sense their gazes and spoke with a hint of helplessness. At this statement, the three felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. A fellow student at the same level in the great ascension realm is truly terrifying. He really is in the great ascension realm. At this moment, Zhang Shuai almost popped his eyes out. He had just pretended to be impressive in front of a big shot at the great ascension stage. If it weren't for being in midair, he would have loved to slap himself twice. 10 seconds later, the four of them landed steadily at the entrance of the cable car. As soon as they touched down, Gu Qingchen's gaze sharpened instantly. The track at the entrance had been severed by a blade. The air was thick with the fresh scent of blood. Not far from them, a staff member dressed in yellow lay in a pool of blood. His heart had been completely crushed, and a large hole had been opened in his abdomen, which was hollow inside, as if devoured by a beast. Seeing this scene, Zhang Shuai and the others turned pale, feeling a spasm in their stomachs. Gu Qingchen frowned. Sure enough, trouble had arisen shortly after he left. You all go ahead. Once you have a signal, report to the Great Xia as quickly as possible. The Black Tide ruins are being invaded by a large number of demon clans. Request reinforcements. And you? Yin Jingyu's eyes showed some concern. Me? I naturally have to rush to provide support right now, Gu Qingchen said firmly. A student going to provide support? Yin Jingyu felt it was somewhat absurd and was about to advise against it. But thinking of the young man in front of her being at the Great Ascension stage, she swallowed the words back down. How many Great Ascension powerhouses could be found in the entire Guangling city? Suddenly, a voice came from behind a stone near the corpse. Want to leave? Where do you think you're going? Since you've come back, then none of you should leave. Zhang Shuai and the others felt a chill run down their spines and hurriedly stepped back. The staff member in black slowly emerged from behind the stone, blocking their path. The slender tongue of the black-clad demon licked its lips, its expression bloodthirsty and greedy as it stared at them. Fresh little students, huh? I haven't tasted you yet, and there are women too. Looks like I can have a good time today. The black-clad figure was smeared with bright red blood, and its mouth was twisted into an unbelievable grin, looking exceptionally terrifying. Zhang Shuai and the others felt a surge of fear and instinctively shrank back behind Gu Qingchen. Don't worry, just boldly move forward, he can't hurt you. Gu Qingchen's tone was icy, and a peach blossom branch appeared in his hand, signaling them to leave quickly. As he spoke, a surge of sword intent erupted from Gu Qingchen, propelling the others to move forward rapidly. Zhang Shuai and the others, with faces full of fear, were pushed past the black-clad demon by Gu Qingchen's sword intent. I said, once you come, don't leave. Didn't you hear me? The black-clad demon's eyes turned fierce as it fixed its gaze on the three, a torrent of demonic energy erupting from its body as it raised its long sword and slashed down at them. Gu Qingchen slightly raised his hand, his figure vanishing from the spot, and a vast sword intent surged out, effortlessly pushing the black-clad demon aside. He then instructed, remember, after you get out, call the head of the evil demon tribunal, Yeling, for help. Have him rush here as fast as possible, in my name, Gu Qingchen. The three nodded nervously and immediately ran madly towards the direction outside the Black Tide ruins. They didn't know whether Gu Qingchen could win, but staying here would undoubtedly be a burden, so they could only flee without stopping. Hearing the name Yeling, the black-clad demon, who had initially wanted to continue attacking, paused, a trace of fear unconsciously appearing on its face. What? Just mentioning Yeling makes you afraid? Are all demons like you useless? Watching the three gradually retreat, Gu Qingchen revealed a hint of mockery on his face as he looked at the enemy. Upon hearing this, the black-clad demon's face showed a fierce killing intent. But then, as if recalling something, it let out a cold laugh. so you are the Gu Qingchen that Lord Moyen has been thinking about. To kill you, 3 masters have already fallen, you really are lucky. I never expected that this credit would ultimately fall on my demon eye, ha ha ha. After being ambushed, Gu Qingchen's gaze instantly turned sharp and fierce, realizing that this was indeed the work of this group, the martial arts prodigy of the human race. I really want to see what it's like, but unfortunately, the corpse must be handed over to Lord Moyen. As he spoke, a thick layer of black mist enveloped the demon eye. Kid, this is your first time fighting against the demon race. Let me show you what you humans fear the most, the power of curses. The demon eye let out a sinister laugh, and suddenly, flesh on his forehead tore apart. Hundreds of strange pupils opened on his forehead, reflecting Gu Qingchen's figure within them. Curse completed. The corners of the demon eye's mouth twisted into a strange arc. As his words fell, the already gloomy sky darkened even further. In the clouds, a massive blood-red pupil suddenly opened, fixating on Gu Qingchen. Boring. Gu Qingchen's expression remained unchanged as he gently waved the peach blossom branch. In an instant, an overwhelming killing intent filled the air. Above the sky, a blood moon slowly rose, dyeing everything on the ground crimson. A vast sea of blood surged from behind Gu Qingchen, within which floated the corpses of deities. Gu Qingchen raised the peach blossom branch and lightly pointed towards the clouds. In the sea of blood, a deity's corpse suddenly opened its eyes, expressionless as it slowly rose from the blood, revealing its towering form. It reached out towards the clouds and directly crushed the blood-red pupil. Only the blood moon remained suspended in the sky. Do you have any information about the demon race? I might let you live a few more seconds, Gu Qingchen said coldly, filled with killing intent. But at that moment, Gu Qingchen suddenly felt a strange force flowing through his body. Seeing this, the demon eye grinned maliciously. Ha ha ha, I've long heard that you, Gu Qingchen, are a prodigy who can use Tao rhythm without reaching the martial god realm. What a pity! No matter how much of a prodigy you are still just an ordinary human. What use is having such a vast top-tier Tao rhythm? In light of the great credit you've given me, I'll let you be an enlightened ghost. All humans who have been gazed upon by my demon eye will have their limbs and meridians broken in 10 seconds, and will explode and die in 30 seconds. To die under my curse is also a privilege. From the moment the demon eye appeared until now, exactly 30 seconds had passed. The black-clad demon let out a sinister laugh, forming seals with his hands, waiting for the human before him to die instantly. But the expected explosion of death did not occur. The demon eye frowned slightly, just as he was puzzled. The human before him suddenly erupted with a burst of golden light. At that moment, Gu Qingchen felt his entire body boiling. A sunwell rose above his head, and then a black demonic energy was slowly evaporated away. The demon eye was taken aback, and countless pupils on his forehead suddenly contracted, revealing an expression of disbelief. Then, he spoke with a trembling voice. Why, how is this possible? You are actually the Sun Will Chongyang's sacred body? For the first time, fear appeared in his pupils, even more intense than when he mentioned Yin Yeling. He hurriedly took a few steps back, his legs trembling, almost unable to resist fleeing. Yes, this is the expression I wanted. I am very satisfied. Gu Qingchen's expression remained unchanged, his tone indifferent yet serious. After today, I want all demons to feel fear and helpless trembling upon hearing my name, Gu Qingchen. Within 10 years, I will flatten the 4 alien races surrounding the Great Xia and save its people from fire and water. Within 100 years, I will slaughter all the myriad races stationed in the Blue Star, killing until no race dares to return to the Blue Star, restoring peace and tranquility to the Blue Star. Believe me, I can do it. After saying this, Gu Qingchen lightly pointed the peach blossom branch at the demon eye. In the fearful gaze of the demon eye, an endless sea of blood surged forth with boundless killing intent, instantly engulfing it. The blood sea flowed past, and the boundless sword intent within directly melted the demon eye away, leaving only a skeleton standing in place. With a single sword strike, the demon eye was obliterated, and Gu Qingchen's expression remained unchanged, as if he had crushed an ant. He quietly watched as an immense demonic aura slowly rose from the distant canyon. Even from such a distance, it still made the hairs on his body stand on end. A gentle voice echoed in his ear, that of a deity holding a peach blossom branch. The world is not worthy of my sword, so this is my sword. Following this deity, Gu Qingchen imitated him, using the peach branch as a sword and his finger as the blade. But he had never used a real sword. Feeling the immense demonic aura in this dark, jagged canyon, Gu Qingchen sighed inwardly and bent down to pick up the sword from the corpse beside him. It seemed that today, just using the peach branch wouldn't suffice. He still had to draw his sword. At the Black Tide Ruins, atop the mountain peak, above the sky, a massive black void hung like a terrifying black sun. The old principal of the Sword Heart Academy was stuck at a narrow pass that could only allow a few people through, a deep green heavy light shield firmly blocking the entrance. The deep green light shield was spherical, like an enormous turtle shell, enveloping all the students within. Opposite the light shield was a dark mass of demonic army, exuding a strong sense of oppression. The leading demons were engulfed in flames, wielding standard black curved sabers, continuously striking the light shield. With each strike, the shield trembled slightly, and its brilliance dimmed a bit more. This was the old principal's A-grade blessing, the Xuanwu Light Shield, an extremely rare pure defensive blessing. With the natural terrain advantage and this indestructible light shield, they could temporarily hold the demons at bay. Behind the principal of Sword Heart Academy, over 10,000 students wore expressions of fear, gazing at the dark mass of demons before them, filled with despair. Most students from other schools, under the cover of the light shield, were terrified and running down the mountain, while most of the students from Sword Heart Academy hid within the shield. They did not understand how such a situation could arise when they had merely come to participate in an inconsequential worship ceremony. Behind the principal, 3 middle-aged men pressed their palms tightly against the old principal's back, their bones creaking. They were the principals of other high schools in Guangling City, currently channeling their spiritual power to the old principal. Old principal, are we still unable to contact the outside world? I feel like I can't hold on much longer. Beside the principal, a middle-aged man with a pale face, his limbs weak, had already exhausted his strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he swayed and thudded to the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. He was the newly appointed principal of the Mad Blade Academy, whose martial arts strength had just reached the extraordinary realm, and he was the first to fall. With his collapse, the brilliance of the deep green light shield dimmed again by half, turning into a jade green, trembling more violently with each attack. I have already notified one of my students. If we hold on a little longer, he should be able to bring reinforcements soon. The old principal's expression was not good either, and he could only comfort everyone with his words. As the bearer of the blessing, he knew best in his heart. With the fall of the Mad Blade Academy's principal, the Xuanwu Light Shield could not hold out much longer. At most, it could last another half hour, which was the limit. And half an hour was not enough time for reinforcements to arrive here. The most critical point was that the demons seemed to not be attacking the Xuanwu Light Shield with all their might. The principal's gaze slightly lifted. Above the army of demons, a male figure of a demon stood in mid-air. As a master himself, he could sense the powerful aura of the other. This was a peak master, just half a step away from reaching the realm of a king. Yet, throughout the confrontation, this demon had not made a single move, merely watching silently as both sides faced off, as if waiting for something. If he were to act, in the current situation, it would take no more than 10 moves for the Xuanwu Light Shield to shatter. Thinking of this, the principal couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. But then, he gritted his teeth, and his eyes immediately became incredibly resolute. He was the principal of Jianqing Middle School, and even without reinforcements, even if it cost him his life, he had to protect these future martial arts seeds of the great Xia. With this thought, he once again strengthened the input of spiritual power. At that moment, a hand replaced the position of the principal of Guangdao Middle School, pressing against the old principal's back. A pure surge of spiritual power flowed into his body once more. Yuli, you have also advanced to the extraordinary realm? Feeling the power coming from behind, the old principal turned around in surprise. The other principals also turned in astonishment, looking at the young girl beside them. Such a young extraordinary being was truly a prodigy. Luo Yuli nodded, her voice gentle. Principal, please hold on a little longer, Xiao Gu will come to save us. Qingchen? You mean Gu Qingchen? The old principal's expression froze for a moment, then he shook his head with a bitter smile. I've already sent him back to call for reinforcements. He won't be coming anytime soon. Moreover, he shouldn't come here. If it weren't for the fact that coming down the mountain might not be safer than staying here, I would have let you leave long ago. You two are the pillars of Great Xiao's future. As long as you are alive, that is better than anything. But Luo Yuli remained firm. No, Qingchen will definitely come. He is very strong, far stronger than I am. Hearing the stubborn words of the beautiful girl behind him, the principal silently sighed in his heart, no longer speaking, and focused his attention on maintaining the light shield. He naturally knew of Gu Qingchen's extraordinary talent. At not even 20 years of age, he had comprehended the Tao rhythm, and his martial arts realm was already approaching the Great Ascension. But on the opposite side stood an old monster who had 1 foot in the realm of a king. No matter how talented Gu Qingchen was, he could not possibly be a match for such an old monster. The old principal even had a vague feeling that the opponent's realm seemed to be suppressed by something, keeping it at the master level. Otherwise, this demon's cultivation might be even more terrifying. Above the army of demons, Mo Yen stood in mid-air. A smile curved at the corner of his mouth as he looked with interest at the humans in front of him, who were doing their utmost to resist. He enjoyed this feeling, as if he were a god controlling everything, toying with a group of ants. Below, tens of thousands of delicate warriors were like lambs to the slaughter, ready to be devoured at any moment. Report, my lord. The magic eye responsible for guarding the entrance has extinguished. A demon knelt behind Mo Yen to report. Oh, the human race noticed something was wrong so quickly? Mo Yen's brow furrowed slightly, feeling a bit alarmed. It should be noted that the magic eye was a demon cultivator of the Great Ascension realm. Since the last time 3 masters were lost while attempting to assassinate Gu Qingchen, the magic eye had become one of the high-end combat forces under his command. But then, his brow quickly relaxed. Even if they discovered it, it doesn't matter. All the martial arts experts of Great Xia are currently in Longdu. Even if the news reaches their ears, by the time they arrive, the demon lord will have already awakened. As for the 3 insignificant ones in Guangling City, their arrival is merely to contribute a bit of blood food for the demon lord's descent. Saying this, he took out a purple crystal from his bosom and glanced at it. The blood light within the purple crystal grew larger, almost touching the top. Within it, a terrifying blood shadow was reflected. The nightmare grinned, murmuring to itself, I still need to collect about 1,000 souls, it's almost there. In the center of the Black Tide ruins, in the mountain range. In the valley, the sound of tragic screams echoed everywhere. A young man walked along a mountain path piled with dark rocks, sword in hand. Dressed in white like snow, an invisible aura flowed around him, sharp and formidable. In the vast sky above, a vulture circled around the young man. After flying a few circles, it suddenly dove towards him, its wings sprouting sharp teeth, extending suddenly to stab at him. But before it could get close, it was crushed by an invisible force, turning into a cloud of blood mist that scattered in the air. Looking at the shredded monster, Gu Qingchen's expression was serious, his mood exceptionally heavy. Since entering the mountains, although he hadn't seen the true demon race, he had encountered monsters raised by them everywhere. As he walked from the entrance, he saw a corpse of a student killed by a monster every few meters, and in some places, there were even bodies strewn all over. Gu Qingchen conservatively estimated that at least 1,000 students had died in these mountains. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but quicken his pace up the mountain. Turning a corner, a somewhat familiar scream suddenly reached his ears. With a question in mind, Gu Qingchen turned his head and saw a few students in Jianxin High School uniforms running frantically in terror not far ahead, as if trying to escape from something. Behind them was a gigantic fleshworm, 3 meters tall, with a mouth full of sharp teeth, brain matter, and blood flowing freely, and even partially chewed limbs visible. The last one running was a familiar face from school, Xiaya. The fleshworm moved at an incredible speed, quickly reaching behind Xiaya, its teeth grinding, ready to swallow her whole. Despair immediately appeared on Xiaya's face. At that critical moment, Gu Qingchen drew his sword half an inch from his waist and then put it back. A sharp sword energy flew out from the sheath. The fleshworm's body froze in midair, and the next second, it exploded into purple flesh juice. The 3 were momentarily stunned, then relaxed their bodies, gasping as they looked towards Gu Qingchen. Upon seeing the face of the person in front of them, one of them exclaimed, Gu Qingchen, what are you doing here? Didn't the principal say you went for reinforcements? At the same time, he was somewhat shocked. The fleshworm that they couldn't even harm together was easily dealt with by Gu Qingchen with a single sword. Gu Qingchen then realized that apart from Xiaya, the fleeing youths were all classmates from his elite class. Reinforcements should be on the way. What's the situation on the mountain now? Where are you all headed? Gu Qingchen asked directly without wasting words. The principal sent us to check if the buses going up the mountain were damaged, but who knew it was all monsters down there? We were chased all the way here. If it weren't for you, we would have been in real danger, Xiaya said, sighing again, her eyes filled with fear. The situation on the mountain isn't good either. The principal is holding off the demon army alone with blessings, but he probably can't hold on much longer. Then let's go back to the mountain top and kill all the demons, Gu Qingchen said nonchalantly. As soon as he said this, the others looked at him as if he were crazy. Kill all the demons? What was he talking about? That was an entire demon army. Was he crazy, or were they crazy? Before they could react, Gu Qingchen had already taken a step forward. Follow me, there's no time to waste. At the mountain top, the nightmare quietly watched as the purple crystal in its hand slowly turned red. His mouth split into an incredible grin, his face filled with an unusual excitement as he laughed heartily. Ha, finally, 10,000 souls of the human race, finally collected. Now, it's time to offer a blood sacrifice to the demon god. The nightmare looked down at the principal, who was still resisting, and let out a hissing laugh as he extended his palm and swung it fiercely. Within the light shield, the old principal's pupils suddenly constricted. This monster had finally made a move. A gigantic hand, inscribed with evil runes, suddenly fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the light shield. Boom! The light shield trembled violently, the green glow rapidly dimming, with cracks appearing in some places. Put! The old principal, at the forefront, spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath instantly becoming weak. Principal, are you okay? Seeing the old principal injured, Luo Yuli and the others immediately showed concern. But the old principal suddenly turned his head and shouted loudly to everyone, "Go, hurry up. Everyone here, follow the other principals down the mountain immediately." At this moment, his face was covered in blood, his expression almost mad. Saying this, he struck out with his palm, directly sending a few people behind him flying down the mountain path. "Go, hurry, and leave." He could feel that the Xuanwu light shield could no longer hold up. If another blow came, the Xuanwu light shield would shatter immediately. At that time, all the students would be slaughtered by the demon army before them. Behind him, all the students were stunned for a moment, then turned and ran frantically down the mountain. They knew that the old principal could no longer hold on. In midair, the nightmare glanced at his palm with amusement, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Want to leave? It's not that easy. I didn't expect this turtle shell to be quite tough. I want to see how many of my blows you can withstand." Saying this, he swung his palm heavily again. The gigantic hand covered once more, and this time, the green light shield shattered in response. After the shield broke, the black giant hand still did not completely dissipate, crashing down with immense force towards the crowd. The principal soared into the air, green light flickering around him, facing the black giant hand head-on. The giant hand struck heavily against the old principal's body, and he spat out another mouthful of reverse blood. Like a swan with broken wings, he fell heavily to the ground. "Principal, you should escape too." Behind him, several students looked sorrowful, tears in their eyes, anxiously urging the fallen old principal. "If I escape, what will happen to you kids?" The principal spat out another mouthful of blood, smiled gently at the students, and waved his hand, urging them to leave quickly. Turning his head, the old principal's gaze towards the demon race suddenly became sharp. "It's my first time fighting against the demon race after all these years. I truly have no regrets." Saying this, the old principal dragged his injured body and positioned himself at the narrow pass, his eyes fierce. He knew that with a peak master-level demon present, if he escaped, none of the students would survive. At this moment, with the shattering of the Xuanwu light shield, the demon army also moved. "Leave no human behind," the nightmare ordered flatly, hovering in midair. The demon army surged towards the narrow pass. The old principal's body glowed green as he gathered energy to strike forward, showcasing the power of a master-level fighter. With each punch he threw, a large amount of black blood splattered, clearing a wide area of demons around him. But the demons before him seemed endless. In the gaps, long spears continuously stabbed at the old principal, each strike leaving behind large streaks of blood. The old principal was covered in blood, yet he laughed heartily, feeling invigorated as if he had returned to his youth. Memories involuntarily surged in his heart. "When did I arrive at Jianshin Middle School? Why, as a master-level expert, do I willingly settle for being the principal of a middle school?" Suddenly, the warm smiles of the children in the school flashed through my mind. The face of a handsome young man appeared before me for some reason, and I couldn't help but grin. I wonder if that brat has escaped. I really want to see how high he will achieve in the future, but alas. In the narrow passage, countless spears had pierced through the old principal's body, and at this moment, he was as weak as a wisp of smoke. Pitiful human race, as a master-level expert, yet dying to protect a group of ants at the hands of a bunch of rabble, truly foolish. In midair, the demon shadow shook its head, its expression full of disdain. But suddenly, a look of relief appeared on the old principal's face. Then, his eyes suddenly sharpened, his white hair flying, his muscles trembling, and his body suddenly shining as bright as the sun. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from this dying man. The demon shadow's pupils constricted sharply, fear appearing on its face for the first time. As it retreated rapidly, "Everyone, retreat immediately, he's going to self-destruct." Even for itself, it wouldn't dare to forcibly take on the self-detonation of a master-level expert. The old principal took a step forward, a faint smile on his face, as the immense energy within him was about to explode. But suddenly, he felt someone patting his shoulder. A familiar youthful voice came from behind. "Hey, principal, at your age, why are you still trying to show off in a situation like this? Don't you know that showing off should be the business of the young?" Above the sky, a gigantic sword blade pierced through the clouds, carrying an unmatched, bone-chilling killing intent, crashing heavily into the demon army. At that moment, the massive sword intent, accompanied by a tremendous storm, thundered down from the heavens. In an instant, earth and stone flew, raising dust thousands of feet high. Amidst the dust, black blood splattered, and the demons at the center of the sword intent were instantly melted, while those at the edges were sent flying, crashing into the jagged stone spikes on the ground. Countless demons' shrill screams echoed through the black-tide ruins, lingering for a long time, like vengeful spirits. With just one sword, a large area near the pass had already been cleared. The remaining demons looked fearfully at Gu Qingchen, surrounded by sword energy, and for a moment, not a single demon dared to approach. Behind the principal, Zaya and others, who had been following Gu Qingchen up the mountain, looked at the scene before them, swallowing hard, their expressions shocked. Is this still the Gu Qingchen who had been stuck in the body refinement stage throughout high school, only breaking through at the blessing ceremony? As classmates of the Jinshin Middle School's elite class, they felt that the distance between them and Gu Qingchen at this moment was like an insurmountable chasm. Behind Gu Qingchen, the principal, drenched in blood, stared blankly at the young man in front of him, momentarily lost in thought. His gaze seemed to extend decades into the future, where a human emperor slowly rose on the land of the Great Xia, leading the human race to battle against the stars. He appeared dazed, his tone unusually weak as he spoke. Gu Qingchen, I didn't mean to. But before he could finish, the old principal felt his consciousness begin to fade, his body swaying a few times before collapsing. He had lost too much blood, and his spiritual power had long been exhausted to maintain the light shield. He could finally hold on no longer. A gentle sword energy slowly supported the old principal's battered body. Behind Gu Qingchen, a stunningly beautiful girl stepped forward, taking the old principal from the sword energy. She gently stroked Gu Qingchen's back, her spiritual power surging, wanting to replenish the spiritual energy lost from that last sword strike. But as soon as she touched the young man's body, it felt like an electric shock, and her jade-like fingers retracted sharply. Luo Yuli was somewhat astonished. At this moment, Gu Qingchen's muscles and bones trembled, and his spiritual power surged violently, making his entire body feel frighteningly hot. Gu Qingchen turned his head and smiled at the girl, saying, among the students, there are many healers. Let them help the principal with his injuries. Although healing is unlikely, it shouldn't be difficult to keep the principal alive until reinforcements arrive. Luo Yuli nodded obediently, but her expression soon turned worried as she hesitantly asked, Qingchen, can you win? As a top-tier martial arts prodigy of the elemental system, her perception of aura was particularly strong. She could clearly sense that the aura of the demon who had just attacked the principal was terrifying to the extreme. I don't know, the demon beast is very strong. Gu Qingchen shook his head, then his expression changed, and with a hint of teasing, he said, but as long as you promise me one thing, I should be able to win. Okay, I promise you. Luo Yuli did not hesitate at all and nodded again. This time, Gu Qingchen was taken aback. He looked at the stunning girl behind him, puzzled, and asked, aren't you going to ask what it is before you agree? As long as you can come back alive, I will agree to anything, Luo Yuli said softly. Then it's settled. Gu Qingchen smiled broadly, just about to take off into the air when he was stopped by the girl's voice. Wait. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Yuli blushed and, under the astonished gazes of everyone in the school, clenched her small fist to her chest and softly said, Qingchen, good luck. Gu Qingchen was stunned, then he couldn't help but chuckle. He almost reached out to pat the girl's head behind him, but at that moment, demonic energy surged, and a massive shadow in the shape of a hand obscured the sky. Gu Qingchen's gaze instantly sharpened, his aura erupted violently, and with his fingers like a sword, he slashed out a sharp sword energy towards the sky, colliding with the descending black giant hand. In an instant, a tremendous wind pressure exploded at the center, and those affected by the wind pressure could hardly stand. Above the wind pressure, a young man in white stood solemnly, confronting the demon. Gu, your last words have taken too long, the demon sneered, surveying Gu Qingchen with disdain as the demonic energy surged in his palm. Gu Qingchen, surrounded by a murderous aura, calmly retorted, what a pity, I didn't give that ugly demon with hundreds of eyes on its head a chance to leave any last words. As for your words, I can generously allow you to say a few before you die, but no one will hear your last words, because tonight, all demons will die here. The demon's pupils narrowed slightly, a trace of killing intent flowing through them. So it was you who killed the eye demon. His expression suddenly darkened, and he sneered, but you wouldn't naively think that I am on the same level as that useless Great Ascension Realm fool, would you? He spoke with an arrogant and transcendent demeanor. Let me tell you, in this starry sky, I am the supreme of my race, only forced to compress my realm to the peak of the master realm by your damned human life river. Even so, crushing you, a newly ascended human prodigy, is merely a matter of a finger. Upon hearing this, everyone present showed panic. This demon was actually a being of such a level. A supreme realm expert could control the rules of heaven and earth, moving mountains and draining seas with ease. In the entire Great Xia, only a few martial gods could suppress such power. Then I want to see who crushes whom. As his words fell, a peach branch suddenly appeared in Gu Qingchen's hand. The sky darkened suddenly, and under the illumination of the crimson moonlight, Gu Qingchen's figure became increasingly translucent. Behind him, streams of blood gathered from all directions, coalescing into a bottomless sea of blood. Gu Qingchen stood in the sea of blood, the peach branch in his hand suddenly pointing towards the nightmare. The god-slaying sword path, with one sword thrust, mortals meet death, gods and demons fall. In the boundless sea of blood, a divine corpse suddenly sat up, holding a golden giant sword, slashing towards the nightmare with a sharp killing intent. On the mountain peak, over 10,000 students' gazes shook violently, staring in disbelief at everything before them. Among them, the students from Jianxin High School had already witnessed such Dao rhythm. Although their expressions were still shocked, they had long been mentally prepared. However, it was far from the shock they felt this time. As for the students from other schools, many were so frightened by this pure killing intent that they fell to the ground, their expressions extremely terrifying. The way they looked at Gu Qingchen was more like gazing at a deity. Feeling the pure killing intent condensed in this realm, the nightmare couldn't help but feel a bit alarmed. Such a vast Dao rhythm indeed matches the rumors. This human brat is truly a once-in-a-century genius of the human race. No wonder Yan Yiling would protect you so. Give you a few decades, and I might not even be your match. But unfortunately, no matter how unparalleled you become in the future, today you will still fall at my hands. The nightmare sneered, and a pair of ugly wings spread behind him, from which over 100 blood-soaked arms grew. Each arm bizarrely sprouted 10 fingers, tightly gripping a razor-sharp black blade. The nightmare's face twisted into a cold smile as hundreds of arms simultaneously slashed at the divine corpse rising from the sea of blood. Hundreds of black blade lights, accompanied by a rapid sound of breaking wind, erupted from the blade tips, colliding and merging in the air, gradually growing larger. Finally, they fused into a massive black light that pierced through heaven and earth, above which countless vengeful souls screamed in agony, their resentment overwhelming. The black light, fused from hundreds of blade lights, violently collided with the golden giant sword. The black light shattered in an instant, and the blood-soaked divine being was now covered in cracks, as if it were about to collapse. Watching the black light he had unleashed shatter in an instant, the nightmare's pupils constricted sharply. In the next moment, Gu Qingchen slowly closed his eyes. The peach branch in his hand vanished, and he drew the sword from his waist. As soon as the sword was in hand, Gu Qingchen's aura changed. The surrounding killing intent was no longer sharp but came alive, as if it had a life of its own, gathering and lingering around Gu Qingchen. With a thought, Gu Qingchen could manipulate it at will. Immediately, in the sea of blood, hundreds of dead divine beings opened their eyes. They slowly rose from the sea of blood, walking behind Gu Qingchen, transforming into phantoms. Among them, some divine beings beat drums for Gu Qingchen, their divine intent exuberant, some played flutes, their elegance unmatched, some swung their fists, as if to shake the heavens and earth for him. In an instant, countless extraordinary phenomena appeared behind Gu Qingchen. The nightmare looked at this scene, and his expression suddenly turned grim. Just now, that black blade light had used 80% of his strength, yet it shattered instantly under this brat's Dao rhythm. This brat is a bit strange, I can't hold back anymore. The nightmare frowned. He had originally intended to torment this human genius until his Dao heart shattered before killing him, but now it seemed better to kill him directly to avoid complications. If he managed to escape using some trick, that would be troublesome. While he was thinking, the divine phantom holding the golden giant sword, on the verge of collapse, had already rushed to the nightmare's front. The nightmare flapped his wings, shattering the fragmented divine phantom, and his gaze towards Gu Qingchen suddenly turned fierce. A long knife, stained with blood and rust, appeared in his hand. His aura surged sharply, and dark demonic energy spread around him. On the mountain peak, many felt a chilling aura. Luo Yuli's expression was grave. She could sense that the aura of this demon had once again grown stronger. The power of the vengeful souls formed by thousands of humans will be your first taste. The nightmare grinned, raising the long knife in his hand and striking down fiercely at Gu Qingchen. In an instant, countless vengeful spirits and evil ghosts erupted from the tip of the blade, shrieking piercingly. At that moment, Gu Qingchen moved. He slightly raised his hand, wielding the sword in his grasp, and suddenly slashed out a pure sword light. The sword light carried a vast sea of blood, twisting and turning like a living creature, flying past. The blood sea surged towards the countless vengeful spirits, and in an instant, it engulfed all the souls within. The pure sword light advanced again, and in the terrified gaze of the nightmare, it cleaved the nightmare's entire body in half. But suddenly, a strange smile appeared on the face of the upper half of the nightmare that was falling. It had no substance, it was not the true body. Gu Qingchen's pupils slowly widened, his brow slightly furrowing. In his perception, the nightmare had actually vanished. The next second, a tiny humanoid vengeful spirit suddenly appeared behind Gu Qingchen. Before Gu Qingchen could react, it whooshed and burrowed into his body. A strange power immediately spread within Gu Qingchen. This is a curse? Gu Qingchen's gaze involuntarily sharpened. Then, he suddenly relaxed. He possessed the Sun Wheel's sacred body, which granted him complete immunity to curses. In midair, the nightmare's body slowly reappeared, striding proudly, saying, how interesting, I didn't expect that to deal with you, a kid who hasn't even grown hair yet. I would actually need to use the power of a curse. This move of mine is integrated with the heavens and earth. Even if you haven't fought me, it's extremely difficult to detect, even for a martial god. However, I finally got my hands on you. The nightmare's expression was one of delight as he hissed with laughter. As long as you are cursed by me, I can freely modify your spiritual world, trapping you in countless terrifying nightmares, never to return to the real world. In the words of your human race, it means becoming a vegetable that can never wake up. He was quite confident in this ability of his. Usually, he relied on this power to deceive and lure humans, leading them step by step into the abyss of becoming demonic spies, never failing. Hearing the nightmare's explanation, Gu Qingchen was momentarily stunned. In other words, once the curse activated, the nightmare would invade his spiritual world. But in his spiritual world, there were the divine hall and those two. His expression suddenly became quite interesting. The thought of using the Sun Will's sacred body to dispel the curse was also set aside. Don't blame me for not reminding you, entering my spiritual world comes at a price, Gu Qingchen pretended to say with a lack of confidence. Ha 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 ha, a price? Kid, stop being so mysterious. My curse has never failed against humans. I don't know what price I have to pay, but you, kid, will have to pay with your life. Looking at the silent Gu Qingchen, the nightmare's expression became even more delighted, saying, don't worry, soon you'll understand what it means to be unable to live or die. Saying this, the nightmare wore a confident smile, forming hand seals, and the scenery before him suddenly changed. His consciousness sank into Gu Qingchen's mind. I want to see just how filthy this so-called martial arts genius of the human race's spiritual world is. The nightmare hissed with laughter and slowly opened his eyes. What he saw was a magnificent hall standing everywhere, exuding an incredibly sacred aura. This sacred aura tortured him, a demon, as if he were undergoing severe punishment. His smile instantly froze at the corners of his mouth, staring blankly at his surroundings. What is this place? He had entered the spiritual worlds of hundreds of people, but none were as grand and spectacular as this. He endured the intense pain coursing through his body, wanting to forcibly modify this spiritual world, but strangely found that his curse seemed to have malfunctioned, firmly sealed within his own body by this aura. Before he could grasp the situation, he suddenly felt someone patting his shoulders from both sides. Turning around, he saw a middle-aged man with a smile and another man dressed in silver armor, whose expression was equally kind. He was momentarily taken aback. Were there others in this kid's inner world? He looked at the two with a wary gaze, quietly releasing a bit of his aura to probe their reality. In the next second, his expression turned terrifying. Looking at the two before him, he felt a chilling terror surge up his spine, every pore on his body trembling in fear. Meanwhile, at the mountain peak, tens of thousands of students gazed at the battle in the sky. At that moment, the figures of the two suddenly froze in midair, motionless. But suddenly, the already battered body of the nightmare erupted in thick blood mist, its aura instantly becoming feeble, unable to maintain even the power of levitation, like a bird with broken wings plummeting to the valley below. Gu Qingchen, damn you! What the hell is that thing inside your body? The nightmare's aura was weak, its face filled with deep fear and confusion as it desperately shouted at Gu Qingchen. Didn't I warn you? If you don't believe it, who can you blame? Gu Qingchen sighed helplessly, a mocking smile appearing on his face. He didn't answer, instead condensing his Dao rhythm and slashing out another sword strike at the dying nightmare. As the majestic sword energy flew towards him, a hint of despair appeared on the nightmare's face. In its current state, if it were hit by this strike, it would surely be dead. Damn it, after planning for a lifetime, to actually fall at the hands of a boy who hasn't even grown a full set of hair, the nightmare felt an endless rage boiling within. Damn, this kid really deserves to die. The nightmare's expression suddenly hardened. Since it was going to die anyway, it might as well drag this kid down with it. It plunged its fingers violently into its own chest, twisted them around, and pulled out its heart, lifting it up entirely. With a mad smile on its face, it held crazily towards the sky. As a Supreme Realm Demon Cultivator, I offer my own cultivation, life, and soul as a sacrifice, in exchange for the great return of the Heavenly Demon Lord to the Great Xia. In the next second, Gu Qingchen's sword light descended, completely shredding the nightmare's body. But only its heart slowly rose amidst a cloud of blood mist, flying towards the sky and merging into the clouds. As the nightmare's words fell, it seemed as if all objects in the world dimmed for a moment. Gu Qingchen stood holding his sword, looking up at the sky, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. In the next second, everyone present felt as if struck by lightning. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying heartbeat echoed, like a drum. With each beat, the world trembled. A massive gash opened in the sky. A huge, festering hand reached out from within, pulling violently outward. the entire sky was torn apart. A terrifying sense of oppression weighed heavily on everyone. At the mountain peak, countless students slowly knelt down, facing the sky. They stared in horror at the heavens above, their throats seemingly deprived of the power to speak, unable to make any sound. Gu Qingchen felt a chill rising from his feet, shooting straight to the top of his head, the breath of death approaching. At that moment, a mechanical voice rang in Gu Qingchen's ear. Detection of host's life situation under threat, Silver Dragon Gun God, final trial, has been forcibly activated. A flash of silver light passed before his eyes, and Gu Qingchen's consciousness had already flown into the divine hall. Before him appeared a bright path, at the end of which was that familiar wooden door. This time, the wooden door was already open. Before Gu Qingchen could react, a tremendous suction force emanated from the wooden door, forcibly pulling him inside. After the door closed, two figures slowly materialized in the divine hall. They were the two deities who resided there. I didn't expect that filthy demon to actually sacrifice itself, providing a temporary vessel for the soul of that demon god to descend. Quite decisive, indeed. The middle-aged man surrounded by flourishing peach blossoms smiled and asked the man beside him, General Zhao, you haven't forgotten our bet from last time, have you? If he passes the trial, you will lend him your hand. Zhao Zilong snorted coldly, his pupils as deep as the starry sky. Humph. It's just the most inferior demon among the myriad races. Don't say that it only has a soul left, even in its complete state. Such a weak deity could be killed by a single shot from me. If the Hall Master can pass the third layer of the trial as promised, I naturally won't go back on my word. However, this third layer of the trial, even I don't have complete confidence in it now. Zhao Yun spoke somewhat helplessly. The Peach Blossom Sword God was slightly taken aback and asked with some confusion, General Zhao, this is a trial you set. If even someone like you can't pass it, isn't that a bit harsh on the boy? Zhao Zilong nodded, thought for a moment, then shook his head and explained, to be precise, this final layer of the trial should be my gun Longdan testing the Hall Master. And the content of the trial is fate. The Hall Master will be reborn in ancient times, in the Wangchuan region where the currents of fate are most turbulent, and will forget all memories. In the setting of the Hall Master's fate, no matter what actions he takes, he will die before the age of 30, that is his fate. So as long as he successfully survives past 30, he can stir up ripples in the river of fate and gain the recognition of Longdan to pass the trial. The Peach Blossom Sword God slightly relaxed his brows, surviving past 30 to pass doesn't seem too difficult. Zhao Yun shook his head, though it sounds simple, fate is not something that can be easily changed. As he spoke, Zhao Yun lightly waved his spear, and a projection appeared before the two. The projection depicted a barren land with mountains, currently in winter. Heavy snow fell from the sky like goose feathers, covering the entire world in white. Gu Qingchen had already turned into an infant, abandoned in the icy wilderness. At this moment, Gu Qingchen had lost his memories in the trial and was no different from an ordinary baby. Due to the cold, his cries echoed continuously in the mountains. 20 minutes later, Gu Qingchen's cries gradually weakened, and his body became completely stiff. Gu Qingchen thus froze to death in the snow. Is this already over? The Peach Blossom Sword God had an unusual look in his eyes. Of course not. Zhao Zilong shook his head. As long as the Hall Master subconsciously wishes to continue the trial, he can be reborn countless times. However, with each rebirth, the trial taker will gradually become aware that they are being influenced by something, yet cannot change it. In the end, the trial taker often collapses mentally and actively gives up the trial. Just as Zhao Zilong finished speaking, the previous scene reappeared. The infant Gu Qingchen was once again abandoned in the snow. This time, however, he was discovered by a passing farmer, who took him home and raised him as if he were his own son. In the trial illusion, time passed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, under the farmer's care, Gu Qingchen had grown into a young man, getting to know dozens of farming families living in Wangchuan. Every day he would go up the mountain to chop wood and hunt, then come down to cook. When Gu Qingchen was 18, the farmers who raised him were killed by a group of marauding horse bandits for money. On that day, many families in Wangchuan could not escape the bloodbath of the horse bandits. Gu Qingchen hid under the bed and narrowly escaped a disaster. After the bandits left, Gu Qingchen stole the farmers' bodies back from the bandits' stronghold and buried them on the peaks of Wangchuan. After that, he continued his life of chopping wood and hunting in the now significantly less populated Wangchuan. This continued for another 2 years. Until he was 20, while chopping wood on the mountain, Gu Qingchen lost his footing and fell off a cliff, landing in a cave on the cliff face. Inside this cave, Gu Qingchen discovered the cultivation techniques and secret manuals of a powerful martial artist. From that day on, Gu Qingchen never descended the mountain again. 5 years later, Gu Qingchen emerged from the cave, his aura completely different from 5 years prior. He packed his belongings and made one last trip up the mountain, kneeling 3 times at the farmer's grave. Afterward, he clutched a skull-patterned scarf in his hand and left Wangchuan without looking back. He traveled north, holding the scarf, asking questions as he walked, constantly changing his direction. 2 years later, in a large inn, a gang of over 100 horse bandits was slaughtered overnight. Over 100 people died in a single night, and no one around even heard their screams. They all wore skull-patterned hoods on their heads. In the Hall of Gods, Zhao Zilong looked at the projection before him, his face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? This is only the second rebirth. How could he leave Wangchuan like this? In the predetermined trajectory, the trial taker was tightly bound to Wangchuan. This was the shackles of fate. Along the way, they might encounter horse bandits, enemy troops, or even the gods and demons of various races. But no matter what, the trial taker would continue to live in Wangchuan for various reasons. When the time reached the 147th year of the ancient era, when the trial taker turned 30, the gods and demons of the strange race would descend, leveling Wangchuan to the ground. This was also why the trial taker could not survive past 30 years of age, not counting the first life as an infant who could not resist. This young man had already deviated from the predetermined trajectory in his first life within the trial illusion. How could this be? Zhao Zilong's pupils were filled with suspicion. A sudden answer appeared in his heart, causing his entire body to tremble slightly. Could it be that this young man is a person who defies fate? A person who defies fate is born transcending the torrent of destiny, capable of altering the flow and direction of fate with every move. He is not bound by fate, but he can change the destinies of those around him, even that of an entire nation. Before long, in the illusion, Gu Qingchen reached the age of 30. As Zhao Zilong had expected, Gu Qingchen passed through 30 unscathed. But Zhao Yan still stared at the projection before him, silent. General Zhao, 30 years have passed. This young man has already passed the trial, the Peach Blossom Sword God reminded. Zhao Zilong continued to gaze at the projection, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. I know, but I want to see how far the Lord of the Hall can go. Unconsciously, Zhao Zilong's address for Gu Qingchen became a bit more humble. In the trial illusion, time continued to flow forward. Gu Qingchen found a secluded place, just like in Wangchuan, living a solitary life of cultivation until he was 52. At this time, the war between the myriad races and the human race reached Gu Qingchen's dwelling. Gu Qingchen then joined the army fighting against the myriad races, beginning his battles with the Starry Skies myriad races. After decades of cultivation, even in this era filled with gods and demons, Gu Qingchen could be considered a strong warrior among ordinary soldiers. On the battlefield, Gu Qingchen was decisive in killing, achieving remarkable feats, and before long, he became the leader of a cavalry regiment. Under the leadership of Gu Qingchen, this cavalry regiment always appeared in the right position on the battlefield, helping the human soldiers alleviate the pressure of war, and even turning the tide multiple times. Gu Qingchen was like a refreshing breeze, effortlessly entering and exiting the battlefield to change the course of events, and gradually, more and more elite warriors joined in. They were hailed as the strongest cavalry regiment of the Great Xia. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed. After a long period of invincibility on the battlefield, this cavalry regiment finally encountered a deadlock. On the battlefield, demonic energy soared to the sky. Opposite the cavalry regiment stood a towering giant monster. This was a true god and demon. Behind them, they were already surrounded by countless races, with no way to retreat. Captain, it seems our lives can only end here, but I, old Hu, feel really damn good killing so many monsters from the myriad races with you. Ha. A burly man covered in scars laughed heartily beside Gu Qingchen. Life? I have never believed in such things. Gu Qingchen chuckled lightly, as if mocking. In my view, fate is something meant to be trampled underfoot. The burly man scratched his head in confusion. We're about to die, and you're still talking about such mystical things. I really don't understand you. Gu Qingchen sighed softly, looking at the hundreds of knights behind him, and said seriously, you will indeed die, or rather, you have already died, but I will always remember you. Captain, you say we will all die. What about you? Someone asked. Do you still remember the story I once told you about myself? Of course, you avenged your father, secluded yourself for 5 years to cultivate, and then killed over 100 bandits. My ears are about to get calloused from hearing it. A simple-looking archer shook his head with a smile. I will live on, living for tens of thousands of years, and then I will slaughter all the scum of the myriad races, just like those 100 bandits. Gu Qingchen's tone was serious and resonant, carrying an undeniable authority, as if swearing an oath. As soon as Gu Qingchen finished speaking, the world around them suddenly trembled. Behind the god and demon, a massive dragon-shaped phantom slowly emerged. It looked at Gu Qingchen, its voice booming like a bell and thunder. Since you have seen the future, why not bow? Gu Qingchen leaped off his horse, laughing heartily. With his spear pointing to the sky, he retorted mockingly, "The future, why not come and bow to me?" The grand voice suddenly deepened, roaring in anger, "You, a despicable defier of fate, are so bold." As the words fell, the dragon-shaped phantom extended its claw and gently patted the back of the god and demon. The god and demon, like a puppet, extended its foot to stomp the ground. Instantly, countless spikes erupted from the ground. Not a single one of the 1,000 knights in the cavalry regiment could react to the god and demon's assault. Their heads were pierced by the spikes at the same time. In just one strike, the entire cavalry regiment was annihilated, except for Gu Qingchen. He was pinned to the ground by a spike, unable to move. The dragon-shaped phantom floated up, whispering temptingly in the boy's ear, "Give up, you cannot withstand the storm of fate." As it spoke, the dragon-shaped phantom projected the image of Gu Qingchen about to meet a tragic end. But Gu Qingchen's gaze suddenly sharpened. Beside him, he noticed that the terrifying silver spear had already been thrust into the ground, shining brilliantly. So close, yet he was pinned to the ground, unable to reach it by just a finger's distance. Gu Qingchen let out a fierce laugh, his body exerting force, half of it being torn apart by the sharp blades. In that instant, the boy's fingers touched the silver spear on the ground. A dazzling silver light filled Gu Qingchen's pupils as he suddenly pulled the silver spear from the ground and hurled it fiercely into the sky. The silver spear shattered space, tearing the heavens apart, and in an instant, this world began to collapse. The battlefield, the gods and demons, the myriad races, and his knightly order all turned to smoke, ceasing to exist. Only the solitary dragon-shaped phantom remained, confronting Gu Qingchen. The young man gazed at the shattered and withering illusion before him and softly responded to the dragon-shaped phantom, "I am the storm." A satisfied smile appeared on the dragon-shaped phantom's face. In the black-tide ruins, atop the mountain peak, amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, a giant hand broke through the heavens, gently grasping towards the black-tide ruins. Within the black-tide ruins, countless streams of bloodlight surged up from the mountains, converging towards a purple orb. Everyone present was filled with fear and despair. Some cried out in terror, while others lost control in fear. They truly felt how insignificant they were before this giant hand. At that moment, Gu Qingchen moved. He stepped forward, his figure flickering into the black-tide ruins, standing before the silver spear that had stood for 10,000 years, reaching out to grasp it. A brilliant silver light erupted in his pupils. At that moment, beneath the rugged canyon, countless corpses that had died millions of years ago stood up once more. They all raised their heads, their hollow eyes gazing at Gu Qingchen, joining hands in worship, as if to welcome the birth of a new king. In the shocked gazes of the crowd, Gu Qingchen slowly pulled out the silver spear that no one had been able to extract for 10,000 years. As the spear left the ground, a tremendous pressure from heaven and earth descended, and the space where the silver spear was located instantly shattered. At that moment, a terrifying dragon's roar echoed throughout every corner of the Great Xia. In an instant, the vast universe trembled, as if about to collapse. At this very moment, above Blue Star, amidst a vast expanse of black festering sores, countless terrifying existences projected their consciousness across millions of miles, casting their gaze upon the Great Xia. But in just a moment, a flash of silver light passed. Countless existences' consciousness shattered, spewing blood endlessly, filled with immense dread. In the Great Xia Kingdom, Dragon Capital, in the Supreme Conference Hall, an emergency secret meeting was being held at that moment. Suddenly, a terrifying dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. Below the conference hall, 7 terrifying figures, the emperors who ruled the Great Xia, simultaneously froze, abruptly sitting up, trembling all over. Above them, 3 indistinct-faced martial gods also appeared somewhat shaken. The lazy expression on the face of the Crimson Sky Empress vanished, and she inquired with surprise towards the 4 figures above. "Martial god, what is this?" One of the martial gods furrowed his brow, closed his eyes, and quickly sent his consciousness towards the direction of the dragon's roar. But as soon as his consciousness found the source of the roar, he felt a flash of silver light. In an instant, countless phenomena appeared before his eyes, and in just a moment, his consciousness was completely obliterated. His pupils trembled violently. "This is an extremely high-level divine aura. Even it has touched the power of the laws. I seem to see an unstoppable surging torrent, within which a silver spear flickers, and I am pinned in this torrent." Upon hearing this, everyone in the Supreme Conference Hall felt a chill rise from beneath their feet, their scalps tingling. This was one of the 4 supreme martial gods of the Great Xia, who should be invincible in the world, yet he felt as if he were being pinned down alive. The martial god paused, then solemnly said, "It seems that within the Great Xia, a divine weapon of the laws has re-emerged." As his words fell, apart from the emperor, the expressions of the others were somewhat perplexed. The quality of weapons in the Great Xia is divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Above these is the supreme spiritual weapon, and then the unparalleled Tao weapon. As for the divine weapon of the laws, they had never even heard of it. Martial god. What is a divine weapon of the laws? Someone spoke up. The martial god's face flashed with a hint of melancholy as he sighed. The divine weapons of the laws are the supreme treasures born with the universe at its inception, capable of influencing the fundamental laws governing the cosmos. Only those recognized by them can see them re-emerge, but for countless millennia, the deities who could wield the divine weapons of the laws are but a handful. I never expected that today, in the Great Xia, such a divine weapon would reappear. It seems that the Great Xia will soon be thrown into turmoil because of this divine weapon of the laws. Just then, the door of the conference hall was knocked on urgently. A woman's anxious voice came from outside. Esteemed lords, there is an urgent situation to report. Come in. As the door opened, a woman dressed as a secretary entered, her expression flustered. Esteemed lords, we have just received news that a large number of demon clans have invaded the Black Tide ruins in the Guanling city of the Luoyang province. Moreover, these demons have cut off communications from the Black Tide ruins. According to survivors, the invasion began nearly an hour ago. The atmosphere in the Supreme Conference Hall instantly became serious. Guanling City? Black Tide ruins? Wasn't that the place where Gu Xiaozai was paying respects today? In the midst of the crowd, Yan Yiling's gaze suddenly sharpened as he coldly spoke. Martial god, I will handle this matter immediately. With that, he drew the rust-red long knife from his back, ready to tear through space and step into Guanling. The long knife sliced through space, opening a spatial passage in the conference hall. But just as he was about to step in, Yan Yiling froze in place. In his perception, the spatial fluctuations around the destination, the Black Tide ruins, were exceptionally violent. In fact, the central area was already fragmented in many places. In such circumstances, if he were to recklessly step into the spatial tunnel, a slight misstep could lead him into the boundless void, resulting in instant annihilation. Yan Yiling's expression changed repeatedly, and in the end, he could only forcefully alter his destination to the city center of Guanling, traversing there. Watching Yan Yiling's departing figure, the martial god sitting in the center of the hall spoke coldly. Why did they choose to invade now, of all times, right when the emergency summit is convening? The demon clan certainly has a good sense of timing. As he spoke, he raised his eyes, his cold gaze sweeping over those below. It seems we have spies from the demon clan within the upper echelons of our Great Xia. As soon as these words were spoken, the martial god's faint pressure spread throughout the space. The Supreme Conference Hall fell silent, no one daring to speak. A few individuals flashed a hint of panic in their eyes, but it was quickly concealed. Beside him, another martial god stood up and said lightly, All right, catastrophe, since the demon clan is aware that we will all be present in the dragon capital today, we cannot linger here any longer. We must return quickly to guard the borders and prevent them from feigning an attack elsewhere. With that, he was the first to rise, shrinking the distance in an instant, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Catastrophe also rose into the air, and just when everyone thought he was about to leave, he suddenly turned his head. The martial god's heavy pressure once again bore down on everyone, his tone chilling as he spoke. Human spies, you better hide well, and pray that I don't catch you. Otherwise, I will make you regret coming to this world. At the Black Tide ruins, atop the mountain peak, Gu Qingchen, dressed in white, stood tall with the dragon's dagger in hand. Beside him, space continuously tore open, revealing the deep, boundless void. After Gu Qingchen drew the dragon's dagger, over 10,000 students inexplicably felt their fears vanish. In their eyes, the boy standing straight was like a savior at that moment. At this moment, a familiar mechanical sound reached Gu Qingchen's ears. Silver Dragon Spear God, the third layer of the trial has been passed. Reward, Law Divine Weapon, Dragon Gallbladder. Dragon Gallbladder has completed its master recognition. God Silver Dragon Spear God, all three layers of the trial have been passed. Reward, Supreme Tao Rhythm, Absolute Shadow Spear Tao. Gu Qingchen's eyes were tightly closed. And at this moment, he heard Zhao Zilong's familiar voice. Congratulations, Lord Palace Master, on passing the trial. Immediately, in front of him, a silver-armored, imposing Zhao Zilong phantom slowly emerged. This phantom was visible only to Gu Qingchen, no one else could see it. At this moment, Zhao Zilong wore a faint smile on his face. He knelt on one knee before Gu Qingchen, performed a salute, and stood beside him. Gu Qingchen nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the sky above, where a white robe fluttered quietly. There, the purple crystal had absorbed all the vengeful souls, and a crack appeared on its surface. In the next second, the purple crystal quietly shattered. A twisted soul body drilled out from within, shrieking hoarsely, "It's been thousands of years, my soul of the cracking sky has finally been repaired, ha ha ha." The soul body resembled a ghost, covered all over with mouths that opened and closed, incredibly eerie. The twisted soul body looked around and finally locked its gaze on Gu Qingchen. it wore an excited smile, its expression twisted as it let out a shrill laugh. The demon nightmare is truly remarkable. Not only did it sacrifice the Supreme's physical body to me, but it also prepared Tao rhythm seeds for me to consume. Just right, my physical body has not yet been fully repaired, and those who comprehend Tao rhythm are a great supplement. Saying this, it did not hesitate, its ghostly body twisting as it dove into the rift in the sky, merging with the half of the physical body. In the sky, rifts opened one after another, eventually connecting into a massive opening. A gigantic and eerie head emerged from the opening, devoid of facial features but filled with gaping mouths. Dozens of mouths opened simultaneously, emitting a chilling sound. The gods of the Great Xia have perished, and the people of the Great Xia shall all become food for my demon clan. As the words fell, within the black tide ruins, countless maddening whispers echoed in everyone's ears. Over 10,000 students displayed expressions of agony on their faces. Students whose realms did not reach the Qi Si realm appeared nearly insane. If it weren't for Gu Qingchen holding the dragon gallbladder in front, bearing most of the demon god's aura for them, most students would have exploded and perished, becoming part of the demon god's physical body. In just a few seconds, the cracking sky demon god had already extended half of its body above the head into the sky. Gu Qingchen's gaze turned cold as he grasped the silver spear dragon gallbladder, silver light bursting forth from his body, preparing to throw it into the sky. At that moment, Zhao Zilong smiled and patted Gu Qingchen's shoulder. Lord Palace Master, the dragon gallbladder is a law divine weapon. As a divine weapon, it can only be wielded by a god, otherwise, it will suffer the backlash of the laws. Even if you are a natural defier of fate and will not be backlashed by destiny, you will still suffer physical harm. So let me take this shot. Gu Qingchen was taken aback for a moment, then immediately reacted. This god was going to take action personally now? He quickly nodded and said, "Alright." As soon as the words fell, Gu Qingchen found his body enveloped in a silver light, a powerful force taking over his body. A domineering silver armor appeared on him, shining brilliantly in the dim light. Zhao Zilong looked at the long spear in his hand, a smile appearing on his face, as if greeting an old friend. "Long time no see, old buddy." In an instant, a gigantic dragon shadow, enough to fill the entire world, slowly emerged behind Gu Qingchen. The dragon's shadow appeared indifferent, giving a slight nod to Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong aimed at the enormous crack in the sky, his hand poised as if to throw, his expression solemn, softly speaking, as if reciting or telling a tale. 10,000 years ago, I stood alone at the Black Tide Mountains, slaying countless enemies and protecting the peace and health of the Great Xia for millennia. 10,000 years later, I sacrificed my broken body to guard the future of the Great Xia and its people, ensuring another 10,000 years of peace. In an instant, a beam of silver light descended from the heavens. In Gu Qingchen's eyes, everything in the world transformed. Apart from himself, every living being present, both human and demon, was suddenly entwined with countless threads. Or rather, each person's destined thread. Between heaven and earth, a murky, surging torrent crashed down. Under the manipulation of the destined threads, everyone struggled within this turbulent flow. This was each person's fate. In midair, the Rift Sky Demon God, who had just pulled his entire body from the crack in the sky, suddenly trembled, an inexplicable chill washing over him. His gaze abruptly swept towards the mountain peak, and he froze. There, a dragon shadow emerged, and a silver spear was already aimed at him. The moment he saw the silver spear, the Rift Sky Demon God felt an overwhelming cold rise from his feet, and the long-forgotten fear of millennia returned to his heart. A divine weapon of the laws? How is that possible? The crack on the Rift Sky Demon God's head suddenly constricted, a wave of deathly pressure rushing towards him. Only then did he see clearly that the one wielding the divine weapon was merely a youth. A divine weapon has recognized its master? Or has it recognized such a young human boy as its master? How could this be possible? The boy held the silver spear, its tip firmly aimed at him. He felt as if he could see his own death reflected in the spear's glint just seconds away. He would die, he would definitely die. Even in his complete state, he had no confidence of surviving against a divine weapon. He had waited for over 10,000 years, finally repairing his shattered soul. If he could just devour the flesh and blood of tens of thousands of humans to restore his body, he could fully return to his position as a demon god. How could he die here? He must escape immediately. The Rift Sky Demon God roared in anger, pulling his hands sharply towards the sky, tearing open a massive crack once more. His enormous body leaped into it, and the crack thunderously closed. His entire figure vanished into the Black Tide ruins. Gu Qingchen was taken aback, speaking in surprise. "General Zhao, that demon god has escaped." Zhao Zilong said nothing, his radiance intensifying, and he hurled the silver spear with great force. The silver spear transformed into a soaring dragon, rushing towards the sky, shattering the space it passed through. Releasing the dragon's daring, Zhao Zilong finally spoke, "Don't worry, he can't escape. The dragon's daring is connected to the torrent of fate. Once this spear is thrown, regardless of the target, being pierced by the dragon's daring means it has become their predetermined fate. It cannot be defied, cannot be resisted, cannot be fought against, only death awaits. This is the terror of the divine weapon of the laws." As Zhao Zilong's words fell, Gu Qingchen noticed that the tip of the thrown silver spear, dragon's daring, was already connected to a thick thread, the other end extending infinitely far away, as if to confirm Zhao Zilong's words. In the next moment, a massive, strange figure fell helplessly from the sky, crushing an entire mountain range. The Rift Sky Demon God roared weakly, his immense demonic energy surging violently, strange phenomena erupting around him, yet he could not stop the advance of the silver spear. The destined thread on the Rift Sky Demon God was tightly connected to the silver spear representing slaughter. Thus, death became his predetermined fate. With a tremendous roar, the silver spear plunged fiercely into the Rift Sky Demon God's chest, severing all his destined threads. His soul shattered abruptly, and his massive body fell helplessly. One of the 7 ancient demon gods of the demon race, the Rift Sky Demon God. Thus, he was completely nailed to the border of the Great Xia. Gu Qingchen stared blankly at the spear embedded in the chest of the cracked Sky Demon God, his eyes filled with shock. This spear seemed to shatter space, tear apart time, disregard everything, and pierce through the yellow springs. This was the fated spear, the ultimate weapon capable of wielding destiny. The divine weapon of the laws indeed contained great terror. Behind him, tens of thousands of students were in a daze, already speechless. Luo Yuli stood at the forefront of the crowd, her gaze trembling, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. Zhao Zilong looked into the distance, his gaze profound, as if traversing through millions of years, softly speaking to the depths of the starry sky. "Since you demons so wish for the return of the demon god, then why not satisfy you?" As he spoke, he slightly raised his hand, manipulating the silver spear to soar into the sky. The spear, dragon gallbladder, bore the corpse of the cracked Sky Demon God. With its soul completely shattered, the massive corpse of the cracked Sky Demon God now resembled a dead dog, its entire body drooping down. Zhao Zilong slightly raised his head towards the heavens. The spear, piercing through the corpse of the cracked Sky Demon God, shot straight into the clouds. Blue Star, Demon Clan Temple. Above a massive altar, 7 gigantic lighthouses were placed, burning with purple flames. However, among the 7 lighthouses, the flames in 5 were dim and weak, and one lighthouse's flame had already extinguished. In that last lighthouse, the purple flame burned fiercely, faintly showing signs of spreading. Below the altar, countless demons were prostrating on the ground, bowing to the altar. Those who could enter the Demon Clan Temple were all elite demons. A tall black figure stood at the forefront, his tone filled with unprecedented excitement, exclaiming, "Ha! It succeeded! The demon nightmare has succeeded! After 10,000 years, the soul of Lord Crack Sky has finally been repaired." After a few hearty laughs, the heavenly demon cleared his throat and confidently announced to those below, "Lord Crack Sky has descended upon the Great Xia, and soon, he will sever the river of life for us, allowing us to return to the Great Xia." Upon hearing this, countless prostrating demons suddenly raised their heads, excitement and greed flashing in their eyes. Once the river of life is shattered, it would mean that the Great Xia would once again be exposed to the gaze of all races. At that time, without the protection of the gods, the human race of Great Xia would be nothing but fish meat for slaughter by the myriad races. Remembering the delicious blood and flesh of human warriors, many demons present couldn't help but lick their lips, their eyes bloodthirsty and greedy. Just then, a sound of breaking wind echoed from the sky, as if something was flying at high speed towards the Demon Clan Temple. The heavenly demon frowned, looking up at the sky, and soon, his gaze became incredibly excited. The person breaking through the air was enveloped in an intense demonic aura, at a very high level, already touching the realm of gods and demons. It was the demon god. "The demon god has returned." The leading heavenly demon, with fiery eyes, shouted down, "The demon god is about to return. All demons present, pay the highest respects of prostration to the demon god." Upon hearing this, all the demons hurriedly prostrated themselves, kneeling towards the source of the sound. The heavenly demon also knelt heavily, lowering his head, his voice trembling uncontrollably as he shouted, "We, the demon subjects, welcome the supreme god, the glorious return of Lord Crack Sky." Behind him, the demons shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, "We, the demon subjects, welcome the supreme god, the glorious return of Lord Crack Sky." All demons lowered their heads, bowing in prostration. When the gods and demons descend, the posture of mortals should naturally be extremely humble. In the distance, the sound of breaking air approached in an instant. It was the massive body of the cracked Sky Demon God, covered in cracks. That body flew rapidly and finally crashed heavily into the last lighthouse of the Demon Clan Temple. At that moment, the demons were bowing their heads, and the scene fell into silence. Demon god? After a long silence, the celestial demon finally couldn't help but look up. His expression instantly turned blank and helpless. Behind him, the other demons also couldn't help but raise their heads, seeing the scene before them, their expressions equally helpless. The splitting sky demon god, at this moment, resembled a dead dog, his body weakly drooping down, breath completely gone. A terrifying silver spear, shining brightly, was pierced through his chest, pinning him to the top of the lighthouse. A large question mark simultaneously appeared above the heads of the demons. What the hell? What is going on? Just as the demons were in a daze, the silver spear violently shook and pulled itself out of the splitting sky demon god's body. Then it straightened its shaft, bouncing around in front of the kneeling demon clan below, proudly swaying its tip as if inspecting its subordinates. Finally, with a whoosh, it tore through space and quickly fled. Only after the silver spear had vanished did the celestial demon belatedly react. Memories of the dragon's roar that had echoed through the heavens and the earth flashed in his mind, and he exclaimed, "That was a divine weapon of the laws?" Recalling the aura of the silver spear, the hairs on the celestial demon stood on end, a wave of fear washing over him. At that moment, without the support of the silver spear, the corpse of the splitting sky demon god suddenly fell from the lighthouse, landing with a thud in the temple. The celestial demon abruptly looked up at the last lighthouse. Above the altar, in the last lighthouse, the once fiercely burning purple flames had completely extinguished at some point. The splitting sky demon god had completely fallen. In the demon clan's temple, there was an immediate silence. The celestial demon stood beside the lighthouse, staring at the corpse of the demon god before him, his eyes filled with raging fury. The demonic flames on his body surged violently as he punched down hard onto the ground. In an instant, the entire continent where the demon clan resided began to tremble violently. At the boundary where land met sea, parts had already separated, as if about to split apart. The celestial demon of the demon clan corresponded to the martial god of the great Xia. With a single strike, he could easily shake the continental plates. He roared, "Damn it, the soul of the demon god was clearly intact. How could it end up like this? How could the great Xia suddenly have a divine weapon of the laws reappear?" Recalling the provocative actions of that divine weapon, the celestial demon wished he could reduce the entire great Xia to ashes right now. Saying this, he angrily threw out several punches, causing countless buildings on the demon clan's land to shatter and the ground to crack. After venting his anger, he spoke with a dark expression. "Of the 7 demon gods, 2 have already had their souls shattered and completely fallen, while the souls of the remaining demon gods have yet to be found. We, the demon clan stationed on Blue Star, can no longer wait." Saying this, he took out a huge eyeball from his pocket and threw it to a person below, saying, "Send someone to notify the Azura clan and the Insect clan that a divine weapon of the laws has reappeared in the Great Xia. Since the splitting sky demon god has fallen and the penetrating coordinates have been destroyed, this matter must be prioritized." Upon hearing this, the demons below suddenly turned pale with fear. At the peak of the Black Tide ruins, with the death of the splitting sky demon god, the remaining demon army on the mountain instantly became agitated. They looked at the boy in front of them, their faces once filled with fear, but now there was a hint of ferocity in their expressions. With their leader fallen and a bottomless abyss behind them, with nowhere to escape, they could only make a final desperate fight, even if the one standing in front of them was just a boy holding a long spear. With a command, the demon army roared and charged once more towards the narrow pass. In an instant, dust and smoke billowed over the Black Tide ruins. Hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers rushed towards the narrow pass. At this moment, Gu Qingchen noticed that Zhao Zilong's phantom had disappeared beside him, and he regained control of his body. A familiar voice echoed in his ears, "Lord Hallmaster, this strike is the culmination of my lifelong Tao rhythm, you must experience it for yourself." Gu Qingchen was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness in the realm of the mind. He knew that Zhao Zilong was about to demonstrate the Tao rhythm for him. In his mind, Zhao Zilong stood alone with a spear, guarding the Dark Tide Canyon. He had been holding this position for over 100 years. Countless demon tribes surged from the borders, but he killed them all with a single thrust of his spear. Under the dim yellow sunset, Zhao Yun's solitary shadow stretched long. When there were no demon tribes, he walked alone in these mountains, accompanied only by his spear. Looking at the demon army that was almost upon him, Gu Qingchen reached out a hand to the sky. Above, the dragon's gallbladder shot through the air and landed steadily in his hand. He used the spear tip as a brush, slowly drawing a setting sun in front of him. As the sun took shape, countless phenomena slowly spread out from its center. In an instant, the world changed dramatically. A solitary vision unfolded behind Gu Qingchen. In the afterglow of the setting sun, there was a vast expanse of yellow sand. The mighty yellow river flowed downwards. A wisp of blue smoke slowly rose in this realm. In the vast desert, a solitary plume of smoke rose straight up, and above the endless yellow river, the sun hung round and full. A young man in white walked alone in the desert, his dim shadow stretching lone. The solitary smoke rose straight, the long river and the setting sun were round. It felt as if he had walked through millions of years. At this moment, a voice in the young man's mind laughed heartily. Amidst the 10,000 troops, Zilong kills thousands with a single spear, as if entering an uninhabited realm. The absolute shadow spear Dao should be unparalleled, unmatched in this world. As the words fell, countless chaotic blue lotuses condensed and fell from the sky, spreading beneath the young man's feet. The waters of the yellow river surged violently, and the wisps of blue smoke in the desert transformed into a vast intent of the spear, wrapping around the tip of the dragon's gallbladder. The setting sun, which was on the verge of fading, began to spin rapidly behind Gu Qingchen. The hundreds of thousands of demons felt a terrifying pull emanating from this setting sun, and in an instant, all the demons were drawn towards it. Gu Qingchen held the dragon's gallbladder and thrust forward, the Dao rhythm flowing from the spear tip, the intent of the spear vibrant. Gu Qingchen lightly parted his lips and softly recited the voice in his mind, unmatched. In the next second, he appeared behind the hundreds of thousands of demons. In that moment, he felt all the Dao rhythms bowing at his feet. He silently sheathed the dragon's gallbladder, nodding as if in realization, and softly spoke, "Though there are thousands, I shall go." As the words fell, the movements of the hundreds of thousands of demon troops suddenly froze in unison. Gu Qingchen slowly turned around, and in that instant, the bodies of the demon army exploded. A torrent of blood surged towards the sky, condensing at the peak of the dark tide ruins, then drizzling down like a rain of blood. In Gu Qingchen's ears, a mechanical voice sounded, "Congratulations, Lord Hallmaster, for comprehending the ultimate Dao rhythm, Absolute Shadow Spear Dao, current comprehension level, 20%. At the peak of the mountain, thousands of students stood beneath the silent downpour of blood rain. They stared blankly at Gu Qingchen, who held a silver spear, their minds in chaos, unable to utter a word. They felt that this white-clad figure was indeed unparalleled, unmatched in this world. At this moment, a sound of breaking air came from the edge of the dark tide ruins. A figure exuded a terrifying aura, his presence overwhelmingly strong. With a face full of murderous intent, it was Yeling. Behind him followed over 100 members of the evil demon tribunal and medical personnel, the rescue team that had come in response to the notification. Yeling gazed at the central mountain range of the dark tide ruins, feeling a terrifying blood aura surging from there, even faintly overpowering the murderous aura on himself. People had died, and many people. His expression suddenly turned cold. "Damn the demon clan, damn the spies. If anything happens to Xiaogu, once I ascend to the martial god realm, I will definitely make you all pay in blood." Ever since he sensed the murderous intent from Gu Qingchen last time, his realm had begun to loosen, and he was already on the threshold of the martial god realm. Now, he only needed an opportunity to prove his path, and he could officially step into the martial god realm, becoming the fifth martial god of the Great Xia. As he spoke, he touched the air with his fingers, feeling the flow of space. The space of this world had completely returned to its original state. His expression tightened, and he used the technique of shrinking the distance to quickly escape towards the central mountain range. The space twisted rapidly before Yeling, but before he arrived, he suddenly felt a bit dazed. Before his eyes, a magnificent vision unfolded. A dim yellow sun spun rapidly, as if it were going to obliterate the world. As this sun set, everything in the world was destined to come to an end. Wisps of blue smoke rose straight up, within which endless laws flowed, and touching them would mean death. He suddenly came to his senses, his pupils trembling. Was this the Dao rhythm? Moreover, it was the ultimate Dao rhythm, just like Xiaogu's. His gaze followed the vision. At the end of his line of sight, he saw a familiar-faced young man in white standing at the center of the mountain peak. Opposite him were tens of thousands of students with blank expressions. At the peak, a light drizzle of blood rain was falling. Behind the young man in white, the magnificent vision was gradually dissipating. The blood rain fell from the sky, and the young man stood in the midst of the blood. As the blood fell, it flowed back up towards the heavens before it could touch his body. His clothes remained unstained. This Dao rhythm, was it conjured by Gu Qingchen? Did this young man comprehend another kind of ultimate Dao rhythm? He was momentarily stunned. When did the ultimate Dao rhythm become so worthless? This young man was far more terrifying than he had imagined. But where were the demon clan? He stepped forward and instantly arrived in front of the young man. But before he could ask, the young man smiled and spoke first. "Uncle Yen, you're late. The demon clan has already been wiped out by me. The demon clan has already been wiped out? Yen Yiling's pupils shrank sharply, shocked by the young man's words, but immediately after, a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. He looked around. The air here indeed exuded a strong demonic aura, yet not a single demon could be seen. On the way to Guangling City, the rescue team had just encountered a few surviving students who had escaped and relayed the news. According to these students' descriptions, at that time, the Black Tide ruins had a massive void temporarily opened by the demon clan using some means, and based on his speculation, it was very likely that the demon army had descended from this place, preparing to invade the Great Xia from here. Yet, at this moment, not a single demon could be seen, let alone their corpses. At this moment, Yen Yiling suddenly recalled the setting sun behind the young man, which seemed capable of extinguishing everything in the world. Looking at the blood rain drifting in the air, a guess arose in his mind. Could it be that the blood rain falling from the sky was the flesh and blood of the demon clan? Did this young man, with his own strength, slaughter the entire demon army here, and completely annihilate them? Xingchen, did you? But before Yen Yiling could finish his question, the young man's body suddenly swayed as if drunk. With a body at the Great Ascension realm, he had repeatedly unleashed the ultimate Tao rhythm. Moreover, he had called forth 2 different ultimate Tao rhythms, both summoning visions of heaven and earth. Gu Qingchen's mental energy had long been completely exhausted. Yen Yiling's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly stepped forward to support the already unconscious young man, then quickly scanned his body with his powerful divine sense. He felt a bit anxious in his heart. This young man is the absolute hope for the future of the Great Xia. He absolutely cannot have an accident. Scanning the boy's body with his divine sense, Yen Yiling let out a temporary sigh of relief. The boy had no obvious injuries, it seemed he was just mentally exhausted. At that moment, voices could be heard from the foot of the mountain. The rescue team from Guangling City had also arrived, following closely behind Yen Yiling. At the summit, seeing the reinforcements coming from behind, the thousands of students finally let out a complete sigh of relief, their bodies going limp at the same time. They knew they were finally safe. The evacuation work at the scene began to proceed in an orderly manner, and Gu Qingchen was also sent to the hospital for further examination. After a while, a staff member from the Demon Judgment Office approached and reported to Yen Yiling, "Director Yen, all the magical beasts in the mountains have been cleared, but the number of casualties among the students." He hesitated, his face filled with hatred for the demon race. The mountains were already littered with corpses, and preliminary statistics showed that the death toll had exceeded 10,000. Many students had lost their human forms under the beasts' attacks, blood splattering everywhere, with severed limbs scattered around. Even identifying the deceased had become extremely difficult. Yen Yiling nodded to the staff member, understood, tally the identities and numbers of the deceased, and as quickly as possible, send the remaining injured to the hospital for treatment. As for the families affected by the deaths, I will contact the Great Xia royal family to provide compensation to each of them. After saying this, Yen Yiling let out a heavy sigh, walked to the edge of the cliff, and gazed into the dark abyss below. It was as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. If it weren't for that young man, perhaps today in Guangling City, none of the 30,000 martial arts examinees would have survived. Even so, thousands of complete families had been shattered in this incident. How could this damned demon race never be finished? He couldn't help but think of the silver spear that stood in the Black Tide ruins. If that deity were still here, how would the demon race dare to be so rampant? With this thought, he looked up at the summit, where the silver spear was located. But where he looked was an empty space. Yen Yiling was slightly taken aback, seeming a bit lost. That spear, which had stood in the Black Tide ruins for over 10,000 years, was gone. In the Luoyang province, Guangling City, in a school district apartment, a long-legged girl took out her keys and opened the door. Peeking inside and surveying for a moment, she found no one, and her delicate nose wrinkled in dissatisfaction. Stinky older brother took the money from home and ran off to have fun, and hasn't come back for several days. Tomorrow is the martial arts college entrance exam, and after the worship, he doesn't even know to come back early to prepare. And dad too, hasn't been home for several days, really don't know what they are up to. Gu Xiaoyu walked into the house, letting out a helpless sigh. She had just finished working outside and felt both tired and thirsty. While filling a glass with water, she turned on the television, preparing to catch up on today's news. As soon as Gu Xiaoyu turned on the TV, the voice of the female newscaster left her frozen in place. Today, a large number of demons invaded the borders of the Great Xia, attacking the Black Tide ruins in Guangling City, where the Great Xia college entrance exam students were holding a worship ceremony. However, in an unfortunate stroke of luck, the new deacon of the Guangling City Demon Judgment Office arrived in time, slaying all the demons present and minimizing the casualties. As of now, among the 30,000 students in Guangling City, there have been a significant number of casualties, with preliminary statistics showing that the death toll has exceeded 10,000. The list of the deceased will be announced once the numbers are fully tallied. Listening to the broadcast on the television, Gu Xiaoyu felt her head buzz, and her face instantly turned pale. The glass water cup in her hand crashed to the ground with a bang, shards flying everywhere. The Black Tide Ruins, isn't that the place where her brother worshipped during the martial arts festival today? Gu Xiaoyu felt her mind spinning, even struggling to stand. The words death and 10,000 students spoken by the female announcer echoed in her head. She sat on the sofa for a moment to collect herself, dazedly picked up her keys, closed the door, and ran towards the hospital. She didn't know how long it had been. In the Hall of Deities, Gu Qingchen slowly opened his eyes. In front of him, two deities stood suspended in the air. Gu Qingchen's face was pale, a bitter smile on his lips as he spoke. General Zilong, the might of the dragon's daring is indeed somewhat terrifying. When he wielded the shadowless spear, Gu Qingchen had tapped into the spatial power of the spear. The dragon's daring was a spear that governed fate, unrelated to spatial power. It was simply because this space could not bear the existence of the dragon's daring. Wherever the dragon's daring was, the space would collapse on its own. This was also why Gu Qingchen initially mistook the dragon's daring for a weapon related to spatial power. If it weren't for Zhao Zilong at that moment, who had used a sliver of silver light to protect him, he feared that even his physical body would collapse along with the space. Zhao Zilong nodded and cautioned, Lord Hallmaster, from now on, this spear should not be used lightly before reaching the Marquis realm, unless faced with life-threatening danger. Although the dragon's daring has recognized its master, every time it is used before truly becoming a deity, the physical body will still suffer backlash. The lightest consequence is losing some perception for a period, while the heaviest could lead to paralysis, rendering one unable to move for a long time. Gu Qingchen nodded. He had already mentally prepared for this. Beside Zhao Zilong, a middle-aged man with a flourishing smile spoke up, General Zhao, since this young man with the surname Gu has passed your trial, we should allow him to enter the True Hall of Deities. The True Hall of Deities? What is that? Gu Qingchen's expression was somewhat confused. Wasn't this space the Hall of Deities? Beside the Peach Blossom Sword deity, Zhao Zilong smiled broadly. It should be so. As the words fell, the two clasped their fists towards the Grand Hall before them and said in unison, Peach Blossom Sword deity, Silver Dragon Spear deity, we request permission from the Hall of Deities to allow the trial-taker Gu Qingchen to step into the inner sanctum. In the Hall of Deities, a myriad of thunderous sounds erupted. Moments later, a grand voice resonated from above the Hall of Deities. Having passed the trials of two deities, the judgment is passed, permission granted to enter the hall. Golden light cascaded down from the sky. A rumbling sound echoed throughout this realm. The two massive doors behind Gu Qingchen, covered in intricate patterns, swung open with a loud crash. In Guangling City, Gu Xiaoyu sprinted down the street with long strides. At this moment, her hair was disheveled, her big eyes slightly red, her face filled with fear and worry. She ran back and forth in one hospital after another in Guangling City, searching each floor and every ward one by one. Every major hospital in Guangling was unprecedentedly packed today. The floors of the hospitals were stained with remnants of blood and footprints, a chaotic mess. The corridors were filled with students moaning in pain, wrapped in bandages. By now, she had lost count of how many hospitals she had run through. Yet she still hadn't seen Gu Qingchen's figure, and his phone had remained unreachable. This only deepened the sense of collapse in Gu Xiaoyu's heart. At this point, the sky had turned to deep night. Finally, after running through another hospital, Gu Xiaoyu tiredly squatted under a streetlight, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She felt engulfed by immense despair and sadness, a little figure in her mind constantly shouting, "Your brother, who relied on you, is dead. From now on, you will be all alone." The words echoed continuously in Gu Xiaoyu's mind, tears rolling down her beautiful cheeks. She didn't notice at all that beneath the manhole cover beside her, demonic energy had already begun to flow. From under the manhole cover, a faint hissing laughter could be heard, and the demonic energy surged, aimed at Gu Xiaoyu, ready to burst forth. At that moment, a gigantic eye slowly opened in the sky. In an instant, the being beneath the manhole cover was crushed to dust without even letting out a scream, overwhelmed by a terrifying pressure. Throughout it all, the street remained silent. On an unknown street, a scruffy, disheveled man lay casually slumped by the roadside, mumbling to himself, "Usually, I let you rats run free, and you really think you're hiding well, huh? You even dare to involve my daughter." As he spoke, the man shook his head for a moment, took a swig of alcohol, and said proudly, "It seems my mental training for the kids has been quite effective. Despite such a blow, Xiaoyu's martial heart remains so strong." After saying this, the eye in the sky opened again, looking at Gu Xiaoyu, who was crying like a pear blossom in the rain by the street. The man hesitated for a moment, then, feeling a bit pained, muttered to himself, "Forget it, I might as well give a hint. Although I can fix a shattered martial heart immediately, it's still a bit troublesome." Saying this, the man lightly snapped his fingers. On the street, opposite Gu Xiaoyu, a huge LED screen that had been turned off suddenly lit up. The screen prominently displayed an advertisement for a hospital. Guangling City First Martial Arts Hospital. This is the best hospital in Guangling City and the exclusive hospital for martial arts privilege holders. Gu Xiaoyu was taken aback, wiped her tears, intertwined her fingers, and hesitated for a moment. Then, holding on to the last glimmer of hope, she ran towards the hospital. 20 minutes later, Gu Xiaoyu, panting, stopped at the hospital entrance. Unlike other hospitals, although Guangling City First Martial Arts Hospital was somewhat busy, the order of the hospital had not collapsed. Gu Xiaoyu approached the front desk and cautiously spoke to a nurse on duty. "Nurse sister, may I ask if there is a patient named Gu Qingchen here?" The nurse on duty raised her eyes slightly and glanced at Gu Xiaoyu. "You know the answer, of course there is." Upon receiving a positive response, hope instantly burst forth in Gu Xiaoyu's big eyes, and she said anxiously, "Nurse sister, I am Gu Qingchen's sister, may I ask which ward he is in?" The nurse remained unmoved, shook her head, and spoke with some impatience. "Great, another sister. How many school uniform-wearing sisters have come today? Sister, I advise you to save your breath, just look over there." Saying this, the nurse pointed to a corner of the hospital. There, various colored flowers were piled up, forming a small mountain. The nurse continued, "Director Luo has already said that Guji's mental energy is severely depleted, and he must rest quietly for the next few days. No media or self-proclaimed friends are allowed to visit, except for family. So sister, you might as well be sensible and leave." Listening to the nurse's reply, Gu Xiaoyu was confused, her eyes somewhat dazed. How could there be so many people sending flowers to her brother? Although Gu Qingchen was indeed decent-looking, such a situation had never happened before. Also, who was Gu Ji, and who was this person with the same name as her brother? Could it be that she really had the wrong person? But having come this far, she had to go see for herself, so Gu Xiaoyu insisted, "But I really am Gu Qingchen's sister." Hearing Gu Xiaoyu's persistent claim, the female nurse's anger suddenly flared up. Picking up the phone at the front desk, she dialed out, "Director Luo, there's someone at the front desk who keeps claiming to be Elder Gu's sister. No matter how I persuade her, she won't stop. You should talk to her yourself." Saying this, she shoved the phone into Gu Xiaoyu's hand and then watched her with amusement from the side. On the other end of the line was the highest-ranking director of Guangling City. To speak with such a prominent figure made Gu Xiaoyu feel half as confident, but she still mustered her courage and said tremulously, "Hello, Director Luo. I want to find my brother Gu Qingchen. Is that okay?" "Oh, what's your name?" I'm Gu Xiaoyu." There was a 2-second silence on the line, as if someone was speaking. Then, a gentle voice came from the phone, "So it's you, Xiaoyu. Wait a moment, I'll come down to meet you right away." After saying that, the call was disconnected. What? The chief executive of Guangling City is coming down to meet her personally? What kind of treatment is this? Gu Xiaoyu stood there in a daze, her mind buzzing, somewhat confused. During the first show, she pleaded with everyone to urge for updates on the reading list, especially for updates, as this is really important for a new book. Also, she begged for free little gifts. QAQ, thank you very much. Thank you. Seeing the call was disconnected, Gu Xiaoyu wore a blank expression, while the nurse beside her suddenly looked a bit gloating. "Sister, I told you it wouldn't work, but you insisted on bothering Elder Gu. Now you've gotten scolded, haven't you? Alright, I've seen many people like you. Don't make things difficult for yourself next time. Just go. Saying this, she stood up to shoo her away. Gu Xiaoyu stood there in a daze, still feeling a bit lost and not quite understanding the situation. Just as the nurse was about to say something else, the hospital elevator opened, and a burly middle-aged man with a head full of red hair stepped out. The man's gaze swept around the hall and finally landed on Gu Xiaoyu. He walked up to the girl, smiling, and spoke in a gentle tone. "You must be Xiaoyu, right?" Both Gu Xiaoyu and the nurse behind her were taken aback. Gu Xiaoyu felt a bit dazed at that moment. The person in front of her was the highest authority in Guangling City and a master-level powerhouse, Director Luo. She suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing this prominent figure was right in front of her, so she lowered her head, slightly bowed, and said nervously, "Hello, Director Luo." Luo Tianheng smiled kindly, and just as he was about to reach out to pat the girl's head, he thought better of it and withdrew his hand, speaking gently, "Oh, really, we are all family. It's a bit too formal to go through such rituals." Saying this, Luo Tianheng helped Gu Xiaoyu up and continued with a smile, "If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Luo." Family? Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoyu suddenly looked up, her expression filled with confusion. The fact that this prominent figure had come down personally to meet her was already bewildering enough. Now he was calling her family? What on earth was happening today? The nurse behind her narrowed her eyes, looking at the girl in front of her, feeling a bit of a chill run down her spine, her eyes filled with disbelief. Could this girl be a relative of Director Luo? Director Luo. This. Gu Xiaoyu hesitated, stammering as she was about to ask, but was interrupted by Luo Tianheng. Let's go. Don't you want to see your brother? Your brother is fine, he just doesn't have consciousness at the moment. I'll take you to see him. Upon hearing news about Gu Qingchen, Gu Xiaoyu's eyes immediately sparkled with light. Just now, her doubts were cast aside as she followed Luo Tianheng into the elevator. The nurse at the front desk trembled alone. This girl seemed to truly be the sister of Steward Gu. Clearly, the opportunity to meet Steward Gu was right in front of her, yet she failed to seize it. Her face was filled with fear and regret. Luo Jizheng, my brother's injuries aren't serious, right? How is he doing now? In the elevator, Gu Xiaoyu asked with some worry, before Luo Tianheng could answer. Ding dong at this moment, the elevator stopped on the 5th floor. The elevator doors slowly opened, and through the glass window, she could see the hospital room ahead. A pale-faced handsome young man lay quietly on the hospital bed. Beside him, a similarly beautiful girl lay quietly. But at this moment, Gu Xiaoyu had lost her usual curiosity. Her eyes reddened as she looked at the scene before her, feeling as if a stone in her heart had finally been set down. Gu Xiaoyu intended to push the door open, but hesitated, seemingly afraid of waking her brother, and ultimately gave up. On the bench outside the hospital room, Yeling looked at the suddenly arrived girl, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. This little girl should be Gu Xiuji's sister. With a solid foundation in martial arts, an abundance of spiritual energy overflowing in her dantian, and a smooth path in martial arts, she was a remarkable talent. Was this entire family filled with such monstrous talents? Yeling marveled inwardly. Although she was far from being as terrifying as Gu Xiuji, among all the prodigies in Daxia, her martial arts foundation was definitely outstanding. Moreover, Gu Xiuji was not an ordinary person. If this little girl awakened an A-level or higher blessing in a couple of years, then perhaps Daxia would gain another supreme powerhouse in due time. Should I take her as my disciple and train her personally? Thinking of this, Yeling spoke with a smile. Little girl, I am the director of the Evil Demon Tribunal, Yeling. You can call me Uncle Yen, just like your brother. Tribunal director? Gu Xiaoyu turned her head, stunned, suddenly realizing that the person before her resembled someone frequently seen on television. She felt a bit unsteady on her feet, her head spinning, as if everything around her had become somewhat unreal. The director of the Evil Demon Tribunal? Isn't that a supreme powerhouse existing alongside the 7 emperors? Such a significant figure is now guarding outside my brother's hospital room? A bad thought suddenly crossed Gu Xiaoyu's mind. Could it be that her brother accidentally killed some important figure in the Black Tide ruins, and that so many big shots were waiting outside her brother's hospital room to interrogate him when he woke up? Her heart tightened, and she nervously spoke, Director Yen, what exactly did my brother do? Yeling was also taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha, you little girl, you are really interesting. After laughing, Yeling slowly spoke, your brother hasn't done anything wrong. Not only has he done nothing wrong, but he has also made tremendous contributions to Daxia and Guangling. With his own strength, he single-handedly killed over 100,000 demon clans and saved nearly 20,000 martial arts high school students. In addition, he also killed a demon cultivator who was half a step into the king realm and slayed a terrifying demon beast that, according to the descriptions of the other students, was at least at the supreme realm. Gu Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes, tilting her head, looking back at Luo Tianheng, then at Yeling, with an expression of "Are you kidding me?" How could she not know what kind of person her brother was as his biological sister? The martial arts talent is weak, the blessing has not awakened, and recently it seems there is a bit of self-abandonment, staying out all night and making oneself quite angry. Killing 100,000 demon clans? Slaying supreme realm demons? Does this have anything to do with the brother in my heart? But recalling the appearance of the nurse at the front desk, and considering the identities of the people in front of me, it seems the possibility of deceiving myself is minimal. Thus, Gu Xiaoyu slowly turned her head to look at Gu Qingchen on the hospital bed. Her small mouth gradually opened, finally forming an O shape. At this moment, she felt that her familiar brother suddenly seemed a bit strange, and the world had become so absurd. In the Hall of Deities, 2 doors adorned with complex patterns and shimmering with golden light opened before Gu Qingchen. Towering and magnificent buildings stood within. In the splendid hall, the ground was covered in golden brilliance, and purple energy flowed from the east above. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy from heaven and earth poured out from this hall, almost drowning Gu Qingchen. A massive main hall stood at the forefront. Behind the main hall, there were 7 grand halls, 5 of which were shrouded in thick mist. The remaining 2 halls had one filled with flourishing peach blossoms, petals slowly falling, especially beautiful yet exuding a chilling murderous intent. The other hall had a setting sun suspended in the air, as if to extinguish the entire world, with wisps of green smoke curling, full of life. Gu Qingchen, somewhat puzzled, spoke, "2 deities, what is this?" Zhao Zilong slightly bowed and explained, "Hall Master, the place you have been in before was the outer hall, and this is the inner hall of the Hall of Deities. As for what is inside, you will know once you go in." Gu Qingchen nodded and followed the path ahead, walking towards the interior of the hall. After walking a distance, a tall and magnificent hall appeared before Gu Qingchen, with 2 giant golden dragons carved on either side. Zhao Zilong explained from behind Gu Qingchen, "Hall Master, this is the main hall of the Hall of Deities, which has been opened for you. You may enter and take a look." Gu Qingchen nodded and stepped inside. The moment she entered the main hall, Gu Qingchen felt an even denser spiritual energy condensing here than when she first entered the Hall of Deities. It was so rich that it was almost about to condense into droplets of spiritual energy. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in the main hall. "The main hall of the Hall of Deities has been activated. The Hall Master's martial arts panel has been automatically opened." As the voice fell, a beam of light fell before Gu Qingchen, forming a phantom. A panel slowly emerged before her. Current Hall Master name, Gu Qingchen Martial Arts Realm. Second stage of Great Ascension control of Dao Rhythm, Slaughtering God Sword Dao, mastery level has reached 60%, Absolute Shadow Spear Dao, mastery level has reached 20%. Law Weapon, Dragon Gallbladder Bright Silver Spear Dao Rhythm value, 8 complete Divine Trial, 2/7 closing the projection. Gu Qingchen took a deep breath in the main hall, feeling refreshed, as if her entire body was bathing in the sea of spiritual energy. This should be her main place of cultivation in the future. Leaving the main hall, Gu Qingchen continued to walk forward. Along the way, she passed the peach blossom hall filled with a rich peach blossom fragrance yet full of murderous intent, where the peach blossom sword god was already seated, holding a cup of wine, smiling and greeting Gu Qingchen. Behind him, the floral vitality was flourishing. But after walking a distance, the scenery ahead of Gu Qingchen suddenly changed rapidly. Originally, the path was lined with resplendent halls, but this road was overgrown with weeds, the atmosphere desolate. Here was a vast ruin. Huge stones lay across everywhere. Some graves were made of tall stones piled with inscriptions, while others were just small mounds of earth. At the entrance of this ruin, there was a massive green stone, on which were inscribed several large characters in a dragon and phoenix style, Tomb of the Deities. Gu Qingchen slowly approached, walking to the blue stone, but suddenly his figure froze. He felt an immense sense of oppression, wild and terrifying. Even when facing the Rift Sky Demon God, this sense of oppression had never been so strong. He couldn't help but tremble slightly. Immediately, countless strange visions appeared before his eyes. It seemed not to be a tomb of deities, but a trial ground for the god of slaughter, filled with a chilling atmosphere. Zhao Zilong raised his hand slightly to shield Gu Qingchen from that primal aura and said lightly, "Lord Hall Master, all the departed deities of the Great Xia are buried here, and part of their divine powers and spells are also buried here. You can unlock this area and enter it for training, inheriting the deity's legacy. However, even if you succeed in the training and obtain the deity's powers, you will need to exchange them with Dao Rhythm value. Otherwise, the reason for this deity's existence will completely dissipate." Dao Rhythm value? Gu Qingchen asked, somewhat puzzled. He had just not understood what Dao Rhythm value was in this panel. Zhao Zilong nodded and explained, "Among the deities who have passed the trials, for every layer of Dao Rhythm comprehended, one will gain a point of Dao Rhythm value." Gu Qingchen nodded thoughtfully. With 6 points from the God-slaying sword Dao and 2 points from the absolute shadow spear Dao, it was no wonder he had 8 points of Dao Rhythm value. However, the tomb of the deities was shrouded in a thick mist, clearly indicating that this area was not yet open to him. So even with 8 points of Dao Rhythm value, Gu Qingchen could only leave. After walking along the main road for a while, another grand hall appeared before him. Inside the hall, a terrifying dragon shadow coiled, with fine yellow sand scattered within. Above the hall hung a sun that would never set, casting an incredibly lonely atmosphere. "Lord Hall Master, this is my temple. If you have any questions or wish to refine your Dao Rhythm, you can come here to find me," Zhao Zilong said with a smile. Gu Qingchen nodded and continued forward. Ahead was the third temple, the one belonging to the deity he was supposed to unlock next. This grand hall was also obscured by dense mist, making it impossible to see its features. Who would be the third deity to test him? Gu Qingchen took a deep breath and touched the mist. A mechanical voice suddenly rang in his ears. The next deity will be unlocked 24 hours after the Hall Master's mental strength is fully restored, issuing a trial for the Hall Master. As the last prompt sounded, Gu Qingchen's vision suddenly began to spin. He fainted again. He didn't know how long it had been. Gu Qingchen slowly opened his eyes, and before him was a pure white ceiling, with the afterglow of the sunset spilling in through the window. Indeed, it was the hospital again. He tried to sit up but felt as if something was pressing down on his chest. Gu Qingchen's gaze shifted down, reflecting the beautiful face of a girl. The girl sat at the edge of the bed, curled up like a little cat on his chest, the sunset sculpting her nearly perfect features, resembling a work of art, her long eyelashes slightly trembling, elongated by the golden sunlight. Gu Qingchen couldn't help but stare in a daze. Seemingly sensing Gu Qingchen's quickening heartbeat, Luo Yuli slowly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with deep weariness, yet it added a rare touch of lazy allure to her cool features. The two locked eyes, and something seemed to flow between them. Gu Qingchen's throat moved, his voice trembling as he spoke. Yuli, do you remember, on the Black Tide Ruins, you promised me, as long as I come back alive, you will. Gu Qingchen hesitated, staring blankly at the girl before him. Luo Yuli's face was slightly flushed, yet she did not shy away. She gently nodded, her clear gaze fixed on Gu Qingchen as she slowly leaned closer. The light of the setting sun gradually faded in Luo Yuli's eyes, the enormous sun will about to sink below the horizon. The last rays set the clouds in the sky ablaze, and in the deepening twilight, Luo Yuli's eyes shone brighter than ever before. Under the sunset, two pitch-black shadows slowly drew near. Gu Qingchen felt his heart racing faster than ever. He could no longer distinguish whose heartbeat it was, only feeling a surge of hot blood rushing through his mind. Just then, a sudden cough came from the doorway. Ahem, am I interrupting something? You two lovebirds are awake, huh? Yeling stood at the door, arms crossed, a teasing tone in his voice. Hearing the voice from the doorway, Luo Yuli's cheeks instantly turned crimson. She abruptly pulled her hands apart, cupping her small face and retreating to the side. Even Gu Qingchen's face had a slight flush, feeling a bit embarrassed. He looked at Yeling, who was smiling, clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead slightly bulging, and with a smile that carried a hint of killing intent, said, Uncle Yen, if I weren't at such a disadvantage right now, I would really like to give you a beating. Yeling chuckled and smiled broadly. I didn't mean to, besides. Do you want to make the headlines in Guangling City tomorrow? As he spoke, Yeling pointed outside the hospital window. Gu Qingchen turned his head in confusion to look outside. It was a tall building, dozens of stories high, and it seemed many people were leaning on the windowsill, but it was too far away to see clearly. Gu Qingchen frowned, and golden light erupted from his pupils, allowing him to see clearly. On the opposite building, nearly half of the balconies were occupied by people, each holding a camera aimed directly at his bed. Seeing that he was gazing towards the building, countless flashes went off, and Gu Qingchen instinctively covered his face. What the hell? Uncle Yen, what's going on? What are these people doing? Yeling laughed heartily. Don't you get it? Ever since you returned from the Black Tide Ruins, you've become the darling of the media. These people have been waiting here every day just for you to wake up. Luo Yuli hurriedly pulled the curtains shut. Only then did Gu Qingchen breathe a sigh of relief, waving his hand helplessly. I really don't know what's so interesting about me to photograph. A young man single-handedly slaying 100,000 demon clans and saving tens of thousands of students. Even I would want to click on such news to see what this young man looks like. I'm afraid that once the news of your awakening spreads, a large number of reporters will come to interview you. As he spoke, Yeling's demeanor became slightly more serious. Xiaogu, how's your recovery going? Gu Qingchen took a deep breath and nodded. No major issues, it should just be mental fatigue, the old problem of manipulating the Tao rhythm. I should recover in a while, nothing serious. Saying this, Gu Qingchen rubbed his forehead. After sleeping for so long, his mind still throbbed faintly. His mental energy had not fully recovered, and he couldn't even unlock the trial of the third deity. Just then, Gu Qingchen seemed to realize something. His expression froze. Wait, how long have I been asleep? I can't have missed the martial arts college entrance exam, can I? He quickly asked, Uncle Yen, how many days have I been sleeping here? My martial arts college entrance exam. Before Gu Qingchen could finish, Yeling interrupted him. Don't worry, due to the significant upheaval in Guangling City and the high casualty numbers, the National Martial Arts College entrance exam has been postponed, delayed by 10 days. Today is the 7th day since the invasion of the Demon Clan, which means there are still 2 days until the Martial Arts College entrance examination. Gu Qingchen's eyes revealed a hint of shock. He had actually slept for 7 days. It seemed that this time, his mental energy had been exhausted to a terrifying extent. Before Gu Qingchen could finish his thoughts, Yeling continued, moreover, you no longer need to take the entrance exam. Upon hearing this, both the boy and the girl were momentarily stunned. no longer needing to take the entrance exam. What did that mean? Seemingly sensing the confusion in their eyes, Yeling smiled and explained, after your achievements were made known, Long University and D University have officially sent you letters of recommendation. You can freely choose to attend either of these top universities. If it weren't for you being in a coma and my strong objections, the presidents of those two schools would have rushed over personally to get you to sign the enrollment agreement. Gu Qingchen's gaze became somewhat dazed. I see, let me think. As he spoke, Gu Qingchen turned to look at Luo Yuli, only to find her looking a bit nervous, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. He was just about to tease the girl in front of him when he felt a smooth, icy hand like jade slip into his palm. A bright smile immediately appeared on his face. Uncle Yen, please help me convey to the president of D University that I'm sorry, but I choose Long University. Yen Yiling showed a hint of surprise. Long University? That's fine, now that you're in Longdu, I can look after you more, but I thought you would choose D University. After all, D University was closer to Guangling, only a 2-hour flight away. In contrast, Long University required at least a dozen hours of flying, making it not so easy to return home. Then, Yen Yiling looked at the hands of the two in front of him, which were intertwined, and suddenly understood, speaking in a somewhat strange tone. I wonder what the president of D University would think if he knew he was defeated by a girl. The boy and girl both smiled. Yen Yiling chuckled and continued, by the way, there's one more thing. According to the rules of our evil demon tribunal, saving over 10,000 martial arts students and blocking the invasion of the demon clan into Daxia is a top-tier achievement, which allows for a special promotion. Since you will be attending university in Longdu, you will serve as the governor there. Above the steward is the governor. The governor is the head of a province and has nearly equal rights to the provincial officials of Daxia. However, one is mainly responsible for life and death, while the other is mainly responsible for internal affairs. Although Longdu is just a city, as the capital of Daxia, it enjoys the same treatment as a large province. Gu Qingchen nodded, appearing indifferent as he said, all right, I'll follow Uncle Yan's arrangements. He had no particular feelings about positions or power. After all, in this martial arts world, strength represented power. At that moment, there was some noise at the door again. Outside, a long-legged girl cautiously opened the door and peeked inside. Seeing that Gu Qingchen had woken up, she hesitated for a moment before stepping in. However, she seemed to carry a sense of strangeness and fear on her face. A person who had killed over 100,000 demons, and not only that, had slain the demon clan's big brother. She felt that the brother in front of her was somewhat unfamiliar. What's wrong, Xiaoyu? Have you forgotten me after sleeping for a few days? Gu Qingchen smiled as he patted Gu Xiaoyu's head, then gave it a hard knock. The force was so great that the two people beside them were left somewhat stunned. Was this how the siblings usually interacted? Gu Qingchen, I told you not to hit my head. Gu Xiaoyu was instantly driven mad, reverting to her true nature, baring her teeth like a little wildcat at Gu Qingchen, ready to pounce, but was blocked by a gentle sword intent, unable to get close to Gu Qingchen no matter what. She had no choice but to turn and run to Luo Yuli's side, hugging her arm and putting on a tearful expression. Sister-in-law, what should I do? My brother is bullying me, you have to stand up for me. You must help me teach him a good lesson in the future. Hearing the term sister-in-law, Luo Yuli's cheeks flushed slightly again, but she did not refute. Sister-in-law, say something, even just scolding him a bit would be fine. Seeing the girl beside her blushing yet silent, Gu Xiaoyu became a bit anxious. Luo Yuli lowered her head and thought carefully, then said to Gu Xiaoyu with some seriousness, that might not be possible. I should be on your brother's side. As soon as these words were spoken, Gu Qingchen and the others were momentarily stunned, and then the ward erupted with cheerful laughter. Only Gu Xiaoyu stood there in a daze, feeling as if she had been abandoned by the world. In the Great Xia Kingdom, Longdu, at the head of the 12 Earth Generals, the Tsong family, inside a huge luxurious villa, 3 or 4 middle-aged men were walking around with wine glasses, constantly toasting each other. After a few rounds of drinks, a man with a face full of flesh spoke up. What's going on in Old Song? Do you really have a way to get those college entrance exam spots from Guangling City? The thin man known as Old Song chuckled lightly, his expression full of confidence. Of course, otherwise why would I waste everyone's time? Guangling City was invaded by the Demon Clan not long ago, and it's now common knowledge that over 10,000 students died, which is equivalent to freeing up over 10,000 college entrance exam spots. Moreover, this time the Great Xia is compensating for Guangling's losses, so the admission line for Guangling City will definitely drop significantly. The college entrance exam was only postponed by 10 days. By the time the exam comes, the identities of those 10,000 missing students will probably be impossible to verify. We just need to casually report a missing person's identity, and we can successfully take the college entrance exam in Guangling City. As long as we get admitted to Long University, it will be a done deal. With the status and connections of the brothers here, it shouldn't be difficult to switch back to our original identities later. At the sight of the thin man, several people nodded slightly. But then a man in a suit shook his head and said solemnly, "But how can you guarantee that everything will go smoothly? The one in charge of monitoring the exam is a steward from the evil demon tribunal. If they decide to investigate thoroughly, not only will we be unable to take the exam in Guangling City, but even the exam in Longdu might be cancelled." Upon hearing the suited man's words, the fleshy-faced old Wan was somewhat surprised and said, "Old Joe, your kid is a genius, right? Didn't he just break through to the martial artist realm recently? Is he still going to take the exam in Guangling?" The suited man glanced at old Wang, snorting lightly as if mocking his perspective. "Humph, old Zhao, you don't understand. He is indeed a genius, but there are countless prodigies in Longdu. It's better to choose a place with less competition. As long as he gets a good ranking locally, even Long University will allow him to choose any major he wants." Saying this, the suited man turned his inquiring gaze to the other side. The thin man smiled. "This is the key reason I brought you here." This time, the steward from the evil demon tribunal responsible for monitoring the exam in Guangling City is from Longdu, and one of the stewards in charge of monitoring is actually an acquaintance of mine. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the people present suddenly became a bit heated, and they nodded, murmuring, "In that case, it's feasible." For the martial arts college entrance exam in each province, the examiners are either stewards from the evil demon tribunal or governors. In order to eliminate cheating in the examination room, the invigilators would be officials from the evil tribunal or governors from other provinces. However, since there were connections among the invigilators, there was no longer a fear of being investigated, and naturally, things could be manipulated. Saying this, a thin man named Lao Tsong waved his hand behind him. A somewhat burly man stepped out from behind him and introduced to several people, "This is Tsong Jiyun, a child from a branch of the Tsong family. This time, let him lead the team and take these kids along." A plane took off from Longdu, heading towards Guangling. In the economy class of the plane, several fashionably dressed young boys and girls were seated. "Why are we in economy class? This damn place is really uncomfortable. Is this even a place for people to sit?" A boy in a white hoodie complained loudly, his face full of displeasure. "There's no way around it, young Master Tsong. We are pressed for time and must hurry to get there. The first class on this flight is already sold out, only economy class is left," Song Ji-yoon explained from the side. As a branch of the Tsong family, the family head had promised him that as long as this matter was handled well, they would align their family's treatment closer to the main lineage. Therefore, he had to do his best to serve this young master of the Tsong family well. "So what? 10 whole hours, and you want me to sit in this broken place? Sitting with these commoners?" The boy in white continued to make a fuss. On the plane, many passengers showed signs of impatience and disgust on their faces but dared not stop the boy. This was only because they had just learned from the man next to them that this boy's surname was Tsong. Among the families that ruled the 12 earthly generals, there was indeed a family with the surname Tsong, and judging by this boy's arrogant demeanor, it was very likely that he was the young master of the Tsong family. They, as ordinary people, could not afford to offend him. "Alright, stop making a scene. If you want to enjoy life, go home and enjoy it. Don't forget why we are here." Another fierce-looking boy finally spoke up, unable to contain his impatience. As soon as the fierce boy spoke, the boy in white fell silent. The fierce boy, named Zhou Konghan, was the one with the highest realm among them, already at the second realm of martial artists. Even if he didn't take the college entrance exam in Guangling, he still had a good chance of getting into Longdu University. "Once we finish the exam in Guangling and get into Long University, you useless ones won't embarrass the family, and your families will naturally let you enjoy yourselves," Zhou Konghan said lightly. Upon hearing this, a girl behind him immediately retorted, "Humph, in that small broken place of Guangling, how many can compete with us?" As soon as she finished speaking, another girl in blue chimed in, "Exactly, although we may not rank among the top in Longdu, isn't going to a small Guangling just a walk in the park? Moreover, with 10,000 people dead in Guangling, this year's admission line for Long University is expected to be only at the 6th realm of Qi. It's practically a given." On the side, seeing that the group was about to argue, Sang Ji-yoon hurriedly stepped in to mediate, "But don't be too overconfident. Guangling may be a small place, but there are certainly hidden talents. It is said that a high school student from Guangling, who killed hundreds of thousands of demon troops, is among those taking the college entrance exam this year." Zhou Konghan snorted disdainfully. Do you think that's possible? Can a student achieve such a level? It's just a rumor, most likely with some big shot behind it. Zhou Konghan, with a confident expression, continued, I don't care what you useless ones think, since I've come, I will definitely take the top spot in this small place. Guanling City First Martial Arts Hospital. Qingchen, come, open your mouth, ah. Luo Yuli sat by the hospital bed, holding a bowl of steaming silver soup, feeding it to Gu Qingchen's mouth. Xiao Yuli, I've told you before, I'm not injured at all, just my mental strength is a bit damaged. There's no need to fuss over me like I'm some seriously ill disabled person. Gu Qingchen's expression was somewhat helpless, but he obediently opened his mouth and swallowed the silver spoonful. Alright, the martial arts college entrance exam is about to start, you should go prepare a bit, or you might not get into Lon University. Saying this, he snatched the bowl from Luo Yuli's hand and gulped down the food in a few bites. I won't. Luo Yuli smiled confidently. Gu Qingchen also smiled and scratched his head. It really was unlikely. For a prodigy like Luo Yuli, who entered the extraordinary realm at 17 or 18, even at one of the best two universities, Long University, she could choose any major she wanted. Moreover, this year, Guangling had opened up 10,000 spots, and among those, who knows how many top prodigies had fallen before the exam. It was certain that this year's admission line in Guangling would not exceed the warrior realm. Alright, hurry to the exam hall, don't be late. If you get disqualified, it won't matter how good your grades are. Gu Qingchen patted Luo Yuli's head and continued, good luck on today's exam. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't see you off. I'll come find you when it's your exam time. Something to do? Luo Yuli showed a hint of confusion on her face. Gu Qingchen nodded and explained, I need to go to the tribunal in Guanling City to find Uncle Yen. He'll be returning to Longdu tomorrow, and he needs my help to comprehend a Tao rhythm as he is about to step into the martial god realm. Guanling City, Demon Tribunal. Today, the area outside the Demon Tribunal was packed with people. At the entrance stood a man wearing a scarlet mask, exuding a terrifying aura. A large crowd surrounded Yen Yeling, but they were wary of his presence and dared not get too close, their expressions filled with excitement and thrill. Look, that's Director Yen, who stands alongside the 7 emperors, the boss of the Demon Tribunal. Damn, if it weren't for Guangling facing this upheaval, I probably wouldn't get to see such a big shot in my lifetime. He looks so strong. Is this what a Supreme Realm expert looks like? Mom, I've seen a Martial Supreme. Though he looks fierce, it's said that the number of demon clans killed by him has exceeded 10,000. He is truly the guardian deity of the Great Xia. I wonder what he's doing here. He wouldn't be here to inspect the Guangling branch, would he? Just as the crowd was bustling, a young man, accompanied by the sound of wind, stepped through the air and slowly landed in front of Yen Yeling. Xiao Gu, how's your recovery these days? Looking at the young man coming from the horizon, Yen Yeling smiled slightly. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Yen. My mental strength has recovered more than half. I'm fine now. Gu Qingchen looked around, brushed off the dust from his sleeves, and smiled. Since that's the case, let's go. Yen Yeling pointed to the back. Saying this, he took a step forward, heading towards the trial ground inside the Demon Tribunal. The remaining audience stood there in a daze. That supreme expert, Yen Yeling, was actually waiting for a young man. The term Uncle Yen stunned the audience again. What the hell? Who is this young man? He calls Director Yen uncle? Who else could it be? He's probably a relative of Director Yen. Nonsense, who in the Great Xia doesn't know that Director Yen has always been a loner? Where would he have relatives? But for some reason, this young man looks a bit familiar to me. Ha, isn't this the young steward from Guanling City who killed tens of thousands of demon clans? I just saw his photo a few days ago. As soon as this was said, many people in the audience were stunned and quickly rummaged through their bags for their phones to search online. Before long, many people showed expressions of surprise. This really was that young steward. This trip today was worth it. However, he was just too young, almost like a 17 or 18-year-old high school student. Looking so young, yet he single-handedly slaughtered hundreds of thousands of demons? Is that even possible? But before they could react, a huge rumbling sound came from within the Demon Judgment Hall. Following that, the rumbling continued, as if someone was fighting inside. Many people looked astonished. Could it be that Director Yen and this young man were fighting inside? It seems that Director Yen is going to personally guide this future prodigy. I hope Director Yen doesn't go too hard. This young man looks quite handsome. What does it matter? If I could get guidance from someone of Director Yen's caliber, even if he beat me to death, it wouldn't be a problem. The crowd buzzed again, with many expressing their amazement. Inside the trial ground of the Demon Judgment Hall, Gu Qingchen and Yen Yeling stood facing each other, the air thick with the dust of battle. Wow, you kid, your comprehension is terrifying. but I didn't expect your martial skills to be so exquisite. Now I understand how the flame tiger lost to you. Yan Yiling looked at Gu Qingchen across from him, surprise flickering in his eyes. During the warm-up just now, although he suppressed his realm, this young man seemed to be subtly pushing him back with his martial skills. The key was that he was still keeping his eyes closed. Uncle Yan, you're overpraising me. I just learned a couple of moves online. It's nothing to boast about. Gu Qingchen waved his hand, pretending to be modest. Hearing Gu Qingchen's response, the corners of Yan Yiling's eyes twitched involuntarily. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his mindset. All right, warm-up is over. Uncle Yan, I'm going to use the Dao Rhyme now. You can comprehend it on your own. As he spoke, a peach blossom appeared in Gu Qingchen's hand, and the surrounding killing intent suddenly thickened a bit. Yan Yiling's gaze tightened, and he hurriedly said, Wait, when I saw you at the Black Tide Ruins last time, it seemed you comprehended another Dao Rhyme? I want to see another Dao Rhyme. Perhaps I can gain some different insights from it. As he spoke, his eyes looked at Gu Qingchen with a hint of fervor. To comprehend two different Dao rhymes before reaching the martial god realm is equivalent to being guided by two martial gods. This would be immensely beneficial for the formation of his own Dao. On the other side, Gu Qingchen nodded and smiled slightly. Alright, then you watch closely. As soon as the words fell, the peach branch in Gu Qingchen's hand vanished, and he extended his right index finger, slowly drawing a circle in the air. What is he doing? Why is he suddenly drawing? Yan Yiling's mind went blank for a moment, unable to react. But the next second, a look of horror suddenly appeared in his pupils. When Gu Qingchen finished the last stroke, the circle he drew with his hand transformed into a sun that had decayed to the extreme. The setting sun behind Gu Qingchen began to spin rapidly, and a sense of deathly silence spread throughout the space. As if with the setting of this sun, everything in the world should come to a quiet end. Behind the setting sun, countless strange phenomena slowly unfurled. Boundless Dao rhymes surrounded Gu Qingchen, but they seemed to flow a bit unstably. Wait, don't. What the hell? Yan Yiling's pupils constricted, but as Gu Qingchen's finger swiped, the sun had already descended towards him with terrifying attraction. Feeling the approach of the setting sun, Yan Yiling seemed to see himself being devoured and extinguished by the sun. He roared in anger, and his cultivation instantly surged to the peak of the supreme realm. Boom! With a tremendous roar, a massive void was blasted out within the demon judgment hall. Yan Yiling's entire body crashed through the wall, flying out and stirring up countless clouds of dust. Then he fell straight into the crowd outside the court, his face covered in dust, looking disheveled. Instantly, countless gazes were fixed on him, and for a moment, no one reacted. Everyone's expression was dazed, as if they had seen a ghost. Uncle Yan, are you okay? Are you hurt? Gu Qingchen asked with a worried expression, pretending to be concerned at the huge gap created in the trial ground. Hearing the boy's question, everyone present froze again. What was going on? The martial arts supreme Yan Yiling had actually been beaten to this state? Moreover, it seemed that it was this high school-looking boy who had done it. Gulp! Countless people swallowed hard, feeling a chill in their hearts. This young steward was simply too terrifying. Now I finally understand why he could single-handedly slay 100,000 demon clans. This steward is truly frightening. Yan Yiling sat on the ground, stunned for 2 seconds, patted his butt, quickly got up, and his figure flickered back into the trial ground. Let's go, change to another trial ground. Saying this, he pulled Gu Qingchen and his figure traversed to another intact training ground. Steadying himself, Yan Yiling brushed off the dust on his body and asked with a dark face, Little Gu, tell me honestly, are you taking revenge for me interrupting you and your girlfriend a few days ago? Understanding the Dao rhythm only required releasing a trace of its aura. It didn't need to be comprehended in battle. Yet this kid had directly unleashed the Dao rhythm at him. Uncle Yan, how could I do such a thing? Do I look like that kind of person? After all, it's the Dao rhythm I just comprehended, and it's a bit hard to control. If I'm not careful, it might go awry, so please understand. How about I release it for you again? This time I promise it will be fine. Gu Qingchen smiled brightly, his eyes so clear that Yan Yiling began to doubt himself. Is that true? Yan Yiling said with some suspicion. He looked at Gu Qingchen for a few seconds, then sighed. Forget it, I just felt your Dao rhythm, and it has no relation to the Dao I want to pursue. You should show me another Dao. Upon hearing this, a hint of regret appeared on Gu Qingchen's face. But he didn't stop his hands. The peach blossom branch reappeared in his grasp, aimed at the sky, and gently pierced. In an instant, a sea of blood surged behind Gu Qingchen. The overwhelming killing intent engulfed the entire space. In the blood sea, many already dead gods and demons opened their eyes. Unlike before, above the blood sea stood a somewhat frail peach tree, not yet fully grown, with a few flower buds on it. Among them, the killing intent was chilling. Gu Qingchen looked at the peach tree, his expression contemplative. This peach tree appeared after he raised the god-slaying sword Dao from 40% to 60%. It was likely that when the god-slaying sword Dao was fully complete, this peach tree would bloom fully, flourishing immensely. Each peach blossom would possess the power to slay immortals. On the other side, looking at the terrifying phenomenon before him, Yeling was instantly shocked. This Dao rhythm was denser than when he first saw this boy, especially the peach tree before him. Although it posed no immediate threat, the pure killing intent it harbored made even him, at the peak of the supreme realm, feel immense fear. Moreover, this boy seemed to have already mastered the Dao he comprehended. The killing intent only circulated within this trial ground, not affecting the crowd outside at all, which required extremely precise control over the Dao rhythm to achieve. He even had a feeling that this boy seemed to have already walked halfway down this path of slaughter. He took a deep breath, steadied his shaken mind, took a step forward, and slowly walked into this boundless sea of blood. In an instant, Yeling felt his spiritual sea tremble violently in this terrifying phenomenon. This was something that had never happened before. Under the trembling of his mind, it felt as if something was about to break through the ground. Half a minute later, the strange phenomenon in the trial ground slowly dissipated. Yeling sighed, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. At this moment, under the influence of Gu Qingchen's ultimate Dao rhyme, he had already comprehended more than half of his own path. Advancing to the martial god realm was just a matter of time. His mood was unprecedentedly relaxed as he patted Gu Qingchen on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "Ha, thanks, Xiao Gu. When you get to Longdu, Uncle Yen guarantees you'll walk sideways there." "I'm glad to help Uncle Yen," Gu Qingchen smiled, glancing at the time. "Since that's the case, I'll head to the Martial Arts College entrance exam site." It was now 9 in the morning, and the Martial Arts College entrance exam should have already begun. "Wait, there's one more thing." Just as Gu Qingchen was about to step into the air, Yeling's voice came again from behind. "Xiao Gu, do you remember the silver spear from the Black Tide ruins? That spear, even the martial god couldn't pull it out. It must be a rare treasure above the heavenly level. But ever since the demon race invaded, that spear has disappeared." "I hope it wasn't stolen by the remnants of the demon race," Yeling inquired. "Oh, Uncle Yen, are you talking about Longdan? Of course, I know it. This spear has recognized me as its master." Gu Qingchen nodded and extended his right hand in a gripping motion. Then, under Yeling's astonished gaze, a terrifying silver spear slowly emerged from Gu Qingchen's hand. In an instant, the world changed dramatically. In the vast universe, countless stars trembled, as if mourning. Yeling's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Don't bring it out!" In the evil demon tribunal. Hearing Yeling's roar, Gu Qingchen was momentarily stunned, and the spear in his hand instantly vanished. The terrifying pressure in the world also dissipated. Yeling's body trembled slightly, and a large amount of cold sweat slid down his forehead. He stared intently at Gu Qingchen, his eyes filled with horror. The aura that emerged when that spear appeared was exactly the same as the pressure he felt during a meeting in Longdu. His mind immediately recalled what the martial god had said. Law divine weapon. That spear, which had stood firm in the Black Tide ruins, was actually the law divine weapon that even the martial god feared. Moreover, according to what this young man just said, this law divine weapon had already recognized him as its master. To have a law divine weapon that has stood for thousands of years actively recognize a master. How terrifying was this young man's talent? Looking at the way Yeling was staring at him, Gu Qingchen couldn't help but shrink his neck slightly, shivering. Yeling took a deep breath, stepped forward, and patted Gu Qingchen's shoulder, his expression more serious than ever. "Xiao Gu, once you get to Longdu, unless you encounter life-threatening danger, never use this spear in public." Gu Qingchen's gaze was momentarily dazed before he replied, "But Uncle Yen, I've already used it in front of tens of thousands of students." Yeling was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head and continued, "Although there are many people, those are all students. They don't know what a law divine artifact is, so the news won't leak. But in Longdu, there are big shots everywhere. Once you reveal even a hint of this spear's aura, you'll be instantly recognized and targeted by countless beings." Gu Qingchen, with some confusion in his eyes, spoke up, "But even if they know, what of it? The higher-ups of the Great Xia are all aware of the current situation of Great Xia. At this moment, Great Xia was surrounded by enemies on all sides, besieged by myriad races, trapped like prisoners on a small island in the corner of Blue Star. If it weren't for the last deity of the Great Xia sacrificing itself hundreds of years ago, merging its body into the mother river of heaven and earth, the human race of the Great Xia would have likely been completely annihilated by now. In such a situation, do they still have the energy to fight among themselves? Thinking of this, Gu Qingchen's mind raced, and in an instant, countless fragments of memories surfaced in his mind. Various details he had previously overlooked were intricately connected. It just so happened that it was the day before the college entrance examination, and the top summit had just been held when the demon race landed in the Great Xia. Could it be that within the Great Xia? Gu Qingchen's pupils suddenly constricted, and he looked up, somewhat astonished, at Yen Yeling. Seeing the shocked expression on the young man's face, Yen Yeling nodded and said seriously, "That's right, just as you think. There are spies from other races within the upper echelons of the Great Xia, and there may be more than one. After you arrive in Longdu, your primary task as the governor is to secretly investigate the identities of the human spies. As long as the spies are not eliminated, the Great Xia will never be at peace." As he spoke, Yen Yeling took out a red jade stone and tossed it to Gu Qingchen. Gu Qingchen caught the jade and examined it carefully. It was engraved with the character, Governor. This is the identification of the governor of Longdu. Seeing this jade is like seeing the governor himself. It is made of invaluable red jade, so don't lose it. After the martial arts college entrance examination, if you have nothing else to do, come to Longdu as soon as possible. Jianxin Middle School. Today is the annual martial arts college entrance examination day of the Great Xia, although it has been postponed by 10 days compared to previous years. Since Jianxin Middle School has the largest grounds among all schools in Guangling City, the martial arts college entrance examination has been held here for many years. On the playground, countless instruments for testing various data are set up in a specific area. Unlike the testing rules of the Evil Demon Tribunal, the martial arts college entrance examination is divided into two parts. The first is the realm test of martial arts, and the second is the practical combat test. Those with the same martial arts realm will fight on the combat stage to determine their rankings. University admissions are calculated based on the quotas allocated for each region. For example, in Guangling, Longdu University usually allocates 20 spots. At this moment, on the playground of Jianxin Middle School, students in various school uniforms are milling about. Some look relaxed, while others wear frowns. However, unlike the lively atmosphere of previous year's examinations, this year's exam feels shrouded in an invisible gloom. Many have lost their high school brothers and close friends in the Black Tide Ruins incident, participating in the test all alone. In this somber and oppressive atmosphere, only one area seems slightly different, with occasional gasps of surprise. In the testing area, a girl in Jianxin Middle School's uniform stands in the middle of the testing line. The girl has delicate and perfect features, exuding a sense of aloofness and coldness. This coldness creates an oppressive aura, causing no one to dare approach within 2 meters of her. Only an elderly man with graying hair stands beside the girl, hunched over. Whispers can be heard around them. "Who is this? She's too beautiful. How come our school doesn't have any goddess-level figures like her? Indeed, I'm ready to swoon. Brothers, you handle it as you see fit." In the line, the girl looks at the old man beside her, a hint of worry on her face. "Principal, are you feeling all right?" Since the battle at the Black Tide Ruins, the old principal has been severely injured, and he now looks as if he has aged 20 years. The old principal looks at the girl before him, shakes his head, and smiles. "It's nothing serious, just a loss of cultivation. Given my injuries, being able to survive is already quite good." "Well, that's good. I can retire early. Having trained you, an SS-level talent, and that monstrous kid Gu Qingchen, I can consider my teaching career complete." As he spoke, the old principal chuckled and stroked his grizzled beard, glancing around before frowning and saying, "By the way, where's Gu Qingchen? Why haven't I seen him? It's outrageous that he doesn't come to accompany you for such an important event as the martial arts college entrance exam." Seeing the principal's displeased expression, Luo Yuli quickly waved her hand to explain, "Principal, Uncle Yen is looking for Qingchen about something. He'll be here a bit later." "Uncle Yen? Yen Yeling? That legendary killer of the Great Xia?" The principal's pupils contracted, then his brow relaxed as he nodded thoughtfully. Given that kid's extraordinary talent, it wasn't surprising that Yen Yeling would seek him out. Just then, in the distance, the sound of light footsteps approached. 2 boys and 2 girls, dressed in trendy fashion, walked over with a defiant look on their faces. The 4 of them ignored the line and directly pushed the 4 students in front of Luo Yuli out of the way. "You!" The student who was pushed out of the line immediately showed an angry expression, about to erupt, but was interrupted by a boy in a white hoodie among the 4. He held a 100 yuan bill in his hand and looked at the 4 students who had been pushed out with disdain, saying, "You 4, 100 great xia coins each, let us cut in line." Staring at the 100 yuan bill in the boy's hand, the others were momentarily taken aback, not knowing how to respond. Behind him, the fierce-looking Zhou Konghan frowned. "Song Tao, you're being too embarrassing. 100 great xia coins is hardly impressive." Hearing Zhou Konghan speak, Sang Tao immediately put on a somewhat flattering smile. "Brother Zhou, you don't understand. These local dogs have never seen much of the world, $100 is enough to shoo them away. Who are you calling a local dog? Upon hearing this, the 4 students' faces ignited with anger. One of them stepped forward, ready to grab Song Tao and pull him out of the line. But in the next second, he clutched his abdomen and collapsed to the ground in pain. Jo Konghan retracted his fist, casting a cold glance at him, and said coldly, "Don't overstep, lowly commoner. We're not negotiating with you." The onlookers widened their eyes at this scene. The aura of a martial artist was already leaking out. This was the martial artist realm? In Guangling, this was already far beyond the admission line for Longdu this year. This must be a genius cultivated by one of Guangling's prominent families. No wonder they acted so arrogantly. Looking at the miserable state of the student on the ground, the other 3 showed expressions of fear. They gritted their teeth, helpless, and could only pick up the 100 great xia coins from the ground, supporting the boy as they left. Behind them, the principal sighed. In the world of martial arts, the strong are respected. Although these people were unreasonable, based on his decades of teaching experience, such facts were far too common. Thoughts surged in his mind as he turned to look at Luo Yuli, wanting to see her reaction. But he found that Luo Yuli's gaze was not directed this way. What had just happened had not captured her attention. Her gem-like big eyes sparkled as she looked into the distance, filled with an expectant light, as if waiting for someone. Meanwhile, among the 4, the leading girl had already reached the front. She took out an identity card and gently swiped it on the detection machine. Identity verification passed. Huang Sini, please proceed to the left for testing. Upon hearing this name, the principal was taken aback, and even Luo Yuli turned her head. This person was a student from the Sword Heart Middle School's elite class and also Luo Yuli's classmate. However, she had died in the Black Tide ruins, her remains even devoured by monsters. In the old principal's mind, memories of the 3 years spent with this student surfaced. It must be a coincidence with the same name, the principal muttered to himself. After the leading girl passed, the second girl among the 4 stepped forward and swiped her identity card. Identity verification passed. Zhang Wenhua, please proceed to the right for testing. Upon hearing this voice, the old principal's expression suddenly darkened. Zhang Wenhua was also a student who had perished in the Tianjia class. If one could be a coincidence with the same name, then these consecutive occurrences could no longer be mere coincidence. These individuals were actually using the names of his deceased students to participate in the college entrance examination. A surge of anger ignited in his pupils. He stepped forward, gripping Song Tao's shoulder, and said in a deep voice, "Who are you all, impersonating others' names to take the college entrance exam? Do you not want your results?" As soon as he spoke, Song Tao and Jo Konghan turned around, panic flashing in their eyes. So soon, they encountered acquaintances of the deceased? After the initial panic, both furrowed their brows simultaneously. If this old man made a big deal out of it and the truth came to light, it would be troublesome. According to the laws of Daxia, those who cheat in the martial arts college entrance examination cannot take the exam for 3 years. They couldn't let him escalate the situation. They had to make this old man shut up immediately. Where did this old man come from? Get lost, and don't touch me with your dirty hands. Song Tao's gaze suddenly turned sharp, his energy swirling around his fist, rapidly stirring the air around him, and he punched towards the principal's abdomen. The principal's face changed in shock. He never expected that a student in Guangling City would dare to attack him. These young boys and girls were definitely not from Guangling City. They must have come from other provinces to exploit the loophole in the college entrance examination for that 10,000 people. This behavior was simply feeding off the blood of Guangling City's people. He instinctively dodged to avoid the punch, but the next punch was already coming towards him. Just as the fierce punch was about to strike the principal, Luo Yuli moved. She stepped lightly, her delicate fingers pointing forward. In an instant, a sound of wind breaking rushed from afar. On the playground, an iron chair spun and smashed heavily onto Song Tao's head. He let out a piercing scream, and his body flew backward. He landed heavily on the playground, blood slowly flowing down from his head, and he coughed up blood. In front of Luo Yuli, Jo Konghan's face showed a look of astonishment. The ability to control metal. This is an S-class elemental blessing. This small Guangling actually has an S-class blessed one. Moreover, her martial arts cultivation seems to be above his. His pupils suddenly shifted, his molars clenched tightly, feeling unable to accept it. However, since this woman had already attacked this waste, the nature of the matter had changed. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Jo Konghan's eyes. The top spot in this small place was still his. Realizing this, he immediately gathered his energy in his dantian and shouted loudly towards the back, "Sung, Invigilator, I report that someone has attacked and injured someone in the college entrance examination room. Please come and handle it." As soon as his words fell, a figure swiftly approached from afar. A burly man dressed in an Invigilator's uniform hovered in the air, scanning the few people below. During the invigilation process, he had been keeping an eye on the situation over here, and as soon as there was any movement, he rushed over. Upon seeing Song Tao lying on the ground like a dead dog, Song Ji-yoon's heart sank, and his expression immediately turned ugly. Seeing Song Ji-yoon arrive, Jo Kong-han breathed a sigh of relief and pointed at Luo Yuli, saying, "Invigilator, it was this woman who injured someone. Please disqualify her from the exam." As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of all the onlookers were filled with indignation, and someone shouted, "Clearly, they were the ones who started it first. It's truly the wicked who cry out first. I've never seen such shameless people. Where is the person you injured just now? Why haven't you disqualified them from the exam?" Silence. Listening to the noisy crowd around him, Song Ji-yoon shouted, his expression growing even more unsightly. He looked at the fallen Song Tao and said to Luo Yuli in a deep voice, "I don't care who struck first, but you have harmed someone, and the evidence is irrefutable. It has become a fact. In the martial arts college entrance examination, obstructing others' exams and intentionally causing harm is suspected of unfair competition. According to the regulations of the Great Xia Martial Arts College entrance examination, you will be disqualified from this examination." As he spoke, he looked at Luo Yuli, his tone filled with coldness. "Hand over your identity card, your candidate qualification has been revoked, and you can go back now." Luo Yuli's gaze suddenly turned sharp, and just as she was about to speak, a hand reached out from behind her to stop her. The gray-haired principal stepped forward, his gaze stern. "Examiner, do you know what her identity is?" "What identity?" Song Ji-yoon frowned slightly, about to speak when he saw the old man pacing around, continuing, "If you want to disqualify him from the exam, you better think it through. She is the daughter of the governor of Guanling City." As soon as these words were spoken, a stir erupted among the students from other schools present. "So she is the daughter of Governor Luo. No wonder she looks a bit familiar. I've long heard that Governor Luo's daughter is stunning. Seeing her today, it is indeed true. I've heard that Governor Luo's daughter is an SS-level gifted individual participating in the college entrance examination this year. It turns out to be her. Now this examiner has encountered a tough opponent. She is the daughter of the governor of Guangling City?" In midair, Song Ji-yoon's pupils suddenly constricted as he looked at the girl, surprise flickering in his eyes. He never expected that this girl was actually the daughter of the governor of Guangling City. The daughter of the governor of Guangling City. This is indeed a bit tricky. Song Ji-yoon's mind raced. If he were to disqualify this girl from the exam just like that, the governor would probably not let it go easily, and he might face some trouble. However, after all, she was just a city-level governor. In front of the big shots in Longdu, she was ultimately just a small character that couldn't hold much weight. As long as he served the young master of the Tsang family well this time and handled the matter properly, his line would naturally develop into the main branch of the Tsang family. By then, what would a small local governor count for? Thinking of this, Sang Ji-yoon snorted coldly and said with righteous indignation, "Humph, so what if she is the daughter of the governor? Sang, act impartially, regardless of your identity. As long as you violate the relevant rules during the college entrance examination, you must bear the consequences." As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the people around him showed some confusion. This examiner seemed to have an iron-faced, impartial demeanor, unafraid of pressure from above. But if this girl was unreasonable, it would be one thing. Harming others should naturally be punished. However, at this moment, the one in the right was clearly this stunning girl on the playground. Why would he risk offending the governor to protect someone who struck first and harmed others? Everyone felt their minds were a bit muddled, unable to think clearly, and could only close their mouths and silently watch. Song Ji-yoon continued to coldly urge, "I will say it again, hand over your identity card." "You." Beside Luo Yuli, the principal glared angrily and shouted, "Clearly, it was these people who struck first. You refuse to punish such individuals and instead disqualify the one acting in self-defense from the exam. Isn't your behavior a bit unreasonable?" Speaking of which, the principal pointed to Jo Kong-han beside him. "These few people, using identities from outside, are impersonating my deceased students to take the college entrance examination. What should we do about this?" In midair, Song Ji-yoon frowned again, showing an unhappy expression. This old man was indeed somewhat annoying. "Oh, is this also the case?" Song Ji-yoon tilted his head, looking down and feigning inquiry towards Jo Kong-han. "Are your identities forged?" Jo Kong-han's lips curled slightly as he loudly replied, "Examiner, of course not. We have all grown up in Guangling, and our identities can be verified at any time. In that case, I will personally verify your identities later." Song Ji-yoon nodded to the few of them, turned around, and coldly said to Luo Yuli, "As for you, I give you one last chance. Hand over your identity card. I don't want to fight with a student." As he spoke, a massive force surged from him, coiling behind him in the shape of a leopard. In the playground, the principal's face instantly turned extremely ugly. To be able to draw upon some of the power of heaven and earth, this person was already at the late stage of the Great Ascension realm. Luo Yuli had just entered the extraordinary realm, and even with an SS level blessing, she could not possibly be his opponent. If it weren't for the fact that he had lost all his cultivation in the Black Tide ruins, how could he have ended up in such a situation? At that moment, Luo Yuli stepped forward, her red lips slightly parted as she slowly spoke. These people intentionally harmed others, and as outsiders, they are impersonating the identities of the deceased from Guangling City to take the college entrance examination. You have actually seen all of this, yet you protect them so much. Why is that? Could it be that you and they come from the same place? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Then a look of contemplation appeared on their faces. Indeed, why was this examiner so persistent in wanting to disqualify the daughter of a governor? Many people showed expressions of sudden realization. Some had even begun to search for where the examiner for this Guangling City Martial Arts College entrance examination came from. Upon hearing this, a hint of panic flashed in Song Ji-yoon's eyes, and his expression darkened even more, with a trace of killing intent appearing in his gaze. You dare! You speak recklessly about the examiner, which is a greater crime. As he spoke, the energy around him erupted violently, taking a step forward, revealing the inner strength of the Great Ascension realm. On the ground, countless small stones trembled slightly, and Song Ji-yoon's eyes turned fierce as he threw a punch. In an instant, the air compressed, as if even the sound was swallowed by an invisible force. Luo Yuli's eyes were unprecedentedly serious, 5 elements simultaneously appearing behind her, forming a pentagram shape. But feeling the overwhelming force ahead, her delicate face turned pale, and a sense of helplessness arose in her heart. In a moment, that fierce punch wind had already reached in front of Luo Yuli, and a slight smile appeared on Song Ji-yoon's lips. But the next second, his smile froze on his face. In the distance, a figure rapidly flew over. That figure merely raised a hand, and the fierce punch wind dissipated completely in front of Luo Yuli. Watching the powerful and fierce punch wind disappear, Luo Yuli was first taken aback, then a smile blossomed on her face. A young man descended from the sky, slowly landing beside the girl, ruffling her hair and asking, "Yuli, are you okay?" The girl shook her head, looking at the young man beside her, her originally icy beautiful face instantly melting. Then she extended her slender finger, pointing at Song Ji-yoon across from her, her gaze somewhat aggrieved, pitifully asking, "Qingchen, he is being unreasonable. Can you help me deal with him?" "Of course I can." Gu Qingchen looked at the pitifully beautiful girl in front of him, smiling as he ruffled her hair once more. Turning around, Gu Qingchen's expression suddenly darkened. The two faced each other, and a heavy feeling suddenly sank in Song Ji-yoon's heart. Walking on air, how could such a figure suddenly appear? Someone at the same level as himself in the Great Ascension realm. Moreover, he looked like a student, a mere boy. And this person seemed to have taken his strike with extraordinary ease. A wary look flashed in his eyes as he tentatively spoke. "Who are you? Interfering with the martial arts entrance exam is a serious crime in the Great Xia. If you leave now." But before he could finish, Song Ji-yoon saw the boy raise his hand, and in the next moment, a terrifying force was already upon him. Before he could react, he felt this terrifying force slap hard against his cheek. With a loud bang, Song Ji-yoon was sent flying, crashing heavily onto a martial arts testing device, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Song Ji-yoon lay on the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, like a dead dog. At this moment, Song Ji-yoon felt unbearable pain all over, as if all his bones had been shattered, his head buzzing, his face filled with disbelief. "What dog is barking here?" "Get lost," Gu Qingchen said, twisting his wrist and speaking. In an instant, the scene fell silent. After a long pause, someone finally spoke. "What the hell?" With that exclamation, the crowd erupted. "He even dares to hit the proctor. What the hell? This guy is too bold." "Is that the point?" "The point is he slapped the proctor flying with one hit. Can you believe that?" "Bro, this is so satisfying to watch." "Wait, why does he look a bit familiar?" "Me too, hold on, isn't this the white-clad young hero from the Black Tide ruins?" "What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?" As soon as this was said, countless gazes in the crowd turned to Gu Qingchen. The crowd immediately erupted into chaos, with countless exclamations filling the air. Instantly, numerous phones and cameras were aimed at Gu Qingchen, and on the playground, white flashes lit up like raindrops. Listening to the heated discussions around him, Song Ji-yoon, lying on the ground with blood streaming from his orifices, felt his pupils tremble. Gu Qingchen? This high school student was actually the boy rumored to have single-handedly slain 100,000 demon clansmen. And it seemed this rumor was true. No wonder he hadn't even seen the trajectory of that strike. It had already landed on him. How could it be? Just a boy, how could he be so monstrous? In shock, countless thoughts raced through his mind. He shakily stood up, his mouth crooked, and laughed bitterly. Even if you are a prodigy, you must act according to the rules of the great Xia. Candidate Gu Qingchen, maliciously attacking the proctor in the martial arts examination, disrupting the order of the examination, is now detained and interrogated by the evil demon tribunal. As he spoke, he pulled out a round button from his pocket and slammed it down. This button was an emergency call button used during the martial arts entrance exam to summon other proctors in case of emergencies. It could only be used in serious situations. Immediately, a piercing buzzing sound filled the playground. In just a few seconds, 3 figures broke through the air from a distance. They were 3 other proctors. The 3 proctors looked particularly serious and vigilant, scanning the surroundings, and when they saw Song Ji-yoon, bloodied on the ground, their pupils slightly constricted. One of them frowned and asked, "Proctor Song, what happened here?" Song Ji-yoon, trembling, pointed at Gu Qingchen and said, "This candidate maliciously attacked me. I ask all proctors to work together to subdue him." "What the hell? A candidate?" Upon hearing this, the 3 proctors looked at Gu Qingchen. When they looked back at Song Ji-yoon, their expressions turned somewhat strange. "Are you kidding me? A proctor, beaten to this miserable state by a young candidate? Everyone, do not underestimate him. This person has the cultivation of the great vehicle realm and is extremely experienced in actual combat, making him very difficult to deal with." Song Ji-yoon hurriedly reminded as he noticed the strange expressions on the faces of several people. "This young man is of the great vehicle realm?" The 3 were immediately taken aback. This young man is an unparalleled genius. Why has Song Ji-yoon provoked such a person? 2 of them immediately became vigilant, their energy surging as they prepared to subdue Gu Qingchen. At that moment, Gu Qingchen glanced slightly at the 3. Feeling the young man's gaze, the 3 were momentarily stunned. Then, they felt a chill run down their spines, a coldness rising from their feet, shooting straight to the top of their heads. When they looked back at the young man, their pupils were filled with an invisible fear. This young man clearly held no sword, yet he stood in the sky like a sword itself, sharp and full of killing intent. Behind him, it seemed as if an invisible sea of terrifying blood was surging forth. "This is the Tao rhythm?" The 3 examiners were horrified, feeling countless cold sweats sliding down their backs, already soaking their clothes. Has he comprehended the Tao rhythm at the great vehicle realm? Is that even possible? Meanwhile, around the playground, countless curses had already erupted. "Do you see this? I really don't know how someone like you became an examiner through backdoor means. Get lost quickly. My white-clad young hero is someone you can slander? Brothers, let's go for it. Damn it, what kind of exam proctor dares to defame my savior? Even if I don't attend this university, I'll make sure he pays." On the playground, countless students were furious, voicing their anger. Seeing this situation, the 3 examiners were momentarily dumbfounded, standing there in a daze, unsure of what to do. But in their hearts, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they hadn't engaged with this young man. The young man's aura was like an ancient well, unfathomably deep. If they truly fought, even if the 3 of them could win, it would likely not be easy. At that time, this college entrance examination would completely turn into a farce. Just as the crowd on the playground was in an uproar, Gu Qingchen stepped forward, his tone icy. "As an examiner, maliciously harming others and deliberately shielding and condoning cheating, I, Gu Qingchen, hereby officially remove you from the evil demon tribunal." Gu Qingchen stood with his sword, his expression indifferent as he said, "You have 3 seconds to leave, otherwise, I will destroy all your meridians." Upon hearing this, a somewhat deranged smile appeared on Song Ji-yoon's face. "Ha ha ha, remove me? Who do you think you are? I think you must be out of your mind. Examiners, what are you waiting for? Why don't you take this person down?" But the 3 examiners seemed to be in a trance, staring blankly at the young man, their faces showing some fear. "Everyone?" Song Ji-yoon felt puzzled, slowly raising his head to look at the young man. Then, he widened his eyes in disbelief, feeling an immense chill in his heart. At this moment, the young man held a blood-red jade stone in his hand, one side engraved with a dragon, and the other side inscribed with the character supervisor. The young man looked at Song Ji-yoon and said lightly, "Now, who do you think I am?" "Oh, right. The 3 seconds are already up." Song Ji-yoon looked at the red jade in the young man's hand, his pupils filled with disbelief. "This is the red jade token that only the governor of the evil demon tribunal can possess. Moreover, it is engraved with the soaring dragon, which is actually the red jade token of the dragon capital. To see the red jade token is to see the governor. This means that this young man is the direct superior of the several of them. How could a candidate from Guangling City have such a terrifying identity?" His eyes instantly filled with panic as he stammered to Gu Qingchen, "Governor, I didn't mean it like that. Gu Qingchen stepped forward, waving the red jade token in front of Song Jiyun. Examiner, weren't you going to detain me? Why can't you speak now? Cold sweat streamed down Song Jiyun's forehead as he stuttered, Governor, this is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. But before he could finish, he saw the young man slightly raise his hand and coldly say, as a martial arts examiner, you actually took the initiative to favor others, seeking loopholes in the martial arts entrance exam, and even dared to harm my elder. Cough cough, harm others. Someone like you is unworthy to be an exam proctor, let alone a steward of the evil demon tribunal. Today, I will destroy your meridians, making it so you can never practice martial arts again. Instantly, Song Jiyun felt an overwhelming sword intent pressing down on him, as if it would crush his internal organs. He felt unbearable pain throughout his body, as if his meridians were breaking inch by inch starting from his legs. His cultivation at the Great Ascension stage seemed to be slowly drawn away under this immense pressure. He collapsed to the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching scream, blood mist erupting from his body inch by inch. Watching Song Jiyun in such a miserable state, the students present immediately cheered. This is great. It should have been like this long ago. Am I watching a power fantasy? Brother Gu is so cool. This clown examiner really got what he deserved. The cheers and applause filled the air. At this moment, beside Song Jiyun, the other three stewards stood straight, silent as the grave, not daring to move. They could clearly feel how terrifying the sword intent pressing down on Song Jiyun was. The killing intent was chilling and boundless. At this moment, they felt incredibly fortunate that they hadn't had the chance to act. Otherwise, lying on the ground now might not just beat Song Jiyun. It seemed that even if the three of them attacked together, they would still be no match against this vast aura of the Tao. No wonder this young man, so young, had already taken the position of governor of the evil demon tribunal in Longdu. After a while, Song Jiyun's screams gradually weakened, and he lay on the ground, his eyes filled with despair. Seeing that Song Jiyun had fallen silent, Gu Qingchen turned his gaze to Zhou Konghan beside him. Feeling Gu Qingchen's gaze, Zhou Konghan's heart trembled, inexplicably feeling like prey being targeted by a hunter. He took a deep breath, met Gu Qingchen's gaze, and spoke arrogantly, Governor, I come from the Zhou family, one of the 12 Earth Generals. I am the son of the head of the Zhou family. Can we let this matter pass today? If the governor could show mercy and allow me to pass the entrance exam, my Zhou family would be immensely grateful and would certainly reward you handsomely afterward. As he spoke, Zhou Konghan unconsciously raised his head, a confident light flashing in his eyes. As soon as he said this, the noise in the room quieted down a bit, and people looked at Zhou Konghan with some surprise. Below the royal family, there are the Earth Generals. This person actually comes from the Zhou family, one of the 12 Earth Generals. The Zhou family, even in the capital of the Great Xia, Longdu, a place filled with hidden talents, is a renowned top family. The crowd's expressions suddenly changed, their gazes toward Zhou Konghan filled with disdain. These people were indeed here to take the place of the deceased from Guangling. However, at this moment, few dared to speak out in insult. Such a powerful and influential family, if they sought revenge afterward, ordinary people like them could not bear the consequences. Everyone's eyes were filled with a hint of regret as they shook their heads. It seemed this matter would end here. Even though he knew it was against the rules, Wang Ling could only swallow the bitter pill of substituting a corpse for the college entrance examination. Because even if the boy was the governor of Longdu, it was absolutely impossible to easily offend a terrifying family of the general rank. Unexpectedly, the boy smiled at the son of the Zhou family and said, "What if I don't agree?" Zhou Konghan was taken aback, clearly not expecting the boy to speak like this. His expression suddenly darkened, and with a tone laced with threat, he said, "If you don't agree, then after you come to Longdu, don't expect to have a single day of peace." But as soon as Zhou Konghan finished speaking, he saw the boy in front of him raise his hand again. He was momentarily stunned. The next moment, goosebumps covered his entire body. "Wait, you dare!" Slap! Accompanied by a crisp sound, Gu Qingchen's heavy palm landed on Zhou Konghan's face, and he felt the whole world spin. This slap sent Zhou Konghan flying, crashing heavily to the other side of the playground, blood pouring from his ears and nose, smearing his face. However, Gu Qingchen did not use any martial arts techniques, and his strength was somewhat restrained. After all, the young master of the Zhou family in front of him was only at the martial artist level. He was afraid that if he exerted a little more force, he might kill this young master. Gu Qingchen looked at Zhou Konghan, who was lying on the ground, and snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, "What are you pretending for in front of me? The last royal family member is already 6 feet under. What does it matter if you are the son of a general family? Considering you haven't made a move this time, I'll spare your life today. Go back and tell the Zhou family not to provoke me. or the fate of this Song Ji-yoon will be the same as that of your Zhou family head." As soon as these words were spoken, the astonishment on everyone's faces deepened, and many looked at Gu Qingchen with a hint of admiration. Even the principal's eyes widened in shock. This kid has even killed a member of the royal family? He felt increasingly unable to see through this student. Saying this, Gu Qingchen looked down at the two girls who were trembling in fear, accompanying these people, and announced, "You are suspected of cheating in the college entrance examination. Your qualifications for the martial arts college entrance examination will be revoked for 3 years. What are you looking at? Get lost." At this moment, the remaining two girls suddenly realized, hurriedly nodded, and shakily helped Song Tao and the distant Zhou Konghan leave the scene. Seeing the boys' overwhelming victory, the college entrance examination site erupted in cheers once again. Among the three invigilators, one with a scarred face stepped forward and lowered his head to ask, "Governor, this matter has been resolved, so what about the college entrance examination in Guanling City?" Gu Qingchen glanced around and instructed, "Since the matter has been resolved, let the college entrance examination proceed as usual." The other two invigilators nodded and began to disperse the crowd. Just as the scarred face was about to go down to restore order and continue the examination, he heard a voice from behind, "By the way, after today's college entrance examination ends, find that Song Ji-yoon and return to Longdu with him to monitor him secretly. In case of special circumstances, report immediately, and be careful not to be discovered." The scarred face invigilator was taken aback, suddenly recalling the message that Director Yen had sent to everyone a few days ago. In the Great Xia, there were already foreign races infiltrating, and even some high-ranking officials might have been compromised. The newly appointed governor was already preparing to take action while still in Guangling? Excitement flashed in his eyes. He quickly lowered his head and saluted, "Yes, Governor, I understand." After this incident, the martial arts college entrance examination proceeded smoothly under Gu Qingchen's supervision. After Song Ji-yoon had his meridians destroyed by him, to ensure the smooth progress of the college entrance examination, he, the governor of Longdu, took over the position of supervisor from Song Ji-yoon. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening, and the college entrance examination had come to an end. Gu Qingchen had just begun to stretch his tired body when a cheerful voice of a girl rang in his ears. Qingchen, I finished my exam." A stunningly beautiful girl ran up from behind and took Gu Qingchen's hand. A gentle smile immediately spread across Gu Qingchen's face as he asked, "Xiao Yuli, how did you do?" Luo Yuli's face lit up with a smile as she replied, "My martial arts realm test was extraordinary second realm. As for the practical test, I was given a bye." Being given a bye in the practical test meant that no one could match Luo Yuli's realm, so there was no need to rank. But that was normal. Aside from Xiao Yuli, a martial arts prodigy with exceptional talent, how many normal people could reach the extraordinary realm at 17 or 18? Of course, he was an exception. "Qingchen, I should be able to secure a spot at Longdu University. We'll be classmates again." Luo Yuli's face was filled with happiness, her eyes squinting with joy like a beautiful crescent moon. "In that case, shall we head to Longdu early? I still have some matters to attend to there." "Sure, how long until we go?" "In a few days, we can set off," Gu Qingchen replied after thinking for a moment. Luo Yuli was slightly taken aback. Leaving in a few days felt a bit too soon, but she still decisively nodded and said softly, "Okay, then I'll go with you." At this moment, the sky had completely darkened. The two walked hand in hand along the school path. As the handsome boy and beautiful girl walked together, passers-by couldn't help but stop and stare, their gaze lingering on the pair. They wandered aimlessly around the campus, a bit silent. They both knew this might be their last time strolling through the campus as students of Jianxin High School. The comfortable evening breeze gently brushed against their cheeks, and at that moment, Gu Qingchen felt an immense sense of ease. Ever since he had the Divine Hall, it seemed his life had been in constant turmoil. He couldn't help but sigh. After arriving in Longdu, there probably wouldn't be such a comfortable night again. The foreign races were watching closely. There were spies within the human race, and those few families. There were simply too many things he had to deal with. In the dim light, their tall shadows were cast. In the darkness, Luo Yuli suddenly looked a bit shy, her face flushed with a rosy hue. She whispered, "Qingchen, about what happened last time in the hospital. I promised you, but it seems I haven't fulfilled it yet." Gu Qingchen was taken aback, suddenly turning his head, feeling as if a sun had risen in his heart. But just as he turned, he saw Luo Yuli's delicate face approaching. In an instant, Gu Qingchen felt a wave of warmth enveloping him completely. Her lips, thin as cicada wings, soft and warm, had already pressed against his slightly dry lips. After a brief moment of shock, Gu Qingchen suddenly reacted. He pulled his hands free, tightly wrapping them around Luo Yuli's slender waist, increasing the strength, and began to counterattack. Luo Yuli instinctively struggled a couple of times, but her body softened, allowing Gu Qingchen to act as he pleased. In the darkness, the two embraced tightly. "I'm back." Gu Qingchen opened the door and shouted into the room. Just as he took off his shoes, a figure suddenly descended from above, landing on Gu Qingchen. The figure skillfully climbed onto Gu Qingchen's body, wrapping her long legs around his waist, her arms crossed tightly around his neck. Gu Xiaoyu wore a sulky face, pretending to be fierce as she scolded Gu Qingchen by his ear. "Stinky old brother, you finally came back. Tell me, why did you hide your strength from me? Be honest and you'll get leniency, resist and you'll face strict consequences. And you even tacitly acknowledged so many big shots. Do you know that with your identity, I wouldn't need to work?" Gu Qingchen tightened his neck, feeling a wave of suffocation. He skillfully grabbed Gu Xiaoyu's hand and suddenly flung her onto the sofa. "Gu Xiaoyu, get down. And I remember telling you long ago, if you didn't believe it, you can't blame me." Gu Xiaoyu tilted her head, as if knowing she was in the wrong, and could only huff proudly, trying to make up for it. "Humph, thanks to you, I'm now somewhat of a celebrity in school, so I'll let you off this time. But why do you smell like a woman?" Gu Xiaoyu suddenly frowned, circling around Gu Qingchen like Sherlock Holmes, a sly smile on her face. "Gu Qingchen, honestly confess, were you just with Sister Luo in school? He. Remembering what had just happened, Gu Qingchen's face turned red, and he felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Get lost, focus on your martial arts, kids shouldn't pry into everything." "Brother, don't be like that, tell me more. I promise I won't tell anyone else." Gu Xiaoyu clung to Gu Qingchen, pestering him. Just then, Gu Qingchen suddenly felt a dark gaze watching him from somewhere. He felt a chill in his heart, his muscles tensed up instantly, and he sharply focused his gaze behind him, his pupils shining with golden light. But behind him, aside from his father Gu Outyan, who was slumped on the sofa, drunk, there was no one else. Could it be that he had been too sensitive lately? Or was he too tense? Gu Qingchen frowned and relaxed his body. But the next second, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly rang in his ear, detected that the host's mental strength has fully recovered. The third divine hall has been automatically activated. The third deity has awakened. Qinglian Shixian, issuing trial mission. Hearing the voice in his ear, Gu Qingchen shot Gu Xiaoyu a glare. Then he quickly slipped back into his room and slammed the door shut with a bang. "Oomph, so stingy, what's the harm in telling me?" Gu Xiaoyu pouted in dissatisfaction, complaining a couple of times. Meanwhile, Gu Outyan, lying on the sofa, looked at the door of Gu Qingchen's room with a look of surprise in his eyes. When did this kid become so perceptive? Back in his bedroom, Gu Qingchen locked the door, lay back on the bed, and closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness into the sea of his mind. Instantly, the scene before him began to change rapidly. When he opened his eyes again, the grand door of the divine hall appeared before him. Gu Qingchen stepped forward, and the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed towards him, but at that moment, he felt as if there was some kind of smell in the divine hall. He frowned and took a few more steps forward, suddenly realizing the extra smell in the divine hall was the scent of alcohol, and it was extremely rich and fragrant. He was momentarily puzzled. This place existed in the sea of his mind, so why was there a smell of alcohol? Could it be that the new deity brought it? Gu Qingchen walked forward with questions in mind. Turning around the main hall, the first grand hall filled with peach blossoms appeared before him. The peach blossom sword god stood under a peach tree, quietly admiring the scene of falling peach blossoms. Gu Qingchen stopped, saluted the peach blossom sword god, and was about to head towards the third divine hall he had seen last time when the peach blossom sword god suddenly called out to him. Gu Qingchen turned his head, and the peach blossom sword god, as always, wore a faint smile on his face, saying, "Young man, do you still remember what I said to you the first time we met?" "What did he say?" Gu Qingchen tilted his head, somewhat confused as to why the sword god would ask such a question. Memory surged in his mind, and suddenly Gu Qingchen seemed to recall something. The first meeting, the peach blossom sword god bestowed blessings upon him. Wait, wasn't the most peculiar part the content of the trial? Did you mean the trial you set for me? Gu Qingchen pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Logically, trials are assessments set by each deity, reflecting their expectations of themselves. For example, Zhao Zilong's trial had 3 layers, each targeting a specific aspect of himself. Yet, why would the peach blossom sword god, with such a steady character, have made him kiss Luo Yuli in public? Although, from the outcome, it seemed quite good. But this had always been something Gu Qingchen couldn't understand. The peach blossom sword god nodded and smiled. "That's right, I once told you that trial was set by a senior of mine. This senior is the third deity you are about to meet." After saying this, the peach blossom sword god slowly dissipated, transforming into a flurry of peach blossoms that danced and reformed in the temple. He picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and his face was full of smiles. Gu Qingchen was left standing alone in place. This deity seemed to have a bit of a wicked sense of humor. He sighed inwardly and continued to walk forward. Before long, he arrived at the third deity's temple. Unlike the first time, the mist outside the hall had completely dissipated this time. Gu Qingqian's gaze fell upon the temple. The temple was paved with blocks of blue bricks, and on either side of the path leading to the temple was a pond, with a small table outside the pond. In the pond, large patches of green lotus grew, vibrant and full of life. Each green lotus exuded a terrifying aura. Inside the temple, countless sheets of rice paper and ink were hanging, some scattered chaotically on the ground, with characters written in a vigorous, dragon-like script. The entire hall flowed with an immense and boundless aura of the Tao. Gu Qingqian had never seen such a vast aura of the Tao. He even had the illusion that the temple itself was an anomaly formed from the condensation of the Tao's essence. Inside the temple lay a man. He was a young man, with a sword beside him. The man was tall, wearing a loose robe that slightly revealed a solid chest muscle. His gaze was somewhat dazed as he lazily reclined on the curved beam of the temple. His eyes were as deep as the ocean, his face sculpted with distinct features, extraordinarily handsome. Beside him was a jug of wine, and he held a golden goblet, sipping it slowly. After finishing this cup, he refilled it and raised it to the moon, as if inviting the bright moon to drink with him. What a carefree deity! Gu Qingqian stood outside the temple, sighing in admiration, and stepped forward. Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in his ears. The third deity's temple has been officially activated. Third deity, Xinglian poetic immortal Li Tai. At this moment, Gu Qingqian was already frozen in place. He felt as if the aura of the Tao before him was like an ocean, completely engulfing him. The bright moon, stormy sands, the white rabbit pounding medicine, the deep stars. Countless anomalies unfolded before his eyes, completely drowning his vision. Just as he was deeply shocked by the scene before him, a hearty voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Ha, you brat, you finally came. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Seeing Gu Qingqian step into the temple, Li Taibai's face was full of smiles as he suddenly sat up. Immediately, with a gentle sweep of his palm through the air, a blue lotus slowly descended from the sky and fell into the pond. The myriad of strange phenomena before Gu Qingqian instantly vanished. The scene returned to normal, and Gu Qingqian shook his head. But before he could react, he felt a figure flicker in front of him. Then, inexplicably, a golden goblet appeared in his hand, filled with liquid. The liquid had an incredibly rich aroma, exuding a strong scent of alcohol. Drinking alone for so long is truly boring. Come over and drink with me." As he spoke, the man laughed heartily, clinking his cup with Gu Qingqian's, then downing the liquid in one gulp. This series of actions left Gu Qingqian dumbfounded. Wasn't he here to undergo a trial? How did this deity immediately make him drink? Had he encountered a drunken deity? Drink? Why aren't you drinking? Li Tai, having finished his cup, looked at Gu Qingqian with some confusion. How about we handle the main business first? Gu Qingqian, feeling dazed, spoke hesitantly. The man's brow furrowed, and his look of confusion deepened as he said, "Main business? What is the main business?" Hearing this, Gu Qingqian's mind became even more chaotic. "It's your divine trial." Divine trial? The man waved his hand, a smile returning to his face. "Why bother with such boring things? You don't need to use such formal language to address me. Since we are fated to drink together here today, you and I are friends. Tonight, we shall call each other dear friends, otherwise, we lose the joy of drinking together." Calling a deity a dear friend? Gu Qingqian's eyes widened in disbelief. Even if it was just for tonight, he felt it was incredibly surreal. Before him stood a deity of high status. Seeing Gu Qingqian's hesitant expression, Li Bai spoke cheerfully again. "If you insist on that so-called trial, then the content of this trial is to drink with me until we are both drunk tonight." Li Bai laughed heartily, supporting Gu Qingqian's shoulder, and pointed to a small table nearby. In the next moment, the two were already seated at the small table above the pond. Li Bai, not knowing where he had brought it from, placed a jar of wine on the table, pouring drinks for both of them as he said, "This wine is called Kuku, a top-quality wine brewed 10,000 years ago. I have stored quite a bit in the Great Hall. However, after all these years, this is the last jar left, and I have been reluctant to drink it. Today, with you, my young friend, here, it seems I have no choice but to drink." Gu Qingqian glanced at the amber-like transparent liquid in his cup and finally struggled to say, "I don't have a good tolerance for alcohol. Martial artists generally avoid alcohol, even if they drink. It is usually just a small sip and not excessive. Last time at the Inui Tower, he had only drunk less than 3 cups and was already drunk, so his tolerance was indeed not good." "That's fine, it's just tasting wine. If you can't hold your liquor, just get drunk. Come, cheers." Li Tai extended his golden goblet, wanting to clink it with Gu Qingqian. Looking at the handsome man before him, Gu Qingchen inexplicably felt a surge of boldness in his heart. Alright, cheers. He raised his golden goblet, clinking it with the deities, and downed the wine in one go. As the cup of cuckoo wine went down, Gu Qingchen felt his head start to spin. At the same time, he sensed a burning sensation rising within his body. It felt as if his meridians were completely soaked by the cuckoo wine in an instant, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth burst forth from his body. Like the unstoppable intoxication of the wine, it crazily washed over Gu Qingchen's body. His gaze suddenly became a bit hazy. Come on, let's drink again. After a few cups of wine, Gu Qingchen's vision became completely blurred. He felt the world in front of him constantly flipping, along with the overwhelming spiritual energy surging within him. It continuously broke through one small barrier after another in the Great Ascension realm. His martial arts realm was rapidly increasing. Such fine wine, how can it not be accompanied by good scenery? Li Taibai looked up at the sky, brushed his fingers, and recited a poem. I only wish to sing while drinking, may the moonlight shine long in the golden cup. Above the sky, the crescent moon slowly transformed into a full moon, and the bright, transparent moonlight fell upon this world. Reflected in the wine cup, it appeared fragmented and round. The two of them drank under the moonlight, full of enthusiasm. In less than 10 rounds, Gu Qingchen completely lost consciousness, his body slumping softly onto the table, mumbling incoherently. Li Bai glanced at the fallen Gu Qingchen, a smile on his face, and continued to sway his head, saying, in life, one must enjoy the moment, do not let the golden cup face the moon empty. Saying this, Li Taibai picked up the wine jug again, wanting to pour more wine into the cup, but this time, only a few drops of liquid dripped from the jug. He was momentarily stunned, shook his head, and sighed with some regret. So soon? It's already finished. He had no more wine left. Sitting alone under the moonlight, he suddenly felt a bit lonely. But suddenly, he seemed to remember something, his eyes sharply turning to the already fallen Gu Qingchen, a strange light passing through his eyes. In the morning, the first ray of sunlight shone in through the window. Gu Qingchen slowly opened his eyes. Hiss, my head hurts so much. Gu Qingchen rubbed his head and slowly sat up from the bed. It seemed he had been drinking with that deity yesterday. He didn't expect that one drink would last until early morning. This Li Taibai, as a deity, was a bit too carefree in dragging him to drink. However, to be fair, last night's drinking was indeed enjoyable. Gu Qingchen opened his phone, greeted Luo Yuli with a good morning, and then opened the app to buy a plane ticket. 3 days later, he would fly to Longdu with Luo Yuli. After parting with Luo Yuli last night, on his way home, Gu Qingchen received a call from Yen Yeling. In the call, Yen Yeling informed him that since the Black Tide Ruins incident, the borders of Daxia had begun to be in constant turmoil. Not only the Demon Clan, but 3 of the 4 clans surrounding Daxia, the Demon Clan, the Azura Clan, and the Guichong Clan, had been continuously testing and attacking Daxia. Due to the immense pressure on the borders, Yen Yeling had been urgently summoned by the martial god to provide support at the borders. But just as things were going wrong, Longdu was also unstable. Recently, there had been frequent reports to the Evil Demon Tribunal in Longdu about a large number of people mysteriously disappearing, particularly children. The disappearances were likely caused by the Demon Clan lurking in Longdu. As the governor of Longdu, he needed to quickly convene a meeting with the members of the Evil Demon Tribunal to discuss and address this matter. Just as Gu Qingchen was pondering, a voice suddenly came to his ear. The Green Lotus Poet Immortal has released the second trial. Purchase 100 jars of the best wine in this place. Upon completion of the trial, rewards will be given to Gu Xiaoyu. Hearing the mechanical voice in his ear, Gu Qingchen's expression darkened. How could this deity's trials be so unreliable? Forget it, since a reward was promised, he might as well buy it for him. Gu Qingchen sighed inwardly and got up to prepare to go out. Just after getting out of bed and taking 2 steps, Gu Qingchen suddenly felt his body become much lighter, and his perception of the world around him sharpened significantly. Moreover, there were faint signs of a breakthrough in his spiritual energy, already at the peak of the Great Ascension realm. He couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. That jug of cuckoo wine was truly terrifying. If it weren't for my poor alcohol tolerance, I would have been drunk after just under 10 cups. I fear I have already broken through to the Great Ascension and stepped into the realm of a master. Truly, it is worthy of being the finest wine from 10,000 years ago. Outside a villa belonging to the Yen family in Longdu, a common man, leaning on a cane, with a resentful expression, limped toward the Yen family's villa. He was none other than Song Jiyun, whose meridians had been destroyed by Gu Qingchen. Behind Song Jiyun, a figure lurked in the shadows, closely following him, with eyes sharp as an eagle. He was one of the 3 examiners sent by Gu Qingchen to monitor Song Jiyun, Huang Yu. At this moment, there was a hint of confusion in his gaze. Song Jiyun was clearly a member of the Tsong family. After having his meridians destroyed, he should have sought help from the Tsong family immediately. Why did he come to the Yen family's territory first after returning to Longdu? While he pondered, Song Ji-yoon had already leaned on his cane and entered the Yen family's villa. Huang Yu did not hesitate, his whole body leaped into the air, bypassing the security at the entrance, and silently landed on the roof of the villa. With his martial arts strength at the Great Ascension level, even a family of the 7 emperors could be easily infiltrated if there were no elders or similar figures stationed there. At the same time, his eyes suddenly turned completely black. Sea-level blessing, pure black eyes. After marking the relevant personnel, Huang Yu could share the perspective of that person without their knowledge. Although this blessing did not enhance combat power, it was an extremely useful detection-type blessing. Huang Yu had relied on this blessing to achieve considerable merit in Longdu, eventually being promoted to a steward. At this moment, in Huang Yu's line of sight, Song Ji-yoon had already arrived at the hall of the Yen family's villa. Above the hall, the head of the Yen family sat in a high position. Upon seeing the head of the Yen family, Song Ji-yoon immediately fell to the ground, crying out loudly, "My meridians have been completely destroyed, please save me, Lord Yen." Looking at Song Ji-yoon lying on the ground, the head of the Yen family showed a look of disdain. "Humph, a waste is still a waste. Even with so many resources given to you, you still ended up beaten to this state." On the roof, Huang Yu frowned. It turned out to be like this. It was said that Song Ji-yoon was originally a person of mediocre talent, over 30 years old, yet still unable to break through in the martial artist realm. But in the past 3 years, he had climbed from the late extraordinary realm straight into the Great Ascension, advancing several small stages. Such speed was truly unfathomable for someone of mediocre talent. It turned out that the Yen family had been helping him from behind. But why would the Yen family help an outsider? Huang Yu furrowed his brows, unable to comprehend. Moreover, such speed was something even the Yen family could not achieve. "Speak, who destroyed your meridians?" Song Ji-yoon's face was filled with resentment as he gritted his teeth and said, "It was a kid named Gu Qingchen in Guangling. At such a young age, he has already reached the Great Ascension and comprehended the Tao rhythm. I am no match for him." Upon hearing this name, the previously calm expression of Yen Nietian suddenly lost control, exclaiming, "What, it's Gu Qingchen again?" Yen Nietian felt a chill run down his spine. How long has it been? This kid has actually entered the Great Ascension realm. He had used the items and curses provided by the demon clan to forcibly elevate Song Ji-yoon's cultivation, and it had only taken him 3 years to break through 2 realms. Moreover, this method had severe side effects. Song Ji-yoon might be stuck at the Great Ascension for life. And this kid, in just a month, had gone from a martial artist to the Great Ascension. He even teamed up with Yen Yeling to eliminate the demon nightmare. Is this even human? For a moment, Yen Nietian couldn't even tell who had actually allied with the demon clan. Looking at Yen Nietian, who was already shocked to the point of losing color, Song Ji-yoon felt a bit confused and asked, "Lord Yen, do you know him? Do you know that he is now the governor of Longdu?" The governor of Longdu? Yen Yiling's ability to give such an important position to a young man shows just how much he values him. A strong killing intent suddenly surfaced in Yen Nietian's eyes. This kid is too terrifying. He must not be left alive. Now, with the Dragon City disappearance incident causing such a stir and Yen Yiling absent, the investigation into this incident will inevitably fall on the governor. Since he is the governor, he will surely come here from Guangling in the next couple of days. This is the perfect opportunity to deal with this kid. He glanced at Song Ji-yoon and said, "This is the last chance I'm giving you. You know what you should do." Upon hearing this, Song Ji-yoon's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, Lord Yen. I will not let you down." As he spoke, Yen Nietian stepped forward, grabbing Song Ji-yoon's face, black energy spilling from his hand. On the rooftop of the villa, Huang Yu looked at the black energy before him, his eyes suddenly trembling. This is a curse from the demon clan. These two are colluding with the demon clan. In that instant, he felt his heart tremble violently, and the energy within him nearly went out of control. The Yen family, one of the 12 great families of the Great Xia, is actually one of the internal traitors of the demon clan. His muscles tensed, ready to escape and report. But in the next second, Yen Nietian's grip on Song Ji-yoon suddenly faltered, a look of confusion on his face. Under the influence of the curse, a black eye slowly emerged from Song Ji-yoon's body. Yen Nietian suddenly looked up at the ceiling of the villa, his tone turning icy. "Song Ji-yoon, when did you bring a guest back?" On the roof, Huang Yu felt a chill rise from his heels, his scalp tingling. In a residence in Guangling City. "Gu Qingchen, get up quickly. You're going to miss your flight." Gu Xiaoyu burst into the bedroom, hands on her hips, shouting in Gu Qingchen's ear. After a long while, Gu Qingchen slowly opened his eyes, still hazy. After waking up, he seemed to realize something, quickly grabbing his phone. Only 2 hours left until the flight takes off. He was suddenly startled, the drunkenness in his eyes fading significantly as he quickly got out of bed, dressed, grabbed a piece of bread, and ran out with the suitcase he had packed a few days ago. Over the past few days, Gu Qingchen had run all over Guangling City, visiting every liquor shop at Li Taibai's request. He bought several hundred jars of different wines. However, none of these hundreds of jars contained a wine that satisfied Li Taibai, so Gu Qingchen naturally did not receive the promised reward. Even so, Li Taibai still dragged Gu Qingchen to drink with him in the Divine Hall every night. Although Gu Qingchen was completely drunk, this did help improve his alcohol tolerance significantly. Gu Qingchen ran downstairs and hailed a taxi. Half an hour later, the taxi came to a steady stop outside the airport terminal. "Qingchen, over here." As soon as Gu Qingchen got out of the car, he heard a crisp voice calling him. Looking up, he saw Luo Yuli standing across the street, waving at him. Today, Luo Yuli was wearing a long dress, revealing her slender and alluring ankles, her beauty still exquisite. Such a stunning girl standing at the terminal entrance made the people around slow their pace, causing a bit of a bottleneck at the entrance. "Sorry, I'm late. Let's go." Gu Qingchen crossed the street, ruffled the girl's hair, and apologized awkwardly. Just as the two were about to check in their luggage, Gu Qingchen's phone suddenly rang. It was a subordinate calling. On the other end, a butler's anxious voice came through. "Governor, how long until you arrive in Dragon City? I should be there tonight." "What's wrong?" Gu Qingchen asked. "Judicial Court member Huang Yu has been missing for 2 whole days since the day before yesterday. I'm afraid something has happened." "Huang Yu? Isn't that the steward sent to monitor Song Jiyun? Did something happen to him?" Gu Qingchen's expression suddenly became serious. "Qingchen, what's wrong? Did something happen?" Seeing Gu Qingchen's furrowed brow, Luo Yuli also showed some concern. Gu Qingchen took a deep breath and slowly said, "One of my subordinates in Longdu has had an incident, likely related to that group of scum from the demon clan. We need to resolve this matter as soon as we arrive in Longdu." Luo Yuli nodded, just about to say something when a voice suddenly came from the broadcast. "Flight A1847 is about to take off. Passengers who have not boarded should proceed to the boarding gate as soon as possible." A1847 was indeed the flight that Gu Qingchen and the others were taking to Longdu. The two glanced at the time above. There were only 25 minutes left before the flight took off. The cabin door would close 15 minutes before takeoff. They hurriedly rushed towards the security check. At this moment, at the boarding gate for the flight from Guangling to Longdu, 2 ticket inspectors stood in front of their computers, looking somewhat impatient. They had been working all night, and after checking this flight's tickets, they would be able to change shifts. Most passengers had already boarded the plane, but the system showed that 2 passengers had not yet boarded. They had already waited here for more than 10 minutes past their scheduled end of shift, and with each passing minute, it felt like ants were crawling on them. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. 2 young people were sprinting towards them. Gu Qingchen was pulling Luo Yuli as they rushed to the boarding gate and handed their tickets to the ticket inspector. "What the hell? What's with this timing? Can't you come earlier?" The male ticket inspector muttered under his breath, just loud enough for himself to hear, as he took the ticket and scanned it. "I'm really sorry, I woke up late today." Gu Qingchen apologized awkwardly to the two. The male ticket inspector was momentarily taken aback, then an awkward expression appeared on his face. How could this young man hear what he said so quietly? He knocked on his head and forced a smile, saying, it's fine, I didn't say." "What the hell?" the ticket inspector suddenly exclaimed, his body jolting as he looked at the computer screen in disbelief. On the system screen, where the ticket had just been scanned, one side displayed Luo Yuli's identity information. On the other side, a line of red warning text appeared. "Your permission level is insufficient to view this person's identity information." The ticket inspector looked at Gu Qingchen with shock in his eyes. It should be known that the authority to check identities was not his own but that of the airport. The highest authority for identity checks at the airport could reach S level. This meant that even the head of a royal family would have their level displayed under the airport's equipment. The young man in front of him had a background that was at least that of a martial god. As a mere ticket inspector, he had never encountered such a big shot. Moreover, thinking about how he had just complained about this person, he broke out in a cold sweat. Hello, could you give me the ticket? The plane is about to take off." Gu Qingchen glanced at the time at the boarding gate and politely spoke. "Oh, of course, you purchased an economy class ticket, but the airport has temporarily upgraded you to first class, and your female companion will enjoy the same treatment." The male ticket inspector stammered, his expression tense. "All right, thank you." Gu Qingchen exchanged a few polite words and then pulled Luo Yuli onto the plane, leaving the 2 ticket inspectors alone, bewildered in the wind. On flight A1847, 2 beautiful flight attendants stood at the cabin door, looking somewhat surprised. Just now, a young couple who looked like students had entered the first-class cabin. Liang Jie, being so young and able to sit in first class, do you think they might be the children of some wealthy family? A flight attendant asked the person beside her. The flight attendant named Liang Jie shook her head and replied, I just received notice that these two are temporarily upgraded to first class. Temporarily upgraded? The girl beside her suddenly looked enlightened. On airplanes, it's common for first class to have empty seats. To maximize profits, airlines often announce upgrades to economy class passengers before boarding. At that time, for a relatively low price, one can upgrade from economy to first class. Liang Jie nodded, a hint of disdain and disgust on her face. Yes, it's probably just a poor guy wanting to take his pretty girlfriend to first class but can't afford it, so he has to take this cheap option. At this moment, Gu Qingchen and the other person were sitting next to each other in first class. There were fewer than 10 passengers scattered in first class. Compared to economy class, first class was indeed much more comfortable, with seats spacious enough to lie flat. Not long after boarding, the roar of the engine sounded, and the plane shot into the clouds. Qingchen, can I help with the matter in Longdu? Luo Yuli leaned on Gu Qingchen's shoulder and asked softly. As soon as the topic of Longdu came up, Gu Qingchen's expression became serious, and he shook his head. No, the situation in Longdu is too complicated. Even I can't grasp the enemy's strength and background right now. Besides, didn't the martial god Catastrophe tell you to find him as soon as you arrive in Longdu? Luo Yuli shook her head, a bit stubbornly. I can help you first, and go find him later. Alright, let's drop this topic. Gu Qingchen smiled and patted Luo Yuli's head, interrupting her. He didn't let Luo Yuli get involved not because she lacked the ability to participate in the investigation, she was at the second extraordinary level, plus she had an SS level blessing. Her true strength could reach the peak of the extraordinary realm. However, even figures at the steward level had encountered unforeseen events. Gu Qingchen really couldn't take the risk. After the plane had been flying for a while, soon, Gu Qingchen felt that the effects of the alcohol he had consumed hadn't completely worn off. So, under Luo Yuli's shy gaze, he rested his head on her plump thigh and fell into a deep sleep. This sleep was particularly sweet. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Qingchen was suddenly awakened by a commotion in his ears. He opened his eyes in confusion and found that many people in first class had already gotten up to leave. Gu Qingchen sat up and asked Luo Yuli beside him, Are we already in Longdu? No, for some reason, the plane seems to have made a temporary landing in Fengdu. Fengdu? Gu Qingchen frowned. The ticket he purchased should have been a direct flight to Longdu, so why did it stop in Fengdu? Just as Gu Qingchen was about to ask a flight attendant for clarification, he saw one approaching him. The flight attendant came to the two of them, a hint of glee in her eyes, and said, Ladies and gentlemen, according to the airline's instructions, a royal family has boarded the plane, and first class will be completely vacated for them. All the other first class passengers have already left, and now only the two of you remain. Didn't you hear the announcement? Gu Qingchen slowly raised his head, gave the flight attendant a cold glance, and then lowered his head again, ignoring her. Seeing Gu Qingchen's attitude of not wanting to engage, the flight attendant's expression turned somewhat angry. Just a poor guy who could only get a temporary upgrade. What was he acting all high and mighty for? She deliberately turned her head towards Luo Yuli and emphasized, By the way, since your seats were a temporary upgrade, the upgrade fee will not be refunded by our company. Well, it should be fine. After all, upgrading the cabin only costs a few hundred dasha coins, and no one would really care about that little money. Gu Qingchen glanced again at the flight attendant above, as if he had come to some understanding. This flight attendant seemed to regard the two of them as temporary upgrades. Not to mention that they weren't the ones who paid for the upgrade, even if they were, so what? He finally spoke slowly in a cold tone. Are the flight attendants trained by your airline all this rude? Can't even say please? Upon hearing this, Liang Li was first taken aback, then the veins on her forehead bulged, feeling her blood pressure rise significantly. This stingy poor kid actually dared to use the airline's etiquette to pressure her. She suppressed her anger and gritted her teeth. I'm sorry, but please move to economy class. That's more like it. It's much better to speak like that. Gu Qingchen nodded in satisfaction, then changed the subject. But still no, I find it more comfortable sitting here. Saying this, he picked up a bag of snacks beside him and leisurely started eating. This kid actually dared to mess with me? Alright, you just keep sitting there. I hope you won't regret it later. With that, the flight attendant picked up the intercom and said a few words inside. Before long, a man in a black uniform walked into first class. He first bowed to Gu Qingchen, then said in a deep voice, Hello, sir, I am the chief flight attendant of this plane. Due to the imminent boarding of a royal family member, all first-class passengers have been arranged to economy class. Please understand. Gu Qingchen slightly raised his head, his eyes narrowing. Oh, you are the chief flight attendant? Then tell me, I remember I bought a direct ticket to Longdu. Why are we stopping in Fingdu? Is it just because that royal family member is returning to Longdu? A hint of impatience flashed in the chief flight attendant's eyes as he nodded and reluctantly replied, yes, it is the royal family's order. The airport has no choice. The royal family's order? What great authority! Gu Qingchen sneered, then I won't hold this against you for now. The royal family is coming, so why clear out first class? Before the chief flight attendant could respond, Liang Li interjected with a harsh expression, that is a noble royal family. How could they share the same space with you commoners? You should take a look at yourself. For a moment, Liang Li scoffed inwardly, thinking, what is she thinking? This is the royal family. It's clear she's still young and doesn't even know the might of the royal family. Liang Li, is this how you speak to a passenger? The chief flight attendant reprimanded her symbolically, then continued, the royal family is naturally different from ordinary citizens and requires a private space. Please understand. Gu Qingchen spoke again, his voice deep. Is it the royal family's request, or is it a decision made by your crew to please this royal family member? Upon hearing this, the chief flight attendant's expression suddenly became somewhat unpleasant, his tone growing heavier. I am not obligated to explain so much to you. I will repeat once more, that royal family member is about to board. Please leave your seat immediately. What if I don't leave? Gu Qingchen's tone was somewhat playful. The chief flight attendant's expression darkened, standing up, his words already carrying a hint of threat. Please leave now, immediately, or we will take coercive measures against you. Oh, are you sure? Hearing the threat, Gu Qingchen's expression was indifferent, even the Dao rhyme was not evoked. This chief flight attendant was merely a martial artist, posing no threat to him at all. But suddenly, a sound of footsteps came from outside first class. Hearing the footsteps, the few people in front of Gu Qingchen suddenly panicked and looked towards the cabin door. There, a handsome long-haired man entered the cabin, lightly fanning himself with a folding fan. Behind him followed two powerful martial artists. Upon seeing the man enter, the chief steward immediately stood up straight and saluted. Liang Li, on the other hand, put on a smile and approached, saying in a hushed voice, my lord, you have arrived. May I ask your esteemed name? The man chuckled lightly, shaking his folding fan. I am Morong Yi, the son of the head of the Morong family. Behind Gu Qingchen, Liang Li and the chief steward's pupils dilated in shock, their throats tightening. This person was from the Morong family, one of the 7 royal families, and he was the son of a prince. This was a true prince, a status that was worlds apart from that of ordinary royalty. As she spoke, she glanced at Gu Qingchen, a look of delight appearing on her face. This kid had actually offended a prince. Today's matter could not be trivial. You always thought the royal family was no big deal, didn't you? Today, let this country bumpkin know just how powerful the royal family really is. With that thought, Liang Li immediately stepped forward and said, my lord, upon learning of your early arrival, we have cleared the first-class cabin in advance, but someone has been occupying the seats and refuses to leave, showing you no respect. This person is extremely stubborn, and we have no way to deal with it, so we ask you. Before she could finish, Morong Yi looked at her with a puzzled expression and interrupted. Are you crazy? Why would I need so many seats? As soon as he said this, everyone present, including Gu Qingchen, was momentarily stunned. Before anyone could react, he spoke again in the plain, saying loudly, I am Morong Yi, the son of Morong Jianxin, the head of the Morong family, one of the 7 princes. May I ask if brother Gu Qingchen is here? Inside the cabin, hearing Morong Yi's reprimand, Liang Li was momentarily taken aback. After so many years as a flight attendant, she had received many members of the royal family, but this was the first time such a situation had occurred. Did she just offend this prince? Panic immediately spread across her face as she stammered, my lord Morong, I apologize, it was our airport's unnecessary arrangement. The chief steward also looked flustered, bowing his head and respectfully asking the young man in front of him, my lord Morong, are you here to find someone? However, Morong Yi completely ignored him and shouted again to the surroundings, is brother Gu Qingchen here? May I ask if brother Gu Qingchen is on this plane? A few drops of cold sweat slowly rolled down the chief steward's forehead. This Gu Qingchen actually made a prince refer to him as a brother. It seemed there was another big shot on this plane. He felt an overwhelming sense of panic. The first-class cabin had just been sent to the economy cabin. If this Gu Qingchen was indeed on this flight and decided to seek justice, it would be a huge problem. At this moment, he can only silently pray that the Gu Qingchen the prince mentioned was not on this flight. In the first-class cabin, Luo Yuli tilted her head to look at Gu Qingchen, gently poking his arm, and asked with a hint of confusion, Qingchen, it seems this prince is here to find you, and his attitude is quite good. Do you know him? Gu Qingchen shook his head, looking towards Morong Yi in front, his brow slightly furrowed. The Morong family, led by one of the 7 princes? In his memory, he had no connection with this family. The only royal family that could be related to him was the Lu family, whose genius he had beheaded. Gu Qingchen pondered for a moment, then slowly rose from his seat, taking a step forward and speaking, "I am Gu Qingchen. May I ask what brings you here?" As soon as these words were spoken, all the staff on the plane seemed to be frozen in place. The chief flight attendant and Liang Li were momentarily stunned, a bad premonition beginning to rise in their hearts. Hearing a voice from behind, Morong Yi's face immediately broke into a smile. He turned around, sizing up Gu Qingchen from head to toe, surprise flickering in his eyes. The young man before him was strikingly handsome, surrounded by the aura of heaven and earth, powerful and enduring. The most terrifying thing was that the aura emanating from him was like an endless abyss, unfathomable. I have long heard that brother Gu Qingchen comprehended the Tao at such a young age, with martial arts talent that is truly extraordinary. Today, seeing it for myself, it is indeed so. As he spoke, Morong Yi paused, a smile blooming on his face as he extended a hand to Gu Qingchen, truly worthy of being a hero who single-handedly slayed hundreds of thousands of demon clans. "It is an honor to meet you. I am Morong Yi." This young man single-handedly killed 100,000 demon clans? Behind Morong Yi, the chief flight attendant's eyes widened in shock. He, a person who needed to be upgraded to first class just to sit there, had single-handedly slain hundreds of thousands of demon clans? Liang Li's face was filled with disbelief. She had just offended such a terrifying person. Thinking of the young man's blood-soaked hands, she couldn't help but shiver. Why would such a person need to spend money to upgrade? Suddenly, a possibility popped into her mind. It seemed that besides voluntarily paying for an upgrade, there was another way to upgrade, but in all these years, she had never encountered such a situation. Realizing this possibility, Liang Li's face turned pale, feeling her legs weaken, almost unable to stand. Meanwhile, the chief flight attendant beside her was already glaring at Liang Li with a gloomy expression, wishing he could slap her across the face. Why did she have to provoke him of all people? Not only did she provoke him, but she also dragged herself into it. On the other side, Gu Qingchen remained unfazed, politely shaking hands with Morong Yi. Before he could speak, Morong Yi smiled again and said, "The next conversation is somewhat private. Since there is no one in first class, shall we go in and talk?" With that, he instructed the two martial artists behind him, "Watch the entrance to first class. No one is allowed to enter without my permission. By the way, these two." Morong Yi pointed at Liang Li and then at the chief flight attendant standing beside her, his face cold as he said, "These two have already offended Brother Gu. After this flight, in the name of the Morong family, terminate their employment contracts and add them to the blacklist of all airlines, never to be hired again." Saying this, he turned to Gu Qingchen and made a gesture inviting him in. The two of them entered the first-class cabin, a barrier formed from the condensed aura of heaven and earth sealing the entrance tightly, isolating all sounds. Leaving the chief flight attendant and flight attendant Liang Li, who were pale-faced, standing in despair at the entrance of economy class. As soon as they entered first class, Morong Yi's eyes were captivated by the stunning beauty of Luo Yuli. The moment he saw her, he felt a moment of daze, even losing his composure for an instant. This woman was simply too beautiful. But soon, he quickly regained his senses, taking a deep breath to steady his mind, and smiled as he spoke, "Brother Gu, this must be Sister Luo, truly as beautiful as the rumors say, a match made in heaven for you too." Hearing the word sister, a slight blush appeared on Luo Yuli's small face as she politely responded, "Hello, I am Luo Yuli," then tilted her head slightly, looking at Gu Qingchen with some confusion. She was somewhat puzzled as to why this prince seemed to know so much about the two of them. Sensing Luo Yuli's gaze, Gu Qingchen asked with some confusion, "Morong brother, my identity information seems to be confidential, how did you find me?" As if he had anticipated Gu Qingchen's question, Morong Yi immediately smiled and explained, "It's actually quite simple. My father and Director Yen were good brothers who fought side by side in their youth." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingchen nodded in realization, so that was it. Since Morong Yi's father and uncle Yen were brothers, the Morong family naturally wanted to befriend him. A few days ago, he had revealed his flight schedule to Yen Yeling, so Morong Yi must have learned about it from Yen Yeling. "Then what brings you to find me, Morong brother?" Gu Qingchen asked again. A trace of worry appeared on Morong Yi's face as he sighed heavily. "There has been a riot at the border of the Great Xia, and Uncle Yen has already rushed to the border to provide support. Before leaving, he asked my father to help take care of you, but a few days ago, there was an incursion from the Ghost Clan in the west, and my father will also be heading west soon to provide support." Hearing this, Gu Qingchen's expression became serious. The Great Xia was surrounded by 4 clans, the Demon Clan to the south, the Ghost Clan to the west, the Strange Insect Clan to the east, and the Azura Clan to the north. Among them, the Demon Clan had been trying to infiltrate the Great Xia, while the Strange Insect Clan and the Azura Clan, though not as active as the Demon Clan, had also been causing constant turmoil at the borders. The Ghost Clan, however, had not appeared in the Great Xia for several years. Now, there was actually unrest in the west, and it was from the Ghost Clan, which had maintained peace with the Great Xia for years. However, there had been no news of the River of Life breaking apart, which meant that the foreign clans above the Marquis realm could not yet enter the Great Xia. Even if the lower-tier foreign clans invaded in large numbers, they could only exert pressure in a short time. Each direction had a martial god guarding it, and with yeling and the rapid support of the other 7 princes, these low-tier foreign clans were merely offering themselves up as food. But these foreign clans certainly would not suffer losses without a fight. So what exactly did the 4 foreign clans surrounding the Great Xia want? While Gu Qingchen was deep in thought, Morongi continued, "So, at my father's request, during this month that you and your sister-in-law are new to Longdu, I will take care of all your needs regarding food, clothing, and other matters. Then I will trouble you for this month, Morong brother," Gu Qingchen said politely. How can this be considered a trouble? Brother Gu is undoubtedly a prodigious talent. To comprehend the Tao at such a young age is already impressive. I am just glad to be of help to you. Morongi shook his head, seemingly disagreeing with Gu Qingchen's statement. If I could observe and comprehend the Tao while standing by, that would be even better, he silently added in his heart. Saying this, he patted Gu Qingchen on the shoulder and said generously, "During this time, if you need anything, just let me know, and I will immediately go find it for you." In Longdu, not to mention anything else, the name Morong still carries a lot of weight. Gu Qingchen nodded and smiled. "Then I won't be polite with you, Morong brother. I happen to have one thing that I need your help with." Morongi waved his hand grandly. "Brother Gu, just say it. I wonder if Morong brother knows which is the best wine shop in Longdu. After arriving in Longdu, I want to buy some good wine." "Ah, brother Gu, you want to buy wine?" Morong Yi's face showed a look of surprise, as if he hadn't expected this. He paused for a few seconds, then slowly said, "Why not go to my Morong family's wine cellar? It is filled with top-quality aged wines collected by the predecessors of the Morong family who loved to drink, far surpassing ordinary wine shops." Hearing this, Gu Qingchen's eyes suddenly lit up. How did he not think of it? Since they were of royal blood, their resources must be incredibly abundant. A few jars of good wine were nothing. Now, the Qinglian poet should be satisfied. Really? Wouldn't that be a bit too precious? Morong Yi waved his hand nonchalantly. "What does it matter? My father and I don't drink, so it's a waste to keep the wine. It's better to let Brother Gu have a taste." Then I thanked Brother Morong. Outside Longdu Airport, a few people dressed in black trench coats hid among the crowd. One of them took out a phone, dialed a number, and spoke in a grim tone, "Lord Yen, the plan has changed. Morong Jianxin has personally come to the airport. We missed our chance." On the other end of the line, Yen Miatian's somewhat hoarse voice came through. "Don't worry, after Morong Jianxin picks up the passenger, he will leave immediately to support the West. Following that kid, there will be opportunities." The call ended, and the group once again blended into the crowd. In the distance, a plane sliced through the clouds. At Longdu Airport, the airport was bustling with people, crowded like dumplings in a pot, countless individuals jostling at the exit, the noise unending. In the center of the exit stood a middle-aged man, surrounded by everyone, his camera flashing continuously. Although the man had some wrinkles on his face, he still looked handsome. He stood with his eyes closed, his aura sharp, surrounded by a fierce sword energy. In such a bustling environment, no one dared to approach him. "My gosh, is that really Lord Morong Jianxin, one of the 7 emperors? My idol. After living so long, I finally see him in person? A Supreme Realm expert can fly faster than a plane. What is Lord Morong doing at the airport? I heard that the Morong family's prince has finally returned after years of training outside, so Lord Jianxin came to pick him up personally. The Morong family's prince graduated from Long University and has been training for several years. I wonder how strong he is now." Amidst the bustling voices, the plane's door slowly opened. The first to emerge were 3 young people, Gu Qingchen and his companions. Upon seeing them walk out, a smile appeared on Morong Jianxin's face. The surrounding noise erupted again with their appearance. "Wow, is this the son of the Morong family? No way, he's too handsome. What do you know? This is royalty. Lord Jianxin has a heroic spirit, and with his bloodline, how could his son be lacking? Is that his female companion next to him? She's stunning, a beauty that could topple a nation." "She is indeed beautiful, but that bodyguard pulling the suitcase seems a bit rude, walking ahead of royalty. He might get scolded by Lord Jianxin later." Luo Yuli held Gu Qingchen's hand and walked forward, her expression worried as she looked ahead, hesitating. "Qingchen, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Gu Qingchen patted her head, smiling helplessly. "There's no way around it. You saw it just now, I really couldn't refuse him." Saying this, Gu Qingchen also shyly glanced ahead. In front of them, Morong Yi was smiling, one hand on each suitcase, leading the way. The Morong family was truly too enthusiastic. Under the gaze of the crowd, the three walked out of the exit. What greeted their eyes was the warm smile of Morong Jianxin. Looking at the familiar face before him, Morong Yi rushed forward and gave Morong Jianxin a big bear hug. Ha! What is happening? What is this bodyguard doing? This action left all the passengers present dumbfounded. Dad, I'm back, Morong Yi slowly spoke. As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd present instantly fell silent, almost everyone staring blankly ahead, feeling as if their worldview had collapsed. No way! The prince is this person in front, and those two behind. Many passengers showed shocked expressions. To have a figure as noble as a prince personally pay their respects, the identities of those two behind must be terrifying. Morong Jianxin patted his son's back, looking at the luggage of Gu Qingchen beside him, and said softly, "Good boy, well done. It seems that letting you experience the world outside has indeed taught you some things. By the way, I heard that bastard Yen Yeling say that this Gu kid is truly a prodigy, having already comprehended 2 Dao rhythms at the Great Ascension stage. You know what I mean. Whether you can further improve in martial arts this time depends on your own fortune." What? Great Ascension stage? 2 Dao rhythms? Morong Yi's eyebrows jumped, stealing a glance at Gu Qingchen behind him, his gaze suddenly becoming a bit excited, but he quickly calmed down and said, "Dad, I understand. You can rest assured and leave. In this dragon capital, I will definitely serve him to the point of ecstasy." Hearing this, Morong Jianxin looked at his son with a gratified expression. It seems that these years of training have indeed helped this kid grow a lot. Gu Qingchen looked at the slightly aged middle-aged man in front of him. Is this the head of the Morong family? Morong Yi's father? He scratched his head, his gaze becoming somewhat dazed. Coming to Dragon Capital actually led to one of the 7 princes personally picking him up. This is a bit too grand, isn't it? A layer of golden light appeared in Gu Qingchen's eyes. Beneath the golden light, he could feel that the head of the Morong family, like Uncle Yen, had an aura that was terrifying beyond measure. He was already a peak powerhouse at the supreme realm. No wonder he could sit in the royal position and govern the entire Great Xia. However, unlike Uncle Yen, who meticulously honed his killing intent, this prince was surrounded by sharp sword energy, incredibly fierce. If Gu Qingchen guessed correctly, he wanted to forge a sword path of his own, thus achieving the title of martial god. Gu Qingchen took a step forward and slightly bowed. "I have just arrived in Dragon Capital. I am Gu Qingchen, paying my respects to the Sword Emperor." Luo Yuli also stood behind Gu Qingchen, slightly bowing, paying my respects to the Sword Emperor. Unlike other arrogant royal members, this Sword Emperor had truly earned such honor through his realm and military achievements. In the process, he had saved countless citizens of Great Xia and had no idea how many demons had fallen under his sword. This was a respected elder, and it was only right to pay respects. Seeing Gu Qingchen's posture, Morong Jianxin hurriedly stepped forward to help them up. Hey, you two, what are you doing? You are the unparalleled talents of Great Xia and friends of Old Yen, so naturally, you are esteemed guests of the Morong family, no need for formalities. I have fought alongside Old Yen through life and death. Since you call him Uncle Yen, if you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Jian. Morong Jianxin wore a kind smile. Just as Gu Qingchen was about to speak, suddenly, 2 guards stepped out from behind Morong Jianxin and said, "Lord Jianxin, the spatial transmission passage to Naiha has been prepared. Please depart immediately." The spatial transmission passage of Dragon Capital was personally constructed by Yen Yeling, and each use consumed a large amount of rare spatial stones. In non-emergency situations, even the 7 princes could not use it casually. Morong Jianxin sighed, nodded to the back, and showed a regretful expression to Gu Qingchen. "Gu young friend, if it weren't for the current situation at the Great Xia border, I would definitely host you well, but unfortunately, now I can only let my son take care of it." As he spoke, Morong Jianxin took out a set of keys and handed them to Gu Qingchen under his puzzled gaze. "This is a villa located in the central area of Longdu, Gu Xiaoyu. You two can stay here before the school year starts at Long University." Then, he patted Morong Yi's shoulder, gave him a knowing look, and soared into the air, leaving the airport. Just left. Gu Qingchen held the keys in his hand, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. This Sword Emperor, clearly pressed for time, still made an effort to come and pick them up. Gu Qingchen suddenly understood the meaning behind this gesture. Morong Jianxin seemed to be warning some people in Longdu who might want to take action against him. If they wanted to target him and Luo Yuli, many families would have to weigh Morong Jianxin's deterrent power first. To go to this extent, he was indeed considerate. The Morong family, it seemed, was truly a family worth befriending. On the 3rd ring road of Longdu, 2 luxury cars were driving one after the other. Gu Qingchen and his companion were in the front car, while Morong Yi drove the other car behind them. The 2 cars were heading from the airport to the central area of Longdu. At 10 o'clock tonight, there would be an urgent meeting regarding the disappearance of Steward Huan Yu at the headquarters of the Evil Judgment Court in Longdu. The disappearance of a steward was a significant matter. At that time, another governor from Longdu and all the stewards would be present for the meeting. Gu Qingchen had to rush over without delay. The sun slowly set, and the sky gradually darkened. The lights of the tall buildings in Longdu began to illuminate, creating a dazzling display of colors. Various skyscrapers stood tall, like giant beasts reaching for the sky. Looking at the bustling scene before him, Gu Qingchen couldn't help but exclaim, "This truly is the capital of the Great Xia, so prosperous. Nothing like that small place of Guangling." Luo Yuli leaned against Gu Qingchen's shoulder, quietly gazing at the night view outside, her gem-like big eyes reflecting various glimmers. Just as the two were admiring the night scene of Longdu, they failed to notice that the car had already left the original road and had entered an elevated bridge. After traveling a distance, the once sparsely populated bridge suddenly became congested. Gradually, more and more cars filled the space, to the point where movement became nearly impossible. "What's going on?" Gu Qingchen frowned as he looked at the situation ahead. It was already 9:30, and he was about to be late. "Sir, it seems there has been an accident ahead, causing the congestion." The driver's voice was somewhat low. "A traffic jam? At this time, there shouldn't be a jam on the elevated bridge." He looked at the driver with some confusion, only to realize that the driver's face was hidden in the shadow of a blind spot, making it hard to see clearly. "Sir, please wait a moment, I'll go check the situation," the driver said in a muffled tone, about to open the car door to get out. Gu Qingchen frowned slightly, feeling that something was off. He had checked the navigation before leaving. There was no need to go on the elevated bridge to get to Longdu, and not only had the driver taken the elevated bridge, but it was also jammed at this time. He instinctively glanced back and then noticed that Morongyi's car, which had been following behind, had disappeared at some point. His gaze sharpened instantly as he looked at the driver, his tone suddenly cold and devoid of warmth. "You, don't move." The figure of the driver in front immediately froze in place. The next moment, he slowly turned around, a strange smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Gu Qingchen's pupils suddenly contracted, feeling a chill run down his spine. The driver had a completely blank face, utterly featureless. He had no face. There was an assassin. Gu Qingchen's body trembled violently, one hand protecting Luo Yuli behind him, as two Dao rhythms were about to burst forth. But in the next moment, the entire overpass began to shake violently. 5 incredibly sharp and massive slashes pierced through the heavens and the earth, striking towards the luxurious car from 5 different directions simultaneously. The luxurious car that Gu Qingchen was in, along with the entire middle section of the overpass, was completely shattered into pieces. The two sides of the overpass instantly turned into a sea of fire, countless cries and screams mingling with the sounds of car explosions, echoing endlessly. In an instant, the section of the overpass where Gu Qingchen was located, amidst the boundless wails, fell into the river below, accompanied by a rain of blood and severed limbs. Various wreckage fell into the water with loud splashes, stirring up huge waves. In mid-air, layers of blood mist spread out. In the river, there were still many ordinary people who survived the slashes, their eyes filled with panic and fear, struggling and calling for help on the surface of the lake. Gu Qingchen and Luo Yuli also fell into the river under the cover of the immense smoke and dust. The incident happened so suddenly that Luo Yuli's gaze was initially a bit flustered, but feeling Gu Qingchen's strong hand gripping her, a sense of safety arose, and her emotions gradually calmed down. Her lips moved slightly, manipulating the surrounding water elements to create a space for the two of them in the river. "Qingchen, what happened?" "It's an assassin. If I'm not mistaken, they are targeting me. I just don't know if they are spies from the human race or demons lurking in Longdu." Gu Qingchen was surrounded by a scarlet killing intent, and behind him, in the crimson sea of blood, a divine corpse had already been shattered into pieces. He couldn't help but feel a bit horrified. That last slash was indeed terrifying. If he hadn't summoned the Dao rhythm in time to protect the two of them with the divine corpse in the blood sea, they would have likely been severely injured by the previous attack. Then, golden light reflected in his pupils as he looked through the surging lake surface into the air. Through the golden light before him, the bodies of 5 individuals were projected in Gu Qingchen's eyes like a thermal image. Moments later, Gu Qingchen's gaze suddenly turned cold. The 5 individuals above had body structures no different from that of humans. In other words, these 5 were human, and there was a high probability they were spies hidden within the Great Xia. The golden light in Gu Qingchen's eyes intensified as he looked through the bodies of the 5, sensing their internal auras. Within their bodies, the power of heaven and earth had already solidified, a sign of the master realm. His brows furrowed slightly. 5 master-level powerhouses, this was a bit tricky. Above the river, 5 black-clad individuals with thick auras walked through the air, standing with their hands behind their backs, simultaneously gazing at the river below. A slender black-clad man snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, "Tisk, comprehending Tao rhythm at the Great Ascension stage, quite impressive, but now it seems, it's nothing much." Beside the slender man, the faceless driver spoke, "Are you so sure he's dead?" Next to the faceless man stood another black-clad individual, gaunt and positioned at the front, seemingly the leader of the five, who spoke in a hoarse voice, "Faceless, no matter how monstrous he is ultimately just at the Great Ascension stage. How can he withstand our combined attack?" Saying this, he turned his gaze to the man who had just spoken, instructing, "Time is of the essence, Black Phoenix, go confirm whether the target is dead. Alive, we want to see him. Dead, we want to see the corpse. Don't let this kid escape amidst the chaos." Black Phoenix clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. With so many severed limbs in the river, what if he's been cut into pieces? How am I supposed to find him? The gaunt man spoke slowly under pressure. "It's simple, just find his head and bring it back." The slender figure in black hesitated for a moment before nodding, his muscles trembling slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he leaped directly onto the surface of the river. "Damn it, why do I have to do all the dirty and tiring work?" he complained, black feathers emerging from his body, enveloping him as he prepared to dive into the river. Just then, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked at the river's surface, and he felt a chill spreading over him. At some point, the Mi Luo River, which flowed beneath him straight to the sea, had been completely stained a deep crimson. It had turned into a river of blood. In his perception, this realm was entirely shrouded in a pure killing intent that enveloped everything. The four people above him also felt a slight tremor in their pupils. This aura was too profound, its coverage too vast, completely enveloping this world. Even as masters, they could feel the sharp killing intent here, as if it would slice them into pieces. Even more bizarrely, in the center of this blood-red river, behind the Black Phoenix, a frail peach tree had appeared without anyone noticing. The moment the peach tree appeared, the figures of those present trembled simultaneously. A thought arose in their minds. This peach tree, touching it would mean death. "Black Phoenix, be careful behind you," a master shouted from midair, simultaneously forming a seal with his hands. Masters could already skillfully control the power of heaven and earth. A thick bolt of lightning shot down from the sky, crashing down on the frail peach tree. The expression of the master turned grim. Under the impact of the lightning, the peach tree, formed from killing intent, not only remained intact but its blossoms became even more delicate and vibrant. The few remaining peach blossoms on the tree slowly drifted towards the Black Phoenix. As the petals floated towards him, in the terrified gaze of the slender man, the peach blossoms felt like they faced no obstruction, passing through his body and gently landing on the surface of the blood river. However, these pink peach blossoms had already been stained blood red. Below the peach tree, the Black Phoenix's body froze in place, his face suddenly contorting as if he were enduring immense pain. In the next second, he exploded like a flesh and blood cannonball, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Countless pieces of flesh scattered across the river's surface, creating large ripples. A master had fallen. But before the other masters could react, another wave of extreme killing intent surged forth. "Retreat!" the leader shouted, and a torrent of spiritual power surged towards the river, propelling the four of them to quickly dodge upwards into the air. Just where they had been standing, a massive divine corpse suddenly rose from the blood river, clapping its hands as if to shatter mountains, the sound deafening. Gu Qingchen broke through the water's surface, holding a branch of peach blossoms, his gaze sharp, and a cold voice echoed through the heavens and earth. "5 masters, you foreign dogs really do think highly of me. But fortunately, there are only 4 left now." As he spoke, Gu Qingchen lightly pointed with the peach blossom branch. In the blood-soaked river, towering divine corpses rose from the ground, their hollow eyes fixated on the remaining 4, as if they were staring at the dead. At an intersection beneath the overpass, Moroni was covered in wounds, drenched in blood. But fortunately, the wounds were not deep enough to be fatal. On the ground in front of Moroni lay 2 bodies. One was the driver, and the other was his bodyguard. "Lord Moron, I just verified the identity, and the driver's identity doesn't match. The originally arranged driver has probably been killed by them." Another guard, covered in blood but still able to move, reported to him. "Immediately request support from the family and the Demon Judgment Court. There are spies appearing, ask them to rush here as quickly as possible." His gaze was somewhat gloomy, he had nearly met his end. This driver actually possessed the strength of a peak Great Ascension realm. During the journey, he deliberately changed the route, separating himself from Gu Qingchen. When he inquired, the driver suddenly attacked. If it weren't for the guard blocking the blow, he would have likely been dead by now. Moroni's pupils were filled with rage, ready to burst forth. He never expected that these lackeys of the demon clan would be so audacious, striking as soon as his father left. He wondered how things were going on Gu's side. This assassination was likely aimed at Gu. he was merely a bystander. The pressure Gu was under must be much greater than his own. At least there was one master-level expert involved. He must go help immediately. Gritting his teeth against the intense pain, he got back into the driver's seat and started the car. As he drove towards the overpass, he dialed Morong Jianxin's number. Demon Judgment Court, Longdu Headquarters. In the conference hall of the Demon Judgment Court headquarters, the clock had already passed 10 o'clock at night. 9 stewards and 1 governor sat in the conference hall, their expressions somewhat impatient. Today was the day another governor arrived in Longdu, and it was also the day to discuss the recent frequent disappearances in the Great Xia. Yet, despite this meeting being initiated by this governor, who was late, everyone else had arrived. Governor Xia, how long until the other governor arrives? We've been waiting for 10 minutes, and he hasn't responded to messages in the group. Has he completely forgotten about this matter? Finally, a slightly impatient steward spoke up in the conference hall. Exactly, just arrived in Longdu and already acting like a leader before officially taking office? He's just a director who was promoted from a small place. What's there to be arrogant about? Several stewards chimed in agreement. Hearing the discussions below, Governor Xia frowned and spoke with some anger. Shut up. Mind your identities. The governor appointed by Director Yen is not someone you can casually criticize. That said, the long wait had also left a hint of irritation on Governor Xia's face. Hearing Governor Xia's reprimand, several stewards still looked somewhat disgruntled and wanted to say something, but suddenly, an urgent ringing echoed in the conference hall. Ding ding ding, it was the emergency report bell of Longdu ringing. Hello? This is the Demon Judgment Court. A steward answered the phone, but the next second, his voice suddenly rose. What? There's an assassination attempt on the new governor in the Miro district, and preliminary estimates suggest participants include master-level experts? Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily stunned, then their expressions turned grave. The master level is already a powerful being capable of skillfully controlling some of the forces of heaven and earth. Any action, if not restricted, could lead to large-scale casualties. With master-level involvement, it could not simply be classified as an assassination within the Demon Judgment Court. When a master acts in a densely populated city, whether intentionally or unintentionally, it usually results in a massacre. Moreover, the target of this assassination was the newly appointed governor of Longdu. This was tantamount to slapping the face of the Demon Judgment Court headquarters. Governor Xiao's expression suddenly darkened as he pointed at the two below and said, "You two, stay on standby. The rest of you, come with me to the Miro district for support." With that, Governor Xia stepped directly out of the window, soaring into the air and rushing towards the Miro district at an incredible speed. Behind him, 7 attendants closely followed. He silently prayed in his heart. This newly appointed governor must not die in this assassination just after arriving in Longdu. Otherwise, how would he explain it to Director Yen? Longdu, Miro District. Looking down at the towering corpses of several gigantic deities and the scene of a companion exploding into pieces, the faces of the 4 were not looking good. The withered man at the forefront couldn't help but exclaim, "What a terrifying aura of slaughter. No wonder Lord Yen has such a strong killing intent towards him. It's a pity, he's still just at the great ascension stage. Although he can unleash such a terrifying aura, it must take a tremendous toll on him. He probably doesn't have much strength left to continue using it." As if to confirm the words of the withered man, in the blood river, after the petals fell, the terrifying peach tree completely withered and vanished from sight. The group immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But below them, dozens of deity corpses that had just risen from the blood river were already attacking them. Faceless, what should we do about his giant golden body? The master who had just used electric shocks spoke up. With the might of the 4 of us masters, we can break it head on. As long as we shatter this giant golden body, he will have no more tricks up his sleeve. Saying this, the faceless man took a deep breath, aimed at a deity corpse reaching out towards him, and suddenly closed his palms. The air between heaven and earth rapidly contracted, and the space was instantly compressed to the extreme, turning into a terrifying pressure that crashed down on the deity corpse below. The corpse was immediately covered in countless cracks, about to shatter. The master who had unleashed the lightning continued to chant incantations, and thunder roared. One terrifying bolt of lightning after another descended from the sky, continuously striking the body of the deity corpse. In an instant, all the deity corpses were covered in fine cracks. The master's face immediately showed joy. The next moment, his expression suddenly became solemn as he prostrated towards the sky and shouted, "Thunder God, assist me." In that instant, a bolt of terrifying lightning as thick as a tall building crashed down, enveloping all the deity corpses on the verge of shattering. Under the baptism of the lightning, dozens of deity corpses exploded with a loud bang. At the same time, Gu Qingchen, who had been hiding among the deity corpses, was exposed to everyone's sight. "Kill!" A master shouted loudly, just about to step forward when he suddenly felt a terrifying pulling force coming from above. In the sky, a solitary setting sun floated ominously. A voice declared, "I am the governor of the evil judgment office of the Great Xia Longdu. According to the laws of the Great Xia, those who betray the Great Xia shall be treated as traitors and killed without mercy. Now, in this Longdu, those who rebel shall face the death penalty." The pupils of the four suddenly widened, feeling an overwhelming chill rising from their feet. This kid has actually comprehended more than one aura. A boy not yet 20 has comprehended 2 auras? How is that possible? Moreover, there was no mention of this in the intelligence report on Song Ji-yoon. In the horrified gazes of the group, the setting sun above the boy began to spin rapidly. From the heavens, a myriad of silver light descended. The boy's eyes also flashed with silver light as he stared at the 4 masters above, his lips slightly moving as he slowly uttered 2 words, "Peerless." The moment the boy spoke these 2 words, the pulling force of the setting sun in the sky became even more terrifying. The 4 masters felt as if struck by lightning, realizing that this force was utterly irresistible, and they could only allow it to pull them toward the setting sun. At the same time, all 4 sensed a terrifying aura, completely different from before, had firmly locked onto them. The setting sun in midair slowly descended, accompanied by a tremendous, terrifying suction, enveloping the 4 in a dark yellow twilight. Under this immense pull, it seemed as if time itself had become distorted. Before them appeared a dim road, one that had no end, stretching endlessly into the distance. Cold and lonely, their minds were blank, unable to think or act, and they could only instinctively move forward without pause. Each heart was filled with intense despair. As they walked, it felt as if time had drifted by for millions of years. In the cracks of this time, they saw a void of silver light drifting around them. At this moment, the setting sun in the sky had already merged into Gu Qingchen's body. Gu Qingchen held a phantom spear formed from the condensed aura, its tip pointing to the sky, his expression solemn as he said, "This spear will change the colors of heaven and earth." In an instant, the wind and clouds changed dramatically. A figure flashed beneath the vast sky. When they looked back, Gu Qingchen had already appeared behind the 4 masters. He retracted the phantom spear formed from the aura, exhaling a long breath of turbid air, and softly spoke, "3 traitors are dead on the spot, 1 traitor is severely injured and awaiting trial, execution will follow immediately." Execution complete. The next moment, a terrifying sonic boom echoed in the sky. A massive wave of air and sound surged toward the entire Mi-luo district like a tidal wave. In the tall buildings of Mi-luo district, all the glass shattered one after another like balloons in the sound wave. On the sides of the overpass, where the battle had not yet reached, countless citizens covered their ears in pain, yet could not stop the blood from flowing from their ears. Above the sky, a long crack tore through the thick dark clouds, ripping the air and leaving a chasm like an abyss in midair. It was as if the heavens were being opened. Watching this miraculous scene, the crowds on both sides endured the intense pain in their ears and slowly looked up. They gazed at the boy in the sky as if looking at the heavens. As Gu Qingchen exhaled the turbid breath, behind him, each of the 4 felt a dense blood mist erupt from their bodies. Just before death, the 4 finally realized. The flow of time had not slowed down at all, and this aura did not involve the power of time. They had not been bound by that setting sun. The reason for everything was simply that this boy was too fast. So fast that their bodies and consciousness had created the illusion that time was slowing down. This spear was terrifying beyond measure. After understanding everything, the Thunder Master's head was directly pierced and shattered by the spear tip, his headless corpse slowly falling. The faceless man's face kept changing, his dantian had been pierced, and he desperately tried to cover the wound with his hands, attempting to stop the breath from leaking out wildly, but it was futile. The withered man had a huge blood hole in his chest, and dark blood gushed out like a waterfall. These 3 had rapidly lost their lives and could no longer speak. Only the last master remained, his legs pierced and vanished by Gu Qingchen's spear, blood flowing profusely from the severed ends. Although severely injured, his life force had not yet extinguished. He stared blankly at the space below his body, where, apart from the flowing blood, there was only emptiness. Then, he let out a bitter laugh, as if resigning to fate, a look of despair appearing on his face as he allowed himself to plummet from the sky. He crashed heavily onto the surface of the broken bridge, blood splattering everywhere. Then he looked at the pale-faced boy, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, as he slowly walked toward him. In the western part of the Great Xia, on the outskirts of a city, a massive crystal tower stood tall. Surrounding the tower were hundreds of Great Xia soldiers, more than half of whom were drenched in blood, clearly suffering from serious injuries. At this moment, they gazed silently at the crystal tower, hope shining in their eyes. Today was the day when one of the 7 emperors, the Sword Emperor, a supreme powerhouse, would come to the western part of Great Xia to provide support. Many soldiers' eyes sparkled with glimmers of hope. Just then, a sudden blue light erupted from the top of the crystal tower, dazzling and brilliant. Following the light, a middle-aged man, exuding sword energy, appeared atop the tower. As soon as the man appeared, the soldiers below erupted in ecstatic cheers, their voices rising like waves. The invasion of the demon clan had caused great distress to the western border of Great Xia, and countless soldiers had already lost their lives in battle. The arrival of this sword emperor meant that the days of war in the west were about to come to an end, and all demons invading Great Xia would undoubtedly perish under this man's sword. This man was one of the 7 leaders of Great Xia, a supreme realm powerhouse. The gazes of the 100 soldiers below instantly became fervent. Feeling the adoring looks from the soldiers below, Morong Jianxin was about to speak when his phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw that the caller was Morong Yi, and his heart sank. Just as he had left, he received a call from his son, and an ominous premonition surged within him. He quickly answered the call, and just as he was about to ask, Morong Yi's urgent voice came through first. "Dad, you need to come back quickly. Our convoy was ambushed." 4 masters. On the phone, Morong Yi was panting heavily, utterly exhausted. "What? 4 masters?" Upon hearing this, the man's expression changed dramatically, his voice trembling uncontrollably. It should be known that masters are the strongest in martial arts, capable of serving as governors of provinces in Great Xia. Even within the royal family, cultivating a master is no easy task. And to send out 4 masters for an assassination, the demon clan must be determined to eliminate that monstrous young man. His expression suddenly turned grave as he urgently said into the phone, "Send him a message. Tell him to use all means to escape as much as possible, for masters are not something he can handle. Hold on for 5 minutes, I'll be back immediately," he said, his hand moving swiftly as a purple-black gem, glowing with a deep light, appeared in his palm. Each of these space stones is incredibly precious, requiring yeling a year to refine 3 to 4 of them. Therefore, the approval for each space stone is extremely strict. Even for the 7 emperors, usually only one can be approved in a year. But since yeling is his brother, during this trip to the west, he directly gave him 2. One for reaching the west to provide support, and the other for dealing with emergencies. Just as he was about to insert the space stone into the energy slot of the crystal tower, his hand suddenly trembled. Below the crystal tower, countless fervent gazes from the soldiers surrounded him, many of whom were already covered in wounds. This indicated that the demon clan had completely infiltrated Great Xia. If he left like this, by the time he returned, perhaps only a few of the 100 present would still have intact corpses to find. These were soldiers fighting to protect Great Xia with their lives, having left their families to come to the battlefield. Would he really abandon their lives like this? Moreover, at this moment, he bore the intense hope for life from each of them. Morong Jianxin took a deep breath, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then his expression suddenly became resolute. If he stayed here, even if he could resolve this wave of demon invasion today and save this group of people, it would not fundamentally cure the current situation of Great Xia. The young man, at the Great Ascension stage, comprehended 2 paths of rhythm. With the body of a youth and the strength of one, he slaughtered hundreds of thousands of demon clans. How many years has it been since such a peerless talent emerged in the Great Xia? If that young man dies, then the greatest hope for the Great Xia to break through the blockade of the 4 clans will truly be lost. As the leader of the entire Great Xia, he must prioritize the bigger picture. Just as Morong Jianxin made up his mind, a terrifying sonic boom suddenly erupted from the phone. Following that, there was a series of shattering glass sounds and the chaotic noise of electricity. Morong Jianxin's expression immediately tensed, and he spoke urgently, "Hello, Morong Yi, speak. What happened?" But there was no response from the phone for a long time. His face darkened suddenly, and he flipped his palm, about to throw the spatial stone into the energy slot. Just then, Morong Yi's voice suddenly came through the phone. His tone seemed to have completely relaxed, filled with immense shock. "Dad, it seems you don't need to come anymore. Gu brother seems to have killed all 4 of those masters." "What?" Morong Jianxin's expression froze. What kind of joke is this? That young man, with his own strength, killed all 4 masters? His tone suddenly became serious as he spoke urgently into the phone. "Morong Yi, this matter concerns Gu Qingqian's safety. How can you treat it lightly?" Morong Yi's tone was somewhat dazed. "But Dad, those masters really seem to be dead. Gu brother left one alive, and he's being interrogated. You can see for yourself." Saying this, a video was sent from the other side. Morong Jianxin frowned and opened the video. In the somewhat blurry footage, 4 powerful figures flying in the air fell like birds with broken wings, their bodies covered in blood. 3 of them had already lost their life force, and the remaining one had both legs severed, losing the ability to fight. Behind them stood a handsome young man in mid-air. Above him, the sky seemed to have been torn open with a huge rift. Upon seeing this scene, Morong Jianxin's gaze instantly became vacant. the urgent shouts from the phone were automatically muted in his mind. Those were 4 masters. This young man was clearly only at the Great Ascension stage. Is this reasonable? On the broken bridge, Gu Qingqian's face was pale, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, slowly moving forward to stand before the master. He stepped on the chest of the last surviving master, his tone cold. I ask, you answer. If I am satisfied with your answer, I can give you a quick end. Otherwise, the methods of the tribunal towards traitors, I believe you have heard of. First question, why did you betray the great Xia and abandon the human race? The master spat out a mouthful of blood, knowing he could not survive today, and disdainfully glanced at Gu Qingqian, a hint of a mad smile on his face. The lifespan of human race masters is only a little over 300 years, but serving the alien races can earn their rewards, greatly extending lifespan while gaining power unmatched by humans. Gu Qingqian frowned slightly. Just because of this? You can betray the entire human race? Ha, of course not. A genius like you must know what situation the great Xia is in now, right? Saying this, the master extended a finger from his left hand and weakly waved it at Gu Qingqian. Within a year, the great Xia will surely collapse completely, becoming a breeding ground for the alien races, and all the people on the land of the great Xia will become food for the aliens. Good ministers choose the right trees to perch on. What is wrong with my choice? I see you have extraordinary talent, able to fight 5 masters at the Great Ascension stage. Let me go, join the organization, and your future will surely be brilliant. How about it? A year, you really dare to say that? Gu Qingqian's pupils suddenly constricted, and with a surge of strength, he directly tore off the entire left arm of the person. On the broken bridge, the heart-wrenching scream of the master echoed. Gu Qingqian coldly stared at the person with the severed arm beneath him and said in a deep voice, I ask, you answer. No need for you to say more. Second question, which foreign clan is your family serving? Under Gu Qingqian's attack, the master shot a resentful glance at him but remained silent. Gu Qingqian snorted coldly and kicked the master away. Since he couldn't extract the information, he would hand this person over to the tribunal. Seeing that the battle on the lake had calmed down, an ice pillar rose from the lake, connecting directly to the broken bridge. Luo Yuli lightly leaped from the ice pillar and landed beside Gu Qingqian, just about to ask a question. At that moment, Gu Qingqian's abdomen twisted, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, kneeling on both knees. Qingqian, are you okay? Luo Yuli's face turned anxious, and a green light quickly appeared in her hand, pressing against Gu Qingqian's back, trying to heal him. Gu Qingqian spat out another mouthful of blood, revealing a bitter smile. I'm fine, it's just the aftereffects of using the Tao rhythm, an old problem. It will be fine after a while. This was the backlash he suffered after the anomaly in the Tao rhythm was shattered, not only damaging his mental strength but also reflecting onto his physical body. Fortunately, it hadn't harmed his foundation. That was originally the corpse of a deity, and by using the Tao rhythm to control it, after it shattered, it could gradually be pieced back together with the flow of blood. Uncle Yen was right. Unlike the place in Guanling, Longdu indeed harbored hidden talents. They actually dispatched 5 masters to assassinate him at once. Only the families above could cultivate so many master-level experts simultaneously. There was indeed a traitor among the higher-ups. Gu Qingqian's eyes suddenly became deep. As soon as he arrived in Longdu, these families had already given him a lesson. If he hadn't drunk the cuckoo wine given by Li Taibai in Guangling, raising his realm to the peak of the Great Ascension, he might have had to pull out the Dragon Gall today. But at that time, who knows how many chain reactions it would have triggered. Just as Gu Qingqian was lost in thought, a sound of breaking air suddenly came from afar. A powerful figure, dressed in the uniform of the evil demon tribunal, flew rapidly from the distance. Behind him followed several other martial artists in the same uniform. The group quickly swept into the air, looking around in confusion, unsure of what to do. The battle had already ended? The leading figure scratched his head in puzzlement, staring at the several corpses below, bewildered. What is going on here? Governor Xia looked up at the sky in confusion. A massive crack pierced through the thick black clouds. In the air lingered an unknown terrifying aura, of a very high level. The Mi Luo River beneath them was littered with severed limbs, indicating that the previous battle had been extremely fierce, resulting in many civilian casualties. He surveyed the surroundings, his expression grave. Where were the 4 master-level experts who came to assassinate? Had they successfully completed their mission and left? It had only been 2 minutes from receiving the assassination report to his full-speed arrival here. This was too clean and efficient. Then, his gaze slightly sank. In the center of the broken bridge stood a boy and a girl. The boy's face was pale, his clothes stained with blood. He should be the survivor of this assassination attempt, while the girl behind him was healing him. he could ask him what had just happened on the scene. Governor Xia was just about to take people down to ask questions when he saw the young man raise his head first, a hint of apology on his face as he said, "Sorry, everyone, the incident happened suddenly, and tonight's meeting may have to be temporarily cancelled." As soon as these words were spoken, the stewards of the Demon Judgment Court froze, their expressions becoming somewhat tense. They all looked towards Gu Qingchen, their faces wary. The information within the Demon Judgment Court was highly confidential, and the meeting time was not to be leaked. How did this young man know that there was a meeting taking place at the court tonight? Governor Xia narrowed his eyes. "Who are you?" Looking at the wary expressions of the people above, Gu Qingchen suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing what was happening. He scratched his head and continued, "Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Gu Qingchen, the newly appointed governor of the Demon Judgment Court." This young man is the governor? In midair, several stewards exchanged glances, their expressions inscrutable. Oldly, he says he is the governor. What do you think? Do you think it's possible? Governor Xia has already reached the age of reason this year, and he is considered one of the youngest governors in the Great Xia. How old is this boy? He must be a bit stressed. What else can I think? He was just scared silly by that scene. The real governor was assassinated. A master-level expert made a move, causing his consciousness to become a bit disordered. We'll take him and the injured to the hospital for treatment. Just as the stewards above were discussing in low voices, the young man below suddenly pulled out a red jade stone from his bosom. The appearance of the red jade silenced the discussion. The steward's eyes widened in surprise. This really is the governor. Seeing the red jade is like seeing the governor. It can now be confirmed 100% that this young man is indeed the governor himself. They had long heard Director Yen mention that the new governor was relatively young. But this is just too young, right? He clearly looks like a high school student, at most a college student. How could he look like a governor? Governor Xia was also astonished. This young man was indeed the newly appointed governor. Truly, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. However, after being a governor for so many years and handling numerous affairs in Longdu, he felt that his psychological endurance was quite good. He took a deep breath to calm the shock in his heart and introduced himself to the young man. "My name is Xia Duqing, and I am another governor of Longdu. I just received a report that 4 master-level experts attempted to assassinate you. What is the situation now? Have those 4 masters retreated?" Xia Duqing's expression was extremely serious. "Oh, you mean those assassins? They are right over there," Gu Qingchen said, pointing to the 3 incomplete corpses on the broken bridge in front of him. "By the way, it's not 4, but 5, all traitors of the Great Xia. According to the rules of the court, in urgent situations, one can execute first and report later. I have already executed 4 of these 5 masters and left 1 alive here. I would trouble Governor Xia to take him back to the Demon Judgment Court for a thorough interrogation." Gu Qingchen's tone was calm, as if he were narrating a trivial matter. "Ha, all killed?" Everyone slowly looked in the direction the young man was pointing. Following Gu Qingchen's finger, they finally noticed that there was still a living person lying in front of the young man. However, this person had only 1 arm left, and their breath was so weak it could be ignored. Behind this person lay 3 other corpses, each with fatal wounds. Among the corpses, there was evidently a liquid form of spiritual energy slowly flowing out, undoubtedly from master-level experts. The stewards behind him had their eyes widened to the extreme, their mouths agape, nearly dislocating their jaws. Even Xia Duqing's expression twisted, looking at Gu Qingchen as if he were a monster. "Did you do this all by yourself?" He spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. "Yeah, and there's still a master's corpse in this river. If you don't mind the trouble, you can try to fish it out." Gu Qingchen nodded and added from the side. Hearing the boy's response, everyone gasped in shock. This was 5 masters. After all, even if they were brought to any family, they would become a terrifying force. Yet, this boy had single-handedly killed them all. What was even more terrifying was that the boy's tone was so calm, as if he hadn't just killed 5 powerful masters, but had merely slaughtered 5 chickens or ducks. The city of Shadu felt a tremor in its brain. After a moment of calm, he took a deep breath again and instructed a steward behind him, "Take this person back to the death row for treatment and interrogation. The rest of you, clean up the mess, confirm the casualties among the civilians, and notify the hospital to come for rescue." At this moment, in Longdu, in a dark underground room, in the shadows of the basement, dozens of children and women huddled on the ground, their clothes disheveled, their faces filled with fear. In front of them, a man with a severed arm was bound to a cross, blood streaming from his body, his breath weak. The man's injuries were severe, and he occasionally coughed up blood, which slid down his chin onto his chest, staining his entire body red. In front of the man with the severed arm, there was a huge pool of blood, reeking with a foul stench, countless human bones floating within. In the darkness, the cry of a 4 or 5-year-old girl echoed. "Mommy, it's so dark and smelly here, I'm so scared, I don't want to stay here. When can we go out?" Beside the little girl, a woman covered in blood tightly held her child, her voice trembling as she comforted her. "Don't be afraid, Mommy is here. Just wait a little longer, the uncles from the court will come to save us soon." This mother kept comforting the little girl, but the girl continued to cry and fuss. The man with the severed arm slightly turned his head, enduring the pain, and spoke gently. "Xiaozhou, be good. Let's listen to Mommy and stop crying. The uncles from the court will be here soon. Can we wait a little longer? After we get out, Uncle will buy you the latest Barbie doll." Hearing about the Barbie doll, the little girl wiped her eyes, clearly skeptical, but she had stopped crying. "Uncle Huangyu, you always say that. How long until the uncles from the court come?" Huangyu forced a smile, about to speak, but a man's voice came from outside the basement first. "Unfortunately, the uncles from the court won't find this place. Here, there are only the uncles from the demon clan. No Barbie dolls, but I can send you on your way." Immediately after, the iron door of the basement was kicked open with a loud bang, and Song Ji-yoon slowly walked in from outside. Upon seeing this figure, Huang Yu's expression changed drastically, and the body on the cross twisted, roaring. "Song Ji-yoon, stop. What do you want?" Song Ji-yoon glanced at Huang Yu and said, "What else could I want?" "Of course, to feed those few supreme beings." As he spoke, Song Ji-yoon approached the little girl with a sinister smile, grabbing her braid and preparing to drag her towards the blood pool. "No, please, don't touch my daughter. I can die in her place." Seeing her daughter being dragged away, despair instantly filled the mother's face. She pleaded while desperately clinging to Song Ji-yoon's pant leg, trying to stop his advance. Under the immense pull, the mother's nails broke off at the roots, blood flowing profusely, yet she still did not let go. Feeling the resistance behind him, Song Ji-yoon's expression turned impatient, and his face hardened. "Since you want to die so badly, then I'll grant you that." With a loud bang, Song Ji-yoon kicked the mother's head violently. The woman was struck as if by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, her entire body collapsing to the ground, breathless. "Mom, you bad person, don't hit Mom," the little girl cried out in anguish. Song Ji-yoon curled his lip, indifferent. "Kids are really annoying." Amid the little girl's heart-wrenching screams, the two were thrown into the blood pool together. The blood pool splashed up large amounts of blood. As soon as they fell into the blood, thousands of sharp spikes erupted from the water, completely piercing their bodies. Countless blood flowers burst open, and in an instant, the little girl fell silent. Watching this terrifying scene, the remaining survivors in the crowd began to sob in despair. After completing this series of actions, Song Ji-yoon exhaled, a smile on his face, and slowly walked in front of Huang Yu, extending his hand to gently pat Huang Yu's face. "Huang Yu, oh Huang Yu, you say we were once colleagues. Even if our positions are different, why make such a fuss? It's all your fault for insisting on helping that bastard named Gu Qingchen. Not only did you ruin my meridians, but you also had to follow me. Now look, a dignified steward, ending up dead in a place like this. To put it bluntly, he's just a bastard who hasn't even grown hair yet, wanting to oppose the entire foreign race. Ha, a dreamer." Huang Yu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the man, spitting a mouthful of saliva onto his face. "As a member of the evil demon tribunal, you should maintain peace in the Great Xia and eliminate foreign races and demonic paths. As long as your heart is with the Great Xia, thinking of the Great Xia, and your strength is sufficient, what does it matter if he is a youth? Don't forget, who destroyed all your meridians? Now using the temporary meridians of the demon race must be uncomfortable, right?" As he spoke, a mocking expression appeared on Huang Yu's face. Upon hearing the words about his meridians being ruined, Song Ji-yoon's face suddenly twisted. He wiped the bloodied saliva from his face, his expression contorted, and punched Huang Yu hard in the abdomen. Ugh! With this punch, Huang Yu felt his whole body start to convulse, blood continuously spewing from his mouth. His breath weakened once more. Looking at Huang Yu's miserable state, Song Ji-yoon let out a hissing laugh. "Don't worry, there's still your life fire in the tribunal. I can't kill you just yet." "But do you think only the Yin family is involved at this point?" "No, the waters here run much deeper than you imagine. Even that bastard kid will be easily wiped out. If nothing unexpected happens, that kid should come to accompany you soon, but it should be in the form of a corpse." Upon hearing this, Huang Yu's pupils widened in shock, hoarsely asking, "What do you mean by that?" Looking at Huang Yu's disheveled appearance, Song Ji-yoon felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart, laughing loudly. "Let me tell you the truth, that kid arrived in Longdu today, and the Yin family has already sent 5 assassins to kill him. And these 5 masters are not just any masters. Do you think he can survive?" Huang Yu's face instantly turned pale. 5 masters, even that youth would surely be facing a life and death situation. As he spoke, Song Ji-yoon glanced at the watch in his hand, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. At this point, the person monitoring the news should be back. Just as Song Ji-yoon finished speaking, hurried footsteps were heard from outside. A figure opened the basement door, looking terrified, and urgently said, "Lord Yen just issued an emergency order. The blood pool's location has changed. You must evacuate immediately." Upon hearing this news, the smile on Song Ji-yoon's face froze for a moment, his expression turning serious as he furrowed his brows and said, "Evacuate? Why? The blood pool just moved a month ago, it can't have been exposed so quickly." The figure spoke in a panicked tone, his expression horrified, saying something shocking. "The 5 masters sent by the Yen family to assassinate have all been wiped out by that youth alone. Failed to assassinate the governor. The court will likely recall most of the elders and launch a carpet search in Longdu. We must evacuate immediately." The figures across from each other froze in expression. On the cross, Huang Yu's face was filled with shock. Could a single youth really annihilate 5 masters? The last time they met, he had just entered the Great Ascension realm not long ago. This was truly terrifying. After a moment, disregarding the presence of Song Ji-yoon beside him, Huang Yu burst into hearty laughter. This was indeed an unparalleled prodigy. What fear did the other races have? Even if he were to die, so long as this youth remained, the future of the Great Xia would surely be bright. Meanwhile, Sang Ji-yeon looked as if he had seen a ghost, the terrifying memories of the day his meridians were destroyed flooding back to him, his face filled with deep shock and fear. One person annihilating 5 masters. How could this be possible? Those 5 masters were the core strength of the Yen family. Coupled with the curse power of the demon race, those 5 had already surpassed ordinary masters. Yet they still perished at the hands of a little brat who had just comprehended the Tao rhyme in the Great Ascension realm. Such a terrifying achievement made his body tremble uncontrollably with fear. After a long while, he slowly regained his composure and said with a deeply resentful tone, "Let's go, immediately." In Longdu, in the Mi-luo district, the sky was already pitch black, but there were strong lights flashing in the Mi-luo district, as if it were daytime. At this moment, at the broken bridge of the Mi-luo River, the summer capital was methodically directing the rescue operations. Various healing blessings flickered on the bridge, healing the injured patients. Members of the evil demon tribunal also arrived one after another, beginning to clear the scene. Below the summer capital, several stewards were preparing to carry away a master who had only one arm left, ready to take him back for questioning. In the distance, a large convoy from the Morong family was transporting that prodigious youth away from the scene, heading towards the central area. The incident occurred suddenly, and under the arrangement of that youth, tonight's meeting was postponed to tomorrow morning. Watching the youth's departing figure, the summer capital shook his head helplessly. This newly appointed young governor was indeed too reckless. In the battle with those 5 masters, he had sustained serious injuries, yet he insisted on not going to the hospital, saying that a night's sleep would suffice. A night's sleep would suffice? What was the hospital for then? Was the thought process of a prodigy really this peculiar? Truly absurd. In Longdu, in the city center, 2 luxury cars slowly stopped outside a massive building. Following the cars were several extended trucks, seemingly transporting something. Leading the way, Morong-yi quickly got out of the car and opened the door for the vehicle behind him. Tonight, his gaze was exceptionally resolute. The door opened, and Gu Qingchen led Luo Yuli out, looking up at the scene before him. The sight left Gu Qingchen momentarily stunned. Facing Morong-yi, he pointed in confusion at the tall building ahead and asked, "Morong brother, what is this?" Before Gu Qingchen stood a massive black villa. From the exterior, the entire villa was 5 stories high, the black bricks resembling armor, and on the top floor, a semi-open swimming pool was embedded in the floor-to-ceiling windows. In the darkness, this enormous building resembled a giant, cold warrior, exuding a sharp metallic sheen, akin to a massive black castle from the medieval era. Morong-yi, covered in injuries and looking somewhat weak, still smiled as he replied, "Brother Gu, this is the residence the Morong family has prepared for you in Longdu. In the very center of Longdu, it's convenient to go to Long University or the tribunal headquarters. You can stay for a few days, and if you are satisfied, this property will be gifted to you and your wife. If you're not satisfied, the Morong family has more than a dozen similar villas in the center of Longdu. I can take you to choose another one later." Sent me away? Gu Qingchen's eyes widened in surprise, his throat rolling. This is a villa in the central area of Longdu, where every inch is worth its weight in gold, and it's just given to me? Gu Qingchen spoke with a somewhat complicated tone. "Morong brother, may I ask a question? How much is this villa worth in this location?" Morong-yi waved his hand dismissively, looking unconcerned. "Oh, it's not worth much, just feel free to live here." He rested his chin in thought for a moment. "If you really want a number, not to make you laugh, I remember it should be around 300 million dasha coins. 300 million? As soon as these words were spoken, not only was Gu Qingchen stunned in place, but even Luo Yuli was a bit dazed. A house worth 300 million dasha coins, is this really long due? Truly worthy of the royal family, to just give away 300 million like that? It's a bit exaggerated. If Gu Xiaoyu knew she could get a house worth 300 million for free, she would probably faint from excitement. Before Gu Qingchen could react, Morongyi continued with a smile. By the way, the good wine you wanted earlier, I had someone bring it from the Morong family's wine cellar. However, there are quite a few wines in the cellar, so I had them bring the highest quality ones. Saying this, Morongyi snapped his fingers towards the back. Several long trucks followed behind, and a few warriors began unloading boxes from the vehicles. The boxes seemed to be made of a special metal material, gleaming silver, clearly expensive. If the metal boxes are like this, one can imagine how extravagant the contents inside would be. Go, help Gu brother put these wines in the villa's ice cellar. With Morongyi's command, the warriors on the truck began to orderly carry the boxes into the villa. In no time, dozens of boxes were moved into the villa. Gu Qingchen was astonished. He had only mentioned it on the plane, and now it was personally delivered? The Morong family really responds to his every request. Morong brother, this is too. Before Gu Qingchen could finish, Morongyi patted his shoulder and interrupted with a smile. It's getting late, and you have a meeting tomorrow morning, so I won't disturb your rest. With that, Morongyi got into a sedan and left at lightning speed, leaving the two of them standing there in a daze. Entering the villa, the luxurious hall was visible at a glance. Between the corridors, intricate light fixtures emitted a warm glow. Passing through the spacious corridor on the first floor, the second and third floors were the bedroom areas. Gu Qingchen held Luo Yuli's small hand as they wandered around the villa, but for some reason, Luo Yuli looked a bit nervous, her body somewhat stiff. However, Gu Qingchen was too exhausted to think about it, feeling as if the fatigue was about to engulf him. After a round, Gu Qingchen casually chose a room, lay down, and suddenly relaxed all over. At this moment, he only felt a buzzing in his head, using his last bit of energy to weakly say, Xiao Yuli, bring me a bottle of wine. Upon hearing this, a blush immediately crept onto Luo Yuli's face. Wanting to drink at this time, Qingchen really wants to. At this moment, Luo Yuli felt her heart racing, her hands unconsciously entwined, feeling a bit shy. She cupped her burning cheeks with her hands, her mind a blur, yet for some reason, her feet moved uncontrollably towards the wine cellar. The wine cellar is on the first floor, and it takes half an hour to get there. By the time Luo Yuli returns, she has already changed into a purple nightgown, standing playfully at the door of Gu Qingchen's room. The purple nightgown is not revealing. The fine silk accentuates Luo Yuli's nearly perfect S-shaped figure to perfection. She steps lightly on her delicate jade-like feet, cautiously peeking into the room, her face slightly flushed as she whispers inside, Qingchen, I've brought the wine for you. Do you want to drink it now? Inside the room, there is no response for a long time. Luo Yuli takes a deep breath, gathers her courage, and walks into the room. Only then does she realize that the pale-faced Gu Qingchen is already asleep on the bed. Luo Yuli immediately feels relieved, and her body gradually relaxes. But for some reason, she inexplicably feels a little disappointed. Luo Yuli pats her cheeks and places 2 bottles of wine at the foot of Gu Qingchen's bed. Then she tiptoes to the other side of the bed, afraid of waking Gu Qingchen. After getting on the bed, Luo Yuli supports her chin with her hands, curiously gazing at Gu Qingchen's sleeping face, unknowingly lost in thought. The contours of the boy's face are sharply defined like a sculpture, with long eyelashes, yet between his brows, there is a hint of killing intent and heroism. Luo Yuli's eyes narrow into crescent moons, warmth flowing in her gaze. My Qingchen really is quite handsome. After an unknown amount of time, a wave of drowsiness washes over her. Luo Yuli curls up like a little cat in Gu Qingchen's broad chest. She slowly closes her eyes, feeling incredibly warm at that moment. And just like that, she falls into a deep sleep. On the other side, just like the previous times, when Gu Qingchen opens his eyes again, he finds himself in the Hall of Deities. However, this time, he is holding a bottle of wine in each hand. A familiar mechanical voice rings in his ears. Congratulations, Hallmaster, your comprehension of the absolute Shadow Gun Dao has increased to 30%. Holding 2 bottles of good wine, Gu Qingchen walks forward, bypassing the first 2 halls, and heads straight into the Qinglian Hall. Inside the Qinglian Hall, a handsome man sits atop the altar, gazing at the empty wine jug in his hands, a look of sorrow on his face. Hearing footsteps from afar, Li Taibai slowly turns his head, and upon seeing the boy bringing wine, his eyes instantly light up. Just as he is about to call the boy over to drink, his brows suddenly furrow, then quickly relax again. Gu Xiaoyu, what happened? Why does your spirit seem so severely injured? In the distance, Gu Qingchen's form is ethereal, like a translucent person, as he walks over with the wine, smiling as he replies, what does it matter? After you get drunk, your spirit will recover by the next day anyway. Li Taibai laughs heartily. You really think of this as a healing sanctuary? So, what wine did you bring today? Gu Xiaoyu, don't tell me you're going to use that rough wine from before to brush me off again. Gu Qingchen smiles slightly. Don't worry, today's wine will definitely satisfy you. Although the quality may not compare to the Azalea, it should be the best wine I can find right now. Saying this, he places the 2 bottles of wine on the small table above the pond. Upon seeing these 2 bottles of wine, excitement flashes in Li Taibai's eyes. The wine is amber-colored and crystal clear. This is good wine. He can't wait to open a bottle, takes a sniff, and shows a look of ecstasy. At the same time, 2 mechanical voices sound in Gu Qingchen's ears. Congratulations, Hall Master, for completing the Qinglian Poetic Immortal second trial. The reward will be personally distributed by the deity. Gu Qingchen feels a wave of relief in his heart. After drinking and talking with the Qinglian Poetic Immortal for several nights, Gu Qingchen has completely figured it out. Li Taibai is different from other deities. He has no airs about him and is all about being carefree. From the past few days, the two have indeed been conversing and interacting like friends. Unlike other deities, Li Taibai has yet to explain to me what his abilities are, and it seems he has no intention of testing or imparting anything to me. Now, I can finally tap into a bit of this deity's power. Gu Xiaoyu, what are you waiting for? The moonlight is just right tonight. It's the perfect time to drink. As he spoke, 2 wine bowls appeared in Li Taibai's hands, ready to pour the wine into them. Wait a moment, old bai. Why don't we first redeem the reward from the trial before drinking? There's no rush. Gu Qingchen covered the bowl's opening with his hand. Reward? What reward? Li Taibai looked confused. Gu Qingchen's face immediately darkened with a few lines of annoyance. Li Taibai scratched his head, seemingly trying to recall something, and finally sighed. All right, since you say I promised you, then I suppose I did. In my hall, you can choose any piece of writing to take with you. After we finish drinking, you can pick it out yourself. Li Bai waved his hand, opened one of the bottles, and filled the bowls for himself and Gu Qingchen. Just as he was about to raise his cup, he saw Gu Qingchen had already stepped into the main hall of the Qinglian temple. This kid, is he that eager? Li Taibai paused his movements and looked at Gu Qingchen, his gaze becoming quite intrigued. Which piece will this young man choose? Upon entering the hall, Gu Qingchen felt a vast aura completely enveloping him. Inside the hall, countless poems hung around, with elegant calligraphy and bold strokes. Immediately, various emotions surged forth: sadness, joy, exhilaration, pain, and grandeur. At that moment, Gu Qingchen seemed to see countless Li Taibais sitting around him. Some were drinking alone under the moonlight, some held long swords, raising their cups in hearty toasts, while others were already passed out beside the writing desk. What is this? Gu Qingchen was taken aback. Each poem contained immense emotions that threatened to drown him. This power seemed related to the essence of the Tao, yet it was entirely different, feeling incredibly wondrous. Gu Qingchen took a deep breath, shook his head, steadied his mind, and focused his gaze on the poems. Among the many poems, most were unfurled, revealing their contents. However, a small portion was bound with ropes, obscuring their meanings. With so many poems, he could only choose one. On a desk ahead, one poem was written in flowing ink. The bright moon rises over the Tian Shan, amidst the vast sea of clouds. Gu Qingchen seemed to see a hero soaring through the sea of clouds, graceful and unparalleled. Looking up, he saw another poem: clouds think of clothing, flowers think of beauty, the spring breeze brushes the railing, the dew is rich. In his vision, it was as if countless peonies were planted among the clouds, stunningly beautiful. On the ground of the hall, the words "laughing at the sky as I walk out, are we not the ones who row the boat?" were written with bold and vigorous strokes, as if a heroic spirit was bursting forth, powerful and vast. Among the many poems, Gu Qingchen found himself in a bit of a dilemma. He wandered through the hall, feeling the distinctly different emotions and powers within each poem. Finally, when he reached a corner, Gu Qingchen stopped. It was a poem bound with ropes, its content hidden from view. But just as Gu Qingchen approached, in an instant, countless gods and demons appeared in his mind, standing deep in the starry sky, all covering their faces and weeping, their expressions filled with despair. Behind the gods and demons, myriad blue lotuses fell. This image flashed through his mind. In that moment, Gu Qingchen felt cold sweat completely soak his back. There was great terror within this poem. Gu Qingchen slowly picked up the poem from the corner, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and made up his mind. This is the one. As Gu Qingchen was about to open the poem, Li Taibai's originally interested expression suddenly changed, and in the next moment, he flashed to Gu Qingchen's side, firmly gripping his hands. Seeing Li Taibai appear beside him, Gu Qingchen's movements abruptly halted, a look of confusion appearing in his eyes. Li Taibai gazed at the young man before him, his expression unusually grave. He sighed inwardly, wondering why this boy had chosen such a poem out of all his works. You can't choose this one, pick another. Can't choose? Gu Qingchen frowned and said, Old bai, don't be unreasonable. You said I could choose any poem in this hall, so why is it suddenly that I can't? As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the poem in his hands. Li Taibai personally came to stop him, which only proved the rarity and terror of this poem. Watching Gu Qingshan's greedy expression, Li Taibai couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Gu Xiaoyu, I'm doing this for your own good. You really can't choose this one. If I hadn't stopped you from opening it just now, the moment you unfolded even a corner of this poem, you would have been instantly drained of your essence in this realm. Unfolding a corner of this poem would drain my essence? Gu Qingshan was taken aback, looking at Li Taibai with suspicion. Was this poem really that terrifying? What was written inside? Sensing Gu Qingshan's distrustful gaze, Li Taibai sighed and waved his hand. Alright, since you've chosen it, let's consider it fate. This poem will be yours, but for now, I'll keep it safe for you. When you have the qualifications to open it, I'll return it to you. How about that? Gu Qingshan pondered for a moment, then began to bargain. Then I want to choose another one now. Li Taibai laughed heartily. Sure, just don't blame the wine later. With that, Li Taibai raised his hand slightly, and a sealed poem scroll fell into Gu Qingshan's hands. Don't choose anymore, this is my proud work, a gift for you. As he held the scroll, Gu Qingshan felt a tremendous power surging within him. Before his eyes, a vast scene flickered. A galaxy descended from the sky, countless stars floating within it, and he felt as if he had stepped into a beautifully exquisite illusion. This scene flashed through his mind in an instant. When he came to his senses, he found himself already pulled by Li Taibai to the area above the pond, in front of a small table. The wine bowl was already filled with a crystal-clear, amber liquid. Li Taibai looked up at the sky, his brow slightly furrowed. The night was clear, yet there was no moon. What kind of situation was this? Li Taibai raised his wine cup, suddenly struck by inspiration, a smile appearing on his face as he shouted towards the direction of the Peach Blossom Temple. Deng Jianshan, I borrow your bright moon for a moment. As he spoke, Li Taibai stretched out his hand and suddenly pulled hard towards the sky. In the sky, it was as if an invisible curtain was being lifted, and a blood moon broke through, appearing as if it had been forcibly dragged here. The crimson light instantly spread across the land, a chilling aura of killing intent filling the air. Gu Qingshan stared blankly at the sky. Wasn't this the blood moon from the Peach Blossom Sword God's Tao rhythm, just borrowed by Li Taibai like that? Meanwhile, above the Peach Blossom Temple, the blood moon that had been hanging in the sky had already vanished. Within the Peach Blossom Temple, a towering killing intent began to rise. The Peach Blossom Sword God, holding a peach branch, wore a grim expression as he walked through the air towards the direction of the Qinglian Temple. However, upon seeing Gu Qingshan and Li Taibai drinking together, the Peach Blossom Sword God was momentarily taken aback, thought for a moment, and then turned to leave. Li Taibai laughed heartily. Now that we have the moon, what harm is there in having another sun? General Zhao, I borrow your setting sun for a moment. As he spoke, his hand once again tugged at the air. Above the sky, a broken sun suddenly appeared, seemingly capable of extinguishing all things. The sun and moon shone together, and the entire world seemed to take on a three-dimensional quality. On the other side, as the sun set, the Silver Dragon Temple instantly became incredibly dim. The entire Silver Temple lost some of its luster. Within the temple, a terrifying dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. Zhao Zilong, with a head full of black lines and a surge of gun intent, raised his dragon's dagger and was about to demand an explanation from the Qinglian Temple. But just as he approached the outside of the Qinglian Temple, he saw Gu Qingshan and Li Taibai sitting face to face, seemingly about to drink. Zhao Zilong's gun intent immediately dissipated completely. He then slightly bowed, saluted Gu Qingshan, and turned to leave. Watching this scene, Gu Qingshan couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Goodness, this Li Taibai is really using himself as a shield. Watching the two leave, a satisfied smile appeared on Li Taibai's face. Alright, Gu little friend, let's begin. Saying this, he picked up the wine bowl in his hand and drank it all in one go, spilling the remaining wine all over the ground. Opposite him, Gu Qingshan also began to drink heartily. Under the interplay of the sun and moon, before he knew it, several large bowls of wine had gone down. Even though Gu Qingshan's drinking capacity had improved recently, he was starting to feel a bit hazy. Under the influence of alcohol, various things and feelings he had encountered recently surged to his mind unbidden. He placed one hand on Li Taibai's shoulder, his eyes blurred with drunkenness. Old Bai, tell me, over 10,000 years ago, when you hundreds of gods sacrificed your lives to protect the great Xia, why are there only 7 great halls in this divine temple? Li Bai chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly, there are also differences among gods. Every god who can enter these 7 halls, as far as I know, had extremely terrifying achievements and strength in ancient times. Most foreign races would tremble and collapse at the mere mention of any one of these 7 names. Gu Qingshan's hazy eyes shook, and he asked a question that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. Oh, Then what about your achievements? Me? Li Bai raised his head and laughed heartily, as if recalling something, his face filled with joy. Naturally, I single-handedly slaughtered through thousands of star realms, causing countless gods and demons to bow down and weep. Slaughtered through thousands of star realms? What are star realms? Gu Qingqian blinked, already drunk, feeling somewhat unable to comprehend. But Li Taibai seemed to recall something again, his gaze suddenly becoming a bit lonely as he looked at the moon and the sky, murmuring, "What a pity, if I had brought that jar of wine back then, perhaps those millions of foreign races would have been wiped out by me alone." 10,000 years ago, when most gods chose to block the countless foreign races outside of Blue Star, only he, wielding a long sword, went alone into the depths of the starry sky, to the root of all races, intending to cut off all foreign invasions from the source. Before leaving, he buried a jar of his most cherished clear wine beneath a pear tree, thinking he would return to drink it after slaying all the races. Unfortunately, Li Taibai suddenly felt a surge of interest and couldn't help but say another sentence. "Hey, Gu little friend, let me tell you a secret. Actually, we gods in this temple are not dead yet." After his words fell, there was no response for a long time. At this moment, Gu Qingqian had already collapsed on the table, unconscious. Tisk, passed out again. Li Taibai looked at the young man with disdain. Then he reached out to the sky, plucking a blue lotus from above the temple and placing it on Gu Qingqian's head. "This kid, he doesn't really think that I can heal him just by drinking and taking a nap, does he?" The blue lotus slowly merged into Gu Qingqian's body. In this space, his originally somewhat transparent body gradually became solid. After doing all this, the 2 large bottles of wine the young man had brought were also finished. Li Taibai dully shook the wine bowl in his hand, tossed it aside, and crossed his legs. That pot of wine should still be buried somewhere within the Great Xia. It's just that he didn't know when he would be able to retrieve it. In a villa in Longdu, Yen Nietian stood in the hall. Above him stood a shadowy figure. The figure's face was shrouded in darkness, making it hard to see clearly, and with a calm tone, he asked Yen Nietian, "Where is the blood pool?" Yen Nietian lowered his head and replied, "The location of the blood pool has been moved to another villa of yours. The matter has been handled very cleanly." The shadowy figure nodded indifferently and was about to turn to leave. Yen Nietian looked up at the figure and suddenly gritted his teeth, saying, "My lord, the 5 elders of the Yin family were all wiped out by that kid during this assassination attempt. That kid is growing too fast. We can't wait any longer. We must act immediately to eliminate him and prevent future troubles." Hearing Yen Nietian's voice behind him, the figure stopped and sneered, "Eliminating him sounds easy. If you're not afraid of death, feel free to give it a try. Assassinating the governor of the tribunal, Yen Nietian, you've secretly done something big behind our backs. Soon, the elders of the evil tribunal will arrive in Longdu to conduct a comprehensive investigation, and various royal families have also sent strong individuals to assist. During such a crackdown, you now tell me you want to kill him? How will you do it?" The shadowy figure slowly paced in front of Yen Nietian, his tone chilling. "If you succeed, that would be one thing. But if you fail and your Yin family gets exposed, leading to us being implicated in ruining that important matter for him, don't think that just you, Yen Nietian, even the lives of all 10 members of the Yin family wouldn't be enough to quell his anger." Yen Nietian clenched his teeth, his face contorting in unwillingness. "My lord, what should we do now? Should we just let that kid grow like this?" The shadowy figure nodded and replied without hesitation, "Of course, the best news right now is that there is no news. What we need to do is wait for the storm to pass and let them completely forget about us. Once the blood pool is refined, those supreme beings will be able to break through the Mother River and descend here in their complete forms. By then, let alone one Gu Qingqian, even if 100 Yen Yeling come, they won't be able to stop the fate of the Great Xia's destruction." As he spoke, the shadowy figure chuckled softly to himself. "I'm afraid those fools still think that only the demon race has infiltrated the Great Xia. The day the Great Xia shatters is coming soon, very soon." Inside the villa, the first ray of sunlight slowly shone through the window into Gu Qingqian's eyes. With a hint of alcohol lingering in his breath, Gu Qingqian slowly opened his eyes. On the bedside table lay 2 empty wine bottles. His mental energy, as expected, had completely recovered. Just as he was about to stretch, he felt something hanging on his arm, so he looked into the blanket. Inside the blanket, Luo Yuli was curled up, her arms hugging her own, and her long, snow-white legs were wrapped around his waist like a python. She was wearing a purple nightgown, slightly disheveled, with the neckline revealing her delicate collarbone. She looked nothing like the aloof goddess she usually was. Gu Qingqian scratched his head, wondering how he ended up in the same bed as Luo Yuli. Last night, it seemed he had collapsed onto the bed after his mental energy was damaged and fell asleep directly. Did Luo Yuli come up to him? Looking at the girl before him, Gu Qingqian's throat involuntarily moved, and he couldn't help but gently kiss her forehead. Like a prince waking a sleeping princess, Luo Yuli slowly opened her eyes in her dreams. "Good morning, Qingqian." What time is it? Luo Yuli had just woken up, her eyes hazy and her mind still a bit unclear. Instinctively, she leaned against Gu Qingchen's chest. Gu Qingchen affectionately patted Luo Yuli's head and replied, "It's 8 o'clock now, still early. You can sleep a bit more. Is it 8 o'clock? Luo Yuli repeated in a daze, then paused for a moment, her eyes suddenly clearing. She hurriedly took out her phone, her slender fingers tapping the screen repeatedly. Just as Gu Qingchen was feeling puzzled, Luo Yuli suddenly exclaimed, "Qingchen, I'm ranked first in Guangling, third in the country. We can be classmates again." Gu Qingchen realized that today was the day the martial arts college entrance exam results were announced. Since he had been directly admitted to Long University and had encountered an assassination shortly after arriving in Longdu, he hadn't paid much attention to the announcement time. Luo Yuli's face lit up with joy as she excitedly held her phone up to Gu Qingchen. On the screen, it displayed Luo Yuli's exam results. Candidate name, Luo Yuli. Martial Arts Realm, Extraordinary Second Realm. Guangling Ranking, 1. National Overall Ranking, 3. Blessing Level, SS Level, Imperial Level. Please complete your application before 8 o'clock tonight. Before Gu Qingchen could finish reading, Luo Yuli's phone rang. The caller ID read, Longdu University Academic Affairs Office. Gu Qingchen was taken aback. The results had just come out, and Long University was already so quick to reach out. Luo Yuli nervously took the phone from Gu Qingchen and began communicating with the person from the academic office. At that moment, Gu Qingchen's phone also rang. The caller was a steward from the tribunal in Longdu. Gu Qingchen frowned. They had agreed to meet at 10 o'clock, and it was only 8. Why the rush? He steadied his head, which was still a bit foggy from last night's drinking, and answered the call. "What's going on, calling so early in the morning?" A hurried voice came through the line. "Report, Governor. We have a lead on Huang Yu's case. A severed arm was found not far from a villa, and our tribunal has verified that this severed arm has a pure black eye, which belongs to Steward Huang Yu." Gu Qingchen's expression suddenly sharpened, the remnants of his drunkenness vanishing completely, and he said in a deep voice, "Secure the scene, I'll be there right away." Hearing this news, Gu Qingchen furrowed his brows, wanting to rush out to the scene. But just as he was about to step out the window, he realized that the clothes he was wearing were already stained with blood. He hadn't had time to change after last night and had fallen asleep like this. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, calming himself a bit, and randomly pulled out a piece of clothing from the villa's wardrobe to change into, preparing to head out. Seeing Gu Qingchen's suddenly serious expression, Luo Yuli looked puzzled, put down her phone, and asked, "Qingchen, what happened?" Gu Qingchen shook his head. "The previous steward has a lead. I need to rush over to participate in the investigation." A hint of worry appeared on Luo Yuli's face as she quickly said, "Then I'll go too. I can help. My blessing is very useful for searching." Gu Qingchen stared at Luo Yuli, deep in thought. Although Luo Yuli's martial arts realm was not high, she could manipulate 5 initial elements simultaneously and was extremely sensitive to the flow of the 5 elemental forces. When 5 masters had attempted to assassinate him, it was with her help that he could completely conceal his presence in the water and take the first strike to kill one of the masters. If she were there, the investigation could indeed progress much faster. However, this incident involved the high levels of Longdu and the demon clan, and the danger was self-evident. He ultimately shook his head, smiled, and patted Luo Yuli's head, explaining, "It's not that urgent, we just found some clues. I will ensure my safety. Stay at home and wait for me, I'll be back soon." With that, Gu Qingchen opened the window, soared into the air, and flew towards the direction of the report. In a certain suburban area of Longdu, dozens of members of the evil demon tribunal surrounded a patch of grass, taking photos for evidence. In the grass, there was a severed arm, with a pitch-black single eye on it, resembling a tattoo. The severed end of the arm was very smooth, with no signs of tearing, as if it had been cut off cleanly. Even more bizarrely, wisps of black mist were rising from it. Governor Xiaoduqing looked at the arm with a serious expression. He could sense the aura of the demon race on it. Moreover, it was the most malicious power of the demon race, curses. Huang Yu had indeed encountered the demon race. Once the human race fell under a curse, if the source of the curse was not resolved quickly, allowing it to spread within the body, it would be a matter of life and death, beyond even the gods' help. In the distance, a sudden sound of breaking air whistled in. A young man walked through the air, slowly descending among the members of the tribunal. Upon seeing the young man arrive, Xiaoduqing immediately focused his attention, shock flashing in his eyes. This young man exuded a vigorous aura, no longer showing the weakness from the battle yesterday. Just as he had said, there was no need to go to the hospital, a good sleep had sufficed. He clearly remembered how weak the young man's aura had been yesterday, as if even the wind could blow him down. This recovery ability was indeed quite exaggerated. As the young man landed, a group of team members quickly lowered their heads and saluted him. "Governor, Among their words, many team members secretly glanced at Gu Qingchen, admiration evident in their eyes. A few female team members looked at him with starry eyes. This young governor was simply too handsome, his looks easily overshadowing the current crop of pretty boys on television. Even more terrifying was his formidable strength. From the task of clearing the broken bridge last night, they had already learned. This governor had single-handedly fought against 5 master-level experts who had come to assassinate him, and he had killed all 5. Those were 5 masters, individuals who could serve as governors in remote areas, and yet, they had died at the hands of this young man. Gu Qingchen waved his hand, pointed to the arm in the grass, and his expression turned serious. Governor Xia, what is going on? Xia Duqing sighed slightly and replied, it has been confirmed, this is Huang Yu's arm, and there are traces of a curse at the severed end. He must have been discovered during his infiltration and suffered a curse from the demon race during the battle, having to sever his arm to save his life. Although Huang Yu's life fire in the tribunal has not yet extinguished, I'm afraid. Xia Duqing shook his head, not continuing. Damn demon race. Gu Qingchen's eyes were filled with fury. Just from the severed arm, he could imagine the determination with which Huang Yu had fought against the demon race, knowing he was facing certain death. Just then, an urgent shout suddenly came from behind, as if something had been discovered. A pale-faced steward, terror etched across his features, stumbled towards the two. Report. Governor, there's something in the basement of this villa. Ugh! Before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground, retching violently. Xia Duqing and Gu Qingchen exchanged glances, their expressions turning grim. This was a steward from the evil demon tribunal. Under normal circumstances, to be promoted to the position of steward, one had to reach the Great Ascension stage and complete 5 missions to exterminate the demon race. What could have caused a steward who had participated in so many killing missions to retch like this? Xia Duqing's expression darkened as he signaled to the stewards and team members behind him, heading towards the basement indicated by the steward. Beneath the carpet in the center of the villa, there was an iron door leading directly to the underground, which was now open. From below the iron door, the sounds of the tribunal team members vomiting could be heard continuously. Before even stepping into the basement, a strong stench of blood assaulted their senses. Behind the 2 men, many team members looked somewhat panicked, feeling their stomachs churn. At the end of the basement was a wooden door. Gu Qingchen kicked the wooden door open, and the horrifying scene inside was immediately revealed to everyone. It was a vast space, estimated to be at least 500 square meters. The basement was filled with various bloodied torture instruments. Countless entrails and severed limbs were scattered chaotically in every corner of the basement, many already beginning to rot, emitting a foul odor. Dried black blood splattered like ink on the concrete walls, flowing on the ground, sticky and repulsive. In the center of the basement, there was a huge deep pit. Within the pit lay countless eerie white bones, many of which had shattered into fragments. Hair tangled around the bones like dense seaweed, resembling a terrifying mountain of bones. This basement had turned into a hell on earth. Behind the 2 governors, all the team members turned pale, collapsing to the ground, vomiting loudly, nearly bringing up their bile. Even the governor of Shadu City looked somewhat pale, having served as the governor of Longdu for over a decade. It was his first time witnessing such a scene, and he felt a slight spasm in his stomach but ultimately forced himself to endure. Even Gu Qingchen, who had slaughtered hundreds of thousands of demon clansmen, looked somewhat grim. However, after a moment, Gu Qingchen steadied his mind. He walked around the basement, disregarding the filth and stench, carefully observing every detail inside, occasionally touching the scattered limbs. He meticulously examined the various details in the basement, searching for clues. Seeing Gu Qingchen like this, many pale-faced team members outside the wooden door lay among the vomit, twitching and exclaiming in shock, "Damn! This new Governor Gu is too fierce, isn't he? How can he not be fierce?" It's said, that this Governor Gu, even when he was just a steward, single-handedly slaughtered hundreds of thousands of demon clansmen. Is that true? One person slaughtered hundreds of thousands of demon clansmen? Where did so many demons come from for him to kill? Otherwise, why do you think he's so young, and Director Yin could directly, appoint him as the governor of Longdu? Amid the incoherent discussions of the team members at the door, Gu Qingchen's expression grew increasingly grim. Just from the severed limbs on the ground, there were at least 100 corpses in here. He slightly crouched down, touched the blood-soaked ground, feeling the moisture of the blood, his brow furrowing as he spoke. The bloodstains haven't completely dried, they're very fresh, likely moved here overnight. Last night. Gu Qingchen's expression suddenly darkened. Last night was precisely when he was assassinated, wasn't it? The person who created this basement and the one who attempted to assassinate him were indeed the same group. Fearing exposure during the tribunal's search due to the failed assassination, they could only move overnight. With so many lives lost, connecting it to the recent frequent disappearances in Longdu, there could only be one possibility. Just like what happened in the Black Tide ruins last time, this was a blood sacrifice by the demon clans. He slowly walked to the edge of the deep pit and looked inside. At the top of the blood pool, there were two fresh skeletons, one large and one small, still bearing some flesh and blood. The small skeleton appeared to be only 4 or 5 years old. These scum even spared children. Gu Qingchen took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, and spoke. This villa, if I remember correctly, should be under the jurisdiction of the Yin family, one of the 12 Earth Generals. It seems that among the families of the 12 Earth Generals, the Tsung family and the Yin family have significant suspicion of involvement. All the stewards, come with me to the Yin family and the Tsung family in Longdu for a visit. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present, including those from Shadu City, was stunned. What? Going to the Yin family and the Tsung family? Did this young governor intend to cause trouble for these two Earth General level families? Those are families at the Earth General level, and there are only 12 in the entire Great Xia. Even in the capital Longdu, they are the top families aside from the royal family. This villa is under the name of the Yin family, and Huan Yu went missing while tracking Song Jiyun from the Tsung family, so logically, these two families are indeed the most suspicious. But just based on these 2 points, it hardly reaches the level of needing to visit two Earth General families. Beside Gu Qingchen, Shadu City spoke with some astonishment. Governor Gu, I understand your feelings, but this matter, I'm afraid it might be a bit difficult, right? Director Yin is currently not in Great Xia, and the highest-ranking person in the tribunal is only an elder, whose status cannot surpass that of the 12 Earth Generals. Moreover, several elders won't arrive in Longdu until tonight, and we. Before he could finish, Gu Qingchen interrupted him. Governor Xia, let me ask you, does the governor have law enforcement authority over Earth General level families? Shadu City's expression was somewhat complicated as he slowly replied. According to the laws of Great Xia, the governor of the tribunal has law enforcement authority over everyone in the jurisdiction. But in terms of status, the governor's rank is far below that of the 12 Earth Generals. If we forcibly search these two families, it would actually be an overreach. If these two families were to seek revenge later, we would likely face considerable trouble. Behind Shadu City, many stewards nodded in agreement with his statement. Trouble? When have I, Gu Qingchen, ever feared trouble? Gu Qingchen chuckled lightly. Steward Huang might even lose his life while carrying out his mission. If I don't even have this bit of courage, what right do I have to be his superior? If you are afraid, then I, Gu Qingchen, will go alone. Saying this, Gu Qingchen was about to leave the basement. Go alone? Everyone present exchanged glances, their faces filled with confusion. To confront an entire Earth General family alone? Isn't that a bit too naive? Moreover, the head of the Yin family is at the peak of the Ho Wang realm, a half-step to supremacy. Watching Gu Qingchen's figure about to leave, Shadu City's expression turned anxious, and he hurriedly said, Governor Gu, if you can't find anything, then that's fine. At most, you'll just face a bit of trouble. But have you considered that if they are indeed spies hidden within the human race, what will happen to you once you pierce through this layer of paper? Upon hearing this, the stewards present felt a chill rise from their backs. If these two families are indeed minions of the demon race, they might directly silence him and completely sever ties with Great Xia. Other stewards also urged, yes, Governor Gu, don't act impulsively. Let's think this through. Gu Qingchen stood at the iron door, his gaze sharp, and said solemnly, if they are indeed spies hidden among the human race, then I will kill everyone involved, leaving not a single one alive. After saying this, Gu Qingchen leaped into the air, flying towards the Yin family head's residence. Outside the basement, the 7 stewards present felt their minds go blank. This new governor is being too reckless. Governor Xia, what should we do now? Someone asked in confusion. The governor of Xia City frowned, his face showing some hesitation, and finally gritted his teeth. Follow him. In midair, Gu Qingchen swiftly swept across the horizon and dialed a phone number. Hello, Uncle Yen? How's the situation at the border of Daxia recently? On the other end of the line, Yen Yiling's voice came through, somewhat low. It's Xiaogu, the situation is not bad, it's almost calming down. What's up? Is there something? Gu Qingchen cleared his throat lightly and replied calmly, it's nothing major, but I have a lead on the traitor from the demon clan. It's related to the Yin family. I'm calling to let you know that I'm going to the Yin family to find their head. You can handle it from there. Ha, what did you say? On the other end of the phone, Yen Yiling was taken aback, as if he couldn't process it. He had only been gone for a few days, and this young man had already uncovered the traitor? His tone suddenly became serious. Xiaogu, are you sure? The Yin family is one of the 12 noble families. Their influence in Longdu is deep-rooted, and they even have connections with the royal family backing them. A traitor among the human race is a serious crime that could lead to the extermination of 9 clans. If there is no substantial evidence, it would be slander against the noble families of Longdu, and you would be the one facing punishment. In midair, Gu Qingchen felt the howling wind by his ears, maintaining his speed. Don't worry, Uncle Yen, I know what I'm doing. If there's no evidence, then I'll find the evidence. On the other side, Yen Yeling was silent for 2 seconds before slowly saying, Xiao Gu, be honest with me, how confident are you? 30%. Hearing these 2 words, Yen Yeling suddenly felt a sense of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. 30% confidence was already much higher than he had imagined. After all, this was a matter of great importance for the safety of Daxia. 30%. That's enough. Give me an hour. Once I finish dealing with the last batch of demons here, I'll come right away. On the other end of the phone, the sound of the demon's wails echoed, and then the call was abruptly disconnected. As he spoke, Gu Qingchen's gaze fell upon a grand hall in the distance. This hall was very tall, entirely crimson, as if bathed in flames, burning fiercely. Surrounding the hall were large clusters of subsidiary halls, encircling the main hall like subjects surrounding their king. The coverage area of the main hall and the subsidiary halls was vast, resembling a small city. This was the main residence of the Yin family, one of the few great halls that survived from ancient times in Longdu, the Hall of Fire. At this moment, at the entrance of the Hall of Fire, Yin family guards armed with various weapons were patrolling. Gu Qingchen's figure slowly descended not far from the hall and walked forward with a cold expression. Halt! This is the Yin family's territory. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. As they watched Gu Qingchen approach, the 2 guards' expressions hardened, and they crossed their long spears in front of the door, blocking Gu Qingchen's path. I am the newly appointed governor of the Demon Judgment Office. Last night, criminal activities occurred within Longdu, and it is suspected that the Yin family is involved, so I am here to conduct a search. Gu Qingchen took out the red jade representing his identity as governor and showed it to the 2 guards. It had not yet been confirmed that the Yin family was guilty, but as the governor, he had to follow the proper procedures. The 2 guards exchanged glances, both looking somewhat puzzled. The governor of the Judgment Office? This governor seems a bit too young, but the red jade in his hand was bright and entirely red, not looking fake. Could it be stolen? After a moment of thought, the guard on the left frowned slightly and questioned, searching the Yin family? Do you have the approval of our family head? Gu Qingchen shook his head and said, as the governor of the tribunal, I need no approval from your family head to search the Yin family. Upon hearing this, the 2 guards exchanged a mocking glance, their faces revealing scorn. At that moment, they were certain that this person before them could not possibly be the governor of the tribunal. A mere governor dared to search the Yin family alone? What a joke! The Yin family, one of the 12 families, could command the winds and rains in Longdu. Did he think they were playing around? Not to mention a governor, even an elder of the tribunal would never dare to conduct a search without the consent of the Yin family head. They would not be allowed to enter the Hall of Flames without permission. Kid, I don't know what you're trying to do in the Yin family, but let me tell you, if you don't get lost in 3 seconds, this gun will be pointed at you. As he spoke, the guard on the right menacingly shook the gun barrel up and down. The guard on the left also drew a firearm from his waist, aiming it at Gu Qingchen, his finger already on the trigger. Yet Gu Qingchen's gaze remained fixed on the grand entrance of the Hall of Flames, never once looking at the 2 guards. Hey, kid, I'm talking to you. Are you pretending not to hear me? Seeing Gu Qingchen's indifferent demeanor, the guard on the right's expression darkened suddenly. He brandished his spear, gathering all his strength into the shaft, and thrust it towards Gu Qingchen's chest. At that moment, Gu Qingchen suddenly took a deep breath and murmured, 3 minutes, time's up. The search warrant notification time was 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the searchers could forcibly conduct a search. In an instant, a powerful energy burst forth from his body. Before the spear in the guard's hand could even touch Gu Qingchen, it was already twisted and bent by the force, turning into a lump of scrap metal. The guard on the left felt a terrifying force surge up the spear, instantly invading his body. As the energy entered, he felt as if his internal organs had been displaced, blood gushed from his mouth, and his body was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall of the hall, his breath faltering. Gu Qingchen's entire body took on a dragon tiger stance, his bones cracking as he clenched his fist and swung it towards the door. This punch tore through the air, creating a massive sonic boom. The door of the Hall of Flames shattered like fragile cardboard under this punch, a cloud of dust billowing out. Behind Gu Qingchen, the remaining guard crouched in the corner, trembling, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Gu Qingchen. He never expected that this young man would be so terrifying. The energy emanating from him was like a surging ocean, ready to swallow him whole. He glanced at his comrade, who was lying on the ground unconscious, and felt a twinge of relief. Thankfully, he hadn't been the first to act. Otherwise, it would have been him lying on the ground. Let me remind you, I wasn't seeking your consent just now. I was merely notifying you, going through the motions. Today, I not only intend to investigate your Yin family, but your family head won't escape either. Gu Qingchen turned back, explaining, and then stepped into the Hall of Flames, leaving the guard standing there in a daze, feeling a chill creeping up his back, spreading throughout his body. He just said he was going to investigate the family head of the Yin family? That was a peak power in the realm of the Marquis. What kind of background did this young man have to act so boldly? He instinctively reached for the emergency button behind him, ready to press it. But after a moment's thought, he dejectedly put the button back. The tremendous noise caused by the young man just shattering the door of the Hall of Flames indicated that he had no intention of sneaking in. It seemed he wanted to search the Yin family openly, solely relying on the identity of a governor of Longdu. After Gu Qingchen had stepped into the Fireflame Great Hall for a while, in midair, 7 or 8 figures fell sporadically. They were the 7 or 8 stewards from the summer capital and the tribunal. They looked towards the main entrance of the already shattered Yin family hall, and for a moment, several of them exchanged glances, all somewhat dumbfounded. This young governor is a bit too fierce, isn't he? This is a family at the Earth general level, and he just disregards them like this? The steward from the summer capital slightly rubbed his forehead, sighing helplessly. They had come a step too late. It seemed that things had developed to an irretrievable point. Governor Xia, what should we do now? One steward was completely stunned. What else can we do? We're already here, let's follow along. On the other side, Gu Qingchen, who had already entered the Fireflame Great Hall, gazed at the countless subhalls within, lost in thought. In the blood pool discovered in the basement of the villa, the bodies, bones, and various traces had not been completely erased. It was evident that the demons had evacuated in a hurry. This meant that if the Yin family was indeed the mastermind behind the blood pool sacrifice to the demons, then in such an urgent situation, they would definitely move the sacrificial blood pool to the safest and most secure place. That would be within the Yin family's main hall, the Fireflame Great Hall. But even so, they could not possibly place the blood pool directly in some side hall. Indeed, it could only be stored underground. Gu Qingchen's gaze sharpened as he looked towards one of the subhalls. A surge of energy erupted from his body again, gathering in his hands, his bones vibrating as he leaped high into the air, crashing down heavily onto the ground of this subhall. In an instant, the earth trembled, shaking like waves spreading outwards, but the ground did not crack. Gu Qingchen clenched his hands. The ground here was solid. He had deliberately controlled his strength. If it was solid, it would not damage the structure, but if there were a basement or hidden chamber below, the ground would collapse directly. He glanced around at the surrounding subhalls, at least dozens more. It seemed there were still quite a few places to check today. He needed to hurry. Gu Qingchen touched the tip of his nose, looking towards another subhall, his figure flickering as he prepared to strike the ground again. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. A sense of crisis surged in Gu Qingchen's heart, his gaze sharpened, and his forward motion suddenly halted. A peach branch appeared in his hand in an instant, slashing down towards the ground, using the reaction force to propel himself into the air. The next second, a massive azure blade, accompanied by a fierce wind, crashed heavily onto the spot where Gu Qingchen had just been. The entire subhall was split in half by the giant blade, crashing down with a thunderous sound. Behind Gu Qingchen, a somewhat familiar hoarse voice came. I was wondering who dared to act recklessly in the Yin family. It turns out to be you, kid. Gu Qingchen, long time no see. Do you still remember this old man? Gu Qingchen steadied himself and slowly turned around. What came into view was a familiar face, old Huang, the old master who had once followed the Yin family's young master, Yin Mingdang. Gu Qingchen propped his chin on his hand, pretending to ponder for a moment before saying, of course I remember. Isn't this the Yin family's young master's lapdog who was scared silly by Uncle Yin? How has your young master been lately? Can he still take care of himself? Upon hearing this, old Huang's expression suddenly darkened. Ever since Yin Mingdang's martial heart shattered and he left Guangling, he had fallen into a dazed state. He seemed to have lost all desire, sitting in the family day and night, waiting for food to be served. All of this was caused by the kid named Gu Qingchen in front of him. Old Huang sneered, "Humph, what a sharp-tongued little brat. Trespassing into the Yin family is a serious crime. Today, it will be me, Huang, who captures you and brings you to justice, locking you in the Yin family's heavenly prison." Elder Huang took a deep breath, a rich blue light erupting from his body, his voice chilling. Last time, Yin Yeling protected you, but this time, who will protect you? After saying this, the blue light gathered in his palms, and he suddenly brought his hands together. A crisp explosion echoed through the space. Two streams of blue energy tore through the air, bearing down on Gu Qingchen from both sides with terrifying pressure. Gu Qingchen remained unhurried, gently waving the peach branch in his hand, and the aura around him instantly turned blood red, enveloping him in pure killing intent. His figure soared into the air, and with a gentle slash downward, he unleashed a sharp sword energy. In an instant, a vast Tao rhythm erupted. The sword energy collided with the two streams of blue energy, which were instantly devoured as if they were a cow sinking into the sea. Watching Gu Qingchen strike, Elder Huang's eyes revealed a hint of shock. Although he had seen this young man's Tao rhythm more than once, this time it was different. It was vast, immense, and the killing intent was even more terrifying and pure than before. Gazing at the pure Tao rhythm that continuously rose and fell around Gu Qingchen, he felt a chill run through him. He slowly exhaled, nodded, and murmured to Gu Qingchen, "You do have some ability. No wonder those 5 useless ones were defeated by you." But the next moment, a mocking smile appeared on Elder Huang's face. His entire body trembled, the overwhelming spiritual power of a peak master realm erupted within him, and the blue light in his palm gathered once more, preparing to strike again. But unfortunately, those few were merely at the initial stage of the master realm, while I have long been at the peak of the master realm. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold light suddenly erupted in Gu Qingchen's eyes. The Yen family was indeed related to the demon clan. After the attack he faced yesterday, he had demanded that the news of the assassination be strictly sealed. All members and stewards involved in the incident were given specific blessings to keep silent. Those from the Morong family involved in the matter were also required to maintain strict confidentiality. Even though many citizens of Longdu witnessed the scene, they did not know he was the newly appointed governor of Longdu, nor could they know that the ones attempting to assassinate him were 5 powerful masters. The fact that Elder Huang could accurately state that 5 masters had come to assassinate him left only one possibility. These 5 masters were either instructed by the Yen family or came from the Yen family. Gu Qingchen's gaze suddenly sharpened. Traitors, after judgment, must be executed. While Gu Qingchen was contemplating, Elder Huang had already struck out with a palm. The blue energy transformed into a massive blue snake of killing intent, instantly rushing towards Gu Qingchen. Watching the blue snake charging at him, Gu Qingchen gripped the peach branch, his eyes narrowing. "Traitor, die." In that instant, 2 Tao rhythms erupted simultaneously in the world. Above the sky, a blood-red moon broke through the clouds, and the bone-chilling killing intent painted the earth crimson. Below the ground, a solitary setting sun reversed the rules of the world, slowly rising towards the heavens from below the horizon. The setting sun and the red moon were of the same hue, the sunset and bloodlight soaring together. Within the rapidly spinning setting sun, a layer of killing intent was unmistakably visible. A terrifying suction force emanated from the world, and the blue snake was instantly crushed to pieces. This is a new Tao rhythm? Opposite Gu Qingchen, Elder Huang's murky gaze suddenly widened, his eyes flashing with disbelief. This kid, nearly at the Great Ascension stage, has actually comprehended a new Tao rhythm? No wonder he could single-handedly confront 5 masters. A hint of panic flashed across his face, and with a roar, the Peak Master Realm's spiritual energy erupted violently, blue spiritual energy bursting forth from his body, transforming his palm into a fist, ready to fight Gu Qingchen to the death. But in the next moment, Gu Qingchen's figure suddenly vanished from his sight. Old Huang turned around abruptly, just about to take action, but he found that his body could no longer move. Beneath the strange phenomena of heaven and earth, Old Huang's back was already soaked with cold sweat. A terrifying killing intent had completely locked onto him. He felt as if his spiritual power, body, and perception were all completely suppressed by this killing intent. Behind him, a frail sapling broke through the ground, using the killing intent as its soil, rapidly growing into a slender peach tree. The peach tree was adorned with countless buds ready to bloom. A flurry of delicate pink peach blossoms fluttered down, passing through his body. As the peach blossoms entered him, Old Huang felt an icy chill penetrate his bones, as if all the blood in his body had frozen in an instant, the breath of death crashing over him like a tide. The peach branch in Gu Qingchen's hand slowly dissipated, and at the same time, the peach tree also collapsed, transforming back into killing intent that surged into Gu Qingchen's body. Behind him, Old Huang's body became incredibly stiff, like a statue, slowly crashing to the ground. Blood gushed out from the joints of his limbs like a fountain. He had not yet died, his gaze filled with despair and fear as he looked at Gu Qingchen. Gu Qingchen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, reaching up to rub his temples, feeling a bit of pressure in his head. Today's battle made him fully realize just how terrifying the peach tree of the Peach Blossom Sword God truly was. Under the extreme killing intent of this peach tree, anyone below the King Realm would lose their ability to act in an instant, becoming lambs to the slaughter. And this was merely him comprehending 60% of the Tao rhythm, and it was still in the peak state of the Great Ascension realm. Unfortunately, 60% of the Tao rhythm could only allow him to activate a single petal from the peach tree. If a few more enemies came, it would become somewhat tricky. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying scene it would be if he fully comprehended this path of slaughter, letting the peach blossoms rain down like a storm. In the distance, several attendants from the evil demon tribunal of Shadu City had just arrived. Upon reaching the scene, everyone was stunned in place. What is going on? In midair, a decaying setting sun and a blood moon of slaughter appeared simultaneously in the sky. Beneath the conjunction of sun and moon stood a peach tree, and under the tree, the elder of the Yin family had already collapsed, lying on the ground like a dead dog, prostrated before the young man. Behind that young governor, it seemed as if a long river was surging and flowing. This is Tao rhythm? At the back of the hall, Shadu City and the few attendants who had just arrived stared blankly at the sky, feeling a surge of shock rising in their hearts. This young man, their colleague, had actually comprehended the Tao rhythm. Moreover, judging by the situation, it seemed to be two different Tao rhythms. Damn, old Lee, this can't be real. Is this Tao rhythm? Our governor has already comprehended Tao rhythm? I don't know, I've never seen it before. Tao rhythm is what one attains upon entering the martial god realm. It seems to be real, and that elder of the Yin family seems to be done for. Does this mean that our feud with the Yin family has been completely sealed, an unresolvable kind? One attendant paused, somewhat belatedly asking. Of course, from the moment we stepped in here, it was already unresolvable. So what do we do now? Listening to the conversation behind him, Shadu City frowned. What to do? Since we're here, let's just take him down. This newly appointed governor is so fierce. You all better not embarrass the Longdu tribunal. As his words fell, the spirits of those present suddenly shook, their expressions becoming resolute. As attendants, each of them had stained their hands with the blood of many different races. They had only hesitated before due to the Yin family's reputation. In reality, everyone here was an experienced executioner. Looking down at the latecomers below, Gu Qingchen lifted the half-dead Huang Lao by his feet and threw him in front of the crowd, pointing at the two people in front of him, and said, "This person has been confirmed as a spy for the human race. You two, take him back to the tribunal for interrogation immediately." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present darkened, their faces becoming somewhat serious. Involving the alien evil spirits was a responsibility that belonged solely to the tribunal. In the recent battle, Gu Qingchen's displayed combat power had made the attending officials trust his words without doubt. The two nodded, grabbed the blood-soaked Huang Lao, and soared into the air. The rest of you, begin searching the Hall of Flames, focusing on checking whether there are hidden chambers underground in these branch halls. I suspect that the Yin family is very likely hiding the blood pool underground. As soon as Gu Qingchen finished speaking, Xia Duqing immediately said, "Governor Gu, there's no need to go through so much trouble. There is one place that is most likely the hiding spot of the Yin family." Gu Qingchen raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" Xia Duqing explained, "The underground palace is the most concealed place in every main hall, and it usually stores the family's most precious weapons and treasures. Only the core members of a family are qualified to enter." Gu Qingchen pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. "Then I will go to the Yin family's underground palace." In the main hall of the Yin family, Yen Miatian swayed while holding a cup of hot tea, closing his eyes and lying back in a rocking chair with an expression of enjoyment. Layers of black mist surrounded him. Under the encirclement of the black mist, he felt the membrane that had been blocking his power for many years was gradually weakening. The sharp black mist was like a sharp thorn, about to pierce through the shackles that had confined Yen Nietian for years. He had been stuck at the peak of the Marquis realm for over 20 years, with almost no progress during that time. But since mastering the power of curses, he could clearly feel that the barrier was slowly diminishing. At this rate, within half a year, he would be able to advance to the next level, breaking through the Marquis and ascending to the Supreme. Indeed, good birds perch on good trees. Aligning with the demon race was the right choice. The only uncertain factor was that boy. The boy named Gu Qingchen was growing far too quickly, so fast that even he felt a bit of fear. However, it was fortunate that the designs of these alien races were about to be completed. By then, the entire Great Xia would be destroyed, and that boy would also not be able to survive. Just as Yen Nietian was contemplating with his eyes closed, a sudden rumbling sound came from outside the hall, as if some giant object had been shattered. His figure paused for a moment, but then he continued to sip his tea as if nothing had happened. After a while, it seemed that the entire world was subtly trembling. He frowned slightly, just about to ask below, when a Yin family guard stumbled into the hall. The guard was drenched in sweat, panic-stricken, and gasping for breath. Reporting to the family head, a boy has knocked down the guards at the entrance and has already entered the Hall of Flames. Yen Nietian frowned, took a gentle sip of the scalding hot tea, and said, "Does this little matter need to be reported to me? Notify Elder Huang to go and capture him. Whatever punishment is necessary, proceed according to the laws of Great Xia, and remember not to make any big commotion during this time." Saying this, he was about to close his eyes again. The guard below broke out in a cold sweat again, trembling as he spoke. But family head, Elder Huang has also been defeated, and has already been taken away by that boy's companions. What? Yen Miatian suddenly sat up from his chair, his eyes filled with disbelief. After losing 5 elders, Elder Huang was the last master-level expert of the Yin family. Moreover, he was a peak master-level expert. Has he even been defeated? Intruder, did he mention his name? The guard lowered his head, pondering for a moment, stammering, "I remember Elder Huang seemed to call him Gu Qingchen." Upon hearing this name, Yen Niatian's expression suddenly darkened. Gu Qingchen? What is he doing at the Yin family? Could it be that he has already uncovered something about the Yin family? Yen Miatian felt a chill rise behind him, his pupils sharpening suddenly, a murderous intent surfacing within. "Good for you, Gu Qingchen. I wasn't looking for you, yet you came knocking on my door. Heaven has a path you refuse to take, hell has no door and you come on your own. Since that's the case, I can't be blamed." Yen Niatian took a deep breath and instructed the guard, "Tell Song Jiyun to return to the underground blood pool and not to show up in the outside world during this time." As he spoke, Yen Niatian slowly stood up, drawing a crimson curved blade from behind him. The guards below, watching the head of the family's actions, couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. To deal with that young man, the head of the family is going to take action personally? On the other side, 2 governors walked through the air, their gaze sweeping over half of the Fireflame Great Hall. Just as the 2 were searching with their eyes, Xia Duqing suddenly stopped, pointing in a direction. "Governor Gu, if I'm not mistaken, that should be the Yin family's underground palace." Following Xia Duqing's pointed direction, a flat area suddenly appeared ahead, standing out starkly among the various towering side halls. The 2 figures slowly descended. As they approached this flat area, Gu Qingchen finally saw that it was not just flat ground, but a massive, mural-like structure embedded in the ground, resembling a giant door. However, this door was on the surface. On this door, 2 deities were carved, with various splendid phenomena floating around them, lifelike. Xia Duqing landed on the ground, bent down, and punched the surface, causing the earth to tremble slightly, the sound somewhat hollow. He nodded at Gu Qingchen. "Below is hollow. The underground palace should be right here." This is the underground palace. Whether it can overturn the entire Yin family depends on this strike. Gu Qingchen exhaled, his Dao rhythm surging, brewing sword intent in his hand, ready to strike down at the entrance of the underground palace. Just as Gu Qingchen was about to unleash his Dao rhythm, a cold voice slowly echoed above them. "Gu Qingchen, I've heard so much about you." The moment the voice sounded, Gu Qingchen's hair stood on end, and his entire figure retreated violently. At the same time, 2 Dao rhythms burst forth, instantly enveloping Gu Qingchen in a sea of blood, surging like a long river. Above Gu Qingchen, a burly man stood with his hands behind his back, coldly looking down at Gu Qingchen. Gu Qingchen's eyes were somewhat shocked. With his perception, he hadn't even noticed when this person had appeared. His consciousness quietly extended from his body, and the moment it touched the man, he felt as if he had touched an abyss, unfathomable. This person was at least 2 major realms higher than himself. There was only one possibility: the peak of the Marquis realm. This person is the head of the Yin family. Gu Qingchen looked up at the man in midair, his eyes already filled with vigilance, and a poem by Li Taibai quietly appeared in his hand, ready to be unfurled at any moment. Beside him, Xia Duqing's face had already turned pale. The terrifying pressure brought by Yen Niatian was almost making him unsteady. He bitterly smiled in his heart. The worst outcome had indeed appeared. In midair, Yen Niatian looked Gu Qingchen up and down, feeling somewhat alarmed. Indeed, 2 Dao rhythms, and they were the most top-tier ultimate Dao rhythms. A great master can comprehend the terrifying rhythm of the Dao. Indeed, this kid cannot be left alive. His expression was cold, holding a crimson long knife. He spoke indifferently. "Governor Gu Qingchen of Longdu, coveting the treasures of the Yin family's underground palace, has intruded into the Yin family and injured an elder. Now, by the order of the 12 Earth Generals, the Yin Generals, Governor Gu Qingchen's title is revoked, and he is to be executed immediately." As the words fell, a terrifying power began to coalesce around Yen Niatian, and a tremendous thunderous sound echoed through the heavens and the earth. In the realm of the Marquis, one could fully manipulate the power of heaven and earth. Yen Niatian swung the long knife in his hand, transforming it into a streak of red light, crashing down. The 2 felt a tremendous pressure surging towards them. Gu Qingchen's heart trembled, and he was about to unfold the scroll in his hand. Just then, a massive spatial fluctuation rippled through this realm, tearing open a blue rift beside Gu Qingchen. Yen Yi, covered in the blood of the demon clan, stepped out with 1 foot, and the fierce knife light was instantly extinguished. Yen Miatian, you've grown quite bold lately, wanting to move against me, Yen Yi. The previously despairing expression on Xia Doqing's face suddenly turned to one of ecstasy. Director Yen, a Supreme Realm expert, had actually arrived at this moment. Watching the figure wearing a scarlet mask step out from the spatial tunnel, Yen Miatian's expression froze, seemingly surprised, but there was no panic on his face. He slightly bowed to Yen Yi and said, Yen Yi, Lord Yen, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be at the border of the Great Xia? Yen Yi glanced at Yen Miatian and replied coldly, what I do is none of your business. He then turned to Gu Qingchen, little Gu, what exactly is going on? Seeing Yen Ye's arrival, Gu Qingchen felt a slight relief. Uncle Yen, the Yen family is currently suspected of colluding with the demon clan and harming the people of Great Xia. I am investigating the Yen family, and this underground palace below is likely the most crucial evidence. Upon hearing this, Yen Miatian immediately scoffed, saying, Humph, what a joke. Who in Great Xia doesn't know that my Yen family has made great contributions in the fight against foreign tribes? Over the years, we have destroyed countless demon clans. The Yen family's underground palace contains the most precious martial arts secrets and treasures collected by the Yen family over the past century. Only the core members can enter and select from it. How could a mere governor like you casually pry into it? Yen Ye's voice turned icy, cutting straight to the point. If the title of governor is not enough, then my title as the director of the tribunal should suffice. The Yen family is currently suspected of colluding with the demon clan. Now, in my capacity as the director of the tribunal, I demand that you open the Yen family's underground palace and accept the tribunal's investigation. If you refuse to cooperate, you will be charged with treason. Hearing this, Yen Miatian not only showed no fear but instead revealed a slight smile as he bowed slightly to his back. Lord Shadow Emperor, please reveal yourself. As the words fell, a figure slowly rose from Yen Miatian's shadow. The man had long hair, and his face was shrouded in black shadows, making it hard to see clearly. Upon seeing this figure appear, Gu Qingchen's expression suddenly became serious. This man exuded an aura far beyond that of Yen Miatian, coupled with Yen Miatian's earlier address. This was one of the 7 emperors, a peak expert in the Supreme Realm, just like Yen Yi. Gu Qingchen's heart suddenly stirred. Could it be that even among the royal family, there were traitors infiltrating? At this moment, even Yen Ye's expression darkened. The Yen family had always been on good terms with the Nangong family, one of the royal families, but he never expected that Nangong Ying would appear here today. A mocking smile appeared on Yen Ye's face. I wondered why Yen Miatian was so fearless today. It turns out he has you, Nangong Ying, backing him. What's wrong, Nangong Ying? It's been so long since we last met, and now you're dealing with the demon clan? The Shadow Emperor chuckled lightly, stepping forward to stand in front of Yen Yeling, slowly speaking, Yen Yeling, both words and actions must be backed by evidence. If every ruler of the Great Xia acted as tyrannically as you do, the Great Xia would be in chaos. He glanced at the young man beside him, as if seeking his opinion. If he were to engage in a fight with Nangong Ying, Gu Qingchen would have to face the pressure from Yen Miatian alone for the time being. He was asking Gu Qingchen whether to strike. Gu Qingchen nodded and said calmly, Uncle Yen, go ahead. Yen Yeling sneered, a murderous intent suddenly appearing in his eyes. Humph, Yen Miatian, do you think that by calling a 7th emperor to back you up, I won't dare to act against you and the Yen family? He drew the rust-red long sword from behind him, and in an instant, a sharp killing aura erupted around him, causing the heavens and earth to change color. Before the two opposite could react, the rust-red long sword had already transformed into a massive law manifestation that pierced through the heavens and earth. Yen Yeling stood between heaven and earth, gripping the long sword as if holding a gigantic and perilous mountain, his killing intent formidable. He was about to slash down towards the direction of the dungeon. Facing the bone-chilling killing intent of the Supreme Realm, Yen Miatian's face had already turned pale. Watching Yen Yeling's crazy actions, Nangong Ying's expression also became somewhat grim. If the two truly fought here, the clash of two Supreme Realm beings would likely destroy the entire Yen family. At that time, not only would the underground palace be exposed, but the entire Yen family would also suffer significant losses. This Yen Yeling is truly a madman. His face trembled continuously. No, he must be stopped. He stepped forward as well, and a vast black shadow began to cover the heavens and earth, blocking Yen Yeling. His voice was somewhat cold as he said, Yen Yeling, since this matter is related to the demon clan and is of great importance, I will make an exception and open the Yen family's underground palace for you to inspect. However, you must consider carefully, if nothing is found, recklessly barging into the Yen family's home to search and cause trouble carries severe consequences, and you know it in your heart. As the head of the tribunal, you can certainly do as you please, but that governor beside you may not escape decades of imprisonment. Nangong Ying warned. In midair, Yen Yeling snorted coldly, sheathing his long sword, and the long sword, like a mountain, suddenly dissipated along with the sharp killing intent. "Humph, you need not worry about that, Shadow Emperor. Open the door." Seeing Yen Yeling put away his long sword, Nangonging quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He then signaled to Yen Miatian behind him to open the door. Yen Miatian's face was extremely gloomy at this moment. After hesitating for a few seconds, he shakily took out a small key from his pocket. He slowly descended, his expression grim as he inserted the key into the painting on the large door, at the center of the two divine beings, and gently twisted it. With the mechanical rumbling sound, the large door above the underground palace slowly opened, revealing the scene inside the underground palace. Gu Qingchen and Yen Yeling exchanged glances and nodded, their figures slowly descending into the underground palace. As the two fully entered the pitch-black underground palace, bright lights began to illuminate one after another. Inside the underground palace, everything became brilliant, and all things came into view for the two. Gu Qingchen focused, golden light flickering in his eyes as he looked around. The glimmer of various weapons, martial arts manuals, and techniques were countless. There were also various relics from ancient times, enshrined on high platforms. On the high platform hung portraits of several ancestors of the Yen family, and on the stone platform below were written their life histories. Everything here was orderly, seemingly without a trace of blood pools. Yen Yeling glanced at Gu Qingchen, his eyes filled with some doubt. Gu Qingchen frowned tightly. Despite being the holy body of the Sunwheel, he could not sense any trace of the demon clan beneath this underground palace. Could it be that the blood pool really isn't here, located somewhere underground? At this moment, Huang Yu, who had already lost an arm, was drenched in blood, his body nailed to the wall by several thick steel spikes, his breath extremely weak. Not far in front of him, there was a huge deep pit, as if it had just been dug, surrounded by crimson soil. Blood surged within the pit, already submerging half of it, with more than 10 incomplete corpses floating inside. At the center of the pit was a dazzling purple crystal, pulsating like a heart, its surface undulating. Even more bizarrely, a row of sharp teeth grew on the surface of the crystal, constantly gnawing at the flesh and blood of the corpses. With each corpse devoured, the luster of the purple crystal became even more brilliant. On the cement floor beside Huang Yu, dozens of battered ordinary people were bound by iron torture devices, their faces filled with despair. These ordinary people knew clearly that soon they would become part of the corpses in this pool. Just then, a mechanical rumbling sound suddenly came from above. Hearing the commotion from outside the underground palace, Huang Yu's expression changed, and he abruptly raised his head. That was the sound of the main door of the underground palace opening. If those few people were to enter this sacrificial blood pool, they would definitely not come in through the main door to avoid drawing attention. This could only mean that someone in Longdu had discovered this place. A glimmer of light flashed in Huang Yu's weak pupils. Behind him, a few others seemed to realize this as well, all looking up at the ceiling. A man gazed upward, his expression suddenly becoming excited, shouting loudly to those around him, "Everyone, get up! The people from the tribunal are here! We are saved!" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present perked up, their faces showing ecstatic expressions. The evil demon tribunal had finally arrived, they were finally saved. Instantly, many people hoarsely screamed toward the ceiling, their dry throats straining. In an instant, continuous cries for help echoed in the cramped space, creating an unbearable noise. Just as everyone was calling for help, a small door opened from the side, and Song Ji-yoon slowly walked out. Upon seeing Song Ji-yoon approach, the previously noisy crowd fell silent, many people's pupils constricting sharply, their throats tightening, their eyes filled with fear. Under everyone's gaze, he walked up to the man who had just spoken, his expression somewhat impatient. "Damn it, why are you shouting? Is it annoying?" Saying this, he lifted the man and, under the man's desperate gaze, gently tossed him into the blood pool behind him. In an instant, countless blood spikes erupted from the blood pool again. The man let out a scream and instantly lost all signs of life. He looked at the crowd, whose faces were filled with terror, and sneered, his tone mocking, "Don't worry, this place has long been isolated from all sound and breath by Lord Yen from the outside. Even if Yen Yeling himself were to arrive, he wouldn't be able to find this place. After all, who would have thought that besides the heavenly prison, the Yen family also has an abandoned dungeon, and that this dungeon just happens to be located beneath the underground palace?" As if to confirm Song Ji-yoon's words, muffled voices of several people came from above in the underground palace. "Gentlemen, you can see for yourselves whether there are any demons in the underground palace. May I ask if you are satisfied?" Nangonging sneered, his gaze fixed on the two people in front of him. Gu Qingchen spoke lightly, "The absence of demons in this underground palace does not mean that there are no demons hidden in other places of your Yen family. Yen Mietian, rest assured, I will eventually uncover whether the Yen family has colluded with the demon clan. Hearing this, Yen Nietian's expression darkened, and he angrily spoke, Gu Qingchen, you have some nerve. As the governor, you barged into the Yen family, injured the guards, privately captured my Yen family elder, and maliciously searched the place, tarnishing the family's reputation. Each of these offenses could land you in the dungeons for over 10 years. Yen Yiling's gaze turned serious as he slowly spoke. Enough. Since nothing was found, this matter ends here for now. Xiao Gu, let's go. Gu Qingchen nodded, following behind Yen Yiling, ready to take off into the air. At this moment, wanting to leave? Yen Nietian scoffed inwardly, just as he was about to speak to stop them. Beside him, Nan Gonging reached out to block him, frowned, and gave Yen Nietian a look, signaling him to let the two leave. Below in the underground palace, upon hearing the name Gu Qingchen, Song Jiyun's expression changed drastically. Fear, pain, hatred. In an instant, various emotions twisted his face, and his expression became somewhat frenzied. He grabbed a person's hair and slammed their head hard against the ground, hissing with a laugh, "Did you hear that? They're leaving soon, and no one can save you. A sacrifice must have the awareness of a sacrifice, just wait to die immediately, understand?" Saying this, he walked over to Huang Yu, a mocking smile on his face. "By the way, I forgot to introduce you all. This is the steward from your great Xia tribunal, and this is how he looks now. This is the fate of defying the demon clan." He slapped Huang Yu's cheek heavily, the sound echoing, and spoke to the crowd behind him. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present turned to look at Huang Yu, a hint of despair appearing on their faces. At this moment, Huang Yu hung above like a corpse. This was a steward from the tribunal. Even such an existence had met this fate. How could an ordinary person like himself possibly survive? At this moment, Huang Yu's face was expressionless, allowing Song Jiyun to slap his cheek. He just stared blankly at the underground palace above. One of his eyes was already covered in blood, and his vision was a blur of crimson. Above, was that young prodigy named Gu Qingchen? That young man had actually entered the Yen family alone to search for the hidden demon clan, injuring elders and conducting a forced search. He felt the pain in his body quickly dissipate, a surge of youthful vigor suddenly rising from his chest. He suddenly laughed heartily towards the sky, loudly addressing those around him. "Everyone, do you know who that young man speaking above is? Who is that young man? What is the steward talking about?" The crowd below, in their fearful gazes, showed a hint of confusion. Before anyone could react, Huang Yu continued to speak as if to himself. "That young man is our new governor of Longdu, and at just 18 years of age, he has single-handedly slain hundreds of thousands of demons, saving over 10,000 people. Upon arriving in Longdu, he single-handedly killed 5 master-level assassins. Now, he has once again entered the Yen family alone, conducting a forced search here." At this moment, Song Jiyun finally reacted, his expression suddenly darkening as he interrupted. "You bastard, I told you to shut up." He gathered his energy in his hand and suddenly swung a punch, striking Huang Yu's abdomen with force. Huang Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining everything in front of him red. But moments later, a more satisfied smile appeared on his face. That young man faced 100,000 demons without fear. What was there to be afraid of for his worthless life, now that his meridians were destroyed? Though his body was broken, his heart remained strong. He laughed heartily again, eyes closed, and shouted towards the back, "Everyone, if a young man can do this, and now the Great Xia is infiltrated by the demon clan, in imminent danger, as citizens of Great Xia, what should we do?" As the words fell, a resolute expression emerged on Huang Yu's face, and his eyes suddenly turned fierce. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Huang Yu, as if demonstrating, forced himself to move forward, bearing the weight of several enormous steel nails embedded in his body with the last bit of strength he had. He broke free from his restraints. Blood gushed from his body like a waterfall, and blood mist erupted continuously. He had become a complete blood-soaked figure. Looking at the man before him, Song Jiyun felt a chill run through him for some unknown reason and instinctively took a few steps back. After a moment, he finally realized that the person before him, even after breaking free, was already powerless. He took a deep breath to calm himself and was about to mock. "It's useless. This is Lord Yen Nietian." But before he could finish, his expression suddenly turned to one of terror. A terrifying energy surged from Huang Yu's mutilated body. At the same time, a layer of pitch-black color suddenly enveloped his eyes, like a malevolent spirit. "You intend to self-destruct?" Song Jiyun's pupils trembled violently. "How is that possible? Your meridians have long been completely destroyed by Lord Yen. Where does this power come from?" Song Jiyun exclaimed in horror. His figure rapidly retreated, and black mist instantly enveloped him entirely, forming a massive defensive shield to protect him within. Huang Yu smiled bitterly, not answering. His eyes were already pitch black, unable to see anything. This was the price of forcibly using the stored power from the blessed parts of his body. With a triumphant smile on his face, he called out to the crowd, "I, Huang Yu, steward of the Dragon Capital Evil Judgment Office, today implore you all to dedicate yourselves to the Great Xia and eliminate the traitors." Looking at the light rising from Huang Yu, the crowd suddenly realized that this steward of the Judgment Office was about to self-destruct. This was a self-detonation of the Great Ascension Realm. Once activated, no ordinary person present would survive. In the midst of the silence, a middle-aged man stepped forward, exchanging glances with everyone present. He suddenly raised both hands and shouted, "As a person of Great Xia, I shall dedicate myself to Great Xia and eliminate the traitors." This shout stunned everyone, and then a look of determination appeared on their faces. In an instant, countless voices echoed behind Huang Yu, shaking the heavens. "As a person of Great Xia, I shall dedicate myself to Great Xia and eliminate the traitors. As a person of Great Xia, I shall dedicate myself to Great Xia and eliminate the traitors." A slight arc formed at the corner of Huang Yu's mouth. "Governor, please be sure to eradicate the alien races besieging Great Xia and return humanity a bright future. As for me, this steward, I will take my leave first." A dazzling light suddenly erupted from his body. Above the underground palace, Gu Qingchen and the others soared into the air, just about to leave the underground palace when their figures suddenly froze. He keenly looked at the ground, instinctively feeling that something was about to come. Beside him, Yeling also frowned, looking downward. Gu Qingchen's pupils suddenly constricted. In the next moment, a terrifying shockwave exploded beneath the underground palace. A massive wave of smoke surged into the air, and in an instant, a huge gap was blown open beneath the underground palace. The entire underground palace collapsed with a roar, and books, weapons, and treasures tumbled down like garbage, flames erupting everywhere. In just a moment, the Yen family's underground palace had turned into a sea of fire. The four people in the underground palace quickly used their abilities to intercept the terrifying shockwave outside. Below the sea of fire, a pool of crimson blood was exposed before the four. In the blood pool, the mutilated corpses had already been shattered into fragments by the immense energy, splattering everywhere. Even so, the blood in the blood pool remained incredibly bright. Beside the blood pool stood a person covered in blood. It was Song Ji-yoon. A part of Song Ji-yoon's body had already disappeared, and from the severed edge, blood gushed out in torrents, his face filled with despair. He slowly raised his head to look at Yen Mietian, his eyes trembling, a surge of survival instinct rising within him. "Lord Yen, save." Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Yen Mietian's voice. Looking at the man below, Yen Mietian's originally gloomy eyes suddenly burst forth with a sharp brilliance, and he declared with righteous indignation, "You, a spy of the demon clan, dare to infiltrate the dungeon of my Yen family to set up a demon altar. According to the laws of the Great Xia, you shall be executed immediately." Before anyone could react, Yen Mietian swung his sword down. Staring at the blade of light flying towards him, Song Ji-yoon was momentarily stunned, a trace of despair appearing in his eyes. He quickly realized the matter had been exposed, and Yen Mietian intended to silence him, shifting all the blame onto him or the entire Song family. His eyes were instantly filled with despair, and he could only watch helplessly as the terrifying blade of light descended, enveloping his body. In an instant, under the blade of light, his body was reduced to flesh and blood fragments, dying. Witnessing this scene, Gu Qingchen's gaze suddenly turned icy. At this point, Yen Mietian still fought to distance himself. "Uncle Yen, the evidence is conclusive, take action." Yen Yiling's expression was equally cold, drawing out a rust-red long knife from behind, an endless killing intent aimed at Yen Mietian. He said in a deep voice, "Humph, what else do you have to say now? Head of the Yen family, Yen Mietian, has committed treason, arrest him on the spot and schedule a trial." Stepping forward, Nangonying blocked in front of Yen Mietian, shaking his head. "Yen Yiling, what evidence do you have to prove that this person did not secretly infiltrate the Yen family's underground palace, framing and slandering the Yen family?" Yen Yiling scoffed, not answering, only speaking indifferently. "If you do not step aside, then your Nangong family will also be regarded as traitors." Upon hearing this, Nangong Ying's expression suddenly darkened, becoming ominous. "Previously, I gave you some face as Yen Yiling. Do you really think I am afraid of you?" He sneered, and behind him, countless shadows spread out like spilled ink, instantly darkening the surroundings, as if all light had been absorbed. Two supreme realm powerhouses faced off against each other. At this moment, Gu Qingchen's expression was darker than ever. The essence of the absolute shadow Dao spread out from him, instantly moving into the remnants of the blood pool. In this small space, among the piles of bones, stood a skeleton, from which one could still sense intense fluctuations of spiritual power. This skeleton was standing. Its body had already turned to dust, leaving only a head rolling to the side. And this head, too, had been left with half a face in the violent impact. This was the head of the steward Huang Yu. One could vaguely see that even in death, a satisfied smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Gu Qingchen felt an overwhelming heaviness in his chest. It was his erroneous orders that had led to the death of this steward. He remained silent for a long time, slowly speaking to the deceased steward. "Rest assured, I will take care of your family." His gaze suddenly turned sharp. The demon clan, traitors, all deserve to die. He slowly stood up, feeling his blood surging through. No matter how monstrous this young man is, he is merely at the Great Ascension stage. Is a governor at the Great Ascension stage really dreaming of executing me? Today, I have shifted all the blame onto Song Ji-yoon. If I can hold on a little longer, I will be able to wait for the other royal family members and the generals to arrive for the investigation. Once it is discovered that Song Ji-yoon is from the Song family and not the Yen family, the focus of the investigation will naturally shift to the Song family. The Yen family will then be able to shed all blame, and I can escape unscathed. After all, these dead men cannot speak. Meanwhile, Yen Yeling felt a tremor in his heart. Every general has an inseparable connection with the great Xia. Even if a martial god were to personally arrive, it would be impossible to execute a general without a trial. Could it be that this young man intends to use that divine artifact? A bad premonition surfaced in his heart, and he called out urgently to the back, "Xiao Gu, don't!" Hearing the shout from above, Gu Qingchen's murderous gaze hesitated for a moment. He knew that if he killed Yen Nietian here, he would likely face immense pressure from all sides of the great Xia. This includes the martial god. If the crime is serious, he might even be thrown into the great Xia's prison. Just then, someone beside Gu Qingchen laughed lightly. "Young friend Gu, why hesitate?" This was the tracker that Longdu University had given him before the competition. Each of the 7 participants in the chase had one. Nangong Qianlai twisted his neck and sneered, "Humph, run? I want to see where you can run to." In the live broadcast room, watching the girl once again spring into action to eliminate 2 extraordinary beings, the barrage erupted in cheers. Beside the principal, a director asked in confusion, "Principal, what should we do now?" "What to do? How should I know what to do? I asked you to handle it, and this is how you handle it." The principal clenched his fists, slammed the table, his face filled with anger. Among those present, several school leaders who had participated in planning this matter fell silent, not daring to speak. Who would have thought that this SS-level blessing would be so perverse? The principal calmed down after a while, letting out a breath. At this point, there was no turning back. It seems that he would have to take action himself. The principal scanned everyone present with disappointment, left the live broadcast room, and soared into the air towards the direction of the ancient ruins. After a long chase, the last 2 contestants in the competition stopped at the peak of a mountain in the center of the ruins. In front of Luo Yuli, there was a 1,000-foot cliff, with no way to retreat. Nangong looked at the graceful figure in front of him and sneered, "Run, don't you love to run? Why aren't you running now?" Luo Yuli's gaze was icy as she looked ahead, forcing herself to maintain her combat strength, but her body was already trembling. After a prolonged tug-of-war, the spiritual energy within her body had been exhausted. She raised her head, silent, her cold gaze fixed on the royal family member before her. From the moment she was besieged by the 7 extraordinary beings, she knew that this reward, the heavenly essence pill, had already been reserved by this prince. Yet even so, she still wanted to rely on her own strength to reach the top. Feeling the chill in Luo Yuli's gaze, Nangong Qianlai raised an eyebrow. "I like that resilient look in your eyes. You're different from other women. I suddenly find myself a bit interested in you." As he spoke, Nangong Qianlai grinned, greedily licking his lips, an invisible gas compressing tightly in his hand. He slowly said in a voice only he could hear, "But let's talk about it when your meridians are completely destroyed." As his words fell, Nangong Qianlai clapped his hands together with a loud bang, and in an instant, a massive air cannon sealed off the entire cliff, accompanied by a tremendous sonic boom, rushing towards Luo Yuli. Watching the air cannon surging towards her, the pallor on Luo Yuli's face deepened. Immediately, a look of determination appeared in her beautiful eyes, and the last bit of spiritual power within her burst forth. "Luo Yuli, you cannot fall, you must obtain the Tian Sui Dan. Only then can you catch up to Qing Chen's footsteps and fight alongside him." Behind her, lights of different colors began to shine. The symbols of the 5 elements gold, wood, water, fire, and earth appeared simultaneously behind her. The 5 primordial elements instantly fused together, merging into a colorful lotus flower. Seeing the lotus take shape, a glimmer of light appeared in Luo Yuli's eyes. She slightly parted her red lips and said, "Go." The 5-colored lotus began to spin rapidly, carrying an unparalleled elemental aura, meeting the imposing air cannon head-on. In an instant, a tremendous energy exploded in this realm. At that moment, in the live broadcast room, millions of viewers clenched their fists, their hearts rising to their throats. Just then, the five-colored lotus suddenly burst forth with extreme brilliance, and under the flow of the five elements, the imposing air cannon's momentum began to wane, as if it were being extinguished by the lotus. We can win! A spark of hope lit up in Luo Yuli's eyes as she pushed the last trace of her spiritual power into the lotus. But the next second, Luo Yuli's heart jolted violently. For some reason, the air cannon, which had already lost its strength, suddenly erupted with a terrifying force of heaven and earth. It directly shattered the five-colored lotus. The power of heaven and earth, this cannot possibly belong to the extraordinary realm. Luo Yuli suddenly realized. It was someone from Longdu University attacking her. Watching the massive cannon roaring towards her, a glimmer of despair surfaced in Luo Yuli's pupils. On her way to the safe zone, she frequently encountered enemies, and now faced the siege of 7 extraordinary beings in the final circle, plus Longdu secretly targeting her. From the very beginning, this was a battle that was impossible to win. Fighting alone until the end, was she still unable to avoid failure? In that instant, for some reason, Luo Yuli suddenly recalled an experience from her childhood. Alone in the hands of cult members, she had felt such fear and despair. Before that boy arrived, no matter how much she cried out for help, there was no response. Wasn't it just like her current situation? No matter how cold and indifferent she appeared on the outside, deep down, she was just a girl in her teens. At that moment, she felt a wave of bitterness spreading from her chest, threatening to fill her entire heart. A crystal tear was about to roll down her cheek, but she forced it back. She silently closed her eyes, waiting for the protective blessing shield to appear. But the next second, that terrifying power seemed to be revoked, dissipating like smoke. At the mountain peak, Luo Yuli opened her eyes in confusion, still not fully aware of what was happening, when she was enveloped in a warm embrace. Immediately, a boy's pampering voice reached her ears. All right, don't worry, it's just a broken pill, your husband will get it for you." At the mountain peak, Luo Yuli looked up in a daze. What came into view was the familiar handsome face of the boy. With a bright smile on his beautiful face, the boy gently stroked the girl's head and spoke tenderly, "It's okay, it's all over now." Looking at the boy's warm smile, Luo Yuli felt her whole body suddenly relax, unable to support herself any longer, and she completely collapsed into Gu Qingqian's arms. She lay weakly on the boy's broad chest, feeling a myriad of grievances in her heart, and tears welled up in her eyes once again. The girl tightly clutched the edge of the boy's clothes, and the tears she had forced back could no longer be contained, quietly sobbing. At that moment, the barrage from Daxia had already exploded. In front of the screen, countless young people from Daxia looked at the scene on the screen in disbelief. They had been following the live broadcast for over 10 days, and throughout the journey to the finals, this stunning girl had remained unshaken, her frosty expression never wavering, her emotions exceptionally stable, no matter what unexpected situations arose. Even when 7 extraordinary beings simultaneously pursued her, she still maintained a cold demeanor, like a battle machine formulating the best plans, continuously dealing with the pursuers behind her. Until she was forced to the edge of a cliff, she still did not waver, fighting until the last moment. Winning would mean becoming a legendary figure, losing would still be an honorable defeat. In the hearts of many watching the live broadcast, this girl had become the embodiment of the Ice Mountain goddess. Yet, when this somewhat inexplicable blind boy appeared, this resilient and stunning girl actually cried, and she even buried her face in this boy's arms? What was going on? Across Daxia, countless viewers of the live broadcast instantly transformed into keyboard warriors, flooding the screen with millions of comments. What the hell? Husband? What did I just hear? Don't mess with me. Wait, did I just see that right? My Ice Mountain goddess is crying? My goddess looks so good even when she's crying. What right does this blind guy have? Goddess, don't hold him anymore. Look at me. I'm a normal person, not disabled. But still, this boy is quite handsome. If he weren't blind, he'd be a top-notch handsome guy. In the eliminated viewing area, the top 100 contestants were watching the competition. At this moment, the top contestants from Longdu University looked somewhat astonished. If they weren't mistaken, this blind boy had seemingly soared up from the cliff, flying through the air. This boy was at a level above the Great Ascension realm. But is it really possible for someone so young to be at the Great Ascension realm? This should be a flying type blessing. A student in the viewing area spoke uncertainly. As soon as this was said, the 100 students suddenly reacted, letting out a breath, and then someone in the crowd asked, "Is this person a freshman? How did he directly run to the finals?" Everyone shook their heads, indicating they didn't know, and someone in the crowd said, if he's a freshman and entered the finals without registering, he might get expelled. But if he's not a freshman this year, the consequences would be even more serious. Entering the ancient ruins without permission could land him in a dungeon. In short, whether he's a freshman this year or not, this boy is likely to face some serious trouble. At the mountain peak, feeling the crystalline tears rolling down the girl's delicate cheeks, dropping into his hands, Gu Qingchen felt a pang of heartache. Due to his temporary blindness during this time, he hadn't watched the competition. If he hadn't been lingering in the Divine Hall, taking time to listen to the competition's live broadcast, perhaps Luo Yuli wouldn't have been treated this way. He had originally thought that Luo Yuli would have little difficulty winning this entrance competition. It seemed he had underestimated the shamelessness of certain leaders and higher-ups in Daxia. If that strike had hit, even with the protection of the blessed shield, Luo Yuli's martial arts meridians would have a high chance of being damaged. If I had arrived just a moment later today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thinking of this, Gu Qingchen's gaze suddenly turned icy, an invisible killing intent surging around him. In the distance, looking at the suddenly appearing blind boy, Nangong Qianlai felt nothing but confusion in his heart. Moreover, he felt inexplicably uneasy. He could sense a faint, chilling killing intent emanating from Gu Qingchen. Instinctively, he felt that the boy in front of him, who was about the same age, was very dangerous. He furrowed his brows and spoke with a somewhat gloomy expression. Who are you, trespassing into the ancient ruins? Do you know what you are doing? But before he could finish, Gu Qingchen slightly raised his eyes and said, Did I allow you to speak to me? As the words fell, Nangong Qianlai felt a terrifying chill suddenly rise from his feet, rushing straight to the top of his head. He didn't know when, but the boy's somewhat hollow eyes had turned into a flame blue color, intricate ancient runes swirling within. The moment he saw those flame blue pupils, goosebumps erupted all over his body, and he instinctively wanted to flee backward. Gu Qingchen's eyes flickered with blue flames, his tone as regal as an emperor. Kneel. As the words fell, Nangong trembled all over. In his mind, a cold blue pupil slowly opened. The next second, he felt an irresistible force directly penetrate his brain, acting upon his legs. Thud! His entire body suddenly collapsed to the ground, his knees crashing heavily against the floor, his kneecaps instantly shattered. He fell directly to his knees in front of Gu Qingchen. In the Great Xia, countless people were momentarily stunned in front of their screens. What is happening? Why is the prince of the Nangong royal family suddenly kneeling before this boy? At this moment, Nangong Qianlai, kneeling on the ground, was already drenched in cold sweat, his expression twisted in pain, continuously letting out cries of agony. From a young age, he had been pampered and praised as a genius, with only those commoners kneeling before him. He had never imagined that one day he would also kneel before someone else. The excruciating pain from his shattered knees made his expression somewhat ferocious as he spoke. Kid, let me tell you, you've gotten yourself into big trouble. Do you know who I am to dare treat me this way? Hearing the shouts from the ground, Gu Qingchen sneered, gathering the power of heaven and earth in his fists, and said, I don't care who you are. You just need to know that the person you have been hunting today is my wife, and you have provoked someone you shouldn't have. Today, you will die here. Saying this, the power of heaven and earth in the boy's fists became even more intense as he aimed to strike at Nangong Qianlia's head. Feeling the sharp killing intent from Gu Qingchen, Nangong Qianlia's pupils suddenly constricted. This kid really intends to kill him. Stop! I am the prince of the Nangong family. Do you dare to kill me? Nangong Qianlai, kneeling on the ground, roared with a twisted expression, shouting loudly to those around him. He couldn't believe that under the threat of the royal family, this boy would still dare to act. At the same time, his body began to struggle wildly, trying to break free from the restraint. But for some reason, Nangong Qianlai felt as if his legs had disconnected from his brain, unable to move at all. He could only kneel humiliatingly before the boy. Hearing this, the boy was momentarily taken aback, then his gaze turned somewhat playful as he sneered. Hee, I thought so. So you are the prince of the Nangong family. It seems that both father and son are indeed of the same ilk. Both are disgraceful figures of the Great Xia. Upon hearing Gu Qingchen's words, Nangong Qianlia's mind shook violently. This boy seemed to have had a conflict with his father. He knelt on the ground, using all his strength to roar at Gu Qingchen. Since you know my father, you should naturally be aware of the strength of the Nangong family. If you let me go today, there might still be room for negotiation with the Nangong family. If you dare to kill me, the entire Nangong family will hunt you down. Gu Qingchen laughed heartily. Hunt down? What a joke! If your Nangong family really dares to come, then be prepared to be exterminated. At this moment, although Gu Qingchen no longer had the dragon's shield, he held 5 scrolls of poetry by Li Taibai in his hand. As long as he could keep Yin Yeling occupied, relying on these 5 terrifying scrolls, he might be able to annihilate the entire Nangong family. Alright, you've talked too much, die. With that, Gu Qingchen unleashed all his might, striking heavily towards Nangong Qianlia's head in the face of his despairing gaze. Stop! Just as Gu Qingchen's heavy fist was about to land on Nangong Qianlia's head, an elderly voice rang out in this world like thunder. In the distance, several whistling sounds rushed over, and several sharp blades of light swiftly slashed out. At the same time, a vast and powerful invisible force tore through the air, creating a massive sonic boom, rushing towards Gu Qingchen from the mountain peak. Looking at the multiple attacks coming from all directions, Gu Qingchen remained expressionless, a peach blossom branch appearing in his hand, and he lightly pointed forward. In an instant, two ultimate Dao rhythms burst forth. An incredibly terrifying killing intent spread throughout this space. In the sky above, two phenomena simultaneously emerged. Thick dark clouds surged above the clouds, completely blocking the midday sunlight, and a blood moon slowly peeked out from behind the dark clouds. Below the horizon, a withered sun slowly rose, like a black hole, devouring everything. The black sun spun continuously, its terrifying suction spreading through the world, and that immense force was directly crushed by this black sun. At the same time as this phenomenon appeared, the several rushing attacks in the distance erupted with rich blood mist, letting out a scream before falling off the cliff. In just one encounter, several teachers from Longdu University who came to rescue were severely injured by Gu Qingchen. Meanwhile, Gu Qingchen held the peach blossom branch in his right hand, while his left hand maintained its power, his fist carrying the weight of hundreds of millions of tons, heavily smashing down. Under Nangong Qianlia's terrified gaze, his head was directly smashed to pieces by Gu Qingchen. Like a smashed watermelon, various liquids splattered out. Before he could even let out a scream, his entire body went limp. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, the screen suddenly went black. The live stream was cut off at this moment, but the barrage above surged even more violently, like waves of the sea, coming in wave after wave. Brothers, did we just see something incredible? Incredible? I even feel that the great Xia is about to change from today. Damn, who just questioned my brother Xia? Haters speak up. Brother Xia is too handsome. Damn, from today on, brother Xia is my dad. No need to say more, brother Xia is too awesome. Just now my mom came in and thought I was watching a movie, with both the moon and the sun. On the mountain peak, behind the cliff, an old man slowly walked out, his face looking extremely grim, and his eyes filled with intense shock. Floating in the air were two different Dao rhythms, seemingly of very high levels. His gaze slightly darkened. This young man was even more unfathomable than he had imagined. This was truly troublesome. The third prince of the Nangong family had been brutally killed during the enrollment ceremony at Longdu University. Although it had nothing to do with him, he feared that soon the Nangong family's wrath would also involve him. He spoke to Gu Qingchen with an exceptionally grim expression. Kid, do you know who you just killed? Gu Qingchen slightly raised his eyes, glanced at the old man, and answered with a question. Wasn't it you who secretly helped Nangong Qianli just now? Upon hearing this, the principal's eyelids twitched, and a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. I don't understand what you're saying. Gu Qingchen shook his head, feigning confusion, and said something inexplicable. Why is it that after you came out, I always feel like something is missing? What's wrong? The principal's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding spreading within him. In front of him, Gu Qingchen fell silent for a moment, then suddenly realized, right, I remember now, I don't like scum standing in front of me. As he spoke, Gu Qingchen's hollow pupils had once again turned a brilliant blue, intricate ancient runes swirling within. In the moment his pupils lit up, Gu Qingchen's voice boomed like a bell, his expression suddenly regal like a king. So, you kneel before me? How dare you? The principal's face changed in shock, a tremendous force surging through him, ready to strike at Gu Qingchen. But as soon as he spoke, he realized that his knees were no longer under his control. In his mind, a terrifying blue pupil slowly opened. He felt as if his brain was being taken over by this terrifying blue pupil. The next moment, his knees uncontrollably bent, and with a thud, he knelt directly in front of the boy. He was a master-level expert. How could he kneel before a mere boy? At this moment, the principal's face was ashen, his expression pained as he asked, "Who exactly are you?" He couldn't understand why such a young boy could be so powerful. Gu Qingchen smiled lightly. Who am I? I'm a freshman at Longdu University this year. The principal's face turned beet red. Kid, I am the principal of Longdu University. Think carefully. Ha 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 ha. Gu Qingchen laughed heartily, as if he had heard an incredible joke. He slowly squatted down to be at eye level with the kneeling principal, placing his right foot directly on the principal's head, leaning in close, and chuckling softly. Principal, don't you still understand the situation? Do you think, given the current circumstances, is there still a need for me to attend this school? At this moment, in the viewing area, hundreds of students were staring in shock at the scene before them. This was the principal of Longdu University, the top university in the Great Xia. In the campus, who would not bow and pay respects upon seeing the principal? On that mountaintop, the the once mighty principal was now kneeling before the boy, as humble as a dog. And the boy wore a faint smile, his foot rubbing against the principal's face. They felt as if their nearly 20-year-old worldview had been overturned, their minds spinning, mouths agape, wanting to say something but unable to make a sound. In the live broadcast room of Longdu University. At this moment, the screens in front of the teachers were dim, the live stream had been interrupted, but the barrage of comments had multiplied geometrically compared to the live broadcast. It formed a sea of comments. The recently broadcast clips were spreading explosively throughout the Great Xia. In front of the screen, several teachers looked ashen, standing there in a daze. They couldn't quite comprehend what they had just witnessed in those brief few minutes. Initially, everyone thought it was just a simple entrance competition. Just now, this boy had directly killed the prince of the Nangong family in front of millions in live streams across the Great Xia. That is truly a royal prince, the direct bloodline of the Nangong family. Killing a prince in front of the public is no different from a severe slap to the face of the royal family, and it's the kind that distorts the face. After today, the Nangong family will undoubtedly be in a life and death struggle with this young man. Although the identity of the president of Longdu University is not more noble than that of a prince, he is more well known throughout the Great Xia, frequently appearing in various media. Moreover, the president is also a guest elder of a certain powerful family. Now, one of the two high-status individuals is dead, and the other is being trampled underfoot by this blind young man. The gazes directed at the young man are somewhat trembling. Just how powerful is this young man's background to dare act in such a manner? Could it be that this blind young man is the son of a martial god? Atop the mountain peak, beneath Gu Qingqian's feet, the president's mouth oozes blood, his cheek severely distorted from being pressed against the ground, and he can even hear the sound of his bones cracking in his head. It feels as if his head is about to split open at any moment. As the president of Longdu University, he never imagined he would suffer such humiliation in front of a student. Just as he was about to shout in anger, he inadvertently caught sight of Nangong Qianlia's corpse nearby. The head of the corpse had already turned into a puddle of flesh, like a shattered watermelon, leaving only a body behind. The death was tragic. The president's heart jolted, an invisible fear rising within him, and the words he was about to say were swallowed back down. This young man could slaughter even the royal family's son like a chicken or duck, and he was merely the president of a university. If he were to harbor murderous intent towards himself, he might not survive today. The president swallowed hard, suppressing the frustration in his heart, his tone carrying a hint of pleading. "Student, please let me up first, we can discuss this." Gu Qingqian toyed with the strands of Dao rhythm in his hand, smiling as he spoke. "President, I have a question for you. If your answer satisfies me, I will let you up. You said that Longdu University is one of the top 2 academies in Huaxia. As the president of Longdu University, you should uphold justice and combat cheating. Why did you instead secretly intervene to help that royal prince?" As soon as these words were spoken, a large group of students in the audience were taken aback. The president secretly helped Nangong Qianli? They immediately recalled the scene when the girl fought against Nangong Qianli at the end. It was indeed somewhat strange. The 5-colored lotus was about to extinguish that air cannon, but for some reason, the air cannon suddenly seemed to be infused with a massive amount of energy, turning the tide. It turned out that the president had intervened behind the scenes. The fact that the president would do such a thing left everyone in disbelief. In an instant, various disdainful gazes were cast towards the president. The president's mouth twitched, his body trembled, and he loudly defended himself. "Student, I really don't know what you're talking about." "I didn't." "Oh, is that so?" Before the president could finish his defense, Gu Qingqian increased the pressure beneath his feet once more. Under this immense weight, in addition to the intense pain, the president clearly heard the creaking sound of his skull grinding against the ground. His skull was about to shatter. The pure and terrifying killing intent emanating from the young man grew even denser. "Stop! I'll tell you! It was me! It was me!" The president gasped for breath, cold sweat streaming down his filthy face, his tone filled with terror. "It was me. I instructed the teachers to give those extraordinary students tracking devices. It was me who acted against the students in the end, wanting to ensure the prince's victory. But it was all the Nangong family that made me do it. Everything was instigated by that royal family. It has nothing to do with me." The president feigned a heartbroken expression. "Student, you are still young. When you grow a little older, you will understand that the royal family's orders must be obeyed." Gu Qingqian let out a cold laugh. "Humph. The royal family's command, must it be obeyed?" If this were said by an ordinary person, it would be one thing, but you are the president of Longdu University. Must you obey? Do you really think I'm a fool? Longdu University, as a crucial place for cultivating talents in the Great Xia, has always been held in high regard. If a member of the royal family were to intervene in its affairs with power, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of other royal family members. Anyone with a bit of common sense would know this is impossible. Today's outcome can only mean that the president has engaged in a profit exchange with the Nangong family. The Nangong family promised personal benefits to the president in exchange for this rare Tian Sui Dan, which is hard to come by even once a year in the Great Xia. Looking at the president, who was groveling at his feet like a dog, Gu Qingchen sighed lightly and shook his head. President, in a competition organized by your own school, you can act against your talented students for a mere trifling benefit from the royal family. If in the future, foreign tribes invade the Great Xia, a person like you, who is so self-serving, will probably have to lick the boots of those foreign tribes and act as their lackey. At this point, Gu Qingchen's gaze suddenly turned sharp, a murderous intent spreading. Letting someone like you continue to live in this world makes me uneasy. So, you might as well die. On the ground, the president's pupils suddenly constricted as he realized that this young man had murderous intentions towards him. A fierce light appeared on the president's face, and the overwhelming aura of a master burst forth as he prepared to fight for his life. But his expression changed again. In his perception, this young man seemed to suppress him like a mountain, rendering him immobile. His eyes filled with terror, and he felt the fear of death dragging him into the abyss. No! In the next moment, Gu Qingchen's murderous intent coalesced as he stepped on the president's right foot, slightly lifting it, then suddenly exerted force and stomped down hard. With a crack, blood splattered everywhere. The president's scream abruptly ceased, his entire head turning into a thick mist of blood that spread through the air. There was no longer any sign of life. Looking at the president, who had completely lost his vitality on the ground, Gu Qingchen scratched his head in boredom. He wondered if it was because the first Tao rhythm he comprehended was related to killing, influenced by the killing intent of the Peach Blossom Sword God. His own murderous heart seemed to be growing heavier. However, he felt no fluctuation in his heart from killing these scum of the Great Xia. Cut down all injustices in the world, slay all who deserve to die. The words of the Peach Blossom Sword God echoed in his mind at this moment, and Gu Qingchen nodded thoughtfully. In that instant, he felt something break through the soil in his heart. He felt as if he had transformed into an unparalleled sharp sword, capable of cutting through any obstacles ahead, destined to be invincible in the world. Even if a martial god were to descend, he could slay them with a single sword. An unknown pink peach tree had already stood atop the mountain peak. Compared to before, this time the peach tree had already bloomed several peach blossoms, and there were large buds on the branches ready to bloom. The killing intent was even more intense, and it seemed to have a tendency to be restrained. Just then, a familiar mechanical voice rang in Gu Qingchen's ears. Congratulations, Master, the ultimate Tao Rhythm God-slaying sword Tao comprehension has increased to 80%. Tao Rhythm value +1. Feeling the vast Tao Rhythm enveloping his body, Gu Qingchen felt as if he were bathing in a sea of immense Tao Rhythm, feeling incredibly refreshed. After a while, the Tao Rhythm returned to Gu Qingchen's body, and he slowly opened his eyes, looking at the dead president before him. With a flick of his finger, he shot out several strands of sword intent that seemed to have life, searching through the president's corpse. After a while, a golden small box was brought out by the sword intent, and a fragrant medicinal aroma wafted through the air. Gu Qingchen opened the box, revealing a pill the size of a ping-pong ball, radiating an astonishingly pure aura. This was the pure spiritual power that could only be produced after decades of erosion under a 1,000-foot waterfall. It was undoubtedly the Tian Sui Dan. Seeing this pill, Gu Qingchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the principal had already given this Tian Sui Dan to Nangong Qinlai in advance. Now that he thought about it, the principal must have intended to award Nangong Qinlai on-site after the competition. Unfortunately, he encountered himself. Gu Qingchen closed the box, a smile appearing on his face, and turned to the girl, saying, "Here, Yuli, I got it back for you." In his view, the girl, with 5 colored elements flowing within her, lay quietly on his gentle sword intent, unresponsive. Gu Qingchen reached out and poked Luo Yuli's delicate cheek. It felt soft, but the girl still did not react. Gu Qingchen's pupils constricted, and he extended his perception, scanning the girl from head to toe, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Aside from her completely exhausted spiritual power, fortunately, she was not seriously harmed. It seemed that due to the exhaustion of her spiritual power and the fatigue from the past few days of fleeing, she had fainted. In this situation, as long as she rested in bed for a while, she would fully recover. At this moment, below the cliff, Moroni flew towards the two. They arrived simultaneously, but it was precisely because he had stopped the staff and guards at the entrance of the ruins to help Gu Qingchen that he was able to arrive in time. Looking at the two corpses on the cliff, he was momentarily stunned, then somewhat dazedly asked, "Brother Gu, is there anything you need me to take care of?" Gu Qingchen glanced at the two lifeless bodies on the cliff, pondered for a moment, and said, "Brother Moron, if possible, please help Longdu University select a new principal. Although the principal deserves to die, the students of Longdu University are the pride of the Great Xia, do not let this incident affect them. Upon hearing this, Moromi was taken aback, and then his pupils began to tremble violently. What the hell, Brother Gu, did you kill your school's principal? An infinite shock surged within him. After all, that was the principal of Longdu University, someone even the royal family dared not directly touch. He had only been a few minutes late, and Brother Gu had already killed him? Moromi swallowed hard, glancing at the slightly younger corpse. Brother Gu, then who is this corpse? Gu Qingqian was fiddling with Luo Yuli's jade-like fingers as if playing with a Barbie doll, his eyes slightly raised, and he said lightly, "Oh, this is that prince from the Nangong family, who teamed up with the principal to bully my wife, so I killed him too." Prince? What the hell? As a fellow prince, Moromi involuntarily trembled. He felt a chill rising from his feet straight to the top of his head. Brother Gu killed a prince? It should be known that princes are direct descendants of the 7 royal families. Killing a prince would truly mean an irreconcilable feud with the royal family. He took a deep breath, his expression serious, and solemnly said to Gu Qingqian, "Brother Gu, you must not let anyone else know about you killing the prince. Otherwise, you will inevitably face endless pursuit from the Nangong family." Gu Qingqian was momentarily stunned, pointing to the small camera above. "Brother Moron, it seems you forgot something. This competition has been live-streamed throughout the Great Xia." Morong Yi's expression suddenly froze, and his heart sank even deeper. In other words, the prince was killed by Brother Gu on the spot, and now it might not just be the Nangong family. Perhaps the entire Great Xia knew about it. All done, completely done. After thinking for a moment, Morong Yi's expression hardened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Brother Gu, it's fine, you should go hide in the main hall of my Morong family for a while. My Morong family has an ancient protective sword formation. As long as Nangong doesn't personally take action, others won't be able to do anything to you. You go hide first, and I'll call my father right now. At worst, my Morong family will declare war on the Nangong family." Gu Qingqian was somewhat surprised. The war between 2 royal families could already be considered a civil war in the Great Xia. This Morong Yi is truly a good brother, able to go to such lengths for me. But he slowly shook his head and said, "Brother Morong, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't plan to hide." Morong Yi was taken aback. "Brother Gu, what do you plan to do then?" Gu Qingqian spoke in a calm tone. "If Nangong dares to come looking for trouble, then I will make sure he comes and never returns." Under Morong Yi's shocked gaze, he continued, "This decaying Great Xia, along with these disgusting parasites, should have been cleaned up long ago." Within the Great Xia, the live stream clips of the blind youth slaying the prince of the Nangong family were spreading wildly, quickly topping the headlines of major social media platforms, garnering countless views. At this moment, in the Luoyang province, Gu Xiaoyu was sitting cross-legged on her bed, practicing. Her alcoholic father was missing day and night, leaving her alone at home. Since Gu Qingqian set off for Longdu, all his salary had been transferred to her card, amounting to tens of thousands of Great Xia coins each month. Thus, Gu Xiaoyu, who no longer needed to work, simply moved into the school dormitory for convenience in commuting and practicing. However, it was not Jianxin Middle School. Just a few days ago, Gu Qingqian had arranged for her to transfer to the best middle school in Luoyang province, which boasted a 5% admission rate to the Dragon Emperor University. With a comfortable studying environment and Gu Xiaoyu's own monstrous talent, her martial arts realm had made remarkable progress during this time. In a short period, she had already broken through to the 7th level of Qi Si, ranking first in her class. While Gu Xiaoyu was feeling a bit bored practicing in the dormitory, she heard the footsteps and chatter of her roommates outside. Soon after, the dormitory door opened, and 3 girls walked in. As they entered, they huddled around a phone, occasionally pointing and commenting, "This prince is truly despicable. It's unbelievable that he could do such a shameless thing. He deserves to die. The hero saving the beauty is so handsome. I want a sweet romance too. I want a handsome guy to pamper me like that." Go dream on. Someone who can live stream killing a prince has a background far scarier than you can imagine. Even if he were blind, he wouldn't look at you. By the way, do you guys think this blind handsome guy looks a bit familiar? Like we've seen him somewhere. He does look a bit familiar, but I can't remember. Hearing the conversation below, Gu Xiaoyu's spirit suddenly perked up. She propped herself up on her long legs, jumped down from the bed with a smile, and approached the 3 girls, wrapping her arm around one of her roommate's neck, curiously asking, "What are you talking about? What blind youth?" The girl glanced at Gu Xiaoyu, her expression somewhat surprised as she replied, "Xiaoyu, didn't you see the news tonight? The blind youth slayed the prince. It's gone viral on all social platforms. Now the entire Great Xia probably knows about it." Gu Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. After she called Gu Qingqian in the morning and learned that Gu Qingqian hadn't watched Sister Luo's match, she was so angry that she turned off the live stream and spent the whole day immersed in her training. Naturally, she had no idea what had happened. She opened her phone and casually opened a news app, clicking on the trending topics. Trending topic number 1, Prince of the Nangong family killed, breaking. Trending topic number 2, Longdu University entrance competition, breaking. Trending topic number 3, the true identity of the blind boy, breaking. Trending topic number 4, the love-hate entanglement of the blind boy and the national beauty, breaking. The following trending topics seem to all be related to this incident. When she saw the trending topic about the Longdu University entrance competition, an ominous premonition suddenly rose in Gu Xiaoyu's heart. Could it be that her annoying older brother was behind this again? A thought inexplicably popped into her mind. She quickly shook her head, slapped her cheeks, and thought, Gu Qingchen isn't blind, how could it be? Thinking this, Gu Xiaoyu randomly clicked on a video in the app. In the video, a boy had a vacant expression, but intricate blue flames and runes appeared in his eyes. Immediately, the scarred man opposite the boy knelt before him. Then, a red moonlight surged in from all directions, and the sun rose from the ground, filling the world with a terrifying phenomenon. After that, the scarred prince's head shattered, turning into a mosaic. The video ended there. At the same time, Gu Xiaoyu stood frozen like a statue in her dormitory, her mind completely crashing. Xiaoyu, how is it? We didn't lie to you, he's really handsome. Beside her, 2 girls had starry eyes, gazing adoringly at Gu Qingchen, repeatedly watching the video. Watching her roommates fawn over the video, Gu Xiaoyu stiffly spoke up, what if I say, this blind handsome guy you're talking about is my brother? How would you react? Her roommates were instantly taken aback. One of them pretended to be confused and reached out to touch Gu Xiaoyu's forehead. Xiaoyu, you're not running a fever, are you? Why are you talking nonsense? Another girl jokingly chimed in, what's wrong, Xiaoyu? Have you gone crazy thinking about handsome guys lately? Should I introduce you to one? I heard the class heartthrob next door has been thinking about you for a long time. Gu Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, then slowly opened the pendant she had worn since childhood, displaying it in front of everyone. Inside the pendant was an old family photo. It showed a couple, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, each holding a boy and a girl. The girl was wearing a short skirt, and even at a young age, she had long legs, resembling Gu Xiaoyu. The boy's facial features were strikingly similar to the blind boy in the video. At that moment, the girls all had the same thought, no way, Gu Xiaoyu, are you serious? The 3 girls fell silent, exchanging glances. After a moment, the dormitory erupted in chaos. Holy crap! Sisters, come quick, there's a shocking scoop. In the Nangong Royal Hall. At this moment, Nangong stood in the Grand Hall, his expression furious to the extreme, nearly going mad. Who killed my son? In an instant, dark clouds gathered above the Nangong family's sky, and a deep thunderous sound erupted. A massive shadow of chaos surged out in the Nangong Hall, transforming into a gigantic black hand, reaching towards a mountain range outside Longdu. In the blink of an eye, that massive mountain range was flattened. The entire Longdu trembled at that moment. Just then, one of the 3 bright lights in the hall suddenly went out. The 3rd prince of the Nangong family was dead. The 3rd prince is the youngest and the one most favored by Nangong. For him, Nangong even sent someone to secretly negotiate with the president of Longdu University, exchanging his status as a royal elder for a Tian Sui Dan for his beloved youngest son. Unexpectedly, Nangong Qianlai quietly died in the Great Xia. At the same time, a trace of doubt emerged in Nangong Ying's mind. After all, Nangong Qianlai was a prince of the royal family, who in the Great Xia would have the audacity to harm a prince. Just as Nangong Ying was seething with rage, a man's figure slowly appeared behind him. The figure was tall, clad in natural horned armor, with a somewhat ferocious appearance, resembling a human but exuding an exceptionally terrifying aura. It seemed as if he could see through Nangong Ying's thoughts, and he threw a mobile phone in Nangong Ying's direction, saying, "Take a look. The news of your son's death has spread throughout the Great Xia." Taking the phone, Nangong Ying found a live video clip on it, and he forced himself to open it despite the anger boiling inside him. After watching the video, Nangong Ying's fingers clenched tightly, and under immense pressure, the golden wine cup in his hand crumpled like a piece of thin paper. Bulging veins appeared on his forehead, and he roared in fury, "Gu Qingchen, it's that Gu Qingchen again. This bastard from outside, I will make him pay for my son Qianlai today." As he spoke, shadows surged like a tide within the Nangong Great Hall. Just as Nangong Ying was about to take action, the figure behind him suddenly spoke softly, "If you are not afraid of losing your royal position, then go ahead." Nangong Ying's movement halted, and he stared at the figure behind him, his face darkening as he asked, "Shura King, what do you mean?" The Shura King sneered and replied, why don't you take a look at how this kid is being rated by the media in the Great Xia right now? Nan Dongying frowned, somewhat puzzled, but still pulled out his phone and began browsing some social media. Online, there was a chorus of praise for Gu Qingchen. With the efforts of many netizens, Gu Qingchen's previous deeds were also dug up. This young man single-handedly killed over 100,000 demon clans, saving tens of thousands of students at the border, and ascended to the position of governor of Longdu. During the college entrance examination, when the proctor colluded with high-ranking officials to cheat, this young man destroyed the meridians of the proctor involved in the cheating and disqualified all the students who participated, restoring justice for the students. In Longdu, he single-handedly stormed the demon clan's palace, capturing the traitor Yen Nietian, despite immense pressure from high-ranking officials, and executed him on the spot. With this incident, Gu Qingchen had already become a representative of strength, integrity, and fearlessness against power in the hearts of many citizens of the Great Xia. Nan Dongying kept swiping the phone screen, his expression shifting and growing increasingly grim. With this kid's current reputation, if he were to kill him now, it would surely incite public outrage. Losing the people's support would mean losing influence in high-level meetings, and in severe cases, the Nangong family could be viewed as a negative force by the Great Xia and be overthrown by political rivals. But if he did nothing, wouldn't that mean anyone could ride on the Nangong family's back? Where would the dignity of the royal family be? Moreover, this kid was connected to Yen Yeling, who must be backing him. If he acted and was stopped by Yen Yeling, allowing him to escape, it would be difficult to find him again. Nan Dongying took a deep breath to calm himself, furrowing his brow as he spoke to the Shura king. Then tell me, what should I do now? The Shura king smiled faintly, as if he had been prepared, and slowly uttered two words, Dragon Emperor. Hearing these two words, Nan Dongying's figure suddenly trembled, and after a moment of contemplation, a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. The Dragon Emperor clan, among the seven, is specifically responsible for controlling the laws of the Great Xia. Unlike the evil demon tribunal, which specializes in searching, capturing, and dealing with foreign races, the Dragon Emperor clan targets those of the human race who violate the laws of the Great Xia. In other words, the tribunal that Yen Yeling is responsible for deals with external threats, while the Dragon Emperor clan maintains internal order. If he were to take action himself, it would be a personal grudge, but if the Dragon Emperor clan sends someone to act, it would be in accordance with the laws of the Great Xia, arresting martial artists who kill recklessly during the competition. If this young man resists, he would be violating the laws of the Great Xia, and the entire Dragon Emperor clan would act to suppress him. If this young man does not resist and is imprisoned in the heavenly prison, it would align perfectly with his intentions. As long as he disappears from the public eye for a while, once the heat passes, he would naturally have countless ways to kill him. What a brilliant scheme! He looked towards the Shura king behind him, furrowing his brows slightly, and asked with some confusion, "Why are you helping me? I remember I haven't agreed to your conditions yet?" Don't misunderstand, I have no other intentions, but only if you secure the throne and control the power in the Great Xia will it be beneficial for our Shura clan. After saying this, the Shura king shook his head, a barely noticeable smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, then turned and disappeared into the hall. Nan Dongying turned around, exhaling a breath of foul air, and said in a deep voice, "Come here." Outside the hall, a guard responded and approached, his gaze somewhat fearful. Clearly, he had also heard the news of the third prince of the Nangong family being slain. Inform the Dragon Emperor, tell him that someone has openly insulted the royal family and slandered the royal reputation, publicly executing a direct bloodline of my Nangong family. This matter has already spread widely within the Great Xia. Please have the Dragon Emperor send the Great Xia Criminal Department to arrest this person. In the capital city. At this moment, Moromi was speeding through the streets and alleys, his gaze somewhat flustered, glancing at the rearview mirror from time to time, as if on guard against something. Meanwhile, Gu Qingchen was sitting in the back seat, holding the unconscious Luo Yuli, a smile on her face as she gently stroked Luo Yuli's soft hair. "Gu brother, are you really not planning to hide at our house for a while? Director Yen is currently in seclusion, and there is only one elder at the Hoan level present in the evil demon tribunal. If Nan Dongying comes personally, the tribunal won't be able to protect you." At this moment, Moroni felt a cold sweat all over, surrounded by enemies. Nan Dongying is the top assassin among the 7 princes. Within a certain distance, his blessing allows him to appear in the shadows of any object. That's why Moroni was so nervous. From the back of the car, Gu Qingchen said calmly, "No need, just go to the headquarters of the evil demon tribunal. The headquarters has an emergency transfer barrier for protection. Going elsewhere, I'm afraid that when the fight breaks out, it will affect you and Yuli. Only the tribunal is the safest." A bitter smile appeared on Moroni's face. This young man can't really be planning to fight against someone at the supreme level, right? He seemed to have just entered the master realm not long ago. As Moroni sped along, soon a building that looked like it was wrapped in iron armor appeared in his line of sight. The headquarters of the evil demon tribunal had arrived. Moromi parked the car outside the tribunal, got out, and opened the car door for Gu Qingchen, who then princess carried Luo Yuli out of the car. Upon seeing Gu Qingchen get out, the duty officer at the entrance immediately stiffened, unconsciously straightening his back, and then nodded and saluted Gu Qingchen. "Greetings, Governor." In the tribunal, who doesn't know that this young man had recently single-handedly taken down a person at the Earth General level? Gu Qingchen nodded slightly to the team member at the door, paused for a moment, then asked, "Is there a bed in the tribunal?" "A bed?" Hearing Gu Qingchen's question, the team member at the door was momentarily taken aback. Then, his gaze fell somewhat dazedly on the stunning girl in the boy's arms, and as if he understood something, his expression turned a bit strange, but he still nodded. "Yes, sir, there is a bed in the tribunal's temporary restroom, specifically for those members who work overtime on cases." Gu Qingchen nodded in acknowledgement and carried Luo Yuli into the hall. As soon as they entered the hall, they ran into Xia Ducheng, who was busy working. Xia Ducheng was accompanied by a bespectacled female assistant, who was holding a pile of documents. The moment the female assistant saw Gu Qingchen, she felt goosebumps all over her body, and her mouth involuntarily dropped open. How could the governor be here? Just a moment ago, while taking a break at work, she had casually scrolled through social media. To her shock, the governor of the tribunal had actually live-streamed the execution of a prince from the Nangong family. What surprised her even more was that this young governor was now boldly appearing in the tribunal without hiding, truly fearless as the rumors said. Meanwhile, Xia Ducheng didn't notice the expression of the female assistant behind him at all. Looking at the girl in the boy's arms, Xia Ducheng showed a hint of confusion on his face, glanced at the documents in his hand, and asked, "Governor Gu, why are you here at this time?" It was already 4 in the afternoon, and if there were no tasks, there were only a few hours left until the end of the workday. Although it seemed that this newly appointed governor hadn't come to work since taking office, Gu Qingchen shook his head and replied, "I have something to attend to, Governor Xia. Could you please show me the way to the restroom?" Xia Ducheng nodded. "Of course, follow me, Governor, then I will take my leave first." The female assistant behind Xia Ducheng stammered, feeling cold sweat pouring down her back, wishing she could leave immediately. After receiving a nod from Xia Ducheng, the female assistant felt a wave of relief and hurriedly ran towards the exit of the tribunal, her high heels clicking sharply on the floor. With this boy appearing here, the tribunal of evil judgment would probably not be peaceful today. As a mere clerk, it was better to slip away, lest she get caught up in the disputes of these big shots. She wouldn't even know how she would end up. The restroom was on a higher floor, and the two stepped into the elevator, which shot upwards rapidly. At this moment, Xia Ducheng seemed to remember something and advised, "By the way, Governor Gu, today an elder has returned to the tribunal for a break. This elder has a bad temper and values personal space. If there's nothing urgent, it's best not to approach his office area." An elder who values personal space? A strange expression appeared on Gu Qingchen's face, but he didn't say much and silently nodded. Ding dong, the elevator doors slowly opened in front of them. Xia Ducheng led the way, and soon they arrived at the door of the restroom. He took out a key and handed it to Gu Qingchen. "Governor Gu, your eyes. Do you need my help?" Xia Ducheng asked hesitantly. Gu Qingchen waved his hand. "It's fine, thank you for leading the way, my eyes are not a big issue." "Then you rest first, I still have tasks to attend to, so I'll leave ahead. By the way, Governor Gu, this restroom is not very soundproof, so you might need to be careful." With that, he left directly. Watching Xia Ducheng's departing figure, Gu Qingchen had a big question mark floating above his head. Opening the door to the restroom, Gu Qingchen's vision revealed the general layout of the room. Inside were several sofas and a large bed. After confirming that there was no strange smell, Gu Qingchen carefully placed Luo Yuli on the bed and thoughtfully covered her with a blanket. Gu Qingchen extended his spiritual power to scan Luo Yuli's body again and found that her internal spiritual energy was slowly recovering, and her body was not seriously harmed. Gu Qingchen sat at the edge of the bed, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes had turned into a strange flame blue color. The flame blue pupils looked around, but within his line of sight, everything remained invisible, only vague outlines were discernible. After a while, Gu Qingchen let out a gentle sigh. It seemed that this eye of divine burial could not replace real eyes at the moment he lost his vision. In other words, he had to wait until the backlash from the dragon's gallbladder passed and he regained one of his 5 senses, vision, before he could use the first ability of the Eye of Divine Burial to glimpse the future. As for the second ability of the Eye of Divine Burial, Gu Qingchen had also roughly figured it out during the recent battle at the mountain peak. That was, when the Eye of Divine Burial was activated, all those who made eye contact with it would have their brains distorted, forcing them to submit to him. This ability, like the first one that glimpsed the future, was terrifying. However, with Gu Qingqian's current realm, he could only mobilize a tiny fraction of the Eye of Divine Burial's power. When commanding Nangong Qianlai, Gu Qingqian felt almost no pressure, as if he were manipulating a puppet with ease. But when controlling the principal of Longdu University, who was at the master level, Gu Qingqian clearly felt a resistance. Gu Qingqian pondered in his heart. To manipulate someone at the prince level with the Eye of Divine Burial should not be difficult, but the duration would be significantly shortened, possibly only lasting a few seconds, and the consumption would greatly increase. As for the supreme level, it might only cause a momentary hindrance to their actions before they could recover. As for the martial god, that would be a pipe dream. Just as Gu Qingqian was weighing the power of the Eye of Divine Burial in his mind, he suddenly felt something wrap around his waist. He was taken aback and turned around to find that Luo Yuli had already woken up, her gem-like big eyes staring blankly at him. Noticing that the girl had awakened, Gu Qingqian revealed a smile. He took out a box containing the Heavenly Essence pill from his pocket and opened it in front of Luo Yuli. In an instant, an incredibly pure pill fragrance spread throughout the entire lounge. Gu Qingqian shook the Heavenly Essence pill in his hand and said with a smile, "Yuli, I didn't lie to you, I got it back for you. You are currently in a state of spiritual energy deficiency, so it's just right for you to take this Heavenly Essence pill." Luo Yuli looked at the exquisite pill in front of her, not saying a word, but her mouth trembled slightly. The next second, she suddenly reached out her arms and tightly hugged Gu Qingqian. Before Gu Qingqian could react, Luo Yuli burst into tears as if some emotion had suddenly erupted. Outside the lounge, several attendants froze in place, their expressions shocked. "What the hell?" she cried. "This Governor Gu, is this powerful?" Seeing this scene, Gu Qingqian suddenly felt a bit flustered. Aside from Gu Xiaoyu, it seemed no girl had ever cried in front of him. In the past, whenever Gu Xiaoyu cried in front of him, a few good slaps would usually fix it. But seeing the girl he loved cry for the first time, Gu Qingqian was still a bit at a loss. He fumbled around for a while, and finally, with a helpless sigh, gently held the girl in his arms, stroking her hair to comfort her. After a while, Luo Yuli's crying gradually subsided, but she was still a bit choked up. She raised her tear-streaked face, her eyes red as she looked at Gu Qingqian and asked, "Qingqian, why are you so good to me?" Gu Qingqian was taken aback, then he couldn't help but chuckle. What kind of question was that? He flicked the tip of Luo Yuli's nose gently and said, "Silly girl, what kind of talk is that? Of course I treat you well because I like you." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuli felt a pang in her nose, and tears streamed down her face. She tightly hugged Gu Qingqian, as if afraid he would run away, her voice choked with emotion. "No one has ever liked me since I was little." Gu Qingqian's heart sank. He knew that the kind of liking the girl spoke of was different from the usual meaning, so he immediately put on a serious listening expression. "Qingqian, you've met my dad before, but do you know where my mom is?" Gu Qingqian shook his head. It seemed he had never heard Luo Yuli mention her mother, and there was no news in Guangling City either. Logically speaking, Luo Tianheng, as the governor of a city, should not have a wife with no news. Luo Yuli wiped her eyes, her expression somewhat dim, and said, "Qingqian, you should know that there are 4 martial gods in the Great Xia, each guarding the 4 directions of southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. One of the martial gods never participates in the Great Xia meetings, and no one has ever seen his face." In the next moment, Luo Yuli suddenly said something shocking. "Actually, my grandfather is that martial god, my mother is the daughter of the martial god. She secretly ran away with my dad, and that's how I came to be." At that moment, a huge question mark slowly rose above Gu Qingqian's head. Yuli's mother is the daughter of a martial god? That means Luo Yuli is the granddaughter of a martial god, and his pupils dilated in shock. No wonder she could awaken the SS level blessing. She is of direct martial god lineage. Seeing the astonishment on Gu Qingqian's face, Luo Yuli continued, "However, when I was 8 years old, my mother, who had run away, fell ill with a mechanical disease for some reason." Mechanical disease? Gu Qingqian's heart trembled. This was once known as a near-terminal illness. It was a terrifying disease brought by the mechanical race from the depths of the starry sky, considered a curse from an alien race. Once infected, the entire body would begin to mechanize from the Qi Si, gradually cutting off the life force of the infected person. Because it started to change from the Qi Si, almost no one could escape it except for high-level martial artists. At that time, Luo Tianheng took my mother to rush through major cities, but apart from the Huaguang Hospital in Longdu, there was not a single hospital in the Great Xia that could handle this disease. But Huaguang Hospital was the exclusive hospital for the high-ranking royal nobles of the Great Xia, and ordinary people could not possibly receive treatment there. To ensure my mother's life, the only option was to have my grandfather, the martial god, intervene. Luo Tianheng had no choice but to send my mother back to my grandfather's side, and once she left, she never came back. Since then, Luo Tianheng became obsessed with martial arts training, going day and night to various ruins in the Great Xia, practicing tirelessly to improve his martial arts skills, hoping to gain my grandfather's approval and see my mother. That's why he was able to make such rapid progress in martial arts in such a short time and take the position of governor in Guangling City. Gu Qingchen nodded. Compared to ordinary people, Luo Tianheng was indeed a martial arts genius. A master level is usually enough to serve as a provincial governor, yet he held the position of city governor in Guangling City. Gu Qingchen asked, somewhat confused, so what about you while your dad is training? Luo Yuli's eyes glistened with tears as she recalled some unpleasant memories, her brows slightly furrowed. He would transfer money to my card on time, but I often wouldn't see him even once a month. Since I was 9, I've been going to school and coming home alone, eating alone, sleeping alone, doing everything by myself. Even when I was kidnapped by cult members and you saved me, he only came to see me the next day for less than 5 minutes before leaving. Until I entered high school and my martial arts talent began to show, he only started to pay attention to me again, occasionally returning home. But by then, I no longer needed him. As her words fell, Luo Yuli's expression suddenly became resolute, as if she were speaking of something remarkable. Gu Qingchen sighed and gently patted the girl's head, feeling a pang of heartache. Having lost his mother at a young age and left with a drunken father, he could somewhat understand this feeling. But he also had Gu Xiaoyu to rely on, so although life was a bit tough, it was not lonely. Luo Yuli had grown up almost entirely alone since her mother left. A little girl enduring such prolonged solitude in this environment, it was no wonder her classmates labeled her as the aloof goddess, the ice queen, and so on. But he knew that the girl was merely using her frosty exterior to disguise her inner fragility. He held the girl tightly in his arms and gently pressed a kiss on her forehead. It's okay, you have me now, and no one dares to bully you. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Outside the demon tribunal, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed. Immediately after, a man's arrogant voice came from the entrance. Gu Qingchen, I know you're inside, come out. Gu Qingchen's gaze sharpened, and his expression turned cold. Finally, they have come. Gu Qingchen exhaled a breath of foul air, a hint of contemplation flickering in his eyes. Was the visitor from the Nangong family, or was it another force dispatched by Nangong Ying? He sneered inwardly. No matter who it was, the more pests exposed, the better. He was just waiting to serve them all up at once. Just as Gu Qingchen was about to rise from the bed, he was immediately wrapped in 2 delicate jade-like arms. Turning around, he met Luo Yuli's slightly reddened eyes from crying, filled with deep concern. Qingchen, please don't go, okay? Let's stay here. This is the Demon Tribunal, which has independent law enforcement authority, and they wouldn't dare to come in. She knew that this boy had killed a royal son for her. Therefore, the visitor must be someone from the royal family, perhaps even the Shadow Emperor, one of the 7 royals, who was the best at assassination. Although the boy was a top talent of the Great Xia, he had the tribunal backing him, which was not weaker than the royal family. But the strongest combat force, yeling, was currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the martial god realm. And to break through to the martial god realm, it would take at least a month, if not longer. The remaining Morong family head was also at the border fighting enemies, and it was uncertain when he would return. This meant that before these 2 returned, the boy had no forces backing him. She was truly afraid that once the boy left, he might not come back. Sensing the worry on Luo Yuli's face, Gu Qingchen patted her head and smiled to reassure her. Don't worry, I'll be back in just a few days. Luo Yuli's grip did not loosen. She held onto Gu Qingchen tightly, shaking her head vigorously. But that's the supreme realm. You can't possibly defeat them. Gu Qingchen patted the girl's arm and chuckled. Do you think so little of your husband? Hearing those 2 words, Luo Yuli froze in place. Husband. She repeated in a daze, and then a flush spread from her neck to her entire face, as if it were about to bleed. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Qingchen broke free from the girl's grasp. Don't worry, since I've decided to go, I naturally have my plans and arrangements. At this point, Gu Qingchen's pupils suddenly became serious. Some things cannot be avoided. Since they cannot be avoided, it is better to take the initiative and resolve them completely. For you, and for all of Great Xia. Outside the court, the leader of the Blades, dressed in a golden uniform and sporting a bald head, stood proudly at the entrance of the court. Behind him followed dozens of people, armed with various weapons, completely sealing off several exits of the court. The surrounding crowd looked on in astonishment at these individuals. Who didn't know that this was the headquarters of the evil demon court, which held independent law enforcement power in the Great Xia? What kind of identity did these people have to dare cause trouble here? The bald leader wore a cold smile and arrogantly said, Gu Qingchen, I'll give you 3 more minutes. If you don't come out, the consequences won't be so simple. As soon as the bald man finished speaking, an aged voice suddenly echoed in the air. Who dares to cause trouble in the evil demon court? Do you really think there's no one here? As the voice fell, an elderly man with graying hair slowly walked out from within the court. The moment the old man appeared, all the uniformed individuals present were taken aback. This old man exuded an overwhelming aura. Even the bald leader was startled. Then, a forced smile appeared on his face. I was wondering who had such a powerful presence. It turns out to be Elderly. I've heard much about you. Elderly, a peak expert of the Ho-Wang realm, had even been elected as one of the 12 Earth Generals. However, Elderly had spent his life in the court eliminating the demon race for the Great Xia and had no interest in a political career. Thus he rejected the arrangements of the Great Xia and willingly remained in the court as an elder. Elderly looked at the armed individuals before him and coldly snorted, "Now that you know it's me, why don't you hurry up and leave?" The bald man shook his head slightly and replied indifferently, that might disappoint Elderly. If I don't complete my mission today, I won't be able to explain it to the Dragon Emperor. Dragon Emperor? Elderly's brows furrowed sharply, and before he could react, the bald leader pulled out a piece of paper from behind him and loudly declared to the crowd of the evil demon court, warrior Gu Qingchen wantonly murdered a royal family member and the principal of a top academy, tarnishing the royal family's reputation. The facts of the crime are clear, and the evidence is conclusive. The criminal department of the Great Xia has received orders from the Dragon Emperor to apprehend Gu Qingchen according to the laws of the Great Xia. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd of onlookers trembled. The criminal department of the Great Xia was established specifically to deal with martial artists who committed crimes against the Great Xia, directly managed by the Dragon Emperor, one of the 7 emperors, and rarely made public appearances. Unlike the Public Security Bureau of the Great Xia, the criminal department specifically targeted serious crimes committed by high-level martial artists. Its purpose was to prevent large-scale rebellions, maintain stability in the Great Xia, and uphold the rule of the 7 royal families. Once captured by the criminal department, individuals would be directly imprisoned in the heavenly prison, subjected to various tortures. Most who entered the heavenly prison would either be executed after a period of confinement or would take their own lives due to the unbearable torment. The few who managed to come out were all left with destroyed meridians, unable to practice martial arts ever again. Naturally, they posed no threat to the Great Xia. No one expected that these dozens of people were from the criminal department of the Great Xia. With such a large-scale operation to capture someone, it was unclear who they were after. Some bold members of the crowd pushed forward, eager to see the commotion. Gu Qingchen, time's up. The bald man glanced at the time in his hand, revealing a hint of impatience. He waved his hand forward and shouted, "Move, forcibly break into the court hall and apprehend the criminal Gu Qingchen." As soon as he finished speaking, the criminal department's members brandished their weapons and pressed forward toward the court. "Do you think I don't exist?" Elder Li's eyes flashed with anger, and a terrifying aura began to coalesce in the air. Behind him, a whirlwind of turbines spun wildly, and the power of heaven and earth surged rapidly, as if to condense a massive. However, the bald leader remained completely unflustered, his gaze becoming a bit more serious as he spoke to those around him. "All personnel, be on guard." Just as Elderly was about to fully summon he suddenly felt someone gently patting his shoulder. He turned around and found a young man with hollow pupils and striking features standing behind him. The moment he saw Gu Qingchen, Elder Wang's expression changed in shock, and then he spoke with a somewhat serious tone. "Governor Gu, why are you out here? You should go back. I can handle this." Before Director Yin left, he had specifically reminded him to prioritize the safety of this young man above all else in the tribunal. The headquarters of the Evil Demon Tribunal was a crucial place for the Great Xia to deal with foreign and demonic races. Unless a martial god was present, even the royal family could not enter without Yeling's approval. As long as the young man stayed within the tribunal, he didn't believe that the dozens of personnel from the criminal department would dare to search him in front of him. Yet now, this young man had boldly walked out of the tribunal, like a sheep entering a tiger's den. Gu Qingchen smiled and shook his head at Elderly. "It's fine, since it's my fault, I will bear it alone." Then, the young man paused and said something perplexing. "Moreover, I'm afraid they won't give me this opportunity." Elder Li's expression suddenly stiffened, a hint of confusion rising in his heart. What did this young man mean by that? Before he could react, the young man had already walked out of the tribunal, a faint smile on his face, and approached the crowd. The moment the young man appeared, the personnel from the criminal department all trembled, feeling their muscles tense up, watching the young man warily. The onlookers displayed various emotions in their eyes: confusion, shock, panic. Many pointed at the young man, whispering among themselves. Finally, someone suddenly spoke up in confusion. "Wait, isn't this the young man who killed the prince not long ago?" As soon as this was said, it ignited the crowd's chatter like a fuse. "Damn, I thought he looked familiar. Turns out he's that Great Xia prodigy who resisted the demonic race and exposed the traitor." But wait, how could the criminal department arrest such a Great Xia prodigy? There must be some misunderstanding. they must have caught the wrong person. Impossible, this is the Great Xia's criminal department, known for their meticulousness. They wouldn't arrest the wrong person. It must be some so-called royal honor. It's really disgusting. Yeah, this kind of situation in Great Xia has been going on for a long time. Listening to the surrounding noise, the bald man's veins bulged, and he angrily shouted at the crowd, "Silence! The criminal department is doing its job. How dare you lowly commoners point fingers? If I hear anyone speaking ill of the royal family or the criminal department again, they will all be thrown into the sky prison." Upon hearing the words sky prison, the crowd instantly fell silent, with more than half of them scattering in fear of being implicated. Only a small portion of the bolder ones hid behind buildings, secretly taking out their phones to record the scene. Seeing the crowd disperse, the bald man immediately revealed a smug smile. A bunch of lowly commoners, still daring to make a fuss. He then looked at Gu Qingchen, raised his chin, and said, "Gu Qingchen, you still know how to be sensible, but thinking you can exchange this for a reduced sentence is a bit wishful." As he spoke, he signaled to a subordinate beside him, "You, go put the magic shackles on him." The criminal department member looked momentarily stunned, glancing at the blind young man standing at the entrance of the tribunal, who was smiling. Although the boy wore a smile, for some reason, a strong sense of fear welled up in his heart. This boy appeared amiable, but everyone present knew that he single-handedly resisted over 100,000 demon clans, stormed into the Great Hall, and slaughtered countless foes. His strength was terrifying beyond measure. Moreover, it was rumored that this boy possessed an ultimate divine weapon capable of overturning heaven and earth. He couldn't help but shrink his neck, swallowing hard, and pointed at himself. Me?" The bald man looked at him with a dangerous glint in his eyes. "What, you can't do it?" The member of the Ministry of Justice immediately showed a conflicted expression, ultimately lowering his head and silently taking a step back. If he didn't act now, at most he would just get scolded. Even if it got worse, he would only be demoted a rank. But to put shackles on this terrifying boy could very well cost him his life. Looking at his cowardly subordinate, the bald man felt an invisible fire raging in his heart and turned to look at his right side. Just as he was about to speak, he realized that the right side was also empty. The bald man suddenly turned his head and discovered that, without him noticing, almost all the members of the Ministry of Justice had taken a step back. "Damn it, a bunch of useless trash. The Dragon Emperor clan really wasted their efforts raising you lot." As he spoke, the veins on his forehead bulged again, and he snatched the shackles from his subordinate's hand, unleashing the aura of a master realm as he strode towards Gu Qingchen. He tightly gripped a dragon-shaped seal in his hand. If this boy dared to resist, he would directly summon the Dragon Emperor's avatar to suppress him. The bald man took a few steps forward with the shackles, only to meet the boy's flame-blue pupils. Within those pupils, ancient and intricate runes slowly flowed. Suddenly, a massive blue pupil appeared in the bald man's mind. In an instant, he felt as if his body was weighed down by millions of tons, unable to lift even a foot. At that moment, he realized he had completely lost control of his body, unable to even breathe. The seal in his hand fell and shattered. The moment the seal broke, the bald man's face turned ashen, a wave of despair spreading from the depths of his heart. Behind him, seeing the seal in their superior's hand had shattered, dozens of Ministry of Justice members turned pale. In just one glance, the Vice Minister of the Master Realm had already lost the ability to act. This boy was indeed more terrifying than they had imagined. But the next second, the bald man suddenly found that he could move again. He immediately knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Gu Qingchen smiled and spoke lightly to the bald man in front of him. "I am not a criminal. Why should I be shackled? If you want to take me with you without restraints, that wouldn't be impossible." Upon hearing this, the members of the Ministry of Justice exchanged glances, bewildered. What was going on? Did this boy really want to surrender? Wasn't that a bit too naive? The bald man's expression changed several times before he snorted coldly. "Humph, I doubt you dare to escape. Let's go." After saying this, he felt a bit embarrassed. After years of law enforcement, it was the first time he encountered such a situation. A criminal actually took the initiative to request to board the interrogation vehicle. His expression twisted slightly, and he shot a resentful glance at Gu Qingchen. "Did you really think the prison was a place you could come and go as you please? Damn it, let you be arrogant for a while. Once you're in the prison, I have plenty of ways to make you understand what it means to wish for life but find none, and to wish for death but be unable to." This time, Gu Qingchen remained silent, quietly following behind the bald man and boarding the interrogation vehicle provided by the Ministry of Justice. The interrogation vehicle sped away, taking Gu Qingchen towards the Great Xia prison. Several vehicles surrounded the one Gu Qingchen was in, and the convoy quickly drove past, kicking up large clouds of dust. The smoke gradually dissipated, and from within the haze, an ancient scroll of poetry rolled out. Under the gentle breeze of the evening, the scroll slowly unfurled, revealing elegant characters that danced like dragons and phoenixes, raise a cup to invite the bright moon, and with the shadow, we become three. In the sky, a bright moon quietly cast its glow, and under the reflection of the streetlight, two Gu Qingqians slowly stood up from the shadow of the lamp. They brushed off the dust from their bodies and exchanged a smile. Then, the two Gu Qingqians, one heading into the city of Longdu and the other out of it, soared into the air. On the outskirts of Fengdu City, in a relic site, a massive crystal tower stood in the center of this ancient site. On the ground where the crystal tower was placed, large lines resembling a teleportation array were etched in blood. The blood-red lines outlined a gigantic, demon-like face, filled with resentment and a chilling murderous intent. Yeling, wearing a crimson mask, sat within the crystal tower, with strands of Tao rhythm already emanating from him. At this moment, his aura was at its peak, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. After Gu Qingqian had demonstrated the Tao rhythm to him last time, he finally comprehended his own path of slaughter. The Tao seed within him had already sprouted and was about to break through the ground. Yeling took a deep breath, his expression somewhat grave. Over the decades, as the head of the Great Xia Evil Demon Tribunal, he had no idea how much blood of other races stained his hands, nor how many lives of invading foreign beings he had taken. Countless souls of foreign races harbored deep resentment towards him, wanting to devour him. He knew that when he broke through to the martial god realm, the Tao seed would erupt, attracting the souls of evil gods, which would likely merge with the thousands of resentful souls, ultimately becoming an extremely terrifying existence. To advance to the martial god realm, he had to completely eliminate this terrifying fusion. But Yeling had never been afraid. He raised his head, gazing at the sky, his eyes filled with battle intent. In the next moment, it seemed as if something within him broke free from its restraints, and a massive force of heaven and earth surged towards Yeling like a hurricane, a terrifying rhythm of slaughter emanating from within him. At the same time, within Fengdu City, the entire city suddenly turned dark, with thick clouds gathering and thunder rumbling. Above Yeling, a gigantic, decayed hand pushed aside the clouds, revealing a face covered entirely by crimson teeth. A strange, hoarse voice echoed through the realm, "He, Tao seed, delicious, devour." Above the sky, the howls of countless resentful souls erupted, and then, tens of thousands of resentful souls clung to the body of the evil god. On the evil god's body, thousands of strange faces bulged out. At the moment he saw this formed entity, Yeling, who had never been afraid, felt goosebumps all over his body, a chill rapidly spreading from his feet to the top of his head. At this moment, he finally understood why there were only 4 martial gods in Great Xia to this day. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, clenched his fist, and suddenly slammed it down onto the ground. At that moment, the entire crystal tower suddenly shone as bright as the sun, pouring an endless stream of heaven and earth power into Yeling's body. Below the crystal tower, the demon-like face seemed to come alive, emerging from the ground, and began to frantically devour the resentful spirits falling from the sky. Yeling also let out a roar, his murderous intent surging. The crimson long knife behind him instantly unsheathed, slashing out to confront the terrifying and strange body of the evil god above the sky. Outside the Longdu Criminal Department, a dozen interrogation vehicles slowly stopped at the entrance of the department. This was a desolate area on the outskirts of Longdu, rarely populated except for the interrogation personnel of the department. At the same time, it was also the headquarters of the department, and the reason for establishing the headquarters here was, "We're here, get out of the car." Members of the Ministry of Justice gradually emerged from the vehicle, weapons in hand, their eyes warily fixed on the interrogation car where the young man sat. Among the crowd, Gu Qingqian fumbled his way out of the car, slowly stretching his back, and then curiously called out to those around him, "What's wrong? Why are you all standing there? Lead the way." The members in front were momentarily taken aback but quickly regained their composure and headed towards the interrogation room. The others, trembling, followed closely behind Gu Qingqian, as if escorting him. Gu Qingqian walked into the Ministry of Justice's entrance leisurely, as if on an inspection tour. At the end of the line, the bald man watched Gu Qingqian with a look akin to that of a visitor, his expression unusually dark. Among those rebellious martial artists in the Great Xia, who had come here without a pale face, yet this kid appeared completely unperturbed. Looking at the faint smile on Gu Qingqian's face, he recalled the humiliation he had just suffered in the court. At that moment, the bald man wished he could peel the skin off Gu Qingqian's face. A cold smirk appeared on his face. Once they entered the interrogation room and the realm was completely sealed off, he would see if this brat could still smile. The group led Gu Qingqian deeper into the interrogation room. The passage was narrow and cramped, with a row of iron doors glimmering in silver, from which mottled bloodstains seeped out. The sounds of wailing and screams echoed from within, like the cries of vengeful spirits, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. If someone with a weak heart were to come here, they would likely break down completely before even entering the interrogation room. Before long, Gu Qingchen was brought into one of the interrogation rooms. As soon as he stepped inside, he felt a tremendous pressure rush towards him, as if it were about to crush him. His brow furrowed slightly, but the next moment, it relaxed again. This immense pressure seemed to be filtering something, passing directly through Gu Qingchen's body before dissipating. It seemed to be a blessing he had never encountered before. Gu Qingchen scratched his head and sat down in the central chair of the courtroom, even crossing his legs. He looked around the interrogation room. In the center stood a rusty chair, with shackles hanging on either side, and behind the chair was a collection of terrifying torture instruments, some still stained with fresh blood. It seemed that severe torture was a common occurrence in this Ministry of Justice. Whether you were a rebel against the Great Xia or someone defying the royal family, once you entered the ministry, you had to comply. If you did, you would be directly thrown into the dungeons to endure even more inhumane torment. If not, they would beat you until you confessed. Gu Qingchen's eyes narrowed slightly. The power of the Ministry of Justice was a bit excessive. Just then, the door to the interrogation room was kicked open with a loud bang. The bald man and a somewhat uneasy-looking middle-aged man walked in. Seeing Gu Qingchen sitting quietly in the chair, a cold smile immediately appeared on the bald man's face. In all the courts of the Ministry of Justice, there was a personal blessing from the Dragon Emperor, realized through blood as a medium. This was an S-level blessing, a royal decree. If the opponent's blessing level was below that of the royal decree holder, their realm would be subjected to comprehensive suppression, nearly reducing them to an ordinary person. If both were S-level blessings, their realms would be compared. If the martial arts realm was lower than that of the royal decree holder, they would also face significant suppression. If the realms were the same, their strength would be greatly weakened. Only those permitted by the royal decree holder could be exempt from the effects. To defeat a royal decree holder, there were only two possibilities. Either the realm is higher than his, or the blessing level is higher than his. The imperial decree is originally an S-level blessing, and only an SS-level blessing can surpass it. As for the realm, the Dragon Emperor is at the peak of the supreme realm, and within the Great Xia, only those four martial gods can surpass him in realm. This is also why the Dragon Emperor ranks among the top in actual combat power among the 7 emperors. The bald man looked coldly at Gu Qingchen. This young man, despite his youth, has comprehended 2 ultimate Tao rhythms and has also mastered a divine weapon of laws. His talent is truly monstrous. However, according to the intelligence provided by the Nandong family, this young man seemingly did not receive a blessing during the blessing ceremony in Guangling City. In other words, no matter how monstrous his achievements are, here he would only be an ordinary person. The bald man sat down in front of Gu Qingchen with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was dressed in the uniform of the Ministry of Justice, his aura seemingly as strong as the bald man beside him, appearing to be an elder, and he slowly spoke. Gu Qingchen, why did you kill members of the Great Xia royal family and conspire against the principal of the top academy of Great Xia? Gu Qingchen sat in his chair, swinging his leg casually, and replied nonchalantly, what's the problem? Just a prince. If I want to kill, then I kill. Gu Qingchen, you are bold. Upon hearing the young man's response, the bald man's face immediately darkened. He did not expect that after being suppressed in realm, this young man would still speak like this. Veins bulged on his forehead as he stood up from his seat, pulling out a long nail covered in rust from the table. He then strode over to Gu Qingchen, grinning maliciously. Kid, if your next answer does not satisfy me, then for every wrong word you say, this long nail will be driven into your palm by an inch. Beside the bald man, the elder also echoed, Kid, answer well. Considering you are a pride of Great Xia, perhaps the Dragon Emperor will show mercy, and you might have a way to live. If you insist on opposing the royal family, you will turn into a pile of bones here, and no one will know. Gu Qingchen looked at the two with interest, not answering, but instead asked in return, I have a question for both of you. Are all the people in the Ministry of Justice from the Dragon Emperor's family? If you answer well, perhaps it will allow you to die a bit more painlessly later. At the interrogation table, the bald man and the elder exchanged glances. The next moment, both of them burst into disdainful laughter. They had already been captured in the Ministry of Justice's interrogation room, yet this kid could still talk tough. He still considered himself that invincible monstrous youth from the outside world? The bald man wore a mocking smile. Kid, let me tell you, you guessed correctly. Everyone in the Ministry of Justice is indeed of noble royal blood. It is specifically to suppress lowly commoners like you who do not obey the royal family and to stabilize the development of the Great Xia royal family. The bald man paused. By the way, it seems I didn't allow you to ask questions just now. Saying this, the bald man picked up the iron nail in his hand, which was longer than his arm, and walked towards Gu Qingchen with a grin. Is that so? Watching the bald man approach, Gu Qingchen uttered a few words and slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, two other versions of Gu Qingchen's current progress emerged. One Gu Qingchen, holding a scroll of poetry, was racing towards Fengdu City outside the dragon capital, having already traveled halfway. The other Gu Qingchen had also seen a corner of the Nangong family's great hall in his vision. The Gu Qingchen in the tribunal murmured, "It should be about time." Just as the iron nail in the bald man's hand was about to stab into Gu Qingchen's palm, boom! Several terrifying sword energies suddenly fell from the sky, completely piercing through the entire Ministry of Justice from top to bottom. Wherever the sword energy passed, all buildings were shattered. In an instant, large amounts of blood erupted within the Ministry of Justice. Piercing screams echoed from all directions of the Ministry of Justice. In the interrogation room, a sword aura pierced down from above. At this moment, it was hovering just 1 millimeter away from the bald man's eyeball. Just an inch away, and it would have penetrated his entire brain. The bald man felt his legs go weak. As a master, he had never truly experienced life and death battles due to his royal background, and now he could only feel liquid slowly flowing from his lower body. Soon after, a foul smell began to permeate the interrogation room. He had scared himself to the point of wetting his pants. The bald man sat down on the ground, feeling an endless chill spread throughout his body, his limbs completely unresponsive to his commands. His expression was filled with terror as he frantically exclaimed, "Why, there is clearly the Dragon Emperor's blessing here. How can you still use the Tao rhythm?" Gu Qingchen slowly stood up from his seat, walked in front of him with a smile, and whispered softly, "I'm sorry, you may have misunderstood the level of my blessing. I was blessed directly by the divine." Blessed by the divine? Before he could even process the shock, he saw the young man already bypassing him, heading towards the elder of the punishment department behind him. He weakly looked down at himself. Inside his chest, he found an enormous void had appeared, and his heart had vanished without a trace. His desperate pupils widened continuously, ultimately turning into darkness as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Behind the bald man, the elder of the punishment department felt goosebumps all over his body. His gaze suddenly sharpened, and in an instant, the power of heaven and earth surged forth. Behind him, a massive, law body was about to take shape, looming at over 10 meters tall. "Oh, he can condense it and is still a Marquis realm," Gu Qingchen thought with some surprise. Although he had just entered the Marquis realm, there was still a significant difference from a master. In this punishment department, his position was actually beneath that of the bald master, merely an elder. It seemed that his status within the Dragon Emperor's clan was not as high as that bald man. How ridiculous, that martial prowess could not surpass bloodline inheritance. While pondering, the young man's eyes had already turned a terrifying shade of blue flame, runes swirling in his gaze, his voice carrying the majesty of an emperor. "Dissolve the, injure your meridians." That was about to take shape behind the elder of the punishment department suddenly shattered. He stared incredulously at his own hands, watching helplessly as they struck heavily against his abdomen. A mouthful of blood was spat out, and his breath immediately became extremely weak. He looked at the young man before him with a terrified expression, trembling, his face filled with fear and confusion. What had this young man just done to him? Gu Qingchen closed his eyes, easing his somewhat fatigued gaze, and spoke lightly, "Don't worry, I won't kill you for now. You should still be able to live for 30 more minutes? After all, if you all die, then that esteemed person you speak of won't come." The middle-aged elder trembled violently. This young man's purpose was actually to lure the Dragon Emperor here. He fearfully addressed Gu Qingchen, "What? What do you want?" "What do I want?" Gu Qingchen smiled gently and replied, "Of course, to eradicate the traitors of the Great Xia and all of you parasites, and to slaughter the foreign tribes besieging the Great Xia. I, Gu Qingchen, this time, I will completely overturn everything in the Great Xia." In the central area of the Dragon capital, the Dragon Emperor's palace, the Dragon Emperor was currently seated on a tall dragon throne, his gaze imposing, looking down upon those below. Beneath him, the guards of the Dragon Emperor's clan stood in 2 rows along the path, holding long spears, staring straight ahead. At this moment, a person was kneeling beneath the dragon throne, reporting to the figure above, "Dragon Emperor, according to your orders, the punishment department has captured the rebel Gu Qingchen, and he is currently being interrogated in the Heavenly Prison's interrogation room." The Dragon Emperor looked down with a majestic gaze and spoke in a voice like thunder, "Well, is there a result?" The kneeling person below shook his head, "My lord, the Minister of Justice has just brought the person to the ministry, and the interrogation is still ongoing. However, once he enters the interrogation room, there should be results coming back soon." Upon hearing this, the Dragon Emperor nodded slightly. He had thought that with the boy's past actions and rebellious nature, he would surely resist capture. Therefore, he had deliberately given the Minister of Justice his token as insurance, allowing his avatar to descend at any time. He did not expect that capturing this brat would go so smoothly. Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared on the Dragon Emperor's face. It seemed that this boy was nothing special after all. He waved his hand gently and spoke to the person below. This Gu Qingchen acted without reporting and privately executed people in the Great Xia, disregarding the national law. Considering he found the demon clan's traitor, let's let this matter pass. But this time, he publicly beheaded a royal son in front of the Great Xia people, showing contempt for imperial authority. This matter has a severe impact on the royal family and has caused an indelible wound to the peace of the entire Great Xia. The Dragon Emperor paused, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Notify the Ministry of Justice that after the interrogation, Gu Qingchen will be imprisoned in the heavenly prison for 3 days. After 3 days, on the Copper Sparrow Terrace, Gu Qingchen will be publicly executed by beheading, to demonstrate imperial authority. As soon as these words were spoken, the royal family present was momentarily stunned. The Dragon Emperor wants to execute this boy? Gu Qingchen is currently so popular among the Great Xia people, yet the Dragon Emperor is going against the tide, intending to behead this boy who is at the center of public opinion. Is he not afraid of inciting public anger? After a few seconds of standing in shock, someone reacted. The Dragon Emperor is trying to tell the entire Great Xia that the royal family is the foundation of the Great Xia. Regardless of what contributions you have made or how much blood you have shed for the Great Xia, the royal family is fundamentally different from you and cannot be insulted. Otherwise, this boy will be the next. To serve as a warning, the Dragon Emperor is truly tyrannical. In the Great Hall, someone bowed to the Dragon Emperor above and said, "Your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor is wise." The royal family below all bowed their heads and saluted, echoing like drums, "Your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor is wise." Above the Great Hall, a somewhat aged face of the Dragon Emperor revealed a satisfied smile. Just as everyone was bowing to the Dragon Emperor, a member of the Ministry of Justice rushed in, his face covered in sweat, stumbling into the Great Hall. As soon as he entered, he tripped over the golden carpet, rolling around awkwardly in the hall before hurriedly getting up. With a terrified expression, he shouted, "Your Majesty, it's bad, something has happened, a big incident." Looking at the person who suddenly barged in, a flicker of displeasure crossed the Dragon Emperor's face, and he frowned slightly. "Stand steady and speak properly, a member of the royal family should not be so disheveled." The newcomer took a few deep breaths, but his expression grew even more panicked. "Your Majesty, that Gu Qingchen is rampaging in the headquarters of the Ministry of Justice. No one in the entire ministry can stop him. Lord Longshire, the Minister of Justice, has already been killed by Gu Qingchen, and several senior officials of the ministry have also suffered heavy casualties. They are about to collapse." What? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present showed expressions of shock. That boy is single-handedly slaughtering through the entire Ministry of Justice? That is the Ministry of Justice, a place that has instilled fear in the martial artists of the Great Xia since its establishment. Anyone imprisoned there for wrongdoing has never come out intact. Yet now, a boy is turning it upside down. Could it be that this boy is truly as terrifying as the rumors say? Absurd! Simply absurd. The Dragon Emperor suddenly stood up and slammed down, instantly shattering the incredibly luxurious dragon pattern table, roaring, "Is that Gu Qingchen truly so lawless, intending to rebel against the Great Xia?" In an instant, the Dragon Emperor's aura overflowed uncontrollably, and a massive pressure surged from all directions, weighing down on everyone present. Those in attendance were all of royal blood, granted permission by the Dragon Emperor, immune to the imperial decree. Yet at this moment, they felt as if their bodies were burdened with 1,000 pounds, unable to lift their waists. Dragon Emperor, it seems that executing him 3 days later is still too lenient for this brat. A voice came from within the Great Hall, belonging to Nangong Ying. Immediately after, a black figure slowly rose from the shadows within the hall. With a cold laugh, he spoke, "Since this brat insists on seeking death, then we shall grant him that." As he spoke, a trace of a cold smile appeared on his face. To have two members of the royal family act together, this brat's death is not unjust. Outside the Nangong Shrine in the Dragon Capital, another Gu Qingchen was currently standing 2 kilometers away from the Nangong Great Hall, his eyes tightly closed. In his mind, the figures of 2 other Gu Qingchens emerged. The Gu Qingchen in the Department of Punishment was surrounded by a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, amidst ruins. Rich Dao rhythms enveloped him, his clothes untainted by dust. Beneath him lay a middleman, desperate in appearance, dressed in elder's robes. At the same time, 2 terrifying auras erupted within the Dragon Capital, rushing towards the headquarters of the Department of Punishment. Finally, they have left. Outside the Nangong Shrine, Gu Qingchen slowly opened his eyes, feeling a sense of amazement. This poem scroll by Li Taibai was truly stunning. When he obtained this scroll, he had already read the verses on it. At first, he thought it was simply a way to split himself into 2 avatars, confusing the enemy during battle. making them unable to discern the real from the fake. But after using it, he realized there was much more to it. Raising a cup to invite the bright moon, with my shadow we become three. The original meaning of this verse was that the moon and the shadow, along with Lee Tai-bai himself, together formed three people drinking together. Thus, the three Gu Qingquans consisted of one as the main body, one as the shadow, and the last as the residual light of the bright moon in the sky. The shadow Gu Qingquan could merge into the shadows and could withstand one attack. The bright moon Gu Qingquan would gain the moonlight power forcibly stripped from the moon by Lee Tai-bai, which was stronger than the main body. Even more terrifying was that each Gu Qingquan possessed the consciousness and various abilities and divine powers of the main body. Moreover, the three could seamlessly switch at any time. This meant that as long as one Gu Qingquan survived, the Gu Qingquan would not die. All three were shadows, all three were the main body, and all three were the bright moon. At this moment, standing before the Nangong Great Hall was the shadow Gu Qingquan. The shadow Gu Qingquan wore a crystal the size of a gemstone on his head, which had a round hole on top. This was the most advanced camera in the Great Xia at present. Gu Qingquan wore in-ear headphones, took out his phone, and dialed a number. "Morong brother, are you ready over there?" A crackling sound came from the headphones. After a moment, Morong Yi's voice came through. "No problem, brother Gu, the arrangements you made for me are ready. The Sky Shrine has been connected to the Great Xia network and can be activated at any time." Suddenly, Morong Yi's tone became hesitant. "But, brother Gu, are you really planning to do this? After all, that is a royal, and intruding into the royal family and barging into the Great Hall are not the same concept. What if we can't find anything today?" The shadow Gu Qingquan slowly shook his head, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The Nangong family must have a problem. In the ruins of the Black Tide, Gu Qingquan witnessed firsthand how the demon god was revived. The revival of the demon god requires first repairing the remnants of its soul, a process that demands a large amount of human blood and souls. Only after this is the physical body restored. The blood pool that appeared in the dragon capital behaves in the same way as the demonic actions in the Black Tide ruins. The purpose of the blood pool is to harvest the lives and souls of humans for the revival of the demon god's physical body. Therefore, it can be inferred that there should be crystals formed from the condensed remnants of the demon god's soul within the blood pool. However, during the subsequent search by the evil demon tribunal in the underground of the Yin family, no similar crystals were found. They had already been taken away by someone else. At that time, there were only three people present: Nangong Ying, Uncle Yen, and himself. Naturally, Uncle Yen could not have done such a thing. Thus, it seems that Nangong Ying must have some connection with the demon clan. Therefore, Gu Qingquan used the scroll given by Lee Tai-bai to devise this plan. There are a total of 7 royal families in the Great Xia, each controlling a certain domain. Among them, some royal families oppress the people of Great Xia deeply, abusing their power and exploiting the populace, which is the true reason for the current decay of Great Xia. However, the authority of the royal family is deeply rooted among the people of Great Xia, making it extremely difficult to shake. To change the current situation of Great Xia, it is necessary to completely shatter the people's belief in the royal family. He knows that Nangong Ying harbors deep hatred for him, so once he causes a disturbance, Nangong Ying will definitely come to suppress him. He intends to use this opportunity to expose the entire Nangong family to the eyes of the people of Great Xia, revealing the corruption and depravity of the Nangong clan. Most importantly, he needs to find traces left by the demon clan within the Nangong family. As long as he finds this, Gu Qingquan can overturn the entire Nangong royal family. Therefore, Gu Qingquan specifically sought help from Morong Yi. Among the 7 royals, the Morong clan is responsible for the entire industry and information sector of Great Xia, controlling the celestial temple that can monitor the entire blue star. As a prince and the acting head of the Morong family after Morong Jianxin's departure, Morong Yi certainly has the qualifications to control the Celestial Temple. By connecting the Celestial Temple to the Great Xia network and coordinating with the cameras above Gu Qingquan's head, they can present the Nangong family in a 360-degree view to the people of Great Xia. Gu Qingquan quietly exhaled a breath of turbid air and said softly, "Brother Morong, let's begin." In the core area of the Celestial Temple, Morong Yi received the command and slowly spoke, "Activate the Celestial Pearl." In an instant, the world changed dramatically. A deep blue light broke through the thick clouds, tearing apart the sky, descending upon the Celestial Pearl. Immediately, large fish-scale-like metal tiles within the Celestial Temple flipped, projecting this deep blue beam onto a young boy in the Dragon Capital. Just as the light of the Celestial Pearl fell, at this moment, countless people's phone screens in Great Xia simultaneously popped up a message. Gu Qingquan, who has slain over 100,000 demons, killed a prince, has started a live broadcast. Come and watch. Countless people in Great Xia were momentarily stunned. Gu Qingquan? In recent days, the news of the blind boy slaying the prince of Great Xia had caused quite a stir. Almost half of the people in Great Xia had seen that video, but not everyone was familiar with the name Gu Qingchen. However, upon seeing the subsequent note, countless people in Great Xia suddenly realized that the name of that blind boy was Gu Qingchen. They were then left in a daze. That arrogant and monstrous young man actually started a live broadcast? Many people, filled with curiosity, clicked into the live broadcast room, only to discover that it was a 360-degree panoramic livestream. The title of the live broadcast room: Today, I will take everyone to visit the main hall of one of the 7 royals, the Nangong family. In the center of the screen stood the familiar figure of the blind boy. The live stream had just started for less than a minute, and under Morongyi's operation, hundreds of thousands of viewers had already flooded into the live room. A flurry of comments raced across the top of the screen. What the hell is going on? How is blind brother live streaming again? Has he completely gone against the Nangong royal family? Wow, blind brother is really amazing. Just a few days ago, he killed a prince from the Nangong family, and now he's actually storming into the Nangong family's great hall. He truly fears nothing. Wait, I just saw a video of blind brother being taken away by the Ministry of Justice. How did he get released so quickly? Is the Shadow Emperor there? Did blind brother really break in? That seems a bit risky. I didn't expect that today my mountain pig could follow blind brother to see the inside of the royal hall. This live stream is worth it. In Luoyang province, at Luohua High School, in a girl's dormitory, a girl suddenly jumped up from her seat, her voice excited. Xiaoyu, come quick, your brother is live streaming. It's a 360-degree view, this is so clear. Next to her, another girl rushed over first, clenching her fists and shouting excitedly, and it's in first person. Ah, Xiaoyu, your brother is really handsome. Gu Xiaoyu glanced at her infatuated roommate and teased, Xiaoyun, you really have no shame. What's so good looking about my brother? After saying that, Gu Xiaoyu's slender fingers slid across the screen, quietly entering the live room. On the other side, in the suburbs of Longdu, at the headquarters of the Great Xia Ministry of Justice, a young man stood under the bright moonlight, as if wrapped in a layer of gauze. It was Mingyue Gu Qingchen. Beneath his feet lay a middle-aged man dressed in the elder's attire of the Ministry of Justice. Behind him was a scene of ruins, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. At this moment, a rapid sound of breaking air came from above. Wherever the two went, the clouds parted to make way for them. Gu Qingchen looked up at the two terrifying figures rushing towards him and suddenly exerted force beneath his feet. The last elder of the Ministry of Justice had his head exploded, dying completely. Thus, the Great Xia Ministry of Justice was entirely annihilated. Feeling the progress of the shadow Gu Qingchen on the other side, Mingyue Gu Qingchen revealed a faint smile. 2 ultimate Dao rhythms swirled in his hands as he softly spoke. The storm of the Great Xia officially begins now. As his voice fell, Mingyue Gu Qingchen looked up at the 2 royal figures with terrifying auras above him. Beside him, 2 scrolls of poetry slowly unfolded. In midair, a massive phantom of a bell descended upon Gu Qingchen. Gu Qingchen's gaze sharpened, and he radiated a brilliance that lit up the sky. The 2 ultimate Dao rhythms entwined at his fingertips instantly transformed into 2 streams of light, intertwining together to meet the falling bell in midair. In an instant, a tremendous roar echoed throughout the entire city of Longdu. In the clash, the imposing phantom of the bell shattered into streams of light, and the 2 Dao rhythms slowly dissipated in the air. In midair, 2 terrifying figures suddenly halted, their gazes fixed on the young man below. They were the 2 royals, the Shadow Emperor and the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor looked down at the ruins of the Ministry of Justice and the corpses scattered behind the young man, his eyes filled with killing intent. At the same time, a hint of astonishment appeared in his pupils. That bell phantom, although it was just a casual strike, had used 5 parts of his strength. Yet, this strike seemed to have posed no pressure on the young man. This boy was indeed extraordinary. A glimmer of brilliance flashed through his aged pupils. Such a monstrous existence, if allowed to grow, would inevitably threaten the royal family's position in the Great Xia. It would be better to crush it in the cradle. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by the young man below. Gu Qingchen, shrouded in the lingering light of the bright moon, shook his head at the 2 figures above, his tone mocking. Dragon Emperor, what a pity, you are still a step too late. It seems that all your people from the Department of Punishment have already died. As he spoke, Gu Qingchen provocatively pointed to the corpses of the Department of Punishment behind him. These are all your royal subjects, they died because of you, killed by a commoner. Don't you feel any pain? Upon hearing this, a raging fury ignited in the Dragon Emperor's eyes. You lawless brat, I intended to let you live a few more days, but since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. He roared, his pupils shining, white hair flying, and suddenly, thunder rolled in the sky, like a drum beating. It seemed even the heavens were beginning to rage. The supreme realm, the mastery of the power of heaven and earth, was naturally at its peak. Beside the Dragon Emperor, Nan Gongying frowned, a sense of doubt rising in his heart. Recalling the outcome of Yen Niatian last time, he felt a surge of vigilance. Although he had to admit that this brat was indeed a prodigy, he was merely at the master realm at this moment. To dare stand here waiting for the arrival of two royals, and to appear completely unafraid at this time, made no sense, not a bit of sense. Could it be that he could still wield that divine weapon of laws? Nan Gongying's brow furrowed. If that were the case, then to kill this brat, they would have to be extremely cautious. Just as the Dragon Emperor was about to unleash his anger, Nan Gongying suddenly raised a hand, sending a shadow to the Dragon Emperor's ear, conveying a message. Dragon Emperor, something's off. Wait a moment, this brat is a bit strange. The Dragon Emperor was about to unleash the towering thunder that had gathered in the sky when he heard Nan Gongying's message, his brow furrowing as he retorted, strange? Nan Gongying nodded, casting a shadowy gaze downward, and spoke, don't forget, this brat has a divine weapon of laws in his hand. Under such a divine artifact, even a martial god might not be able to escape unscathed. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Emperor's aged body trembled, and the rolling thunder in the sky dissipated. The wrinkles on his face tightened as he spoke with a grave expression. Are you sure this brat can still wield that divine weapon? Nan Gongying shook his head. I don't know, but this brat has many tricks, and each method is of a very high level. Last time, Yen Niatian fell at this brat's hands. At that time, this brat was only at the Great Ascension realm. So what do we do now? The Dragon Emperor's expression darkened. Just thinking about the dozens of royal members of the Department of Punishment who had met a tragic end at Gu Qingqian's hands made the Dragon Emperor's heart burn with rage, wishing he could peel the flesh from Gu Qingqian's body piece by piece to feed the dogs. Nan Gongying slowly spoke. It's simple. If this brat could use that divine weapon without limits, he would have already attacked us both. It seems that this brat can use the divine weapon at most once, or perhaps he is just bluffing. It's better to be cautious, observe for a while, and if no unexpected situations arise, we will strike together to subdue this brat. Looking at the two above who were in a stalemate with him, seemingly wary of something, Gu Qingqian revealed a satisfied smile. Indeed, these two had the peak cultivation of the supreme realm, but at this moment, they lacked the courage to act against him. The reason was that they could not be sure whether he could wield the divine weapon of laws now. However, this played right into Gu Qingqian's hands. His physical body was suffering from backlash, unable to use the divine weapon of laws, and his cultivation was only at the master realm. Even though the bright moon Gu Qingqian had the moonlight's blessing, forcibly raising his strength to the marquee realm, relying on two ultimate Tao rhythms and a one-time poetry scroll given by Li Tai Bai, he might be able to contend against someone who had just entered the supreme realm. But they could not possibly be opponents at the peak of the supreme realm, let alone two of them. He appeared here for only two reasons. First, to attract both the Shadow Emperor and the Dragon Emperor, making it easier for Shadow Gu Qingqian to investigate the Nangong family. Second, to hold these two here for as long as possible until his true body completed its task. In short, it was to draw them in and keep them occupied for as long as possible. At this moment, looking at the two above who were already unable to contain themselves and were about to strike at him, Gu Qingqian's face revealed a hint of a strategic smile once again. Beside him, one of the two poems had completely unfolded. Between heaven and earth, Li Taibai's clear voice resounded. In the morning, I bid farewell to the White Emperor amidst colorful clouds, and return to Jiangling in a day. In an instant, rich, colorful mist surged from between heaven and earth, and the entire Dragon Capital suddenly transformed into a foggy city. Within Dragon Capital, countless citizens opened their windows with puzzled expressions, their eyes filled with confusion. Just a moment ago, the sky was clear and the moon bright. How did it suddenly become foggy? Moreover, this fog seemed to envelop the surroundings completely in an instant, with extremely low visibility. Suddenly, someone in Dragon Capital exclaimed, "What the hell, colorful fog? What? Are you kidding me? Let me see? Oh my, it really is. Quick, take a picture. I want to post it on my social media." Looking at this scene, Nan Gongying's face revealed a hint of gloom. In the thick fog, not only was his vision obscured, but he also felt that his perception was rapidly diminishing. He frowned and extended his consciousness, trying to peer through the thick fog to find Gu Qingqian's figure. But the next second, a look of horror appeared on Nan Gongying's face. Within this dense, colorful mist, strands of Tao rhythm power were actually swirling. Another Tao rhythm? A look of shock immediately appeared on Nan Gongying's face. Adding to the Tao rhythm he comprehended in the Yen family, this kid had actually unleashed 4 Tao rhythms. This kid, clearly just a master realm cultivator now. Where did he get so many tricks? At this moment, Gu Qingqian had already concealed his figure within the mist, and a strange light enveloped his body completely. At this time, his speed was astonishing. In an instant, he completely vanished from the sight of the two royal figures. Even his aura was completely submerged by the colorful mist. Feeling the disappearance of the young man's aura below, Nan Gongying's expression suddenly darkened. They had been tricked. From the very beginning, this kid had no intention of fighting them head-on. He wanted to escape. As for the law divine weapon, Nan Gongying also understood at this moment that he could not use it twice in a short time. Unexpectedly, after sitting on the throne for decades, today he was played for a fool by a young brat. At this moment, Nan Gongying felt an immense anger in his heart. He took a deep breath and formed a seal with his hands. On the ground, a pitch-black shadow twisted, then transformed into Gu Qingchen's appearance, once again burrowing into the ground. Nan Gongying expelled the foul air he had just inhaled, his face filled with rage. Escape, escape. I, Nan Gongying, love nothing more than hunting down fleeing prey. Outside the Nangon Great Hall, Shadow Gu Qingchen stared at the rising popularity in the live broadcast room, silently calculating the time to start. At this moment, the number of people in the live broadcast room had already surpassed 10 million, with comments flying and various urging voices ringing out. Almost there. He slowly stood up, revealing a smile towards the sky, and said, "Since everyone is so enthusiastic, then today's live broadcast content officially begins." After saying that, he walked towards the main entrance of the Nangon Great Hall not far away. Outside the main door of the Nangon Great Hall stood two individuals, both not weak in cultivation, around the extraordinary realm. The outermost guard was just about to doze off when he saw someone walking this way. He lazily spoke up, "This is a royal area, no trespassers allowed. Be smart and get lost." After saying that, he was about to continue slacking off. However, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the person kept getting closer. The guard frowned, a bit impatient, and raised his head to see who was so audacious. What came into view was a handsome young man with hollow eyes. The moment they saw the young man, the two guards were momentarily stunned. Then their bodies suddenly shook, feeling an invisible chill rising from their feet to the sky. Their expressions instantly turned chaotic, pointing at the young man, stammering, "What the hell? Is it really you?" At this moment, their minds felt completely muddled. Wasn't this the young man who had been trending online recently? He was the one who killed the son of their family head, and now he had come to the front of the Nanguan Great Hall on his own. The guard on the left felt cold sweat pouring down his back, his hands trembling as he reached for the emergency alarm button behind him. But before the command from his brain could reach his body, he met the young man's eerie flame-blue pupils. In an instant, he felt his body lose control. He stood there, frozen, in front of Gu Qingchen. The guard on the right stood like a wooden man as well. The Eye of Divine Burial was used to manipulate two extraordinary beings, and it couldn't be simpler. If it weren't for the limited time he could maintain the Eye of Divine Burial, he could even control the two permanently, using them as his puppets. "What is your name?" Gu Qingchen asked the guard on the left. "Wang Likun," the guard replied blankly. "Do you know the way to the Nanguang family head's hall?" "Yes." "Good, take me there now." The guard named Wang Likun nodded mechanically and then stepped forward to lead the way in front of Gu Qingchen. The two walked towards the Nanguang family's main hall, one in front and one behind. Watching the once arrogant guard's now comical actions, the comments began to flood in like a mixed stew. "What the hell? What kind of magic is this, directly controlling someone's mind? That's too freaky. Damn, this guard is killing me. Ha ha ha, he really is breaking in. My bro is awesome, not clickbait at all. Bro, take me to see the Nanguang family's harem. I have a paper about the royal family to write for college. Want to learn more?" "Dude, I can hear you're scheming all the way in the capital. Stop talking, brothers, I actually want to see too." Before long, the Shadow Gu Qingchen arrived at the front of the Nanguang family's great hall with the guard. "This is the Nanguang family's main hall, only princes and a few elders can enter." "I don't have the qualifications to go in," the guard said blankly. Gu Qingchen nodded and suddenly asked, "In the Great Xia, have you ever killed innocents because of your status as a martial artist?" The guard shook his head, "No." "Alright, you can leave now. Remember, don't work for the Nanguang family anymore." Gu Qingchen said lightly, releasing the Eye of Divine Burial, and the flame blue in his eyes instantly dissipated. He then stepped into the Nanguang family's main hall. Behind him, the guard named Wang Likun suddenly jerked, gasping for air like someone drowning. His body was already drenched in cold sweat. It was a feeling of being completely unable to control oneself. The control of his body had been completely stripped away, and his true consciousness felt like it was drowning in a lake. He could sense that if his answer to that question had been yes, he would definitely die here today. He looked back at the direction the young man had left with lingering fear, trembling as he stood up, dragging his numb legs, and ran out of the South Palace Hall. He truly couldn't stay in the South Palace any longer. On the other side, as Gu Qingchen stepped into the main hall of the South Palace, his entire body froze in place. At the same time, the once lively live stream room fell into dead silence upon witnessing this scene. It was as if they had seen something unbelievable, and even the barrage of comments instantly decreased significantly. The camera above Gu Qingchen captured the entire South Palace Hall. The hall was resplendent and luxurious, just as everyone had imagined. But what was chilling was that in the main hall, in the seat that originally belonged to Nan Gonging, there sat a creature covered in chitinous armor, with a human face. Surrounding this humanoid creature were a group of disheveled beauties, their long tongues constantly licking, their faces filled with pleasure. As they watched Gu Qingchen walk in, the humanoid creature grinned, its voice hoarse as it spoke. "Oh, a new servant? That guy Nan Gonging is quite considerate, knowing to blindfold the eyes first." Saying this, it waved its hand at Gu Qingchen. Come over, pour me a drink first." At this moment, in the Great Xia, a large number of citizens lying in bed watching Gu Qingchen's livestream suddenly stood up, their expressions horrified. The creature on the screen, resembling a human, clad in chitinous armor. This is the Azura clan? The Azura clan has appeared in the royal palace, and just called out Nan Gonging's name. At this moment, countless phones fell to the ground in the Great Xia, their screens shattered. Along with the shattered screens, their hearts broke as well. In the live stream room, countless people from the Great Xia felt as if their worldview had collapsed. Why would an alien race appear in the Great Xia? Hadn't the alien races been driven out of the Great Xia territory by the gods of the Great Xia thousands of years ago, with only a small number hiding within the Great Xia, barely surviving, and if they dared to provoke the Great Xia, they would be immediately eradicated by the demon judgment? But now, the alien race not only appeared openly in the Great Xia but also sat in the position of the head of the family of one of the 7 emperors, with a dozen maidens serving him. What on earth was going on? After a moment of silence, a flood of questioning voices filled the barrage. No way. What am I seeing? Is this really the Nangong family? Why is there an alien race in the royal palace? No, I can't be seeing this wrong, right? This is the Azura clan from the textbooks. Didn't they say they went extinct over 10,000 years ago? How could they appear in the Great Xia? Are you all stupid? Can't you see it now? The fact is right in front of you. Nan Gonging, one of the 7 emperors, has colluded with the alien race, has already betrayed the Great Xia, and has become a traitor. Bro, you can't say that. This isn't just a matter of being sealed with a title. The Ministry of Justice might come looking for you soon. Xia Gu, what are you still doing? This is an alien race, run. At this moment, various emotions filled the live stream room: anger, confusion, doubt, anxiety, and incomprehension. The beliefs in the hearts of most people had already begun to waver. On the other side, sensing the creature in the main hall that was completely different from humans, Gu Qingchen showed a hint of confusion on his face. He frowned and asked into his earpiece, "Brother Morong, what is the thing speaking in front of me?" At this moment, he was blind, and in his perception, the figure opposite was also a humanoid outline, making it difficult to distinguish for a moment. He instinctively felt that something was off. Since Nan Gonging had already left, who dared to sit in the position of the Nangong family? After a while, a trembling voice came from his ear, "Gu brother, it's the Azura clan." Hearing this, Gu Qingchen's muscles instantly tensed, and his expression suddenly turned cold. It seems he had underestimated Nan Gonging. He had thought that he was merely colluding with the demon clan, passing messages from the Great Xia to aid the revival of the demon god. Unexpectedly, he dared to bring the foreign race directly into the royal palace. Seeing the change in Gu Qingchen's gaze, Moroni was taken aback. "Gu brother, are you planning to deal with this Azura clan yourself?" He hurriedly spoke, "Gu brother, don't be anxious. I've already notified the elders of the Morong family. Support will arrive in less than 15 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, the projection of the celestial pearl showed that the young man had already disappeared. In the position of the family head, the Azura king waited for a moment, unable to suppress his frown, and spoke with displeasure, "Hey, I'm calling you. Are your eyes blind and your ears deaf? Come here and pour me some wine." He slightly raised his head, but in his line of sight, the young man had already vanished. The Azura king's expression changed drastically. He pushed away several women beside him and abruptly sat up. "This is the aura of Dao Yun?" The Azura king was startled, his pupils dilating. Where did this aura of Dao Yun come from? Suddenly, the young man's face appeared in his mind. Blind, could it be that he is the one who killed Nan Gonging's son? But he was clearly being chased by the Dragon Emperor and Nan Gonging, so why would he appear here? His mind was filled with questions. But the next second, a cold voice reached his ears, "Foreign race, I, Gu Qingchen, will kill you on sight." As the words fell, a tremendous sonic boom swept through. The terrifying sound echoed continuously in the great hall, like a nuclear bomb exploding. Inside the hall, it felt as if an earthquake had struck, the massive sound wave directly lifting the ceiling of the Nangong family's main hall. The people in front of the screen finally noticed that above the sky, a terrifying sunset was rising against its trajectory, slowly ascending. It seemed capable of extinguishing all things in the world. The Azura King felt a buzzing in his head, his vision spinning rapidly, the world turned upside down. With a thud, his armored head fell onto the Nangong family's golden carpet, his eyes still filled with confusion. Then, his body swayed twice and crashed to the ground. Yet even after being decapitated, the Azura King's body continued to writhe on the ground, as if trying to reconnect his head. Gu Qingchen looked coldly at the ground, and a peach blossom branch slowly appeared in his hand. In an instant, pure, scarlet killing intent surged from Gu Qingchen, filling the entire Nangong main hall. Due to the restrictions of the Mother River of Life outside of the Great Xia, the Marquis realm is not allowed to enter the Great Xia. Therefore, the avatar he invested in is only at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. However, this avatar can use the Tao rhythm comprehended by the main body, making it not an ordinary opponent for the Marquis realm. Moreover, this avatar did not receive any information before its death, indicating that it was killed instantly by someone. There are not many people in the Great Xia who can instantly kill a Marquis realm. Could it be that it was killed under the shadow of Nangong? No, Nangong has been helping the Demon Clan for a long time, so there's no reason not to help the Azura Clan. The Azura King exhaled a breath of foul air. Forget it, after 20 days, when the plan is implemented, all mysteries will no longer be mysteries. In Fengdu City. At this moment, unlike the moonlit and starry skies of Longdu City, the entire sky above Fengdu City is pitch black. It is as if the end of the world has come, with not a glimmer of light. Countless Fengdu people witness this scene, not knowing what has happened, only feeling an immense tremor in their hearts. In a desolate suburb of Fengdu, an exceptionally terrifying aura fills the air. Above the sky, endless black mist churns and rolls, with countless vengeful spirits rising and falling along the black mist, shrieking in agony. In the center of the vengeful spirits, there is a bizarre and eerie shadow. The shadow has long, decayed black arms, resembling broken bamboo joints, and its head lacks a face, replaced instead by blood-red teeth. The entire visage is composed of layers of sharp teeth. On its body, thousands of strange human faces grow, continuously spitting out fierce vengeful souls, like clouds of black mist, howling towards the people below. Yeling stands in the center of the crystal tower with a knife in hand, filled with intense killing intent, his eyes having turned blood red, slashing upwards towards the sky one knife after another. With each slash, large groups of vengeful spirits scream and wail, extinguished in the fierce blade light. But on that bizarre evil god, thousands of masks seem to laugh and cry, constantly opening their mouths, new vengeful souls pouring out like a tide. The blade light and the vengeful souls continuously collide, cancelling each other out, vanishing in the air, with neither side able to advance further. At this moment, both sides enter a state of stalemate. On Blue Star, among the Ghost Clan, in the mass grave. In the center of the mass grave sits a man. The man's face is pale, his figure ethereal like a ghost, exuding a chilling aura. Below the man, a guard kneels to report, Lord Ghost King, someone in the Great Xia is attempting to break through to the martial god realm, and the opponent is a remnant soul of an ancient ghost god from our Ghost Clan. Upon hearing this, the man slightly raises his eyes, his brow tightening. Oh, breaking through to the martial god? Which of the 7 emperors is it? The person below shakes his head. My lord, it is none of them. It is the director from the evil demon tribunal. Hearing this, the Ghost King's expression becomes somewhat grave. The director of the evil demon tribunal? That is a ruthless character. That one has always been committed to slaughter, having killed countless foreign races in the Great Xia, comprehending the Tao rhythm, which must also be related to the path of slaughter. The path of slaughter is one of the most domineering top Tao rhythms. If that one ascends to the martial god position, then the variables during the implementation of the 4 clans plan will increase. He slightly nods, making a judgment in his heart. With the time for the plan approaching, it is better to have fewer variables in the Great Xia. Understood, you may leave. The man waves his hand slightly, dismissing the guard. After the guard retreats, the Ghost King slowly rises from his seat and throws a strange ghost fire onto the ground. Instantly, a huge crack opens in the ground, revealing a large door. He turns and walks into the forbidden door of the Ghost Clan. Inside the door stands a massive tombstone. The Ghost King takes off the skull ring from his hand and gently places it on the tombstone. Above the tombstone, a terrifying beam of black light coalesced. Da Xia Fengdu. At this moment, an unexpected change occurred. In the sky above, it seemed as if something trembled for an instant, and Yen Yiling's pupils suddenly shook, a look of horror appearing on his face. He stopped wielding his blade and retreated explosively. From the black curtain behind the evil god, a beam of black light suddenly descended from the sky. This black beam seemed to carry an endless power of destruction, splitting everything in its path. Boom! After a loud explosion, the towering crystal tower was pierced by the black beam, and sparkling fragments flew everywhere, collapsing with a thunderous crash. As the crystal tower fell, the light that had gathered on Yin Yeling, used to condense the power of heaven and earth, instantly dissipated. Watching the crystal tower collapse, Yin Yeling's expression turned grim. The worst-case scenario had indeed occurred. He had comprehended the Tao rhyme and broken through to the martial god realm, exhausting all his strength. Yet at this moment, he had just formed the Tao rhyme but lacked the power to wield it. To prevent such a situation, he had spent nearly a month constructing this crystal tower to refine the power of heaven and earth. As long as the crystal tower remained intact, the power of heaven and earth would continuously replenish him. Although it seemed evenly matched on the surface, the evil god would eventually be worn down by him. But unexpectedly, a beam of black light flew in from the unknown beyond the heavens, shattering his source of power. Damn those foreign races! It seemed that sensing the diminishing power of the person below, the evil god above let out a sinister laugh, his power growing even more ferocious. Thousands of vengeful souls surrounded Yin Yeling, tearing at him frantically. As Yin Yeling's remaining strength gradually depleted, his complexion grew increasingly pale, and his body became soaked in blood. Just when Yin Yeling was on the verge of collapsing, a handsome young man swiftly rode the wind from a distance. Seeing that Yin Yeling had not yet fallen, Gu Qingchen felt a slight relief in his heart. I made it just in time. The young man looked at the middle-aged man, who was somewhat disheveled at the moment, and spoke with a hint of jest. Uncle Yen, why are you sweating so much while breaking through to the martial god realm? Hearing the familiar voice from afar, Yin Yeling froze for a moment and turned his head sharply. The moment he saw Gu Qingchen, Yin Yeling's mind became chaotic, feeling an immediate increase in pressure on him. This young man, shouldn't he be studying at Longdu University right now? Why is he here? Little Gu, what are you doing here? Hurry and leave. He turned his head, his eyes wide open, and shouted sternly at Gu Qingchen. If he died, Daxia would only lose one supreme being, which would not be insignificant, but Daxia could still endure. However, this young man was the hope for Daxia's future, the key person to break the blockade of the foreign races and allow the people of Daxia to regain their freedom. If he were to cause this young man to die here, he would become a historical sinner of Daxia. Just as Yin Yeling was distracted, a vengeful spirit seized the opportunity to dart out from the gap in the blade light, attaching itself to Yin Yeling with sinister power. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but a more powerful force erupted from him, allowing him to withstand the evil god's assault above. Looking at the familiar figure who seemed ready to sacrifice himself for him, the young man smiled helplessly. Uncle Yen, do I really look like someone who came to die? After saying this, Gu Qingchen slightly raised his head, his gaze fixed on the sky above, sharp and cold as he snorted. Despicable foreign races, only capable of playing these underhanded tricks. Do you really think you are the only ones with support? With that, he reached into his bosom and pulled out an ancient scroll of poetry, throwing it in Yin Yeling's direction. Under Yin Yeling's astonished gaze, the scroll slowly unfurled in midair, revealing the elegant handwriting of Li Tai Bai. There will be times when the long wind breaks the waves, and I will sail straight to the vast sea. In an instant, a brilliance like the sun erupted from the scroll, completely enveloping Yin Yeling. Under the golden light, the young man laughed loudly at the middle-aged man. Uncle Yen, after being the supreme for so long, it's time to enter the martial god realm and slay the alien races. As his voice fell, the heavens and earth began to tremble violently. At this moment, within the great Xia, a sky-high crimson light erupted. When Yin Yeling merged with the golden light, the entire land of Great Xia shook violently, and countless people watching the live broadcast of Shadow Gu Qingchen had not yet recovered from the recent appearance of alien races among the royal family before they lost their balance and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, across Great Xia, the moon in the sky lost its luster, a howling wind completely vanished, and the clouds in the sky disintegrated, revealing a pitch-black night, yet the starry sky was nowhere to be seen. Between heaven and earth, various natural phenomena seemed to be stripped away. The world became quiet, eerily so. At this moment, even the ordinary citizens of Great Xia had a faint sense of foreboding. Something big was about to happen in Great Xia. At this moment, within the dark, festering wound of Blue Star, ancient alien races were awakening, slowly casting their gaze upon the land of Great Xia. At the borders of Great Xia, a burst of golden light erupted. The mother river of heaven and earth that flowed around Great Xia suddenly accelerated, and strands of chaotic mist shattered, blocking the vast gaze that was cast from outside. Within Great Xia, in Fengdu City, under the cover of golden light in the scroll of poetry, Yin Yeling felt an endless power gathering from between heaven and earth towards him. This scroll contained an unimaginable vastness of heavenly and earthly power. Moreover, within this power, there seemed to be something different, as if it contained an extremely rare Tao rhythm. A Tao rhythm used to attract the power of heaven and earth. Why did Xiao Gu possess such a defiant thing? Yin Yeling looked at the unfolding scroll of poetry with astonishment, his breath rapidly rising under its influence. The injuries inflicted on him by the evil god healed in an instant, and his energy sea was so full it seemed ready to explode. His momentum had already reached its peak. His face was filled with battle intent, the crimson blood blade in his hand gripped tightly. At this moment, the newly born Tao rhythm on Yeling's body, nourished by the abundant power of heaven and earth, finally broke through the ground completely, blooming in full, enveloped by the majestic Tao rhythm. Feeling the vigorous aura of the Tao rhythm, the evil god above became increasingly greedy, its face covered in sharp teeth extending countless tentacles, thousands of masks simultaneously howling at Yeling. I want to devour. I want to be reborn. At this moment, the entire body of the evil god emerged from the black curtain above the sky, revealing a horrifying lower half. The lower half was a massive chunk of flesh, stitched together from countless incomplete limbs, rising high like a pot of mixed corpses. The lower half of the evil god swayed continuously, emanating a stench of decay and death, rushing towards Yeling with a billowing black smoke. At the same time, the thousands of vengeful souls gathered into a strange tide that writhed and surged towards Yeling with a hoarse wail. Looking at the strange entity charging from above, Yeling snorted coldly, taking a step forward, the Tao rhythm within him circulating, his aura spilling out into the world. Before him appeared an ancient bridge, connecting him and the evil god at the center. Below the bridge, a vast river surged, within which countless vengeful souls cried out and struggled desperately. Above the river, a massive ghost gate emerged. This was the slaughtered Tao rhythm he comprehended after sensing Gu Qingshan's Tao rhythm, named the Path of Yellow Springs. Those who obstruct my Tao shall enter the Yellow Springs. At this moment, Yeling's killing intent had transformed from external to internal, completely becoming the bridge beneath his feet. He stood atop the bridge, like an ancient guardian, mercilessly slaying anyone who dared to cross. The evil god gazed at the suddenly appeared bluestone path before him, his aura swelling further, speed surging as he lunged towards Yeling. But with the emergence of this road to the underworld, with every inch he moved forward, his body was ground down by the terrifying killing intent, turning to dust and dissipating. Until his entire form was reduced to half, the evil god finally reacted, belatedly releasing a tide of vengeful spirits as cover, rapidly retreating in an attempt to escape this bizarre path. In the underworld, countless withered bones clung to the bridge, opening their gaping mouths, and in an instant, they swallowed the vengeful spirits surrounding the evil god, transforming them into surging waters of the underworld. Watching the evil god's attempt to flee, Yeling let out a cold laugh, bringing his hands together. Above him, the ghost gate slammed shut, blocking the evil god's escape route to the heavens. As the ghost gate closed, the killing intent spread in the underworld, and dozens of skeletal hands reached out from the waters, gripping the evil god's lower half like a burden. Under the pull of the skeletal hands, thick blood mist erupted from the evil god's body, large chunks of decaying limbs plummeting into the waters of the underworld. In the distance, Gu Qingshan watched in a daze. He had never seen a martial god realm practitioner wield the Tao rhythm in reality. From what he could see, the once invincible ancient evil god's remnant soul had no power to fight back against the complete Tao rhythm of the martial god realm. Uncle Yan's Tao rhythm seemed to form something akin to a domain. Once drawn into it, one would be trapped inside, ground down by the various killing Tao rhythms manifesting as strange phenomena. Is this the power of the martial god realm? Those who enter the martial god realm have already touched the threshold of divinity, possessing a trace of divine aura. Even if it is just a trace, it is still the aura of a god. After all, gods and humans are worlds apart. Although this path to the underworld is far inferior to the god-slaying Tao of the Peach Blossom Sword God, it is still considered top-tier Tao rhythm within the Great Xia. Just as Gu Qingshan marveled, the evil god above let out a hoarse scream. Its lower half had been torn to shreds by dozens of hands from the underworld. Coupled with the upper half that had been ground down by the road to the underworld, it was left with only its chest and head connected, struggling incessantly. Yeling slightly raised his hand, and a spatial rift opened, from which a scarlet blade light shot out. In the sky, the evil god's last remnant was instantly severed by this blade light, no longer breathing. The corpse fell, transforming into a wisp of green smoke in mid-air, completely dissipating in this realm. After the evil god's body completely vanished, a streak of scarlet light descended from the sky, landing atop Yeling's head, dyeing his entire body crimson. This also proclaimed the arrival of the fifth martial god of the Great Xia. The underworld thus descended. At this moment, an unprecedented massive commotion was unfolding across the Great Xia network. The recent live broadcast clip was rapidly gaining traction online. Under the manipulation of Morong-e, the Morong family quickly topped the trending charts on major platforms. The words royalty and foreign race, which would never be associated together, drew countless clicks and views. At this time, the number of viewers in Gu Qingshan's live stream had surpassed several hundred million, with the floating bullet comments completely covering the entire content of the broadcast, leaving no gaps. Many had no choice but to turn off the comments, focusing their attention on the blind youth who had just slain the foreign race. In the South Palace Hall, Gu Qingchen stood before the corpse of the Shura king, closing his eyes. After a moment, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had already learned from the information transmitted back from his main body that Uncle Yen had successfully entered the realm of the martial god. At this moment, his entire being was as ethereal as crystal, becoming somewhat illusory and vague. The duration of the poem "Raise a Cup to Gaze at the Bright Moon, and with my shadow, we become three" was about to end. He connected his headset and spoke to Moroni. "Brother Morone, shift your view to the northwest suburbs of Longdu and conduct a search." "Northwest suburbs? Search? Search for whom?" Moroni asked somewhat dazedly, still unable to recover from the overwhelming information of the recent scene, just like most of the viewers of the live broadcast. However, his hands did not stop for a moment and were already operating on the celestial pearl. "Who else could we search for? Of course, we are searching for the traitor Nangong Ying." As he spoke, Gu Qingchen pondered for a moment, then placed the camera crystal above his head in front of him, aiming the lens at himself. Immediately after, he elegantly bowed to the hundreds of millions of viewers in front of the camera, a faint smile on his face. "Thank you all for watching and supporting. To repay your enthusiasm for this live broadcast, at noon tonight, I will invite everyone to witness the birth of a brand new great Xia." As his voice fell, he transformed into a shadow and merged into the ground, disappearing within the main hall of the Nangong family. At the same time, in the live broadcast room, Gu Qingchen's first-person perspective vanished, and the third-person perspective began to move rapidly within Longdu, turning into a gray shadow. In front of the screen, hundreds of millions of Great Xia citizens wore expressions of confusion. What does the birth of a brand new Great Xia mean? At this moment, countless colorful clouds swirled within Longdu. Gu Qingchen transformed into a streak of light, moving through the colorful clouds at a speed dozens of times faster than usual. Behind him, two powerful auras relentlessly pursued him. During this chase, the two figures behind him continuously unleashed their auras towards Gu Qingchen, shattering the buildings in the suburbs. This abandoned border city of Longdu had already been mostly destroyed by the two. Gu Qingchen relied on the large buildings in the suburbs, constantly dodging the attacks of the two. This tug-of-war had already lasted nearly 3 hours. Gu Qingchen frowned slightly. The colorful mist that enveloped Longdu was condensed from Li Taibai's Dao rhythm, serving to obstruct the aura. Coupled with his explosive speed, it should have been impossible for them to track his position, yet they were still able to closely pursue him. What was going on? Just as Gu Qingchen was feeling puzzled, the colorful mist in Longdu began to gradually thin. The speed that had been enhanced on Gu Qingchen also started to fade, and his movements gradually slowed down. The duration of this poem was also coming to an end. His gaze suddenly sharpened, and he stopped in his tracks, two Dao rhythms emerging from his body, his cold eyes staring directly at the two supreme beings behind him. Without the cover of the colorful mist and the enhancement of speed, if he continued to flee blindly, he would only be hit by their attacks and lose his ability to resist. Watching the young man stop in front of him, the two supreme beings behind him also slowed down. "Run? Aren't you quite good at running?" Nangong Ying said with a hint of anger on his face, holding a pitch-black silhouette of a human figure, the outline's finger pointing directly at Gu Qingchen's current direction. He did not expect that even with the ability to locate this kid's general position, he would still be delayed for such a long time. During the chase, this kid's figure was too agile, making it impossible to lock onto him. Behind Nangong Ying, the Dragon Emperor steadied himself, his expression cold, filled with anger as he said in a deep voice, "Nangong, stop the nonsense, let's strike together and kill this kid here. If I don't skin him alive, my heart's hatred won't be resolved." Several hours of pursuit had completely worn down his patience. Nangong Ying's face was cold and grim as he nodded slightly. Instantly, the two of them trembled violently, the air around them compressing with a hoarse roar, ready to strike down Gu Qingchen. But at that moment, outside Longdu, at the edge of the sky, a sudden violent fluctuation was felt. The three people present shuddered simultaneously. A tremendous sense of oppression filled the air, as if a black hole had appeared at the end of the heavens, draining all the power of the world. Feeling the aura above the firmament, a chilling dread arose in the hearts of the two emperors. Behind them, Gu Qingchen's lips curled into a slight arc. Uncle Yen had finally entered the martial god realm. This meant that his plan had now been fully realized. From today onward, the future of the Great Xia would be completely transformed. At this moment, a layer of pure moonlight was stripped away from his body. The duration of the poetry scroll had ended, and the power of the moonlight, stripped away by Li Taibai, was reclaimed by the moon. The bright moon Gu Qingchen suddenly vanished with the departure of the moonlight, and Gu Qingchen's true form reappeared in this place. "Make your move." Sensing the mysterious aura emanating from within the Great Xia, the Dragon Emperor's expression darkened sharply. Crushing a master-level insect was nothing to warrant such a change. As his voice fell, the Dragon Emperor's hand swung down sharply. An ancient dragon bell appeared in his hand, gently swaying. The dragon bell began to vibrate slowly. With each vibration, an invisible pressure emanated from above, one wave after another, creating ripples in the space. The sound of the bell is majestic as an emperor's class blessing, imperial decree. The Dragon Emperor aimed the dragon bell at Gu Qingchen, shaking it vigorously, and said in a deep, authoritative voice, "Kneel." The air seemed to freeze at that moment. In the suburbs, various animals and plants were simultaneously pressed to the ground by a tremendous brute force, as if all things were bowing before the Dragon Emperor. Even Nan Gonying's expression turned somewhat ugly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as if he were bearing immense pressure. Only Gu Qingchen seemed unaffected, still hovering in mid-air. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Emperor's expression froze, his brows furrowing. What was going on? Under this blessing, anyone below SS rank or of a lower realm than himself should be severely suppressed. But why was this kid unaffected? Ha ha ha, Neil? Gu Qingchen laughed heartily, as if he had heard a hilarious joke. He looked at the Dragon Emperor with disdain and said, "You think an S-class blessing can suppress others? Dragon Emperor, how embarrassing. My wife's blessing level is even higher than yours." After saying this, Gu Qingchen paused, and a murderous aura erupted around him. He sneered, "Dragon Emperor, you're lucky. Today, I'll let you open your eyes. Let you witness what divine blessing truly is." As his voice fell, an endless sea of blood appeared behind him, the corpses of deities floating up and down. Feeling the power of the blood sea behind him, Gu Qingchen shook his head and murmured to himself, "Not enough." In his hand, he shook out another poetry scroll. The scroll slowly unfurled, revealing its carefree strokes. A man's hearty voice resonated through the heavens and earth. "Do you not see? The waters of the Yellow River come from the sky, rushing to the sea and never returning." A crack opened in the sky, and the sound of spring water tinkling came from within. 10,000 zhang of Yellow River water fell from the sky, carrying a vast and surging aura, directly connecting with the blood sea. The two auras intertwined instantly. This endless Yellow River water was suddenly stained a bright crimson. Gu Qingchen stood beneath this scarlet Yellow River water, his aura surging, killing intent palpable. Seeing the scene before them, the two royals trembled, their faces filled with horror. Another brand new aura had emerged. But why can this kid use so many different Dao rhythms at the same time? It should be known that the Dragon Emperor has been on the path of seeking Dao for over 70 years, and his accumulation of realms is already sufficient, yet he has struggled to sense his own Dao and has been unable to step into the realm of the martial god. This has always been a thorn in his heart. And this kid, who does not respect the imperial authority, actually possesses several different Dao rhythms at the same time. This also means that after reaching the pinnacle of the supreme realm, he can directly step into the martial god realm. With this kid's cultivation speed, perhaps in less than 5 years, he will enter the domain that the Dragon Emperor has been unable to reach for over 70 years. This is something the Dragon Emperor cannot accept. A hint of jealousy appeared on the aged face of the Dragon Emperor, and his voice had become somewhat hoarse. "Arrogant Junior, so what if you comprehend the Dao rhythms? I want to see how useful your little tricks are in the face of absolute power." The Dragon Emperor roared, and the power of heaven and earth gathered on the dragon bell. He controlled the massive dragon bell in mid-air and crashed it down to the ground. As the dragon bell fell, the bell core shook violently, crashing against the bell wall. Centered around the Dragon Emperor, a circle of golden ripples tore through space, resonating with primal force. Wherever the golden ripples passed, everything turned to ashes. With this strike, the Dragon Emperor used all his strength. Next to the Dragon Emperor, at some point, Nan Gonying had already blended into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. Watching the golden ripples about to fall upon him, Gu Qingchen's expression suddenly became serious. This was a full-force strike from the Supreme Realm, and he had to respond seriously. A peach blossom branch appeared in his hand, and he gently pointed at the golden ripples. Above the sky, a vast sea of scarlet yellow spring water, carrying pure killing Dao rhythms, poured down towards the Dragon Emperor. At that moment, Moroni, controlling the Celestial Pearl, had already located Gu Qingchen's face. In the live broadcast room where hundreds of millions were frantically discussing, the screen reappeared. The barrage immediately became lively again. "Wow, I thought the live stream was over. I was just about to exit. Good thing I hesitated. How come we were just in the Nangon Hall, and now we're in the suburbs? What's going on, everyone? What did that blind guy just say? I'm so scared. Wait, is that the Dragon Emperor? What the hell? What's going on? The Dragon Emperor can't be a traitor too, right? Are there any good people left in the Great Xia? Wodafa, everyone watched the livestream. What is this thing? At this moment, many viewers finally noticed the scene on the screen, and a look of horror appeared on their faces. The blood sea falling from the sky and the dazzling golden ripples were imprinted in everyone's hearts. In the eyes of over 100 million viewers, the golden ripples collided violently with the vast yellow spring water. In an instant, the ground cracked, the clouds dispersed, and the shockwave reached 10,000 meters away. In the live broadcast room, many people from the Great Xia clenched their fists, their expressions tense as they watched the scene. Blind guy, go for it. Blind guy, don't lose. After repeatedly exterminating traitors and exposing the royal family, Gu Qingchen had already become a guardian deity in the hearts of the Great Xia people. But at that moment, Gu Qingchen's expression suddenly tightened, feeling a killing intent that had appeared behind him without him noticing. Behind him, Nangong emerged, a black long sword thrusting violently towards Gu Qingchen's heart. Die! The traitor from the Shura clan had appeared. At this moment, countless citizens of the Great Xia nervously clenched their fists, their palms sweating. They instinctively wanted to type a warning to Gu Qingchen, but they knew it was too late. But in the next second, Gu Qingchen seemed to sense something, and his expression suddenly relaxed. Just as Nangong Ying's long sword was about to pierce through Gu Qingchen's body, a deep blue crack suddenly tore open on Gu Qingchen's back. A spatial rift? Nangong Ying's body trembled, feeling a chill slowly rising from his heels. His sword had already pierced into that spatial rift. In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The sword that had originally stabbed into Gu Qingchen's body inexplicably pierced through his own heart instead. Nangong Ying's face changed dramatically as he stared in terror at the crack, his figure rapidly retreating. From within that narrow spatial rift came an aura that filled him with indescribable dread. Under this aura, even at the peak of the supreme realm, he felt like an ant that could be crushed at any moment. Without a moment's hesitation, he merged into the shadows, intending to flee into the distance. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, the deep blue spatial rift rapidly spread apart, connecting the entire world. Between heaven and earth, it was as if a giant blue vertical pupil without a cornea had opened. A crimson figure stepped out from this enormous vertical pupil. Its indifferent eyes looked down upon the world, fixated on the ground below. A path to the underworld had already connected him with Nangong Ying, who had submerged underground. The moment yeling stepped out of the spatial rift, in the distance, the Dragon Emperor, holding a massive pendulum, suddenly narrowed his eyes, his mind shaking violently. The complete Tao rhythm. This was actually the complete Tao rhythm. That guy yeling had actually ascended to the martial god level? Before the Dragon Emperor could regain his composure, an ancient road paved with blue stones had already stretched between yeling and Nangong Ying. However, beneath the Naiha bridge, the river of the underworld surged, and a grim ghost gate towered into the clouds. In front of the screen, many people trembled, their scalps tingling. Even without being present, they could feel the chilling killing intent brought by the waters of the underworld. Dozens of skeletal arms, formed from the essence of killing Tao, reached out from the underworld, violently plunging into the shadows below. From one shadow on the ground came a piercing scream. Nangong Ying was riddled with blood holes, unable to maintain his own blessings, and was spat out by a patch of shadow on the ground. With a bang, he crashed to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. At the same time, the surging waters of the underworld splashed up a wave, effortlessly extinguishing the golden ripple in front of Gu Qingchen. Oof, Nangong Ying, it's been a few days since we last met. I see you're doing well. Looking at the bloodied Nangong Ying below, yeling calmly lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and exhaled, his face shrouded in mist. At this moment, Nangong Ying's wolf-like face was filled with pain and embarrassment, lying on the ground like a dog. A thick black light surged around him, attempting to use the power of heaven and earth to heal his wounds. In the supreme realm, life force was already incredibly resilient. As long as either the brain or heart was not completely destroyed, all injuries could heal rapidly in a short time. But no matter how he tried to mobilize the power of heaven and earth, the wounds on his body seemed to be covered by a special force, preventing any healing. His life was rapidly slipping away. What made him even more desperate was that throughout this entire world, a vast aura of Tao rhythm permeated, with the terrifying killing intent pressing down around him, almost suffocating him. His eyes instantly filled with unimaginable terror. Yeling truly wanted to kill him. How could this be? Even though yeling had stepped into the martial god realm, there was no reason to kill a member of the royal family, as he would face the joint condemnation of the other four martial gods. Nangong Ying gritted his teeth and forced himself to rise, shouting fiercely in the man's direction, Yeling, I am one of the 7 emperors, do you dare to kill me? Yeling looked down coldly, as if observing a bug, and slowly spoke, I have entered the martial god realm, what do I have to fear? As soon as these words were spoken, countless people in the Great Xia, in front of their phone and computer screens, gasped in shock, staring at the center of the screen with astonished expressions. The figure who emerged from the void was actually the martial god. No wonder there had been frequent anomalies in the Great Xia today. It turned out someone was breaking through to the martial god realm. Does that mean the fifth martial god of the Great Xia has been born? It seems that the blind boy was right. From today onwards, the Great Xia is truly going to change. In midair, Yen Yeling paused for a moment and continued coldly, "And you actually have the face to call yourself one of the 7 emperors of the Great Xia. As someone who has betrayed the Great Xia, your skin is indeed thicker than a city wall." Upon hearing this, Nan Gongying's expression changed dramatically. How did Yen Yeling know about this? Yen Yeling, do you know what you are saying? Behind Nan Gongying, the Dragon Emperor suppressed his discomfort and spoke in a commanding tone, "Slandering the royal family and protecting criminals, don't think that just because you've entered the martial god realm, you can act recklessly." Yen Yeling raised his eyes slightly and glanced at the Dragon Emperor below, casually saying, "TSK, I almost forgot, the Dragon Emperor is still here, always talking about princes and the royal family, isn't it endless?" He paused and exhaled a puff of smoke. "It seems I was so busy smoking that I forgot to deal with you." After saying that, Yen Yeling slightly raised his hand. Before the Dragon Emperor could react, he felt a tremendous force slap across his cheek. Slap! A crisp sound echoed in the night sky. The Dragon Emperor was sent flying, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth, tracing a parabolic arc in the air before crashing heavily into a building, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. What the hell? In the Great Xia, countless people widened their eyes in disbelief. What was happening? The Dragon Emperor was slapped? It couldn't be true. When it came to the Dragon Emperor, who among the people of the Great Xia wouldn't change color? Among the 7 emperors, the Dragon Emperor had the longest tenure, the greatest authority, and acted the most harshly and extremely. In the past, whenever the Dragon Emperor spoke, no one in the Great Xia dared to disobey, except for a few martial gods. On ordinary days, any martial artist who acted against the wishes of the Dragon Emperor's clan would be taken by the Ministry of Justice and tortured in the heavenly prison, regardless of the circumstances. For decades, the Dragon Emperor had been like a mountain pressing down on the people of the Great Xia, causing them immense suffering and fear. Yet today, the once unparalleled Dragon Emperor was publicly slapped in the face. This was undoubtedly a tremendous shock to the royal family of the Great Xia. If the sword the boy had swung in the Nangong Hall just now had severed the trust of the Great Xia people in the royal family, then this slap shattered the fear that had weighed on the people for decades. Truly, he is a martial god. At this moment, as the smoke cleared, the Dragon Emperor's aged face was covered in blood and dirt, his breath weak. Yen Yeling looked down at the Dragon Emperor from above and slowly spoke, "Dragon Emperor, did you not hear what I just said? I said, I have entered the martial god realm, and also, I've been holding back on you for a long time." The martial god represents the pinnacle of martial strength in the current Great Xia. The words of the martial god are the highest will of the Great Xia, unassailable. What are the 7 emperors? Yen Yeling snorted coldly, clenched his palm, and from the underworld, the Tao rhythm spread, extending 2 skeletal arms once more. The skeletal arms grasped the ankles of the 2, and under their terrified and furious gazes, they were pulled down like cargo. Following that, the gates of hell descended heavily, firmly suppressing the 2 royals of the Great Xia. The 2 royals struggled desperately, but faced with the pressure of the martial god realm, they couldn't even manage to lift their heads. After doing all this, Yen Yeling seemed to sense something, slightly raising his head to look at the sky above. There, a hint of blue from the celestial pearl was hidden in the center of the clouds. A trace of surprise appeared on Yen Yeling's face, and a strange light flickered through. He turned to Gu Qingchen and asked, "Little Gu, are you live streaming?" Gu Qingchen was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, Yen Yeling silently praised him. It seemed that this young man was not only a genius in martial arts but also exceptionally clever. Presumably, the beginning and end of this incident were all orchestrated by him behind the scenes. He waved to Gu Qingchen. "Little Gu, come here." Gu Qingchen nodded, leaped into the air, and stood side by side with him. At this moment, all the viewers of the live stream focused their attention on the 2 of them. Yen Yeling cleared his throat and spoke loudly to everyone present. According to the rules of the Great Xia, upon entering the martial god realm, one must possess the highest authority in the Great Xia, but at the same time, must resign from all positions within the Great Xia, guarding the borders to prevent foreign invasion. Since I have already entered the martial god realm, I shall resign from the position of director of the Evil Demon Tribunal. Now, in front of all witnesses, I, the former director of the Evil Demon Tribunal, announce. Former governor of the Evil Demon Tribunal, Gu Qingchen, will from this moment on take over as the new director of the Evil Demon Tribunal. As he spoke, Yen Yeling took out a golden jade stone from his bosom and placed it in Gu Qingchen's hand. New director of the tribunal? Hearing this, Gu Qingchen was momentarily stunned, unable to react. This was a position of power that could rival the royal family, and it was just given to him like that? Seeing the boy's somewhat bewildered expression, Yeling grinned. What's wrong? Feeling surprised. Gu Qingchen nodded slightly, then smiled and admitted, it is indeed a bit sudden, but it was somewhat expected. He naturally knew that after entering the martial god realm, according to the rules of the Great Xia, Yeling would resign from the position of director of the tribunal. He just didn't expect Uncle Yen to be so straightforward, directly handing over the title to him. Then that's settled. As the director of the evil demon tribunal, there will be no more than 3 people in the Great Xia who can dictate to you, and it won't be so troublesome to kill a prince anymore. Yeling patted Gu Qingchen on the shoulder, glancing at the 2 people below who were suppressed and unable to move. His words pointed. Now, you can start exercising your power as the director of the tribunal. Gu Qingchen nodded, took a step forward, and approached Nangong, his voice booming. Nangong, one of the 7 princes of the Great Xia, has been colluding with the Shura clan in the Nangong main hall, harming the people of the Great Xia, with irrefutable evidence. Upon hearing this, Nangong felt his blood run cold. He couldn't understand why this young man knew about his collusion with the Shura clan. His eyes widened in terror, but under the suppression of the Ghost Gate, he could only see the tips of the boy's shoes. According to the laws of the evil demon tribunal, I hereby sentence this rebellious person against the Great Xia to death. As the words fell, Gu Qingchen's hand moved like a knife. A sharp sword energy descended from the sky. Blood splattered on the spot, and Nangong's head rolled away. He stared wide-eyed, filled with despair. A supreme being had fallen just like that. Immediately after, Gu Qingchen moved again, coming to the Dragon Emperor's front, and spoke. The Dragon Emperor clan has long oppressed the people of the Great Xia, using extrajudicial punishment and violating the laws of the Great Xia. Now, all members of the Dragon Emperor clan will have their royal titles revoked, be reduced to commoners, and be exiled to the borders of the Great Xia for 100 years to resist foreign enemies. After 100 years, if their behavior is satisfactory, they may return to the dragon capital, and their commoner status will be revoked. Gu Qingchen exhaled a breath of foul air and slowly said to the Dragon Emperor beneath his feet, under your selfish protection, your clan has been the superior race in the Great Xia for so long. It is time for them to experience what it feels like to guard the borders. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Emperor's gaze trembled violently, and his face was instantly filled with hatred. His clan was a noble lineage passed down for 100 years, and being reduced to the status of commoners could no longer be described as a great humiliation. You young one, how dare you? What right do you have to exile a member of my royal family? The aged face of the Dragon Emperor was covered in blood, trembling with rage. But Gu Qingchen did not answer the question and continued to speak loudly to the surroundings. As one of the 7 emperors, the Dragon Emperor has long conspired against the loyal and harmed the martial artists of the Great Xia, with blood debts piling up. Knowing that the Great Xia is surrounded by enemies, he still oppresses the common people. His crimes deserve execution. According to the laws of the Great Xia, he should be sentenced to death and executed immediately. Upon hearing the youth's voice, the Dragon Emperor's angry expression froze, then turned to shock. This kid wants to kill him? What a joke! He is the foremost of the 7 emperors, a revered existence admired by countless people. But he could feel the sharp sword intent already hanging over his neck. At that moment, he no longer had his previous authority and arrogance. A tremendous fear exploded in his heart. He cried out in despair, Gu Qingchen, don't kill me. Nangong is treacherous. I was misled by him. This is a misunderstanding. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Gu Qingchen, holding the sword energy condensed from the Tao rhythm, slowly declared to all directions, I, Gu Qingchen, promise the people of the Great Xia that starting tomorrow, the court will rigorously investigate all royal family members to thoroughly ascertain whether there are any traitors or royal members who harm the people of the Great Xia among the high ranks. This time, I will completely eliminate the rotten maggots of the Great Xia, and return peace and tranquility to everyone in the Great Xia. As his words fell, Gu Qingchen's hand moved, and the sword fell. A sword intent that pierced the heavens descended, striking towards the Dragon Emperor's neck. The aged head of the Dragon Emperor flew high into the air. It crashed heavily onto the concrete floor, covered in blood. The second of the 7 emperors fell completely in the Dragon capital. On the Blue Star, in the Shura Hall, the Shura King and the Ghost King sat facing each other. Between them lay a chessboard of the human race. The Shura King held black pieces, while the Ghost King held white pieces, continuously placing them on the board. This little human game is indeed quite interesting. The Ghost King nodded slightly, expressing his approval. Naturally, this is something from over 10,000 years ago. The fact that the human race can pass it down has its reasons, the Shura King replied lightly. As more pieces were placed on the board, the advantages and disadvantages gradually became apparent. The white pieces continuously cut off the retreat of the black pieces, trapping them inside, the advantage was now very clear. At that moment, a guard rushed in from outside the hall, knelt down, and said in a deep voice, "My lord, one of the 7 emperors, Nangong, is dead." Upon hearing this, both the Shura king and the Ghost king trembled simultaneously. "Nangong is dead?" They fell silent for a moment, and the Ghost king picked up a white piece again, slowly saying, "Shura, your most important piece has just been lost." After a pause, he changed his tone, "You have lost." The Ghost king placed the white piece down. At this point, the situation was set, and the black side seemed to have no power to fight back. The Shura king stared at the chessboard and thought for a moment, then suddenly grinned and shook his head. A blessing in disguise. After saying this, he picked up a black piece and gently placed it on the board. The situation between the black and white sides instantly reversed completely. Opposite him, the Ghost king looked somewhat stunned, furrowing his brows as he carefully observed the chessboard. He couldn't understand why the previously advantageous situation could be reversed in an instant. The Azura king chuckled lightly. "No regrets in making a move, I concede." A brief silence fell between the two. Suddenly, the Ghost king sprang up, grabbing a white piece, his fingers gathering strength, and with a bang, the piece transformed into a streak of light shooting out. The entire chessboard shattered with a loud crash, countless pieces scattering across the ground. The Ghost king looked indifferently at the chaos before him and said lightly, "It's fun, but ultimately, it's just a trivial game of the human race. In the face of overwhelming odds, a few pieces cannot turn the tide." At this moment, countless people in the Great Xia stared blankly at the screen before them. They couldn't believe what was happening. Under the lens of the Celestial Pearl, the 2 emperors, once revered by countless people of the Great Xia, were now completely severed from their bodies. Their filthy heads rolled on the ground like marbles. The barrage fell into a long silence. Gu Qingchen exhaled a long breath, feeling an immense sense of relief wash over him with the fall of those 2 swords. Just then, a large group of figures suddenly ran over from a distance. These were locals from Longdu, who had come directly following the live broadcast. Upon seeing Gu Qingchen and Yen Yeling, the leading bare-chested man stopped in his tracks, his face filled with excitement as he raised his arms and shouted, "Lord Martial God is invincible, Brother Xia is amazing, Brother Xia is amazing." Around him, the large group of figures echoed his shouts. A thunderous cheer erupted from below Gu Qingchen. This scene ignited the people of Great Xia like a lit fuse. In the live broadcast room, the barrage exploded. "Good, well killed. Good, good, good. Brother Xia, you are my eternal god. Congratulations to Lord Yen for entering the martial god realm. Thanks to Brother Xia for cleansing the traitors of Great Xia. Still Brother Xia, still Brother Xia, brothers, we should call Director Gu now. What does it matter? Brother Xia is not like that beast Long Huang, who would have the Ministry of Justice come to arrest people for a few jokes." However, what Brother Xia said during the execution, knowing that Great Xia is surrounded by enemies on all sides, what does that mean? Brother Xia killed well. This damn royal family should have rolled to the borders to taste the feeling of killing enemies long ago. Instantly, countless cheers rolled across the screen, a sea of black. In the celestial temple, Moroni looked at the barrage, his heart sinking into silence. From the first moment he saw this young man, he had been repeatedly shocked by the methods the boy displayed, and he was now somewhat numb. He had thought that Gu Qingchen's killing of the prince would be a major crisis for the young man. Unexpectedly, not only did he successfully overcome this crisis, but he even killed the prince's father. Even more exaggerated, he had also judged and executed the Dragon Emperor, the head of the royal family who had come to help. As someone who had been by Gu Qingchen's side from the beginning and had manipulated the Celestial Pearl for the live broadcast, Moroni had a thorough understanding of the young man's plans and movements. It could be said that if the young man's plan had one less link, these 2 royal family members would not have died here today. First of all, this young man could appear simultaneously in the outskirts of Longdu and in the Nangguang Great Hall, which must have involved some kind of doppelganger technique. He used the doppelganger to lure the Dragon Emperor and the Shadow Emperor out of their Great Hall, then sneaked into the Nangguang Great Hall to find evidence of Nangguang Ying as a traitor. To solidify Nangguang Ying's status as a traitor, he arranged for himself to start the live broadcast and leveraged the power of the Morong family for extensive promotion. When he discovered the Azura clan in the Nangguang main hall and exposed it to the eyes of the Great Xia people, Nangguang Ying was already doomed. And Uncle Yen was able to successfully break through to the martial god realm at such a fast speed and return to Longdu in time. Although I don't know what happened over there, it must have been arranged by this young man. As for how he managed to do it, Morong didn't think deeply about it at all. After all, if even the divine weapon of laws could recognize him as its master, and he could achieve such absurd things, what else could he not do? Thinking of this, Morong let out a sigh. This young man is truly terrifying. Fortunately, the Morong family made the right choice from the very beginning. In the Luoyang province, in a girl's dormitory, Gu Xiaoyu stared at the screen, speechless. The scene before her had left her mind in chaos. Her own brother, Gu Qingchen, had just beheaded 2 members of the royal family, who had once seemed so unattainable to her, in the live broadcast. She was completely unaware that her roommates' gazes were already firmly locked onto her. The head of the evil judgment court, a figure that could only be seen on television, was one of the top leaders of the Great Xia. Moreover, this young man, who had just been promoted to the position of director, had just killed 2 emperors of the Great Xia. After today, this director of the Judgment Court would very likely become a legend within the Great Xia. At the very least, today's event could become a tale worth telling. And such a person, her own younger brother, had actually become her roommate? At this moment, several roommates focused their fiery gazes on Gu Xiaoyu. One roommate stepped forward first, patted Gu Xiaoyu's shoulder, and said with a beaming smile, "Xiaoyu, no. Sister Yu, does your shoulder hurt? Let me help you rub it." The other roommates were taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted and surrounded Gu Xiaoyu. "Your Highness Gu, you must be hungry. I'll go buy you a late-night snack. Sister Yu, I'll help you wash your clothes." Before Gu Xiaoyu could respond, a large number of footsteps could be heard outside the dormitory, like a marching army, rushing towards the dormitory. "It's over, the big troops are coming." Gu Xiaoyu felt a cold sweat on her forehead, holding a pair of socks, ready to slip away. "Give it to me. What socks does Miss Gu need to put on herself? Hand them over, I'll help you put them on." As the words fell, the dormitory door was pushed open by a girl from outside. A sea of people surged towards Gu Xiaoyu. The girl's dormitory was instantly thrown into chaos. In Longdu, looking at the 2 corpses below, Yeling stepped through the spatial rift that opened before him and crossed to the young man's side. After entering the martial god realm, his S-level blessing had already completed its transformation. Compared to before, when he could only travel back and forth within the Great Xia once a day, now, within 100 miles, Yeling could freely use spatial power, open spatial rifts, and condense spatial power onto weapons or his avatar for combat. Even within the entire Great Xia, having entered the martial god realm, he could ignore distance and simultaneously open several tunnels at once. Standing next to Gu Qingchen, Yeling looked down at the 2 corpses and smiled, speaking in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. "Little Gu, executing in public, such a bloody scene, might be a bit too cruel for the people of the Great Xia, don't you think?" Gu Qingchen turned to look at Yeling and nodded. "Perhaps it is a bit, but rather than waiting for the invasion of foreign tribes to see blood and corpses and feel fear, helplessness, and die in vain, it's better to let them feel blood and slaughter in advance." Upon hearing this, Yeling's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed that Gu Qingchen's words had deeper meanings, and not just one layer. Feeling the implications in Gu Qingchen's words, a possibility sprang to mind for Yeling, causing his body to tremble slightly. He struggled to speak. "Xiao Gu, do you want to?" Gu Qingchen stared at Yeling and nodded slightly. I want to take this opportunity to make the current situation and the truth of the Great Xia public." Hearing the boy's words, Yeling's pupils suddenly constricted, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Xiao Gu, do you know what consequences will come from making this news public?" In the earpiece, Moroni also spoke in a panic. "Brother Gu, you really need to think this through. In the past, experts studying humanities within the Great Xia had made predictions. If the current situation of the Great Xia were made public, the drastic disparity would likely lead to the collapse of the Great Xia's order within just a few years. The peaceful and prosperous life of the Great Xia's citizens would cease to exist, and at that time, the Great Xia would fall into chaos. There would be no need for foreign tribes to intervene. Within 10 years, the Great Xia would disintegrate from within. This is also why the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia had kept this news hidden for centuries. Gu Qingchen looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, who was frowning deeply, and spoke seriously. "Uncle Yan, I clearly remember when you took me to the Sky Temple, the impact I felt when I saw the blue star." A hint of confusion appeared on Yeling's face. "Then why?" Gu Qingchen paused and continued. "But what if I say that the foreign tribes from all directions might soon join forces to invade the Great Xia?" Upon hearing this, Yeling was taken aback. According to historical records, after the birth of the Mother River of Life, the 4 foreign tribes were blocked outside and could no longer enter. Join forces? But outside the Great Xia, there is life. As he spoke halfway, his words suddenly choked. He knew that while the Mother River of Life could keep the foreign tribes out of the Great Xia, it was not infallible. Last time, in the Black Tide ruins, the demon tribe used some means to bring over 100,000 demon soldiers into the Great Xia. If other foreign tribes also found ways to invade the Great Xia, Xiao Gu, how do you know that the foreign tribes might invade the Great Xia soon? Gu Qingchen sighed and replied heavily, "Uncle Yan, don't you think these foreign tribes have been too rampant and too active lately?" Yeling frowned slightly, beginning to recall everything from this period. Ever since the divine weapons of the laws reappeared, for some reason, the 4 foreign tribes began a subtle invasion of the Great Xia's border areas. Even the Ghost tribe, which had ignored the Great Xia for many years, participated in this invasion. At the same time, various traitors in the dragon capital began to show their faces. Yen Miatian used the blood pool to refine humans, harming the citizens of the Great Xia, while Nangonging even directly brought the Azura tribe into the capital of the Great Xia. Moreover, just when he broke through, that black light from the foreign tribes descended from the sky, breaking through the Mother River of Life. The foreign tribes had to pay a great price to breach the Mother River of Life. That black light could not accurately lock onto his position and might not hit him. Yet the foreign tribes still ignored the risks, forcibly breaking through the Mother River of Life for a moment, trying to stop him from entering the martial god realm. All these coincidences seemed too much, as if they were continuously testing the Great Xia. Xiaogu, when do you think the foreign tribes will take action? Yan Yiling's tone had become somewhat heavy. Gu Qingchen pondered for a moment and slowly said, not too long, within a year, the foreign tribes will definitely take action. A year? Ha! Yan Yiling frowned deeply. If that were the case, then it was indeed time to make this news public. At the very least, it would prepare the citizens of the Great Xia. His eyes still held a hint of worry. Xiaogu, can you guarantee that the alien races will definitely invade a year from now? Gu Qingchen shook his head. I can't. His Eye of Divine Burial had not yet activated the ability to see into the future due to the loss of one of his physical senses. Even if it were activated, with his current master-level strength, he probably wouldn't be able to see that far into the future. Yen Yiling was taken aback, his gaze somewhat strange as he spoke. Then what if, a year later, the alien races have not stepped into the Great Xia? A smile appeared on Gu Qingchen's face as he calmly replied, then a year from now, I will personally take action to eliminate the 4 major alien races one by one. Upon hearing this, Yen Yiling's body trembled violently. In that instant, he felt goosebumps all over. A year from now, to eliminate the alien races. Those were the alien races that had besieged the Great Xia for hundreds of years, and for over a century, the Great Xia had only been able to survive in this cage. Even if those words were spoken by the 4 martial gods, Yen Yiling would find them utterly absurd. Yet, for some reason, hearing them from this young man, he felt an inexplicable sense of trust. It seemed that this handsome young man, who was smiling at that moment, could truly accomplish everything he claimed a year from now. After a while, Yen Yiling suddenly laughed heartily, patting Gu Qingchen on the shoulder. All right, since you, Xiaogu, have said so, then you may proceed with this matter. If, after you announce the news, the other royal family members come to hold you accountable, let them come to me for a discussion. Gu Qingchen looked at the newly promoted martial god, whose attitude had suddenly changed, and smiled as he nodded. He took out his phone to check, and as he had guessed, the live chat was bustling. Within the Great Xia, almost everyone was cheering, celebrating the deaths of the traitor and the Dragon Emperor, as well as the birth of a new martial god in the Great Xia. Gu Qingchen took a deep breath and cleared his throat. He had previously informed the people of the Great Xia during the live broadcast that today he would present a brand new Great Xia to everyone. This newness was not just the destruction of the traitor and the royal family's power, but also the people's new understanding of the Great Xia. With great enemies at hand and surrounded by danger, if the true reality of the Great Xia was not clear, and if they were unaware of the enemy's existence, how could they produce warriors to resist the alien races? Brother Moron, let the Tsang Chong Divine Pearl focus the camera on me. Gu Qingchen instructed through his earpiece, and his whole figure suddenly rose into the air. Standing in the midst of heaven and earth, Gu Qingchen slowly spoke to the hundreds of millions of Great Xia citizens. Now, I want to announce a message in front of everyone. This message will overturn all your current perceptions of the Great Xia. At this moment, the time had reached 2 o'clock in the morning. After a baptism of immense heavenly power, the sky over Longdu was devoid of clouds, leaving only the clean moonlight illuminating the ruin-like earth. In every city of the Great Xia, regardless of size, the lights were unprecedentedly bright. On the streets, excited young people were cheering in groups, and large LED screens outside shopping malls lit up, reflecting Gu Qingchen's handsome face. At this moment, under the gaze of all the people of the Great Xia, the young man spoke these words. This message will overturn all your current perceptions of the Great Xia. The young man's voice resonated throughout the Great Xia, leaving all its people momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the screens before them. Overturning all perceptions of the Great Xia? The content of today's broadcast was already considered the most explosive news in decades. One of the 7 emperors, the Shadow Emperor, was exposed as a traitor and executed on the spot. Another, the Dragon Emperor, who had oppressed the people of the Great Xia and abused the law, also lay dead on the scene. The former head of the tribunal, Lord Yen, had even advanced to the realm of martial god, adding another martial god to the Great Xia. They could not imagine that there was anything more disruptive than these few pieces of news. Under the gaze of the masses, Gu Qingchen slowly spoke. Now, I want to tell everyone the true situation of our Great Xia. Great Xia's current predicament is very bad, extremely bad. After a pause, he spoke seriously. In fact, Great Xia has long been besieged by foreign tribes on this continent for hundreds of years. Every person of Great Xia, you, me, and of course including the martial god, are all prisoners in the hands of the foreign tribes at this moment. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions in Great Xia froze. In an instant, some were shocked, some were terrified, some were confused, and some wore indifferent expressions, treating Gu Qingqian's words as a joke. The barrage in the live stream fell silent for a few seconds before erupting. What is Brother Xia saying? I don't quite understand. Great Xia is surrounded by foreign tribes? Has it become a prisoner of foreign tribes? Aren't we the overlords of Blue Star? Where are these foreign tribes to surround us? Floating in the starry sky? What do you know? This is humor. Brother Xia is joking with us. But Brother Xia's expression doesn't look like he's joking. Gugu, it's not that I don't believe you, but this is really a bit too outrageous. Don't you know that the foreign tribes have long been mostly exterminated by our Great Xia? Is Brother Xia a bit delirious from the exhaustion of the recent battle? Go take a break, don't overdo it. In an instant, all kinds of barrages flew by, with jokes and doubts, and almost no one believed the truth in Gu Qingqian's words. The few serious questions raised in the barrage were drowned in the sea of comments. Looking at the barrage in front of him, Gu Qingqian's expression showed no signs of fluctuation. He knew that even if this matter were spoken by the martial god, probably very few people in Great Xia would believe it. After all, the perception of Great Xia as the overlord of Blue Star was a long-standing common understanding among all people of Great Xia. From birth, this concept had been deeply implanted in everyone's minds, deeply rooted. To change this perception, mere words would be utterly futile. Simply put, one does not shed tears until one sees the coffin. Gu Qingqian took a deep breath and said softly into the headset, Brother Morone, connect the holographic projection of Blue Star to the network and broadcast it in the live stream. In the Celestial Temple, Morone trembled as he manipulated the Celestial Pearl. He knew that the future of Great Xia was now in his hands. As long as he moved his fingers slightly, the future of Great Xia would change as a result. He glanced at Gu Qingqian, who was standing in midair, took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and slightly adjusted the deep blue pearl in front of him. In the live stream, Gu Qingqian's figure shrank to a small box in the upper right corner. A brand new scene appeared before the audience's eyes. Immediately, a mechanical voice echoed in the live stream. Holographic projection of Blue Star has been initiated. The once noisy live stream suddenly fell silent, fixated on the screen before them. On the screen, a blue planet was projected. However, this blue planet was densely covered with huge black holes and dents, like ugly sores growing on the planet. The camera zoomed in, and within each sore stood various deformed monsters. They were stained with blood of various colors, and with every step they took, they could cause the ground to shake. At that moment, everyone in front of the screen felt a tingling sensation on their scalp, a sense of physiological discomfort. What is this? Gu Qingqian calmly spoke. Do you see it? This is the current state of Blue Star. Is this Blue Star? How could Blue Star have become such a terrifying sight? Before the people in front of the screen could react, Gu Qingqian continued, Next, I will show you the current situation of Daxia. As his voice fell, the image on the screen rotated again, turning to a region slightly below the center of Blue Star. The camera then zoomed in slightly. Upon seeing Daxia for a moment, all the people of Daxia felt a buzzing in their heads, a chill rushing from their tailbones to the crown of their heads, their legs going weak. The Daxia before them was unbelievable. As the prodigious youth in front of the screen had said, the land that bore the country of Daxia was now pitifully small, completely surrounded by 4 black festering sores. These 4 black festering sores connected end to end, forming a circle that trapped all of Daxia within. Daxia was caught in the middle, seemingly on the verge of being easily destroyed by the surrounding tribes. In this scene, wasn't Daxia just like a prisoner trapped among those 4 festering sores? Everyone watched this astonishing scene in disbelief, unable to speak. What the boy had just said was actually true. Those who had once thought Gu Qingqian was just joking now sat dejectedly on the ground, feeling something in their hearts shatter. From the overlord of Blue Star, they had fallen to the status of a potential prisoner of a foreign tribe. This disparity in identity made everyone feel a tremendous sense of loss. At this moment, countless people felt as if their decades-long worldview was rapidly collapsing, a sense of despair beginning to spread in their hearts. No, this isn't real. How could our Daxia? It's over. Haha, Daxia is finished. We are finished. All is lost. In an instant, the bullet screen was filled with various pessimistic comments. Gu Qingqian stood beside Yeling, silently watching the bullet screen scroll by again and again. Around the two, more and more citizens of Longdu arrived, drawn by the atmosphere of the live broadcast. Suddenly, someone at Gu Qingqian's feet asked with a trembling voice, Director Gu, since Daxia has fallen to such a state but has not yet been breached, Does that mean the foreign tribes are currently unable to invade Daxia? This question was like a beacon of light, allowing many who were engulfed in fear to regain their composure. Yes, since Daxia had fallen to such a plight, why hadn't the foreign tribes invaded Daxia yet? Gu Qingchen nodded. That's right, around the borders of Daxia flows a mother river of life, transformed from the body of a deity, which has protected Daxia for hundreds of thousands of years. But this mother river of heaven and earth is not omnipotent. At this time, I am revealing the true situation of Daxia to everyone, and some may have already guessed something. Gu Qingchen paused, suddenly changing his tone, his voice heavy. According to predictions, within a year, the foreign tribes will most likely launch an attack on Daxia, and it will be a joint attack by the 4 foreign tribes surrounding Daxia. Upon hearing this, those present felt the blood in their bodies turn cold. In front of the screen, the residents in the border city of Daxia turned pale. Did this mean that within a year, Daxia would fall into complete chaos? With the 4 foreign tribes invading Daxia together, was there any chance of survival for Daxia? At this moment, the bullet screen in the live broadcast room had completely emptied. The entire Daxia was shrouded in an atmosphere of despair, as if on the eve of the apocalypse. Starting today, Daxia will gradually release all historical records and information regarding the foreign tribes, and everyone can check it for themselves. At the same time, I hope every person in Daxia can prepare for the impending Great War. I firmly believe that in the Great Xia, there are no cowards except for traitors. As the words fell, the live broadcast ended. Countless people stared in panic at the gray live broadcast room, their bodies going weak. After Morongi cut off the celestial pearl, Gu Qingchen turned to Yen Yeling beside him and asked, Uncle Yen, what do you plan to do next? Yen Yeling's expression was serious as he sheathed his long knife behind his back and replied, I will summon the other 4 martial gods to temporarily return to Longdu for an emergency meeting to inform them of the possible invasion of the Great Xia and to reassign the positions of the martial gods guarding the Great Xia. Summoning everyone back? Who will guard the borders of the Great Xia? Gu Qingchen was momentarily stunned by the words, but quickly reacted. After Uncle Yen advanced to martial god, he should be able to open several spatial tunnels that run through the entire Great Xia, ensuring the free movement of the martial gods. What about you, Xiao Gu? You're not telling me you're going to school, are you? Gu Qingchen chuckled and shook his head, replying, I have things to handle, I need to return to the tribunal first, and then I'll make further plans. Alright, then I'll see you off. If anything happens, call me immediately, Yen Yeling instructed, and a spatial rift opened before him. He stepped in and disappeared from this realm. At the same time, a deep blue rift opened in front of Gu Qingchen. He stepped forward and entered the spatial rift, and his vision twisted. After a bout of dizziness, Gu Qingchen found himself standing in front of the headquarters of the evil demon tribunal. At this moment, a large crowd of figures stood in the tribunal. Almost all members from the Longdu tribunal had gathered here, armed and moving in and out of the tribunal. Many elegantly dressed individuals were being escorted into the interrogation room of the evil demon tribunal, their faces pale and filled with despair. One of the elegantly dressed individuals shouted loudly to those around him, I tell you, I am of royal blood. My father is the Minister of Finance of Longdu. If you dare to arrest me, wait for my father to throw you into the heavenly prison. Everyone present looked at him as if he were an idiot. Behind him, a team member mocked, Save it, your long emperor has been slain by our leader, and you still talk about royalty? Just to remind you, you've already been reduced to a commoner, and soon you'll be sent to the borders. Cherish this interrogation time, it might be your last good day. The royal's face suddenly changed. What does commoner mean? But before he could react, he was roughly shoved into the interrogation room. On the other side, several team members saw Gu Qingchen arrive, their expressions stiffened, and they straightened their backs, greeting him in unison, Good day, Director. At the same time, their gazes towards Gu Qingchen revealed a hint of admiration. Gu Qingchen smiled and waved at them, asking, The news just announced in the live broadcast didn't scare you, did it? The leading steward forced a smile and nodded. Although we were somewhat prepared, we were still a bit shocked. However, as they often operated on the borders and in cities to hunt down foreign races, they had already formed a general understanding of matters related to foreign races. So when Gu Qingchen revealed the truth, the speed at which the tribunal's members adapted was much faster than others. Gu Qingchen nodded and then asked, How are the matters I instructed during the live broadcast progressing? The leading steward replied solemnly, We have already conducted a thorough search of the other royal families and local generals as per your instructions, and the Nangong family has been completely arrested. As for the Long Emperor's clan, most of their royal members have been captured, with only a few escaping after hearing the news in advance. But the court has temporarily summoned all the stewards and elders around Longdu, cutting off all their escape routes. They should be able to arrest them soon. Gu Qingchen patted the steward's shoulder and instructed, After the news is announced, there may be significant unrest within the Great Xia. Notify all departments within the Great Xia court to maintain order as much as possible. Yes, my lord. After giving all the instructions, Gu Qingchen finally let out a sigh of relief. He walked towards the lounge where Luo Yuli was, at the border of the Great Xia, in a certain mountain gorge. What? The Great Xia has concealed this information for so long, and this kid just announced it? An elderly man of short stature was now furious, causing the entire mountain forest to tremble violently. The soldiers below trembled, not daring to breathe. Although this martial god had always had a bad temper, it was rare to see him this angry. The old man cursed and waved his hand. Whoever wants to guard this border can do so. I'm not guarding it anymore. Damn it, after guarding for so long, I ended up losing my home. I'm going to find this kid to settle the score and make him take it back. Damn it. Just as he was about to step back, his pupils suddenly constricted. Above him, at some unknown time, a disheveled man lay on a wine jar with his arms crossed, casually saying, "Children don't understand, just joking around, and you want to manage this? You old fool really have no vision." The old man shuddered, a chill rising from his feet, feeling goosebumps all over. Behind him came a terrifying aura more vast than his own, unfathomable. The old man's consciousness extended out, like a mud cow entering the sea, seemingly sucked into an endless black hole, completely devoured. In that instant, thousands of thoughts raced through the old man's mind. He knew that he was one of the 4 martial gods of the Great Xia, an invincible existence within the Great Xia. It had been decades since he had felt such a terrifying sense of oppression. Could it be that an existence above the king level of another race has invaded the Great Xia? The old man's face suddenly showed horror, his body shook violently, and the sounds of tigers, leopards, and dragons echoed from within him. The ground beneath his feet exploded, and he soared into the air, forming seals with his hands. In the next second, the heavens and earth roared, the wind and clouds changed abruptly, and a towering suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. That enormous carried an overwhelming Tao rhythm and struck fiercely towards the person behind him. The man, hazy with drunkenness, lay on the wine jar, lazily watching the giant palm descending towards him. Then with a poof, he spat out a thin stream of wine, which formed a mirror-like barrier in front of him. The giant palm fell, shaking the mountains and seas, and countless dust clouds erupted from the point of impact. The old man's pupils constricted again, as though was connected to his 5 senses. Just now, he did not feel the sensation of hitting flesh. In other words, this man merely spat out a puddle of wine and blocked his full-force strike made in haste. What terrifying strength this was! But before the old man could react, another change occurred. A golden wine jar flew out from the smoke and landed directly on the top of the old man's, gently tapping it. At that moment, a crack suddenly appeared on the top of the towering. The crack spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the enormous was covered in cracks. In the next moment, under the old man's horrified gaze, the shattered like porcelain. His proud, shattered? His expression darkened. This time, he had truly encountered a tough opponent. However, do you really think I'm afraid of you? The old man's face was filled with rage as he shouted towards the heavens. At that moment, the world suddenly dimmed. Above the sky, red thunder roared in the clouds, and the primal power surged forth like a tidal wave. It seemed that something terrifying was about to descend here. Just as the old man was about to summon his complete Tao rhythm, a somewhat lazy voice suddenly came from the smoke. "Oh dear, old Huang, after all these years, why is your temper still so volatile? Before you make a move, can't you at least take a look at who is in front of you?" As soon as these words were spoken, the old man, whose face was tense, was momentarily stunned, and the Tao rhythm bursting from his hand came to a halt. For some reason, the voice coming from the smoke felt strangely familiar. His brows remained tightly knitted as he cautiously looked towards the figure in the haze. He watched as the man slowly walked out from the smoke. Those iconic golden pupils shone brightly in the dim light. At that moment, the old man's pupils suddenly constricted, feeling a violent shock to his spirit, staring incredulously at the figure before him. That familiar face flooded his mind, and thoughts sealed for decades surged like a tide. "You are Aotian." The old man's voice trembled, and in an instant, tears streamed down his face. With that one sentence, the Tao rhythm above the clouds instantly shattered. Bright sunlight once again poured down between heaven and earth. At this moment, the soldier standing nearby felt his legs go weak. Since just now, he had been nearly scared silly. He had originally come to report news from within the Great Xia to the martial god, but unexpectedly encountered such a turn of events. He had thought he would be caught in the AoE of these two great figures during their battle and die, but the fight had unexpectedly come to a sudden halt. If it weren't for having fought for his life against the alien races on the battlefield, he might have already wet himself. Tears streamed down the old man's face as he slowly spoke. "Aotian, you are not." Gu Aotian looked at the old man without saying a word, instead nodding his chin to the side. The old man then realized, his old face suddenly flushed, and he angrily shouted at the soldier who had come to report. "What are you staring at? Don't you want to die any faster? Get out of here!" The soldier's body shrank back as if he had received a great shock, and he turned and ran out of the ravine, not daring to look back. Once he had run out of the ravine, he finally dared to stop, gasping for breath. At the same time, a huge question arose in his mind. Within the Great Xia, there was actually someone who could make this notoriously hot-tempered martial god weep. Who exactly was this seemingly disheveled yet extraordinarily terrifying drunkard? Watching the soldier already far away, the man finally spoke lightly. "Old Huang, it's been decades since we last met, and you seem well." In the ravine, the old man wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and looked again at the man before him, who appeared exceptionally disheveled, like a vagabond. A twinge of bitterness rose in his heart. The man who had once been extraordinarily handsome had turned into this after decades. He straightened his body, took a deep breath, and spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice. "Aotian, what happened after you and Xingling left the Great Xia? Why have you been out of touch for all these years?" Since they hadn't seen each other for decades, he had long thought the two had perished outside the Great Xia. As a former friend, now reunited, the old man had countless questions in his heart. As he spoke, the old man suddenly froze, a hint of confusion in his voice. "By the way, where is Xingling? Weren't you always together?" As soon as the old man's words fell, the man's drunken gaze finally showed a slight ripple. His golden pupils trembled slightly, and there seemed to be a haze of sadness within them. At that moment, the man felt an unusual heaviness in his body. After a moment of silence, the man slowly spoke. "Linger stayed in the Great Qin." The old man's body trembled violently. Although he had long anticipated such a result, when the man finally spoke those words, he still found it hard to believe. The once stunning beauty, who had drawn the envy and jealousy of the entire Great Xia, had ultimately been cursed by the heavens for her beauty. The two fell into a brief silence once more. After a while, the old man finally spoke. "Is the foreign race of the Great Qin truly that terrifying?" The Great Qin, Great Zhou, Great Tang, and several other nations had lived on Blue Star alongside the Great Xia over 10,000 years ago. Over 1,000 years ago, as the invasion of the foreign races deepened and the number of deities dwindled, the connections between the great nations gradually diminished. Each nation erected its own defenses against the foreign races. However, this further led to a blockage in communication among the human races. 700 years ago, the various nations finally severed all ties, and even the Great Xia's celestial pearl could no longer detect the current situations of the other nations. But if even the once most powerful Great Xia had fallen to such a fate, it was likely that the other nations fared no better. Guotian lay back on the wine jug in silence, shaking his head. Decades ago, the Great Qin was already initially invaded by the foreign races. By now, I fear the land of the Great Qin has been completely occupied. As for the human race up there, even if there are any left, there won't be many. A hint of horror appeared in the old man's eyes as he took a deep breath and continued to ask, "So what have you been doing all these years since you returned to the Great Xia?" Guotian looked into the old man's murky eyes. "Old Huang, have you forgotten? I have Linger and a pair of children in the Great Xia." The old man was taken aback, then quickly realized, his gaze somewhat dazed. "So all these years, you have been living incognito in the Great Xia, focusing on raising your two children?" Guotian shook his head. "I have never raised them. On the contrary, I have given them quite a few challenges on the path of martial arts." The old man furrowed his brow slightly, puzzled. "Why is that? Your children with Xingling must be exceptionally gifted. If raised normally, the Great Xia would at least gain 2 more martial gods in the future." Guotian shook his head, his gaze indifferent. "Martial gods are far from enough. As my Guotian's children, they only have 2 choices. Either become ordinary people, no longer wading through the murky waters of martial arts, and live peacefully. Guotian won't say anything else. After they come of age, ensuring they have food and clothing for a lifetime is not a problem. Or they can break through under immense pressure, unleash their talents, and step into the realm of immortals. If they can't even overcome this little pressure I give them, how will they face the millions of foreign races in the starry sky in the future?" As his words fell, the man's eyes suddenly dimmed, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant, and he slowly spoke. "I don't want my children to follow in Linger's footsteps." The old man's expression also darkened. After a while, he finally spoke again. "Aotian, then why have you been lurking in the Great Xia for decades, suddenly coming to find me this time?" As soon as the old man spoke, he suddenly realized something was amiss. He had come for the young man who was currently stirring up waves throughout the Great Xia. The old man's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "Could it be that the young man causing such a stir in the Great Xia right now is your Guotian's?" The man nodded slightly. "That's right, that is my son." This young man is Guotian's son? At not even 20 years of age, he had already reached the realm of a master and wielded divine weapons of laws, No wonder he was such a prodigy, it turned out he was this man's son. The old man's face was filled with shock, and he unexpectedly spoke up. It seems your son has already broken through your pressure and chosen the second difficult path. Gu Outyan rarely showed a hint of a smile on his face and nodded. Seeing the man's action, the old man paused, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. Then according to what you said, why didn't you let me go to Longdu to participate? I could naturally become an obstacle on his path of cultivation. Gu Outyan shook his head. Now is not the time. That kid's current state is a bit off. If you go to participate again, I'm afraid my son will really be lost. In Longdu, at the Evil Demon Tribunal, Gu Qingchen slowly pushed open the door to the lounge. For some reason, he felt as if his body was filled with lead, exceptionally heavy, and his head was also dizzy. As soon as he opened the door, he felt himself embraced by a warm hug. In his ear, he heard Luo Yuli's worried voice, "Qingchen, are you okay?" Hearing this familiar voice, Gu Qingchen felt his body suddenly relax, and he weakly slumped into Luo Yuli's arms. Then, with Luo Yuli's careful support, the two made their way to the bed in the lounge. At this moment, Gu Qingchen felt utterly exhausted, on the verge of fainting. He was simply too tired, feeling as if he had never been this tired before. Of course I'm fine, it's just an old problem you should know about. Just overexerted my Tao rhythm. Gu Qingchen struggled to speak, but, I need to get a good sleep first. A good sleep. We'll be fine. As soon as the words fell, Gu Qingchen felt the world before him start to spin. He suddenly collapsed onto Luo Yuli's firm thigh and fainted. His spirit sank into an endless sea, completely swallowed by darkness. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Qingchen slowly opened his eyes again. Unsurprisingly, the world of the Divine Hall was reflected before him once more. The magnificent golden doors, the overwhelming spiritual energy of heaven and earth permeating the space. Everything was just as it had been. The only difference was that Gu Qingchen felt the fatigue in his body had not disappeared. Instead, it felt even heavier. Gu Qingchen frowned slightly, feeling a bit strange, but still took heavy steps toward the Qinglian Divine Hall. Before long, Gu Qingchen passed by the Peach Blossom Divine Hall. Outside the Peach Blossom Divine Hall, the peach blossoms had flourished even more than the first time he came. At this moment, the sword god, surrounded by drifting peach blossoms, stared at Gu Qingchen, his expression somewhat serious. Gu Qingchen weakly raised his hand to greet him, and the peach blossom sword god looked at Gu Qingchen, seemingly wanting to say something, his expression struggling. But in the end, he glanced at the direction of the Qinglian Divine Hall, sighed, and returned to the hall. The same situation occurred when he passed by the Silver Dragon Divine Hall. Zhao Zilong looked at the boy's somewhat staggering steps, his face full of worry, wanting to step forward, but seemingly concerned about something. Finally, he glanced at the direction of the Qinglian Divine Hall, his expression heavy as he returned to the Silver Dragon Divine Hall. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Qingchen finally dragged his heavy steps to the stone steps outside the Qinglian Divine Hall. At this moment, Li Taibai was sitting on the hall, holding the wine that Gu Qingchen had brought from the outside last time, drinking happily. Looking at Gu Qingchen's figure, Li Taibai's expression suddenly froze, his face becoming unprecedentedly serious. But soon, his brows relaxed again. He leaped down from the hall and jumped in front of Gu Qingchen. Shaking the wine in his hand, he smiled and said, "Gu little friend, do you know that you are about to die?" Gu Qingchen's entire being jolted with a start. He then looked somewhat bewildered at the man in front of him, whose face was full of smiles and charm. Dead? What does that mean? He was living just fine, how could he die? Could it be that this old boy was playing a joke on him again, taking revenge for the last time he tricked him with the poetry scroll? Gu Qingchen sighed inwardly and patted Li Taibai's shoulder, weakly saying, "Old boy, I know you're angry, but please don't joke with me right now." As he spoke, Gu Qingchen patted Li Bai's shoulder again. "I've seriously overdrawn my mental energy this time, my head is a bit unclear, let me go to your place for a drink to recover." Upon hearing this, the corners of Li Taibai's mouth twitched a couple of times. This kid really thought of his Qinglian temple as a sanctuary for recovery? Li Taibai shook his head, raising an eyebrow. "Gu Xiaoyu, I'm not joking this time, you really are in danger. Think back, in the past few times you overdrawn your mental energy in the outside world, did it ever reflect in the divine temple?" As soon as these words were spoken, Gu Qingchen froze in place. Yes, he had overdrawn his mental energy more than once or twice, but every time he returned to the divine temple, the feeling of exhaustion would vanish. Only this time, the fatigue in his body showed no signs of easing. He recalled just passing by the Peach Blossom Temple and the Silver Dragon Temple, where the two deities looked at him with serious and worried expressions. Could it be that something was really wrong with his body? Gu Qingchen's expression suddenly became serious as he looked at Li Taibai beside him, asking in confusion, "Old Bai, what exactly is going on?" Looking at Gu Qingchen's serious expression, Li Bai sighed and slowly spoke, Do you remember the few poetry scrolls you took from my temple? Gu Qingchen nodded. He certainly remembered. 5 poetry scrolls, each one he had painstakingly tricked from Li Taibai during his last visit to the Divine Temple. Is there a problem with these poetry scrolls? Gu Qingchen's expression was somewhat astonished. Li Taibai held a pot of wine, slowly pacing by the Qinglian pool. Originally, there was no problem, but among the 5 poetry scrolls, there is one that you should not have used. You used a scroll that you shouldn't have? What does that mean? It wasn't his first time using Li Taibai's poetry scrolls, and such a problem had never occurred before. Before Gu Qingchen could react, Li Taibai continued to ask, "Do you know the meaning of Dao Yun?" Gu Qingchen was taken aback, then nodded. Of course, Dao Yun is the final threshold for a martial artist to enter the martial god realm, and it is the first cornerstone laid when a martial artist first touches the realm of the divine. Hearing Gu Qingchen's answer, Li Taibai scratched his head, as if pondering something, and finally shook his head. "What you said might be right, but since becoming a god has been too long, I can't remember much about things from before." He paused. Dao Yun is a kind of artistic conception formed by practitioners' comprehension of the universe and the world. The most important aspect is uniqueness. What kind of Dao Yun one comprehends, what kind of great path one walks, and what kind of Dao fruit one ultimately bears, each person is different, and Dao Yun is naturally something unique to each individual. The more grand the artistic conception comprehended, the more top-notch the Dao Yun produced. Gu Qingchen nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly reacted, his expression puzzled. "But what does this have to do with the poetry scrolls you just mentioned?" Li Taibai suddenly gulped down a mouthful of wine. "Of course it has to do with it. Didn't you notice that all the poetry scrolls you took before were one-time scrolls in which I infused Dao Yun? You only need to unfold the scroll when you use it, and the power of the Dao rhyme will surge forth to be used against your enemies." Li Taibai paused for a moment and slowly continued, "But there is one exception." Li Taibai took a breath and said, "Raise a cup to invite the bright moon, and with the shadow, we become 3. This poem is the main culprit behind your current situation." Under Gu Qingchen's astonished gaze, Li Taibai continued, "I just mentioned that the Dao rhyme has uniqueness. You forcibly used this poem scroll without comprehending my Dao rhyme, bringing my Dao rhyme into your body. Then my Dao rhyme, naturally indistinguishable between friend and foe, will destroy your soul and body. In simple terms, this time you have not only suffered fundamental damage to your spirit, but your soul has also sustained permanent injury. You won't live for many days." Hearing Li Taibai's explanation, Gu Qingchen suddenly realized that the usual poem scroll was like holding a bomb in his hand. Throwing it out could severely injure the enemy. Only that poem scroll, "Raise a cup to invite the bright moon, and with the shadow, we become 3, acted upon himself. Although he could successfully use it, that bomb undoubtedly exploded within his own body, causing irreversible harm. It was just a poem scroll, yet he never expected the consequences to be so severe. Gu Qingchen's heart surged with turmoil. At that moment, a hint of confusion suddenly appeared in Gu Qingchen's eyes as he questioned Li Taibai, "Old Bai, why didn't you remind me when I chose this poem scroll?" Upon hearing this, Li Bai's face darkened. "I remind you? Gu, my young friend, last time you were just like that bandit, snatching my poem scroll and running away, faster than a dog. How could I remind you?" Gu Qingchen fell silent for a moment, feeling a bit awkward as he scratched his head, not arguing, and asked, "Then, Old Bai, how many days do I have left to live?" Li Bai extended his finger, making a V sign, and said lightly, "No more than 2 months. 2 months. Gu Qingchen sighed inwardly. "Speak, after all this build-up, what is your final trial?" Looking at Gu Qingchen's nonchalant demeanor, a hint of confusion appeared on Li Bai's face. "Gu, my young friend, you're going to die in 2 months, aren't you afraid?" Gu Qingchen's face was full of fatigue as he yawned. "With 3 deities in this great hall, what do I have to fear? Even if it can't be resolved, it's just death. Besides, seeing how you were smiling just now, you should have a way to solve it, right?" Li Taibai looked at the young man before him and suddenly laughed heartily. This young man was truly interesting. After a while, with a smile, Li Taibai said, "There is a way, but whether you can live after 2 months depends on yourself." After saying that, Li Taibai waved his hand and turned to walk into the Qinglian temple. "Come, let me help you deal with this simply first, otherwise, you won't even have these last 2 months." Gu Qingchen was taken aback, then followed Li Taibai into the Qinglian temple. Upon entering the temple, it was a study, the place where Gu Qingchen had chosen the poem scroll. The moment he stepped over the threshold, the ancient Dao Rhyme rushed towards him, as if filled with various emotions, instantly replenishing Gu Qingchen's weary spirit. Gu Qingchen took a few deep breaths to calm his mind and continued to follow Li Taibai deeper into the Qinglian temple. The depths of this temple were areas he had never stepped into before. Exiting the study, there was a simple path, with soft earth on both sides, filled with various rare plants. However, on the soil, there were clearly some crooked footprints, likely left by Li Tai-bai after getting drunk. The two walked forward, one in front and the other behind. After an unknown amount of time walking, the two stopped by an incredibly clear pool of water. The pool was a deep blue, its waters crystal clear and bottomless, adorned with several exceptionally large blue lotuses, shining with a brilliant azure light. The stone walls surrounding the spring were covered in intricate ancient runes, exuding an air of antiquity. "We've arrived, go ahead," Li Tai-bai nodded towards Gu Qingchen, signaling him to move forward. Go ahead? Wasn't this the Blue Lotus pool? Could it be that Li Tai-bai wanted to step into the pool himself? A hint of confusion appeared on Gu Qingchen's face, but he still took a step forward. The moment he touched the blue water, a brilliant blue light descended from the sky, enveloping Gu Qingchen entirely. Under the illumination of the clear radiance, Gu Qingchen felt a force lifting him, his entire body slowly floating up. Above in the sky, a blue lotus gently descended, hovering above his head, swirling with chaotic energy. In the temple, the sound of paper fluttering wildly filled the air. Countless scrolls of poetry flew towards Gu Qingchen, unfurling around him like water flowing around a spring. Li Tai-bai stood by the blue lotus pool, watching with great interest the poems he had once created, nodding in satisfaction from time to time. After a while, he raised his head towards one of the scrolls, lightly pointed with his finger, and dragged that scroll out from the mass of paper. In this realm, several large, flamboyant characters suddenly leaped out. But see the tear stains wet, not knowing who the heart hates. These enormous characters seemed to be imprinted between heaven and earth. With a gentle point of his finger, Li Tai-bai transformed it into a stream of light that entered Gu Qingchen's body. As the characters entered, a sense of binding appeared on Gu Qingchen, and he felt a sudden tightening of his spirit. Then, it was as if something was being drawn out from within him. That endless feeling of fatigue seemed to have been forgotten by his brain, completely vanished. The blue lotus pool once again burst forth with boundless azure brilliance, completely enveloping Gu Qingchen. A few seconds later, the light faded, and Gu Qingchen lightly leaped back to the ground. At that moment, he felt refreshed, as if the battle in Longdu had never happened, returning to his peak state. His face was instantly filled with astonishment, and he exclaimed, "Old Bai, you just healed me?" Li Tai-bai was at that moment gathering the countless scrolls back into his study, his tone somewhat helpless as he shook his head. "You have suffered severe damage to your soul. I only excel at killing, not healing. It's not that easy." Gu Qingchen was taken aback, speaking in a daze. "Then what use is this scroll?" Li Tai-bai slowly replied, "Not much use, but it can deceive your consciousness into believing your body hasn't been eroded by the Tao rhythm. In simple terms, it makes your body and soul temporarily unable to feel fatigue and pain. Otherwise, you would probably have to sleep indefinitely in reality, until your soul completely shatters and dies." Gu Qingchen's brow furrowed slightly, meaning that the blue lotus pool and this scroll were akin to painkillers, nearly allowing him to feel no pain, but the wounds had not healed. 2 months later, he would still die from a shattered soul. Gu Qingchen slowly asked, "Old Bai, how can I completely restore my soul?" Li Tai-bai gathered all the scrolls back into his study, walking outside the temple with his hands behind his back, speaking lightly. "Over 10,000 years ago, I buried a jar of unparalleled fine wine in the Great Xia. That jar of wine can bring the dead back to life. Now, it's time to tell you, unparalleled fine wine from over 10,000 years ago?" Gu Qingchen's pupils trembled violently. In Li Tai-bai's eyes, the various wines treasured by the Morong family for hundreds of years could only be called fine wine. To be able to make this divine being refer to it as an unparalleled fine wine, it must truly be the best wine in the world today. "Old Bai, with such a good thing, why didn't you bring it out earlier?" Li Tai-bai laughed casually. "In the past, your state of mind wasn't up to par, so naturally, you weren't worthy of drinking from my pot of wine. Now it's different. After drinking that pot of wine, can I completely restore my soul?" Gu Qingchen's eyes sparkled. "Easily, even if you were reduced to mere dust, you could still be reborn." "Then where is this pot of wine buried in the Great Xia right now?" As they spoke, the two had already walked out of the Qinglian shrine and arrived at the stone table outside the shrine. A question from the youth reached Li Tai-bai's ears, but he did not answer. Instead, he slowly gazed up at the sky. At this moment, the moon was bright and the stars sparse. Night had already fallen. Li Tai-bai looked at the youth with a smile. The youth was momentarily taken aback. The next moment, he suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing something. He picked up a bottle of wine from the ground, raised it high, and smiled. "Old Bai, I get what you mean, let's drink." Inside the Qinglian shrine, the crisp sound of clinking wine glasses continued. This time, the sound of the clinking glasses echoed until midnight, and only then did Gu Qingchen slowly collapse onto the stone table. After a while, Li Tai-bai got up from the stone table, feeling a bit dizzy for the first time, his body swaying. He steadied himself and glanced at the already drunken youth, muttering, "This kid's alcohol tolerance is really getting better." After saying that, he gently pointed towards the sky. A beam of blue light immediately enveloped the youth. In Gu Qingqian's ears, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out, "Qinglian poetry immortal, the final trial has been issued. Longing, trial content. Go to the Great Xia border and find the unparalleled divine wine buried for over 10,000 years by the Qinglian poetry immortal. Longing. The final reward will be announced after the trial is completed." After doing all this, a hint of melancholy suddenly appeared in Li Taibai's eyes. He turned and walked back into the Qinglian shrine. Between heaven and earth, his final voice echoed, "After you find the wine, don't drink it all by yourself. Remember to let me have a taste. Just a taste will do." It was unclear how much time had passed. When the sun in the sky had already revealed half of its arc, casting down its brilliance, Gu Qingqian finally opened his eyes, hazy with drunkenness. He patted his head, forcing his brain to wake up, and just as he got up from the stone table, he felt something rough sliding down his back and falling to the ground. Gu Qingqian was taken aback, turned to look behind him, and saw an ancient roll of parchment lying on the ground. The moment he saw the parchment, the mechanical voice's prompt echoed in his mind once again. Final trial content. Go to the Great Xia border and find the unparalleled divine wine buried for over 10,000 years by the Qinglian poetry immortal. Longing. Gu Qingqian was suddenly stunned. Searching for the longing wine, this was actually the final trial of this divine being, Li Taibai. Since the opening of the third shrine, the trials Li Taibai had given him had always been quite strange. It seemed that all the trials were generated based on Li Taibai's temporary ideas. Sometimes, the trial content wasn't even announced, and he would directly declare the trial completed, giving him rewards. Unknowingly, he had arrived at the final trial, and the content of the final trial was simply to find a pot of wine to complete it. This truly caught Gu Qingqian off guard, and he couldn't help but glance at the interior of the Qinglian shrine. At this moment, the door of the Qinglian shrine was tightly closed. He sighed, picked up the parchment from the ground, and unfolded it. The parchment depicted a map which vaguely resembled the shape of the Great Xia. In the southwestern part of the map, Li Taibai had scribbled a crooked line at the border of the Great Xia with ink. The route stretches from the southwestern border of the Great Xia all the way to the far west. In the corner of the map, there are the flowing, dragon and phoenix dancing characters written by Li Taibai. "It's been too long, I can no longer remember the exact location. Following this route, seek out a pear tree. 300 feet beneath the pear tree lies the place where the longing wine is located." When Gu Qingqian finished reading the text, the cowhide paper soared into the air, transforming into a stream of light that directly drilled into Gu Qingqian's mind. As soon as Gu Qingqian's thoughts stirred slightly, the map would appear in his mind. After repeatedly viewing the map in his mind, Gu Qingqian couldn't help but click his tongue. 300 feet beneath the pear tree is a full 100 meters underground. Li Taibai certainly hid this wine deep enough. However, this also indicates how much Li Taibai valued this jar of wine 10,000 years ago. Thinking of this, Gu Qingqian's expression became serious. He already knew the location of the longing wine, and he had to hurry. Feeling his mental strength restored and abundant, Gu Qingqian's thoughts sank. The next moment, he felt his consciousness spinning again. The world before him turned into a blur of pale gold. At this moment, the rising sun had just begun to shine, and strands of sunlight filtered through the thin curtains of the lounge, bringing a hint of brightness to the room. Gu Qingqian shook his heavy head and slowly opened his eyes. In his field of vision, the general outlines of various items in the lounge emerged. At that moment, a slender young girl was sitting on the floor, her aura rolling, her martial arts realm rapidly ascending. Above the girl's head floated a jade-like pill, continuously infusing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into her body. 10 minutes later, the pill disappeared, and the girl's realm stagnated at the peak of the extraordinary realm. Moreover, the spiritual power of heaven and earth on her body was faintly overflowing, but it was restrained by the shackles of her realm. Gu Qingqian secretly marveled at how pure the spiritual energy contained in the Tian Sui Dan was, its quality nearly rivaling the ancient spiritual energy in the divine main hall. No wonder it was a top-tier pill that could only be refined once or twice a year in the Great Xia. Sensing that the girl had finished her cultivation, Gu Qingqian stood up and smiled as he spoke. "Xiao Yuli, how was it? The effect of the Tian Sui Dan is pretty good, right?" Hearing the boy's voice, Luo Yuli immediately showed a look of surprise and hurriedly got up. "Qingqian, you're awake?" But then, as if recalling something, she quickly tightened her delicate little face, resembling a cold plum in winter, and put on an angry expression. She didn't even know why she was angry, she just felt very upset. After Gu Qingqian left the tribunal, she had watched the boy's live broadcast the whole time. He not only single-handedly broke into the royal palace and fought against the foreign race but even faced off against 2 members of the royal family alone. Although Uncle Yen successfully advanced to the martial god and arrived in time, from the audience's perspective, it was still extremely dangerous. Clearly going to do such a dangerous thing, he still told her it was fine. Did he not know how worried she was at that time? At the same time, she was also a bit angry with herself. She was too weak. When the boy faced two emperors and the situation was utterly desperate, she couldn't help at all. But unfortunately, the blind Gu Qingchen could not see the angry expression on the girl's face at that moment. He stood up directly, and in the midst of the girl's somewhat flustered gaze, he grasped her small hand and smiled as he asked, "Yuli, after just breaking through, do you feel any unusual sensations in your body?" Feeling the warm temperature in the boy's palm, Luo Yuli felt her ears burn, and her tense pretty face instantly melted like ice and snow. Leaning against the boy's chest, she felt exceptionally warm. Unable to help herself, she rubbed against the boy's chest. Feeling the girl's movements, Gu Qingchen couldn't help but chuckle softly and asked, "Yuli, how many days have I been asleep?" "Today is the third day." The third day. Gu Qingchen's expression grew somewhat serious. That meant he had only a little over 50 days left before his soul would shatter. He had just been promoted to the head of the evil judgment court, and with the current turmoil in the Great Xia, he had probably accumulated quite a bit of official business during these days of slumber. Gu Qingchen immediately felt a sense of urgency, patted the girl's small head, and instructed, "Let's go, I'll take you home first. I have some matters to attend to today." With that, he intended to pull the girl along and step out of the lounge. But suddenly, he felt a pulling force from his hand in the opposite direction. He turned his head, and Luo Yuli was standing there, looking somewhat shy. "Yuli, do you have something else to say?" Luo Yuli's little face flushed, and she hesitated before softly saying, "It's not really anything, just..." She took a deep breath to encourage herself and slowly spoke, "Can you go out and play with me? Go out and play?" The girl shook her head vigorously, her face turning red. "Qingchen, can we?" Luo Yuli stared at him with her gem-like big eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering, as if afraid Gu Qingchen would refuse. She cautiously asked. Hearing this question, Gu Qingchen was momentarily taken aback, and then his expression became somewhat strange. Normally, there would be no problem going out to play. But now, with the threat of foreign tribes looming, an invasion of the Great Xia could happen at any moment. There was no time for leisure. Moreover, in 2 months, his soul would be damaged, and he was racing against death. Also, in his memory, this didn't seem like a request that Luo Yuli would make. Could it be that something happened while he was asleep? Seeing Gu Qingchen's somewhat strange expression, Luo Yuli's face showed a hint of panic, and she hurriedly explained, "I know you're very busy. Just half a day will do. If it's really not possible, it's okay. We can go out to play another time." As she spoke, her voice gradually lowered, and her expression dimmed. Sensing the girl's sudden drop in mood, Gu Qingchen inexplicably felt a pang of heartache. He pulled the girl into his arms, gently stroking her hair, and smiled, "Sure, of course. Going out to play with my little Yuli is something I've always dreamed of. But has anything happened in Longdu while I've been resting these past few days?" Feeling the indulgent tone in the boy's voice, Luo Yuli's face instantly turned as pink as peach blossoms, and she nodded, softly saying, "Natural disaster has already settled the border affairs, and this morning, he arrived in Longdu with several other martial gods. I received his message last night. After today's meeting, he will take me to the Great Xia border to train with him." As she spoke, Luo Yuli's expression dimmed again. Once she left Longdu, it would likely be a long time before she could see the one she loved again. But if she didn't train with the martial god at the border, she would surely fall behind this almost monstrous talent of a boy. She wanted to be able to help in battles, not be a burden. Growing up in her environment made her understand that once she became a burden, she would be ruthlessly abandoned. Her father was abandoned by her grandfather and mother due to his lack of strength, and when her own talent had yet to show in her childhood, she was also abandoned by her father. She loved this boy very much, so instinctively, she didn't want to be abandoned by him. So, this time, she was determined to train with the martial god who had comprehended the way of the elements, to accelerate her growth and try to keep up with the young man's pace. Beside the girl, Gu Qingchen nodded thoughtfully, realizing the situation. Today was indeed the day that Uncle Yin mentioned, the day when the major martial gods would be reassigned to their guarding positions. Thinking about the stunning beauty before him about to leave, Gu Qingchen felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart. He smiled and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. Xiao Yuli, where do you want to go?" The girl's pupils suddenly lit up with color, and without any hesitation, she blurted out, "The amusement park." She had never been to an amusement park because no one had ever accompanied her there from childhood to adulthood. When she was young, passing by the amusement park, she always envied the other children who could be taken in by their parents to play. She had countless times leaned against the railing outside the Guangling City amusement park, watching the children inside smiling as they rode the carousel, sat on the pirate ship, and enjoyed the roller coaster. And today, that wish could finally be fulfilled. Gu Qingchen was taken aback for a moment, then a smile spread across his face. Alright, then let's go to the amusement park. Longdu, the highest conference center. The ceiling of the conference hall was adorned with magnificent reliefs and decorations, wrapped in layers of gold. The walls on both sides were filled with sculptures of ancient deities, holding various ancient weapons, exuding an ancient and grand aura. In the center of the conference hall stood a huge pentagonal table, nearly filling the entire meeting room. At this moment, Yeling sat at one corner of the pentagonal table, and around him were 4 seats, each with a 2-meter-tall humanoid spatial tunnel. Yeling glanced at the clock above and spoke, "It's time." As soon as he finished speaking, the pendulum above let out a loud ding that echoed throughout the Great Xia, marking the hour. With the sound of the bell, there were violent fluctuations coming from the 4 tunnels simultaneously. In an instant, 3 figures had already passed through the tunnel and sat at 3 corners of the conference hall. Only one corner remained empty. The atmosphere in the conference hall suddenly became terrifying, as if even the air that intruded would be torn apart. This was the most elite meeting in the Great Xia, one that even the royal family was not qualified to attend, the Martial God Summit. Yeling looked at his phone with some helplessness and said, "You guys really can't be early for even a second." As soon as he finished speaking, a robust and burly man who had just taken his seat stood up with a hearty laugh. "Little Yen, I was still wondering which of the 7 princes had entered the martial god realm, and I didn't expect it to be you. Congratulations!" The burly man was enormous, nearly 2.5 meters tall, with muscles all over his body, resembling a giant muscle sculpture. It was evident from his words that he had a good relationship with Yeling. Yeling frowned slightly and spoke with some displeasure. "Di Shang, I have now entered the martial god realm and am on par with you, so please address me by my title." "I am Huangquan." The burly man laughed and patted Yeling's shoulder. Alright, Huangquan, you just ascended to the martial god realm and already want to put on airs with me." Hearing this, Yeling's expression froze for a moment, looking somewhat unpleasant, but he said nothing further. The burly man before him was the strongest person in the Great Xia in terms of physical strength, having once used pure physical power to shatter not only a heavenly demon from the demon race but also to crush dozens of cloud-piercing peaks with a single palm. Even among those present, no one dared to withstand his palm strike. "I have many matters to attend to, and I don't have time to waste with you in Longdu. If we're going to have a meeting, let's get on with it." Saying this, the old man looked around impatiently and urged, "Where's the hermit? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" I clearly felt his breath was right in Longdu. Beside the old man, a somewhat indifferent voice rang out, "Rage, are you really getting old and confused? The hermit hasn't attended a meeting in nearly 10 years. The speaker's face was obscured, hidden behind a layer of light screen, within which seemed to flow countless elements. He held a peachwood staff, with a crystal-clear elemental stone embedded at the top, inside which various colors flowed, resembling a mage. It was indeed the god of war, Calamity. The old man scoffed, "Calamity, do I need you to remind me? If it weren't for my good mood today, do you believe that you would already be kneeling on the ground? You can try." Calamity lightly shook the staff in his hand, and the elemental stone above emitted a slight glow. Seeing the argument between the two about to escalate, Yeling quickly interjected, "Alright, stop arguing. The hermit has indeed come to Longdu this time. However, he has informed me that he is not here to rejoin the meeting, but has his own matters to attend to." Saying this, Yeling paused. "Since everyone is here, let us officially begin the discussion on the defense of the borders." The burly earth saint nodded, taking over Yeling's words, and spoke, "First, after Huanchuan's ascension to god of war, there are now a total of 5 gods of war in Daxia. Based on one god of war guarding one direction of Daxia, my suggestion is to redivide Daxia into 5 regions for defense, or do you all have better ideas? Daxia originally had 4 gods of war, each guarding the 4 directions of southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, to prevent foreign tribes from invading from the borders. Now that there was an additional god of war, it was only natural to reconsider how to defend the borders. The stooped rage frowned. "Reallocation? The 4 territories have long been divided, and we have been taking turns guarding for decades. Earth Saint, are you really suggesting a reallocation? Don't you find it troublesome?" Upon hearing this, Calamity also nodded, speaking in a voice devoid of emotion. "Reallocating now would be too cumbersome. Huangquan, as a newly ascended god of war, will surely need time to adapt to guarding the borders. Since Huanchuan's blessing is of the space type, and he previously served in the capital of Daxia, Longdu, he must be quite familiar with the situation there. Why not let him stay in Longdu? When foreign tribes invade, he can provide support at any time." Saying this, Calamity looked at Yeling and asked, "Huangquan, what do you think of this proposal?" Yeling nodded, "I have no objections." His original intention was, of course, to go to the front lines to kill enemies and hone his path of slaughter, but he also understood that Calamity's arrangement was indeed the most reasonable choice. The remaining two gods of war pondered for a moment, glancing at the spatial tunnel still hovering beside them, and nodded in agreement. Normally, placing a god of war in Longdu would be somewhat of a waste of resources. However, this newly ascended Huangquan god of war, who mastered some spatial power, was indeed suitable to stay in the capital for support. Seeing that the other gods of war agreed with his proposal, Calamity spoke again. Then, the discussion regarding the new god of war Huangquan's placement will be tentatively settled like this. The next matter. He paused and said, if I remember correctly, our 4-year term is about to end. Since everyone has gathered here again today, after this meeting, we will change the territories we are stationed in. In Dacia, the 4 gods of war each guard one of the 4 directions, changing every 2 years. Except for the god of war Hermit, who withdrew from the god of war meetings over a decade ago and has been stationed in the eastern part of Dacia, the other 3 gods of war changed their station border positions every 2 years. The gaze of the Earth Saint was somewhat strange as he spoke. Disaster, you are currently stationed in the north. Are you so eager to change your post? Beside him, Fury stood up directly, his eyes fixed on Disaster, carrying a hint of threat as he said, Disaster, do you want to continue guarding the northern part of Dacia? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. Don't forget, this time it's my turn to choose first. You better obediently roll down to the south. The land of Dacia is located in the southern hemisphere of Blue Star, with the north being a plain, mild in climate, while the south is filled with towering mountains, cold, and sparsely populated. Moreover, the northern border of Dacia is not far from the capital, Longdu, and with the speed of the martial god, a round trip can be completed in a day. This also means that if the north suffers an invasion, the speed of support will be faster, and the burden on the martial god will naturally be lighter. In contrast, the south of Dacia has the nearest city over 10,000 miles away. Once faced with an invasion from foreign tribes, not only will support be slow, but the resources will also be far less abundant than in Longdu. Coupled with the harsh weather, it is naturally the case that no martial god is willing to be stationed in the south. Thus, among the martial gods, there is a rule. The martial god who was stationed in the south in the previous round can have priority in choosing their position. Feeling the threat emanating from Fury, Disaster slowly spoke, No, this time I choose to guard the south of Dacia. Upon hearing this, the martial gods present were all taken aback. This was the first time someone had actively chosen to be stationed in the south. Under the puzzled gazes of everyone, Disaster spoke in a calm tone. A few days ago, I received news from the Dacia Exploration Department. About 20 days from now, the southern border of Dacia will experience a surge of elemental turbulence from the depths of the universe. I recently took on a new disciple, an SS-level elemental blessing, with exceptional martial arts talent. If she can seize this opportunity, her understanding of elements will rise several levels, and her future achievements will be limitless. It was early morning, and the streets of Longdu began to gradually fill with people, with a few figures visible here and there. However, perhaps due to the revelation of Dacia's truth, the flow of people in Longdu seemed somewhat desolate compared to the usual bustling crowds. Since the moment that Boy revealed the truth about Dacia, a portion of the population had gone almost mad, shouting that the end of the world was coming, causing chaos everywhere. Longdu was no exception. At this moment, many shops on the streets of Longdu had closed their doors tightly for self-preservation, intending to avoid the storm. At every street corner, members of the Dacia Public Security Department and the Demon Judgment Court were patrolling, searching for suspicious individuals. At this time, a young man and woman stood out particularly on the street. The young man wore a white outfit, tall in stature, with sunglasses that could not conceal his nearly perfect facial features. Beside him stood a slender girl with large, lake-like clear eyes. The girl had a thin, light red veil around her face, making it impossible to see below her nose, giving a sense of haziness instead. As the two walked along, they drew the attention of the crowd, who stopped to watch in amazement. Shinchen, is this enough? Luo Yuli blinked her gem-like big eyes, pointing dazedly at the veil on her face. Now, both of them could be considered celebrities in Dacia, and once exposed, they would likely be instantly overwhelmed by the crowd, so they had to conceal their true identities when going out. However, there were no veils for women in the Demon Judgment Court, so this veil was formed by Gu Qingchen using a thin layer of Dao rhythm. It should be fine, Gu Qingchen smiled and took the girl's hand. Amid the gazes of many passers-by, a luxury car slowly stopped in front of the two. A steward from the court stepped out of the car, his expression solemn as he opened the door for the two people, then bowed deeply. Lord Gu, may I ask where you are headed? As he spoke, the steward's gaze towards Gu Qingchen was fervent, and he felt a surge of pride within him. This young man was a legendary figure in the Great Xia. Not long ago, he had personally uprooted a royal-level trader from the Great Xia and completely overturned its structure. He was someone the steward admired greatly. To be able to serve such a legendary figure made him feel quite honored. The steward had already regarded this simple driving task as an important opportunity in his life, carefully observing the young man's every move. Gu Qingchen kindly reached out to shield Luo Yuli from hitting her head on the car roof, then sat inside the car and smiled as he said, "Please take us to the Disney Paradise." Disney Paradise? Upon hearing this, the steward was momentarily taken aback. Disney Paradise was the largest amusement park in the Great Xia, located only in the capital, Longdu, and many people from surrounding cities came to visit. Wasn't the Lord supposed to be handling official business? Why would he go to such a place for fun? Just as this thought crossed his mind, his brow suddenly furrowed. Then, in the astonished gaze of the young man and woman, he smacked his own cheek hard. The two inside the car were instantly stunned. What was he doing? Are you okay? Gu Qingchen asked, somewhat surprised. The steward, with a determined expression, took the driver's seat and said firmly, "I'm fine, my lord. I just needed to remind myself to be more resolute." At the same time, he silently scolded himself. The Lord must have his reasons for acting as he did. How could he dare to speculate about such a person? He took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and steadily drove the car towards Disney Paradise. Disney Paradise had been built for nearly 10 years, covering an area of nearly 600 hectares, and was located in the very center of the Great Xia. At this moment, in front of the entrance to Disney Paradise, several security guards in black uniforms stood at the gate. Above the entrance hung a large warning sign. Due to recent turmoil in the Great Xia, certain amusement facilities at Disney Paradise have been damaged by some extremists, and the entire park will be closed for 1 month for repairs. Outside Disney Paradise, dozens of people were gathered, arguing with the security guards at the entrance. "What's going on with you, Disney Paradise? I flew all the way here, and now you tell me I can't play? What about me?" "Exactly, we traveled this far, you must give us an explanation. I already bought my ticket, and you tell me I can't enter? What kind of joke is this? Is this how you treat your visitors at Disney Paradise?" The crowd was bustling, all denouncing Disney Paradise's actions. At the entrance, several security guards looked helpless. "Bro, please understand, we just received orders from above, there's nothing we can do." But his voice was drowned out by the crowd, and no one heard his explanation. The visitors knew deep down that since Disney Paradise had posted such a notice, it was impossible for them to enter today. They just wanted to vent their dissatisfaction on someone. Sure enough, after a while, the crowd slowly dispersed, leaving only a dozen children with their parents. Among them, a woman was holding a round-faced, adorable little girl about 4 or 5 years old. At that moment, the little girl was lying on the ground, refusing to leave. "Xiaohan, be good. The amusement park is closed today, let's come back to play another time, okay?" The woman gently said to the little girl. "No, I want to ride the carousel today, Mommy, you promised me." The little girl had tears in her eyes, looking pitifully at her mother. "Xiaohan, if you keep this up, Mommy is going to get angry." No, I just want to play today." The woman's gaze sharpened, her tone about to turn serious. Suddenly, a cheerful voice came from behind. "Auntie, it's not easy to come here, just let her go in and play." The woman and the little girl turned in confusion, and the faces of 2 young people came into view. For a moment, the woman felt a daze before her eyes. These 2 people were simply too dazzling. Even with sunglasses and veils on their faces, one could still sense their astonishing looks from their figures and facial contours. The little girl in the woman's arms also stopped crying, her eyes somewhat dazed, mumbling childishly, "So pretty, big brother and big sister." The 2 couldn't help but chuckle. Luo Yuli crouched down and patted the little girl's head, her tone gentle. "Little friend, what's your name? Sister will take you into play, okay?" "Okay, pretty sister, my name is Xiaohan." As soon as she heard she could go into play, the little girl's face immediately lit up with a joyful smile, bouncing around, extremely happy. Listening to their words, a smile appeared on the woman's face, but then she helplessly pointed to the notice board at the entrance, reminding, "Thank you for your kindness, but today the Dishy Mud Paradise is closed, no one can go in." The young man was taken aback, glanced at the notice at the entrance, then smiled, "It's fine, I'll go tell them to restart the facilities. Just wait a moment." Saying this, he walked towards the entrance of Dishy Mud. Today, he finally had time to go out on a date with Xiao Yuli. The amusement park is closed? Then let him restart it. At this moment, the mother felt a bit dazed. Restart the equipment of Dishy Mud? What does that mean? This is the largest amusement park in the Great Xia, capable of accommodating 50,000 people at once, and it is rumored to be backed by a large company under the royal family. How could it possibly restart because of one person? While the woman was in a daze, Gu Qingchen had already reached the entrance and was about to step inside. Seeing Gu Qingchen approach, several security guards immediately stretched out their hands to block the young man's path. Sorry, please look at the notice at the entrance. Dishy Mud is closed today. Looking at the security guards blocking his way, Gu Qingchen lowered his sunglasses slightly, revealing his somewhat vacant pupils, and smiled. Could you please inform your manager to restart the machines? Dishy Mud will resume operations today. If there are any losses, I will bear them. Restart Dishy Mud? What is he talking about? Is this young man out of his mind? As soon as these words were spoken, the security guards all looked at the young man with strange expressions. But the moment the young man took off his sunglasses, the guards felt as if they had been struck by lightning. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Isn't this the legendary young man who caused a stir in the Great Xia a few days ago? The situation was sudden, and in that instant, the guards' brains went blank. After a while, the guard standing at the front finally reacted, stammering, Sir, please wait, we will call our manager right away to have him restart the amusement equipment. Saying this, he picked up the phone and ran to the side, dialing a number. Soon, a slightly plump middle-aged man rushed out from inside the amusement park, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. The moment he raised his eyes and saw Gu Qingchen, his whole body trembled. It really was that legendary young man who had turned the Great Xia upside down a few days ago. It should be known that this young man is now the head of the Evil Judgment Court. In terms of status within the Great Xia, he is on par with the remaining few emperors. Only the current 5 martial gods can surpass him. And now, who in the Great Xia doesn't know that he has a martial god backing him? Such a prominent figure shouldn't be bogged down by official duties every day. Why has he suddenly come to Disneyland today? The manager looked somewhat confused. But soon, he saw behind the young man a stunning girl wearing a veil, playfully teasing a little girl. He suddenly realized and thought to himself, so that's it. He hurried to Gu Qingchen's side, panting heavily, bowed his head respectfully, and said, Sir, I have already notified the control center. The equipment will be restarted for you shortly. Today, Disneyland will be fully cleared for you, open only for you and your female companion. Gu Qingchen was taken aback. Open only for the two of them? If the amusement park is empty, what's the point? He immediately shook his head and waved his hand. No need, an amusement park should be lively with more people. Today, Disneyland can operate normally. The manager was momentarily stunned but quickly nodded and said solemnly, Yes, sir. He then shouted to the security guards behind him, What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear the sir's words? Move the notice board. The few security guards hurriedly sprang into action, working together to remove the no entry sign blocking the entrance and replace it with open for business. Outside the amusement park, seeing the notice board change to open for business, the woman's pupils were filled with shock. This young man had only spoken a few words to the security guards, and the largest amusement park in the Great Xia was back in operation. Her body involuntarily trembled slightly. These two young people in front of her likely held an absurdly high status in the Great Xia. Just thinking about conversing with such figures made her gaze a bit flustered. While the woman was in a state of panic, Gu Qingchen had already walked up to her, took Luo Yuli's hand, and gently patted the little girl's head. Let's go, little friend. Brother will take you to ride the carousel. Upon hearing the words carousel, the little girl's eyes immediately sparkled, and she was about to speak when her mother pulled her back. Be good, Xiaohan. Brother and sister are here on a date. You shouldn't disturb them. Otherwise, sister will dislike you. Just let brother and sister play, mommy will play with you, okay? The woman's gaze was somewhat stern. She didn't want to disturb these two. The little girl pouted and shook her head like a rattle drum. No, I want to play with the pretty sister. Saying this, the little girl looked up with her clear big eyes, eagerly gazing at Luo Yuli. Does sister dislike me? Luo Yuli pinched the little girl's soft cheek and smiled, saying, Xiaohan is so cute. How could sister dislike you? Gu Qingchen also smiled in agreement. Auntie, it's fine, just let Xiaohan play with us. Seeing the two in front of her with gentle attitudes, the woman's mood relaxed a bit, and she patted the little girl's head, reminding her, Xiaohan, mommy will wait for you outside, remember not to trouble brother and sister. Yay! The little girl happily jumped up and followed the young man and woman into the amusement park. As time passed, the amusement park began to gradually become lively. The park was filled with the laughter and joy of adults and children. At this moment, Gu Qingchen stood beside the carousel, his face beaming with joy. In front of him, the little girl and the young woman were sitting on the same wooden horse. The little girl's eyes sparkled as she let out continuous exclamations on the rapidly spinning carousel. To Gu Qingchen's surprise, Luo Yuli was also wearing a bright smile. The girl's face seemed to thaw like a glacier, her bright eyes curving into a beautiful crescent as she waved at Gu Qingchen from her wooden horse, looking exceptionally happy. In that moment, Gu Qingchen couldn't help but stare, lost in thought. Given Luo Yuli's upbringing, she probably had no one to accompany her to the amusement park while growing up. Could it be that this was her first time in such a place? Gu Qingchen's heart suddenly trembled, feeling an inexplicable pang of sympathy. Just then, a notification pinged on Gu Qingchen's phone. He pulled it out to see a report from the governor of Longdu, Xia Ducheng. The remaining 5 members of the royal family and the generals in Longdu had undergone a thorough inspection by the Longdu tribunal, and all families had been very cooperative. During the inspection, no traces of foreign races were found among the royal family, nor was there any evidence of any royal having illicit relations with foreign races. This meant that the traitors within the upper echelons of Longdu had likely been completely purged. Perhaps there were still a small number of traitors remaining in Longdu, but their presence could not significantly impact the Great Xia. Gu Qingchen nodded. This resolved his concerns. He could set off for the Great Xia border tomorrow with peace of mind to begin Li Taibai's final trial. He typed on the screen, "Governor Xia, how are the preparations I asked you to make for tonight?" After a while, a message from Xia Ducheng came back. "Director Gu, everything is ready, just waiting for your signal." "Okay." After a brief reply, Gu Qingchen put his phone back in his pocket and lightly leaped. In Luo Yuli's somewhat flustered gaze, he directly sat behind her, gently wrapping his arms around her delicate waist. Feeling the touch on her waist, the girl's Chi Luo Yuli held an ice cream in her hand, leaning against Gu Qingchen's broad shoulder, the faint sound of the boy's heartbeat reaching her ears. The dim yellow light cast a glow on the girl's perfect face, stunningly beautiful. She quietly gazed at the boy's flawless profile, her eyes shimmering with colors. She felt that she had never been as happy as she was today. It turned out that playing at the amusement park with the person she loved was so joyful and blissful. Luo Yuli's long eyelashes trembled slightly in the sunset, and there was a hint of glistening liquid stirring in her eyes. Noticing the girl's gaze, Gu Qingchen smiled and asked, "Yuli, what's the next ride?" The girl, her expression somewhat excited, replied, "Roller coaster." The roller coaster was the ride she looked forward to the most and desired the most. When she was little, she would see other parents taking their children on the roller coaster, crying or laughing, rolling and screaming. She was always filled with curiosity about that up and down train. Now, beside the boy, hearing the words roller coaster, the little girl immediately spun around happily on the ground. "Roller coaster, roller coaster. We're going to ride the roller coaster." Gu Qingchen helplessly patted the little girl's head. "Xiaohan, no, you have to be at least 10 years old to ride the roller coaster. You're not old enough. We'll take you back to your mom first." Upon hearing this, the little girl's expression immediately fell, and she pouted unhappily. She wanted to struggle a bit more, but Gu Qingchen directly picked her up and walked towards the amusement park entrance. In no time, the 3 of them returned to the entrance of the amusement park. Watching the 2 young people walking towards the entrance with their daughter, the mother smiled, a bit embarrassed, and said, "Thank you both for taking care of my daughter today, you've really helped us out. Quick, Xiaohan, say thank you to your brother and sister." The little girl smiled and waved generously at the 2. "Thank you, brother and sister. Come play with me again next time." Gu Qingchen smiled and waved back at the little girl, then turned to the mother and continued, "It's nothing. We actually envy you, Auntie, for having such a lovely child." Hearing the boy praise her child, the woman's smile widened even more as she said, "What's there to envy? This child is quite mischievous. You 2 young people look so handsome. Your future children will definitely be better looking than my little troublemaker." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuli was momentarily stunned, feeling her mind go blank. A child with Qingchen. Before she could react, the boy leaned closer to her, smiling as he said, "Yuli, when are we going to have one too?" At that moment, she felt caught in a dilemma. She was too shy to nod but also unwilling to shake her head. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and with a soft whimper, she buried her head into Gu Qingchen's chest. "Then, Auntie, we'll be leaving now." Gu Qingchen smiled and waved goodbye to the woman, pulling the girl towards the direction of the roller coaster. 10 minutes later, the 2 stood somewhat dazed in front of the roller coaster. The roller coaster before them had turned into a heap of scrap metal, curled up beneath the tracks. The facility's tracks seemed to have been doused in gasoline and set ablaze, now charred black, as if a gentle touch would reveal the scene before them. Gu Qingchen sighed inwardly. It was likely caused by those extremists during the summer. No wonder the amusement park had suspended operations. "Qingchen, it's okay, I've had a great time today. Not riding the roller coaster is fine," Luo Yuli said with a smile beside the boy. But Gu Qingchen still noticed a hint of melancholy on her face. After longing for so long to ride the roller coaster, it must be very sad not to be able to play. Gu Qingchen gently patted the girl's head and said with righteous indignation, "Who says the roller coaster can't be played if it's broken?" Before Luo Yuli could react, Gu Qingchen had already slightly bent down. Under the girl's panicked gaze, Gu Qingchen directly picked her up in a princess carry and said lightly, "Hold on tight." Gu Qingchen's roller coaster, officially starting. As soon as the words fell, Gu Qingchen, holding the warm and soft girl, soared into the air, and their figures shot up at an incredible speed. Once they reached a certain height, Gu Qingchen's body began to rise and fall, simulating the path of a roller coaster. At that moment, Luo Yuli felt the howling wind rushing past her ears, a mix of weight and weightlessness enveloping her. She pressed tightly against the boy's warm chest, feeling the strong wind brushing her cheeks, her heart filled with an unprecedented exhilaration, even wanting to scream out loud. So this is what it feels like to ride a roller coaster? So thrilling, so much fun. 10 minutes later, Gu Qingchen hovered in midair, looking at the girl's slightly flushed cheeks from excitement, and smiled as he asked, "Yuli, did you have fun today?" Luo Yuli nodded vigorously, her delicate cheeks as rosy as peach blossoms, captivating. Gu Qingchen's face broke into a smile as he gazed into the girl's clear pupils and said, "Don't be too quick to be happy, there's even more fun to come." More fun? What does that mean? The girl blinked her eyes. A peach branch appeared in Gu Qingchen's hand, and he gently waved it down towards the sky. Suddenly, a sea of blood split open in the sky. However, this sea of blood only descended for a moment before dissipating. What is happening? Luo Yuli stared blankly at the boy, somewhat confused. With such a strange phenomenon in the sky, at that moment, almost all the visitors' gazes were focused on the two people in midair. The crowd immediately buzzed with excitement. What the hell? What's going on? Is someone flying in the sky? Is this a scheduled program for today? Great Ascension Realm? Is this the Great Ascension Realm? In midair, the boy held the girl's jade-like hand, and with a smile, he gently said in her somewhat dazed gaze, "Look." As soon as the words fell, there was a loud boom. In that instant, thousands of lights burst forth in the sky. The entire world seemed to explode, countless fireworks soaring into the air. Each grain of golden sand shot out, blooming proudly in the sky. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, all colors were present, vibrant and beautiful, decorating the night sky and illuminating the earth as if it were daytime. It also completely filled the girl's clear pupils. In her ears, the boy's gentle voice came, "Yuli, happy birthday." At this moment, countless people in the amusement park looked up, their eyes fixed on the stunning fireworks in the sky and the pair of young lovers. The boy held the girl, standing in the center of the dazzling spectacle, surrounded by brilliant fireworks, shining like a meteor. Everyone was rendered speechless by the beauty of the scene before them. At the entrance of the amusement park, a little girl blinked her eyes, staring blankly at the brother and sister who had just been playing together in midair. She opened her mouth in surprise and curiously asked her mother, "Mom, look, the brother and sister can fly. Are they fairies?" The mother bent down, smiled, and patted the little girl's head, saying nothing, just silently gazing up at the sky. In midair, Luo Yuli looked at the flowing lights rising around her, feeling a soft place in her heart trembling uncontrollably. Since her mother left, this was the first time someone had celebrated her birthday. Or rather, this was the first time someone remembered her birthday. At this moment, she could no longer contain the surging emotions and feelings within her heart. She tightly embraced the boy beside her, tears rolling down her delicate face like beads from a broken string, soaking the boy's collar. The boy quietly looked at the girl in his arms, who was softly sobbing from his touch, a faint smile appearing on his face. Crying again, truly a crybaby. After a long while, Luo Yuli slowly raised her head, her big eyes red and watery as she looked at the boy. The boy slowly took off his sunglasses, revealing his somewhat hollow eyes. It had been more than half a month since the backlash of the dragon's gallbladder, and Gu Qingchen's lost vision was slowly recovering. At this moment, Gu Qingchen was like someone suffering from severe myopia, able to see things very close to him clearly. Gu Qingchen stared at the girl's stunningly beautiful cheek, summoning a strand of gentle sword intent to hold her in place, softly wiping away the tears lingering at the corners of her eyes. "Qingchen, I." But before she could finish, she was interrupted by the boy's voice, "Yuli, I like you, I really like you." Gu Qingchen looked directly into the girl's pupils, his tone firm. Faced with the boy's direct confession of love, Luo Yuli's body trembled slightly. A flush crept up her neck to her cheeks, and she felt an overwhelming sense of emotion in her heart, her nose tinged with a sourness that made her want to cry again. Luo Yuli's small fists clenched slightly, desperately holding back the impulse to cry. "No, Luo Yuli, you can't cry, there are so many people watching." She gathered her courage, looking straight into the boy's pupils, and softly said, "Me too, I like you the most." As soon as Luo Yuli's words fell, the faint red veil formed by the rhythm of the Tao suddenly shattered. Gu Qingchen suddenly wrapped his arms around the girl's slender waist and kissed her soft red lips. Woo woo! At that moment, the girl felt her small mouth being forcibly opened by a surge of power. Before she could react, her delicate tongue was gently captured by the boy. An unprecedented sensation surged in her heart, and Luo Yuli's body trembled slightly, letting out a soft moan, her eyes misty and dazed, her body growing increasingly hot. She instinctively struggled a couple of times, her long eyelashes slowly drooping, sinking into this feeling. After a long while, Luo Yuli felt as if she was about to run out of breath. This kiss was a bit too long. Just as Luo Yuli felt puzzled, her body trembled slightly. She was surprised to feel that within her, the heavy shackles that had hindered her breakthrough were beginning to loosen at this moment. A pure force flowed into her body through the boy's tongue. Her crystalline pupils instantly filled with astonishment. Qingchen was drawing the power of heaven and earth into her body? To advance to the great ascension realm, one must draw a trace of the power of heaven and earth into their body. And it was this trace of heaven and earth power that made 99% of the warriors in the Great Xia hesitate, ultimately stopping at the extraordinary realm. This was also why there were so few warriors above the Great Ascension realm in the Great Xia. And now, this boy actually wanted to use his power of heaven and earth to break her shackles of the Great Ascension realm. How could that be possible? Even a martial god in the Great Xia could not achieve this. But in the next second, she felt that the heavy shackles within her seemed to shatter a small part. Immediately after, the pure spiritual energy from the boy's body surged into her body violently and roughly, like a giant dragon, crashing fiercely against those shackles. The shackles between the extraordinary and the great ascension within Luo Yuli's body collapsed with a loud bang. In an instant, a vast amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth surged towards the top of the girl's head, continuously washing over her body. The 5 elemental lights representing the 5 elements surrounded her, flying in an orderly manner, shining like 5 radiant stars under the enhancement of the power of heaven and earth. It also announced that she had officially stepped into the great vehicle realm. Gu Qingchen released the girl, smiling as he stood to the side, quietly watching her enter the great vehicle realm. This was his birthday gift to her. The spiritual energy in this world contained impurities. Once absorbed by a martial artist, it would be assimilated into their energy sea for their own use. If others tried to use the earthly power they absorbed to help someone break through, it would only result in that person being invaded by another's spiritual energy, causing their meridians to shatter. But he was different. The spiritual energy on him was the ancient energy from the divine main hall, pure and without a trace of impurity, from tens of thousands of years ago. Naturally, he could use this power to help the beloved person before him break through. At the same time, as the two separated, their faces finally revealed to the onlookers below. The crowd first froze in shock, then suddenly erupted in exclamations. "Oh my god, I thought I recognized him. Isn't that Blind Brother? Wow, is that goddess Luo next to Blind Brother? She looks stunning in the video, but in person, she's even more beautiful. I was wondering why Blind Brother hasn't been in the news lately. Turns out he was out having fun with his girlfriend. Blind Brother is amazing. Wow, this grand fireworks display, Blind Brother is really romantic. Not to mention, with Blind Brother's looks, if I were a girl, I'd be completely smitten. Unbelievable, I'm still living my life, and here I am, starstruck." In the amusement park, many tourists were ecstatic, pulling out their phones to take pictures of the couple in midair. This young man was a legendary figure in the Great Xia. What luck they had to witness these two showing their affection here. After a moment, Luo Yuli's aura gradually calmed, and she slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, 5 colored elements swirled in her eyes, which were as clear as crystal, stunningly beautiful. She looked up and met the boy's smiling gaze. Gu Qingchen licked his lips and smiled at her, saying, "Thank you for the treat." Feeling the lingering warmth of the boy's breath by her side, Luo Yuli shyly buried her head into his chest. The boy chuckled softly. This little girl was too shy. Holding the warm and soft jade in his arms, he looked at the crowd below and said helplessly, "If nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid we'll be on the headlines again tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuli suddenly realized, right, she almost forgot about all the people below. This meant that the photos of her kissing Qingchen today would be seen by everyone in the Great Xia. Luo Tianheng would see, the principal would see, Xiaoya would see, all her high school classmates would see. Thinking of this, Luo Yuli felt her cheeks burn, and her head became a bit dizzy. Before she could react, the boy's voice came again, "It's getting late. I've heard Uncle Yen mention that there's a restaurant called Linglong Tower in Longdu, which is one of the top delicacies in the Great Xia. Shall we go try it?" "Sure," Luo Yuli nodded dazedly. "Then let's go." Gu Qingchen smiled slightly, took Luo Yuli's small hand, and turned to fly in another direction within the Great Xia. Linglong Tower was the most high-profile restaurant established by the Linglong Empress in Longdu. Every chef inside was a national-level chef hired at a high salary from various regions of the Great Xia. Linglong Tower had a total of 9 floors, with the first 5 open to the public. The higher up you went, the more expensive the prices and the better the quality of the dishes. The last 4 floors were specially prepared for the nobility of the Great Xia. Although the quality of the dishes on the upper floors was exactly the same as that on the 5th floor, the higher floors symbolized a certain status. At this moment, at the entrance of the 1st floor of the Linglong Tower, a waiter was standing at the door, feeling a bit drowsy. It was nearly 9 o'clock in the evening, and with the recent turmoil in the Great Xia, the guests these days were far from the usual crowd. Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang in his ears. "Hello, may I ask if there are any seats available on the 9th floor? The 9th floor? The waiter's body jolted, and he felt all his drowsiness vanish. The 9th floor was the highest level of the Linglong Tower, accessible only to the heads of major families or those with royal lineage. He turned around in a bit of a panic and, upon seeing the 2 individuals, froze in place. These 2 young people were exceptionally good-looking. Although their faces were partially obscured by sunglasses and veils, it was still evident from their perfect facial features that they were extraordinarily attractive. So young and already wanting to go to the 9th floor? They must be from some prominent family, right? As the 2 approached him, he quickly bowed and, with a hint of trepidation, asked, "Sir, do you have a reservation?" Gu Qingchen was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. Coming here to eat was a spur-of-the-moment decision. How could he have made a reservation? Upon hearing that the young man did not have a reservation, the waiter immediately felt relieved and explained, "Sir, I'm sorry, but reservations are required starting from the 6th floor of the Linglong Tower. If you don't have a reservation, you can choose the 5th floor. But you don't need to worry, the dishes on the 5th floor are exactly the same as those on the upper floors, just with a slightly different environment." Gu Qingchen glanced at the girl beside him and smiled, nodding. "All right then, let's go to the 5th floor." To Gu Qingchen, there was no difference between the 9th and 5th floors as long as the quality of the dishes was the same. The only reason he wanted to go to the 9th floor was for a better view. If that wasn't possible, it didn't matter much. There was no need to use his status to pressure others over such a trivial matter. Moreover, he didn't want to be the center of attention while having a meal. Under the waiter's guidance, the 2 entered the elevator, and soon they arrived at the 5th floor of the Linglong Tower. At this moment, about half of the seats on the 5th floor were occupied, and the environment was relatively quiet, with occasional sounds of clinking glasses. Following the waiter's lead, Gu Qingchen took Luo Yuli's hand and walked to a windowside table on the 5th floor. Just as they were about to sit down, they suddenly heard a woman scream from a distance, "Ladies, be careful." Before the 2 could react, a food cart filled with dirty dishes had completely tipped over beside them, and the filth was rushing toward them. Gu Qingchen's eyes narrowed, and a surge of energy erupted from his palm, forming a barrier in front of them that blocked most of the dirt. However, some yellow stains still splattered onto Luo Yuli's blue dress. A female waiter rushed over in a panic. Seeing the stains on Luo Yuli's dress, the waitress's face turned pale. She quickly lowered her head and repeatedly apologized. "Ma'am, I'm so sorry. This cart suddenly lost control. I can compensate you for any damages." As she spoke, the waitress's gaze was somewhat despondent. Guests dining on the 5th floor, while not immensely powerful, were all wealthy individuals. That dress might cost her a month's salary. Noticing the waitress's panic, Luo Yuli gently shook her head with a warm expression. "It's all right, you didn't do it on purpose. Where is your wash station? I'll just wash it off." The waitress was taken aback, seemingly not yet realizing how understanding the young woman was, and quickly nodded. "The wash station is over here, please follow me." The young woman squeezed Gu Qingchen's hand to indicate that she would be back soon and followed the waitress to the wash station. Sitting at the table, Gu Qingchen felt a bit puzzled. The dining cart has 4 wheels, designed so sturdily, how could it just tip over for no reason? Just as Gu Qingchen was puzzled, he suddenly felt a figure sitting across from him in his blurred vision. The figure in front was hunched, with gray whiskers, seemingly an old man. Gu Qingchen was taken aback, then politely spoke to the old man. "Sir, you're in the wrong seat." But as soon as he finished speaking, Gu Qingchen suddenly sensed something was off. After the old man took his seat, the restaurant seemed to have been muted, eerily quiet. Gu Qingchen's heart jolted, and he hurriedly looked around. He then realized that the bustling crowd on the 5th floor had vanished, leaving only himself and the old man. The old man picked up a cup of coffee from the table, slowly bringing it to his mouth, his expression indifferent as he stared at the young man before him. At that moment, Gu Qingchen felt a chill run down his spine, a coldness rising from his feet to the top of his head. In his perception, the newcomer's aura was unfathomable, beyond what he could grasp at present. Was this a supreme peak, or a martial god? In an instant, the young man's gaze sharpened, 2 vast auras bursting forth from his body, swirling above him like 2 dragons, his eyes warily fixed on the terrifying old man before him. Under Gu Qingchen's scrutiny, the old man finally spoke softly. "It's useless. this place has already been covered by my aura. Within my aura, even if you die in this Linglong Tower, no one will know. After saying this, the old man slowly set down his coffee, his tone suddenly turning icy. Now, I give you two choices. Leave my granddaughter, or die. On the other side, inside the Linglong Tower, Gu Qingchen stood opposite the old man, his body slightly trembling. Leave his granddaughter? Gu Qingchen shivered slightly. The old man before him was the grandfather that Yuli mentioned? In other words, he was the martial god of the great Xia who hadn't shown himself for many years, a recluse. No wonder he could exert such immense pressure on him. He had come here to make him leave his granddaughter? Gu Qingchen looked at the terrifying old man before him, suddenly feeling a surge of unnamed anger rise within him. It was this old man who took Yuli's mother away and didn't let her return, leading to Luo Tianheng's neglect of Luo Yuli, causing his beloved to suffer from loneliness since childhood. Thinking of this, Gu Qingchen's expression turned icy. He had never participated in Luo Yuli's growth, and now he was here, acting like a guardian, trying to force him to leave. What was this all about? Did he really think that being a martial god meant he could do whatever he wanted? His gaze sharpened, and a slender peach branch appeared in his hand. I give you 3 minutes. Before the old man could finish his sentence, the young man slightly raised his hand, and in the next moment, 2 incredibly sharp auras erupted from his body. Like 2 dragons, they surged forth. Seeing these 2 auras, the old man squinted slightly. He never expected this kid would dare to strike at him. He was a martial god, while this kid was merely at the master level. Did he not fear death? Moreover, this Linglong Tower was now completely enveloped by his own aura. Within the range of his aura, he could freely manipulate all objects and energy, and alter the physical structure and state of everything, including that of his enemies. Simply put, as long as he was within his aura domain, he was nearly invincible. He didn't even need to make a move himself. He furrowed his brows, slightly raised his hand, aimed at the 2 strands of Dao rhythm rushing towards him, and scatter. In an instant, a dish on the dining table flew up, transforming into a grinding disc that heavily enveloped the surging Dao rhythms, intending to grind them out. But the moment it touched the 2 Dao rhythms, the grinding disc exploded with a loud bang. The 2 Dao rhythms surged fiercely, already sweeping in front of the old man. In that moment, a terrifying intent of slaughter and annihilation instantly filled the space. A slightly immature peach tree had already stood before the old man, with a few vibrant peach blossoms drifting down towards him. Behind the old man, a small setting sun, carrying an unparalleled terrifying allure, slowly rose, seemingly wanting to completely annihilate everything in this space. At this moment, the extreme killing intent and allure simultaneously pulled at the old man's figure, causing him to momentarily freeze. In that instant, the peach blossom petals had already fallen before this martial god. Looking at the vibrant peach tree before him, the old man felt an overwhelmingly pure intent of slaughter rushing towards him. Under this Dao rhythm, his body even trembled slightly. He furrowed his brows sharply, his entire aura exploding, forcibly breaking free from his restraints, and lightly leaped backward. The 2 Dao rhythms fell into emptiness, and the 2 phenomena immediately dissipated in this space. The old man steadied himself, and a trace of astonishment finally appeared on his indifferent face. He turned his gaze towards the young man opposite him, his pupils trembling, feeling shocked in his heart. He had long known that this young man, who had stirred up a storm in the Great Xia just a few days ago, had comprehended more than one Dao rhythm, but he never expected that within his own Dao rhythm domain, he could not control the Dao rhythm comprehended by a master realm youth. He was a martial god, and the power of the Dao rhythm he could exert must be far above that of the master realm. Then there was only one possibility. That was, the level of Dao rhythm this young man grasped was far beyond the level of Dao rhythm he possessed. His own Dao rhythm, within the domain he constructed, could only bow down as a subject. While the old man was still in shock, he suddenly felt a sting on his face, and liquid slid down his skin. He froze for a moment, instinctively reaching out to touch his face. In his hand was a patch of bright red. It was blood. The old man was momentarily dazed, somewhat bewildered. How many years had it been since he bled after advancing to the martial god? Today, he was actually injured by a master realm youth. What a humiliation. Looking at the bloodstain in his hand, the old man's pupils constricted, and his expression immediately darkened. He took a step forward, and within the restaurant, countless utensils flew into the air, shaped like arrows, becoming incredibly sharp, pointing directly at Gu Qingchen, emanating terrifying fluctuations. At this moment, an invisible terrifying pressure surged towards Gu Qingchen like a tidal wave. The old man stared intently at the young man before him, his tone icy. "Kid, do you dare to make a move against me? Do you really think that because you are a prodigy of the Great Xia, I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Gu Qingchen felt the immense pressure before him, his muscles tensed, vigilantly staring at the old man. The full force strike he unleashed using the Tao rhythm had only left a cut on the old man's face. The gap between the Master Realm and the Martial God Realm was ultimately too vast. He took a deep breath, shook his head, and slowly spoke, "I don't know if you dare to kill me, but if you entertain that thought, you'd better not let me escape." He paused, his voice suddenly turning harsh. "Otherwise, within a year, these two Tao rhythms won't just be a scratch on your face, they will sever your neck." Within a year, sever his neck? In other words, this kid planned to step into the Martial God Realm within a year? This kid is really out of control. He dares to say anything. The old man was slightly taken aback, then unexpectedly laughed in anger. "Kill me? Just to Master Realm, having comprehended two top-level Tao rhythms, and he really thinks of himself as something? Let's not even discuss whether you can kill me a year from now. Do you really think you can escape today?" Gu Qingchen stared directly into the old man's somewhat murky eyes and slowly spoke. "Just now, when I used the Tao rhythm on you, there was not a trace of surprise on your face, which means you must have investigated me beforehand. Then you must also know that the divine weapon of laws within the Great Xia has already recognized me as its master. Once the divine weapon of laws appears in the world, if I do not control it, it can shatter the surrounding space and pull both you and me into the chaotic spatial rift. If you don't believe it, you can try." His words were filled with a sense of threat. As his voice fell, the pressure in this space suddenly became sharp. The two stood facing each other, and the atmosphere around them seemed to become sharp as well. Just as the two were on the verge of confrontation, the old man suddenly pulled down his hat slightly. At that moment, Gu Qingchen felt the pressure on his body completely disappear, and he felt light. When he came to his senses again, the old man had already returned to his seat across from him, picking up the cup of coffee again and taking a gentle sip. The various utensils that had been floating in the air also returned to their original places. In Gu Qingchen's somewhat puzzled gaze, the old man spoke, "You kid, you really have some skill and courage, enough to support the future of the Great Xia." Gu Qingchen frowned. "What do you mean by that? Is the matter with Luo Yuli really resolved just like that?" The old man glanced at Gu Qingchen with his murky eyes and spoke coldly. "You don't really think that I came here to break you and that girl Luo Yuli apart, do you?" Gu Qingchen spoke in confusion. "Then you. I just wanted to see how much weight you, the strongest martial talent in the Great Xia for 1,000 years according to yeling, really have. As for that girl Luo Yuli, she's just an SS-level blessing, not worth me making a special trip." The young man frowned. This martial god actually came to test him? In Gu Qingchen's somewhat puzzled gaze, he continued, "By the way, tell that girl Luo Yuli that when she reaches the Marquis Realm, she should come to the Dragon Bone Land in the eastern border to find me. I might be able to give her a chance to see her mother. Luo Yuli has just broken through to the Great Ascension, although her talent is also top-notch. Without any fortuitous encounters, it would take at least 10 years to reach the Marquis Realm. Moreover, from the Master to the Marquis, one also needs to condense the law body, which is not an easy task. Countless prodigies have failed in this regard." Gu Qingchen hesitated for a moment and spoke with some uncertainty. "What if she can't break through to the Marquis Realm?" The old man frowned slightly and snorted coldly. "If she can't even break through to the Marquis Realm, then I, as a recluse, certainly won't have such a useless granddaughter." After saying this, the old man had already finished his coffee, gently placing the cup on the porcelain saucer. With a ding, Gu Qingchen felt a moment of daze before realizing that the old man had disappeared. Around him, people began to move back and forth again, and the sounds of clinking glasses returned to his ears. The aura of the Tao rhythm dissipated. This martial god had left. Gu Qingchen let out a slight sigh of relief. This martial god really has a strange temper. He could make a special trip to Longdu for himself but wouldn't meet his granddaughter. Also, throughout it all, Gu Qingchen never figured out what this martial god's Tao rhythm was. Although the level is not as high as his own Tao rhyme, the ability of the Tao rhyme is exceptionally strange. It can unexpectedly pull one into its realm when one is completely unguarded. In the distance, Luo Yuli slowly sat down opposite Gu Qingchen, lifting her skirt. Seeing Gu Qingchen's somewhat contemplative face, the girl instinctively felt that something was off and asked with some confusion, "Qingchen, is something wrong?" "It's nothing, let's eat." Gu Qingchen came back to his senses, serving dishes into the girl's bowl with a smile. Above the sky, in the center of the clouds, feeling the old man's breath fading away, a huge golden eye slowly closed. A drunken voice came from the clouds. "Humph, old fool, at least you know your place. Otherwise, I would have made you regret it today." At this moment, two figures slowly walked into the Linglong Tower restaurant from afar. "Hello, may I ask if a young couple, a man and a woman, just came here to dine?" The waiter at the door slowly raised his head, and the faces of the two figures came into his view. He nearly fell to the ground. "Damn, isn't that the newly promoted martial god?" He swallowed hard, feeling his legs weaken, and trembled as he said, "Martial god, yes." "Then please call them down and just say Uncle Yen is looking for them." "Yes, sir." Saying this, he ran upstairs. The two young people just now indeed had an absurdly high status behind them. After the waiter ran to report the news, Yeling looked at the masked figure beside him and spoke somewhat helplessly. Natural disaster, they finally came out to have fun for a day. Can't we wait for them to finish their meal? Natural disaster replied expressionlessly, I can wait, but the spatial tunnel you opened cannot. Since morning, the spatial tunnel opened by Yeling had been existing, capable of lasting up to 12 hours. This tunnel is for long-distance transmission. With a vast spatial span, once closed, Yeling would need to replenish spatial power and could only set off again after waiting 2 days. And at the border of Dacia, if there is no martial god guarding for a day, there is a possibility of the front collapsing. Once the front collapses and foreign tribes invade Dacia, the consequences would be unimaginable. As they spoke, the elevator of Linglong Tower slowly opened, and the two young people stepped out of the elevator with light steps. Just as they stepped out, Gu Qingchen was taken aback. Next to Uncle Yen stood a figure with an exceptionally terrifying aura. This person wore a mask, covered in various elemental ripples. This must be the martial god Natural Disaster. Gu Qingchen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What was going on with him today? Did he poke the martial god's nest? And beside Gu Qingchen, Luo Yuli also clearly noticed this person's presence, but her expression dimmed a bit. The martial god Natural Disaster coming here meant she would soon have to part with the young man beside her. Gu Qingchen greeted Yeling, while Luo Yuli bowed her head to her master, Natural Disaster, martial god. Natural Disaster nodded slightly to her, then turned to Gu Qingchen and said in a flat tone, You must be Gu Qingchen, right? At such a young age, you've reached the master realm, comprehended 2 Dao rhymes, and mastered the law divine weapon. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. This martial god spoke as if he were a robot, devoid of emotion. Gu Qingchen slightly lowered his head in modesty, saying, Martial god, you flatter me. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries, and finally, Natural Disaster turned to Yeling. Huangquan, time is tight, let's return to the conference room. The spatial tunnel leading directly to the southern border of Dacia was currently in the conference room and would soon close. Yeling nodded and opened a space rift, tall enough for a person, for short-distance teleportation. Tianzai stepped inside. At the moment of parting, Luo Yuli blushed and gently scattered the veil formed by the aura on her face. In that instant, the girl's stunning beauty was fully revealed to everyone. She stood on her tiptoes and lightly pecked the boy's lips, whispering, Qingchen, I will work hard to become stronger and won't hold you back in the future. Next time, let me protect you. Gu Qingchen chuckled in surprise, stroking the girl's soft hair, and said gently, All right, you can protect me from now on. Under their reluctant gazes, the girl slowly stepped into the space rift, her figure disappearing from sight. Watching her leave, Gu Qingchen sighed inwardly. He ultimately did not convey the hermit's words to the girl. If he told her now, it would undoubtedly burden her. It would be better to wait until she truly stepped into the realm of a prince before telling her. After sending the two off, Yeling turned to Gu Qingchen and asked, Little Gu, what do you plan to do next? Gu Qingchen exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly spoke, Well, it's time for me to set off. Hearing the boy's response, Yeling raised an eyebrow. Oh, little Gu, you also plan to leave Longdu? Gu Qingchen nodded. Yes, since I have taken over as the head of the evil demon tribunal, I naturally need to go to the border to slay enemies. According to the long-standing rules passed down in the Great Xia Evil Demon Tribunal, every new head should go to the border upon taking office and slay thousands of demon clans. Moreover, his soul was shattered, and he only had 2 months left to live, needing to find the jar of wine buried by Li Tai Bai at the border 10,000 years ago to mend his soul. The map engraved in his mind led along the southwestern border of Great Xia all the way up to the western border. It was likely that Li Tai Bai, just before leaving Great Xia 10,000 years ago, had whimsically buried the wine at a random location. These two matters coincided perfectly. He could slay the alien races to relieve the pressure on the Great Xia border while searching for Li Tai Bai's divine wine. Therefore, he naturally planned to set off for the border immediately. Yeling pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly and said, Well, that's good. The alien races could invade at any time, and you should go to the border to hone yourself. As he spoke, a small space rift opened in front of Yeling. He reached in and pulled out a very old-fashioned mobile phone, handing it to Gu Qingchen. Gu Qingchen looked puzzled and asked, Uncle Yen, this is? Before he could finish, Yeling smiled and explained, This is a satellite phone. The southern border of Great Xia has long been plagued by war, and several attempts to set up a network have been destroyed by the alien races, so ordinary phones can't connect. However, the lack of network connectivity shouldn't be bad news for you. After saying this, Yeling smiled helplessly and looked around. While the two were talking, a large crowd had already surrounded them. A big group of onlookers was filled with surprise and excitement, with phones flashing as they took photos and videos of the two. These were the newly appointed martial god of Great Xia and a legendary figure who had risen to fame at a young age. How could they not be thrilled to encounter such two existences while out for a meal? Seeing this scene, Gu Qingchen couldn't help but smile wryly. Because of the previous live broadcast where he killed the twin emperors, he had thoroughly become a celebrity in Great Xia. No matter where he went, he would attract the attention of the vast majority of people in Great Xia, exposed to the public eye. But with the border of Great Xia lacking network connectivity, even making normal phone calls was difficult, let alone watching videos and live broadcasts. With the border embroiled in war, there are probably only a few who know Gu Qingchen. This way, I can act with relative freedom, without being surrounded by a crowd wherever I go. Watching the increasing number of people around, Yeling opened a spatial rift in front of him and spoke to the young man beside him. There are too many people here, let's find another place to talk. Gu Qingchen nodded, and the two stepped into the deep blue rift, disappearing before the eyes of the crowd. Blue Star, Demon Clan Great Hall. At this moment, the heavenly demon was seated on the main throne of the Demon Clan temple, a projection flickering before him. The projection cast the figures of 3 other alien races into the hall. Among the 3, one had a human face, but its entire body resembled that of an enormous centipede. Next to the projection of the Centipede King, a man with a pale complexion appeared. He had no feet, his form floating like a ghost, exuding a chilling aura. The last alien had well-defined features, resembling a human. However, the armored scales on his body revealed his identity as Ashura. These were the 4 king-level figures commanding the 4 major alien races on Blue Star, each powerful enough to rival the martial god of the Great Xia. The heavenly demon sat on the throne and spoke lightly. The agreed time has come. Do you have anything to say? If not, then let us proceed as agreed, each sending troops to simultaneously invade the Great Xia from all directions. In the projection, the Ghost King frowned, his tone grim. The Great Xia has recently gained a new martial god, adding to the previous 4, making a total of 5 martial gods, which exceeds our 4. Do you really think we can invade the Great Xia now, heavenly demon? Are you mad for the blood of that human warrior? Moreover, that Yeling has comprehended the Tao of slaughter. Before he became a martial god, he had already killed countless of our kin. Now that he has ascended to martial god, he will only be more terrifying. Beside the Ghost King's projection, the Centipede King rasped, the Tao of slaughter indeed possesses unmatched killing power, but after all, he has just entered the martial god realm. In terms of cultivation, he is still far behind the other martial gods and is not to be feared. Even so, from the perspective of paper strength, we are indeed at a disadvantage. The Centipede King paused, turning his terrifying face towards the heavenly demon, and asked, Heavenly demon, how long until the demon lord from the depths of the starry sky, from the ancestral land of the Demon Clan, arrives at Blue Star? The heavenly demon replied indifferently, the demon lord is traversing the starry sky and will arrive in no more than a month. When the demon lord arrives, it will be the moment of the Great Xia's annihilation. The Ghost King took over the conversation, his tone airy. In that case, why not wait a month before invading the Great Xia? Over 100 years have passed, can we not wait a few more days? The heavenly demon replied, Ghost King, are you underestimating the foundation of the Great Xia? Do you think the Great Xia could have endured for hundreds of years under the siege of our 4 races purely by luck? The Ghost King's expression tightened, and he frowned slightly. Heavenly demon, what do you mean by that? The heavenly demon rose from the throne, fixing his gaze on the Ghost King's face in the projection, and slowly said, I believe there may be hidden supreme beings within the Great Xia. Upon hearing this, the other 2, aside from the Shura King, were visibly shaken, their eyes filled with shock. Could there really be supreme beings hidden within the Great Xia? How had they never heard of this news? Beside the Ghost King, the Centipede King rasped, if that's the case, shouldn't we wait for your clan's demon lord to arrive before taking action? The heavenly demon shook his head, if there exists a supreme immortal within the Great Xia, then even if the demon lord personally arrives, it would be difficult for us to gain any advantage. At most, it would be a 50-50 situation. To completely erase the Great Xia, that would be far from enough. But if we add the fallen deities from our various clans, then it would be different. As soon as these words were spoken, the spirits of the few people in the projection trembled. Then, as if realizing something, they slowly nodded. The heavenly demon continued, in this month, what we need to do is to create as much bloodshed as possible within the Great Xia, slaughtering the soldiers at the borders of the human race. As long as we accumulate enough souls of the dead, we can restore the remnants of the former deities, even condensing their physical forms. By then, even if the Great Xia produces another supreme immortal, it would be difficult to withstand the combined assault of our 4 clans. And naturally, what we few clans desire within the Great Xia will also be obtained. After a moment of silence, the heavenly demon turned his head towards the Azura King and slowly spoke. Moreover, Azura King, did you not claim that you still have an important trump card left in the Great Xia? The Azura King maintained a warm smile, akin to that of a human, and replied lightly, that is natural. Receiving an affirmative answer, the heavenly demon turned to face the three alien kings and inquired, now, do any of you have objections to my arrangements? The scene fell silent for a moment, then the three slowly nodded. A satisfied smile appeared on the heavenly demon's face. Then now, the first wave of attacks on the Great Xia can begin. By the way, remember to have your subordinates keep an eye on a human boy. You should have heard of his deeds to some extent. If there is any information about him, report it to me immediately. As his words fell, the projection slowly dissipated. The nightmare returned to the throne in the temple. At this moment, a terrifying silver spear gradually emerged in his mind. For some reason, perhaps due to the nightmare's previous defeat, just thinking of that boy and this silver spear made the heavenly demon feel an unsettling sensation in his heart. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, as if trying to expel the gloom within. This invasion of the Great Xia by the four clans was meticulously prepared for a long time. The demon clan even sent a demon lord from their ancestral land to reinforce, determined to completely destroy the Great Xia. No matter how monstrous this boy was, it should end here. After all, under a collapsed nest, how can there be intact eggs? In the dragon capital, after a slight dizziness in his brain, Gu Qingchen found himself in the top conference hall of the Great Xia. He rubbed his head and was about to stand up to speak to Yeling beside him. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. A sudden burst of red light filled the conference hall. Immediately after, a mechanical voice came from the speaker above the hall. Alert, alert! There is a large-scale invasion of unidentified high-level energy bodies at the borders of the Great Xia. The sudden incident caused both of their figures to freeze. Yeling seemed to realize something, and his expression immediately became serious as he spoke to the top of the conference hall. Connect the network to the Celestial Pearl and bring up the real-time panoramic view of the Great Xia. Connecting to the Celestial Pearl, connection successful. As the mechanical voice fell, a beam of light projected in front of the two. A blue map of the Great Xia slowly unfolded on the conference table. The moment the map unfolded, both Gu Qingchen and Yeling's pupils suddenly constricted. At this moment, at the borders of the Great Xia map, countless small dots surged in from all directions, surrounding the Great Xia in a way that not a drop could leak through. From the map, it looked as if a dense swarm of insects was about to devour the land of the Great Xia. This number, Yeling murmured, his expression serious and extremely grave. He had served in the evil demon tribunal for decades and had never seen an alien race launch such a large-scale invasion against the Great Xia. He took a deep breath and quickly spoke to the upper part of the conference hall. Detect the level of the invasion targets and display the number of all red targets within the Great Xia's borders. After a few seconds of waiting, the map changed to a new image. Each direction had more than 20 red dots, evenly distributed along the border of the Great Xia. Due to the existence of the Mother River of Life, any alien race above the marquee level would turn to ashes upon approaching it. The red dots represented the highest level of aliens capable of crossing the Mother River of Life and invading the Great Xia, the master-level aliens. This meant that at this very moment, in every direction east, west, south, and north, there were over 20 powerful master-level aliens that had already crossed the Mother River and landed on the land of the Great Xia. All of this indicated the same thing. The comprehensive invasion of the Great Xia by the alien race had officially begun. The situation was unprecedentedly severe. Yeling's eyes were filled with killing intent as he spoke in a chilling tone. These damned aliens, how could they come so quickly? Gu Qingchen also frowned, his expression particularly grave. He had long anticipated that the alien race would launch an attack on the Great Xia within the past year, but even he did not expect that this would happen so quickly. Now the situation was somewhat troublesome. Even though there were 4 martial gods guarding the border, the scale of this invasion by the 4 races was simply too vast, and the front lines were stretched too long. It was likely that even the martial gods would struggle to ensure everyone's safety. As a result, the soldiers within the border would inevitably suffer significant casualties. Yeling furrowed his brow, his voice urgent. Xiaogu, there's no time to lose. I will send you to the border for support right now. He knew Gu Qingchen's true strength. Although they were both at the master level, this young man was far stronger than an average master. Even among the marquee level, it was hard to find his match. Sending him for support was just right. However, he wondered what the aliens were really plotting. Although the scale of this offensive looked enormous, it was actually a method of invasion that would harm 800 of the enemy while inflicting 1,000 losses on themselves. With the martial gods and several emperors guarding, the aliens would undoubtedly suffer heavier losses than the human race. How could they think they could invade the Great Xia with just a few dozen master-level beings and a group of miscellaneous soldiers? Yeling's expression was somewhat grave as he quickly pondered. Beside him, Gu Qingchen spoke with some confusion. Uncle Yan, your blessing ability should have been used up today, right? How can you send me for support? Today, Yeling had summoned 4 martial gods from various parts of the Great Xia for a meeting and then sent them back. The spatial power for long-distance teleportation must have been exhausted. Use the crystal tower in Longdu. I still have a few spatial stones left that can teleport you to the southwestern region, Yeling replied briefly, drawing out the long knife from his back and once again cutting open a spatial tunnel leading to the crystal tower, pulling Gu Qingchen into it. In the next moment, Gu Qingchen was already standing atop the crystal tower, the cold wind biting. Yeling's expression was serious as he earnestly said, Xiao Gu, remember to take the satellite phone. If you encounter any danger you can't handle, message me immediately. I am stationed in Longdu and can come to support at any time. Remember, always put your safety first. As long as you are here, the Great Xia still has a future. Gu Qingchen nodded, and the next second, a strong light erupted from within the crystal tower, forcibly tearing a passage through space and swallowing Gu Qingchen inside. His head began to spin again. Southwestern border. Not far outside the city of Huaidu, within a stronghold, tens of thousands of soldiers stood in formation, tense and vigilant, holding various weapons as they faced the front. A man walked through the air and slowly landed outside the stronghold. After showing his credentials to the soldiers at the gate, he quickly entered the stronghold. The man's face was covered in scars and knife marks, exuding a fierce aura that made it clear he was a seasoned warrior. His name was Zhao Kuang, the city magistrate of Huaidu. Huaidu was the closest city to the southwestern border of the Great Xia, so Zhao Kuang also served as the wartime commander of this border area. Recently, he had just been promoted to the Master Realm, and soon he would be able to transfer to Longdu or be promoted to a provincial magistrate. At this moment, his brow was tightly furrowed as he hurried to a room within the stronghold, opened the door, and asked in a deep voice, Intelligence Chief, what is the situation on the front lines? At that moment, the bespectacled intelligence chief looked panicked, beads of sweat covering his face. Seeing Zhao Kuang arrive eased his anxiety slightly, but his voice still trembled. The first and second lines of defense at the border have been breached. The third line of defense just engaged the enemy 10 minutes ago. Magistrate Zhao, this invasion by the foreign tribes is unlike any before. Its scale is greater than any previous incursion. We may need to prepare for a serious confrontation. This stronghold was the last line of defense in this area. Once this line was breached, the million citizens of Great Xia and Huaidu would be directly exposed to the foreign tribes, with unimaginable consequences. Hearing the intelligence chief's words, Zhao Kuang's pupils constricted sharply. How long had it been since he received the news of the foreign invasion? It had only been a little over an hour, and the demon clan had already breached 2 lines of defense in succession. How could this be possible? He took a deep breath, his expression grave. He still had time to make arrangements for the situation. The more urgent the situation, the calmer he needed to be as the wartime commander. He quickly thought and ordered, Intelligence Chief, send personnel to set up a warning line 10 kilometers out, and station personnel to prevent civilians in the city from approaching. Additionally, find someone to organize the citizens of Huaidu for an emergency evacuation, and all border soldiers except for the intelligence department, assemble at the front. Just then, a soldier from the intelligence unit rushed in, speaking in a panicked tone, Report, Magistrate Zhao, the third line of defense has just gone dark. What? Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuang's face fell in shock. The third line of defense had also gone dark? In battle, going dark meant annihilation. It should be noted that the highest commander of the third line of defense was his good brother Li Shun, with whom he had shared life and death. He was a peak existence in the Great Ascension realm, having fought countless battles and having the blood of hundreds of foreign tribes on his hands. The third line of defense was far from as easy to breach as the first 2 lines, but now, even the third line of defense had gone dark. He could hardly imagine the scale of this invasion. At this moment, he felt cold sweat soaking his back, his expression extremely serious, and he turned to the intelligence chief and asked, Have you applied to the higher authorities for the use of the Sky Pearl to check the situation across the entire border? The intelligence chief nodded. As soon as the first line of defense went dark, I applied for a wartime special call, which is undergoing emergency wartime approval. It should be quick. As soon as he finished speaking, another soldier from the intelligence department rushed in. Report, sir, the military network has been approved and successfully connected to the Sky Pearl. Open the projection. As the words fell, a blue projection was cast before everyone. On the projection, the current situation of the Great Xia was displayed in real time. Looking at the projection before them, everyone present felt an overwhelming chill rising from their feet, surging towards the crown of their heads. Zhao Zhijing's face was becoming increasingly covered in sweat. In the southwestern border, countless small dots were surging like a tide, heading towards the last stronghold outside Huai capital. There were too many, far too many. Preliminary estimates suggested that there were at least tens of thousands of foreign tribesmen who had already crossed the third defensive line, rushing towards the fourth defensive line, which was also the last line of defense they were guarding. Moreover, it wasn't just the border here. At this moment, the borders of Great Xia in all directions were surrounded by dense masses of foreign troops. Zhao Quan gritted his teeth. Were these foreign tribes really insane? Did they have no fear of the martial gods guarding the borders? What horrified him even more was that the two leading small dots were red. Red, representing the foreign tribes at the master level. They actually sent two master-level warriors to attack here. No wonder the third defensive line collapsed in an instant. Facing two master-level warriors at the same time, his good brother Li Shun had probably already sacrificed himself at the third border. Thinking of this, Zhao Quan couldn't help but feel a sting in his eyes. The two of them had previously agreed that after reaching the master level, they would go to Longdu Administrative together. But this man ultimately fell on the battlefield ahead of time. It was all because of these damned foreign tribes. He slammed the table, waved his hand, and shouted, "Intelligence Chief, request support from Longdu immediately. Everyone else, follow me. Notify the entire army to prepare for battle." With that, he strode towards the battlefield without looking back. Behind him, the intelligence chief's face already showed a hint of despair. He knew that the request for support just now was not meant for himself but for the other soldiers. Otherwise, with the overwhelming combat power of the two master-level foreign tribes, it would be enough to crush the morale of the soldiers. As for support, it was impossible to expect any. This location was right in the middle of the southwest, the farthest from the two martial gods located in the west and south. At this moment, Great Xia was being invaded by foreign tribes from all directions, and the high-ranking officials of Great Xia were probably overwhelmed. The priority for support at this location was undoubtedly the lowest. Moreover, the foreign army was already close at hand. Even if support could really arrive, by the time it got there, it would probably only be to collect the bodies of the thousands of soldiers. The intelligence chief sighed deeply and forced a bitter smile. Holding on to the last glimmer of hope, he dialed the wartime hotline and said, "The Huai capital border is facing a large-scale foreign invasion, requesting support from Great Xia." After a while, a mechanical female voice came from the phone, "Searching for Huai capital border. Search successful. Huai capital border. Support personnel were dispatched an hour ago and will arrive in about 20 minutes. Please hold the line and wait for support to arrive." At this moment, the intelligence chief was taken aback, seemingly unable to believe what he had just heard. Support had already been dispatched in advance? At the warning line 10 kilometers outside the Huai capital front, two soldiers with long guns looked around, preventing civilians who had not received evacuation notices from wandering into the area. Just then, a handsome young man with slightly faded pupils walked over from the direction of Huai capital. The two soldiers were momentarily stunned. One of the soldiers frowned and called out to the young man, "Hey, kid, there's a battle ahead, it's dangerous, don't go any further. You must be a citizen of Huai capital, didn't you receive the evacuation notice?" As soon as he finished speaking, he felt his comrade tugging at his sleeve, pointing at the young man's eyes. The soldier looked up in confusion, then suddenly realized. No wonder this young man came here, it turned out he was blind. To be blind at such a young age, he must be a person of misfortune. He turned to his comrade beside him and said, "In that case, Hangu, you take him to a safe place. I can hold this position alone." The young man smiled slightly and said, "You misunderstand, I am not a citizen of your city. I came from Longdu to support you at the border. I would appreciate it if you two could show me the way to the battlefield." "What? This young man is reinforcements sent from Longdu." The two soldiers looked at the young man with surprise, then their expressions turned a bit strange. He was only in his 20s, right? Even if he was a prodigy, he could at most be at the peak of the extraordinary realm. Moreover, he was blind, how could he provide support? "Young man, don't joke around. This isn't a drill, the situation at the front is very..." Before he could finish, the young man pulled out a red object from his bosom and threw it over. The soldier focused his eyes and his pupils suddenly constricted. This was the exclusive red jade of the governor of the evil demon tribunal. In other words, this young man before him was the head of the Daxia tribunal? What a joke! The head of the tribunal is Lord Yen. When did he change? By the way, I need to borrow the spear in your hand. Before the soldier could react, the spear had already appeared in the young man's hand. The soldier was dumbfounded. Then, the young man raised his head and slowly said, "There's no time to waste, lead the way." At the very front of the 4th defensive line, Zhao Kuang stood in mid-air. Beneath him were tens of thousands of soldiers, well-equipped and armed. At this moment, he could see in the distance the large clouds of dust rising and the chaotic footsteps of the foreign tribes. His expression grew heavier. The two leading foreign masters had an aura even more formidable than he had anticipated. One of the foreign tribes was at the 3rd level of the Master Realm, while the other had actually reached the 5th level, and he had only just entered the Master Realm last month. The gap in strength was undoubtedly enormous. It seemed that he and these tens of thousands of soldiers would find it very difficult to leave this place today. He looked up to the sky and sighed, hoping that the citizens in Huaidu City had successfully evacuated. In the blink of an eye, the main force of the foreign tribes had already advanced before him. Zhao Kuang's pupils constricted again. Tens of thousands of foreign tribes, covered in blood, had human faces but possessed bizarre, insect-like bodies. They held various severed limbs of the human race in their hands, chewing on them and making terrifying crunching sounds. Some humans were not even fully dead, only able to watch in fear as their bodies were slowly torn apart and devoured piece by piece. In front of the foreign army stood two eerie insect-like masters of the Master Realm. One of the foreign beings had 8 legs like a spider, 2 of which were already broken and bleeding profusely. The other had bulbous eyes that took up almost half of its face, wielding 2 sharp sides like a mantis. The spider-like foreign being stepped forward and rasped, "You must be Governor Zhao. I've long admired your name. It's a pleasure to meet you. I have a gift for you." As the words fell, a flag flew out from the foreign army and was planted in front of the tens of thousands of soldiers. Atop the flagpole was a bloody head, its eyes filled with hatred, unable to close even in death. At that moment, Zhao Kuang's pupils violently shook, feeling his blood surge wildly within him. This was the head of his brother, Li Shun. This person was actually able to injure me with his life at the peak of the Great Ascension Realm. Truly remarkable. Speaking, the spider alien smacked its lips, a strange smile appearing on its face. What a pity, the taste is a bit lacking. At this moment, Zhao Kuang's expression darkened to the extreme. He slowly turned around, his gaze fixed on the tens of thousands of soldiers. At this moment, there was a blazing fire burning in the pupils of these soldiers. Zhao Kuang turned again, drew out his silver-white treasured blade, and gently pointed forward, "Kill." With this command, the human race and the alien race immediately clashed together. Blood of various colors gushed wildly on this battlefield. In midair, the spider alien wore a strange smile, blocking Zhao Kuang's path, licking its lips. "I've tasted your brother's flavor, I wonder how you taste?" Zhao Kuang's eyes burned with fury, his master aura erupting violently, and the two engaged in battle. Meanwhile, the mantis alien seemed uninterested in their fight, instead looking towards the human army, spreading its arms and continuously swinging its blade. It was like cutting grass. With each swing, large groups of human warriors fell, blood gushing forth. In just a few minutes, the human race had already lost over 1,000 warriors. Watching the continuously falling soldiers, a trace of sorrow appeared in Zhao Kuang's eyes. 2 masters were indeed not something he could handle alone. Since that was the case, he would fight to the death against one. Suddenly, a series of intermittent electrical sounds came through his communication headset. "Zhao Governor, according to reports from the front, reinforcements from the Dragon Capital have arrived. It is a young man. This person requests all human soldiers to retreat immediately." His face first showed a hint of surprise, then dimmed. They actually sent a young man to support the border. Had the Dragon Capital reached a point where there was no one else to use? But he clearly had no choice at this moment. Rather than let the entire army be wiped out, it was better to take a gamble. He forcibly broke free from the spider's assault, leaping into the air, and shouted, "Everyone, retreat immediately." As soon as these words were spoken, the human soldiers paused, then immediately stopped their forward charge and ran backward. A thin line of division suddenly opened between the alien and human forces. At that moment, everyone present suddenly felt the space around them darken. It was as if a curtain had been drawn over them. They all looked up at the sky. In the heavens above, stood a remarkably handsome young man. Behind the young man, a terrifyingly beautiful sunset slowly rose against the backdrop. In an instant, the faces of all the aliens changed dramatically. They felt a tremendous pull coming from this setting sun, irresistibly drawing their bodies toward it. The young man held a sharp spear in his hand, its tip already aimed at the alien army below, trembling slightly. A cold voice echoed like thunder between heaven and earth, unmatched. In that instant, the vast and majestic Tao rhythm completely enveloped this world. At this moment, on the battlefield, tens of thousands of strange insect creatures felt a sudden chill rise in their hearts. For some reason, they felt as if thousands of needles were piercing their bodies, their hearts filled with panic. What was this human boy? In front of the aliens, The mantis alien's enormous eyes suddenly narrowed. This is Tao rhythm? How could this boy, who looked no more than 20, comprehend Tao rhythm? Moreover, this Tao rhythm was so overwhelming that it completely shrouded the entire strange insect army. Beside the mantis master, the spider master felt itself firmly locked by a terrifying aura. In his mind, the echoes of the last pre-battle meeting held by the Worm King before the army of the Worm Clan set off suddenly resounded. Pay attention to a blind young human. That boy, despite his youth, has already comprehended the Tao rhythm, far beyond what you can handle. Remember, regard his strength as equivalent to that of an emperor. When you encounter him, do not resist, flee immediately. As soon as you have news of this boy, report to your superiors at once. This boy is the one the Worm King spoke of, the one who comprehended the Tao rhythm? His expression instantly turned grim, and he shouted towards the army of the other races behind him, "Everyone, retreat immediately." In the sky, a massive sonic boom completely swallowed his voice. The setting sun behind the boy slowly descended, casting a dim yellow glow that enveloped the entire demon army. A terrifying suction force surged from the setting sun, pulling tens of thousands of Worm Clan members in the same direction. The Worm Clan soldiers closest to the setting sun had already turned to dust under this immense pulling force. And in that moment the sun fell, the boy's figure also vanished. At that instant, the two Worm Clan masters felt the movements of the army around them becoming erratic, as if time itself had warped. Then, before their eyes, a dim road seemed to appear, stretching endlessly into the distance. The two felt their minds empty, instinctively driven to keep moving forward, but this road seemed infinite, as if they would never reach the end. Walking felt like it had lasted for millions of years. Unbeknownst to them, their minds gradually filled with a strong sense of despair. Just as they were about to succumb to complete hopelessness, a dazzling silver light flashed before them. The next moment, the world before them suddenly returned to normal. The spider-like alien master was overjoyed, as if granted a reprieve, and was about to flee backward. But as he turned his head, his form froze in place. Behind him, the mantis-shaped master looked in horror at his chest. A massive blood hole had appeared there, severing his life force completely. Before his mind could process it, the bodies of tens of thousands of aliens around the Spider Master froze, and the next instant, they exploded like bombs. In this battlefield, a towering purple, sticky bloodlight surged upward. The remnants of tens of thousands of Worm Clan members splattered, purple blood gushing forth like a downpour, completely drenching the spider alien's body. What he felt was the aura of his own kind. He stared in confusion at the scene before him. This sight had utterly overturned his understanding of the human race. His heart screamed in disbelief. This is impossible. How could this be? This was just a young human, not even of age. From that single strike, he had fully sensed the boy's aura, which was merely at the master level. Yet this boy had used just one blow to annihilate his entire worm army. It must be known that this was the elite army of the Worm Clan, with more than half at the peak of the martial artist realm, and even some at the extraordinary realm. As a fellow master, how could he accept this fact? Suddenly, the words of the Worm King echoed in his mind. Discover this boy and report his location as quickly as possible. At that moment, he finally understood why the Worm King was so concerned about a young human. At this moment, he was merely at the master level. If he were to grow, the consequences would be unimaginable. He wanted to pull out the communication device to report the Insect King, but was horrified to discover that apart from his intact body, all 8 of his legs had been severed, and purple blood was gushing out continuously. It was then that he realized he had completely lost the ability to move. The intense tearing sensation had permeated his entire body. This master of the insect clan let out a heart-wrenching scream. At this moment, looking at the battlefield center, where torrents of purple blood were spraying like a fountain, countless human soldiers were dumbfounded, engulfed in silence. Even some soldiers, covered in wounds, stared blankly ahead, seemingly forgetting the pain in their bodies. The scene before them made them feel as if this world was somewhat unreal. Just moments ago, they had been fiercely battling the alien army, and now a young boy had annihilated them all with a single strike? Strangely, this boy seemed to have made no move at all. He simply vanished for a moment and then reappeared. The entire well-equipped alien army was instantly wiped out. And what about that dim yellow sunset behind the boy? Even though the target of that sunset was not themselves, just looking at it gave them a chilling feeling. What the hell? What is that? How can there be 2 suns in the sky? What's going on? The demon race, have they all been wiped out? Did we win? In front of the many soldiers, the commander Zhao Zhijing also looked bewildered. He had planned to observe the strength of the reinforcements before issuing commands. He never expected that the boy who came to assist would annihilate all the insect clan with a single blow. How could he command anything now? But this was an alien army that could instantly break through 3 layers of defenses. Just like that, it was gone? Even if the few emperors were here, they surely couldn't achieve such a feat. His voice trembled as he spoke into the microphone. Intelligence officer, who exactly is this boy? Moments later, the voice of the intelligence officer, also trembling, filled his earpiece. Commander Zhao, according to the station troops in the rear, he is the newly appointed head of the Evil Demon Tribunal, and indeed possesses the unique red jade. The head of the Evil Demon Tribunal? At this moment, Commander Zhao felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. A prodigy of such age should still be studying in one of the top universities in Longdu or the imperial capital, right? Has he already reached the same level as the 7 emperors? Is there any news about him online? Zhao Kuang asked. Although he was the governor of Huai City, due to the recent frequent border conflicts, he had not returned to the city for nearly a month, and all affairs were handled by the deputy governor. Without the internet, he was almost completely cut off from news within the Great Xia. But with such a monstrous prodigy suddenly emerging, there should be news online. The battle had ended, and now the intelligence officer's mood had relaxed somewhat. He slowly spoke. I don't know, let me check the military network. 5 seconds later, a loud exclamation suddenly came from the intelligence officer's earpiece. What? This is impossible. What happened? The intelligence officer's tone was filled with unprecedented shock. Not long ago, he just killed 2 emperors within the Great Xia. One was the Shadow Emperor, confirmed to be a traitor, and the other was the Dragon Emperor. On the battlefield, Gu Qingchen looked at the only remaining spider alien that was screaming, his tone somewhat puzzled. Is there still one left? It shouldn't be. During the Great Ascension stage, he could instantly kill 5 masters with the shadowless spear technique. This alien master shouldn't have survived. He then looked at the long spear he had borrowed from the soldier, and suddenly realized something. The spear tip had turned to ash, and even the shaft was reduced to half. With the weapon in such a state of disrepair, it was no wonder that this master-level alien could survive. He shook his head and spoke helplessly. It's certain that the dragon gallbladder is superior, but even the spear condensed from the Dao rhyme is not comparable. It seems I still can't use weapons meant for ordinary people. Suddenly, Gu Qingchen's gaze sharpened as he looked ahead. Not far in front of him stood a flagpole, on which hung a grotesque human head. These aliens actually used the heads of human warriors as flags. His expression grew serious as he stepped forward, gently removing the head of the human warrior and placing it on the ground. He lightly brushed the warrior's eyelids, trying to close his eyes. But no matter what Gu Qingchen did, the warrior's eyes remained wide open, filled with rage, staring fiercely ahead. Looking at the warrior's unblinking gaze, Gu Qingchen felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart. He stared into the warrior's eyes and spoke earnestly, rest assured, I will slay every last one of those aliens, not leaving a single one behind. No matter if they are within the Great Xia. You have done your best, now rest in peace. As his words fell, Li Shun's once wide-open eyes finally began to close slowly. Gu Qingchen slowly rose and looked at the remaining alien master, his gaze icy as he spoke. You aliens truly deserve to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Since you like to use heads as flags so much, then I will place your head at the border, as a warning to the next batch of invading alien scum. With that, Gu Qingchen summoned a peach blossom branch in his hand and waved it gently. 2 sharp sword intents shot out. As the sword intents flew towards him, despair filled the eyes of the alien master. But now, with his hands and feet severed, he could only watch helplessly as the sword intents severed his head. His vision spun rapidly, and darkness completely engulfed him. The head of the Spider Master suddenly fell to the ground, alongside the already lifeless head of the Mantis Master, as Gu Qingchen strung them onto the flagpole like candied hawthorns. The faces of the 2 alien masters, devoid of all life, were filled with terror. Gu Qingchen looked at the flagpole and silently nodded. He would plant this head flag outside this stronghold. At the moment the Spider Master's life was completely extinguished, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Gu Qingchen's ear. 1 man guards the pass, 10,000 cannot open it. The understanding of the absolute Shadow Spear Dao has increased to 50%. Congratulations, Lord, you have gained 2 points of Dao rhyme value. At the moment the voice sounded, the setting sun in the sky slowly merged into Gu Qingchen's body. On the horizon, a wisp of green smoke rose from an unknown source, wrapping around Gu Qingchen and simultaneously entwining with the setting sun. At that moment, Gu Qingchen felt a brand new path unfold before him. He had previously thought that Zhao Zilong's Dao rhyme, applied to himself, was merely about speed. After all, this Dao rhyme bore the name Absolute Shadow. Now, with the understanding of the Absolute Shadow Spear Dao enhanced, he felt the uniqueness of this Dao rhyme. But when speed reached its peak, Gu Qingchen felt as if he could transcend all things, surpassing the supreme, surpassing the martial gods, surpassing light and shadow, even transcending time. Behind the young man, a vast river suddenly surged forth, adding a touch of vitality to this lonely scene. Gu Qingchen closed his eyes, leaning slightly back, completely immersing his body in this long river, experiencing the vast rhythm flowing within it at this moment. Tens of thousands of soldiers stood still, as if in a daze, quietly watching the young man and the myriad of phenomena floating around him. It was unclear how much time had passed. The phenomena surrounding the young man finally began to dissipate slowly. The young man stood up from the ground, picking up the head of a fallen warrior with both hands. Under the watchful gaze of tens of thousands of soldiers, he slowly walked up to Zhao Kuang. Then, he handed the warrior's head to the hands of this ruling elder. Subsequently, under the astonished gaze of Zhao, Gu Qingchen slightly lowered his head, his tone carrying a hint of apology. "Sorry, I'm late." At this moment, in the Divine Hall, above the Silver Dragon Hall, a terrifying dragon's roar echoed. In the back of the hall, a wisp of ethereal blue smoke grew denser. The silver dragon coiled above the hall seemed quite excited, constantly soaring and dancing between heaven and earth. Inside the hall, Zhao Zilong, clad in dazzling silver armor, wore a slight smile. The hall master has comprehended 50% of the absolute shadow spear technique and has finally touched upon the core of this rhythm. He paused, murmuring, "Still 50%. Almost there, just a bit more." In Huaidu City, the sky had completely darkened, and the city was brightly lit. At this moment, countless residents gathered along the passage on both sides of the city gate, eagerly staring at the gate, ready to welcome the triumphant return of the human warriors. People were discussing animatedly on both sides of the gate. "This invasion ended too quickly. I hadn't run far before being called back. Yeah, in the past, battles lasted at least a week. I didn't expect this one to end in less than a day. It was too fast." "That's not it. I heard Zhao, the ruling elder, has already broken through to the master realm. Isn't it easy for him to deal with those alien races? I think, in the future, there's no need to evacuate during battle reports. We can just wait in the city for news of victory." Just as the residents of Huaidu City were discussing, a somewhat chaotic sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the gate. The residents on both sides of the gate immediately fell silent, their eyes excitedly fixed on the entrance. Amidst the sound of friction, the sturdy iron gate made of electronic alloy slowly rose. Under the bright lights, the figures of the victorious returning troops were reflected. A loud cheer erupted among the crowd. However, this cheer lasted only 2 seconds before gradually fading away. The scene before them left the people of Huaidu City somewhat astonished. At the forefront of the returning troops was not Zhao, the ruling elder, but a handsome young man who looked to be only about 20 years old. Zhao, the ruling elder, followed behind this young man, his face filled with respect. The crowd on both sides of the city looked at each other, each mind filled with the same question. Who was this young man that could make the battle-hardened Zhao willingly stand behind him? Amidst the crowd, a quiet discussion arose. Who is this young man? I feel like I've never seen him in the city before. I think he looks a bit familiar, like I've seen him somewhere. Wait, oh my god, don't you think he looks a bit like that blind guy who killed 2 members of the royal family a few days ago? As soon as this was said, young people on both sides of the gate suddenly realized, exclaiming loudly, "Wow, it really is him, that's the blind guy. I was wondering how this battle ended so quickly. It turns out the blind guy came to support." When the blind guy takes action, which alien race can withstand even a day? Blind guy, you are my god. Listening to the cheers that erupted around him again, Gu Qingchen revealed a faint bitter smile, waved his hand to those around him, and continued to walk forward. Behind the young man, a large number of injured soldiers who had returned to the city for treatment stared in astonishment at the excited expressions of the young people around them. This young man was visiting Huai capital for the first time, and he was already so popular? Could it be that he was famous? But why had he never heard of him before? The main force returning to the city continued to advance, transporting the wounded from the battlefield to various hospitals in the city for treatment. Gu Qingchen, however, followed Zhao Kuang into the government office in Huai capital. "Lord Gu, please follow me." Zhao Kuang led Gu Qingchen into a room within the government office. The room was very clean, over 100 square meters in size, and well-equipped. Zhao Kuang respectfully said to Gu Qingchen, "Lord Gu, this is the lounge used to receive distinguished guests. If you find it unsatisfactory, I can take you to a 5-star hotel in Huai capital." This young chief judge had not only saved himself and tens of thousands of soldiers today but had also helped treat the wounded and even arranged for personnel to be redeployed to the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd defensive lines. That was why the large force transporting the wounded could return to the city just as night fell. Gu Qingchen felt immensely grateful to this lord. He smiled and waved his hand. "It's fine, I'll rest here for one night and leave tomorrow morning. I'm here to support the border war and find some wine, not for a vacation. As long as I have a place to stay, it doesn't matter where." Find wine? Zhao Kuang was momentarily taken aback, somewhat confused, thinking he had misheard. Gu Qingchen waved his hand, signaling Zhao Kuang not to mind his words, and continued, "By the way, Director Zhao, could you ask among the residents of the city if anyone knows about the pear trees in the southwestern region?" Pear trees? A huge question mark appeared on Zhao Kuang's face again. The southwestern region of the Great Xia was also known for its fragrant pears, and there were countless pear trees. He personally knew several towns that produced pears. How could he inquire about this? Seeing the confusion on Zhao Kuang's face, Gu Qingchen scratched his head helplessly. I mean those special pear trees, for example, those that bear larger fruits, or those that live longer, or those that are much larger than ordinary pear trees. At this moment, Gu Qingchen felt somewhat helpless. The only clue Li Tai Bai had given him was a map and the information that the jar of wine is buried beneath the pear tree. He could only use the clue of the pear tree to pinpoint the location of that jar of longing wine. A pear tree planted above divine wine must be somewhat extraordinary. Upon hearing Gu Qingchen's words, Zhao Kuang's face suddenly showed a look of realization, and he said, "Lord Gu, I think I might actually know of such a tree. During a mission to support the West in my youth, I heard that at the westernmost border of the Great Xia, there is such a pear tree. This pear tree is incredibly tall, more than 100 times taller than ordinary pear trees, said to be a full 300 meters high. Moreover, according to historical records, this pear tree has stood at the western border for over 1,000 years. Gu Qingchen's spirits suddenly lifted. An ordinary pear tree, if it has a lifespan of 50 years, is already considered long-lived. Yet this pear tree could live for over 1,000 years, perhaps even longer, because if one were to trace back further, the Great Xia had been in a prolonged state of war, and naturally, no one would have the leisure to observe a pear tree planted in the border area. This meant that this pear tree had been recorded in human history for over 1,000 years. It is very likely that this pear tree has lived for over 10,000 years, dating back to the ancient times when Li Tai Bai and other deities existed, and has survived until now. Could it be that this pear tree is indeed the one where Li Tai Bai buried his wine? Director Zhao, could you please send me the location of that pear tree? Gu Qingchen spread out a map in front of Zhao Kuang. Director Zhao pointed to a certain spot on the western border of the map and said, "Lord Gu, if you want to go there, you just need to set off from Huaidu City and walk straight west until you reach the westernmost end of the Great Xia, and you will find this pear tree." Gu Qingchen smiled and nodded. "Thank you very much, Director Zhao." Zhao Kuang quickly waved his hand and said, "Lord Gu, it's just a piece of hearsay, not worth mentioning compared to what you are doing for the Great Xia. If there's nothing else, I won't disturb your rest. Feel free to contact me if you need anything." After saying that, Zhao Kuang exited the room, closing the door behind him. In the room, only Gu Qingchen remained. He sat in the chair, looking at the location of the peach tree that Zhao Kuang had just pointed out. Although Huaidu City is now located in the southwest direction of the Great Xia and not too far from the westernmost point, the territory of the Great Xia is vast, and there is still a distance of tens of thousands of miles between these two locations. If he relied solely on his own speed of flying, it would take him 2 or 3 days to reach this place, considering rest. It may not seem like a long time, but he was racing against time. Every wasted day consumed a bit of his limited life. Today was almost over, and by this calculation, Uncle Yan's long-distance teleportation should be ready to cool down soon. After thinking for a while, he ultimately decided not to joke with his own life, took out his phone, and dialed Yan Yiling's number. Beep beep beep. The call connected. "Hello, Xiaogu, is everything alright on your end?" Yan Yiling's voice was filled with fatigue. For the past 2 days, the 4 major alien races had launched a massive invasion of the Great Xia's borders. As a martial god stationed in Longdu, he had been moving around the entire northern border to provide support and eliminate the alien races. Not only that, but he also had to coordinate with the emperors and generals stationed in various parts of the Great Xia, arranging for them to support the weak defense areas. After 2 full days of busyness, he could finally catch his breath. "I'm fine, Uncle Yan. How is the situation at the Great Xia border now?" Gu Qingchen asked while lying on the bed. Yan Yiling exhaled a breath of stale air and sighed. The alien attack was very sudden, and now all the high-level officials have gone to the border for support. The situation is basically under control. However, the casualties among the soldiers at the border have been quite heavy. As of today, the number of deaths due to this war has exceeded 100,000. By the way, did you call for something? Gu Qingchen paused for a moment, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "I need to go to a region in the western border, and time is tight. I might need your help to open a spatial tunnel." He knew that the Great Xia was currently facing frequent battles, and every long-distance teleportation spatial tunnel was extremely precious. Sitting in the conference room of the Great Xia National Assembly, Yan Yiling took a deep breath, drawing the power of heaven and earth from all directions into his body. While recovering, he spoke without any hesitation, "No problem, but the spatial blessing will take about another hour to cool down." "That's perfect, I just happen to have some free time to chat," Gu Qingchen replied with a smile. "Great." After knowing each other for so long, I still don't know much about Uncle Yan's background. He had only known Yan Yiling for a few months, yet he felt as if they had been close friends for years. In Gu Qingchen's heart, Uncle Yan was both a senior and a friend. On the other end, Yan Yiling shook his head. What background do I have? I just had bad luck, being born on the northern border of the Great Xia. When I was 10, my parents were killed by a foreign tribe, and since then, I've been all alone. Everyone in the Great Xia knew that the head of the tribunal had always been a solitary figure, but he truly hadn't expected that this situation had begun for Uncle Yan since he was 10. Uncle Yan, you're the head of the tribunal, haven't you thought about finding a wife? On the other end of the phone, Yan Yiling's expression darkened immediately. Xiao Gu, are you trying to show off your love life again? Gu Qingchen chuckled, not at all, I was just asking. Really not? Yan Yiling asked suspiciously. Really not? Gu Qingchen replied emphatically. Yan Yiling hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Do you think someone like me, who spends all day wandering the borders, caught between foreign tribes and traders, is qualified to harm a girl? What if one day I fall into the hands of a foreign tribe? Wouldn't that girl be heartbroken? Gu Qingchen continued to press. Then Uncle Yan, you can't possibly have no one you like, right? At this, Yan Yiling was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to deny it. But unexpectedly, a woman's figure surfaced in his mind. A woman with fiery red lips, stunningly beautiful, and now capable of standing on her own, becoming one of the strongest in the Great Xia. Yet he could clearly remember her as a girl when she first arrived in Longdu, nervously tugging at his clothes. At that time, he had just stepped onto the stage of power in Longdu, with his fate still in the hands of those big shots. Sensing the pause in Yan Yiling's words, Gu Qingchen teased, no way, Uncle Yan, I was just asking casually, and there really is someone? Get lost, you little brat, you're getting sharper. Yan Yiling laughed and scolded. The two fell silent for a moment. Gu Qingchen slowly spoke again, his tone somewhat puzzled. Uncle Yan, since you have no ties in the Great Xia, why are you working so hard to kill foreign tribes? Yan Yiling replied irritably. What else could it be for? To avenge my dead parents, and so that the soldiers guarding the borders of the Great Xia can return home safely, and to eliminate the foreign tribes so I can go see the depths of the starry sky. As he said this, a hint of longing appeared on his battle-hardened face. They say there are unimaginable beautiful sights in the depths of the starry sky. Then he smiled bitterly. I thought that after becoming a martial god, things would be easier, but it turned out to be busier than when I was the head of the tribunal. Forget about going to the depths of the starry sky. I don't even have time to go home and sweep my parents' grave. It seemed he hadn't returned home to tend to his parents' grave for a full 5 years due to his busy work. On the other end of the phone, the boy's serious voice came through. It's okay, Uncle Yan, just wait for me to grow a bit more. Once I completely break through the foreign tribes' blockade, you can do whatever you want. If you want to go sweep the grave, go sweep the grave. If you want to go to the starry sky, I'll accompany you. At that time, you can look as long as you want. Yan Yiling couldn't help but laugh. A master-level warrior speaking to a martial god like that would sound like a joke to anyone, but he knew that this boy could really do it. On the other end of the phone, he silently nodded. The two continued to chat casually, and before they knew it, the sky was already beginning to brighten. Suddenly, a loud alarm rang out from the map illuminated by the celestial pearl in front of Yan Yiling. In a suburban border area of northern Daxia, 2 red dots were rapidly approaching a cluster of dense small dots. Yan Yiling's expression immediately became serious as he spoke into the phone in a deep voice. Alright, no more talking, I've got work to do here. By the way, the spatial blessing has cooled down, I'll send you over first. In fact, the spatial blessing had cooled down long ago. He just wanted to chat a bit more with the young man. It had been a long time since he had talked so easily with someone. Aside from dying foreign races, no one was willing to chat with him. In the conference hall, Yan Yiling took a rust-red long knife from his back and gently slashed it in the air. Suddenly, a 2-meter-high spatial rift opened up in front of Gu Qingchen, western border of Daxia. On a city wall, several soldiers gathered together, watching the crowd continuously entering and exiting the city gate below, discussing incessantly. Lord Yin Huang is indeed impressive, worthy of being one of the 7 emperors. In less than half a day, he has completely annihilated the foreign army. That's right, Lord Yin Huang is a peak supreme realm expert. Dealing with a few master realm foreign races and a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals is a piece of cake. It's just a pity that if Lord Yin Huang had arrived a bit earlier, perhaps Xiao Hu and old Huang wouldn't have had to die. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere fell silent. Although this battle was ultimately won due to Longdu sending Emperor for support, the cost was extremely tragic. This border area was one of the most important strongholds in the West, and the foreign races had sent 5 master realm experts to attack here. The soldiers stationed here had sacrificed 20,000 men, and 2 master-level officials had fallen as well. A soldier's eyes revealed a hint of sadness as he spoke gloomily. We can't say that, Longdu is so far away, and Lord Yin Huang has done his best to come. When we return, let's bury our brothers as usual under that pear tree. Before he could finish, a sudden change in the weather occurred above them. A violent and strange wave of energy surged from above. Everyone's expressions changed simultaneously as they looked up. In the air, a deep blue rift had been torn open at some point. A young figure leaped down from that eerie blue rift, landing directly on the city wall. The group was momentarily stunned, then their bodies tensed up, and they shouted to each other, "Everyone, battle readiness status, enemy attack." As the words fell, a piercing alarm rang out. A large number of soldiers surged towards the top of the city wall, and chaos erupted. Soon, many soldiers armed with long spears formed a circle, surrounding Gu Qingchen tightly. "Who goes there? State your name, or we will treat you as a foreign race," one soldier shouted loudly. Although the young man in front of them appeared to be human, the faces of the demon and Azura races were also nearly indistinguishable from humans. These two races could easily hide their features through certain means, making them look just like humans. Given the current special period of a large-scale invasion by foreign races into Daxia, extreme caution was necessary. In the center of the crowd, Gu Qingchen was somewhat bewildered. Why were so many people suddenly surrounding him? He looked around and realized that he seemed to have been teleported by Uncle Yen to a stronghold on the western border, and he appeared to be mistaken for an invading foreign race. A helpless smile appeared on his face as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a red jade stone, holding it high. The moment the soldiers saw the red jade, they all froze in shock. What was going on? After a moment, they finally reacted, their pupils shaking violently. This is the exclusive red jade of the head of the evil judgment court? As warriors of the Great Xia border, they had long memorized all the tokens held by the high-ranking officials of Great Xia for the sake of convenience and support. The holder of this red jade is the head of the evil judgment court. But how could this red jade be on a young boy? In an instant, everyone was somewhat stunned, their minds filled with confusion, and the long spears in their hands had unconsciously lost their strength. Watching the soldiers around him lower their long spears, Gu Qingchen smiled and spoke to those nearby. "Excuse me, may I ask who is the highest-ranking combat commander here?" "Western Border, temporary command post during wartime." A soldier brought a young boy to the command post's door. "Lord Yin Huang, the person has been brought." After saying this, he bowed to the boy behind him and quickly left. Gu Qingchen nodded and pushed the door open. Hearing the noise at the door, a long-haired man with a head full of white hair slowly turned around, holding a cup of tea, and smiled. "Director Gu, I've long admired your name." Gu Qingchen looked the emperor up and down. The man was handsome, with prominent features and long white hair, looking quite special. So this is the Yin Huang among the 7 emperors. It is said that the blessings of this Yin Huang can manipulate the sounds of everything around and create terrifying sound waves and sonic booms against enemies. On the battlefield, he is considered a formidable weapon. Gu Qingchen smiled and said, "To be admired by Lord Yin Huang is truly an honor for me, Gu Qingchen." The man laughed heartily and waved his hand at Gu Qingchen. "What, Lord Yin Huang? Now that you are the head of the judgment court, we should be of the same rank. By the way, my name is Baitsong. If you don't mind, just call me by Gu." Gu Qingchen was not polite and cupped his fists towards Yin Huang. "Then I shall respectfully comply." Baitsang smiled and spoke. "By the way, Director Gu, you have come all the way from Longdu. Is there something you need to ask of me?" Gu Qingchen nodded without hesitation. "I came here to find a pear tree. May I ask if Bai Gu knows of any special pear trees in this area?" Upon hearing this, the man's figure suddenly froze. At this critical moment of foreign invasion, he traveled thousands of miles from Longdu just to find a pear tree? This boy is a bit too leisurely. A hint of confusion appeared in Baitsong's eyes, but he still nodded and said, "Of course I know. Don't say it's me, you can ask anyone in this place, and they will know." Behind this stronghold, there is a town named Pear Blossom Town. In the center of Pear Blossom Town stands a towering pear tree. Gu Qingchen's eyes suddenly sparkled, and he said excitedly, "Then please take me there, Bai Gu, or just tell me the location, and I can go by myself." Baitsong nodded. "I have some matters to attend to. Once I'm done, I'll take you there right away." "Since you have matters to attend to, Bai Gu, I'll go by myself." "No need, I can finish it quickly." Under Gu Qingchen's somewhat puzzled gaze, Baitsong sighed with a bitter smile and finally spoke helplessly. "Alright, I'm just afraid you'll dig up this pear tree." Although he admired many of the boy's deeds in Great Xia, the boy's violent way of doing things also made him somewhat apprehensive. He was genuinely a bit afraid that the boy would do something to this tree. A hint of confusion appeared on Gu Qingchen's face, and he asked with some doubt, "Is that not allowed?" He came this time to search for the divine wine buried under the pear tree, to heal his soul. However, to dig out the divine wine, there is indeed a great possibility of damaging this pear tree. Upon hearing this, Baitsong's tone suddenly became somewhat serious. Of course not. Seeing Gu Qingshan's puzzled expression, this emperor fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Forget it, I can handle my affairs later. I'll take you there to have a look now. But remember, this pear tree must not be dug up. If anyone dares to touch this tree, even if the god of war comes, I will turn against him. Looking at Baitsong's exceptionally serious demeanor, Gu Qingshan frowned slightly. It's just a pear tree. Is it really that serious? This concerns his own life. He must dig it out today. With their speed, it wasn't long before a small town appeared before them. At the entrance of the town, the words Pear Blossom Town were written in a flamboyant style. Due to the recent battle, with people dead, soldiers were occasionally transporting the wounded and corpses back to the town, creating a somewhat somber atmosphere overall. However, upon seeing the arrival of the Sound Emperor, many residents still greeted Baitsong warmly. They all knew that it was this white-haired man who had arrived in time, allowing them to resist the invasion of foreign tribes and continue their normal lives. At the same time, the expressions of the townspeople were somewhat puzzled. Who was this young boy walking alongside the Sound Emperor? Did he come to support the battle? But he seemed to be blind? How could he fight? How strange. Feeling the various gazes of the townspeople, Gu Qingshan followed Baitsong deeper into the town. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from the street, drawing Gu Qingshan's attention back. Sir, this is our unique pear blossom brew from Pear Blossom Town. Would you like to try some? The woman wasn't particularly beautiful, but her features exuded a sense of gentleness, and there was a mature charm in her every gesture. Just as Gu Qingshan was about to smile and take the wine to taste, a childish voice suddenly rang out. Mom, don't give him any. He's a bad person. Hearing this voice, Gu Qingshan was taken aback. He then noticed a 5-year-old boy standing by the woman's feet, tugging at her clothes. At that moment, the little boy was looking at him with hostility. Sheer, what are you saying? How could your brother be a bad person? The woman picked up the child and gently patted his head, smiling apologetically at Gu Qingshan. But the little boy persisted. Mom, he really is a bad person. He wants to cut down the pear trees in our town. The warmth in the woman's eyes faded, and her tone became somewhat serious. Sheer, if you keep talking, you won't get to eat roasted rice cakes tonight. Upon hearing this, the little boy immediately fell silent, glaring at Gu Qingshan with some dissatisfaction. After saying this, the woman lowered her head and apologized to Gu Qingshan. The child doesn't understand and speaks nonsense. Please forgive him, sir. Despite saying this, when the woman raised her head again, there was already a hint of vigilance in her gaze towards Gu Qingshan. It's fine. Children speak without thinking, Gu Qingshan said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively, but his pupils were filled with confusion. This was his first time in Pear Blossom Town, and he had never mentioned anything about cutting down trees. How did this little boy know? A thought suddenly popped into his mind. Could he possibly know about his plan to dig for the wine? Just as this thought crossed Gu Qingshan's mind, dig for wine? The little boy looked at Gu Qingshan, tilting his head, and spoke up. Gu Qingshan's heart jolted. Could this little boy read minds? Interesting. Innate blessings? Gu Qingshan nodded, deep in thought. The little boy was not yet of the age to receive blessings from the heavens, so it could only be an innate blessing. Innate blessings are extremely rare, often passed down through ancestral bloodlines, and are highly unstable. Most of the innate blessings that have been passed down through bloodlines have already disappeared. Unexpectedly, he encountered a child with innate blessings here. Gu Qingshan marveled inwardly but did not linger too long. He finished the pear blossom wine, a local specialty, thanked the woman, and continued on his way. He was completely unaware that the little boy had secretly followed behind them. After walking for about 5 minutes and turning a corner, a gigantic pear tree suddenly appeared before them. The pear tree towered into the sky, comparable to a 100-meter-tall building, its branches and leaves dense, adorned with red prayer ribbons used by the town's residents to make wishes. Surrounding this enormous pear tree was a cluster of pear trees, all significantly taller than ordinary pear trees. Clearly, in this pear blossom town, this pear tree had become a symbol and emblem. Suddenly, Gu Qingshan heard Li Taibai's somewhat melancholic voice beside him. Yes, it's this tree. I never expected that so much time has passed, over 10,000 years. He paused and spoke again. Gu, my jar of wine is located 3 meters directly beneath this tree. Hearing Li Taibai's voice, Gu Qingshan's spirit jolted. He never expected to find this tree so easily, and perhaps due to the geological changes over 10,000 years, the position of this divine wine had continuously risen, now only 3 meters from the ground. Next, he just needed to dig out the wine buried beneath the tree to complete Li Taibai's final trial. As he thought this, his eyes swept toward the roots of the tree, ready to make a move. But at that moment, Gu Qingshan's pupils suddenly trembled. In his perception, beneath the towering pear tree stood thousands of stones. An ominous premonition arose in his heart, and his voice trembled slightly. Brother Bai, What are these stones under the pear tree? Beside Gu Qingchen, Bai Tsang slowly spoke. They are tombstones, all of these are tombstones. After saying this, he sighed, his tone somewhat heavy. Pear Blossom Town has existed for nearly 1,000 years because of this pear tree. This small town is isolated from the world and has supported the front line against foreign tribes for nearly 1,000 years. All the soldiers who died on the battlefield should return home in glory, buried beneath this pear tree. This is the tradition of this town. As he spoke, Bai Tsang's gaze fixed on Gu Qingchen. Director Gu, do you still plan to dig up this pear tree? You must know, this is the final resting place of those soldiers who once sacrificed for the great Xia. Gu Qingchen fell silent for a moment. He never expected that beneath this pear tree lay the remains of countless soldiers who had perished in this western border. To dig out Li Taibai's divine wine, he would have to unearth the bones of 1,000,000 soldiers, exposing the remains of those who had sacrificed for the great Xia. This was something he could not do, but his life now had less than 2 months left. He found himself momentarily lost in confusion. To dig or not to dig? The area covered by the branches and leaves of this pear tree was vast, with 1,000,000 corpses buried in the soil where the pear trees were planted, and the divine wine was buried directly beneath this pear tree, right in the middle of this pile of corpses. Gu Qingchen looked at the soil piled with tombstones before him, and he seemed to see the heroic figures of over 1,000,000 soldiers who had fought against foreign tribes on the battlefield, defending their homeland, shedding blood, and sacrificing their lives over the past 1,000 years. Moreover, the residents of this small town have lived here for generations, and many people's ancestors and forefathers, if unfortunately lost in the wars, are buried here. Isn't digging up the wine oneself just destroying the ancestral graves of the simple townsfolk? They can't just watch you dig up their ancestors' graves, can they? Furthermore, there is a sovereign by my side, who had already informed me before coming here that if I wanted to harm this tree, he would definitely intervene. With my current strength at the master level, if I don't use those few trump cards, I cannot compete with a peak supreme level powerhouse. And one of those trump cards, the Dragon Gallbladder, cannot be used right now. The only trump card I can use is the poetry scroll given to me by Li Taibai. But now, the Great Xia is in the midst of turmoil, and every master level powerhouse is crucial. Using this powerful trump card against my own people in Great Xia, what difference would there be between me and the foreign tribes? Thinking of this, he sighed and hesitated again in his mind. He extended his consciousness, wanting to first explore the location of this divine wine, thinking that if the divine wine was buried in a place with fewer corpses, he could act like a sly fox, taking advantage of the quiet night when the townsfolk are resting to secretly dig out the divine wine, and then restore the scene without anyone noticing. However, as soon as his consciousness extended out, it was completely absorbed by an immense force beneath the soil, like a cow sinking into the sea. He could only feel that the source of this power was in the middle part at the base of the pear tree. It was also the place where the corpses of human warriors were buried most densely. Gu Qingchen's expression immediately turned somewhat unpleasant. It seemed that the path of being a sly fox had been blocked. Just as Gu Qingchen was hesitating, Bai Tsang behind him spoke again. Director Gu, although I don't know what you intend to do, if you want to obtain something from this tree to enhance your strength and protect Great Xia, as long as the reason is appropriate, I certainly won't stop you. After all, your terrifying potential in martial arts is recognized by every person in Great Xia. Living people are always more important than the dead. As he spoke, he looked Gu Qingchen up and down, his gaze filled with admiration. This young man, not yet 20 years old, had already soared to the master level. From him, Bai Tsang even felt a prickling sense of threat. For someone at the peak of the supreme level like himself to feel threatened, it was impossible for a master-level youth to achieve that. Therefore, this young man must be hiding terrifying trump cards that could threaten his life. Moreover, in just a few months, he had annihilated over 100,000 invading demon tribes and continuously exposed 2 major traitors within Great Xia. Such achievements were indeed somewhat terrifying. Furthermore, it was said that he had comprehended multiple ultimate Tao rhythms and mastered the laws and divine weapons that even the martial gods feared. If one were to choose someone within Great Xia to lead the nation out of the predicament of the foreign tribes, in his heart, this young man was the only choice in 1,000 years, and he was certain that there would not be another prodigy like this young man in Great Xia in the future. That was why he was so polite to him when he first met him. But the true situation of this tree is far more complicated than just being the burial ground of 1,000,000 soldiers. Saying this, Bai Tsang sighed and continued, according to the martial god's holy land, which is only 1,000 kilometers from here, this tree is not just the resting place of 1,000,000 soldiers from the western border. Even the lifeblood river of Great Xia has a certain relationship with this pear tree. As he spoke, he pointed to the sky, indicating Gu Qingchen to look above the pear tree. That's why I say, even if a martial god came, if he wanted to touch this tree, I would have to turn against him. Above the sky, the towering pear tree almost stretched to the very top of the heavens. It was only then that Gu Qingchen noticed a faint yellow, terrifying energy spreading from the branches at the top of the pear tree, reaching straight into the sky. It seemed to be connected to this world. The moment he saw this scene, Gu Qingchen's pupils jolted. The energy emanating from the pear tree was connected to the Mother River of Life? In other words, this jar of divine wine from Li Taibai was one of the sources of the Mother River of Life's power? At that moment, Gu Qingchen felt as if struck by lightning. If he were to extract this jar of wine, the Mother River of Life would be weakened. And once the power of the Mother River of Life was weakened, there would be a possibility of it shattering, and if the Mother River were to shatter, the Great Xia would be directly exposed to the eyes of the 4 great alien races. That would undoubtedly lead to a calamity for the living beings, and even the potential destruction of the Great Xia. Gu Qingchen's expression darkened. He submerged half of his consciousness into the sea of spirit, asking in his mind, "Old Bai, besides this jar of wine, are there any other methods to heal the soul?" After a moment, Li Taibai's somewhat lazy voice echoed in his ear, "In my impression, a shattered soul means complete death, even for deities, and even in ancient times, methods to repair the soul were extremely rare. If it couldn't be done even in ancient times, let alone now." Just as Gu Qingchen felt a sense of despair, Li Taibai spoke again. "However, there is one method. Although it cannot heal your soul, it should be possible to extend your lifespan for a while. But right now, you definitely cannot achieve it. You should think about how to get the wine out." Hearing that there was another way, Gu Qingchen's spirit jolted, and he instinctively asked, "What method?" "Step into the martial god realm." In response to Gu Qingchen's astonished expression, Li Taibai continued, "Your soul has been torn apart by the backlash of the Tao Rhyme, and the martial god realm is the key realm for comprehending the Tao Rhyme. In other words, by stepping into the martial god realm, your body will automatically adapt to a small portion of the damage, slowing the rate at which your soul is torn apart, effectively converting rapid death into chronic death. Although it cannot be healed, at least living for another 2 years shouldn't be a problem." Upon hearing Li Taibai's answer, a bitter smile appeared on Gu Qingchen's face. He was currently only at the Master Realm, and even with the existence of the Divine Hall, to directly step from the Master Realm into the Martial God Realm in less than 2 months was akin to dreaming. He pondered carefully in his mind for a while, then slowly sighed. It seemed that, for now, this was the only seemingly impossible method. He gently nodded, resolutely stating, "All right, then I will enter the Martial God Realm." As soon as Gu Qingchen said this, Li Taibai's voice immediately turned somewhat helpless. "Gu Xiaoyu, don't waste time. Entering the Martial God Realm in less than 2 months, if it were really that easy, there wouldn't only be 4 martial gods in the Great Xia now. You should think about how to get that jar of wine out." Gu Qingchen shook his head, his tone already firm. "Old Bai, I still have 2 months, don't I? At least until the very last moment when my soul is completely shattered. I will not touch that jar of wine." After saying this, Gu Qingchen sent his consciousness back, turning to Bai Tsang beside him, and sincerely said, "Brother Bai, could you please prepare a bedroom for me in the nearby mountains of Pear Blossom Town? The more desolate, the better." Looking at the earnest young man before him, Bai Tsang looked somewhat puzzled. First, he wanted to cut down trees, and now he wanted him to prepare a bedroom in the mountains? Even if he plans to live in seclusion, it shouldn't be during this time of turmoil in the Great Xia. What does he really want to do? But he still nodded and said, "Of course, that's not a problem. I happen to have a secluded room in the mountains behind Pear Blossom Town, which I use for leisure and sightseeing. If you, Director Gu, want it, I can give it to you. However, Director Gu, are you planning to?" Before he could finish, Gu Qingchen took a deep breath and interrupted, "I want to enter seclusion." After saying that, he stepped forward, walking towards the back mountain of Pear Blossom Town, under the astonished gaze of Bai Tsang. Among the crowd behind, only a little boy named Shira watched the young man's figure fade away, his eyes filled with confusion. He had just glimpsed the heart of this bad person. But why were there 2 people talking? This was the first time such a situation had occurred. Filled with doubt, he quietly followed behind the young man. Behind Pear Blossom Town, in a small cabin in the woods, Gu Qingchen sat on the bed, slowly closing his eyes, and his mind suddenly became dizzy. His consciousness had already immersed into the Divine Hall. Amidst the splendor of the Divine Hall, Gu Qingchen's figure reappeared. This time, the young man did not linger in any of the 3 Divine Halls. Instead, he walked straight into the main hall of the Divine Hall, sitting cross-legged and relaxing his mind. More than a month of time, entering the Martial God Realm, the road ahead is long and arduous. Feeling the rich ancient spiritual energy around him, Gu Qingchen took a deep breath, channeling his energy. In an instant, the dense ancient spiritual energy surged like a vortex, wildly pouring into the top of Gu Qingchen's head. From this moment on, the young man's aura began to climb continuously. From this day on, the young man did not leave this small cabin in the woods. Occasionally, the sound of chains breaking could be heard from within the cabin, and the young man's aura grew increasingly vast. In the blink of an eye, a month had slowly passed. On Blue Star, in the Demon Clan's Divine Hall, 4 alien kings sat on 4 thrones. The Azura king wore a smile and spoke lightly. Tianma, how has the invasion of the Great Xia been in this past month? Beside him, Tianma chuckled, his expression quite satisfied. Of course, it can be said to be quite fruitful. We have harvested over 300,000 human souls, enough to revive all 5 remaining demon gods of the Demon Clan, and even restore their strength to 1/10 of their peak. Although it's only 1 layer, combined with us, it will be enough to flatten the entire Great Xia. Now, we just wait for the Demon Lord to arrive and break through the damned barrier of the human race, and the demon gods will naturally be able to resurrect using the intact spiritual land of these 7 ancestral stars. The Ghost King showed some impatience. If that's the case, how much longer until your demon lord arrives? Tianma slowly replied, soon, at most another month. Before he could finish his sentence, at that moment, the entire Demon Clan's Divine Hall suddenly shook violently. In the universe, a huge ethereal sound suddenly echoed, as if countless vengeful spirits were wailing in this universe, deafening. As this sound rang out, several stars near Blue Star seemed unable to withstand this terrifying pressure and shattered one after another. On the thrones, the 4 alien kings' expressions changed drastically, and they all stood up. Even the Azura king, who had maintained a smile, showed a hint of solemnity. A violent spatial vortex slowly unfolded in the universe outside Blue Star. A figure as dark as ink stepped out from this spatial vortex. With another step, he was already in the Demon Clan's Divine Hall where the 4 alien kings were located. At this moment, the pupils of the 4 alien kings trembled violently. The spatial vortex is over 1,000 kilometers away from the temple. Yet this shadow, exuding a terrifying aura, dares to step right in front of everyone in an instant. Moreover, this step carries no trace of spatial power. Is this the terrifying strength of a master-level figure? The celestial demon suddenly knelt on both knees and loudly proclaimed, I pay my respects to the Demon Lord. The other kings of different races also bowed their heads to greet this terrifying figure. At this moment, excitement spread across the celestial demon's face. He never expected that the Demon Lord of the demon race would arrive on Blue Star a month ahead of schedule from the ancestral land of the demon race. The voice scanned the surroundings, deep and hoarse, like that of a dead man, slowly speaking, how is the collection of human souls going? The celestial demon beamed with confidence and immediately replied, Report, my lord, we have collected over 300,000 human souls, enough to support the resurrection of the remaining demon gods. The demon lord nodded and looked at the other 3 kings of different races, speaking in a hoarse voice, And you, are you ready? Report, my lord, everything is ready, the kings replied in unison. The presence of this being was overwhelmingly terrifying. Just being in the same space as him made the others feel no desire to resist. In that case, you all return to your respective races and prepare the attack positions discussed in the last meeting. The action to destroy the human race will begin now. After saying this, the Demon Lord's fingertips suddenly gathered a terrifying black light. He gently pointed towards the sky. In an instant, this terrifying black light tore through space, creating a vast cosmic wave, colliding violently with the pale yellow shield that resembled a river. The entire territory of the Great Xia trembled violently at that moment. On the Mother River of Life, intense ripples surged, undulating like the surface of water, and the sheen on the surface noticeably dimmed. But soon, energy tides from all directions surged towards this side, and in a moment, the sheen was restored. The Demon Lord looked at his palm and slowly spoke, This turtle shell protecting the human race is indeed quite hard. No wonder it has allowed them to survive for so long. The last deity of the human race has done quite well, but unfortunately, it still cannot compare to the 1,000 years of arrangements of my demon race. After saying this, a slight grin appeared at the corner of his mouth, and another trace of black light emerged in his hand. However, unlike the previous black light, this one flowed like liquid. He gently shook his palm, and this black light suddenly expanded, creating a foul-smelling ocean of sewage in the universe. Then, the Demon Lord pointed forward again, and the ocean of sewage transformed from the black light directly drilled into the flowing waves of the Mother River of Life. A tiny black dot appeared in the Mother River of Life. In an instant, the Mother River of Life surged with monstrous waves, constantly washing towards this black spot, seemingly trying to eliminate this blemish. But this black light spread like maggots, continuously expanding along the direction of the Mother River's flow. Before long, the Mother River of Life was gradually covered by a blanket of black, the pale yellow light completely devoured. The entire shield, resembling a river, was slowly dissolved like foam. Watching the Mother River of Life gradually dissolve, the Demon Lord nodded and said to the celestial demon behind him, Notify the other 3 races, in 5 minutes, we can begin the slaughter of the Who. The tremor this time was very unusual. He instinctively felt that something was coming. Just as he got up, the alarm suddenly blared from the conference table, and the red rotating lights filled the entire conference hall. Alarm, alarm, the mother river of life is being invaded by abnormal energy and is breaking apart. Degree of fragmentation, 29%, degree of fragmentation, 50%, degree of fragmentation, 73%, degree of fragmentation, 99%. In just a few seconds, the mother river of life had almost completely shattered. Yeling's pupils constricted sharply, and goosebumps rose all over his body as he stared in disbelief at the screen before him. The mother river of life, which had sheltered the Great Xia for 1,000 years, was now completely shattered. This also meant that the Great Xia was now fully exposed to the gaze of foreign races. At this moment, Yeling felt an endless chill spreading from the soles of his feet, rushing straight to the top of his head. After a moment, the man suddenly pushed the mother and child behind him and shouted, "Quick!" Before he could finish his sentence, hundreds of energy bullets fell from the sky, instantly covering the entire Pear Blossom town. The sky was filled with flames, making the town as bright as day. Some residents of the town didn't even have time to react before they were turned to dust by the scorching energy bullets. In an instant, most of the houses in the town collapsed, countless pieces of flesh and severed limbs swirling in the air, mixed with shattered stones and wooden planks. In the town, flames soared into the sky, and the deafening sound of collapsing buildings echoed everywhere, along with the heart-wrenching cries of the townspeople. At that moment, in the center of the town, under the collapsed houses, lay the mother who sold Pear Blossom wine. The lower half of her body was trapped beneath the rubble, rendering her immobile. Just moments ago, the man she loved most in her life had turned to dust in the heat to protect her and her child. Now, the raging flames behind her were about to engulf her. "Mommy, mommy, hold on, I'll get you out right away." Beside the woman, the little boy's face was streaked with tears as he desperately clawed at the massive wooden beam pinning his mother down. But at just 5 or 6 years old, how could he possibly move such a heavy beam? The woman coughed up a mouthful of blood, touched the boy's cheek, and weakly said, "Sheer, don't worry about me, just go find Lordine Huang." She could already feel the flames behind her drawing closer, her body feeling as if it were about to evaporate. She knew her time was running out. Trembling, she pulled a jade pendant from her bosom and pressed it into the boy's hand, forcing a smile onto her face. "Take this jade pendant, you go first, mommy will be out soon." With that, the woman used the last bit of strength in her upper body to push the boy out of the room, shouting, "Sheer, are you not listening to mommy? Go!" As soon as her words fell, a townsman ran by, scooped up the boy, and hurled him forward. The next second, the house completely collapsed, and the flames engulfed the woman inside. The boy rolled on the ground a few times, feeling immense pain all over his body. He looked at his mother, consumed by flames, not knowing whether she was alive or dead, feeling utterly helpless. "Find Lordine Huang, but where is Lordine Huang now? Can Lordine Huang save mommy?" He stood there in a daze, tears streaming down his face. Around him, countless townspeople ran past, their desperate cries mingling with the screams in the town, making him feel even more pained and lost. At that moment, a figure of a blind boy suddenly flashed in his mind. There were few outsiders in Pear Blossom Town, and no one lived here long-term. So when this boy arrived, the little boy, filled with curiosity, would often linger outside the small house on the back mountain, secretly listening to the boy's thoughts. He gradually learned that this boy didn't seem to be a bad person, and he didn't want to dig up the pear trees in the town. It seemed he had suffered a serious injury and needed the jar of wine buried under the pear tree to heal completely, otherwise, he risked dying. That jar of wine, buried under the pear tree, could bring the dead back to life, healing any injury in an instant. If he could dig out that jar of wine, perhaps he could save his mother. With that thought, the little boy wiped his tears and his gaze suddenly became resolute. He embraced his last hope and ran towards the pear tree. At the last stronghold in the west, Baitsang stood solemnly atop the final city wall, gazing ahead with an unusually grave expression. He could sense that there had just been a bombing from an alien race in Pear Blossom Town. But at this moment, he had no time to concern himself with what was behind him. Just now, news had come from Longdu that the lifeblood river of the Great Xia had shattered. At this moment, the soldiers on the front line had no time to retreat and had already sacrificed themselves at the forefront of the battlefield. Moreover, he could feel through the sounds permeating the air that 4 figures were rapidly approaching from this direction, moving at an incredible speed. After making his judgment, just a few seconds later, 4 distinct alien figures appeared on the horizon, swiftly sweeping into the interior of the Great Xia. Baitsang took a step forward and said in a deep voice to the sky, "Halt." One of the aliens revealed a mocking smile, glancing at Baitsang as if he were an ant, showing no intention of stopping. Seeing this scene, Baitsang's face immediately flushed with anger. When did these aliens become so arrogant? He took a deep breath and shouted angrily, "I said, stop." In an instant, a terrifying soundwave erupted from his body, layer upon layer, completely shattering the air as it crushed towards the four in midair. Watching the terrifying soundwave rushing towards them, the four aliens seemed somewhat surprised, momentarily flustered, and then raised their hands in unison. In that instant, various strange phenomena flashed across the sky, blocking the soundwave in front of them. Among them, a bizarre insect with a massive tail spike fell from the air and slowly opened its mouth. I didn't expect that the one guarding here would actually be a supreme. It extended its long tongue and licked its dry lips, a strong one at the supreme level. I wonder what the taste of the flesh of a supreme warrior is like. Beside it, another man, transparent like a ghost, sneered and said, "Is there even a need to think? It must be delicious and nourishing. I just wonder what his soul will taste like. Then it's settled, we'll divide it. You take his soul, and the rest of us will take his body." The ghostly man laughed heartily. "It's a deal." Feeling the aura emanating from the four in front of him, Baek Sung's heart suddenly jolted. These four aliens were all at the supreme level. Moreover, among the four, there were two at the peak of the supreme level. He took a deep breath, said no more, and silently gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in his fists, the overwhelming aura of the peak supreme level erupting in this realm. It seemed that it would be quite impossible for him to return today. Baek Sung sighed, his gaze suddenly sharpening. However, it was too wishful thinking for these aliens to think they could easily enter the Great Xia. In a small house behind the mountain of Pear Blossom Town, a young man sat cross-legged inside, seemingly oblivious to the violent commotion outside. At this moment, the young man's consciousness was completely immersed in the sea of spirit. In the main hall of the Divine Spirit Temple, Gu Qingchen frowned tightly, ancient spiritual energy surging wildly into his body. By the fifth day of entering the Divine Spirit Temple, his realm had already reached the peak of the master level. But now, a month had passed, and he still remained at the peak of the master level. Gu Qingchen couldn't understand. The process of merging the power of heaven and earth into his physical form had been remarkably smooth, but why was the progress towards entering the prince level so slow? A month had already passed, and in about 20 days, his soul would completely shatter. At this rate, wanting to enter the martial god level was akin to dreaming. Gu Qingchen shook his head, dismissing the distractions in his mind, and the speed at which his body absorbed the ancient spiritual energy quickened once more. Yet he remained completely unaware of it. Behind the small mountain in Lihua town, a vaguely illusory golden giant had already taken on a rough shape. This giant towered into the sky, its body reaching above the clouds, even far surpassing the enormous pear tree in Lihua town. Behind the giant, a massive sun will could be faintly seen emerging. However, the giant's neck was still incomplete, its head not yet fully formed. Just as the young man was about to break through to the Marquis realm again, he suddenly felt the closed door barrier he had set on his room being knocked upon. Could it be Baek Sung looking for him? The young man opened his eyes, snapped his fingers, and opened the door. Before him stood a small boy, covered in dirt and looking disheveled, panting heavily at the entrance. The flesh at the tips of the boy's fingers had completely vanished, revealing a ghastly sight of white bones. This was the mind-reading boy from Lihua town. How did he end up here? And where did the injuries on his hands come from? Just as Gu Qingchen was puzzled, he noticed that the boy was struggling to hold an ancient wine jar under his arm. He carefully placed the wine jar in front of Gu Qingchen. Then, with a loud bang, he knelt before the young man and knocked his head several times on the ground, crying out, "Sir, please, save my mother." Looking at the small boy kneeling before him and the wine jar placed in front of him, before Gu Qingchen could fully react, he heard Li Taibai's somewhat melancholic voice. "This is it. It has been buried underground for over 10,000 years and has finally re-emerged." Gu Qingchen's pupils suddenly constricted. This wine, which looked no different from what an ordinary tavern would sell, was divine wine? Could it be that this little boy, while he was in seclusion, had read his thoughts? Understanding the location and purpose of this jar of wine, he had specifically dug it out for him. But this jar was buried 3 meters deep beneath the pear tree, with countless bones as obstacles in between. A 5 or 6-year-old boy managed to dig it out by himself? His gaze sharpened suddenly, and he immediately asked the little boy in front of him, "Little friend, has something happened to your mother?" Tears streamed down the boy's face as he cried to Gu Qingchen. "The stars fell down and smashed the house. Many people died in the town, and my mother was buried in the fire." Looking at the pitiful, dirty appearance of the little boy, Gu Qingchen's heart sank. Could it be that during his seclusion, the foreign tribes outside the western border had invaded again? He extended his consciousness 100 miles away and then felt the terrifying fluctuations coming from the border of the Great Xia, 100 miles from Lihua town, where 5 different auras were constantly emanating. Moreover, these 5 auras seemed to be above the Marquis level. Besides these 5 terrifying auras, countless weak auras flickered around. There was no doubt that his guess was correct. The foreign tribes had invaded the Great Xia once more. At this moment, Gu Qingchen's heart surged with turmoil. Did that mean that the lifeblood of the great Xia, like last time in the Black Tide ruins, was facing a problem? It was even possible that it had completely shattered. The great Xia was likely already plunged into a great crisis. His gaze sharpened, and he picked up the jar of divine wine he had longed for from the ground, gently removing the layer of dirt that had sealed it. The moment the seal of the wine jar was opened, a colorful aura burst forth from the jar's mouth, and endless streams of colorful light splashed across the sky like ink. In this world, the rich aroma of wine immediately enveloped everything. The wine had not yet touched his lips, but just by inhaling its fragrance, Gu Qingchen already felt a hint of intoxication. Beside him, the little boy's bony fingers were continuously sprouting flesh and blood. In just 5 seconds, those skeletal hands had completely healed. Watching his gradually restoring hands, tears welled up in the boy's eyes once again. This jar of wine is real. Mom, there is really hope. Gu Qingchen looked at everything before him in astonishment. Just the aroma wafting from this jar of wine was enough to fully restore the boy's fingers. This wine is truly terrifying. No wonder it can even heal souls. He tilted his head back, ready to take a sip, when suddenly he heard Li Taibai's somewhat serious warning, "Gu Xiaoyu, take it easy. A divine wine that has existed for tens of thousands of years is not something you can fully bear right now." Gu Qingchen nodded, unconsciously lightening his grip. A drop of wine slid down Gu Qingchen's throat. What he did not expect was that this divine wine, with its rich aroma, tasted somewhat bitter. The next moment, a burst of colorful light erupted from his body. A tremendous warmth spread from his abdomen to his limbs. At that moment, he felt as if certain parts of his body were being reassembled. His somewhat hazy consciousness suddenly became clear. In that instant, he felt as if he had become whole. Gu Qingchen knew that from this moment on, he would no longer have to worry about his life. In an instant, he felt as if his entire body was bathed in a colorful ocean, warm, comfortable, and intoxicating. His figure began to float unconsciously. At the same time, it seemed that all the meridians in Gu Qingchen's body were completely soaked by this drop of wine, and boundless spiritual energy surged forth from his body. Under the impact of the immense spiritual energy, the shackles of the Marquis realm shattered with a loud bang. He had entered the Marquis realm. In an instant, a familiar mechanical voice rang in the boy's ears, "Breakthrough to the Marquis realm, that has automatically fused with the body constitution, the sun wheel of the fusion complete forged, on the back mountain of Lihua town." The illusory golden giant was rapidly solidifying. In an instant, golden light burst forth between heaven and earth. Behind the golden giant floated 7 enormous blazing suns. With each step he took, the world trembled. Inside the small house, Gu Qingchen slowly opened his eyes. His vision had fully recovered, and the brilliance in his pupils had returned, shimmering with an enigmatic Klein blue. Feeling the power of the he had condensed, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This body truly lives up to its name of eternal immortality. No wonder it took him a full month of condensing ancient spiritual energy to achieve this. Once this was successfully condensed, it could inherit almost all of its original powers, even the could be manifested. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that compared to ordinary, this body was truly immortal and indestructible. Each time this was killed, one of the 9 blazing suns behind it would extinguish. Only when all 9 suns were extinguished would the completely shatter. But even if all 9 suns were extinguished and the shattered, it would not require years like other to recondense. It would only need to wait 2 days for the 9 suns to reignite, truly an immortal body. At this moment, Gu Qingchen had, in the truest sense, fully restored to his peak state. He gazed sharply into the distance, picked up the little boy, and said calmly, "Let's go, to save your mother. And then kill all those who harmed your mother." The last line of defense in the west, outside the stronghold, Baicang heavily crashed against the city wall, causing the entire wall to tremble. At this moment, he was drenched in blood, with more wounds on his body than shattered porcelain, his breath at its weakest point. He collapsed beneath the city wall, blood continuously gushing from his mouth. In front of him, there was a barrier formed by sound waves. However, at this moment, the barrier was already filled with cracks, on the verge of collapse. Behind the barrier, of the originally 4 alien beings, only 3 remained. Among them, one was a supreme from the scorpion-like eerie insect tribe, with a massive tail stinger, also bleeding and looking particularly grim. Although he had no obvious external injuries, he knew in his heart that his injuries were not much lighter than that of the human in front of him. His internal organs had been shattered by the human sound waves, which constantly switched between high and low frequencies. He never expected that a single supreme from the opposite side could inflict such damage on his side. 2 peak supremes, one severely injured and one lightly injured, with the remaining 2 supremes, one severely injured and the other, who had directly died at the hands of this human. They had been careless. This human had already touched the threshold of the Tao Rhyme, able to borrow a trace of its power. Given time, within 5 years, this human would surely step into the realm of the martial god. Behind the city wall, countless border soldiers watched the battle unfold just now, feeling an immense shock in their hearts. Their faces were filled with anxiety, urgently calling out, "Lord Sound Emperor, you must run. We will hold the line here. As long as you are alive, there is still hope for the great Xia. Damn it, at worst, I'll give up my life and fight them." As they spoke, several soldiers rushed out from behind the stronghold, their faces showing a willingness to die, ready to charge forward. But just a few steps in, they heard a roar from ahead, "Get back!" Bai Tsang spat out another mouthful of blood, his breath so weak it was almost negligible, like a dead man. He controlled the sound waves, compressing the sound to the back, weakly speaking, "Run, everyone run, as far as you can." In the back mountain of Pear Blossom Town, there is a young man in seclusion, perhaps unaware of the changes caused by the alien race. If anyone can escape successfully, go tell that young man to escape as well. That young man is the hope of the entire Great Xia. As long as he is alive, there is still a chance for the Great Xia to rise again. After saying all this, he suddenly looked up at the sky, a look of relief and pride appearing on his face. He was the emperor of the Great Xia, and when he took this position, he vowed to protect the people of Great Xia. He knew well that if he died today, this stronghold would be completely breached, and no one present would survive. But as the dignity of an emperor, how could he allow these people of Great Xia to die before him? As long as he still had a breath left, these alien beings would not be able to pass this barrier. He looked up at the sky, laughed heartily, and mockingly said, "4 against 1, and you still get counter-killed. Do you even know how to fight? With a bunch of useless trash like you dare to invade my Great Xia?" As soon as these words were spoken, the Scorpion Supreme's face instantly filled with rage, his eyes fixed on Bai Tsang, a murderous intent radiating from his entire being. The Supreme from the Ghost Tribe, whose body was like a specter, also darkened his expression, speaking coldly, "Stop wasting words with him, kill him." The Scorpion Supreme nodded, and behind the Scorpion Eerie insect, a massive scorpion avatar slowly rose. The scorpion-like had 3 terrifying human faces growing on its head, its body oozing with disgusting pus, and countless sharp spikes whipping around on its tail, its massive form resembling a small mountain. The Guichong clan, upon entering found there to be their foundation, or one could say, their source. Unlike other clans, the Guichong clan was far more powerful than their original bodies. The supreme being of the Guichong clan forcibly endured the pain in his insides and hoarsely spoke, "You are the first to injure me like this in 30 years, but it ends here. If I do not eat your flesh and drink your blood today, my hatred will be hard to resolve." After saying this, the hundreds of tail spikes behind him whistled through the air as they thrust forward, crashing violently against the final sound barrier. The sound barrier shattered like thin paper. The venomous tail spikes continued forward, about to pin Bai Tsang against the city wall. At this critical moment, a voice, as majestic as an emperor's, thundered through the heavens and earth, "Break!" The massive scorpion suddenly froze, and the hundreds of tail spikes seemed to obey a command, directly breaking off at the root. In an instant, everyone present felt a jolt and looked up in unison. What came into view was a handsome young man, with a small boy perched on his back. At this moment, the young man's pupils were a strange Klein blue, seemingly devoid of warmth, cold to the extreme. Gu Qingshan slowly descended, placing the small boy on the city wall. Looking at the enormous and terrifying before him, the small boy surprisingly did not cry or make a fuss. He simply stared silently at the 3 terrifying beings of another race ahead, tightly clutching a jade pendant in his hand. Deep within his calm pupils lay endless hatred and fury. By the time the 2 arrived at Lihua town, it was already too late. His mother had turned to ashes beneath the collapsed house. Although this jar of divine wine could bring the dead back to life, it could not truly resurrect the dead. Gu Qingshan patted the small boy's head and softly said, "Watch closely. Today I will show you how to slay these beings of another race. If you want to avenge your mother, this is your first lesson." The small boy silently nodded. Below the city wall, upon seeing the young man appear, Bai Tsang's face flashed with unprecedented panic as he shouted loudly at Gu Qingshan, "What are you doing here? These are 3 supreme beings. Hurry and leave." He could never have imagined how this young man had come here. The river of life had broken. He was the last hope of the Great Xia. How could he come here to die like himself? Gu Qingshan glanced at this emperor and said, "Bai Gu, the only thing you need to do now is to shut up, conserve your breath, and don't die. Hold on until I finish killing these beings of another race, and I can save you." Kill all the beings of another race? Bai Tsang's weak pupils suddenly constricted. What kind of joke was this? These were 3 supreme beings. Although 2 of them had already been heavily injured by him, they were still genuine supreme beings. But he no longer had the strength to speak, only able to look at the young man in despair as he faced the 3 supreme beings of another race alone. Hearing Gu Qingshan's words, the supreme being of the Guichon clan laughed heartily. Kill us all? Ha 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 ha. Just a little human brat who has just entered the, how arrogant. His tone suddenly turned cold. You will soon know that crushing you is as easy as squashing an ant. His body suddenly sank, merging into his. That massive expanded several times again, reaching a height of 300 meters, its aura becoming immeasurably powerful. The soldiers present turned pale in an instant. The immense supreme Dharma body exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Gu Qingchen merely gazed blankly into the air, his lips moving as he murmured, eternal and unchanging. As his words fell, the ground suddenly trembled violently. What is that? The supreme of the Ghost Clan's pupils constricted sharply, a look of horror appearing on his face, as he felt an endless chill surge from his feet. Above the sky, at an unknown time, a gigantic golden giant appeared, with 9 blazing suns atop its head, shining brilliantly and dazzlingly. At this moment, the scorpion avatar of the strange insect clan appeared diminutive before this towering golden giant, like a mere child. The giant fell from the heavens, directly stepping onto the supreme Dharma body. In that instant, it felt as if the entire world was about to be overturned, shaking violently. Under the terrified gazes of the 3 alien supremes, the 300-meter-high scorpion avatar was crushed to pieces by the golden giant's foot, leaving no trace behind. In the sky, after the scorpion insect's form shattered, it immediately reverted to human shape, falling like a dead dog in a parabolic arc from the heavens. Its already severely injured insides, battered by Baitsong, could no longer withstand the immense pressure. As the Dharma body shattered, the entire person was also covered in cracks like porcelain. At that moment, his heart, lungs, liver, and gallbladder were all shattered. But before he could recover from the pain of his shattered Dharma body, he was once again enveloped by shadows. He looked up in horror. The giant, with 9 blazing suns behind it, had already taken a step forward, preparing to stomp down on him again. He was completely covered by the enormous golden foot. A sense of despair and suffocation enveloped him. He screamed in terror, wanting to use his abilities to escape, but in his near-death state, he could not muster even a fraction of his strength. He could only look up in despair as the giant's footprint descended upon him. The ground trembled, and the air roared. Outside the last fortress in the western part of the Great Xia, a sky full of green blood mist erupted. The peak of the strange insect clan's supreme was reduced to dust beneath the golden giant's feet, thus falling. The scene fell silent for a moment. Whether human or alien, everyone present was utterly shocked, unable to speak. At this moment, all heads were raised high, gazing in awe at the enormous golden Dharma body above, burning with 9 blazing suns behind it. They all shared the same question in their hearts. What is this? Typically, a Dharma body manifested by a common marquis would only be about 50 meters tall. A supreme's Dharma body usually wouldn't exceed 100 meters, which was already the limit. The scorpion avatar of the strange insect clan, enhanced by its bloodline and forged from its own body, had reached a terrifying height of 500 meters. They had thought that this was the limit of the Dharma body. But when this incredibly terrifying golden giant appeared, the 3-headed scorpion avatar hadn't even reached the giant's knee before being crushed. This golden giant's upper body was completely shrouded in clouds and mist, its height likely reaching several thousand meters. This had already surpassed the concept of a Dharma body. Below the city wall, Baitsong stared blankly at the youth on the wall, his face filled with shock. This golden giant is the youth's Dharma body? How is that possible? To condense a Dharma body requires the refinement of one's own body with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the height of the Dharma body is also directly proportional to the consumption of that spiritual energy. A typical marquis would usually take several years to condense a Dharma body that is 50 meters tall. Even for himself, who was also a prodigy, it took nearly a year to condense his Dharma body when he entered the marquis realm. A month ago, this young man had not even entered the realm of the marquis, let alone condensed his law body. In just a short month, he not only broke through several minor realms but directly stepped into the marquis realm. Moreover, he condensed a towering law body whose strength far exceeded that of the marquis realm. A bitter smile appeared on Baitsong's weak face. Indeed, the strongest prodigy of the Great Xia could not be measured by common sense. While everyone was still immersed in the terrifying grandeur of this golden giant, on the city wall, Gu Qingchen had already controlled the giant of the eternal undying body to lift its foot again. The golden giant's foot, carrying an unstoppable crushing momentum, stepped toward the supreme of the Ghost Clan. Boom! The earth trembled violently once more at this moment. A small mountain beside the Ghost Clan supreme was instantly flattened by Gu Qingchen. On the city wall, Gu Qingchen frowned slightly. He was quite sure that the position of that Ghost Clan supreme had not changed. However, he had only stepped on air, feeling nothing tangible. Just as Gu Qingchen was puzzled, the sky above suddenly darkened for some unknown reason. The temperature dropped suddenly by 20 to 30 degrees, becoming extremely cold. Behind him, many human soldiers whose realms were insufficient began to shiver. Suddenly, white flames flickered on the golden giant. In the next moment, a towering white flame erupted from the golden giant, enveloping its entire body. In an instant, the whole world seemed to be illuminated in a pale hue by this fire. Under the coverage of the flames, the golden towering law body began to crack, gradually spreading until it shattered into countless golden fragments. Watching his law body shatter, Gu Qingshan's gaze suddenly sharpened. That last strike had indeed failed to harm the Ghost Clan Supreme. The battle was not over yet. In his mind, he quickly began to analyze the current situation. Among the 4 Supremes, 2 had already perished, and another Supreme of the Azura clan had also been severely injured by Baitsong, losing the ability to fight. Therefore, the only remaining top combat power of the invading alien race was this lightly injured Ghost Clan Supreme. Amidst the overwhelming white flames, a ghostly figure of a Ghost Clan man slowly emerged. At this moment, his expression was somewhat uncertain. A kid who has just entered the Marquis realm can actually condense a law body with some divine nature. If it weren't for our Ghost Clan's immunity to all physical damage, perhaps today we would have truly fallen at your hands. After saying this, he looked at Gu Qingshan on the city wall, and a chilling smile appeared on his face as he spoke. Such a prodigy, I suppose your human race must cherish him dearly. What I, Guichi, enjoy the most is hunting down prodigies like you, feeling the exquisite pleasure of extinguishing your race's hope bit by bit. As these words fell, countless soldiers behind the city wall glared at Guichi, their faces filled with intense hatred. Gu Qingshan soared from the city wall, speaking in a calm tone, I am quite the opposite. I prefer hunting down your alien elites. Watching you bleed out on the ground, unable to believe that you were slain by a human boy, that look of disbelief in your eyes is what I enjoy the most. Guichi's expression darkened suddenly, a cold laugh escaping his lips as his tone turned extremely harsh. You, a kid who has just entered the Marquis realm, do you really think that having cultivated a divine law body makes you untouchable? Now, without the divine law body, let's see what a mere Marquis can do. As soon as Guichi's words fell, a glimmer of light flashed in Gu Qingshan's eyes. He stepped forward and shouted to the sky, eternal undying body, rise again. Above the thousands of meters of sky covered by floating clouds, the second round of blazing sun reignited. Before Guichi could react, the golden that had been shattered by the ghostly flames had already reappeared in that instant. The giant was now crouching on the ground, its head still hidden among the clouds, and a massive fist fell like a meteor, striking towards the Supreme of the Ghost Clan. What was happening? Hadn't he already destroyed it? Guichi's pupils suddenly constricted, his face filled with confusion. He quickly relaxed again, a mocking expression returning to his face. Did you not hear what I just said? Our Ghost Clan becomes immune to all physical attacks after reaching the. No matter how strong your is, it won't be of any use to me. Guichi's words were abruptly cut off. The golden giant's fist tore through the air and landed solidly on Guichi's body, sending him flying over 100 meters away. Blood mist erupted from Guichi's body, and he continuously coughed up blood, his face contorting in pain, feeling as if he had been struck by a giant hammer, excruciatingly painful. He endured the pain in his body and looked towards the young man still standing on the city wall, a myriad of shock surging in his heart. This was the aura swirling around the giant's fist. It was this human, who had just stepped into the, possessed with divinity, but how could he possibly comprehend? Images suddenly flashed in his mind. Before setting out, the king of the Ghost Clan had listed all the top powerhouses that the human race needed to be wary of. Among these individuals, there was a young master who could already use. This young man could stand alongside a series of supreme and martial god-level powerhouses for only one reason. He was the strongest prodigy in the Great Xia. If his head were brought back, it would earn a great reward from the alliance of the 4 clans. Unexpectedly, this young man had encountered him here. Thinking of this, Guichi felt as if the pain in his body had vanished, a mad smile appearing on his face as he laughed maniacally. Just right, everyone else is already dead. I can enjoy the credit all by myself. What a stroke of luck! He forcibly suppressed his injuries, his bones trembling, and countless hoarse sounds echoed within his body, like hell. In the next moment, large swaths of vengeful spirits surged out of his ghostly body. They completely covered the sky. In every corner of the world, terrifying wails echoed, chilling to the bone. Ignoring his bloodied body, a sickly smile appeared on Guichi's twisted face. These are the voices of your human soldiers before they died. Listen, how beautiful their screams are. He pointed a finger towards Gu Qingshan, his mouth splitting into a grin. Go, tear apart everyone here. In an instant, it was as if a rain of vengeful spirits had fallen upon this world. Guichi sneered, his body transforming into a shadow, merging into the sea of vengeful spirits. This was Guichi's powerful move. After merging with the group of vengeful spirits, every soul he refined here could become his vessel. This meant that every vengeful spirit here could potentially be Guichi. Unless all the hundreds of thousands of vengeful spirits in this place were slaughtered clean, he would be immortal. And now, all he needed to do was let this overwhelming group of vengeful spirits approach the young man. Wanting to kill him would be as easy as pie. Watching Guichi merge his body into the vengeful spirits, Gu Qingchen took a deep breath and slightly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his pupils had transformed into a clear blue. He gazed at the ghosts and vengeful spirits flying towards him like raindrops, his pupils now a brilliant Klein blue, constantly searching for something. Just as the first wave of vengeful spirits was about to envelop Gu Qingchen with a chilling aura, the wind surged, and Gu Qingchen's figure suddenly vanished from the city wall. In the next moment, he appeared behind a ghost, softly speaking, "Found you." In that instant, an overwhelming surge of Tao rhythm erupted. Above the sky, the heavens suddenly darkened, a blood moon breaking through the clouds and hanging high, dyeing the world in a scarlet hue. And behind the ghost, an unexpectedly young peach tree had appeared. On the peach tree, a cluster of vibrant peach blossoms floated down. At this moment, the ghost's pupils trembled violently, feeling an overwhelming chill rise from beneath his feet, sending shivers down his spine. He sensed an extremely terrifying killing intent completely locking his body in place, rendering him unable to move. Even more terrifying was that under this killing intense lock, he couldn't shift to another ghost's body. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. He would die, absolutely die. If he touched this peach blossom, he would instantly be obliterated. He couldn't touch this peach blossom even the slightest bit. He let out a scream, the aura of a peak supreme realm expert exploding forth, attempting to forcibly break free from the killing Tao rhythm's lock. But above him, a setting sun rose, a tremendous gravitational pull like a black hole firmly anchoring him in place. The peach blossoms drifted down. The ghost's entire body stiffened in place. He looked in terror at his chest, where a massive blood hole had already appeared. The terrifying killing Tao rhythm pierced through his body, completely extinguishing his heart. In his mind, only one thought flashed frantically: impossible, impossible. How did he know I was here? How did he know? His whole body crashed to the ground, the remaining life force rapidly fading. At this moment, the boy's pupils were a strange blue, incredibly magnificent. In the reflection of Gu Qingchen's right pupil, the ghost lay on the ground, life force continuously ebbing away, convulsing and struggling. And in the reflection of his left pupil, the ghost's breath had already completely ceased. During the month of seclusion, Gu Qingchen's vision had fully recovered. At the same time, the second ability of the Eye of Divine Burial, to glimpse the future, had also regained its conditions for use. In battle, as long as he activated the Eye of Divine Burial, Gu Qingchen could predict all of his opponent's movements in advance. This meant that once the Eye of Divine Burial was activated, Gu Qingchen's left eye could see 5 seconds into the future in real time. This 5 seconds represented the future of all things within his line of sight. If he focused his attention on a single person, he could see that person's longer-term future. Just as Gu Qingchen was summarizing the second ability of the Eye of Divine Burial in his mind, at this moment, looking at the bizarre phenomena in the sky, all the warriors, including Baitsong, were already dumbfounded, their pupils filled with shock. They all knew that this young man was the head of the tribunal, but they had never imagined that this boy truly possessed the peak strength of the former head of the tribunal. And today, he was able to single-handedly slay 3 supremes. This boy's true strength was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Gu Qingchen pondered for a moment, suddenly realizing, and slapped his head. He leaped forward, jumping in front of the extremely weak Baitsong, an ancient wine jar appearing in his hand, smiling as he said, "Come on, brother Bai, open your mouth." Generally speaking, a peak supreme realm expert could quickly heal from any injury as long as their heart and brain had not completely lost function. But at this moment, Baitsong's face was paler than white paper, his life force continuously fading. There was no longer any presence of spiritual energy within his body. With the strength of one person, he fought against 4 supreme beings, lightly injuring one, heavily injuring 2, and killing one. It was clear that when Baitsong faced 3 supreme beings alone, he was forcibly overextending his combat style. Not only had he completely exhausted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within his body, but he had also sacrificed a portion of his own life force. However, it was precisely because of Baitsong's desperate battle that he successfully delayed the invasion of the alien supreme beings into the Great Xia. This allowed him to arrive at the border in time to provide support after advancing to the Marquis realm. Otherwise, relying solely on his newly acquired strength in the Marquis realm, facing 3 intact supreme beings at once, even with an immortal body, would still be quite challenging. At that time, he would probably have to resort to using the dragon's gall to suppress them. And during this chaotic period of rampant alien invasion, enduring the backlash from the dragon's gall again was something Gu Qingchen was unwilling to accept. Although there was divine wine that could heal the backlash from the dragon's gall, it was a divine wine that had existed for thousands of years, and using it solely for healing would be too wasteful. Gu Qingchen had already vaguely sensed that this jar of divine wine, besides having excellent healing effects and containing a large amount of ancient spiritual energy in liquid form, seemed to harbor even greater terrors within it. At this moment, looking at Baizong's face, which was paler than paper due to excessive blood loss, Gu Qingchen opened the wine jar and gently dripped a drop onto his cracked lips. In an instant, a colorful aura burst forth from the jar, and endless streams of colorful light splashed across the sky like ink. The rich aroma of the wine wafted from the jar, completely enveloping the surrounding space. What the hell? Director Gu, what is this? This wine is really fragrant. Fragrant? Old Huan, is your nose broken? This is clearly spicy. Old Li, don't talk nonsense. The sourness is so obvious, and you tell me this is spicy? In the rear of the outpost, the voices of soldiers arguing could be heard. On the city wall, a little boy stared blankly at the youth below who was feeding wine to the Lord of Sound. He felt that the taste of the wine was extremely bitter, and just smelling it made his nose feel a bit sour. Amidst the thick aroma of the wine, the figures of his parents reappeared. At that moment, he seemed to see his gentle mother brewing that fragrant pear blossom wine, and his tall father lifting him under the starry sky as he raised his hands, cheering with joy. The view before him had unknowingly turned blurry. Just as his tears were about to fall, he seemed to remember something and immediately looked up, preventing the tears from sliding down his cheeks. He had already sworn in his heart that from this day forward, he would never shed a single tear again. Below the city wall, Gu Qingchen looked at the crowd around him chattering and arguing, and sighed softly in his heart. The feelings of longing truly have 100 flavors. In front of Gu Qingchen, the moment Baizong's skin touched the divine wine, his originally pale face instantly turned rosy. The wounds on his tattered body began to move and heal, and in an instant, all external injuries disappeared. His pupils widened in disbelief as he looked at his own body. What kind of wine is this, with such terrifying healing abilities? Not only that, within his body, the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged like a dragon, fiercely crashing against the barrier between the Supreme Realm and the martial god. At this moment, his strength in the Supreme Realm truly reached its peak. As long as he comprehended the complete Tao rhythm, he could advance at any time and become the sixth martial god of the Great Xia. At this moment, a strong sense of mental fatigue and a feeling of physical fullness appeared simultaneously within him. Under the wash of two completely different feelings, Baizong unexpectedly fainted. Outside of the Great Xia, within the demon clan's temple, the demon lord sat on the throne. Below him, the celestial demon bowed respectfully and spoke, "My lord, among the various supreme beings, half have successfully infiltrated the Great Xia, and over 500,000 human souls have been collected, enough to awaken all the ancient demon gods." The demon lord glanced at him, shook his head, and coldly replied, "No, this time, we will only awaken one demon god." The celestial demon was taken aback and asked, "One? My lord, why is that?" Initially, the nightmare only used 10,000 souls to piece together and reconstitute the demon god's body. Now, with 500,000 souls in hand, it would be enough to revive the remaining 5 demon gods and restore 1/10 of their power. Although that was only 1/10 of their power, it was still genuine divine-level strength capable of easily crushing the entire Great Xia. How dare you ask me why? Tell me, why are there only 5 remnants of the 7 ancient demon god soul fires left above the demon clan's temple? The demon lord's face was icy cold, and an overwhelming rage erupted at that moment. Outside of Blue Star, a wandering planet suddenly exploded, sending shockwaves that made the surrounding galaxies tremble slightly. Feeling this terrifying power, the celestial demon was horrified, trembling uncontrollably, and quickly lowered his head, stammering, "Everything is my subordinate's incompetence, please forgive me, my lord." Just as the demon lord was darkening his face and about to speak again, his gaze suddenly fixed on the sky above. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Out of nowhere, a somewhat lazy voice of a middle-aged man echoed, "The demon lord truly has an extraordinary grasp of power, to be able to easily shatter a planet while keeping this temple standing. But I wonder if your demon clan's temple can withstand my strike?" As the words fell, a gigantic wine jug descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the top of the demon clan's temple. In an instant, countless dust clouds rose, and a strange light burst forth from the statue, attempting to resist this incoming force, but it shattered continuously. Countless stones and debris spread rapidly with the shockwave, dust swirling in the air. The entire demon clan's temple collapsed under the impact of the wine jug. Within the grand demon clan's temple, countless strange statues turned to dust, and the massive cloud of dust nearly covered the entire demon palace. Amidst the boundless dust, two shadows emerged, finally stopping above the collapsed demon clan's temple. Looking at the fallen temple below, the demon lord, exuding an aura of death, showed no signs of fluctuation in his eyes. The true ancestral land of the demon clan was not in this galaxy at all. This temple was merely a temporary stronghold of the demon clan on Blue Star, and its destruction was inconsequential. The demon lord slightly raised his head. On this dark land already occupied by the demon clan, a scruffy-looking man of the human race, resembling a vagabond, held a wine jug and stared sharply at the two alien beings in front of him. However, this human's pupils were a dazzling golden yellow, as piercing and brilliant as the sun. Facing those golden pupils, the celestial demon felt a wave of fear involuntarily spreading from the depths of his heart, and as a peak martial god, his legs trembled slightly. He instinctively took a defensive posture and extended his divine sense, trying to probe the aura of this human. But as soon as he extended his divine sense, he felt the overwhelming aura of the demon lord surging beside him, forcefully pushing his probing divine sense back. Lord Demon. The heavenly demon spoke with some trepidation, but before he could finish, a cold voice echoed in his ear. If you truly wish to seek death, then continue with your previous actions. The heavenly demon's gaze snapped to the man's pupils, which suddenly constricted. Just probing this man's aura posed a risk of death? If his power reached such a terrifying level, there could only be one possibility. In other words, the man before him was the hidden celestial being within the Great Xia. The demon lord's lips curled slightly, and he raised his hand. Black demonic light shimmered around him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. The heavenly demon is not mistaken. Indeed, there is a celestial being hidden among the human race of the Great Xia. It was worth the 4 months I spent crossing the entire star system, risking the loss of the demon clan's ancestral land to come here. Gu Aotian snorted coldly, gesturing slightly downward. The massive wine jar that had just smashed the demon clan's great hall rapidly shrank and flew back into the man's hand from the ground. The man grabbed the wine jar and took a swig, his gaze fixed intently on the dark, swirling figure of the demon lord before him, a grin spreading across his face. There's nothing to discuss with your demon clan. Are you willing to change places to die? The black, sinister aura emanating from the demon lord surged forth, and he sneered, Oh? Are you afraid that the aftermath of our battle will affect the Great Xia? What if I say I must kill you right here? Heh, you have no say in the matter. The man chuckled lightly, his golden eyes suddenly brightening, and at the same time, the tattered wine gourd in his hand rapidly expanded again. In an instant, an incredibly brilliant golden light erupted from the man, and an overwhelming force of heaven and earth surged forth. It seemed as if a power was about to overturn the entire world, causing the entire demon clan continent to tremble violently. At this moment, the heavenly demon felt an incomprehensible force explode in this world. His body tensed as he stared in the man's direction, feeling an endless chill spreading from his feet to the rest of his body. Above the demon lord, the tattered gourd grew larger, completely covering the sky, and from its mouth came a terrifying, unparalleled suction. Black mist emerged from the demon lord's sleeves, forming a smooth, mirror-like circular black shield that enveloped him, resisting the suction. His brows furrowed slightly, and his expression grew serious as he murmured, He actually has a treasure of the star system in hand? Is this the foundation of the human race? Interesting, then I shall play with you. Turning around, he spoke coldly to the heavenly demon beside him. The celestial being of the Great Xia has emerged. The 4 clans' plan to destroy the Great Xia should be entering its final stages. I hope that when I return with his head, I will see the awakened demon god. Otherwise, As his voice fell, the pitch-black magic shield on the demon lord could no longer withstand the pull of the suction, shattering like a mirror, and his entire form was swallowed into the tattered wine gourd. In the next moment, 2 terrifying celestial beings vanished from this space along with the tattered gourd. Watching this scene, the heavenly demon stood frozen in place. After a moment, he finally reacted, taking a deep breath to steady his shocked mind. So this is the strength of a celestial being? If the martial god realm merely glimpsed the door to the divine realm, then the celestial being had already touched the threshold of the divine realm. The difference between peering and touching was as vast as the difference between clouds and mud. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and pulled out a black jade stone from his bosom. This was a communicator used for contact among the 4 great alien kings. Since the hidden celestial being of the Great Xia had emerged, there was no one left within the Great Xia, aside from those few martial gods, that the 4 clans' kings needed to fear. Then the final chapter of the clan extermination war should officially begin from this moment. On Blue Star, within the Shura temple, the great summer immortal has appeared? Has he already started fighting with your demon lord? Very good. The Shura king nodded calmly and slowly spoke, Take your elite demon army, and 2 hours later, we will land on the southern border of the Great Summer. Cutting off communication with the celestial demon, the Shura king picked up the jade stone again, connecting with the other two for communication, and said, "The great summer immortal has shown himself and taken action. You two can start now." After receiving a confirmed response, for some reason, the Shura king's body suddenly softened. He slumped helplessly in his chair, like a dead dog, allowing gravity to pull his body down. He, ha 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 ha. The eerie and strange laughter of the Shura king echoed throughout the Shura temple, like a ghost whispering, but the laughter grew louder until it shook the entire Shura temple with wild laughter. After a moment, the laughter finally stopped, and the Shura king slowly stood up from his seat, gently sweeping his palm in front of him. A chessboard appeared before him, with pieces densely populated, and the game had already reached its end. Unlike the last game he played with the Ghost King, this time, in addition to the black and white pieces, there were actually 5 different colors of pieces on the board. His fingers trembled slightly as he manipulated the board, gently colliding the 2 pieces located at the center of the board, and under the terrifying force of the martial god realm, both pieces turned to ashes. At this moment, the Shura king's usually calm face had twisted to an incredible degree. It was a mixture of ecstasy and extreme excitement. A strange arc formed at the corner of his mouth as he murmured, "The last step has been completed. Now, it will be checkmate." As the words fell, the Shura king gently swept his hand over the chessboard again. Among the 5 colors of pieces, 4 of them suddenly shattered. In the end, only the black pieces remained on the board. In the western part of the Great Summer, at the outpost outside Pear Blossom Town, in the temporary resting room of the border outpost, Baitsang slowly opened his eyes. Beside him sat a handsome young man meditating on the ground, along with a little boy from Pear Blossom Town. Noticing the movement on the bed, Guqinchin slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Brother Bai, you're awake? How do you feel?" Baitsang stretched his body, and a series of popping sounds came from his robust frame. At this moment, Baitsang felt refreshed, with every pore in his body filled with abundant spiritual energy from heaven and earth. There was no doubt that he had now returned to an absolutely peak state. It was hard to imagine that not long ago, his body had been gravely injured and on the verge of collapse. Baitsang nodded at Guqinchin, clasped his hands in salute, and said, "Very good. I should say, unprecedentedly good. I must thank Director Gu for saving my life. If it weren't for you, I and the tens of thousands of Great Summer soldiers here would probably have perished for the Great Summer by now." After saying this, recalling the young man's performance in the previous battle, a look of astonishment reappeared in Baitsang's eyes as he looked at the young man. In just 2 months of seclusion, he had successfully condensed a golden law body of over 1,000 meters that he had never seen or even heard of before. Moreover, he had already become the master of the law divine weapon and mastered multiple top-level Dao rhythms. Baitsang couldn't help but take a deep breath in his heart. This young man's talent and strength were truly terrifying beyond measure. Although the war of the 4 clans besieging the Great Xia may not know when it will end or what the outcome will be, Baitsang knows that no matter how heavy the losses and casualties are for the Great Xia this time, as long as this young man can survive, the hope of the human race will never be extinguished. Guqinchin waved his hand and smiled, saying, "Brother Bai, you overestimate me. If it weren't for you severely injuring those few alien supremes, I wouldn't have been able to win so easily." Upon hearing this, Baitsang's heart shook violently again, looking at the young man in disbelief. The implication of the boy's words was that even without him, although the process might be a bit difficult, victory could still be achieved? He took a deep breath to calm the shock in his heart and asked, "Director Gu, what are your plans next?" Guqinchin replied, "The Great Xia is currently in a time of war. Since you, Brother Bai, have awakened, I should go to other places in the Great Xia to provide support." Baitsang nodded, getting up from the bed and looking at the little boy beside him. "What about him? His parents have already died in the attack by the aliens, but he has grown up here, so I trouble you to take care of him, Brother Bai." Before Guqinchin could finish, unexpectedly, the little boy spoke up with a firm tone, "No, I want to go with you. I want to avenge my mother." "Go with me?" Guqinchin was slightly taken aback, then immediately shook his head. He was about to go provide support in various places in the Great Xia, facing at least alien beings at the master level, and naturally had no energy to disregard others. Moreover, the aliens had already sent several supreme beings to focus on attacking this stronghold, yet they had all been wiped out here. The aliens were not fools. Since such forces couldn't take this place, they would naturally understand that there were likely hidden strong beings stationed here. It was very probable that they would not waste troops in this direction again. This meant that the stronghold where Lihua town was located was very likely safe. "Brother Bai, then this child will trouble you." Before Guqinchin could finish his sentence, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! A sudden, massive roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. The two felt the ground tremble violently for a moment, their bodies unsteady, and the little boy fell directly to the ground. Gu Qingqian's eyes suddenly sharpened, his aura surging as he stepped out of the lounge, fully scanning the surroundings. There was nothing unusual. It was not an enemy attack. As if sensing something, Gu Qingqian slightly raised his head, his pupils suddenly constricting. Unbeknownst to Wen, the sky above was almost entirely occupied by mysterious black runes, evil and strange. In Longdu, the highest conference hall of the National Assembly, Yan Yiling sat in the main seat, his killing intent palpable. He was drenched in various colors of alien blood, dripping down from the chair, his brow furrowed as if deep in thought. Lord Martial God, the Statistics Department has completed the count. Of the 15 alien supremes that invaded the Great Xia, 10 have been killed by the Martial God. Of the remaining 5, 3 are severely injured and are being pursued by several emperors, while 2 are missing. Understood, find the remaining 2 supremes and deal with them as soon as possible. Yan Yiling nodded to the people from the Statistics Department, signaling them to withdraw. A question had been lingering in his heart. Why, after the 4 alien clans had lost so many top combat forces, were the kings among the 4 alien clans still reluctant to join the battle? Just as he was frowning in thought, a massive roar suddenly exploded in the heavens and the earth. Yan Yiling's pupils constricted sharply. What is this? In his line of sight, a huge and strange black rune occupied the sky. Before Yan Yiling could react, the map projected by the Celestial Pearl showed that, apart from Longdu, dozens of medium to large cities in the Great Xia were simultaneously sounding red alarms, with various warning signs flashing across the screen. This meant that dozens of cities in the Great Xia were simultaneously suffering destructive invasions from foreign races. How is this possible? There were only 2 supreme beings infiltrating the Great Xia. Even if they had 3 heads and 6 arms, it was impossible for them to strike at dozens of cities at the same time. Activate the hidden backup resources of the Great Xia, full power output for city isolation energy, Yan Yiling said with a furrowed brow. This was the last resort of the Great Xia's defensive cities, similar to the Mother River of Heaven and Earth, capable of raising a high-energy barrier around the cities to temporarily block the invasion of foreign races. However, as soon as the blue barrier rose, before it could take shape, it instantly turned into bubbles and dissipated. Dozens of cities with flickering red lights were no exception. At this moment, all around the Great Xia, flames soared into the sky, and countless buzzing alarm sounds filled every corner of the cities, as fire, thick smoke, and explosions completely engulfed the Great Xia. In the far west of Xia, one of the 4 main borders, the desolate land, the wind howled, and sand flew everywhere, with severed limbs and broken arms scattered across the desert. On the ground, dry and old tree roots twisted and turned, creating a desolate scene, with blood of various colors staining the roots. Not far away stood a massive fortress. Outside this fortress in the desert, the soldiers guarding the Great Xia had just experienced a fierce battle. Although the human race suffered significant losses in the recent fight, they fortunately managed to defeat the foreign troops. Outside the fortress, dozens of soldiers were busy. A man who looked like a commander was clearing the battlefield while loudly addressing those around him. Hurry up, brothers, put in more effort. Clear the main battlefield and reset the traps. The foreign races may launch another attack at any time. We cannot let our guard down for a moment while Lord Wushan is out supporting. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers noticeably quickened their pace. Just then, the squad leader suddenly froze. Not far away, a pale-faced man was gazing at the desert, forming a stark contrast with the busy soldiers. The squad leader frowned slightly, stepped forward, and scolded, "Hey, what are you doing standing there instead of working?" As if he heard the squad leader's shout, the man turned his head slightly, revealing a chilling smile. Seeing this person's nonchalant attitude, the squad leader felt a surge of inexplicable anger and was about to step forward to reprimand him. But as he got closer, his heart suddenly jolted, filled with boundless horror. This pale-faced man actually had no feet, he was floating above the ground. A ghost race. When did this ghost race arrive here? Enemy. The squad leader's face suddenly turned extremely fierce, and as he spoke, he swung his long knife towards the foreign race before him. But before he could utter the word enemy attack, he suddenly realized he had lost control of his body. He felt his body gradually growing cold, and the vitality within him was rapidly fading. This power was far beyond what an extraordinary being like him could resist. He used all his strength to turn his head, wanting to notify the temporary squad of the enemy's invasion, but he found that the squad, which had just been clearing the battlefield, was now lying on the ground, all pale and devoid of life. At this moment, he felt as if his consciousness was about to be pulled out of this body. Just as the squad leader was about to despair, a dull and massive knocking sound suddenly came from afar, like a drum. Boom, boom, boom. The drumbeat grew louder, until even the ground began to tremble slightly. Hearing this sound, the Ghost Clan's lips curled slightly, casually tossing the human aside, a massive and terrifying aura of gloom emanating from them. In the distance, a figure rushed forward at high speed. The enormous drumbeat was actually the sound of that person's footsteps. In an instant, the figure arrived before the ghost clan, their fists crashing down like giant hammers. Boom! With a loud bang, clouds of dust and sand erupted like massive waves, blocking out the sky. In the sand, a deep, bottomless pit suddenly appeared, countless grains of sand rolling into it. As the dust settled, a man with a frighteningly robust physique was revealed. The man stood nearly 3 meters tall, his muscles coiling like dragons across his body, as solid as a small mountain. One of the martial gods of the Great Xia, the Earth Saint, had returned at this moment. In midair, the Ghost King's unharmed body reappeared, speaking with a tone of praise. To achieve the status of a martial god solely through physical strength, this impact is truly terrifying. He paused, then a chilling smile spread across his face. But it's a pity, your luck is a bit poor, to have encountered me. Looking at the Ghost Clan in midair, whose aura was terrifying, the Earth Saint's expression grew particularly grave. Judging by the intensity of the aura emanating from him, this was an existence of the same level as himself. In other words, the Ghost Clan before him was the king of the Ghost Clan. The appearance of the Ghost King at this border also indicated that among the alien races, martial god-level combat power had officially made its entrance. The Earth Saint took out a satellite phone, his voice heavy as he spoke. The western region of Great Xia is facing an invasion by a martial god-level alien race, confirmed to be the Ghost Clan King. Prepare for battle immediately. After completing the report, the Earth Saint put away the satellite phone and gently grasped in midair. Instantly, 2 incredibly heavy giant striped hammers appeared in his hands. As the hammers came together, a roar that pierced through heaven and earth echoed through the clouds. Kill! The Earth Saint slightly bent his body, his legs tensed, and his entire body shot towards the Ghost King standing in midair like a cannonball, tearing the air apart with a sonic boom. The Ghost King's expression remained unchanged, but 2 terrifying ghostly flames flickered suddenly on his shoulders. The battle between the martial gods had begun. In the northernmost part of Great Xia, one of the 4 main borders, the Cloud Cluster Mountain Range. The Cloud Cluster Mountain Range is composed of countless steep and sharp peaks and thickets, possessing the most bizarre and perilous terrain in all of Great Xia. Between the mountains, numerous towering cloud trees grow, some even reaching heights that obscure small peaks. This is the origin of the name of this border, the Cloud Cluster Mountain Range. Such a bizarre terrain destined the Cloud Cluster Mountain Range to have a geographical advantage that is easy to defend but hard to attack. For 100 years, the northern border has experienced the fewest invasions by alien races among the 4 main borders. This is also why the martial gods are willing to guard the northern border of Great Xia. Not only is it not far from the capital, Longdu, allowing for quick returns to handle affairs, but the opportunities requiring the martial gods to take action are also pitifully rare. At this moment, a short old man sat silently atop the highest peak, idly gazing at the distant sky. This is said to be the highest peak in Great Xia, the sky-suspended peak. It is said that in ancient times, practitioners ascended from the sky-suspended peak to achieve divine status. Just as the old man was getting tired and wanted to close his eyes to rest, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Martial God, strong fluctuations of the power of heaven and earth have been detected outside the mountain range. They are approaching the border at an extremely fast speed. As soon as the soldier finished speaking, a rumbling sound echoed through the Cloud Cluster mountain range. In the distance, large areas of cloud trees seemed to be rapidly felled, one after another collapsing. Seeing this scene, the old man trembled, a red light swirling in his eyes, and he looked with great interest towards the forest below. A gigantic centipede with a human face was dragging its massive body, weaving through the cloud trees at an incredible speed towards the border it was guarding. Wherever this human-faced centipede passed, the grass and trees withered, and the soil turned into a sinister purple. Even the towering cloud trees would snap at the slightest touch. The old man pulled out a satellite phone, his face showing a hint of excitement as he spoke. Yen, a big centipede has come to the northern part of Daxia. It looks quite interesting. I can't manage the other parts of Daxia for now. You'll have to figure it out yourself. After saying this, the old man hung up the phone, climbed to the mountain peak, and his body suddenly trembled. A roar of tigers and leopards echoed from within him. Then, he leaped down from the highest peak of Daxia, letting his body fall. Just as he was about to hit the ground, he formed a seal with his hands in anger. In an instant, the heavens and earth roared, the wind and clouds changed abruptly, and a towering, refers to a spiritual body or manifestation, suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The old man landed steadily on the shoulder of the, controlling it to leap towards the centipede. At the same time, the enormous gathered its, refers to the essence or rhythm of the Tao, in its hand and struck down fiercely at the giant centipede weaving through the trees. Seeing the hand coming towards it, the giant centipede twisted its body and shot out a ball of purple-black slime from its abdomen. From the bushes, a sizzling sound like roasting meat filled the air as the giantess palm dissolved completely under the slime. Looking at the enormous before him, the king of the strange insects straightened up and stared at the old man on the shoulder. This so-called strongest martial god of Dacia they had conjured is nothing special. The king of the strange insects hissed with a mocking tone, "It seems that it is far inferior to the of my strange insect clan. My is not as good as your ugly centipedes?" Upon hearing this, veins bulged on the old man's forehead, and the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth erupted with boundless anger around him. "Just a stinky bug, and you dare to speak so arrogantly in front of me? I'll let you see right now why I dare to claim the title of Dacia's #1. The old man formed seals with both hands. At that moment, the world suddenly dimmed. Above the sky, boundless red thunder roared and surged. The primal power poured down like a flood, as if some terrifying entity was about to descend. Everything happened too suddenly, from the old man's sudden rage to the arrival of the red thunder. Before the king of the strange insects could react, 8 pitch-black voids had already appeared in the sky. From the voids fell 8 enormous coffins, which surrounded the king of the strange insects perfectly. The moment the coffins hit the ground, the expression on the terrifying human face of the king of the strange insects changed drastically. It could feel that each of the 8 coffins surrounding it contained extremely terrifying power. There was no doubt, this was the of the martial god in rage. What was wrong with this old man? Why did he not test the waters at all, but directly used the martial god's ultimate trump card? The king of the strange insects was puzzled, but it only froze for a moment before twisting its massive body, trying to escape from the encirclement of the 8 coffins. The old man's previously murky eyes now shone bright red. He looked like a king at this moment, his voice hoarse as he commanded the coffins, "Stand up!" Bang 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 bang. At this moment, the 8 coffin lids sprang open simultaneously, and 8 figures walked out from within. At this moment, the king of the strange insects' pupils trembled violently, feeling an overwhelming chill rise from behind. In Longdu, the highest conference hall of the Dacia National Assembly, looking at the large area of alarms on the map of Dacia, Yeling furrowed his brows deeply. What on earth was going on? Just then, a panicked investigator burst into the conference room. But before he could speak, Yeling quickly asked, "Have the reasons for the Dacia turmoil been investigated clearly?" The investigator gasped for breath, and after stabilizing his breathing, he immediately spoke, "Lord Martial God, the preliminary investigation results are out. The headquarters requested emergency contact from the governors of 45 medium to large cities that were attacked, but only 20 governors responded." Yeling was taken aback. The full name of the emergency contact is Wartime Emergency Situation Special Contact. Once this request is made, if the city leaders do not cooperate immediately, they will be held accountable in a military court afterward. Rather than an emergency contact, it is more like a forced contact. Out of 45 cities, only 20 governors responded. Does that mean that half of the cities in the Great Xia have completely fallen? According to the governors of those 20 cities, the enemy did not attack from outside the city but appeared directly inside the city to cause destruction. Moreover, the number of enemies in each city is not large, but their martial arts realm is extremely high, mostly at the Great Ascension stage, with the highest even at the Master stage. From Great Ascension to Master stage, they are all elite. When did this group of foreign races quietly infiltrate the Great Xia? Yeling exhaled a breath of foul air and decisively ordered, "Notify the 12 Earth Generals and the Standby Emperor to mobilize all personnel to rescue the cities that have been most severely attacked first. For the other cities, arrange for the citizens to hide in underground shelters as quickly as possible before the rescue arrives." Yes. After doing all this, Yeling looked again at the map of the Great Xia. He then noticed that on the satellite phone, there were voice messages from 2 martial gods, Martial God Earth Saint and Martial God Fury, both of whom had already encountered king-level foreign races and had begun fighting with 2 foreign race kings. There are only 4 foreign race kings, so according to this pattern, each direction of the Great Xia can correspond to 1 foreign race king. Although the martial god Hermit in the eastern part of the Great Xia would not follow his and the Great Xia's arrangements, if foreign races invaded his eastern territory, he would naturally not sit idly by. Thinking of this, Yeling finally let out a sigh of relief. In that case, he could free up time to resolve the internal troubles of the Great Xia. With his spatial blessings, he should be able to resolve the turmoil in all 45 cities within 5 hours and then support the other martial gods. Although the losses for the Great Xia this time were extremely heavy, almost all large cities except for Longdu suffered devastating damage. But it must be known that this was an assault by the 4 races against the Great Xia. As long as they survive this time, the 4 races will no longer pose any threat in the future. Because within the Great Xia, there is that monstrous talented youth. Thinking of Gu Qingchen, Yan Yiling couldn't help but smile slightly. Give that youth another 2 years. No, 1 year. Perhaps he could indeed break through the blockade of the 4 races by himself and take him to the depths of the starry sky. Just as Yan Yiling stood up from his seat, preparing to set off, a sudden crackling sound came from the satellite phone. Before Yan Yiling could react, a mechanical voice, as usual, came from inside, Martial God Disaster, requesting emergency contact with the highest authority. The southernmost part of the Great Xia, one of the 4 main borders, the extreme cold land, has encountered 2 king-level foreign races, requesting the mobilization of martial god-level warriors for support. Yan Yiling's pupils suddenly constricted. The southern part of the Great Xia has encountered the invasion of 2 king-level foreign races? Does that mean there are no king-level foreign races invading the eastern part of the Great Xia? How is that possible? The martial god hermit not obeying the orders of the Great Xia is an absolute secret. This secret has only been mentioned during the martial god gatherings held every few years and is known only among the 5 martial gods. Even as a martial god, I only learned this news shortly after my promotion. Even though the higher-ups of the alien race knew through spies hidden at the border that the one guarding the east was the martial god hermit, they could never have known that the hermit was a stationary piece on the chessboard. So why would the alien race make such arrangements? This formation effectively rendered a martial god-level force of the Great Xia powerless. Yan Yiling furrowed his brows tightly. Everything that had happened recently was beyond his expectations. He shook his head. There was no time to consider these matters now. The battle of the martial gods was imminent, and he had to set off immediately to assist against the calamity in the southern region of the Great Xia. However, this would leave the interior of the Great Xia vulnerable to the alien race's destruction. By the time the battle between the martial gods concluded, regardless of who won or lost, the interior of the Great Xia would likely be completely devastated. Damn those aliens! How could they resort to such insidious tactics? Yan Yiling clenched his fists and slammed them heavily on the conference table, causing the entire congressional building to tremble slightly. Just then, his satellite phone rang again. Before he could pick it up, the call was automatically connected, and a familiar youthful voice came through. Uncle Yan, have you seen the black runes appearing in the sky? What are they? Also, what's the current situation in the Great Xia? Hearing that voice, Yan Yiling's somewhat stiff body trembled slightly. Gu Qingchen? Hadn't that kid gone into seclusion a month ago? A month prior, Gu Qingchen had informed him that he would be entering temporary seclusion. Initially, Yan Yiling was somewhat puzzled, but he quickly understood. During wartime, the Great Xia was in chaos everywhere, and secluding oneself at this time undoubtedly avoided most of the risks. With that boy's monstrous talent, it was not an exaggeration to say he was preserving the last spark for the Great Xia. Therefore, as the temporary commander of the Great Xia, he had not counted this boy as part of the combat strength from the beginning. He didn't expect that the boy had only been in seclusion for a month and had already emerged. He quickly located the boy's position on the map and then lightly drew his long knife in front of him. A narrow spatial tunnel opened in the conference room. Before long, a handsome young man emerged from the tunnel. At the sight of the boy, a hint of surprise flashed in Yan Yiling's eyes. In just a month, the boy's aura had surged once again compared to before. It even seemed to have reached the level of a marquis. One must know that reaching the marquis level required condensing a dharma body, which consumed a massive amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, taking at least half a year to several years. Otherwise, it would be impossible to refine. He was about to ask, but then seemed to remember something, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Forget it, if it were him, it might not be a difficult task after all. Uncle Yan, long time no see. Gu Qingchen steadied himself and smiled. Time was of the essence, and Yan Yiling nodded, not engaging in pleasantries with the boy, and spoke rapidly. Little Gu, the situation is urgent, I'll be brief. Just a few hours ago, after those black runes appeared in the sky, 45 large cities within the Great Xia were simultaneously attacked by the alien race, and more than half of those cities have completely fallen. Soon, Yan Yiling explained the current situation of the entire Great Xia to Gu Qingchen. Uncle Yan, are you saying you want me to quell the internal chaos in the Great Xia? After hearing Yan Yiling's description, Gu Qingchen frowned. The situation in the Great Xia was far more serious than he had imagined. That's right, I am now transferring the highest authority of the entire Great Xia to you. Once the authority is activated, your satellite phone will directly receive the authorization of the Celestial Pearl, allowing you to grasp the real-time dynamics of all locations in the Great Xia. As Yan Yiling's words fell, a segment of black and white text suddenly flashed on the old satellite phone in Gu Qingchen's hand. Highest authority of the Great Xia obtained, connecting to the galaxy's treasure, Saiqiang Shinju. Immediately after, a burst of colorful light erupted from the satellite phone. Under the colorful glow, a small projection of the entire Great Xia unfolded before him. The projection displayed the current state of various cities, half of which were completely destroyed. Among the remaining cities, various red alerts flickered in their identifiers. Gu Qingchen briefly scanned the map, finally focusing on the territory of the Luoyang province. At this moment, the capital of Luoyang province, Ningdu, shone dimly on the map, like a firefly in the dark, teetering on the brink. The city where Luoyang First Martial Arts School was located was one of the 45 large cities of the Great Xia, Ningdu. This meant that his sister, Gu Xiaoyu, was very likely in great danger. Gu Qingchen nodded to Yan Yeling. I understand. I'll set off now, but Uncle Yan, don't you find it a bit strange? Strange? Yan Yeling was taken aback. All the actions of this alien race, this coincidence seems a bit too much. Gu Qingchen frowned slightly. However, after pondering for a moment without results, he shook his head and denied, I was just saying that, perhaps I'm overthinking it. Coincidence. A thought suddenly flashed in Yan Yiling's mind. The moment this thought emerged, his body trembled as if struck by lightning, feeling as if he had been enlightened. So that's how it is. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. A few seconds later, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Just as Gu Qingchen was about to step into the spatial tunnel, the man suddenly spoke again with a smile. Don't forget you promised me before, we are supposed to go deep into the starry sky together. Make sure you don't die. Gu Qingchen turned and smiled. For me now, below the supreme realm, it's all just chopping vegetables. But you should be careful, Uncle Yan, your opponent is the alien martial god. You can rest assured, your Uncle Yan has been killing aliens for decades, and I will never let these scum step an inch into the Great Xia. Then I'll be waiting for your good news, Uncle Yan. After saying that, Gu Qingchen stepped into the tunnel. Watching the young man leave, Yan Yeling let out a breath, drawing out the rust-red long knife from behind him. The moment he gripped the rust-red long knife, it felt as if he had shed a 1,000-pound burden, and he became incredibly sharp, a faint scarlet killing intent spreading from this man. He smiled. These past few days, dealing with these complicated matters had truly exhausted him. But from beginning to end, the only thing he excelled at was using the knife in his hand to slay aliens. Throughout his life, he had been accompanied by the knife. Only when he picked up the knife did he feel alive. The power of space flowed into the long knife, and as the blade fell, it carved out a narrow spatial tunnel in front of Yan Yeling. The end of this spatial tunnel led to the southern border of the Great Xia Extreme Cold Ice Island, an island completely covered by ice and snow. Just as Yan Yeling was about to step into the tunnel, the satellite phone on him suddenly rang. The moment he looked at the name on the satellite phone, Yan Yeling felt as if he had been shattered, completely frozen in place. The satellite phone displayed a woman's name, Lu Qingtian, one of the 7 princes, head of the Lu family. Memories surged like tidal waves, constantly churning in his mind, and Yan Yiling's hand gripping the knife couldn't help but tremble slightly. Why? At this moment? Calm down, Yan Yeling took a deep breath and slowly picked up the phone. As the call connected, after a crackling sound, a woman's voice, weak to the extreme, came through. Yan Yeling, don't go to the southern border. You will die. Before the woman could finish, another unfamiliar woman's voice came from the other end of the line, seemingly a subordinate beside her. Lord Wushan, I'm sorry, the Empress has just awakened a few hours after being poisoned by the Supreme of the Insect Clan during a pursuit of the alien Supreme. Her consciousness is still not very clear. I don't know why she insisted on calling you. At this moment, Yan Yiling's expression was somewhat complex. His lips moved slightly, struggling internally as if wanting to say something. But in the end, he only uttered a few words in a flat tone. I understand, take good care of her. After saying that, a self-mocking smile appeared on the man's face. He cut off the communication, tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife, and stepped into the spatial tunnel, completely disregarding the Empress's earlier death warning. It was like a traveler going to an appointment. In Luoyang province, inside the first high school of Luoyang province, a piercing buzzing sound echoed through the sky, and in the campus, panicked students rushed downstairs, running towards the playground according to the announcement on the broadcast. In an instant, urging voices, cries, and shouts erupted on the school grounds, creating a scene of chaos. Was that an explosion just now? Have the aliens invaded Ningdu? What's going on? Didn't they say just a few days ago that no aliens could reach the interior of Daxia? It's over. The internet and signals have completely cut off. What is happening outside? Xiaoyu, isn't your brother the head of the evil judgment court? You should know what's happening outside, right? A slightly plump girl nervously spoke to the tall beauty beside her, her face full of panic. Listening to her roommate's question, Gu Xiaoyu looked blankly into the distance and shook her head. Ever since the aliens began invading Daxia, her brother's phone had been unreachable, and she had no idea what the current situation in Daxia was. At this moment, on the podium above the playground, the principal was holding a microphone, urgently dispersing the crowd. Students, a major attack has occurred in Ningdu. Please do not panic. the school's emergency shelter has been opened. Please evacuate in an orderly manner to. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. A flash of white light from a knife, accompanied by a whistling sound, cut through the air, and with a poochie sound, the principal's words abruptly stopped. A huge steel knife had been plunged into the principal's neck, completely severing his vocal cords. Blood gushed out like a torrent, splattering the faces. He raised his bloodied hands, stroking his own cheeks, trembling continuously, his expression resembling that of a madman, laughing wildly at the sky. Ha 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 ha. 100 years, a full 100 years, I can finally be free. These thousands of tender blood meals can finally be enjoyed. Run! Just as everyone was still in a state of terror, a clear female voice exploded like thunder in the center of the playground. It was Gu Xiaoyu, who had already pulled her roommate and was fleeing into the distance. The students present finally reacted, and instantly, countless piercing screams erupted, nearly tearing their eardrums apart. Tens of thousands of students began to frantically escape from the school. Standing on the podium, watching the students fleeing into the distance, the man did not make any move to stop them. He tore off the work uniform of the head teacher, revealing a sinister smile. Run, run, the farther the better. The hunting game officially begins now. Luoyang Province, Ningdu. A deep blue spatial tunnel opened, and a remarkably handsome young man stepped out. Gu Qingchen shook his slightly dizzy head, and what he saw was a sky ablaze with fire. At this moment, Ningdu was no longer the bustling metropolis. There were almost no shadows of people on the streets. He then noticed 3 humanoid beings, resembling humans, watching him warily. This human looked young, but unlike other blood meals, he exuded an incredibly strong aura, causing a sense of unease in the hearts of the 3. Gu Qingchen sized up the 3. Although they appeared human, 2 of them still had fresh bloodstains around their mouths, and the last one was even holding a bloody human leg, gnawing on it, undoubtedly a different race. To encounter enemies right after landing, it seems my luck is quite good. A slight smile appeared on Gu Qingchen's face, but his tone suddenly turned icy. Now, I give you 2 choices. First, answer my question, and then die here. Second, die here immediately. Choose. Hearing the murderous intent in the boy's words, the 3 alien beings were taken aback, and then the leader's eyes flashed with mockery. Although the aura of this boy made the 3 a bit wary, it was far from reaching the level of fear. He pulled out a bloody giant hammer from behind him, sneering, "Just a little human brat not even 50 years old, you so-called proud children of the great Xia really talk too wildly. I just wonder how many rounds you can last under my hands." He looked at Gu Qingchen, greedily licking his bloodied lips. Behind the male alien, the female alien frowned slightly, feeling inexplicably panicked. For some reason, she felt that this boy looked somewhat familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere. She stared at the relaxed-looking boy in front of her and cautiously spoke. "This kid is a bit strange. The task of destroying the city isn't complete yet. Don't delay, kill him." "Do I need your teaching?" The leading male alien sneered, stepping forward and gripping the giant hammer tightly, purple light bursting forth from the hammer as he swung it violently down at Gu Qingchen. "Die!" With a swing of the hammer, the winds and clouds shook, a massive sonic boom erupted, creating ripples in the air. "Oh, Master Realm?" Gu Qingchen chuckled lightly, not avoiding or dodging, his finger slightly moving, a tiny scarlet sword chi flicking out from his fingertip. The moment the sword chi shot out from the boy's finger, the space around them darkened. At the same time, the female alien's expression changed dramatically. "This is killing intent?" "No, the killing intent cannot reach such a level. This is Tao rhythm? This boy is actually using Tao rhythm?" At this moment, she felt an overwhelming chill suddenly rise from behind, fear engulfing him like a tide. "Wait, don't attack!" The female alien suddenly shouted, but as soon as her words fell, the scarlet sword energy had already swept past like the wind. In front of her, the robust male alien's head shattered like a fruit, purple-red blood gushing out from the crack in his skull. Even after his head exploded, his body remained standing for several seconds before finally losing balance and collapsing weakly to the ground. Until death, the male alien's face was still filled with disbelief. He stared wide-eyed, his eyes filled with deep despair. Looking at the corpse of his kin before her, the female alien finally understood why she felt an inexplicable familiarity when looking at this boy. At such a young age, he comprehended Tao rhythm and could kill a master-level kin in the blink of an eye. Only one person in the Great Xia could achieve such a level, the youngest head of the evil demon tribunal in the history of Great Xia, Gu Qingchen. However, since the 4 clans invaded Great Xia, the name Gu Qingchen had disappeared from everyone's sight for a whole month. Moreover, with Gu Qingchen's vision fully restored, his gaze no longer hollow, and his hair having grown much longer under the nourishment of immense spiritual energy, this alien was unable to recognize him. She looked fearfully at another kin beside her, only to see that another kin had already been bisected by the boy, despair flooding his pupils, his life force completely extinguished. Looking at the alien beside him who had completely lost combat ability, Gu Qingchen retracted the Tao rhythm into his body, took a step forward, and approached the alien's corpse, examining it closely. The appearance and body structure of the alien before him were no different from that of a human, but the blood that sprayed out was purple-red. The purple-red blood was one of the hallmarks of the Shura clan. In addition, both alien corpses bore large scars. Indeed, they are from the Shura clan. To infiltrate the human race, they even went so far as to remove all their keratin. Gu Qingchen frowned slightly. The keratin of the Shura clan was no different from the bones of humans, and removing it would injure the muscles and bones. Moreover, the wounds on these two aliens were very old, clearly not having infiltrated Great Xia recently. It seems I can only ask this last survivor. Gu Qingchen directed his gaze to the last living one. Feeling Gu Qingchen's gaze, the female Shura suppressed her fear and spoke in panic. Gu Qingchen, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything you want to know. She had endured in Great Xia for 100 years, a full century. Now that she was about to reap the rewards of her suffering, how could she be willing to die here? Gu Qingchen shook his head and said coldly, I told you from the beginning, there are only two choices. Moreover, I don't trust the words of aliens. I don't need to go through so much trouble. As his words fell, in the next second, Gu Qingchen's pupils shone with a clear Klein blue. Under the control of the Eye of Divine Burial, the female Shura's body moved as if manipulated, like a mechanical puppet. The boy's pupils gleamed, like a king, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Tell me, when did so many elite Shura infiltrate Great Xia? The female Shura spoke mechanically, reporting to you, we infiltrated Great Xia 100 years ago. Hearing the alien's answer, Gu Qingchen's heart jolted. What? 100 years ago? That means the Shura clan had already been preparing to invade Great Xia 100 years ago? There are warriors guarding the borders all over Great Xia. How did you enter? Gu Qingchen frowned, speaking with confusion. The female alien showed no hesitation and spoke again. 100 years ago, the Azura clan sent a martial god-level force to attack the borders of the Great Xia, conducting an invasion. We were the ones who, at that time, were stripped of our outer skin by the high-ranking members of the Azura clan, disguised as human children who lost their families due to the war, and entered the Great Xia. In other words, the Azura clan, which is currently wreaking havoc in the Great Xia, has actually been hiding among humans, living together with them for 100 years? Just the thought that there might be aliens hidden among the people around her sent a chill down Gu Qingchen's spine. These aliens really know how to endure. One last question. How many Azura clan members disguised as humans entered the Great Xia 100 years ago? The female alien mechanically replied, I don't know, but based on my estimation, there were about 100. About 100 aliens. Gu Qingchen frowned. The Azura clan has a lifespan far exceeding that of humans. Even if they were stripped of their outer skin, their martial path would not have any limits. But 100 years is enough for them to cultivate to the Great Ascension Realm. 100 aliens above the Great Ascension Realm is undoubtedly a terrifying number for the people of the Great Xia. It seems I need to hurry. With a swift motion, she severed the last Azura clan member's head and unfolded the map of Ningdu, her body soaring into the air. She quickly flew towards Gu Xiaoyu's school, Luoyang Province First Martial Arts High School. At this moment, in the dark underground shelter, countless student corpses lay sprawled, blood flowing like a river, already forming a thin layer of pooled blood on the ground. A student was desperately crawling on the ground, one of his feet completely severed. Director, please, don't kill me. I'm Wang Shouchuan, one of the top 10 in the grade, your favorite student. Don't you remember me? The director looked at the tear-streaked face of the student and revealed a satisfied smile. He leaned closer to the student, smiled, and said, since you are so excellent in your studies, why would you choose to hide in a place like this underground shelter? Have you gone stupid from studying? Or do you think I would be foolish enough not to think of such a place? As he spoke, the director's expression suddenly darkened, and he coldly said, it's because of you fools that my hunting has become utterly joyless. With that, the director gently waved his hand, and a blood-stained bone flew up from the ground, directly plunging into the male student's skull. The student convulsed twice, blood splattering, and then he breathed no more. In this shelter, there were no living souls left. Looking at his handiwork around him, the director wore a satisfied smile. All right, the fools are all cleaned up. Now the real hunt can officially begin. Saying this, he gathered the power of heaven and earth, his entire form soaring into the air, leaping above the entire school. He surveyed the campus, and finally, with a grin, he slowly descended in front of a teaching building. Senior 3's teaching building, Class 504. Gu Xiaoyu and a few girls huddled in a corner out of sight from the corridor outside the window, but their slightly trembling bodies still revealed that they were in a state of extreme fear. One girl spoke with a trembling voice, laced with tears. Xiaoyu, do you have any news from the outside? What is happening? Why is the director trying to kill us? Beside her, another girl echoed from under the desk. Yeah, Xiaoyu, your brother is the head of the evil judgment court. He will come to save you, right? Right? As soon as this was said, the others hidden in class 504 also looked up at Gu Xiaoyu. Since Gu Qingchen live-streamed the killing of 2 emperors in the Great Xia, the news spread, and Gu Xiaoyu suddenly became a celebrity at school. Almost all the students knew that the tall, beautiful girl in the second year was the sister of the head of the Demon Judgment Office, holding a status equivalent to that of a royal princess. Because of this, many students followed Gu Xiaoyu into the teaching building. Looking at her restless classmates, Gu Xiaoyu comforted them. Everyone, hold on a little longer, stay calm, help will arrive soon. After saying this, Gu Xiaoyu let out a slight sigh in her heart. Her older brother, Gu Qingchen, had been missing for a month. Based on her own judgment, not only was he not coming to rescue her, but he was likely in great trouble himself. However, she also knew that if she revealed the truth, the order here would likely collapse in an instant. Although she was terrified inside, she still had to muster the strength to comfort her classmates. Just as a student was about to speak again, a sudden change occurred in the teaching building. Teacher, please, don't kill me. Ah, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from downstairs. In the classroom, the girls trembled, their eyes filled with fear. The murderous director had arrived. Gu Xiaoyu cautiously turned her head, her expression solemn as she raised her finger to signal the classmates hiding in the classroom to stay silent. For a moment, the classroom was filled only with the sound of pounding hearts. In the stairwell, calm footsteps echoed. Soon after, the director's voice, as gentle as ever, rang out in the corridor. Students, are you studying well under the teacher's supervision? But at that moment, no one dared to respond. The footsteps grew closer, gradually slowing, finally stopping outside classroom 504. At this moment, all the students felt their hearts leap to their throats, and a few girls had tears shimmering in their eyes. Outside the classroom, the director's sinister laughter could be heard. I see you, that student hiding under the desk. Are you coming out on your own, or do you want me to help you? Ah! Upon hearing this, a girl could no longer endure the torment of fear, suddenly standing up from under the desk, letting out a huge scream, and desperately fleeing towards the classroom door. But as she stood up and had barely taken 2 steps, a steel knife had already pierced through her chest. Good choice of hiding place, but unfortunately, your courage is lacking. Seeing this scene, Gu Xiaoyu and several other girls turned ashen. It's over, everything is over. Just as everyone fell into despair, a sudden change occurred. In the distant sky, a figure rapidly flew towards the teaching building. The figure slightly raised a hand, and in an instant, the director felt an irresistible force accompanied by a terrifying wind rushing towards him. Bang! The director's bones shattered, crashing heavily into the blackboard. What is happening? The director was horrified. Just as he tried to struggle to his feet, a long spear formed from the essence of the Tao flashed like thunder, piercing through his entire body and nailing him to the blackboard. A handsome young man descended from the sky, landing beside Gu Xiaoyu, gently patting the girl's head, and asked, Xiaoyu, are you okay? Gu Xiaoyu blinked, unable to believe the boy before her expression dazed as she spoke. Brother? Gu Qingchen pinched the delicate face of the girl, teasing, Gu Xiaoyu, now you know to call me brother? You bastard, how dare you? The director roared from the podium, forcing himself to stand despite the intense pain, ready to throw the steel knife at Gu Qingchen. You're so noisy. Gu Qingchen's face showed some impatience as he extended his palm, gently gripping. The powerful Tao rhythm instantly exploded within the body of this foreign race before him. In the next moment, the head of the teaching department transformed into a massive pool of blood on the blackboard. The people present stared blankly at this scene, dumbfounded. Just moments ago, the head of the teaching department, who had single-handedly hunted the entire school, was instantly killed with just one glance from the boy. The boy's strength was truly terrifying beyond measure. At the southernmost tip of the Great Xia, one of the 4 main borders, the extreme cold ice island, the piercing cold wind howled, and snowflakes fell like goose feathers, piling up in large drifts on the city walls, the chill oppressive. On the ground outside the city walls, frost had formed, covered by thick layers of snow. This was the southernmost part of Great Xia, the land of extreme cold. Unlike before, a layer of aurora-like light was currently flowing across the sky, with various colors shimmering, looking crystal clear and magnificent. This was a rare elemental turbulence that occurred once in 100 years. However, at this moment, the soldiers in the border city had no time to admire the breathtaking scenery above. Outside the fortress, the sounds of battle echoed thunderously. Over 1 million soldiers of Great Xia were locked in combat with the dark mass of foreign troops. The entire battlefield resembled a meat grinder, with blood of different colors gushing out like fountains, and almost every living soldier was completely soaked in blood. Commander, the 103rd Squad in the southeast has been wiped out, and a gap has appeared in the front line. Have the nearby 230th Squad fill in. Even if it costs lives, they must hold the line. Above the city walls, the battle commander roared. A gap in the front line could very likely lead to a complete rout, and he could not allow such a situation to occur. After saying this, the battle commander summoned the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, compressing the gas, and shot a powerful air blast towards the gap on the battlefield. The air blast exploded among the foreign troops, buying a little time at the gap. Taking advantage of this moment, the soldiers of Great Xia surged forward to block the breach. After doing all this, the commander wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, but his expression remained grim. Although the front line could still barely hold, the number of foreign troops yet to engage was simply too great. If this brutal battle continued, the foreign race could exhaust these million soldiers to death using sheer numbers. The human race had no chance of victory. Moreover, the foreign race likely wouldn't need to wait that long. Above this battlefield, the figure of Lord Heavenly Calamity, the martial god, flickered continuously, creating countless afterimages. Wind, thunder, lightning. The terrifying elemental power surged and changed rapidly around him, his aura incredibly fierce. But he was simultaneously facing two foreign kings, two powerful beings at the martial god level. Under the siege of the two foreign kings, wounds continuously appeared on Heavenly Calamity, clearly falling into a disadvantage. If this continued, even Lord Heavenly Calamity might not be able to hold on. And once Lord Calamity fell, the million soldiers guarding the border would undoubtedly be at the mercy of the foreign race. Just as the commander was anxiously burning with impatience, a voice like thunder suddenly erupted in this realm. All human beings, take a step back. As the words fell, the world changed abruptly, and a scarlet sword aura, several kilometers long, descended from the sky. It cut a massive trench dozens of meters deep across the ice field, completely separating the human and foreign sides. In an instant, the foreign troops at the boundary line were taken aback. What is happening? Just when everyone was confused about what was happening, suddenly someone among the soldiers pointed to the sky and shouted, "Everyone, look, it's the martial god." As soon as this was said, everyone looked up towards the sky. At this moment, above the dreamlike sky, a deep blue tunnel hung prominently, resembling a giant pupil. From within the pupil, a man wearing a crimson mask emerged. This was Lord Yeling, who had just recently entered the martial god realm. Upon seeing the man appear, the commander-in-chief's heart jolted. Reinforcements from the Great Xia had finally arrived. Before entering the martial god realm, this lord was a professional killer of alien races, with a mountain of alien corpses piled behind him, a being that instilled fear in the hearts of the aliens, with strength that was incredibly formidable. It was said that any alien that fell into his hands had never escaped alive. Not to mention that he had now entered the martial god realm. His strength was likely at an unbelievable level. The commander-in-chief immediately felt relieved. "You've come a bit late," the Calamity spoke in a flat tone, as usual. At this moment, various elements swirled around the Calamity, his body covered in blood. Although his injuries were serious, they were not fatal. With the powerful physique of a martial god, these injuries would heal in just a few breaths. "Let's talk. What realm are the aliens opposite?" Yeling asked, looking at the two alien beings in the martial god realm, his tone icy. "The demon clan's heavenly demon is at the 7th level of the martial god realm, and the king of Azura is at the peak of the martial god realm." Yeling pondered for a moment, his blade dancing in his hand, crimson killing intent spreading around him. Then, he spoke as if giving an order. "The peak of the martial god realm is mine. The 7th level of the martial god realm is yours. How about that?" Hearing Yeling's words, the other three present were taken aback. A newcomer to the martial god realm wanted to challenge the alien king at the peak of the martial god realm as his opponent? That was a bit too arrogant. Before the Calamity could respond, the king of Azura stepped forward with a smile and spoke. "I've long admired your name, Lord Yeling. Truly, you are the god of slaughter that instills fear in the Great Xia. For decades, my subordinates have trembled in fear at the sound of your name. Today, seeing you in person, you indeed possess extraordinary courage." It seems that Lord Yen is very confident in his own strength, I just wonder how long such confidence can last. Beside the king of Azura, the heavenly demon toyed with a palm-sized black vase, a mocking expression appearing on his face. Confidence? Just entering the martial god realm, having just grasped the Tao rhythm, and thinking oneself invincible, is nothing but blind arrogance. To crush him, I only need one hand. Before the heavenly demon could finish his sentence, his body suddenly trembled violently. He inexplicably felt a chill rising from behind, his hair standing on end, even his scalp tingling slightly. What was that? He suddenly looked up, and the man in the crimson mask had already vanished. An ancient stone path appeared beneath his feet without him noticing, the dead energy swirling on the stone path rushing towards him, ready to extinguish the vitality within him. You just said you wanted to crush someone, didn't you? A voice suddenly echoed in the heavenly demon's ear, and he felt a terrifying killing intent enveloping him in an instant. At the moment the killing intent descended, the heavenly demon's pupils constricted sharply. Over 100 years of battle experience made him instinctively lean to the side. As his body twisted, a small spatial crack opened above him, and a rust-red, sharp blade fell like a torrential storm. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and the heavenly demon's left arm spun away from his body. What? A sharp pain surged from his arm, and the heavenly demon felt a storm of shock rise within him. Had he not instinctively leaned to the side just now, his head would have likely been severed by now. Even more terrifying was that he had completely failed to perceive when this human had moved. Was it because of the stone path formed by the Tao rhythm beneath his feet? Was this the top-level Tao rhythm within the Tao rhythm, the Tao of slaughter? At this moment, the heavenly demon was filled with a multitude of questions. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and before the heavenly demon could think it through, the next strike from yeling, carrying a terrifying killing intent, was already hanging over his head once more. How dare you? The heavenly demon's expression was ferocious, with countless blue veins bulging on his strange head, filled with immense anger. Ever since he stepped into the martial god realm, he had not shed a drop of blood. Yet today, he had his arm severed by a human who had just entered the martial god realm. What a tremendous humiliation! The demonic energy on the heavenly demon erupted instantly, and from a small black bottle, a large amount of filthy sludge surged out, transforming into a massive grinding wheel that spanned the heavens and the earth in less than half a breath. The grinding wheel was covered with sticky severed limbs and flesh, exuding an ominous aura, and rolled towards yeling. At the same time, the flesh and blood on the heavenly demon's severed left arm surged, and under the attachment of the black sludge, it astonishingly regrew in an instant. Yeling snorted coldly, the blade in his hand dancing, the rhythm of the Tao condensing, and a massive ghost gate suddenly appeared between the two. On the ghost gate, a face of a malevolent spirit emerged, opening its bloody maw and directly swallowing the entire grinding wheel summoned by the heavenly demon. His own treasure was actually devoured by the opponent's Tao rhythm? Watching this scene, the king of Azura beside them showed a hint of surprise in his eyes, but from beginning to end, he merely stood quietly to the side, showing no intention of intervening in their battle. Just as the malevolent spirit on the ghost gate was about to descend upon him, at this critical moment, the heavenly demon suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Heavenly calamity, how long do you plan to watch the show?" As soon as these words were spoken, under the heavenly dome, 100,000 soldiers who were nervously watching the martial god battle were all taken aback. What did the demon king just say? Mean? Could it be that he misheard, and the one he just called out was Lord Heavenly Calamity? Before everyone could react, an unexpected change occurred. The Heavenly Calamity, who had been chanting with a peachwood elemental staff, suddenly raised the staff and pointed it towards yeling. Above the sky, thunder rumbled like a drum. As the Heavenly Calamity's staff fell, a terrifyingly huge tree of thunder tore through the heavenly dome, instantly enveloping yeling. The massive pillar of thunder burst forth, illuminating the dark sky into daylight, as if millions of flashbangs had exploded simultaneously. "Close your eyes, don't look," the commander shouted, but his voice was drowned out by the tremendous elemental roar. Within the fortress, countless soldiers screamed in agony, covering their eyes, tears of blood streaming down their cheeks. Just a single glance at this thunderous giant tree burned their retinas completely. This was the terrifying power of a martial god. The roar of the thunderous giant tree echoed for over 10 seconds before gradually calming down. Yeling's original position was left with only a trace of fine ashes. The heavenly demon let out a secret sigh of relief. Finally dead, huh? That's right. This was the peak elemental bestower of the human martial god realm. Even if it were a martial god of the 7th realm, taking such a hit would leave them with no fighting capability, let alone a human who had just entered the martial god realm. He grinned and said, "The last obstacle has." Just then, a violent sound of wind surged, creating a massive sonic boom. Behind the heavenly calamity, blue light surged again, and a scarlet afterimage flashed by at lightning speed. Yen Yeling wore a cold smile, already appearing behind the heavenly calamity with a rust-red blade in hand. In the blink of an eye, the blade flickered, and the rust-red blade plunged straight into the heavenly calamity's neck, blood gushing forth. The heavenly calamity's head was about to be completely severed from his neck. At the brink of death, the king of Azura finally moved. He extended a hand, expanding like the blazing sun, and in an instant crossed the hundreds of meters between the two, seizing the blade of Yen Yeling. Yen Yeling's gaze sharpened, feeling an invisible sense of crisis emanating from the blade. Looking at the neck that had already been severed halfway by the calamity, he decisively withdrew his sword and retreated, once again slipping into the spatial rift, pulling his form back to a safe distance. What a pity, always just a little bit short. I was hoping to reduce your numbers by playing the fool before things got ugly, but it seems the reaction of the war god is indeed worlds apart from that of the Supreme. Yen Yeling slowly stepped out from the spatial rift, shaking his head, a look of regret on his face. Then, he glanced at his palm, murmuring to himself, truly worthy of the peak of the war god realm. Even though I was mentally prepared, I still couldn't dodge. At this moment, a blue-purple flame was burning on Yen Yeling's palm. The instant the aura of the thunder tree appeared, he had opened a spatial tunnel to shift behind the calamity. But the arrival of the thunder tree was too swift, he still couldn't completely evade it, and his right hand was grazed by the lightning. This blue-purple flame ignited after being struck by the lightning. The flame had no temperature, yet it inflicted a pain on Yen Yeling that he had never experienced before, as if it were scorching his very soul. But what puzzled Yen Yeling the most was that he couldn't extinguish this flame. The flames rapidly spread across his hand, and before long, they had climbed up to his forearm, doubling the pain. Yen Yeling instinctively mobilized the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within his body, trying to completely extinguish the flames on his arm, but the spiritual energy was swallowed up by this strange flame as if it were a cow sinking into the sea. Only by using the little remaining spatial power in his body could he barely slow the spread of the flames. However, this meant that the spatial power could not be used in battle. Yen Yeling's expression hardened, it seemed he would have to sever his arm. Stop struggling, this is the eternal flame found by the Azura clan from the depths of the universe. As if sensing Yen Yeling's intentions, the voice of the Azura king echoed through the heavens and earth. Once this flame touches you, it will never extinguish until it burns the enemy to ashes. Don't think that you, O war god, are any exception, even the Supreme would not be spared. At this moment, looking at the blazing blue-purple flame in Yen Yeling's hand, the Azura king could no longer maintain his composure. His mouth cracked open, and his face was filled with ecstatic joy. With this, the last unstable factor was eliminated, and no one in the Great Xia could hinder his plans anymore. From beginning to end, this was a trap he had designed specifically for Yen Yeling. Using the calamity of the war god that had lurked in Great Xia for hundreds of years, he lured Yen Yeling to this place, and at the critical moment, turned against him, intending to slay Yen Yeling here. What he hadn't anticipated was that the calamity's identity had been uncovered by this human, and even this man had successfully turned the tables. If he hadn't just made his move, the calamity would have already had its head severed, turning into a corpse. Just a little more, and this piece would have escaped his control. Thinking of this, he glanced at the calamity beside him. At this moment, the light screen on the calamity's face was soaked with gushing blood, elemental power swirling around him, urgently healing the wound on his neck. But fortunately, the outcome was the same. If it were just a war god, he certainly wouldn't have to go to such lengths. But this man possessed the spatial blessing that could mobilize the high-level combat power of the entire Great Xia. That is, Yen Yeling had the ability to summon the remaining war gods to this place. If Yen Yeling were to risk everything, bringing the remaining war gods here, then perhaps his 100 years of planning would be completely ruined. And now, this lingering worry had finally been resolved. The eternal flame is connected to the soul of its host, a sacred fire within the ancestral land of the Azura clan, worshipped by the Azura since ancient times. Once tainted by this terrifying flame, one has already set foot in the grave. Only certain extremely rare powers in the universe can temporarily suppress this flame. The power of space happens to be able to suppress the eternal flame to some extent. However, once Yen Yeling uses the power of space to suppress the flame, he will lose the ability to tear through space. In other words, this human before him has no further impact on his plans. As a pawn, Yen Yeling, you have truly surprised me. If I hadn't acted in time, the calamity would have likely fallen into your hands. Lord Yen, I am very curious, where did my meticulously crafted plan go wrong? And since you already know that the calamity is one of us, why did you still come to this place? Even if you played along and successfully killed the calamity, it would be impossible to deal with both of us, the two alien kings, at the same time. So why did you come here to seek death? The Azura king wore a cold smile, looking at Yen Yeling with some confusion. The overall situation was set, the man's death was already destined, and he didn't mind chatting a bit with this man who had seen through part of his plans. Faced with the Azura King's rapid-fire questions, Yeling did not respond. He simply connected to the satellite phone and spoke in a voice only he could hear. Attention all high-ranking officials of the Great Xia, an urgent notice will be issued next. The Great Xia's war god Calamity has been confirmed to have rebelled against humanity. I will repeat, the Great Xia's war god Calamity has been confirmed to have rebelled against humanity. On the fortress, upon hearing the message from Yeling, the face of the commander turned pale. The last shred of hope in his heart turned to ashes. The war god Calamity, who had guarded the Great Xia for hundreds of years, had truly betrayed them. After sending out the message, Yeling turned off the satellite phone, drew his sword, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face, a strong killing intent resurfacing. He stood before the three war gods, wearing a pleased smile. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to think he could fight against three war gods at once, but he knew that with the simultaneous invasion of the four clans, there was no one left in the Great Xia to rely on. If he did not come here, the southern border of the Great Xia would face the assault of three war gods at the same time. The million soldiers guarding the southern border would likely turn to ashes in an instant. Therefore, he could only play along with the plan, trying to forcefully kill the Calamity. Unfortunately, he failed. At this point, the Great Xia was on the verge of collapse, and Yeling could only think of one possibility for the Great Xia to withstand the invasion. That was for the two war gods in the west and north to defeat their respective opponents and use the Crystal Tower to rush to the southern border for support. Even though he knew this possibility was slim, he had to stake his life to protect the last glimmer of hope for the Great Xia. Behind him stood a million human warriors, along with the millions of families still waiting for their return. Behind the million soldiers were a full 10 billion citizens of the Great Xia. As the god of death for the Great Xia, he had to safeguard the lives and happiness of these 10 billion people. Even if he were to fall here, it would not matter, because he, Yeling, had never intended to leave alive since he stepped into the spatial rift. Azura, stop wasting time with him. Kill him now to avoid any further complications. At this moment, the heavenly demon was surrounded by swirling black energy, looking at Yeling ahead with a hint of wariness in his eyes. This human, whether in temperament, execution, combat experience, or strength, was very strong, and extraordinarily so. He finally understood why every time he mentioned the name Yeling, his useless subordinates would tremble in fear. Fighting this man required complete concentration. The moment any flaw was revealed in battle, he would be killed in an instant. He was nothing short of a precision killing machine. Beside him, the light on the face of the natural disaster flickered, nodding in agreement. The terrifying recovery ability of the martial god had already healed most of the wound on his neck. Behind him, the hurricane roared, and thunder crashed. Run? Ha 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 ha. Now that I have appeared here, how could I possibly flee? Just because you have sealed my spatial power, why do you act as if victory is in your grasp? Yeling pointed his long knife to the sky, a carefree smile on his face. Since that's the case, let me tell you some news. After I stepped into the Great Ascension realm, every alien race I have encountered has not left alive in my presence. You will naturally be no exception. He spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering it on the sharp blade, and the long knife in his hand hummed. Taking a step forward, he horizontally positioned the knife in front of him, standing alone against the three martial gods. Behind him, the ghost gate reappeared, the yellow springs surged, and a scarlet killing intent erupted along with the vast spiritual power of heaven and earth. Killing you alien scum is what I specialize in. In the central region of the Great Xia, Ningdu, at the first martial arts high school in Luoyang province, Gu Qingchen, you. At this moment, looking at her brother standing in front of her, Gu Xiaoyu was overwhelmed with countless questions. Where have you been for the past month? How did you find my location? What is the situation in the Great Xia now? Too many questions were stuck in Gu Xiaoyu's throat, and for a moment, she didn't know how to organize her words. Seeing Gu Xiaoyu's bewildered expression, Gu Qingchen couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl didn't even notice that he had been patting her head all along. It should be known that this was Gu Xiaoyu's no-go zone since childhood. Next to Gu Xiaoyu, several girls had just come to their senses from Gu Qingchen's terrifying strength, but when they saw the boy's face again, they fell into a daze once more. Although they had seen the boy's appearance on television, in the reality of a 360-degree unobstructed view, his handsome features were far more stunning than in the live broadcast. At this moment, the boy's eyes had regained their brilliance, and his hair had grown much longer, messily cascading over his shoulders, giving off a sense of fragmentation. For a moment, the entire classroom fell into a brief silence. Looking at the dazed crowd, Gu Qingchen was the first to speak. Now, all major cities in the Great Xia are under attack by alien races. Don't just stand there. Follow me and let's evacuate to a safe place. A few girls froze for a moment, seemingly recalling some terrifying events, fear appearing in their eyes as they nodded vigorously and followed Gu Qingchen. Just then, a crackling sound suddenly came from the satellite phone in Gu Qingchen's hand. Emergency notification, emergency notification. Gu Qingchen's expression suddenly became serious as he brought the phone to his ear. A familiar voice of yeling came through. Attention all high-ranking officials of the Great Xia, an emergency notification is about to be issued. The martial god of natural disaster has been confirmed to have betrayed humanity. Let me repeat, the martial god of natural disaster has been confirmed to have betrayed the alien races. The martial god of natural disaster, a traitor lurking within the Great Xia? Gu Qingchen's body trembled violently, and a storm of shock surged in his heart. How could this be possible? In terms of seniority, the natural disaster was one of the top existences among the martial gods. 300 years ago, the natural disaster had already stepped into the realm of martial gods and began guarding the Great Xia. He never expected such an existence to become a traitor. Gu Qingchen's expression turned extremely grim. In other words, at this moment in the southern border, Uncle Yen is single-handedly fighting against 3 martial gods? And the Rainli who recently became a disciple of the heavenly calamity. Thinking of this, Gu Qingchen's gaze instantly turned icy cold. He must set off for the southern border immediately. Although he is definitely not a match for the martial gods right now, he still has the divine weapon, Dragon Dandelion, by his side. With the recovery from the Shaanxi wine, he can at least fire 2 shots. However, before departing, he must ensure the safety of Gu Xiaoyu and the others. Gu Qingchen exhaled a breath of turbid air, bringing his hands together, and a golden radiance began to emanate from his body. Within a few breaths, a golden sun will slowly took shape in his hands. This is a unique item of the Marquis realm. As long as he infuses it with spiritual energy, he can summon his. Once, the traitor Yen Mietian wielded the of several earth-level and royal family masters to fight against him, but he shattered them all with his poetry scroll. Generally speaking, the strength of it does not exceed half of the main body. But Gu Qingchen's is somewhat different. This towering golden is something even he cannot see through. During his previous battle against the Supreme, he keenly noticed a phenomenon. It seems that every time the blazing sun above the extinguishes, the strength of the golden giant undergoes a qualitative enhancement. And when there are 9 sun wheels behind it can already crush a supreme of the insect clan with a single step. It is hard to imagine how terrifying this will be when all 9 sun wheels are extinguished. He handed the golden sun wheel to Gu Xiaoyu, speaking heavily, I am going to support the border now. You all follow Gu Xiaoyu's lead, Longdu is safe for now. This is my. If you encounter any alien races again, just rub the surface of the sun wheel 3 times, and you can summon my. Gu Xiaoyu was suddenly shocked, looking at the young man in front of her in disbelief. In other words, this brother, who is only a few years older than her, has already entered the Marquis realm after disappearing for a month. It should be noted that her brother Gu Qingchen had just broken through the Qi Si 6 months ago. Even now, Gu Xiaoyu still feels somewhat dreamlike. Under Gu Xiaoyu's astonished gaze, Gu Qingchen's figure soared into the air again, stepping on the wind and clouds, disappearing from everyone's sight. In midair, Gu Qingchen frowned tightly. No, at his current speed, it is simply too slow. Luoyang province is located in the central part of the Great Xia, with a distance of over 100,000 kilometers to the southern border. At his current speed, it would take until tomorrow morning to arrive. By then, the battle would probably have already ended. Thinking of this, Gu Qingchen slowly closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness into the divine hall. When he opened his eyes again, a dazzling golden light filled his vision, and the golden door of the divine hall slowly opened before him. This time, Gu Qingchen did not hesitate at all and headed straight for the Qinglian temple. Outside the Qinglian temple, seeing Gu Qingchen rushing towards it, Li Taibai slightly raised his eyes, and then a sparkle appeared in his gaze. Gu Xiaoyu, you finally remembered me. Did you bring the Shaanxi wine? Under Li Taibai's somewhat bewildered gaze, Gu Qingchen directly stormed into the Qinglian temple, rummaging through things, and then grabbed a poetry scroll, his body turning into particles and dissipating within the temple. Leaving the divine hall, Gu Qingchen slightly raised his hand. In midair, the green ink poetry scroll he had just obtained unfurled in this world. The great rock rises with the wind, soaring straight up 90,000 miles. In an instant, dense clouds and mist surged from all directions, surrounding Gu Qingchen, transforming into a gigantic Kuanping with wings spanning hundreds of miles. Gu Qingchen stood on the back of the Kuanping, taking a deep breath as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into the massive creature without reservation. The great rock spread its wings, clouds rolling and swirling. At this moment, the flow of all winds was completely reversed. Above the horizon, all the air currents seemed to come alive, pushing the enormous Kuanping forward. Another massive storm swept in, and the Kuanping reached its peak speed. At this moment, Gu Qingchen stood solemnly on the back of the great rock, blue light flowing in his eyes, murmuring, Yuli, Uncle Yen, I'm coming soon. You must not have any accidents. In the southern border, the frigid ice island. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed against the city walls as a figure crashed into the fortifications like a cannonball, followed by countless stones tumbling down to the ground. Yen Yiling's mouth was streaming with blood as he shakily stood up from the ground, his body now bearing no unscathed part. Wounds from knives, swords, electricity, and burns. Scars from various weapons and elements sprawled across his body like vines, the eternal fire having completely consumed his entire arm. Beneath the towering city walls, countless soldiers looked at the frail figure swaying in front of them, tears welling in their eyes. Lord War God, don't mind us, you must escape. As long as you are alive, there is still hope for the great Xia. Lord War God, we can hold this position, you go? Our lives are worthless, I'll fight these foreign scum. Damn it, I'll go with you, I don't want this life anymore. Amidst the chaos, several hot-blooded young soldiers were about to rush towards Yen Yiling. Stop, what do you think you're doing? The commander shouted angrily. This is the war god. If you want to seek death, I won't stop you, but if you distract the war god and cause the southern border of Great Xia to fall completely, can you bear that responsibility? But Lord Yen has already. I'll say it again, get back. The commander's expression was as dark as it could be. Before the young men could retort, he forcibly used the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to push them back. After reaching the king realm, the gap in power could no longer be compensated by numbers. These new soldiers entering the battlefield did not understand, but he, a master who had been stationed at the border for decades, knew all too well. Moreover, there were 3 war gods present, each a terrifying existence capable of severing mountains and seas with a wave of their hand. The million soldiers at the border seemed imposing, but in the eyes of the 3 war gods, they were merely a nest of ants, easily crushed with a flick of their hands. Now, all they could do was hope that Yen Yiling, this war god, could hold on for as long as possible. At this moment, Yen Yiling's entire body resembled a sandbag full of holes, blood gushing from the wounds. Yet even with such severe injuries, he still did not fall, struggling to prop himself up with his long knife, standing in front of the 3 war gods. At this moment, before him, 3 different Tao rhythms permeated the heavens and earth, terrifying images overshadowing everything, completely enveloping this space. Behind the natural disaster stood a massive thunder giant, its feet planted in the icy winds of the island, hovering in the air like a deity. Beside him, the heavenly demon had completely lost its human form, covered in dense tentacles and flesh lumps, transformed into a twisted and bizarre evil creature, surrounded by boundless black mist. The king of Azura hid behind the 2 colossal beings, his body flickering with an indistinct, eerie light. With the strength of one person, you actually forced the 3 of us to use the complete Tao rhyme simultaneously. I didn't expect that someone who has just entered the realm of the martial god could be so formidable. Lord Yen, you truly make me see you in a new light. However, it's quite a pity that the top-level Tao rhyme and blessings are dying here like this. After a pause, the king of Azura slightly opened his mouth, revealing a sinister smile, and spoke enticingly. Since that's the case, I will give you an opportunity. If Lord Yen is willing to work for my Azura clan in the future, not only will I spare your life today, but after the 4 clans completely destroy the Great Xia, I will also grant you an equal status with the martial gods of the Azura clan. How about that? Yen Yiling slightly raised his head, and in that instant, a scarlet blade light had already slashed out from the tip of his sword. A ridiculous little trick, is this your answer? Looking at the blade light flying towards him, the king of Azura showed a look of disdain and was about to raise his hand to crush the blade light. However, to his surprise, the blade light was already at his face. What? The pupils of the king of Azura suddenly constricted. Again, it was the power of space, burned by the eternal flame. How dare this man still use the power of space? The blade light was already in front of him, and it was impossible to completely dodge it. He could only tilt his head to evade. In the next second, a 10-centimeter long blood groove appeared on the face of the king of Azura, deep enough to see the bone. At this moment, the king of Azura's back was soaked with cold sweat. If he had reacted just a moment slower, his entire head would have probably been severed in half. Feeling the intense pain coming from his face, the king of Azura's expression suddenly darkened, becoming extremely cold. Very good, very good. Yen Yiling, you are truly impressive. I originally planned to let you die in such a muddled way, but now I've changed my mind. A terrifying smile appeared on the king of Azura's face. Yen Yiling, do you still remember what happened 100 years ago in the northwest of the Great Xia? 100 years ago. Yen Yiling's body suddenly froze. How could he forget? 100 years ago, the northwest of the Great Xia was invaded by the Azura clan, and his parents were killed by foreign tribes during that turmoil. He narrowly escaped a disaster, but from then on, he became all alone. Yen Yiling seemed to understand something, suddenly raising his head, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Is it you? That's right. It's me. A strange smile appeared on the king of Azura's face. Yen Yiling, did you think you had escaped back then? You were just a 10-year-old child. Did I want to kill you? Did you really think you could escape? It was all intentional on my part. Feeling the shock in Yen Yiling's eyes on the ground, the king of Azura felt an immense pleasure in his heart and continued, however, I implanted my carefully cultivated intoxicated magic grass in the brains of you and other human children. After being invaded by this magic grass, they are no different from others on ordinary days, but once they see the special mark of the Azura clan, they will be controlled by me, turning into a puppet that I can manipulate. Do you remember the black mark that appeared in the sky above the Great Xia before? That was the sign to activate the magic grass. In addition, I also eliminated the outer layer of skin from hundreds of Azura children with excellent talents, disguising them as human beings, mixing them with the human children who had been implanted with the intoxicated magic grass. This way, even if someone notices something wrong, after investigation, no one will suspect this batch of war orphans. After saying this, a satisfied and elated expression appeared on the king of Azura's face. As a lowly pawn, Yen Yiling actually dared to break free from his control. Not only that, but this pawn also saw through his most exquisite arrangement. After 100 years of planning, today he not only wants to take his life but also to completely crush him spiritually. He wants to savor the pleasure of this total victory. 100 years ago, this plan began. Even if you have uncovered the identity of the calamity today, so what? You are merely a small part of my century-long scheme. I just didn't expect you to break through to the martial god realm so quickly. This intoxicating demonic grass is ineffective against those above the martial god realm, otherwise, you would merely be my puppet now. But it doesn't matter. From the moment the Great Xia made its move, the outcome of the game was already determined. The process is no longer important. Pausing, the Azura king revealed a cruel smile. Alright, I've said my piece. You can go die now. He nodded towards the nearby heavenly demon. Heavenly demon, send Lord Yen on his way. The heavenly demon glanced at Yen Yiling, who was struggling even to stand, and let out a cold laugh, raising his hand to shoot out a strange black light. Watching the eerie black light surge towards him, Yen Yiling felt a sense of powerlessness fill his entire being. 100 years, a full 100 years. The target of his revenge was right in front of him, yet he didn't even have the strength to wield a knife. The crimson blade light infused with spatial power that he had just unleashed had drained the last trace of spiritual energy from his body. Before him was a blurred scene stained red with blood. Prolonged blood loss had left his vision hazy. Behind him, the ghostly gate was teetering, the bluestone path completely shattered, and the waters of the yellow springs had already dried up. A trace of unwillingness appeared on his face. Indeed, he still couldn't do it, could he? He felt the world before him growing increasingly blurry, his body growing colder, so cold that he couldn't stop trembling. An endless chill was about to envelop him completely. So this is what death feels like, Yen Yiling chuckled self-deprecatingly. No wonder those from other races would desperately plead before dying. In this final moment of life, time seemed to suddenly slow down, and memories surged in his mind like a tide. Scenes from the past became exceptionally clear at this moment. It turned out that there really was a revolving lantern in this world, he thought silently. Standing in the river of consciousness, for some reason, Yen Yiling felt an immense calmness. He stood suspended, silently watching his life unfold. He was a child abandoned by his biological parents, picked up by his adoptive parents from the wilderness. However, the first scene was of two indistinct adults lying in a pool of blood, eerie chewing sounds echoing in the room. A small boy hid under the bed, pressing his lips tightly together, trembling, afraid to make a sound. The little boy watched as the remnants of his parents scattered on the ground, bloodied. From that day on, all warmth in the world vanished from his mind. Only one thought remained. He wanted to kill all the other races in Great Xia. Thus, his life began from there. After leaving home, he wandered endlessly across the wilderness, using a small knife he had brought from home, initially feeding on wild grass and hares. As time passed, he gradually began hunting larger beasts. He traveled north, wandering the wilderness, losing track of time, and unknowingly arrived in Longdu 5 years later. Before reaching Longdu, he had already learned to hunt tigers alone using his killing skills. Upon entering Longdu, having been away from human society for 5 years, he could only wander the streets. During one of his begging attempts, he unexpectedly encountered a governor from Longdu, where the evil judgment had taken place 100 years ago. Looking at the small boy filled with killing intent and ferocity, the governor, upon learning the boy's background, immediately recognized this war orphan. Above the river of consciousness, Yen Yiling couldn't help but question in his heart, if I hadn't met this governor back then, what would I be like now? But before I could think it through, the river of consciousness began to flow again. After entering the dragon capital, under the governor of the tribunal's guidance, he became stronger and stronger, growing at a speed that shocked all the high-ranking officials in the dragon capital. His realm kept climbing, and within 70 years, he had already ascended to the throne of the supreme realm, governing the entire evil demon tribunal. However, while all those above the supreme realm established their own powers through bloodlines or by taking disciples, Yeling remained all alone. His actions left all the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia puzzled. The Supreme Realm, the head of the evil demon tribunal, either title was enough to stir up tremendous waves in the situation and governance of the Great Xia. Yet this man seemed uninterested in all of it. He simply kept swinging his blade throughout the Great Xia, the corpses of foreign races piling higher beneath his feet, and the reputation of the killing god grew ever larger. But he also grew increasingly lonely. Unknowingly, his life's journey had reached its end. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Yeling's face. Condensing his life, it turned out to be so dull and brief. He had heard soldiers discussing life and death, saying that people come into this world with cries and leave it with cries. At that time, Yeling stood outside the military camp, stunned. A question suddenly surfaced in his mind. Would anyone cry for him at the moment of his death? He searched desperately in his mind, but all that echoed were the tragic cries of countless foreign races at their last moments. At this moment, for some reason, standing in the river of his life, that question resurfaced in his mind. He vaguely remembered that there was indeed such a person. In the recent memories, it seemed he had overlooked something. It seemed he had overlooked a woman who was very important to him. The memories had reached their end. Darkness surged towards him like a tide, about to completely engulf him. Forget it. Everything is over, it no longer matters. But just as the world was about to fall silent, Yeling suddenly felt a familiar floral scent. The fragrance was rich and grassy, sweet like the morning dew. Immediately, a warmth surged from within his body, dispelling all the coldness. What was happening? He used the last bit of his strength to slightly open his eyes, and in his blurred vision, he saw a woman, exhausted yet still stunningly beautiful. The woman was incredibly proud, with fiery red lips, seemingly born with a queen-like aura. But this queen-like woman was now in tears, like a little girl who had made a mistake, desperately calling out his name. Yeling, don't you dare die. You promised me, please don't die. I beg you, don't die. Behind the woman, a gigantic flower, extraordinarily enchanting, bloomed, wrapping around their bodies. At the moment the flower bloomed, dazzling purple-red light enveloped the entire border, blinding everyone, whether human or foreign. Looking at the woman who suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield, the Azura King's pupils widened in shock, as if he had seen something unexpected. He frowned slightly, to break free from the control of the intoxicated demon grass before reaching the martial god realm. This is the first case. At this moment, the strange black light shot from the hands of the celestial demon was instantly obliterated under the purple light. SS level blessing, blooming of the other shore flower. This was a secret that Lu Qingtian, the head of the Lu family and one of the 7 emperors, had always kept hidden. In the Great Xia, she had never used her blessing, and no one knew what her ability was. Just because this incredibly rare SS-level blessing can only be used once in a lifetime. In the center of the strange flower, countless flower stamens spread out from Lu Qingtian's body, piercing into Yeling's skin, infusing this man with a surging vitality. Under the infusion of the flower stamens, the wounds on Yeling's body healed at a visibly rapid pace, and the vitality belonging to humanity reappeared within him. However, Lu Qingtian's delicate face was gradually losing its color, becoming increasingly pale as time passed. Looking at the familiar yet strange face of the woman before him, Yeling couldn't help but be stunned, as the tall buildings that had unknowingly risen in his mind suddenly collapsed. He remembered, he finally recalled. He was never alone. Ever since he stepped onto the wasteland and until he arrived in Longdu, there had been a girl who had always followed him. The girl was a year younger than him, and her parents had also died at the hands of the invading foreign tribes. He still remembered that at that time, the girl would call him brother. When hunting, the girl would help him keep watch, preventing other fierce beasts from ambushing him. During the hot summer, she would lie beside him, resting her chin on her hands, smiling as she looked at his face, using large leaves to fan him. On cold winter nights, the two would wrap themselves in the skins of hunted beasts, warming each other in their makeshift little house, falling asleep in each other's embrace. The crisp voice he had heard countless times in the wasteland echoed in his ears. Brother, be careful when you go hunting. If you die, I will be very sad. Don't worry, I won't leave you alone. He always responded like this, tirelessly. Time flew by, and the scene of the two entering Longdu for the first time resurfaced in his mind. The girl had grown into a beautiful young woman, nervously clutching her clothes as she looked at the towering steel buildings in Longdu. This was a magnificent sight that the two, who had lived on the rural border since childhood, had never seen before. After he was taken to the tribunal by the governor, the young woman also revealed an astonishing talent for martial arts, which was valued and nurtured by a royal at that time. It seemed that from that moment on, their relationship began to change. The girl would often sneak out of the royal palace to find him at the tribunal, tirelessly sharing with him the new things she encountered in the big city of Longdu. In Longdu, everyone could see that the rising star of the evil judgment tribunal and the talented young woman of the royal family had an unusual relationship. He still remembered that 70 years ago, before the governor passed away, he had solemnly told him that the girl loved him very much and that he should not let her down. In reality, the girl had expressed her feelings for him more than once, but he had never responded and could not give a reply. He was simply too afraid of death. Whenever he looked into the girl's lively eyes, the broken bodies of his parents would resurface in his mind, and a sense of helplessness would instantly engulf him. Wandering on the border all day, he understood better than anyone the cunning and cruelty of the foreign tribes towards humanity. He feared that one day he would also become such a broken corpse, appearing before this girl. It was he who had pushed this girl away with his own hands. As time passed and Yeling deliberately avoided her, the distance between the two grew wider, from once being able to talk about everything on the wasteland to finally, even when they met, it was just a cold brush past each other. The girl's age continued to increase, and her beauty became more and more stunning, attracting many powerful families in Longdu who came to propose with heavy gifts, but all were turned away by the girl. For some reason, the once lively girl seemed to be completely immersed in martial arts training. Just like that, decades passed in the blink of an eye. He became the killing god of the Great Xia, instilling fear in all foreign tribes. The girl also ascended to the supreme realm, becoming the renowned Crimson Sky Empress of the Great Xia, known for her cold beauty, and the two had no further connection, until now. At this moment, looking at the woman's tear-filled, stunning face, Yeling awoke from his dreamlike state. It turned out that in this world, there were still people who would cry not only for themselves but would even willingly give up their lives for another. He suddenly understood. 100 years had passed, and that girl still loved him deeply. Gazing at the woman's increasingly pale cheeks, Yeling picked up his rust-red long knife from the ground and swung it behind her, severing all the flower stamens that connected her to him. Truly worthy of the SS-level blessing, in just a few seconds, all his injuries had completely healed, leaving only the eternal flame still burning fiercely. Lure, I love you. He suddenly kissed the woman's lips, as thin as a cicada's wings, and in that moment, Yeling smiled. He was genuinely happy. He had lived his life in hatred and slaughter, and now, he had finally done what he had always wanted to do but had been too afraid to do, without fear or retreat. Feeling the warm touch on his lips, Lu Qingtian fell into a daze. Soon, moisture quickly filled her pupils, and tears as big as beans slid down her exquisite face like raindrops. She had waited 100 years for this sentence. With tears in her eyes, she was about to respond, but the man suddenly reached out and gently pushed her. She stumbled, her whole body leaning back. In Lu Qingtian's shocked gaze, a deep blue crack opened behind her, swallowing her whole. Lu Qingtian's expression suddenly turned to fear. No, Yeling, you promised me, you can't. She desperately reached out her hand towards the man, wanting to grab his body back, but she had already fallen too deep. The deep blue tunnel closed, and the woman's desperate voice was abruptly cut off. Yeling sighed softly. This spatial tunnel led directly to the dragon capital of the Great Xia, the safest place in the entire Great Xia right now. He still had so much to say, but he no longer had the time. This was a war between martial gods, and those in the supreme realm would undoubtedly die. Before him, the eerie other shoreflower slowly dissipated, and his figure reappeared before the three martial gods. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the three martial gods, Yeling looked up at the sky, feeling incredibly relaxed at this moment. As if recalling something, a smile flashed across Yeling's face as he gently pressed the satellite headset that had not yet been burned. If I were to die inexplicably here, that kid would be sad, right? At this moment, a ding-dong connection sound suddenly rang out beside Gu Qingchen, who was sitting on the back of the cloud mist giant rock. Gu Qingchen took out the satellite phone, stunned. The caller was actually Uncle Yen. He immediately answered the call, and before the other side could speak, he anxiously said, Uncle Yen, can you hold on? Wait for me. I'll be there soon. At this moment, the map projected by the Celestial Pearl already showed the outline of the southern border. Riding the wind with the Kuanping at an extreme speed, he would reach the border in at most 10 minutes. In the satellite phone, Yeling's calm voice came through. Xiaogu, the safety of the 100 billion citizens of the Great Xia is officially entrusted to you from today. Hearing this, Gu Qingchen's body stiffened suddenly, and he became flustered. Uncle Yen, don't rush into battle yet. I have something that can bring you back to life, really, even if you have just one breath left, it can save you. Can you hold on to that one breath? I'll be there right away. Gu Qingchen spoke urgently. He had Li Bai's wine of longing, which could instantly restore any injury. As the words just crashed chaotically in Yeling's mind, the usually calm him was now incredibly anxious, even struggling to organize his speech. By the way, Uncle Yen, haven't you not visited your parents' grave for many years? You must hold on, your parents are still. Gu Qingchen, shut up! Yan Yiling's furious roar came through the earpiece. Gu Qingchen was stunned again. Seemingly realizing his tone was too harsh, Yan Yiling let out a slight sigh, his voice tinged with helplessness. I don't have time anymore. Listen carefully to what I have to say. I know you have many secrets that even I don't know about, and you always have your own plans. You're a smart person, you wouldn't just come here to die. If that's the case, if you must come, then listen well now. Yan Yiling spoke quickly, as if being pushed by something. In the southern part of Daxia, there are currently 3 martial gods. I will try to hunt them all down, but I may not be able to do it. The heavenly calamity controls 4 elements in the path of elements: thunder, storm, darkness, and light. His attacks are incredibly destructive. To deal with him, you must find a way to get close. The martial god of the demon clan seems to have mastered some kind of twisted path. Do not let him touch your body directly, or you will be twisted in body and consciousness, ultimately assimilated into evil. Finally, be especially careful of the martial god of the Azura clan. His strength is formidable, and even I cannot fully see through him now. After giving all these warnings, Yan Yiling's tone suddenly became heavy. Remember, you are the spark of Daxia's future. Whatever you do, prioritize your own safety. Again with the emphasis on protecting oneself. Uncle Yan always repeated such words, always urging him to ensure his own safety. But what was he doing at this moment? Gu Qingchen felt an overwhelming sadness explode in his heart, his words choking in his throat. Uncle Yan, didn't we agree to go deep into the starry sky together? What a pity, I probably won't be able to go anymore. If that's the case, then you can go see that beautiful scenery for me. On the Kuanpan, the young man stood there with vacant eyes, like a statue. Gu Qingchen didn't know what had happened at the southern end, he only knew that it was too late, and this elder who had always cared for him was now going to die. Gu Qingchen's mouth opened silently, unsure of what to say. Since awakening the Divine Hall, it was the first time he felt so powerless. He slowly spoke, Uncle Yan, I will take everyone from Daxia to see that starry sky. Yan Yiling laughed heartily, ha ha, good. With your words, I can rest assured. After a pause, he spoke again, his tone carefree, you little brat, then Uncle Yan will take the lead. At the southern border, after hanging up the phone, Yan Yiling let out a long breath. Having defended the Daxia border, he knew there were still people in the world who loved him. Even the future of Daxia had been successfully entrusted to that monstrous young man. No regrets. Just a bit regrettable that he couldn't even say a word when he met Lure again, and had already welcomed farewell. Thinking about it, he really felt sorry for her in this life. If that's the case, then let's leave it to the next life to make up for it. The eternal fire on his body burned fiercely, about to completely engulf him, but Yan Yiling had never felt so sharp. At this moment, his path of slaughter reached its peak. In the distance, the Azura king frowned slightly. Ever since that woman appeared, Yan Yiling's aura had completely changed. Not only had he temporarily returned to his peak state, but it seemed he had also gained something more. Now, he had become somewhat inscrutable even to him. Be careful, he seems a bit off. The celestial demon sneered coldly and mocked, but the human race is merely prolonging their lives by forcibly converting their life force. What's there to be concerned about? Yet the next moment, the celestial demon froze. He too felt that something was amiss. That human had somehow drawn a second blade from who knows where, a long knife gleaming with a golden sheen. Just looking at this long knife, a chilling sensation unexpectedly arose in the celestial demon's heart, and he angrily shouted, attack together, we must completely suppress him this time. A red thunderbolt shattered the endless darkness, exploding in the void before Yan Yiling. Yan Yiling stepped forward, raising a red and a gold double knife to the sky, laughing wildly at the 3 martial gods. Today, all beings here shall accompany me, Yan, to the Yellow Springs. The man extended the 2 long swords in his hands, and behind him, a massive manifestation of the Yellow Springs reappeared. The previously broken Bluestone Road reconnected, the exhausted Yellow Springs roared and surged, and the Ghost Gate towered high. The only difference was that this time, the underworld was filled with the otherworldly and eerie flowers of the afterlife, radiating a purplish-red glow. At this moment, the path to the Yellow Springs underwent a frenzied transformation, and Yan Yiling's killing intent reached the heavens. His Tao rhythm had entered the ultimate path. Gazing at such a vast and terrifying phenomenon, the king of Azura's pupils trembled violently, feeling an endless chill rise from his feet, rushing straight to the crown of his head, every pore in his body gasping madly under this terrifying pressure. He turned his head and shouted at the 2 beside him, retreat quickly. Shoo! Yan Yiling raised a finger to his lips and spoke softly, listen, the Yellow Springs tinkle. At this moment, the world seemed to have been muted, all noise and clamor vanished. In the heavens and earth, the sound of clear spring water echoed. Chapter 176, The Consumed Soul. Gu Qingchen arrives. The entire southern border seemed to be frozen at this moment, like a calm lake surface. The sky split open with a huge gap, and a drop of eerie Yellow Springs water fell from the gap, heavily splashing onto the lake's surface, producing a crisp tinkling sound. Behind Yin Yeling, the yellow spring's water began to surge terrifyingly as if a dam had burst, while on the Naiha bridge, the otherworldly flowers bloomed, and soft sobs came from the ghost gate. In an instant, the scarlet yellow spring's water had already spread to the waists of the three martial gods, gradually rising, about to completely submerge their bodies. Even more bizarrely, within that airy yellow spring's water, one black hole after another appeared, spinning rapidly, with dark and strange light swirling within. Damn it! What on earth is this? A terrifying pulling force surged from the black hole. The dark energy on the celestial demon's twisted body erupted, yet he was firmly bound in place, screaming in fear. Soaking in this yellow spring's water, his Tao rhythm was completely sealed, and at this moment, he truly felt as if he had been locked in the underworld, the breath of death closing in. As the king of the demon race, he was now utterly terrified. Under this terrifying pressure, the expression of the Azura martial god beside him was equally grim, feeling cold sweat continuously sliding down his scalp, fleeing backward at an incredible speed. This is the ultimate Tao rhythm, but his Tao rhythm clearly hasn't reached the ultimate level. Why? Panic, confusion, and various emotions intertwined in his heart. What shocked him even more was that this man dared to forcibly merge the power of space into his ultimate Tao rhythm, and he actually succeeded. Under the incredibly fearful gazes of the three martial gods, Yin Yiling's lips slightly moved. Let's cut you down first. The man slashed forward with a knife. The golden blade light suddenly blossomed between heaven and earth, flying past. In that instant, immense fear exploded in the celestial demon's heart. Don't! Before the words could finish, a flash of golden light passed by. The head of the celestial demon slowly fell, the cut smooth beyond measure. The force resisting the black hole within the celestial demon's body instantly collapsed, and its massive, twisted body was drawn into the spatial black hole, simultaneously being shredded into dark, bloody fragments that drifted down. Under the vast sky, a black rain of blood poured down, like ink splashed onto a white snowfield. The demon king had fallen. Watching this horrifying scene, the Azura king's pupils trembled violently, and he was about to flee into the distance. But unbeknownst to him, a spatial black hole had already appeared behind him, tearing his arm into it. The Azura king's gaze suddenly turned horrified. Inside was a chaotic flow of space. Once pulled in, he would be instantly torn to pieces. He had to sever his arm immediately. His pupils constricted, and layers of blood mist exploded from the joint of his arm. In that moment, he broke free from the gravitational pull, his entire body rapidly retreating. But before he could feel relieved, his body suddenly froze. He felt as if he were being watched by some terrifying gaze, like prey being hunted, a chill exploding in his heart. The second one. A cold voice suddenly came from beside him. The expression on the Azura king's face froze. The man was overflowing with a crimson aura, which floated down before him. His mouth slightly opened, and his vision began to spin rapidly. His head weakly slipped from his neck, and a vast aura poured into the Azura king's body from the cut on his neck, his body cracking like a porcelain figure full of fissures. In the next second, boundless darkness swallowed him. The Azura king had fallen. Behind Yin Yeling, the million soldiers stationed in the city simultaneously clenched their fists, their eyes flashing with excitement. He had killed them. Lord Yen had actually slain two martial gods with his own strength. Yin Yiling's two strikes made countless soldiers feel their blood boil, their shouts echoing through the skies. The chief commander stared blankly at the scene before him, his eyes filled with disbelief. Lord Yen was still wielding his blades, the aura still surging, showing no signs of weakening. Could it be that he could really slay three martial gods by himself? At this moment, Yin Yiling wore a wild grin, his two long blades swirling like the wind, his hair flying as if in a sword dance. He seemed to return to his childhood days of wandering the wilderness, transforming once again into a fierce hunter, hunting powerful prey. At this moment, he was in the throes of killing. Feeling the overflowing power of the aura within him, he couldn't help but secretly marvel. Truly worthy of being an SS-level blessing that could only be used once in a lifetime, and at the cost of part of the user's life, it not only healed all his injuries but also temporarily evolved his aura power into ultimate aura. Only one remained. Yin Yiling suddenly looked up, his sharp gaze directed into the distance. At the end of his sight, the calamity had already fled hundreds of kilometers away. Yet even so, it still couldn't escape the range of his aura. Yin Yiling raised his blades again, the yellow springs boiling, and his figure suddenly appeared dozens of kilometers away, the blades slicing through the air in a golden arc. Looking at the man who had instantaneously killed two martial gods appearing before him, the calamity felt an overwhelming fear explode at the roots of his hair. With a single slash, amidst the flashes of blade light, the void cracked, and chaos collapsed. The blade, accompanied by a chilling aura, was now before him, and the calamity's pupils were gradually covered by despair. Lord Yen, kill! Countless soldiers on the city wall shouted loudly, the atmosphere boiling. But the next moment, something unexpected happened. The sound of tiny flames extinguishing echoed. Yeling's blade hovered directly in front of the Calamity's nostrils, just an inch away from piercing through his head entirely. The knife, however, hovered at this moment. The man stood like a statue, unable to take another step forward. Between heaven and earth, the boundless resonance of the yellow springs suddenly dissipated, the flowers on the other shore withered, the Naiha bridge shattered, and the ghost gate collapsed. The strange phenomena behind the man vanished in an instant. The disaster trembled and stood up, looking at the motionless Yeling, quickly retreating several kilometers before daring to glance in the man's direction. His heart was still filled with fear. The shadow this man cast over him was too heavy. What just happened? What is going on? It was only at this moment that he noticed, he didn't know when, the man had completely carbonized. The man's entire body had been burned to charcoal, resembling a terrifying black-brown statue. Yeling was dead. Even if Lu Qingtian could consume his life to completely heal the injuries on his body, the eternal fire had never ceased to scorch his soul. And just now, his soul had been burned out, and his life had come to an end. Between heaven and earth, a brief silence fell. Whether it was the alien race or the human race, everyone was deeply shocked by the man before them. On the southern border, only the snow, as light as goose feathers, continued to fall. Boom! Suddenly, a sound of thunder broke the temporary calm. Above the sky, the originally crystal-clear, colorful light curtain, like the aurora, inexplicably became chaotic at this moment. Faintly visible, it seemed there were reactions like thunderstorms occurring within. Roaring sounds, crashing sounds, explosion sounds, all kinds of collision noises echoed from the sky, resounding throughout the land. This enormous noise made countless soldiers' ears ache, and some even began to bleed from their eardrums. What is happening? Everyone looked up at the sky, except for one person. Listening to the tremendous sounds from the heavens, the disaster, who had previously shown signs of fear, suddenly stood up again, his pupils filled with excitement. He laughed madly, "Ha ha, it's here, the elemental riot has finally come. The heavenly way truly stands on my side. The strategist enters the game, winning half the battle against heaven. This saying is indeed true." He looked at the man, now burned to charcoal, not far in front of him, and spoke mockingly, Yeling, "Oh Yeling, you are indeed strong, stronger than I imagined. Aside from that supreme immortal, you should be the strongest in the great Xia. I take back what I said. You are not just a pawn, you almost completely overturned my entire plan. But unfortunately, as fate would have it, in the end, I still have the upper hand." He paused, as if contemplating something, then reached for his face. "Since the great matter is accomplished, I can finally shed this ridiculous facade." The disaster lightly scratched his face, and the elemental light curtain that had surrounded him from the beginning suddenly disappeared, revealing his true appearance. The moment the disaster removed the light curtain, the commander-in-chief at the top of the city wall froze, his pupils shaking violently, nearly fainting. "This is impossible! This is impossible!" Beneath the light curtain, there was a face identical to that of the Shura king, who should have been dead. The disaster is the Shura king? What is going on? At this moment, he seemed to understand something. Why, 100 years ago, could the Shura clan, above the Marquises, still cross the river of life directly into the Great Xia? And today, why did the river of life suddenly shatter? This was a barrier created by the gods in ancient times. How could it be easily shattered by today's cultivators? Looking at the astonished expressions on the faces of the million humans below, the disaster smiled with delight. No one could have imagined that the Ashura king was merely an incarnation of him, while his true body had been guarding the territory of the Great Xia for 300 years. Even someone as sharp-minded as Yeling could only guess that he was a traitor, but could never have thought that the natural disasters were not caused by the human race at all. And he was not the Ashura king, but the Ashura Lord. Of course, only a Lord-level figure could split off an incarnation at the peak of the martial god realm. 300 years, a full 300 years of planning. Now, the elemental upheaval that had been awaited for 300 years finally appeared before him. His mood was exceptionally smooth at this moment, and he turned to the Ashura army behind him and said, "Come, present the god's sacrifice, and everyone else, kneel down and prepare to welcome the god's arrival." "Yes, my lord." After giving the orders, the Ashura lord walked through the air, casually heading towards the corpse of the heavenly demon, which had been turned into a mush. From the pile of shattered flesh, he picked up a pitch-black jade stone. Within the jade, countless vengeful souls were screaming in agony, yet at this moment, that sound was incredibly enticing to his ears. Among the demon army behind him, a supreme demon stepped forward, his face dark. "Ashura king, that is the sole jade we demons use to revive the demon god. What do you mean by this?" The Ashura lord glanced at the supreme being, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth, but he said nothing. Above the sky, a lightning bolt like a giant dragon roared past, exploding violently on the chest of the Supreme Demon. This Supreme Demon was blown apart, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Looking at the ally that turned to ashes with a snap of his fingers, the Azura Lord laughed heartily. Demon Blade Supreme, can't you see that the demon god's martial spirit has already fallen? What qualifications do you demons have to speak to me now? 300 years ago, he personally split his transcendent body into two peak martial gods, making such a huge sacrifice. What he aimed to do could not possibly be just to eliminate the human race. What he wanted was to completely eradicate all races, including the human race, the ghost race, and the demon race. This land on Blue Star could only be enjoyed by the Azura race. Pausing for a moment, a mocking expression appeared on his face. Moreover, even if all your lowly lower gods were revived, what use would it be? You demons are still just a lowly race. Unlike you, our Azura race's deities were the main gods in this star system during ancient times. My lord, the sacrifice has been brought. Behind the Azura Lord, 7 supreme beings of the Azura race soared into the air. In the center of them floated a stunningly beautiful girl, her eyes tightly closed, yet still holding a faint breath. It was unmistakably the appearance of Luo Yuli. Looking at the girl before him, the natural disaster laughed heartily. Blessed one of the primordial elements, heaven truly treats me well, gathering the rarest elements in the universe all in one person. And I, the Azura Lord, have become this person's master. After saying this, he took the unconscious girl from the hands of the others and commanded the supreme beings behind him, you all, protect me. During the ritual, no one is allowed to come within half a step of me. Yes, my lord. The faces of the supreme beings flushed with excitement. They were about to witness this historic moment. The era belonging to the Azura race was about to arrive. As soon as he finished speaking, the Azura Lord soared into the air, directly plunging into the area of elemental chaos. Just 5 seconds after the Azura Lord stepped into the elemental turbulence, a gigantic Kuanping soared through the clouds from a distance, and the young man's face was icy cold. When Gu Qingchen saw the charred figure below, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity surge in his heart, and his heart skipped a beat. That was Uncle Yen?